Hey everyone, today we are checking out the full recap of Revenge of the Iron-Blooded Sword Hound. In elite clans, hunting dogs are treated as mere suicide squads. Vikir Van Baskerville, the ultimate hound of the legendary Baskerville Clan, was no different, just like his name. He gave his absolute all to his family and father only to get a literally head-rolling betrayal in return. Frame up was his reward. Falsely accused of conspiring with demons, his own family sentenced him to death. Facing the cold blade of the guillotine, he swore a solemn oath. If given another chance, once he rips his prey apart, he will never live as a mindless hound again. Suddenly, we shift to a cramped nursery echoing with the loud wails of newborn babies. It was here that Vikir opened his tiny eyes, totally confused by his new reality. His heavy infant body refused to move an inch. He was stuck in a cradle, deep inside the fearsome Baskerville Clan territory. Annoyed by the loud, chaotic crying of the babies in the room, the legendary Patriarch Hugo sneered in deep disgust, dismissing the newborns as utterly mediocre trash. He slowly walked around the cold room, scanning the cradles before turning to his subordinate to say, "Not a single special one here. They are all just useless garbage." But just as Hugo approached Vikir's small crib, the strange dead silence of this particular infant immediately caught his attention. This supposed trash was shockingly quiet. A moment later, Hugo ordered his men to take the baby to the Cradle of Swords. Vikir, meanwhile, glared at Hugo with pure murderous intent. This was the exact man who had falsely accused and executed him. The man with the sharp nose. Yes, our protagonist had reincarnated as Hugo's son, going from a veteran hound to a newborn baby, who could not even crawl yet. In his past life, Vikir was a mere illegitimate son forced to train under the worst conditions. He had to do anything to finish the mission, whether it was dirty assassinations, dangerous spying, or bloody ambushes. He did countless dirty deeds that would take 3 days and nights to list. Yet it was all to elevate the Baskervilles into one of the 7 great clans. His loyalty was simple. He just wanted acknowledgement from his family and father Hugo, but instead of a reward, he was handed a death sentence. 10 years after the gates to the demon realm finally opened, the war with the demons ended in humanity's victory. But the only reward for this faithful hound who sacrificed everything was a cold betrayal. Vikir knew the real reason they executed him was stupidly simple. He simply knew way too much. Unlike other reincarnated heroes, Vikir swore he would never make the same mistakes or follow his past tragic path again. Although he wanted to exact revenge right away, his tiny baby body could only roll over to show his absolute determination. Vikir knew better than anyone that entering the Cradle of Swords was his golden opportunity. Power was what he needed most. He had to become stronger than ever. The Cradle of Swords was a trial every Baskerville child had to survive. Babies are thrown directly into a deadly maze of razor-sharp swords, and surviving it is only the very first step. Next, they must reach the river Styx to test their talent. It is a mythical river that hardens skin into steel. However, only a select few can survive its waters. To reach it, they must crawl through thousands of sharp blades. Fueled by burning hatred, Vikir dragged his bloody little body forward, navigating through the maze of swords. In his past life, he shared the trial with his siblings and failed to get the maximum blessing. But this time is different. Glancing at Hugo's cold face, Vikir pushed himself harder. He was determined to claim the maximum blessing of the river Styx for himself. The moment he broke through the sword maze, Vikir threw his tiny body into the warm waters without a single hesitation. Submerged in the river, he felt the magical water molecules absorbing deep into his flesh and bones through his bloody cuts. Vikir was determined to endure the pain for as long as possible. Only then would he forge the perfect warrior body. Seeing him underwater for so long, the guards panicked, shouting, "Young master, you must come out or you will surely drown. Get him out of there immediately." But in stark contrast to their panic, a sinister smile crept across Hugo's cold face. He turned to his loyal right-hand assistant John Barrymore, asking, "How long has that little brat been down in the water?" John Barrymore replied that it had been 7 minutes. Hearing this, Hugo burst into laughter, assuming his son had already drowned. But as soon as he noticed fresh bubbles rising to the surface, he realized Vikir was actually still alive. "My son, you can come out now." Submerged under the water, Vikir recognized Hugo's voice. Knowing he was reaching his limit, he pushed himself to absorb every single drop of blessing until the very last second. Suddenly, under the immense water pressure, his lungs gave out and he began to sink deeper. Yet, even as his consciousness faded, his mind screamed to hold on. As the watery abyss grew pitch black, a powerful hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Vikir by his leg. That hand belonged to none other than Hugo, who had a highly satisfied look on his face as he spoke. "Look at this greedy boy. Soaking in the Styx is not enough, he actually wanted to drink it too." Then Hugo noticed Vikir's sharp fangs. Hugo had no idea these very teeth would bite him to pieces in the future. Hugo asked his butler John Barrymore what the child's name was, who politely replied it was young Master Vikir. Pondering the name Vikir, Hugo saw the boy's fearless face and smiled with delight, realizing he had a real son. In a corner, Hugo ignored Vikir's gaze grew razor sharp. He needed time to sharpen his fangs for the perfect strike. When the moment arrived, he would crush Hugo's skull. After all, they say revenge is a dish best served cold. Fueled by sheer hatred, Vikir vowed to wipe the Baskerville family from history with his very own battle-hardened hands. This illegitimate son of Hugo Les Baskerville, Vikir Van Baskerville, possessed genius talent by the age of 8. To the rest of the world, he was an absolute prodigy. But within the brutal Baskerville clan, that was merely acceptable. By age 20, he was assigned to high-risk missions like assassinations, espionage, and taking down rival targets until 29. However, his growth slowed down compared to other prodigies, and he hit a wall in his swordsmanship. By the time he turned 30, the gates to the demon world opened, unleashing a brutal invasion across the land. At 35, he survived the apocalyptic era by slaying countless demons, fighting relentlessly until he was 39. After a long war ending in humanity's victory, Vikir turned 40 and received a title for his absolute loyalty. He was treated like a loyal hunting dog, but his only reward was framed betrayal and endless slander. Ultimately, his loyal head was sent to the guillotine, but miraculously, he woke up reborn in a child's body. He scanned his surroundings, realizing he was inside a baby nursery. Was he really a newborn baby again? Rolling over in his tiny crib, Vikir realized he had successfully absorbed the power of the river Styx. This meant a much better starting point than in his past life. Suddenly, a maid walked in, holding a box. She grumbled about how harsh the lady was, questioning why she had to place that box in his crib. Vikir's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing about the lady of the house. As the maid left, he stared. He stared at the mysterious box, wondering why anyone would suddenly send a gift to an illegitimate child like him. Suddenly, the box popped open, releasing a dark, sinister aura. As a snake slithered out, Vikir backed away. His eyes narrowed at the two blood-red serpents, their glowing eyes fixed on him as if to eat him alive. Could these be blood snakes? Vikir quickly regained his composure, readying himself to defend with a serious glare. Using such rare beasts just to assassinate a baby, only one woman would order this within the Baskerville clan. She was trying to eliminate any potential rivals to her own son. But as Vikir was analyzing the situation, the two blood snakes aggressively lunged at him. If left unchecked, they might even slaughter the other innocent babies. Before the snakes could strike, Vikir grabbed both by their necks in a death grip, his eyes glowing fiercely. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed harder, showing the brutal strength expected of a Baskerville. Your lives end right here. The fierce blood snakes were completely overwhelmed. They stared in absolute terror, their eyes wide with sheer panic. Eventually, silence returned to the tiny crib. The next morning, the staff arrived and were met with pure shock. The Baskervilles were absolutely horrified to find the baby sleeping peacefully right next to the dead beasts. That day, the nurse assigned to guard the child was tortured and executed for her extreme negligence. In the end, how the blood snakes died remained an absolute mystery to everyone except for one person. Only this young hound knew the truth. 8 years later, Vikir had grown up and began attending academy classes. Sitting among his peers, Vikir listened closely to the instructor's lecture. The teacher's eyes were sharp and serious. He explained clearly, "Young masters, today we will be studying the different stages of a swordsman's path. If a swordsman cannot channel mana into their blade, they are merely classified as an apprentice swordsman. Once you can imbue even a small amount of mana into your weapon, you become an expert swordsman. When that mana projects outward as a tangible sword aura, you are recognized as a graduate swordsman. Finally, when that aura can be freely concentrated and reshaped at will, you reach the rank of sword master. The greatest warrior of Baskerville, Lord Hugo, is a prime example of such a legendary sword master." The other students gasped in awe, but Vikir remained quiet, thinking of his own path to regain his strength. Hugo was already a sword master. To survive, Vikir had to fully recover his past strength before his coming-of-age ceremony. Adjusting his glasses, the instructor noticed. Young Master Vikir lost in deep thought, once again scanning the classroom. "Take a look and judge for yourself." With the hardened body he obtained after soaking in the river Styx for 7 minutes and a genius analytical mind that far surpasses normal humans, his talent is on a completely different level compared to the other young masters. The clan patriarch is going to be absolutely thrilled when he hears about his incredible achievements. Just watch. At this moment, 8-year-old Vikir frowned, rubbing his chin as he calculated how many years it would take to kill Hugo. That level of difference caught the attention of the Baskerville triplets, who glared at him with their sinister glowing red eyes. One of them roughly shoved Vikir, throwing a contemptuous sneer his way. "Hey there, you trashy half-breed highbrow," the eldest spat out. He started throwing harsh insults, saying, "You are just an illegitimate bastard, yet there are some strange rumors about you. Did you know that?" The other two chimed in, mocking him. Did you know? Did you know?" They demanded to know. "Rumor says you soaked in the Styx for 7 minutes and even killed 2 venomous blood serpents right after you were born." Vikir remembered these guys all too well. They were the ones who falsely accused him and stabbed him when he tried to escape. They were nicknamed the Tridents of Hugo Les Baskerville. Growing impatient, they snarled, "Stop playing your cheap tricks on us. Stop it right now." The three cornered him without reason. Hybro sneered, "I do not think I have any sympathy for you at all." "Me neither," the second added. Vikir calmly calculated. Within 10 years, these boys would become incredibly annoying enemies to deal with. It would be best to teach them a lesson now to avoid future trouble. But they did not stop there. They drew a weapon and pointed it straight at Vikir. Hybro raised an eyebrow, saying, "After bathing in the river, Styx the body becomes as tough as cold steel, immune to blades. That is what I was told, which means you will not die even if I stab you, right? Is that right?" He then turned and signaled his younger brother Lowbro. He immediately replied, "I got it." Before Hybro could even finish, Lowbro suddenly covered Vikir's mouth from behind. "You survived 7 minutes in the river Styx. I will eat my own hand if you can even last." For just 3 minutes, unfazed Vikir narrowed his eyes, thinking that people were right about kids being more ruthless than adults. It is true that children can be far more ruthless than adults. I suppose I will play along for a bit. 1 minute later, Hybro and Midbro stood watching the fun, smugly convinced those rumors were fake. But 3 minutes later, their faces completely changed. He is holding out for a really long time. 10 minutes later, Hybro and Midbro stared in absolute shock. Lowbro, who was covering his mouth, started panicking too. "Are the rumors actually true?" the eldest brother demanded. "This is not fun anymore." "Let him go," the other agreed. "Release him." Suddenly, a sharp slash flashed across Lowbro's hand. He gasped in horror, looking at his bleeding palm before screaming in pain. The other two quickly surrounded Vikir, demanding, "What do you think you are doing?" Vikir wiped the blood from his mouth, his red eyes gleaming. "Why did you not just say you would eat your own hand?" They tried to act tough, snarling, "Even if you can do that, do not think we are scared of you. We are not." But Lowbro trembled, crying out, "I am terrified." He cut my hand open. The two turned to calm him down. "Calm down, brother. Let us go find a priest to heal it. Let us go." Vikir's face darkened as he spoke. "Who said you could? Leave. Playing dirty." They pulled out a knife. Hybro gnashed his teeth and cursed, "You absolute bastard." With that, he lunged like a moth to a flame, shouting, "Did you forget that we are a year older than you?" Hybro was furious, but Vikir had already pointed the blade directly at his chest. His voice was cold as ice. "I think you are the one who forgot, brother," he said coldly. "This is Baskerville. If you have power and talent, age does not mean a thing." With that, Vikir grabbed Lowbro's arm, a demonic smile spreading across his face. "Let us play this game to the end, brothers." He gripped Hybro's wrist, squeezing so hard it made him shriek in pain. His voice remained completely calm. "In the Baskerville family, as long as you have power and talent, age is irrelevant." Vikir growled, his youthful face twisting into something terrifyingly sinister as he whispered like a curse, "Let us keep playing." Hybro panicked, sheer terror visible in his wide eyes. He yelled, "Are those rumors actually true?" But before he could finish, Vikir shut him up with a brutal punch to the face. Midbro and Lowbro watched in utter shock, frozen solid, as their eldest brother collapsed, nose bleeding and eyes rolled back. Brother Midbro screamed in anger, clenching his fists and spitting out curses. But Vikir had zero interest in his useless trash talk. He instantly lunged and delivered a brutal kick right to Midbro's mouth. Lowbro collapsed to the ground, letting out a terrified, empty shriek. Vikir glanced at him, not even touching him. Instead, he offered a chilling word of comfort. "Do not worry, you will heal, if you get treated quickly. However, I am not letting any of you leave this room." He bent down and picked up the dagger. "At this rate, you'll be a cripple for life." Vikir casually walked up to Lowbro, twirling his dagger with a generous look. He spoke, "So I'll be generous and let one of you leave?" Lowbro desperately asked, "Really?" But then realization hit him. He slumped like a withered leaf, muttering, "Only one of us gets to leave." Hybro and Midbro heard this too. Even though they were beaten half to death, they gasped in absolute disbelief. Terror filled their eyes, but Vikir remained totally calm. "That is for you three to decide." He casually tossed the dagger onto the floor. It clattered, spinning wildly across the cold stone. Not wanting to waste another second, Vikir turned around, tossing a chilling warning over his shoulder. "I won't wait very long, so make up your minds quickly." As the heavy door shut, his glowing red eyes stared back like a demon filled with dark anticipation. Staring at the three Hound brothers, he whispered to himself, "At least one of you should survive, right?" Then came the final slam of the door. The triplets stood frozen, staring blankly at the dagger. Instantly, the tension in the room started to shift. Caution, fear, and murderous intent flared up between them. Meanwhile, Vikir stood outside calmly, listening to the desperate struggle inside as they fought to butcher one another for survival. He smirked in pure disgust, and right then, the famous Baskerville trident shattered from within. Meanwhile, the pale light from the gloomy sky struggled to pierce the window. The head butler of the Baskerville clan, John Barrymore, stepped forward, calmly reporting, "Patriarch, there has been another clash with the Morgue clan over the ruby mine. They are demanding the mine, claiming it is on their territory. Across the room, the patriarch, sitting comfortably in his chair, replied, "We will discuss this soon. In fact, they will likely approach us first. Regardless, is there anything else you wish to report?" Barrymore hesitated for a brief second before bringing up the recent midterm evaluations at the children's castle, specifically regarding young Master Vikir. Hearing this, a rare look of approval crossed Hugo's face. "Is that so?" This was Hugo Les Baskerville, patriarch of the clan. He then asked his routine question. "When is the practical exam?" Barrymore bowed respectfully. "They will begin in 5 days. The Guardian Knights at the children's castle are currently preparing for that deployment." Hugo nodded, realizing the children's castle would be completely empty during this time. But Barrymore spoke up softly, a look of concern on his face. "My lord, there is something else regarding the children's castle." A massive clash broke out between the young masters recently. Intrigued, Hugo asked him directly, "How many of them died?" The butler hesitated before replying, "Actually, no one died." However, young Master Highbrow's teeth were completely shattered and the jaw of young Master Midbrow was completely shattered and young Master Lowbrow's left index finger was severed. They have received medical treatment, but their minds are deeply traumatized. Hugo fell silent, his voice turning cold. "Aren't those triplets supposedly close to each other?" "I find it hard to believe they would tear themselves apart," Barrymore answered, "because they fought another brother. The one who put them in that state is their younger brother by 1 year. The top scorer of the exam, the young Master Vikir." Hugo was genuinely stunned. Later in the grand hallway, lit by brilliant warm chandeliers, Vikir stood perfectly straight and composed. Butler Barrymore stood respectfully nearby as Hugo let out a small chilling smile, interlocking his fingers. "You have grown quite a lot." Vikir gave a polite, respectful bow, replying, "Good afternoon, my lord." Hugo repeated the word, "My lord," indeed. "I suppose I am the head of this family." His voice remained calm. "I heard you crippled the triplets in the advanced class." Vikir put on an innocent look, replying, "I heard they received special treatment already." Hugo's expression darkened instantly. Standing nearby, Barrymore grew anxious, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. "I am not speaking of their physical recovery. I am speaking of how you broke their spirits." Hugo's deep voice echoed. "Since that day, they eat separately and have completely stopped speaking to one another. Their three-way synchronized attack was once a masterpiece of coordination, but because of your actions, there is now a massive rift between them." Vikir listened in silence, a quiet smirk playing on his face in the shadows. Hugo asked, "Do you not think you did wrong?" Vikir calmly shot back, "Wrong? Where did I go wrong?" Hugo pressed. "Did you not turn your own brothers into useless broken tools?" Vikir firmly replied, "But I am stronger than they are." His words carried supreme arrogance. Half of his sharp face was veiled in deep shadow, with only his blood-red eyes glowing with absolute chilling dominance. "How can the strong ever be in the wrong?" Hugo's face remained unreadable as the butler cast a quiet glance at him. "Your brothers came here earlier and generously chose to forgive you." Hugo asked again, "Do you still feel no remorse?" Vikir found the word forgiveness absolutely hilarious. It reminded him of his past life before he regressed when the last child of a ruined clan came to the Baskerville estate to meet Hugo. She who had become a holy nun after all. Those brutal years told him that she forgave him. And after hearing that confession, Hugo simply replied with a cold. He spoke. His voice grew arrogant, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. "I believe forgiveness is nothing more than an apology from the weak who cannot take revenge." Hugo let out a twisted, chilling grin. Might makes right to him. In his eyes, weakness was a sin. It seemed the young boy understood the brutal Baskerville family motto all too well. "Barrymore," Hugo called out, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The butler instantly responded, "Yes, my lord." Hugo ordered him to open the pantry and give Vikir whatever he wanted, but only as much as he could carry. Vikir's pale face lit up instantly, his innocent smile shining like warm sunshine. "Can I really have some chocolate, father?" "Thank you, patriarch." But as Vikir turned to leave, Hugo's cold voice called out again, making the young boy freeze. The patriarch issued a firm reminder, "Do well on the upcoming midterm evaluation." Vikir was slightly taken aback by this. Hugo added that he must not lose to anyone in the main branch. Vikir swallowed his inner anger, replying obediently, "Yes, patriarch." Inside, the massive pantry shelves were overflowing with goods. Butler Barrymore proudly showed off the best treats. This was premium chocolate, loved by the most fashionable noble ladies. A high-quality delicacy that was extremely hard to source. They stood before the luxury shelves with several kitchen staff waiting behind them, but Vikir had a completely different plan. He shook his head, stating he had no interest in processed sweets. Butler John looked completely bewildered by his words. Vikir got straight to the point. He wanted raw cacao with a strong flavor. John stared in utter shock behind his glasses. "You mean raw, unprocessed beans?" A cloth bag was opened, revealing beans with a rough, slightly strange dark red hue. The cook explained these were blood beans, a highly potent cacao variety. Vikir picked one up and popped it in. A single bean was strong enough to make 100 liters of chocolate. Vikir stared thoughtfully at the half remaining. The head butler could not see his face, utterly shocked that the young master could actually eat such bitter raw beans. To John, Vikir must really love chocolate, but the boy was actually smiling because he had found a major loophole. He was calculating how to maximize his haul within Hugo's exact rules, to take as much raw value as possible. Carrying raw beans was much more efficient than carrying processed bars. Cunning +1 was the perfect description for him. The assistant behind him asked if they should process the beans first before delivering them to the young master's room. But Vikir refused. He wanted them raw. Meanwhile, John ignored their talk, getting lost in his own bewildered thoughts. He pushed up his glasses, wondering if the young master was simply eccentric or if there was a deeper motive. Vikir did not want chocolate just to eat it. The real purpose of these blood beans would be revealed very soon, specifically during the practical exam 5 days later. The setting was a desolate, howling, and treacherous mountain valley. Vikir stood waiting in the freezing wind, dead grass swirling around him. On this fateful day, his face remained calm, but deep down a dark, terrifying smile was brewing. A massive, unprecedented incident was about to strike the Baskerville clan. The world knew the Baskervilles as a family of absolute madmen symbolized by dual swords wrapped in heavy chains. The shadow of the hunting hound always loomed. Every child born into this clan underwent a ruthless upbringing. As soon as they learned to walk, they had to scale steep cliffs without rest to build basic endurance. And when they slept, they had to cuddle with the corpses of demons to get used to the scent of death. This hellish training lasted until they turned 8 years old. That was when the young hounds faced their true trials. They had to survive brutal exams packed with unimaginable terrors. No wonder the world feared them as a family of lunatics. Today was the day of their practical survival exam. The young Baskerville children stood tall, ready for the test. They gathered at Mount Eleno, a desolate peak teeming with savage monsters captured from the clan's dangerous borders. The winds howled across the crowded mountain plains, whipping up thick clouds of dust as the children waited. Their instructor, Vikir Baskerville, stood before them. His cold, deadly eyes scanned the crowd before he spoke. "Young masters, the rules of this test are simple," he announced. "Survive here in this wasteland for 1 month, and hunt down the most dangerous monsters you can find." He gestured grandly, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "You will get 10 points for saving someone and 30 points if you save them without getting severely injured. Eliminating a rival candidate earns 50 points. Hunting down a target monster and surviving gets you 70 points. Achieving all of these targets grants 90 points." He pointed to the shiny gold badges pinned to their collars. Vikir's cold voice continued to echo. "Stealing badges from your peers will also add to your final score. You get 0 points if you die. Achieving 100 points is impossible." The children's faces turned dead serious. "Stay alert. I hope you all remember the teachings of Lord Hugo. If you lose your focus, you'll die." He also mentioned, "Furthermore, I advise you not to leave the restricted zone. Mount Le Rouge et Le Noir has many dangerous, unexplored areas, so I suggest you stay in the sector with the tame demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the escorting guardian knights will secretly grade you during the competition." Just then, a few kids noticed Vikir and began whispering about him with looks of pure disbelief. "Is that the guy who was submerged in the river Styx for 7 minutes?" Another eagerly added. "Rumor has it he strangled 2 venomous snakes in his cradle, and I heard he also got a perfect score on the written test." Amid the whispers and doubt, Vikir's face remained completely calm. Let's see if he can perform just as well in the practical assessment. Ignoring them, Vikir's mind was buzzing with excitement. A smirk played on his lips, his eyes sparkling with pure amusement. It had been quite some time since he last stood on Mount Le Rouge et Le Noir. Meanwhile, the 3 hound brothers turned, their heads staying absolutely silent with anxious, worried faces. The instructor, Vikir Baskerville, casually raised a small brass bell. "This bell will signal the start of the evaluation. I pray for your success." With that, he shook it, and the bell began to chime. Instantly, all the kids vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a sudden gust of wind. One of them excitedly planned to secure an advantageous position first, heading straight to the highly contested hotspot from last year's exam. But he had a few tailgaters. Those kids had their own calculations. There was no rule forcing them to survive alone, so they decided to just follow him and steal his points. Meanwhile, the 3 Baskerville hound brothers set off together in the same direction, but internal friction quickly broke out. Highbrow, speaking from habit, ordered them to guard the front. Midbrow glared at him and hissed through his teeth, "Don't order me around." Lowbrow also rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I'll do my own thing, so just focus on yourselves." Meanwhile, Vikir Baskerville stood with a cigarette in his mouth, casually looking around and asking, "Has it started yet?" He closed his eyes slightly, puffing on his cigarette, silently reflecting. This exam didn't encourage killing one another, nor was it strictly forbidden. It was simply discouraged. Since killing brought heavy penalties, they would do everything to avoid taking a life with their own hands. Van Baskerville accepted this. After all, with the guardian hounds watching, everyone would stay safe and casualties would be kept to a minimum. Elsewhere, a silent observer hid behind a tree, watching Vikir confidently venture deeper into the forest while waving a small branch in his hand, leaving him utterly confused. This is near the unexplored region. How far is he planning to go, he wondered. Young Master Vikir is a genius, who showed incredible skills since childhood. I can't wait to see what he does. Reaching an ancient leafless tree, Vikir stopped, looking slightly suspicious. Is it around here? Wielding his tree branch, he poked the ground, ensuring the soil was soft enough. A soft smile crossed Vikir's face. This is where I'll be staying for the exam. He stretched comfortably. Time to enjoy my vacation, isn't it? The hidden watcher widened his eyes in pure shock. A vacation, thus a bizarre sequence followed. While other kids were brutally beating each other to a pulp, Vikir was casually gathering wood and digging a giant hole. While they risked their lives farming monsters, Vikir just lazily rested under a temporary shelter. The watcher was completely dumbfounded. He grumbled in frustration. All he does is sleep and dig holes, and when he's not doing that, he's just foraging for food and firewood. Vikir sat by his campfire, making the watcher wonder if he was just hiding. The observer nearly rolled his eyes. Weren't there rumors that he was a prodigy? Maybe there was no need to watch him. Since he wasn't going anywhere, the observer decided to just leave him be and slipped away. 1 second, Vikir seemed clueless, but the next he threw a disdainful glance toward the watcher's hiding spot. Finally, that guy was gone. Looking at the burning fire, crackling intensely, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Camping brought back memories of his past life, when his subordinates advised him that cacao beans were excellent for neutralizing the gamey smell of meat, especially high-blood meat. With a cold expression, Vikir tossed the blood beans into the blazing fire, watching the thick gray smoke billow upward. He muttered that the obstacles were gone and his preparations were complete. It was time to finally start the hunt. He smirked. Unbeknownst to anyone, deep pits lined with countless sharp, deadly spikes had been prepared not far from him. A few days later, near an iron fence adorned with a dangerous skull warning sign, Vikir silently stepped into the unexplored, desolate region. Moving along a narrow, rugged path, he silently surveyed his wild surroundings. This place was officially marked as unexplored, but to him it was practically his backyard from his days as a scout. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted through the air, a sharp, burning, acrid smell that stung his nose. Was something burning? Or was it burning dung? Before he could verify, his sharp ears caught a rustling sound nearby. Smells like burning dung. Before he can even process the stench, his sharp hearing picks up a rustling sound nearby. Not far off, you and I can spot a strange object blazing with fire. Vikir eagerly anticipates finding it. The creature's droppings left these strange traces. Suddenly, a massive hound emerges, its snout dripping with blazing fire as it growls. He smiles and looks up at the beast. He had grown totally sick of these monsters during his former scouting days, but now seeing one is a welcome sight. This is a hellhound, a terrifying demonic beast with a physical build similar to a pit bull. Clad in raging red flames, it stands proudly on a high rocky ledge, looking down at him. The beast growls, the mana stone inside its throat glowing red hot. Scorching hot breath erupts alongside a wave of violent flames. Meet the Hellhound. Danger level B+. Size 3 meters. Location the second ridge of Mount Leru in Eleno. This is a beast carrying actual hellfire in its mouth. It brings sheer disaster to anyone it meets, and even a single bite can mean unavoidable, agonizing death. The sulfurous fire spewing from its eyes and mouth comes directly from the deepest pits of hell's oil, and cannot be extinguished until its target's life force is entirely consumed. Right now, standing right in front of Vikir is this terrifying hellhound radiating blazing red fury. He knows all too well how these demonic beasts are completely wrapped in hellfire. Before his regression, he was only capable of fighting a single hellhound once he reached 18 years old. So naturally, a direct frontal clash is way too much for his current 8-year-old body to handle. Yet he still wears a highly confident smirk. He knows a clever loophole that allows even a child to defeat a hellhound. Suddenly, both sides charge forward. Vikir silently recalls the first critical weakness of these demonic beasts. Right at the exact moment the hellhound leaps at him, he is fully sharp enough to slide smoothly across the dirt, successfully dodging the creature's devastating head-on charge. Watching the beast struggle to turn its massive body, Vikir knows that hellhounds can only charge in a straight line. They require a significant amount of time to change their direction. Suddenly, the beast's facial expression shifts to complete confusion. It notices what Vikir is holding. He tilts a small flask, letting a steady stream of water pour onto the ground. This reveals their second major weakness. For some bizarre reason, these terrifying hellish creatures absolutely refuse to cross running water, no matter how small the puddle is. Driven by its intense hydrophobic nature, the beast is forced to take a detour. This detour slows the monster down as it tries to approach him beautifully, exposing the universal fatal weakness of all canine beasts. As it draws near Vikir, the beast lunges, snapping its jaws wide open with a massive roar. He calmly steps back, slipping a hand into his pocket. It is a proven fact that these beasts always open their mouths wide when charging. Vikir flicks his wrist, tossing something small and swiftly sidesteps to completely evade the monster's desperate biting leap. Having swallowed the mysterious item mid-air, the hellhound freezes in place, letting out a series of highly uncomfortable, irritated growls. Suddenly, its eyes roll back as its entire body goes rigid. A second later, the massive beast crashes onto the ground. Vikir glances at the chocolate in his hand. For any canine, chocolate is a highly concentrated lethal poison. He had successfully fed the dozens of red cacao beans. They melted instantly in its mouth, turning into an unavoidable, fast-acting poison. A single red cacao bean contains the potency of 100 regular chocolate bars, making it completely devastating to this creature. Sensing the perfect moment, Vikir unsheathes his sharp sword. It seems even legendary hellhounds are entirely helpless against simple chocolate. He closely observes the monster's trembling, struggling form. The toxin is likely attacking its internal organs and heart first. Since its upper chest is heavily shielded by thick, sturdy ribs, he must target an area completely unprotected by bone. Without showing a shred of mercy, he drives his blade deep into the beast's flesh, aiming directly for its kidneys. Ignoring the hellhound's agonizing screeches, Vikir coldly delivers precise, brutal slashes. By the time he pulls his sword free, the blade is coated in thick, dark, demonic blood. A dense, swirling cloud of dark karmic energy begins to rise. By defeating these monsters, their accumulated experience and dark karma are directly absorbed, steadily strengthening the hunter's physical body. Vikir tests this by swinging his sword through the air, noticing that the blade feels significantly lighter than before. At this pace, his power will skyrocket quickly, matching the combat strength of his prime from his previous life. Looking down at the corpse, he wonders how Hugo will react when he finds out an 8-year-old defeated a B-class monster. Vikir cannot help but smile with immense satisfaction. With this legendary feat, he has firmly secured the top spot. Now it is finally time to claim his reward, something he could never have dreamed of obtaining in his past life. In this current era, nobody understands its true immense value. He mutters, eager to harvest the beast's head. But right at that moment, he notices the sudden arrival of multiple other hellhounds. A massive pack gathers, each revealing their blazing, furious jaws. Vikir remains completely unbothered. Let's see how he handles this pack coming to seek their bloody revenge. Seeking revenge for their pack, are they? He coldly swings his blade, decapitating the hound from earlier. Talk about pack loyalty. Vikir taunts them with a cold smirk. He never planned on taking out just one anyway. Come on, he has plenty of bait left. When the hounds lock eyes with his demonic glare, they suddenly freeze in pure terror. Vikir notices this sudden shift immediately. He cannot help but wonder in absolute shock if they are actually terrified of a mere 8-year-old child. Hellhounds never retreat even in the face of death. Vikir suddenly turns around. Something is wrong. Is there an unexpected guest behind him? Yes, a new shadow looms in the darkness. He quickly recognizes the massive creature stepping into the clearing. It is the three-headed monster Cerberus. Vikir is stunned. Cerberus is an A-rank beast of pure destruction. Why is a 7th-floor boss wandering around here on the 1st floor? Then Vikir notices blood dripping from its massive body. Look at that, it is heavily bleeding. Looking closer, he spots deep puncture wounds from arrows all over its massive hide. Was someone hunting this beast? He recalls that the other side of this mountain belongs to the fierce barbarian tribe. If the barbarian tribe chased it all the way here, a sudden wave of excitement rushes through Vikir. This is a golden opportunity. A-rank demon beast already critically wounded and on its last legs. He has to take it down even if he must use every single card in his hand. Up until now, he kept his true skills hidden. Within the dark Baskerville clan, his sword mastery had secretly reached the level of a high-ranking swordsman. His mastery over the Baskerville form was already at a level other hounds could only dream of achieving in adulthood. Gripping his sword, Vikir charges forward. His sheer speed whips up a violent vortex of wind as he closes the distance. He swings his blade with everything he has, aiming straight for the beast's center head, but another head snaps forward instantly. It tries to swallow him whole, but Vikir reacts with absolute lightning speed, slashing it across the face. Adrenaline pumping, his eyes glow red. He confidently believes he can actually pull this off against a weakened Cerberus. Before his regression, his swordsmanship was honed to absolute perfection with zero wasted movements when executing an enemy. On top of that, his physical body has been heavily reinforced by the mystical waters of the river Styx. His current power is more than enough to pierce through the thick hide of a Cerberus. But after those strikes, the beast snaps. Its eyes flare with blinding fury, glaring at him through bared razor-sharp teeth. Vikir truly believed he could take it down. But that was pure delusion. With just one heavy strike, Cerberus shatters his steel sword. That tiny split-second opening is all the monster needs. It raises its massive claws for a devastating, brutal counterattack. A single brutal swipe sends him flying through the air, crashing violently into a thick tree. Agony rips through his body. Vikir coughs up a mouthful of dark blood. The impact of the crash leaves him completely winded against the trunk. Slumping down, he is silent for a brief second, trying to process the sheer scale of the power gap. He grits his teeth, realizing he momentarily blacked out. His left arm is screaming in pain. Is it broken? He looks down at his severely damaged arm. Surviving a hit from an A-rank boss is solely thanks to the sticks. Long live the river sticks. But there is no time to celebrate as Cerberus lunges again. He barely leaps out of the way. He is in deep trouble. If he takes even one more direct hit, surviving this encounter will be completely impossible. This is a desperate struggle, but a veteran hunter always knows how to find a way out in the worst scenarios. Right now, his best option is to run. Making up his mind, he quickly turns on his heels and flees. If it was not already injured, he would have been torn to shreds by now. He should thank those mountain barbarians. Just beyond that fence lies the boundary line. Reaching it means survival. Getting caught before that means instant death. Cerberus relentlessly chases him through the pitch-black forest. Vikir pushes his broken body to its absolute limits. Where is it? It has to be around here. Reaching the designated spot, he spots it. Yes, there it is. Just a little further, just a little more. The beast is right on his heels, breathing down his neck. Now, planting his foot, he performs a backflip, narrowly dodging a lethal snap of the monster's jaws. But Cerberus is still insanely fast, closing in to bite his face off. Right at that moment, its paws land on a specific spot. The beast abruptly freezes mid-motion, while Vikir drops safely to the ground. He gasps heavily for air. He narrowly escaped death. Watching Cerberus howl in absolute agony, he silently whispers, "Welcome to the sword bed." Who would have thought the trap he laid out for the Hellhounds would end up catching Cerberus instead? Just like the Hellhounds, Cerberus is still a dog. The blood bean essence he smeared on the spears acts as perfect bait. Poison. Vikir stood up with confidence. You and I both know a high-level beast won't go down in one hit. With that, he hurled the wooden stick like a deadly spear. The massive burst of energy flew straight toward the frozen Cerberus. The beast's eyes glowed crimson as it howled in agonizing pain. Vikir stood there calmly, observing the monster's condition. He silently counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cerberus struggled violently in a bloody mess, growling with pure fury. It lunged toward Vikir, but he just kept counting. 5, 6, 7. The beast reached him, but its entire body was shaking. Suddenly, a dark fluid spewed from its mouth. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, allowing Vikir to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He looked down at the Cerberus, lying in its own pool of blood. Vikir muttered in amazement, noting it took exactly 7 steps. The legends were true. His modified wooden spear carried a poison so lethal that even a scratch made walking 7 steps impossible. The spear was coated in blood snake venom, which he luckily secured during his childhood. He sensed the fading energy of the beast. All 3 of its heads were officially dead, but carrying this massive carcass away was a problem, especially with such an obvious cause of death. The Guardian Knights would surely suspect him. But before they arrived, Vikir had a crucial task to complete, and he quickly made a plan. Since Cerberus was a gatekeeper monster protective of its territory, a dungeon had to be nearby. Dungeons were mysterious places. They were filled with legendary treasures or terrifying monsters, but this one was likely empty now that its guardian was dead. By masking his scent with the beast's blood, soil, and dry leaves, he could easily bypass any other monsters inside. He tracked the footprints and saliva trails to find the entrance. After rubbing the foul mixture all over himself, he set off. Vikir soon stood before a pitch-black cave entrance. Stick with me because this is where the real journey begins. Stepping inside cautiously, he recalled discovering this place 10 years after his regression, though back then it was completely empty. But now things were different. Beneath the heavy stench of rot, he could clearly smell the rich, untouched flow of mana. No one had set foot in here yet. Staring into the deep, pitch-black abyss, he realized no light could ever reach the bottom. It was far deeper than he remembered. Excitement flared in his eyes, and his crimson pupils glowed in the dark. He marched forward with absolute confidence, eager to see what legendary treasures were waiting for him inside. As he walked, he noticed rich veins of ruby glowing along the walls. This place was practically overflowing with raw gems. The cave likely connected to Red Fang Mountain, a branch of the Mount Leo range. Suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead. Vikir stopped in his tracks, surprised. That mysterious glow had to be coming from the heart of the dungeon. Shielding his eyes from the glare, he stepped into a massive chamber and found a giant glowing ruby floating in the center. Approaching the brilliant light, he theorized that the artifact was absorbing nearby mana and channeling it directly into the ruby. But as he got closer, something else caught his eye. Right there in the shadows sat a grim discovery. A decayed skeleton sat slumped against the wall. Vikir wondered if someone had actually breached this dungeon before him. Examining the bones, he noticed deep slash marks as if the person had been brutally attacked. The dried blood was ancient. They had been dead for years. Nearby, he found a dusty journal entry that read, "My name no longer matters now. You can call me Cain. There is no reason to stain this clean parchment with my real disgraced name." Reading this, Vikir recognized the distinct formal prose. It was a writing style unique to the Baskerville clan. It had been passed down for generations. Was this dead explorer actually a lost member of his own family? The journal continued, "I am writing this warning so that future explorers do not repeat my tragic mistakes. Our family legends spoke of this ancient dungeon, and my older brother Abel was the one who stumbled upon it. We launched countless expeditions, slaying hordes of beasts until we finally reached this chamber and its ultimate puzzle. But that riddle completely stumped us. It trapped my brother and me in this room for 3 long years." Vikir was stunned. 3 years. Their obsession with the treasure must have been insane. He looked around for the puzzle. It had to be here. His eyes locked onto the giant glowing ruby where a cryptic riddle was engraved. What enters as one becomes two inside and can only leave when it is one again. The journal entry continued. With our limited wisdom, we agonized over the riddle for years, eventually reaching the exact same dark conclusion. We were twins. In our mother's womb, we were once a single entity. But birth split us into 2. The riddle meant only one of us was allowed to leave this place alive with the ultimate treasure. And so, after a brutal, desperate battle to the death, I murdered my own flesh and blood. Now only one of us remains in this room, but absolutely nothing has changed. The exit is still sealed. We are one now, but did I still get nothing? I killed my own brother. I actually killed him. I killed him, driven by endless regret. He chose to leave. If anyone is brave enough to reach this place, let me tell you this. Leave immediately. This cursed place only drives people completely mad. With greed, there is nothing to find in this demonic cave. Finishing the letter, Vikir began analyzing the tragic words. Essentially, the writer claimed there was absolutely no reward even after surviving all the trials to reach this spot. But Vikir was not a twin. Yet the riddle remained exactly the same, meaning Cain and Abel had solved it completely wrong. The riddle asked what enters as one becomes 2 inside and can only leave when it is 1 again. What could that possibly mean? Vikir knew that an uncleared dungeon simply does not exist. There had to be an answer. Scanning the area once more, Vikir noticed a strange detail on the mangled skeleton. Looking closer, something felt off. Looking at the heavily deformed bones, Vikir muttered in realization, "No way." So that is what it was. Looking at the massive ruby, he realized Cain and Abel were just tragic victims of their own circumstances as twins. They were trapped by their own duality, unable to solve the riddle. The key was the bright light from the ruby. The true answer was the dungeon itself. Entering a person is one with the darkness of the pitch-black tunnel. But the moment they reach this chamber, the bright ruby casts a shadow, instantly splitting them into 2. To open the final area, darkness had to return. Without hesitation, Vikir smashed the giant ruby into pieces. The pieces scattered. He smiled, knowing the answer was his own shadow. Suddenly, the shattered ruby fragments began merging. A faint eerie light began to glow from the shards, casting a projection of movements right before his eyes. Vikir watched in pure excitement. Was this the legendary relic that drove those 2 brothers to slaughter each other? Could this be the legendary relic of the Devil's Den? Standing right before him was a mysterious glowing sword. An ominous, overwhelming energy radiated from the blade. Below ancient runes read, "Only those of Baskerville blood may draw it." Only a Baskerville could wield Beelzebub. In absolute shock, Vikir muttered, "This is really Beelzebub, the legendary demonic weapon." He recalled seeing this exact sword illustrated in a book of ancient myths during his very first life. The demon of gluttony, Beelzebub. Ancient myths spoke of 7 archdemons who once brought ruin to the entire world. These entities represented 7 great calamities, matching the 7 deadly sins. To halt their destruction, 7 great leaders rose. Each of the 7 patriarchs fought one of these high demons. Back then, the Baskerville clan faced none other than the gluttonous fly demon Beelzebub. Following their victory, Beelzebub's remains were sealed deep within Baskerville territory. The massive demonic energy leaking from the seal was what constantly drew hordes of dangerous monsters to their lands. At least that was the story, though nobody actually believed it. But the ancient legend was entirely true. In his past life, this magic sword fell into enemy hands, slaughtering countless human soldiers on the battlefield. Vikir stepped forward, gripping the hilt tightly. In this lifetime, he would never let that tragic history repeat itself. The weapon belonged to him now. But the moment his hand touched the hilt, an overwhelming shockwave erupted. He stared in shock as a terrifying dark aura enveloped his hand. Suddenly, the skin on his hand split. A bizarre demonic eye opened on his flesh, morphing into strange runes. Then another violent surge of energy exploded. A razor-sharp blade sprouted directly from his arm, completely fusing with his flesh. A true parasitic devil weapon. It was a weapon born from the remnants of an archdemon. Wielding Beelzebub was far beyond his wildest expectations. Vikir couldn't help but wonder how powerful he would become in this life. He couldn't wait for the future. Looking around, there was nothing left to scavenge. But as he prepared to leave, his expression suddenly turned grim. The surrounding air warped and his strength instantly vanished, forcing him to his knees. What was happening to him? A dizzying, insatiable hunger consumed him. Staring at his mutated hand, he realized the parasitic blade demanded a feast. Clutching his hollow stomach, he stumbled out of the dungeon, still reeling from the intense, overwhelming physical shock. The sheer violent hunger felt as if it was tearing his stomach apart. Suddenly, a sweet scent caught his nose. The demonic weapon on his arm reacted, pulling him forward toward a specific direction with a mind of its own. "Are you saying there's food over there?" he muttered, spotting the massive corpse of the three-headed hellhound he had slain. The blade immediately stabbed deep into the beast's carcass, eagerly draining its blood. Finally, the agonizing hunger began to fade. The demonic blood flowing into Beelzebub finally satisfied his stomach. The ancient weapon had clearly been starving for centuries. These withered trees and barren ground were all victims of Beelzebub's ravenous hunger. Just how much would Vikir have to feed this parasitic blade to satisfy it? After a while, the gluttonous demonic sword finally retracted its sucking proboscis. That was when a sudden system notification popped up before his eyes. A flashing screen materialized. Beelzebub's hunger skills slot 1 held the blood of a Cerberus graded B+. Slot 2 empty. Slot 3 empty. Vikir was stunned. This was Beelzebub's unique skill, hunger. It was rumored that this ability allowed the user to copy their opponent's skills as their own. It could absorb infinite skills while completely erasing the victims from existence. Still, Vikir figured there had to be a slot limit since he was using a corpse. The Cerberus blood skill was quite vicious, ensuring even the smallest scratch on a foe would trigger a massive, horrific loss of blood. Vikir's mind quickly spun. If he could harvest this skill, it would be a massive asset. He paused, realizing the incredible potential of what lay ahead. He stared down intensely at the Cerberus corpse. Suddenly, the gluttonous demon sword Beelzebub manifested from his hand once more, with an overwhelming force. Sensing the wild surge of energy, Vikir panicked. He held his head, yelling, wait, you can't eat everything. It will be hard to explain. If the examiners find a completely mangled corpse, it will raise too many questions. But his plea was met with only loud slurping sounds. Unable to take the obnoxious feeding noises any longer, Vikir smacked the blade, telling it to stop. Immediately, new system notifications began to pop up. Acquired skills. Incinerate from Cerberus tier A+, and Hemorrhage from Hellhound tier B+. Rapid regeneration from Brown Rat tier F. Vikir blinked. It seemed the sword had also snacked on a stray brown rat nearby. Still, obtaining Incinerate from the Cerberus was a massive, unexpected jackpot. With these stolen skills, anyone caught in his attack would face a slow, agonizing death. It was a fate far worse than being burned alive. With his test specimen fully prepared, all Vikir had to do now was kick back and relax until the evaluation period officially came to an end. The young hounds of the Baskerville Clan eventually made their way back, wrapping up their intense practical exam. The final assessment was finally underway. As the review continued, the carcasses of the beasts brought back by the young candidates were appraised for weapons, armor, and prestigious trophies. But out of all the spoils presented on the tables, one particular monster's corpse completely shocked every single Baskerville elder present. The clan patriarch Hugo Les Baskerville broke into a cold sweat as he demanded confirmation. The spectacles-wearing butler calmly read out the official report. Young Master Vikir Van Baskerville, just 8 years old, ventured into the dangerous, unexplored sector and successfully hunted down an A-rank Cerberus. Hugo had to double-check to be absolutely sure of what he was hearing. Did they mean the legendary beast that had once troubled their elite guards? The butler quickly clarified, saying that the beast had already been severely weakened and poisoned by wild barbarian tribes before Vikir found it. Still, Hugo was highly skeptical. What kind of potent venom could actually bring down a massive Cerberus, and how did it even get poisoned? The butler shrugged, explaining that the hunting log was completely blank. When he pressed Vikir for details, the boy simply claimed fatigue and left. Hearing this, Hugo stroked his chin, thoroughly amused. The kid was incredibly clever. Keeping his secrets close to his chest was a smart move. After all, knowledge is power, and power dictates one's worth in this clan. The butler nodded, admitting his own sheer disbelief at the boy's talent. He found it shocking that such genius came from a collateral van line rather than the mindless or lops. But Hugo only chuckled deeply. The old butler was visibly confused. Hugo smiled and explained that unlike his predecessors, he didn't care about bloodline purity when raising his hounds. He couldn't care less about their pedigree. Whether they were born to high nobility or lowly commoners, it meant absolutely nothing to him. The only things that mattered were raw talent and cold determination. A noble pedigree could still yield weaklings and vice versa after all. He asked the butler if he understood. The old man nodded silently, wondering if the patriarch was thinking of his exiled second son. Apologizing for his brief distraction, the butler bowed. Hugo waved it off but requested something to cheer him up. He wanted to see Vikir. The butler quickly went to fetch the young boy. Meanwhile, Vikir stood outside with a calm, subtle smirk playing on his face. Upon entering, Vikir was met with a stern interrogation from Hugo, who demanded to know how an 8-year-old had brought down a Cerberus. Vikir didn't even flinch. He confidently explained that he fed the beast chocolate to kill it, leaving the legendary patriarch absolutely dumbfounded. Hugo stared in complete disbelief. Chocolate Vikir calmly explained that cocoa was highly toxic to canine-type monsters. It was a simple yet lethal trick. Hugo finally put the pieces together. So that was why the boy had requested cocoa beans from the treasury. Vikir simply nodded in response. The butler watched them in absolute silence. No greetings, just cold transactional dialogue. Was this really how a father and son were supposed to talk? Hugo's gaze turned cold as he pressed further. He demanded to know why Vikir had refused to answer the butler's questions about the hunt. Vikir's reply was completely indifferent. He stated that the butler wasn't his master. When Hugo asked who was, Vikir looked him in the eye. He declared that as a Baskerville, the clan head was his only true master. Who else could it possibly be? Hugo's stern face cracked. A rare satisfied grin appeared on the patriarch's face. He praised the boy, gifting him the Cerberus corpse as a reward for his top performance. Furthermore, Hugo offered to grant him one single wish. Vikir's heart leaped. Clenching his fists, he realized his long-awaited moment had finally arrived. This was the absolute key to his entire plan. Without hesitation, Vikir looked straight at his father and boldly delivered his long-prepared request. He wished for entry into the library of 10,000 books. The sudden request left both Hugo and the butler completely frozen in absolute shock. All right, you and I are heading deep within the Baskerville Citadel, right into one of the Empire's largest libraries. The patriarch's gaze turns razor-sharp as he asks, the Library of Sacred Scriptures. Do you know only the patriarch, vice patriarch, and core members can enter? Vikir closes his eyes, acting completely helpless. If it's not allowed, then I'll back down. Internally, Vikir is already calculating his options, figuring he'll just have to sneak in later. But then the patriarch's sudden approval completely catches him off guard. With a surprisingly cheerful tone, Hugo tells him, in the deepest restricted zone, I want you to study the 6th form of Baskerville swordsmanship. Vikir can hardly believe his ears. The 6th form, his expression is filled with sheer shock. Did Hugo really just allow an illegitimate child to access that elite style? In their entire history, no illegitimate child bearing the name Van has ever studied past the 4th form. Still, Vikir tells himself to stay calm, it's only the 6th form. Right now, Hugo has reached the 7th form while in his past life, the patriarch could unleash the 9th. He will never forget the endless contempt he faced as an illegitimate child. In this life, he will surpass Hugo, having access to the sacred scriptures that hold the true essence of pure Baskerville. It was found late in his past life, penned by the first patriarch. Hugo, you who defeated the 7 plagues will hand that scripture over. Yes, Hugo Les Baskerville will be the one giving it to him. Meanwhile, Hugo leans forward with a dangerous, expectant look. I look forward to it. Good luck. Vikir bows deeply. Thank you, sir. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Internally, Vikir sneers. Hugo has no idea what he just handed over. Outside the massive doors, 2 stern guards stand watch. As Vikir steps into the corridor, he looks around in awe. The Library of Sacred Scriptures. It's his first time seeing it. Gently, his fingers brush against the legendary books. The legendary styles are all here, from Severing Gate Tooth and Shattered Devil Fang to the ultimate high-level piercing techniques. Every elite style he desperately wanted to master before his regression is right before his eyes. In this family, no matter how much mana an illegitimate child possesses, they are strictly forbidden from learning any sword style. Now you and I know this cruel policy ensures their sacrificial pawns never grow strong enough to threaten the true, destined to be hunting dogs cannot turn on their future masters. Soon, Vikir spots a book locked in heavy chains. There it is. Holding the key in his hand, he still finds it hard to believe his own luck. Hugo actually let him access a style belonging to the 9th Fang. Before his regression, this was an impossible dream. But he knows Hugo only allowed this because he thinks it's impossible for an 8-year-old kid to memorize something this advanced in a single day. Smirking, Vikir unlocks the chains and pulls the heavy manual out. Little does Hugo know, before his regression, Vikir studied the theories behind these sword fangs like an absolute madman. He mastered the first 4 fangs so thoroughly that he can already predict the principles of the 5th fang. He even understands the unlearned 5th fang. Back then, after establishing the 4th fang, he had to rupture his mana flow, which was why he could never execute that 5th level. But this time, Baskerville swordsmanship is categorized by the number of fangs displayed. 1 fang for level 1, 2 fangs for level 2. Its signature crimson aura blazes along the blade as the fangs manifest. But Vikir casually flips past the pages of the sixth form. He isn't here for the sixth fang today. He has a far greater, much more ambitious target in mind, an elite technique beyond anyone's imagination. As Vikir finally steps outside, the startled guards call out to him in surprise. "Are you leaving already, young master?" They politely offer to assist him, pointing out that the best manuals lie deeper inside. "If you forgot something, let us fetch it for you." But Vikir simply smiles and replies, "I am already finished." The guards are stunned. "Already? You still have time left to read." Vikir simply offers a calm, knowing smile. "I will just skim through a few minor texts before heading out. Don't mind me, return to your posts." He heads toward the stairs while the guards whisper, "There is nothing over there but piles of useless miscellaneous books. I would have stayed deep inside." Is he just too young to understand the value of the family's sacred manuals? Vikir overhears them and chuckles. Let them think what they want. They have absolutely no idea what is actually hidden in that neglected, dusty corner. Right there, disguised as worthless trash, lies the ultimate treasure waiting to be uncovered. Stepping into the dim, shadow-drenched corner, Vikir scans the shelves until he spots exactly what he came here for. With a quiet smirk, he pulls out a worn book titled The Hidden Fang. Excitement surges through him. This is definitely the one. It appears to be a basic manual on the first fang, a book even the lowest family members would ignore. Amusingly, that was because all the intact pages had been torn from the center of this manual. No wonder it was relegated to the lowest rank. Worthless, low-grade miscellaneous scriptures. But Vikir knew the true value of this manual, and his expression turned incredibly intense. He was absolutely thrilled. Before his regression, the hound squad he belonged to had discovered a strange relic lying on the border of the Red and Black Mountains. It was a swordsmanship fragment, a page torn directly from a secret book. A single page of a legendary sword manual handwritten by the Baskerville Clan. Sensing something suspicious about this discovery, Hugo had ordered his men to search every corner of the 10,000-year library to find the original copy. That manual was a legendary Baskerville guide known as Lurking Teeth, personally written by an ancient ancestor of the family. It detailed the secret method to reach the legendary 10th Fang. Absolutely consumed by the thought of achieving it, Hugo unleashed his loyal bloodhounds on a brutal hunt to track down the 6 missing pages. Knowing that those pages were heavily guarded by 7 other powerful families, Hugo nearly declared war on all of them, unleashing his pack of hounds to tear apart anyone who dared to resist. After sacrificing the lives of countless hounds, they finally retrieved and presented the lost pages to Hugo. But the grand reward for all their blood and sweat was utter betrayal. Back then, Hugo had roared with a crazed grin. Excellent. Meanwhile, Vikir gritted his teeth in fury, hissing, "What a truly foolish life that was." Thanks to that sacrifice, Hugo surpassed the 7th Fang, reaching the 9th using the blood and flesh of his hounds as mere stepping stones. But in this lifetime, that will never happen. The hound who had tracked down and offered those very pages was Vikir himself, and he still vividly remembered every bit of information on those missing pages. Yet the reason he couldn't surpass the 4th Fang was he had never laid hands on the scripture containing the original texts. Vikir quickly sat down to study the book and began reading. The first step of the 10th style is identical to the core essence of the first Fang. The moment one reveals their bloodlust while drawing the sword, tracing a precise arc with the blade, every strike ends at that very same limit. Having read this, he muttered, "No wonder the majority of people dismiss this manual as low-grade garbage filled with absolute nonsense." But when those missing pages are finally placed back where they belong, what once seemed like arrogant fabrication suddenly transforms into a puzzle with every stroke, painting a beautiful masterpiece. Before his regression, he had mastered the 4th Fang, placing him among the elite ranks of elite aura sword masters. Soon he would regain that same peak strength, but at the age of 15. Moonlight gently filtered through the window, but before he knew it, the morning sun was already rising. Vikir was still completely absorbed in studying the Lurking Teeth. Finally, he slammed the book shut and declared, "This is enough." Looking outside, he realized he had spent an entire day focused. Fortunately, he now knew the book so well he could easily recite it backward. Sensing no presence of the library guards nearby, Vikir quickly stood up and closed his eyes. He might not reach the legendary 10th Fang in this child's body, but he definitely reached the 5th Fang, which was completely impossible in his past life. Instantly, his mind entered another dimension. Before him, a massive illusion materialized. Vikir's hands glowed with raw power and his pupils flared with light. With a decisive strike, Vikir shattered the illusion, executing the first Fang of the Baskerville style. Immediately after, countless sword strikes erupted in succession. 2nd Fang, 3rd Fang, 4th Fang. The phantom body was instantly torn to shreds, leaving absolutely nothing behind. His eyes flashed with a mad fire. Before his regression, he had lived a miserable, servile life. Despite working endlessly to become a high-tier sword master, he had always been despised and treated with utter contempt. simply because he was never allowed to learn the proper family swordsmanship. The sole reason he couldn't reach the fifth Fang or beyond was his status as an illegitimate bastard. He would never live that kind of life again. Not ever again. Gritting his teeth, Vikir charged forward, striking the illusion. Suddenly, the phantom released a massive wave of energy. Suddenly, Hugo's terrifying face materialized in its place, yet Vikir continued to unleash strike after devastating strike. Instantly, the image shattered and blew apart. Emerging from the mental space, Vikir stood as a lingering aura of power surrounded him. Looking down at his hands while panting heavily, he realized that while it wasn't flawless, he could finally execute the fifth Fang. Vikir clenched his fists in pure excitement as a wave of warmth surged from within, leaving him deeply choked up. He could barely hold back tears of pure joy after successfully unlocking the fifth style. Looking around, he wondered if there was even a decent training sword nearby. Throughout the entire history, within the prestigious Baskerville Clan, the deadly fangs of this young hound were growing faster than ever before. And those very fangs were aiming straight for the throat of his own master. Moments later, Vikir looked down in his hands thinking. He had successfully manifested the fifth Fang. If he could boost his mana now, he would reach a monumental level of strength far beyond his past life. His mana was growing steadily, and with this new enlightenment, it would expand multidimensionally. With his liquid aura flowing, the ultimate sign of a sword master, Vikir had officially advanced from an elite high-class swordsman to a low-level sword master, a rank that took him 30 years to reach in his past life, now achieved at just 8 years old. Becoming a sword master was a whole different league. With his aura now completely liquefied, his power density skyrocketed, allowing him to manipulate his energy with zero restrictions. On top of that, he now possessed ultimate swordsmanship, far superior to what he used before his regression. This style wouldn't just stop at the fifth form. It could easily reach the 10th Fang, holding limitless potential. While his previous technique, Fang Strike, offered quick growth, it severely limited his future growth potential. But Hidden Fangs, it was the ultimate style, perfectly balancing offense and defense with absolutely no limits. By fully focusing on mastering this supreme art, there was no doubt that Vikir could eventually go up against an intermediate sword master. He'd have a 100% success rate in assassination and 50% in head-on combat. But how much of this power should he show to Hugo? He couldn't reveal too much, but showing too little wouldn't work either. He needed to offer just enough bait to secure maximum benefits from the patriarch. Scheming, Vikir placed the Hidden Fangs manual right on the windowsill. Catching the bright sunlight, he used a magnifying glass to focus the intense heat and burn it, wearing a devilish, villain-like smirk as the manual quickly went up in flames. His calculations were perfect. With this, the chance for Hugo and his hounds to ever reach the 10th Fang was gone forever. Except, of course, for Vikir himself. Just then, 2 guards rushed inside, sniffing the air. What is that smell? Young Master Vikir, what did you do? Vikir sheepishly scratched his head, acting guilty. Sorry, I accidentally burned this book by leaving my magnifying glass on it. I will report this to the butler, if necessary. The guards immediately broke into a cold sweat, saying, Oh dear young master, you don't need to feel guilty about this at all. It is our fault for not paying closer attention to you. Besides, luckily it was only one book that got destroyed. Vikir stepped forward with a calm smile. True, but aren't the knights currently incredibly busy with the conflict against the Morg clan over the ruby veins? You guys shouldn't have to waste your precious time on such minor incidents, right? So let us just pretend this never happened. Hearing this, the 2 relieved guards grinned. If the young master is willing to overlook this, then Vikir walked toward the stairs, turning back to say, Let's keep this our little secret. I know you are both incredibly busy, so apologies for taking up your time. They both saluted in unison. Young Master Vikir is such a kind person, right? Absolutely. He even cares about the feelings of low-ranking servants like us. What a respectable young master. Little did they know. Vikir was wearing a sinister smirk, thrilled to have easily fooled them. Later, inside the Patriarch's chamber, Vikir stood before Hugo. The Patriarch asked, Well, did you find any enlightenment in there? Vikir confidently answered, Just a little, father. Hugo stroked his beard, highly amused. Oh, and what exactly did you feel inside the library? Vikir stroked his chin, acting thoughtful. Well, something warm and sharp, but also flowing softly like waves. I think it felt like that. Instantly, both men froze in absolute shock. The butler gasped. Could that actually be aura, the definitive proof that someone has entered the realm of true swordsmanship? Even the most hardworking geniuses would need to be at least 15 years old to reach the low-level expert swordsman stage. Hugo stared in disbelief, his mind racing with serious thoughts. What am I even thinking? He is only 8 years old, Hugo then asked. Can you show your father what you felt? Vikir put on an innocent, childlike smile. Of course, father. Cut to the training grounds outside, where other children gathered to watch with mixed expressions. Standing in the center, Vikir confidently held dual swords. The butler asked with concern, "Lord Patriarch, is this test really safe for the young master?" Hugo, looking highly expectant, replied, "I only brought a monster suitable for him." "A monster?" the butler gasped. Hugo nodded, "Yes, and I starved it, to make it much more aggressive and sensitive." Right then, a massive D-rank monster was dragged out looking incredibly ferocious and completely muzzled. The onlookers gasped in utter shock. An orc, isn't that a bit too much for an 8-year-old child to face? Normal swordsmen have to be at least 15 years old to even stand a chance. If anything goes wrong, the protective knights will definitely step in. Up on the balcony, Hugo looked down with sharp eyes. With a simple wave of a hand, the handler immediately begins unlocking the orc's heavy chains. The muzzle comes off, and its wild eyes glow with fury as the beast flexes, unleashing its raw power. Vikir Van Baskerville locks in as the orc charges, his sharp gaze fixed on his target. He patiently waits for the perfect opening. The second the beast swings its massive arm, Vikir Van Baskerville delivers a clean, decisive slash across its hand. The spectators outside gasp in utter shock at his movement. Blood sprays wildly from the orc's arm, sending the monster into a sudden panic. As the beast looks down, Vikir Van Baskerville's eyes flash with intent as he presses his attack, landing a heavy strike directly on the orc's leg. Instantly, the massive creature collapses to the ground, howling in agony with no chance to fight back. Vikir Van Baskerville calmly observes its state, calculating. He wonders if the beast is shocked by its own bleeding. Even its rare hyper-regeneration skill fails to activate in this moment. There is absolutely no way a rank C monster can stand against a rank B+ beast like Hemor's own Hellhound. Just then, a sudden notification flashes from Vikir Van Baskerville's arm. Second place, Hemor's with the rank B+ Hellhound. Gasps of absolute disbelief echo through the stands. Can an 8-year-old boy really accomplish something so insane with a body that small? He has not even touched his mana yet. How is this possible? Hugo is left completely speechless as Vikir Van Baskerville looks up with a sharp gaze. Vikir Van Baskerville knows his father is doubting his progress in the library, so he decides it is time to show him exactly what he wants. In an instant, Hugo's pupils shrink as he witnesses the unbelievable. Standing beside him, the butler completely loses his composure and gasps. He mutters that it is the legendary Aura Blade. Down below, Vikir Van Baskerville begins releasing an eerie blood-red surge of absolute power. The orc finally recovers from the shock of its bleeding. It starts snarling and rising to its feet, but Vikir Van Baskerville gives it no time. Before it can resist, Vikir Van Baskerville's crimson power surges forward like a tidal wave. In a mere split second, the orc's head is cleanly severed. Vikir Van Baskerville's icy gaze follows his blade. Hugo is utterly shocked, once again his hand gripping the armrest as Vikir Van Baskerville's energy grows even stronger. Adjusting his glasses, the butler speaks up, identifying the energy as the aura of a low-tier expert swordsman. He congratulates the Lord, declaring that the greatest genius of this generation has finally appeared. Hugo remains frozen in complete awe. He asks if the butler truly believes that. The butler assures him that no other family in the Empire holds such a genius. Hugo suddenly cuts him off, telling Butler to look closely because something is very wrong with that dead orc. Butler John Barrymore apologizes, noting that although the orc's special ability is rapid regeneration, this one never stopped bleeding. Hugo stubbornly insists the boy only won because the monster was already weakened. John Barrymore sighs, wishing his master could just be honest and happy. Just then, Vikir Van Baskerville looks up towards his father and calls out, asking if there is a stronger beast than this orc. He asks with an innocent, bright smile. Let's remember, a rank C orc stands over 2 meters tall and roams the lower lands of Mount Lo Eleno. With their humanoid builds and basic brains, they are classified as a subhuman species boasting incredible physical power but very low intellect. They breed rapidly and live in tribal villages, making their threat level just as dangerous as any savage barbarian clan. But Vikir Van Baskerville keeps pushing, asking his father if there is anything stronger. His bold request makes the onlookers turn to each other in shock. Meanwhile, Vikir Van Baskerville calculates in his mind. He realizes it is best to only show a calculated portion of his true power. If things go well, his achievements will be recognized, allowing him to finally distance himself from Hugo and secure a transfer. Perhaps he will be sent to the borderlands or even enrolled in the academy. Hearing this, Hugo cracks an excited, sinister smile. He laughs, noting that the rare orc they brought from the absolute edges of the continent is not enough to satisfy his son's appetite. Vikir Van Baskerville's request makes perfect sense. At his age, the boy needs real brutal combat experience to grow. With that, Hugo barks an order. He asks John Barrymore about the specimen they captured during their recent barbarian campaign. The butler quickly recalls the beast. He confirms they have one left, though it is extremely hostile and hungry. Hugo immediately orders them to bring it out. Soon the terrifying beast is dragged into the arena, turning the other boys pale. but Vikir Van Baskerville just stares up in amusement. It is a massive troll wrapped in heavy iron chains, glaring down at him with immense fury and grunting in sheer frustration. Looking up at the spectator stand, Vikir Van Baskerville politely asks his father if he can begin the battle immediately. Hugo eagerly agrees and gives the green light. Instantly, the troll is released from its heavy chains, charging straight at Vikir Van Baskerville. Vikir Van Baskerville dashes forward to meet the beast head-on. The troll swings a massive fist, slamming it into the ground with explosive force. The entire arena shakes, but Vikir Van Baskerville easily dodges the blow, moving swiftly around the giant beast with a calm but focused expression. The troll spins around, desperately trying to locate Vikir Van Baskerville. Spectators watch in suspense, wondering why he is not striking. They shout that he missed a clear opening. But up on the balcony, Hugo smiles, praising the boy's smart tactical decision. He knows trolls possess insane legendary levels of regeneration. Without a single fatal strike, any attack is just a waste of energy. This means hunting a troll requires absolute strategy over raw power. The giant beast continues its relentless search for its target. Right now, the beast frantically searches for Vikir, launching relentless attacks. Up in the stands, the boys whisper in disbelief, pointing out how flawlessly he dodges. He avoids every blow by a hair. Is he trying to corner the crow? How can an 8-year-old possess such tactical judgment? So this is a true genius. Down below, Vikir continues to dodge while calmly analyzing his opponent. This beast is quite slow, so there is no pressure at all. He feels no real pressure. But he has to put on a good show. Defeating a crow would be effortless if he revealed his true strength. However, exposing his true power would only invite unnecessary trouble. He needs to eliminate the beast in the most natural way possible. The perfect strategy is using the crow's own momentum against it during the next strike. Having completed his mental calculations, Vikir prepares to move. Vikir delivers a decisive strike, sending the massive crow crashing down. The beast howls in agony, clutching its bleeding wound as the crowd erupts. The crowd gasps. The crow is wounded, but it will easily regenerate unless it is hit with a fatal one-shot blow right away. Just as expected, there is no way to slay a crow using only the first fang of Baskerville's swordsmanship. Still, for an 8-year-old to achieve this is incredibly impressive. Standing near the beast, Vikir quietly reflects on his next move. Baskerville's first fang indeed cannot pierce the creature's thick hide. If he activates the continuous bleeding effect of the magic sword Beelzebub, it would die. But relying on Beelzebub's poison would make this battle completely meaningless. High up, Patriarch Hugo suddenly calls out, telling him to stop immediately. Continuing any further is far too dangerous. Yet Vikir boldly interrupts his father, claiming that he is on the verge of success. Vikir argues that a little more combat will spark a breakthrough. If the next strike fails to bring it down, he promises to withdraw. Hugo is momentarily taken aback before giving his consent to proceed. Enraged, the crow's eyes turn blood red as it locks onto Vikir. Brimming with pure hatred, the beast charges. In response, Vikir raises his blade, unleashing a sudden, fierce wave of dark energy. How much of his true strength should he reveal? The answer is simple. He wants everyone to witness a mid-combat breakthrough. A faked awakening that explains his sudden growth. Slashed again, the crow shrieks in agony, its massive jaws hanging open in pain. Its eyes distort in shock. Standing at the center of an ominous aura, Vikir looks up, eager to see Hugo's impending reaction. The sheer shock on the Patriarch's face will be priceless. Now the beast's massive body can no longer withstand his overwhelming pressure. Vikir does not show any mercy, continuing his relentless onslaught. Fresh torrents of blood spray everywhere, mixing with his swirling dark aura. The head butler Barrymore stares in absolute horror at this impossible spectacle. Even the young prodigies watch with wide, trembling eyes. In the Iron-Blooded Baskerville Clan, every swordsman follows a rigid timeline. Achieving mana control usually happens around 15. That is when young hounds typically master the first fang of Baskerville. But today, history is being completely rewritten. For the first time in family history, an 8-year-old boy has manifested what normally takes until age 18. The legendary second fang. A truly extraordinary monster has been born. Having successfully finished off the beast, Vikir innocently scratches his head. He lets out a silly laugh, acting like a normal kid. Patriarch Hugo is left utterly paralyzed, unable to believe his eyes. He silently screams in absolute disbelief, questioning what just happened. Below him, the massive crow lies completely motionless on the arena floor. A week swiftly passes by finding Vikir in the family dining hall. He sits disconsolately staring at his plate, muttering about the food. He simply cannot stomach this terrible Baskerville stew, no matter how many times he eats it. He then looks around the room. He notices the other children actively avoiding eye contact. They have been keeping their distance ever since that fateful duel. In a household where power dictates respect, this isolation is completely normal. Still, recalling Hugo's dumbfounded expression brings him deep satisfaction. The Patriarch was so shell-shocked he turned into stone. He did not even hear Barrymore calling out to him repeatedly. The butler had to announce twice that young Master Vikir had retired to his chambers. Meanwhile, Vikir reviews his progression. The power he chose to reveal was the second fang, which perfectly matches a mid-tier expert, but his hidden strength is far greater. His actual baseline is the fifth fang, putting him at the level of a low-tier sword master. If he factors in his extra abilities, combined with the unique traits he absorbed from the beast, he easily surpasses a standard high-tier graduator swordsman. Suddenly, a system notification flashes on his arm, confirming the super recovery slot. He closes his eyes in mild exasperation. Gaining Beelzebub's blessing has made him constantly ravenous. Suddenly, the notorious Baskerville triplets creep up from behind him. Glaring up, he wonders what these pests want now. He stands coldly, asking if he went too easy on them last time. They frantically wave their hands, explaining that they just wanted to praise his epic battle against Cerberus and the Crow. They thought he looked incredibly cool. The sudden compliment catches Vikir completely off guard, making him spit his food everywhere. The triplets instantly panic, checking if he is alright. Shaking with annoyance, Vikir wonders what kind of scheme they are running. Are they playing some double agent game or just planning a trick? He clenches his fists, holding back immense irritation. Their sudden friendliness is giving him goosebumps. He contemplates punching them first and asking questions later. Just then, the butler approaches. Coming up from behind, a voice calls out young Master Vikir. Vikir gasps in shock. "Be butler," more as the old man adjusts his glasses with a serious expression. "Young master, you need to meet the patriarch immediately." Cut to the scene outside on the road, where a luxurious carriage caravan is arriving, carrying a flag with a sacred crest. Meanwhile, Hugo sits, with crossed arms and a stern face. The man sitting opposite him speaks first. "Long time no see, Lord." Hugo still looks exactly the same, doesn't he? This is the Morg clan Vice Patriarch Adolf Morg. "I hope this year's joint training goes smoothly, without any major issues." Hugo calmly replies that these joint training sessions rarely end without some sort of incident anyway. "Isn't that right, Adolf?" Morg immediately fires back. "Last year, didn't both of our families have people severely injured? If that is not a problem, then what is?" Hearing this, Hugo scowls. A minor scratch is considered a severe injury. It seems the children of the Morg family tend to exaggerate. Adolf Morg refuses to back down and retorts, "Well, perhaps that is because our Morg family is a highly prestigious and elegant clan. Two massive forces are invisibly clashing here. The prestigious magic family, the Morgs, versus the elite swordsman family, the Baskervilles. Originally, these two powerhouse clans were not always this hostile toward each other. There was once a wise man who said magic and swordsmanship are forces that complement each other. This was decreed by the Emperor 2 generations ago. Under the Emperor's orders, the Baskerville Clan and the Morg clan initiated joint training sessions. Only children aged 8 to 15 were allowed to participate, and back then, the annual event started with a very friendly atmosphere. But eventually, a territorial dispute broke out between Baskerville and the Morg family over the ownership rights of a ruby mine. Since then, the relationship between the two patriarchs soured. Yet, because of the Emperor's strict command, their joint training had to continue. This is why, instead of the Morg patriarch, his younger brother started, meeting the Baskervilles as the representing vice patriarch. Back in the carriage, Adolf Morg smiles faintly and speaks up. "Ah, that is right. I heard there is a rising star in the Baskerville clan. A once-in-a-century genius from your family will be a great blessing for the Empire." Hugo grins smugly, saying this is not something you should concern yourself with. Adolf sees this and frowns in annoyance, thinking this viper-like bastard actually reacts when his own child is praised. That is incredibly rare. Then he turns back, happily continuing. "We can actually call this a double blessing, you know. A genius has also appeared in our Morg family. Come in, Camas, and greet them." Right then, a young girl opens the door. Confident footsteps echo as she walks into the room. Hugo narrows his eyes to observe the red-haired girl, sits down beside them, and Adolf Morg introduces her. "This is my sister's daughter, Camas. My dear, you should greet the patriarch, shouldn't you?" Camas remains quiet, staring straight ahead, before suddenly asking with an angry face, "Sir, are you the thief who stole our family's ruby mine? Please give it back to us immediately." "Yes, that ruby mine indeed." As she demands it, Camas holds out her hand, leaving Hugo absolutely stunned. Then his eyes flash with pure killing intent. Thief! Adolf Morg breaks into a cold sweat, stammering. "What on earth is this kid saying?" Camas casually responds, "But that is what you told me, uncle. You said that despicable bearded man over there stole our ruby mine just like a common thief." Adolf feels completely doomed, stammering, "When did I say that?" But Camas continues inside the carriage right before we got off. "Exactly 1 hour and 42 minutes ago." Hugo grinds his teeth in anger, repeating, "A despicable bearded man who is like a thief." Adolf Morg tries to defuse the situation, clearing his throat. It seems there is a minor misunderstanding here. Hugo calms down, brushing his hair back. What does an ignorant child even know? There is no need to make excuses for your teachings of the Morg clan to me. But the stubborn Camus yells out once again, give me back my ruby. I cannot even conduct my research because of the lack of rubies. Adolf panics, shouting her name. Hugo completely loses his composure and his eyes glow. That is enough. It seems the prestigious Morg family fails to teach basic manners to their own descendants. Adolf quickly shields Camus, raising his hand in defense. What are you saying to a child? Is the Empire's sword saint really going to bully? A mere 8-year-old Hugo's face darkens with rage. But just as the tension peaks, a calm voice echoes from the doorway. I guess the Morg family does not teach their children not to covet things belonging to others, right? Right after that, Vikir pushes open the door, breaking the heavy silence. Butler, more steps in, announcing, Master, I have brought young Master Vikir as requested. Adolf Morg sneaks a glance, wondering to himself, is that boy really the rising star of the Baskerville family? But then, he gasps, realizing Camus is no longer by his side. She stands right in front of Vikir, demanding arrogantly, what did you say, Adolf? Panics, desperately calling out her name. Meanwhile, Vikir stares at her in complete shock. Camus, no way, is it really her? She, glare. What is with that filthy look on your face? Vikir stands completely stunned, staring at the future queen of the Morg clan. Camus de Morg as a child. Even among the countless elite mages of her prestigious magic family, she was already hailed as a genius among geniuses. At her absolute peak, she conquered all the monsters and barbarians of Mount Eleno entirely on her own. The brutal stories of how she burned and turned them to blood and ashes spread far and wide across the land. Not to mention, her stunning looks completely captivated high society, letting her manipulate the royal family to the point of being known as the Shadow Ruler. But that is a story for the distant future. Right now, she is just an 8-year-old kid. And right now, 8-year-old Camus is still throwing a tantrum. Why on earth is the ruby mine yours? That is ours. Vikir, however, calmly fires back. You came all this way just to make a scene like a spoiled child. Hearing this, the two adults, waiting inside, are absolutely stunned. Camus is practically bursting with rage. Did you just say I am throwing a tantrum? Vikir only sneers. Indeed, you are making a massive scene right now. Infuriated, she confidently unleashes her powerful magical aura. Let me explain why the ruby mine belongs to the Morg family in a way your brain-dead head can actually comprehend. Vikir stands calmly in front of her, flashing a mocking smile. Sounds like fun, show me. A moment later, a massive, detailed ice model of the territory suddenly manifests inside the room. Everyone looks on in absolute shock as Camus stands proudly with hands on her hips. I will explain this simply, so even an idiot like you gets it. Vikir just looks utterly bored. An ice model. And here, I thought we were actually going to fight. Camus points down at a miniature tunnel and starts lecturing. First, the border between Morg and Baskerville is a joint security zone. You obviously know this mine produces premium rubies, right? The main issue is that the physical entrance of this ruby mine is located entirely on the surface of the Morg family territory. Meanwhile, the actual rich underground vein lies deep inside Baskerville territory, the Baskerville side versus the Morg side. Rubies. As you can see, this structure makes it impossible for the Baskervilles to mine them alone. This basically means all the rubies should rightfully belong to us, the Morg family. Yet, your house stubbornly claims that we are trespassing onto your territory. You keep disrupting our mining operations and even rejected our lease proposal. Adolf Morg proudly glances at his rival and praises her. Oh, my brilliant niece sure knows how to speak. Vikir calmly counters her point. It is true that rubies are highly valued as magical materials and we have no real use. Is normally used as a magic material, and indeed, Baskerville does not actually need to use all those mined rubies. Camus smirks with folded arms. See, but Vikir, with a freezing glare, fires back, but leasing our land. The biggest tragedy for you guys is that absolutely no one in Baskerville is foolish enough to rent out territory for cheap pocket change. Furious, she demands, what? You literally just admitted that House Baskerville has zero interest in the rubies themselves. He flatly replies, exactly. We only care about our sovereign territory. That is precisely why we warned you not to trespass. Besides, the ones throwing a fit because they cannot get those precious rubies are you guys, am I wrong? Clenching her teeth in sheer anger, Camus points to another spot on the ice model and raises her voice. Fine, let me show you exactly why we have absolute rights over those rubies in a much clearer way. This side is your family's land and this side is mine. She then thrusts her hand straight through the ice model, reaching over to his side. Now whose hand is this? Vikir darkens his expression and asks, are you asking whose hand it is? When your hand crosses over into our private territory, he suddenly grabs her small wrist and coldly answers, obviously it belongs to me now. Caught completely off guard, Camus blushes intensely, her entire body flinching in pure shock as she stammers. Wait, whoa, what are you talking about? Why would I belong to you? You are such an idiot. But Vikir immediately shuts her down. Who said anything about you belonging to me? Kama's completely flustered freezes and looks up. Vikir reaches down and draws a dagger. Adolph Morg and Butler Barrymore gasp in absolute horror at his sudden actions. Vikir grips the sharp blade. With a terrifyingly demonic expression on his face, I said your hand belongs to me. Camus looks utterly terrified. What Hugo has been silently observing this entire confrontation from the side. Vikir firmly lifts her hand in front of her panicked face. I will be taking your hand now. Camus closes, her eyes bursting into tears and screaming, Kaya. Uncle, please save me. Adolph Morg instantly teleports right behind Vikir, roaring in anger, you foolish brat, get away from my niece. Vikir calmly lets go of her hand. Camus clings tightly to her uncle, crying out in absolute terror that he was going to chop her hand off. Adolph Morg glares at Hugo and demands an explanation. Marquis Baskerville, what is the meaning of this? Hugo turns to Vikir and gives a stern warning. That is enough, joking my son. Vikir casually touches the sharp tip of the knife and says, my bad, I am just so used to playing around like this at home. He easily bends the tip. Adolph Morg is furious again. A toy dagger. What kind of toys do you let children play with? Vikir bows politely, admitting his fault, saying he only wanted to tease him a little. He never expected the boy would cry and asks for forgiveness, adding that Baskerville children naturally play with such things from a very young age. The morgue leader is completely baffled, wondering how anyone could call this a joke. Meanwhile, Hugo casually steps in to defuse the situation. Hugo says it is just kids messing around, asking if the chief is overreacting. Left with no choice, the frustrated leader can only grit his teeth. Hugo shifts the topic to the valuable ruby mine, knowing the chief will want to discuss business, suggesting they let the kids handle their own issues. Crying and covered in tears, Camus still talks tough, warning Vikir that she is never going to let this go and he better watch out. Vikir responds to her empty threat with a chilling smile. Soon the friendly spar between Baskerville and Morg begins, gathering kids from both clans. Youngsters aged 8 to 15 gather to showcase their skills, while the 8-year-olds compete in mana theory and sensing others prepare for real combat. Most eyes are glued to the intense battles of the 15-year-olds, specifically zeroing in on one highly anticipated matchup. This year, the crowd focuses on the showdown between the legendary magic clan Morg and the Iron-Blooded Sword House Baskerville. Representing them are Camus de Morg and Vikir Van Baskerville. At Morg's request, these two prodigies will fight under realistic combat rules. The starting bell finally rings out, echoing through the arena. Standing directly across from Vikir, Camus stares him down with absolute confidence. She confidently warns him to prepare himself, declaring that she will not hold back once she starts casting her spells. Immediately, she begins weaving a massive magic circle. As Camus chants her incantations aloud, the spectators watch in complete and utter shock. People gasp, wondering if she is actually using quad-casting magic. Standing amid overwhelming mana, she completely shatters all expectations for her age. Casting 4 spells simultaneously is an incredible feat, proving to everyone present why she is hailed as the legendary Magic Clan's ultimate prodigy. Adolph Morg smugly strokes his beard, glancing over at Hugo's serious expression. Down on the field, Camus unleashes 3 elements at once. She fires water, fire, and lightning spells directly at her opponent. However, Vikir uses his incredible agility to easily dodge the onslaught. Slipping past her elemental magic, he charges forward to counterattack, casually telling her that she is putting on way too much of a show. He suggests she would be much more effective, concentrating her power into a single spell, but Camus remains stubbornly confident in her abilities. She snaps back, asking why she should listen to an idiot who knows nothing about magic. She then conjures a solid wall of sand between them. But Vikir effortlessly shatters the barrier with a single powerful kick. Mocking her words, he asks if he really seems like an idiot to her. He teases that her harsh words hurt his feelings. Camus stands frozen in shock, unable to believe how easily he broke through her defense. She wonders if this is the legendary Baskerville strength forged in the river Styx, realizing she was far too careless. She braces for impact. Closing her eyes, she waits for his strike. When nothing happens, she opens them to find Vikir standing right there, winding up his finger. The moment she looks up, Vikir releases a devastating forehead flick. The impact is so absurdly strong that it sends her flying backward. Adolph Morg watches in utter disbelief, shouting in shock. Down on the ground, Camus furiously rubs her forehead, glaring up at him. She screams, asking if he is holding back because she is a girl, swearing she will make him pay for this humiliation. Vikir calmly points to his own forehead, chuckling as he mentions she already has a massive bump. He suggests they end the fight right now. He wants to finish this before someone gets hurt, but Camus refuses to back down, summoning 2 layers of sand walls instead. She laughs triumphantly, daring him to try breaking through double the defense. Vikir simply watches her, completely baffled by her logic. He mutters that he could easily just walk around the barrier. Dropping his sword, he decides to play along with her little game. Unleashing another devastating kick, he easily smashes through both sand walls. He reaches out, placing his hand right in front of her face. With his eyes glowing intensely, he asks her a simple question, wanting to know whose hand just broke through her defensive walls. Before the confused girl can even process what is happening, Vikir winds up and delivers another brutal flick straight to her forehead. He declares that the hand belongs to the stronger fighter. As the sand crumbles, she collapses from the pain of his relentless attacks. The massive bump on her head is practically steaming. Clutching her forehead in absolute rage, she suddenly summons a violent wave of fire. She screams that she will kill him as the flames surge. Vikir sighs, helplessly amazed that she can still fight through such intense pain. He notes how stubborn kids are nowadays. Sure, he could easily end this in 1.5 seconds, but that would spark a massive war. Not knowing how to calm her down, he decides it is best to let someone else handle her quickly, shifting his attention to a nearby duel. A cocky swordsman nearby is mocking his opponent, boasting that he can easily slice through such pathetic, weak magical spells. Vikir watches them, noting that the foolish mage keeps spamming fire magic while the equally dim-witted swordsman just keeps hacking away at it. He realizes he can easily use these two fools to his advantage. Meanwhile, Camus screams in frustration, demanding to know why he keeps dodging. Calling him a coward, she charges straight at Vikir. At the exact same time, the foolish mage confidently unleashes another massive attack. Damn it, stop running and fight like a man. She charges straight at Vikir while the mage on their side confidently unleashes a massive spell. Take my fire magic. Block this if you can. Bring it on. Vikir calmly dodged while observing the other arena. Camus attacks. Nice, he suddenly called out. Camus de Morgue. Camus blurted out, ho. Vikir immediately leaped backward right toward the rushing flames. He smiled, warning her to quickly cast a defensive spell. Camus looked completely stunned and gasped in shock. What above the arena, the two adults were stunned by his calculation. Adolf Morg leapt up, screaming no. Meanwhile, down on the field, a massive explosion erupted, completely hiding everything in thick smoke. Everyone anxiously waited to see the final outcome. After the dust settled, the knights panicked, shouting, oh no, Lady Camus. Adolf also jumped up, screaming in sheer terror. Camus, deep in the smoke, she recognized her uncle's voice, but right now she was too worried to move. What was she supposed to do? Her barrier saved her from getting hurt, but that wildfire magic had completely torched her clothes. Now Camus was sitting there with only torn fabric left on her. Luckily, the smoke still hid her from everyone else. If the smoke cleared and everyone saw her like this, she would die of embarrassment. Squeezing her eyes shut, she felt helpless. Please, someone help me. Right then Vikir appeared. He casually tossed his own coat right over her, leaving her stunned. She gasped in surprise. Huh. Showing off his well-built toned physique, Vikir gave her a cold command, put this on. Camus quickly grabbed the coat, stammering, why are you protecting your opponent? Vikir naturally replied, well, should I take my coat back? Then she quickly protested, that is not what I meant, but you will be shirtless. Vikir simply replied with absolute calm, I do not care about things like that. Camus bit her lip, blushing hard as she wondered why this idiot was caring about her. But then she noticed something and panicked, screaming, hey, your hand is bleeding. Vikir immediately looked down at his hand. It was a minor scratch from Saint Estev's strike. That swordsman must have used some aura. Meanwhile, the knights were now rushing into the smoke to search. They saw Camus kneeling wrapped in Vikir's coat while Vikir stood there bare-chested. Adolf Morg's soul finally returned to his body and he cried out, she is safe, thank God. The onlookers nearby began whispering. Lady Morg is down, but the one bleeding is actually the Baskerville child. It is hard to say who the true winner is, but then everyone gasped at Vikir's physique. Holy crap, just look at his body. It is definitely the result of training in the sticks. Those well-defined muscles show how hard he has worked. And 8-year-old genius Adolf Morg quickly rushed down to shelter his niece. A bit later in the mansion's long hallway, Hugo walked side by side with Vikir. He asked, so how was the duel with the young lady of the Morg clan? Vikir calmly replied, it was quite interesting. I now understand the purpose of this event. Hugo then remarked, a match against a mage is completely different from fighting a swordsman. But tell me, why did you not finish her, Vikir? Explain, I felt a bit awkward fighting a young lady. Hugo lectured him, strictly lowering your guard in battle will only get you hurt. Let this injury be a lesson. Vikir was secretly surprised, turning back to look at his father. Was Hugo actually showing concern? In his younger days, Vikir never saw this side. To him, Hugo was always cold and irritable. He was notoriously ruthless and violent. People rumored his terrible personality was due to losing his wife and eldest daughter. Either way, it was none of Vikir's business. Hugo quickly changed the subject, asking what should we do with our ruby mine. Vikir calmly replied, I think we should abandon it. Hugo raised an eyebrow in surprise, give up control of the ruby mine. Why do you say that Vikir explained the primary goal of the Baskerville clan is to build a massive territory? Our ruby mine lies downstream of the Black Blood Mountains where savage monsters and barbarians pose a constant threat to us. If we cleverly manipulate the Morg clan into taking it over, we can easily minimize our casualties while developing that land. Hearing his son's words, Hugo laughed in delight. Exactly. Once the Morg family takes over the ruby mine, they will be forced to station their forces there. All we have to do is drive the monsters and barbarians right toward them, killing two birds with one stone. A greedy smile crept across Hugo's face. Those rubies will be stained with enemy blood. Once that happens, the Morg clan will regret encroaching on our territory. Your strategy aligns with mine by 90%. Hugo patted Vikir's head proudly. Meanwhile, Vikir thought coldly, of course our plans match. This was your original strategy anyway. He recalled his past life knowing he was the one destined to lead those barbarian and monster attacks against them. Still, Vikir cautioned, even so we should remain careful around the morgues. Hugo waved his hand confidently, no need. I have already planted my eyes and ears all over. Suddenly, Adolf Morg appeared with Camus standing shyly right beside him. Adolf spoke up, there you are, Patriarch. May we have a brief chat before I make my departure back home? Meanwhile, Camus' cheeks flushed red as she stole a glance at Vikir. Later inside the study room, Hugo asked him. Do you have something to say? Hugo asked. Vice Patriarch Adolf Morg, now looking much calmer, replied, actually, there is one thing I must discuss with you. We've been thinking about how to settle this ruby mine issue in peace. A simple usage fee might be the perfect way to solve it. Hugo found that absolutely baffling. What? A fee for stepping onto my own territory? Adolf Morg quickly cut to the chase. What do you think about a marriage alliance? Camus glanced at Vikir, while Hugo remained completely baffled. Exactly. An engagement between House Morg and House Baskerville, Adolf confirmed. Hugo raised an eyebrow. Who do you have in mind? Adolf patted his niece's head with a grin. What do you say to a match between Baskerville's eldest son and Morg's eldest daughter? My niece here is an absolute genius. She has both stunning looks and supreme intellect. She lacks nothing at all. I am absolutely sure. She'll be a perfect match for House Baskerville's finest prodigy. But Hugo scoffed. My eldest son is already 25. Don't you think the age gap is a little too wide? Adolf chuckled. Come on, 17 years difference is nothing. Out of nowhere, Camus suddenly blurted out to everyone, I won't accept a husband who is weaker than my own mother. Adolf quickly whispered, Camus, if you want someone stronger than your mother, you're going to remain single for the rest of your life. She turned away with a pout. That's my condition. Besides, I hate huge age gaps. I want someone my age or maybe even younger. Hugo's face darkened as he growled, listen here, brat. This is a marriage proposal, not a buffet where you get to pick and choose. Camus puffed out her chest confidently. I know that, and I'm not playing around. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed as she sneaked a glance sideways. Both Adolf and Hugo turned to follow her gaze, completely stunned. Wait, what? Vikir could only look back, thoroughly confused by their reaction. Adolf broke into a cold sweat, frantically leaning down to whisper in her ear. No way, Camus, you cannot be serious about him. That boy is just the Patriarch's illegitimate son. No matter what happens, he will only ever be a small fish in a massive pond. Hugo overheard every single word, his face turning pitch black. This old mage was seriously testing his patience now, but he quickly composed himself. Besides, marriage is a serious matter, Hugo stated calmly. The decision ultimately rests on the children themselves. Vikir, what do you think? Camus stared at Vikir, her face flushed with a mixture of shyness and hope. Vikir remained silent for a long moment, deep in thought. Finally, he looked up and spoke clearly. I accept. Those two words left both Adolf and Camus standing there with their jaws on the floor. Adolf broke into another cold sweat, cursing silently. What is this little brat thinking? He gritted his teeth, completely furious. How dare an illegitimate child act so smug in front of the sole direct descendant of the main Morg line? The sheer audacity of this kid. Meanwhile, Camus was blushing endlessly, her heart racing. Wait, does this mean he actually likes me? Is he just the shy type? Hugo calmly waved his hand to ease the tension. In House Baskerville, direct and collateral bloodlines mean absolutely nothing to us. Sometimes the main line produces failures while the branch lines breed geniuses. Adolf quickly turned to Hugo, thoroughly surprised. You seem to highly value this boy Patriarch. Is he truly that gifted? Adolf then turned his gaze down to size Vikir up. Vikir met his gaze coldly, analyzing his opponent. Adolf Morg, the sixth-ranked elder of the entire Morg clan. He's a monstrously powerful figure among the magic-wielding elite known for their absolute mastery of the arcane arts. But above all, he was notoriously famous for absolutely spoiling his niece. Adolf leaned down close to Vikir's face. Listen closely, brat. Pure talent alone will never be enough to qualify as Camus' husband, he warned in a low, heavy voice. Adolf rested a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder, sizing him up. This marriage proposal is strictly clan business, not my personal choice. Personally, I don't see any Baskerville kid worthy of her. Still, why does this boy look so unbelievably mature? Adolf scoffed, narrowing his eyes at the silent boy. Why aren't you answering me? Are you even listening to me, kid? Vikir looked back with ice-cold eyes. I stopped listening because you explicitly said you weren't talking to me. Camus was utterly shocked by his sheer boldness. How could an 8-year-old stand up to a master mage like that? Hugo covered his mouth, barely suppressing a smirk. But instead of exploding in rage, Adolf burst into hearty, booming laughter. Lord Baskerville, do you mind if I have a little private chat with this boy? Hugo raised an eyebrow, totally unfazed. Is the great mage of the Empire really planning to interrogate an 8-year-old child? Oh ho, of course not, Adolf chuckled. He might be my future nephew-in-law after all. I asked this not as a morgue representative, but simply as a concerned uncle. Uncle, stop it, that's not what I meant, Camus protested, blushing. Adolf just chuckled, patting her shoulder. Patience, my dear. Sometimes a little test is absolutely necessary. Adolf then turned to Hugo. So, how do you answer Patriarch? Very well, Hugo shrugged. If you insist. Meanwhile, Vikir silently kept his eyes locked on the formidable mage. Soon, they all headed out to the training grounds. While Hugo and Camus watched closely, Adolf and Vikir stepped onto the stage. Adolf took his stance and smiled. Now, young Baskerville, let's test that talent of yours. Don't hold back. Everything you have. Vikir calmly replies that he understands. In his mind, he knows Adolf will lose if he goes all out. Adolf more confidently begins channeling his magic, declaring that he will give the young swordsman a slight handicap during this match. His power shapes the earth into a perfect jar. Camus gasps in shock, realizing his uncle is making a jar out of clay. It is just as expected of her uncle, a master of fire, earth, and water magic. The moment the jar is fully formed, it is instantly filled with water. Placing it on his head, he points and challenges Vikir to a duel with his handicap. If Vikir can make even a single drop spill, he wins. The young swordsman stares at the jar, calmly assessing his opponent. Adolf Morg is incredibly strong. Before regressing, Vikir could never have hoped to face a legendary mage of this caliber head-on. This is the perfect chance to test his legendary strength. He glances over at Hugo, keeping his true intentions completely hidden. He wonders what his chances of winning would be if he fought with the peak power he possessed before his regression. Adolf Morg gestures, confidently calling him out to attack. The legendary mage is ready to show off his superior skills. Vikir quickly calculates his odds. An assassination ambush gives him 50%, but a head-on clash drops it to 10%. There is no need to show his full strength. He only needs to perform well enough to satisfy the Patriarch Hugo. Now it is time to test a great mage. Vikir lunges forward, thrusting his sword with blinding speed, leaving Camus shocked. She warns him not to attack a mage head-on. But as Vikir slashes, Adolf Morg swiftly counters with his defense. He summons a water barrier, casually asking his niece why she is giving away tactical advice to the opponent. A magic barrier is the ultimate defense against a swordsman. It is nearly impossible to break without a high-tier aura. Vikir retreats to find another opening. Suddenly, Adolf Morg conjures dozens of massive fireballs, ready to launch his counterattack. The fireballs transform into blazing arrows raining down on Vikir. Camus yells in anger, calling her uncle way too harsh. She complains that he never used such powerful spells during their training. Adolf feels hurt by her sudden betrayal. Asking whose side she is on, the mage directs his petty jealousy at Vikir, vowing to make him pay. Hugo folds his arms, calmly analyzing the situation. The speed of the attack makes it almost impossible to dodge normally. He decides to watch what this young hound can do. Meanwhile, Vikir continues to carefully analyze the mage's skills. Though he regressed into a child's body, he still possesses all the deadly combat experience from his past life. He knows he can easily bait the mage into dropping his guard and could even end his life here. A flash of pure killer intent flickers in Vikir's eyes. In an instant, he charges forward with insane speed. He relentlessly rains down strikes on the barrier. Safe behind his defense, Adolf Morg laughs at the futile effort. He boasts that even 100 strikes from a normal sword could never hope to shatter his magic shield. But suddenly, a heavy, precise strike lands. Vikir pierces the defense, sending spiderweb cracks rapidly spreading across the barrier. Adolf Morg is stunned. He realizes the boy is striking the exact same microscopic spot with absolute mechanical precision. His focus and deadly swordsmanship are truly impressive. Yet the limits of a mundane weapon are about to show. Vikir's sword begins to fracture under the immense pressure. A second later, the blade snaps, completely in his hands. Adolf Morg chuckles, comparing the attempt to throwing an egg at a stone wall. He warns Vikir to calculate durability. While he appreciates the boy's sheer determination, he advises him to analyze his opponent's strength more carefully next time. He acknowledges Vikir's raw talent, but points out he is still far from worthy of marrying his precious niece. As the mage gloats, a cold stream of water suddenly begins to drip down his forehead from above. Vikir's broken blade has flown straight into the jar, cracking it wide open and letting the water escape. His smug expression completely freezes. In utter disbelief, he realizes a broken fragment of the sword shattered his jar. Vikir calmly asks if this is enough or if he needs to make the container leak even more water. His incredibly cool attitude makes Kama's eyes sparkle with admiration, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. She covers her mouth in pure disbelief. Even if it was a total fluke, he still defeated a legendary master. Hugo quietly observes her reaction and scoffs to himself. He knows there is no way this was a coincidence. A flying fragment perfectly striking the jar by accident, he notes Vikir's calm confidence with growing intrigue. Vikir Van Baskerville is proving to be a much more cunning hound than expected. 7 years pass in a flash. At the Baskerville family training camp, a massive, raging, two-horned magical beast suddenly appears, roaring fiercely. Below, the young trainees stand their ground with fierce determination as the monstrous beast charges at them. The cadets instantly spring into action, launching a fierce strike directly at the beast's horn. But it does absolutely nothing. Instead, it only enrages the monster, further sending several nearby trainees flying. Just then, an experienced instructor steps in. The veteran Baskerville instructor watches closely before shouting out, "If you are forced to fight an opponent stronger than you, the best strategy is to find a window and run. Do not get greedy trying to kill it. It is far more effective to target the back of their legs." Hearing this, the students immediately halt their reckless head-on attacks. That is when the arrogant Baskerville triplets charge forward, lining up with immense pride. Looking at them, the instructor is quietly impressed. As expected of young masters, highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow, their progress is remarkable. Their dark red aura is fully refined. Drool pours from the weakened Oxygibi beast as its strength rapidly declines. The other cadets quickly seize the opening to strike, unleashing a spray of fresh blood. The instructor claps to signal the end. "You all did an excellent job. With this, everyone has officially reached the elite swordsman level. Keep up this hard work, and you will fully master the Baskerville First Fang. Today marks the successful completion of your 7 years of grueling training. But remember, unlike this caged Oxygib, the wild ones roaming Mount Le Rouge et Le Noir are on a completely different level. They are far more deadly. Honestly, even I am not sure if I could survive them. I want every single one of you to engrave today's battle deep in your minds. This beast is nothing compared to the terrors you will face on your upcoming journey. Death is always much closer than you think, but with your incredible talent and burning passion, you will surely overcome these hardships. Gain experience, utilize everything you have, and focus on surviving at all costs." The instructor then raises his hand in a solemn salute, declaring, "I officially congratulate you all on your successful graduation. I wish you the best of luck in the battles to come." The newly graduated cadets solemnly return the salute. Afterward, a group of cadets sit down together, eagerly chatting. "Hey, which of the Night Orders are you planning to join?" "I have 3 choices. First is Doberman, second is Pitbull, and my third choice is Rottweiler." Another cadet speaks up. "Then our paths are going to diverge. I want to join the legendary Wolfhound Knights. You know Baskerville has 7 main duties assigned to its knights. Each duty is designed to temper our minds. Right now, the missions we can take are investigation, protection, assassination, subjugation, or direct combat." Just then, another cadet warily glances behind them and whispers, asking, "Where do you think he will go?" The other cadet sighs, expressing his complete bewilderment. "Isn't it obvious?" He points toward Vikir Van Baskerville. Vikir is currently sitting completely alone atop a massive Oxygibi carcass, looking down coldly. Below him, the graduating cadets stare up in absolute awe, whispering, "He easily took down a beast even larger than ours. I bet he is a high-level elite swordsman. I even heard he mastered the third tooth that puts him on par with the elite hounds of the clan." Meanwhile, Vikir frowns in thought. This took much longer than he anticipated. Although he is secretly at the 5th tooth and intermediate swordmaster, it took him 7 long years to rise from low level to intermediate. He has already surpassed his pre-regression level in swordsmanship, but to him this growth still feels slow. Suddenly, while he is lost in thought, Butler Barrymore approaches and respectfully calls out to the young master. Vikir glances down. Barrymore quickly delivers the news that the Patriarch is summoning him as his future deployment has been decided. The butler smiles warmly, suggesting it is highly favorable news. Vikir remains silent for a brief moment before quietly nodding. Shortly after, inside a grand and solemn hall, Vikir stands before the Patriarch Hugo, delivering a respectful greeting. Hugo, whose face now shows visible signs of aging, grunts a brief reply, keeping his sharp eyes locked onto Vikir. Though slightly puzzled by the intense gaze, Vikir maintains direct eye contact. He then boldly asks about the fresh scar on Hugo's nose. Hugo touches the scar, a look of grim annoyance passing over his face. "During a clash with barbarians at Mount Le Rouge et Le Noir, a sniper hit me." Vikir asks if the assassin was captured, but Hugo shakes his head. No, but I managed to leave a permanent mark on that savage. Anyway, congratulations on successfully completing your training, Vikir. Vikir offers his thanks, but Hugo warns him that the real challenge begins now. Knowing this, Vikir remains deep in thought. The Patriarch is talking about his upcoming deployment. In his past life around this time, he had joined the Pitbull Knight Order as an apprentice, getting sent straight to Mount Le Rouge et Le Noir for 21 months. Facing endless life and death situations like a piece of discarded meat, he was thrown straight into brutal real combat. He knows the children of Baskerville are divided into either the elite class or expendable mercenaries once they reach 15 years old. While the mercenaries are left to die in battle, the pampered elites are taught politics and the art of governance. Once those surviving mercenaries accumulate enough combat experience, they are forced to serve and support the ruling elites. Elite family members usually thrive in politics and governance, but the true bridge that closes the gap between them is the Baskerville Fifth Fang swordsmanship. It explains why his skills only reached the fourth Fang in his previous life. He knew Hugo would never let a genius child like him waste his incredible talents on some standard elite course. But while Vikir is busy speculating, Hugo suddenly speaks up saying, "Son, I want you to work on becoming a senator." This completely shocks Vikir. "A senator?" Vikir gasps. Hugo explains. "A senator handles both the administration and legislation within the borders of Baskerville, keeping things fair while attracting businesses to work here. To put it simply, you will be in charge of all our clan's affairs, big and small." Vikir is utterly stunned. Is Hugo really letting a genius child like him become a mere desk-bound elite? Meanwhile, Hugo keeps smiling warmly, telling Vikir that his current achievements will easily put him at the forefront of geniuses for at least a decade, right? That is why I am offering you a fitting position. You will serve as the deputy magistrate of Underdog City, a place for the weak. Currently, both the magistrate and deputy magistrate positions are vacant. Do you accept this offer? Vikir calmly replies, saying he will do as requested. But before that, I have a request. Hugo is curious, asking what it is. Vikir bluntly mentions the dispute over the ruby mine with the Morgue family. Hugo frowns, wondering what Vikir wants with them since no reward was promised yet. "Are you asking for a reward?" Hugo asks. But Vikir's next words shock even Butler Barrymore. "He wants to borrow it." Vikir adds, "If this is too difficult, please disregard it." But Hugo quickly stamps the document. He says decisively, "It is not difficult. I trust you won't do anything foolish, son." His expression shows complete confidence. Vikir responds, "I won't do anything to disappoint you." But deep down, he feels a wave of disgust. No matter how many times he hears it, he can never get used to this bastard calling him his son. Hugo then grants him an allowance he never even dreamed of in his past life. He never expected things to go this way. Later, Vikir steps out with Butler Barrymore, who speaks first, calling him young master. Vikir looks over as Barrymore continues, "The Patriarch truly cherishes you, young master. He avoided sending you straight to the battlefield, even offering you a magistrate position instead. Isn't that the perfect path for a future ruler to take? I am absolutely certain he holds you in high regard." Vikir's face darkens as he steps forward. "Only if I actually manage to perform the deputy magistrate duties well. If he leverages his authority as deputy magistrate correctly, he can safely elevate his skills to a whole new level. He doesn't care about the actual administrative work. Nothing can erase the dark, painful memories of his past life. He still remembers the cold blade slicing through his neck on the execution platform. He will make Hugo feel that exact pain, just like he did to him." Vikir glares with pure hatred towards his father, Hugo, leaving Butler Barrymore standing in shock. Barrymore can only stand there frozen, watching his quiet rage. Meanwhile, in Baskerville's Underdog City, inside a mansion's courtyard, with a beautiful fountain, a bald and arrogant manager is bossing around the staff, pointing fingers and shouting orders. "Listen up. The new deputy magistrate arrives tomorrow. Clean every corner. He comes from the main castle, so pay special attention." The young servants nod fearfully. Once the boss leaves, one anxious worker asks his friend how the new boss will be. "I really hope he is someone with a lot of experience in business and trade." His coworker looks at him. "Wait, haven't you heard? Word is he is only 15 years old." The worker gasps in total shock. "What 15? What can we even expect from a 15-year-old kid? We are absolutely doomed." Right then, a stranger walks past them. The worker quickly grabs the boy's shoulder, demanding, "Hey, who is this kid? Did another staff member bring him in?" "This is a restricted area kid." But Vikir slowly turns around, fixing them with a terrifying glare. "Take your hand off me. Immediately." The two workers freeze suddenly, recognizing him and forcing an awkward smile. Welcome. You have arrived early." Deputy magistrate inwardly, they are screaming. Why did he show up a day early? Vikir points at them, speaking with a completely serious expression. "Hey, go prepare some fine wine and women right away." He walks inside, carrying his bag. "I need to throw a party." The servants can only stare in utter confusion. A party. Later, a massive banquet table loaded with food is set up and everyone is eating and drinking happily. Meanwhile, Chihuahua Baskerville, the grumpy office manager of Underdog City, watches this loud celebration unfold with pure annoyance. Looking through the window, he grumbles in utter disbelief. He can't believe the new deputy magistrate is doing this, hosting a wild drinking party on his very first day in office. What an absolute fool they chose to lead them. They barely survived the corrupt previous magistrate who got fired for taking bribes, and now they get a party animal. Inside his sacred office, Chihuahua couldn't hold back his fury, roaring. Just how massive of a bastard is that guy? Oh, absolutely. Go ahead, ruin everything. I bet this whole city gets destroyed before he even wakes up. But right then, Vikir suddenly materialized right behind him, eyes glowing like a demon. He asked if he was the manager, leaving Chihuahua panicking as he spun around. See console. Chihuahua's mind raced. When did this guy even arrive? Vikir, cool as ice, casually introduced himself. I am the newly appointed deputy consul Vikir Van Baskerville. Chihuahua stammered back, my name is Chihuahua Baskerville. Vikir stared right at him, slowly repeating the name. Chihuahua Baskerville. You don't have a middle name. Chihuahua froze completely, taken aback. Here we go again. See, no middle name means you're an outsider. Simply put, you're just an employee with zero actual blood relations. He thought, I can't believe every single bastard who comes here treats me like garbage just because of that. But while Chihuahua was fuming inside, Vikir suddenly slapped a hand onto his shoulder, smiled and said, I like it. Chihuahua was completely stunned. Huh. He stared at the deputy consul in complete confusion. What? Vikir just turned away, skimming through some papers, and said, I reviewed your profile before coming here. You're from this city, aren't you? Chihuahua nodded quickly. Yes, I was born and raised here. Vikir nodded. Which means you know the situation here better than anyone else. I know how hard you guys working in the field have it. I don't intend to interfere with your work, so I hope you'll keep doing an amazing job. Chihuahua stood there, his mind still spinning. Oh yes, sir. He wondered, what's going on? Is this some weird new way to harass me? Why is he even here after the banquet? Suddenly, Vikir slammed his book shut. There are no issues with federal law, but the judicial system has some weird gaps. Chihuahua's eyes went completely wide. Why, you read all of that already? In such a short time, Vikir replied with a serious face. The issue with these lowlifes is that a massive black market is operating freely and their economy rules over the law. We won't solve this by just shutting them down. We have to completely eliminate each core leader of these underground syndicates. As deputy consul, my role is to create and enforce laws. I must respect the rules already in place, but I am going to introduce a brand new regulation alongside the existing ones. Chihuahua was stunned, asking for clarification. A new law? Are you serious, sir? Vikir remained silent for a moment. It will completely drain the underground market in a week. But if I want to pass and enforce a new law, I need a solid reason. Chihuahua blinked in confusion. Why on earth do you need a reason when what they're doing is totally illegal? Vikir simply explained, I'm young, and technically a newcomer who only gets officially appointed tomorrow. To convince the higher-ups, I need to put on a show. His expression turned devilish. So I'm going to lay down some bait to attract the flies. Chihuahua broke out in cold sweat. Oh man, what kind of crazy plan is this kid cooking up? Cut to Underdog City's main district, Dog Smile Street. Crowds gather, whispering anxiously, while Vikir stands holding his sword right in front of the bulletin board. Chihuahua's men mutter, what's the deputy consul's plan? He's been standing there since dawn. How should I know? But look, a massive crowd has already gathered. Suddenly, Vikir speaks up with total authority. Listen up, I am your newly appointed deputy consul. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. He looks so young, cute. What can a kid like that even do? Vikir completely ignores the jeers and continues. I am sure you all have read the public announcements here. Even though the deputy consul has changed, the autonomous laws of the Baskerville Clan remain active. Specifically, Section 20 of the Baskerville Autonomous Constitution will stay as is. A few thugs scoff. Oh, sure they will. Those high and mighty nobles are always full of crap. Ha, I bet he'll waste all his time just lobbying to protect this territory. Chihuahua yells back furiously, you absolute fools, have you forgotten who is responsible for keeping you safe in this town? He comes directly from the Baskerville main castle. Do I need to put a sword to your throats to make you behave? But the crowd keeps tossing disrespectful remarks right at Vikir. Geez, if Chihuahua is talking, maybe we should stop. Honestly, it'd be better if Chihuahua were the deputy consul. How is a kid like that going to enforce any actual laws? Right then, Vikir grabs his wooden cane, cold-faced, and slowly raises it high. This sudden movement halts the chatter completely, as everyone watches in silence. The next second, Vikir slams the cane down with absolute monstrous force, sending shockwaves through the air. The ground shatters, leaving the citizens dead silent. Chihuahua and his subordinates stare in absolute shock, jaws hitting the pavement. Vikir lets go, leaving the cane deeply embedded in the earth. Cracks spread outward like a massive web. Vikir, Darkface declares, "By my authority as Deputy Consul, I hereby declare a brand new special decree. Under the special laws of Vikir, Article 1, Paragraph 1, anyone who pulls this stake out gets 100 million gold." Chihuahua and his officers. Everyone was completely stunned and confused after hearing that. The crowd stared at Vikir with strange looks, and then they all started whispering to one another. What, 100 million gold? The wooden stake stood firmly in the ground and a new law was declared. Vikir's Special Law, Article 1, Paragraph 1. Anyone who successfully pulls out this stake will immediately receive 100 million gold. The confused crowd muttered among themselves. Decreed by Deputy Magistrate Vikir Van Baskerville, 100 million gold was a massive fortune. That is 4 years of hard work for any normal person. Who would hand over that much gold for a wooden stick? Chihuahua, his subordinates stood there with their mouths wide open. Vikir kept his arms crossed confidently, shouting, "Is there really no one here? Nobody wants to claim this money, then I have no choice." Vikir's Special Law, Article 1, Paragraph 2. Whoever pulls out this stakeout will immediately receive 1 billion gold as decreed by Deputy Magistrate Vikir Van Baskerville. Anyone who pulls it up will receive 1 billion gold. Is there still absolutely nobody? Just then a mocking laugh echoed, catching Chihuahua's attention. An old man crossed his arms in annoyance and scoffed, "How ridiculous. Are you making a fool out of us?" The others quickly agreed, shouting, "Yeah, stop playing games and go home to sleep." 1 billion gold is not cheap chicken feed, but Vikir still stood there with absolute confidence. Chihuahua face-palmed in sheer embarrassment, muttering, "Why are we the ones who feel embarrassed here?" Just then, Vikir spoke up with a calm but heavy voice. "So you were saying no one will step forward?" Then, to everyone's absolute horror, a new decree was suddenly announced. Vikir's Special Law, Article 1, Paragraph 3. Whoever pulls this stake out will immediately receive 10 billion gold coins as decreed by Deputy Magistrate Vikir Van Baskerville. Vikir remained dead serious, declaring whoever pulls this out will be rewarded 10 billion gold. Then his gaze grew incredibly cold and dangerous. Still nobody. The crowd finally started to waver. What on earth is going on? Is he actually serious? Should I give it a shot? Are you crazy? Who knows what will happen to you? Just look at the sword on his hip. What if he executes you for being greedy? Besides, that stake is likely incredibly heavy. It even looks slightly more tilted than before. I am sure he has some hidden agenda, so we better stay far away from that thing. After waiting for a long while, Vikir spoke again. Still no one. Very well. That is when Chihuahua approached him and whispered, "Deputy Magistrate, that amount of gold in our city budget." Right at that moment, a tiny hand shot up. A petite blue-eyed girl with blonde hair carrying a basket of flowers asked brightly, "Can I give it a try?" A worried old man called out to her. "Hey kid, are you Judy, the flower girl? What do you think you are doing stepping up there?" Little Judy turned and replied, "My mother is sick, so I have to do something." The old man warned, "You are too naive. You will get executed if you step up now." The little girl just smiled innocently and replied, "Hee, if that happens, please help care for my mother." The old man and the crowd fell completely silent, unable to say another word. With that, little Judy walked right up to the stake. Facing Vikir, she grew so incredibly nervous that her nose started running. Is he really going to kill me? Since I will probably make a fool of myself, maybe he will at least give me a few coins. I just hope I can get enough to fill my basket. But Vikir pointed down with a very serious face and said, "Go ahead, try pulling it up." Little Judy bit her lip and gripped the wooden stake. Summoning all her strength, she lifted, and it actually started to budge. A second later, the stake was pulled out with absolute ease. The onlookers gasped in utter disbelief, thinking to themselves, "She did it. The little girl actually pulled it up. She really did it. The kid actually made it happen." Little Judy, now terrified, gasped, Why was it so easy to pull? This is impossible." Looking up at Vikir, she saw a terrifying murderous aura radiating from him. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, waiting. "I am going to be executed. Is it because I defied a noble? Is this an unforgivable sin? Or is it perhaps because I was way too greedy? If I die, who will take care of my mother? Mom, I am sorry." While little Judy trembled with fear, Vikir reached out and offered her a massive pouch. He knelt down gently, handing it over, and said, "Here is 10 million gold first." Both Judy and the entire crowd stared in complete shock. What Vikir turned to Chihuahua, snapped his fingers, and asked the little girl, "Where is your house? 10 billion gold is going to be incredibly heavy, so my guards will safely escort you back home with your prize." Then he gently patted Judy's head, looking down with a warm smile. This is the law, and the law must always be upheld. Chihuahua was completely speechless. The jaws of every single citizen in the crowd hit the floor in absolute shock and unison. Inside the pouch Judy received was indeed a treasure trove of gold coins. This was the perfect chance to make Vikir's special law widely known, more widely recognized than the Baskerville clan's own autonomy laws. If someone breaks the law, they will definitely be punished. But if they obey, they get rewarded. This simple rule was instantly engraved deep into the hearts of the citizens. Soon after, people began happily praising Vikir on the streets. Have you heard about the deputy magistrate? He is completely different from the rest. I heard Deputy Vikir always carries his sword. It is a matter of social order, ever since he decreed that special law. With Vikir in charge, illegal acts have plummeted and the crime rate has been cut in half. Right now, inside the office, Chihuahua Baskerville catches his breath and wipes away his sweat after hanging up a new sign. Vikir, sitting in his chair, asks, "Is that the identity of the East you wrote? It is truly excellent." Chihuahua Baskerville turns around and replies, "I don't consider this to be a trivial task at all. In my 20 years of service, I have never even touched it." He happily continues, "We cannot simply get angry at those who lack trust and look down on the law. I am brainstorming how to grab their attention and leave a powerful, lasting impression." Chihuahua Baskerville suddenly sniffles, wiping away tears of deep emotion, crying, "I, Chihuahua Baskerville, will follow you for the rest of my life. I now realize the hardships I faced before meeting the deputy consul were not in vain." Slightly flustered, Vikir tells him to calm down silently, realizing that these were all the exact same things Camus de Morgue did in her past life before becoming the Empress. The crime rate plummeted, but only because she coerced the politicians using brute force, which made her quite unpopular with the public. Meanwhile, Vikir spreads out a map and continues, talking. "The real challenge begins now. Since we gave away 10 billion gold, we must find a way to recover it right." He begins crossing off several locations. "These are the spots where illegal organizations hide. I will wipe out those syndicates and seize their dirty money." Chihuahua Baskerville stares at the map in absolute shock. "How do you know that, sir?" Vikir points to his nose, confidently declaring, "I can smell it." In his mind, though, he thinks, "Of course I know. That was the very place I investigated and raided like crazy before my regression." Chihuahua Baskerville is stunned, wondering to himself, just how far has he investigated? He is always on top of the situation. Just then, a frantic subordinate bursts through the door, yelling, "Deputy Consul, we receive an inquiry from the city's Autonomous Youth Council." Hearing this, Chihuahua Baskerville breaks into a cold sweat, muttering, "Just as I feared." Vikir crosses his arms, asking, "So those arrogant nobles in the council want to see me?" Chihuahua Baskerville turns around, looking extremely worried. The council consists of heirs from the Montblanc family, the Pierre family, the Louis Vuitton family, Chanel family, Ferragamo family, Hermes family, and Prada family. They are second and third generation heirs from the native families of Baskerville territory. Although it is named the Autonomous Youth Council, it is actually a highly influential social cartel. "Sir, it seems those young masters want to contest your special regulations." Hearing this, Vikir's face turns freezing cold as he calculates his next move. So the flies are starting to gather around the pile, are they?" His blunt words startle both subordinates. In sheer terror, Vikir curls his lips into a sinister smile, adding coldly, "Then shall we exterminate those filthy pests, gnawing away at the dignity of our city." Meanwhile, inside Underdog City's most luxurious hotel club, extravagance knows absolutely no bounds. Deep inside the venue lies a VVIP room costing 10 million gold for just 6 hours, where a wild party is underway. The guests are the 7 core members of the city's youth council. One of them pours expensive champagne down a glass tower to hype up the crowd, shouting, "Stack them up. Bring out everything you have. We are partying all night long." These are the heirs of the 7 native families of Baskerville territory. A blonde youth finishes pouring the drinks, raising his bottle in pure excitement, shouting, "And with that, our pyramid of Dom Perignon 666 is officially complete." The arrogant blonde youth looks down on the servants, telling them they can drink whatever spills onto the table. The servants eagerly lick up the spilled liquor, looking up with grateful smiles to say, "Thank you, young master. Thanks to your generosity, we can taste such a precious drink. We will serve you with all our hearts." The blonde youth slumps back into his chair, bragging, "No matter how much I spend, my wealth never seems to decrease." The heir sitting next to him chimes in, "It is all thanks to Baskerville that we can enjoy this luxury." Then, he raises his glass with a sinister grin, adding, "The slave trade is booming and capturing savages for labor is going incredibly smoothly. It is all because Baskerville only cares about expanding borders, and since there are no imperial eyes watching over us, this place is our absolute playground." Honestly, the clubs here are far more lavish than the ones in the capital city. The others laugh, chiming in, "Not to mention how Baskerville keeps us completely safe. Honestly, does this not basically make those Baskervilles our personal hunting dogs? At this, the blonde youth bursts into a loud mocking laugh. Baskerville is just a bunch of sword-obsessed fools. Just look at the Medrano family's fate. They do not even realize they fell right into our trap. Baskerville personally wiped out the Medrano family, the most loyal household of all, reducing the 8 native families down to 7, and all because they dared to stand in the way of our grand entertainment. Anyway, have you guys heard about the new deputy consul? Word on the street is he is just an illegitimate child. I think his name is Vikir. Have you ever heard of him before? Nope. First time hearing it. The blonde master. Rumor has it he is only 15 and he threw a massive party the second he arrived. He's got to be a complete fool. I bet we will get along great with this kid. Why do we not play a little prank on him to show him who is boss? We will host a wild party with the most expensive alcohol and tons of beautiful women and then leave him with the bill. Another guy quickly agreed, saying sounds like a plan. After all, how much money could a 15-year-old official possibly have? I bet he won't even dare to report this back to his family because he is terrified of getting scolded. And after that we can just tell him it was all a joke. Once we pay him back, he will never dare to disobey us again. But right at that moment, a waiter walked in leading a group of gorgeous hot girls saying, "Gentlemen, the ladies have arrived." But wait, why is she here? You still had the nerve to show up. After everything we did to her, throw her out. She's a total buzzkill. Sit over here. Suddenly, one of the wealthy brats spotted someone standing right next to them and gasped in shock. Huh, who is this guy? Did someone call for a male waiter? Vikir was standing right there. The sweating waiter anxiously asked, "Wait, is he not your acquaintance?" The noble annoyedly snapped back, "I have no idea who he is." Hearing that, the waiter immediately grabbed Vikir by his hair. I did not even realize how strange it was because he walked in so boldly. "Hey kid, where do you think you are right now?" Vikir's eyes flared with intense bloodlust. The crowd watched in shock as the waiter suddenly looked down, completely and utterly dazed. Staring at his brutally broken, twisted arm, a few seconds passed before the searing pain finally registered and he let out a horrific scream. Vikir calmly walked toward the wealthy brats, completely terrifying the one who had just spoken. What on earth? Vikir glared down at them. Vikir coldly introduced himself to them. "Vikir Van Baskerville is my name." Hearing this, the young noble was left completely stunned. "Vikir, you mean the deputy consul? Why are you here?" Vikir casually replied, "Well, you were the ones who called for me." The blonde noble waved his hands with a strained laugh, his arrogance completely gone. "Ah, deputy consul, you really do work incredibly fast. I did not expect you to show up here so suddenly." Afterward, they turned to each other and began to whisper, "Should we give the newbie some basic training? Yeah, let us make him pay the bar tab. We will drag him over to join us. We will force him to pay." But right then, Vikir lost all patience and slammed his hand onto the table, cutting them off. "Cut this garbage talk right now." Instantly, the champagne towers shattered completely, the red wine spilling everywhere like streams of blood. They stared in horror, and the blonde, completely ignoring the wine splashing on his face internally, cried out in disbelief. Did he just shatter the champagne tower using mana resonance? Just by touching the table, that means he is already at a master level. Vikir stood there, his eyes glowing with an intense, suffocating aura of pure death. The brat sitting next to him began to panic. "Damn it, I thought you said he was just some 15-year-old kid." The blonde snapped, "You are a mid-tier expert swordsman. Do something. Do something." But that guy just yelled back, "Shut up. If I try to fight him, I would not even survive for a single second." Vikir then tapped the shoulder of the guy closest to him, instantly scaring the absolute life out of him. "Ah." With a pale, trembling face, he stammered, "I swear we will pay for the drinks ourselves." Vikir leaned in, looking like an absolute demon. "Of course you should pay for the alcohol you drank. Did you honestly expect me to clean up after your little party? Did you expect me to clean up after you?" The noble thought in absolute terror, "Damn it, I accidentally let our real plan slip." Immediately, the rest of them scrambled to deny their original plan, stammering out, "Who on earth would ever do something so incredibly cheap? We would never dare do that to a Baskerville. We were only trying to test your capability as our new deputy consul." The blonde noble offered a strained, polite smile, saying, "As you know, Underdog City is currently in quite a bit of decline. We needed to see if you would easily succumb to temptation." The guy next to him quickly agreed, "Yes, absolutely right. You are worthy of leading us. We will follow you," Vikir coldly replied. "A master is allowed to test his dog whenever he wants." With that, he suddenly delivered a brutal, crushing kick straight into the nearest guy. Vikir then dug his fingers deep into his stomach, slamming them into the guy's gut. He continued, "But the reverse is never true. Under no circumstances does a dog ever test its master." The noble shrieked in agonizing pain as Vikir looked down on him like a demon. "It seems you people have forgotten what fear feels like. Just because you have some money and a little power, that is because you have never faced true terror." The remaining nobles watched in horror, staring helplessly at Vikir's ruthless violence. He then slammed the noble to the floor, leaving his hand covered in a thick splash of blood. Vikir crushed the man's face beneath his boot before turning back to the terrified crowd. Do you know why he ended up with this fate? If you still do not understand, then you all deserve the exact same brutal fate. The blonde noble desperately cried out. I think I understand why Vikir ground his boot down even harder, casually asking, oh really, if you know then you need a proper lesson, saying that he applied even more pressure, causing a pool of blood to spray out. Vikir steps on them. The rich young masters grit their teeth in anger, leaping back up. You bastard, you think you can escape this? Vikir instantly appears right in front of one of them with a cold grin. See, you didn't even notice. Kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, and absolute disrespect to the Baskerville family. They have committed far too many filthy crimes. You cannot tame wild beasts without first teaching them a harsh lesson. Vikir decisively strikes the first noble down. Blood splatters across his face as he delivers an eerie, chilling declaration. It is time to punish these filthy, fearless beasts. Sometime later, the scene shifts inside a dark dungeon. Vikir and Chihuahua have arrived. Chihuahua grits his teeth, looking into the cells. Suddenly, a badly beaten prisoner grabs the iron bars and slurs his words. Hey, you dog, you think you can run away? The noble is so battered that his speech is heavily slurred. He is basically saying, hey dog, you think you can escape? It is the blonde noble venting his fury. He screeches, I will report this to my father, I will tell my father everything. Just you wait until I get out, just you wait. I am going to kill you and I will never ever forgive you. Let me go, free me. Chihuahua looks at the battered, bloody mess of noble heirs inside the cells, completely shocked. Oh goodness, what on earth were you thinking, young master? Why did you beat them to a pulp? Vikir calmly stands by. He coldly asks, do you think I went a bit too far? Chihuahua frantically replies, of course, you should have been gentler. Look, you turned them into literal meat sacks. Vikir remains silent for a moment before saying, do not panic, I have barely started. This leaves Chihuahua absolutely speechless. Wait, what? Vikir steps closer to the bars, looking at the corrupt noble heirs. Local governors once wanted to stop corruption and improve the slums, but now these heirs are so corrupted they even target Baskerville. They are actively coveting the Baskerville family's authority. Just look at how they struggle. It proves they still have not learned. By sunset, Vikir promises to personally execute every single one of these beasts and clean up everyone else involved. Hearing this ruthless purging plan, Chihuahua gasps in sheer terror, asking, my lord, you cannot be serious right now. Vikir replies with a cold smile. Finally realizing the true horror before them, the captive noble heirs desperately begin to plead. I am so sorry, please spare me. I will give you absolutely everything I own, just please do not kill me. I will give you everything, just please do not kill me. Cruel hands reach through the bars, begging for survival. Chihuahua looks at them deeply worried. Will the powerful noble families behind these heirs simply sit back and do nothing? They are usually cautious, but they can become incredibly bold when pushed. They will withdraw their support from Vikir's businesses. They will seek revenge one way or another. But Vikir turns back, displaying total and absolute confidence. Do not worry. Their families cannot complain because these trash are deeply tied to low-life criminal organizations in the underworld. Chihuahua asks another pressing question, but do we actually have any hard evidence of their crimes? Vikir reassures him that he has his own ways, silently calculating. If he cannot find any evidence, he can easily fabricate it. After all, he does not care about the consequences. A chaotic era is fast approaching, and he must prepare for it. Surviving the future battles is his top priority. Even if that fails, he still has his admission to the academy. He looks back into the cell with a terrifying cold gaze. Now let me read out your long list of crimes. Tears stream down their terrified faces as Vikir cold-bloodedly lists their sins: kidnapping, illegal human trafficking, and slavery. They also engaged in bribery, extortion, and the brutal assassination of government officials. The blonde heir desperately tries to object. I didn't do any of those things. If you can actually show me proof, then I will accept punishment. The noble heir screeches, begging for evidence. Vikir gazes back, his eyes narrowing into a cold, terrifying glare. So you will accept your fate only if I show you the proof. His eyes glow like a demonic beast. You talk as if you are guilty, but only confident because there is no paper trail. The blonde freezes, utterly speechless. He stammers, unable to form words. Vikir observes him quietly. It seems the boy wants to protect his family's reputation. He is willing to choose death over bringing shame to his household. Suddenly, a thin, gaunt figure approaches from behind. Deputy Consul Vikir turns around, pleased. You are finally here. Chihuahua looks on in surprise. The mysterious man carries a massive sack. He is gaunt and completely bald, greeting Vikir with a respectful bow. I have successfully completed your task, my lord. Vikir nods approvingly. Excellent timing. You have done well. The bald man chuckles and empties the heavy sack. Out spills a terrifying assortment of blood-stained, rusty torture devices. Just looking at them makes one feel the phantom pain. The man smiles proudly. I have done this for 30 years. But these new toys are a first even for me. How did you design such incredibly fascinating instruments, young master? Is that so? Vikir picked up a sharp, jagged instrument, replying with chilling excitement, I didn't invent these. They were actually quite common where I used to live. The man joked nervously, asking if he had lived in hell. Vikir simply played along with a dark smile. Something like that. Want me to teach you a few tricks? The man broke into a cold sweat immediately, declining. I think I will pass, sir. Just watching you handle those tools makes me sick to my stomach. Vikir just looked down at the blood-drenched torture devices, feeling a wave of deep nostalgia. In his eyes, with these wicked instruments of pain, even the most stubborn political prisoners would easily spill their military secrets in that brutal era of destruction. These terrifying torture methods had been highly refined during the endless wars against the demons. Vikir slowly removed his outer coat as if prepping for a relaxing interrogation. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the blonde guy screamed out in pure terror. Good lord. Vikir turned to the terrified prisoners. So what happens if none of you decide to talk? He slowly rolled up his sleeves, flashing a downright demonic grin. Actually, please keep quiet. That way I can enjoy these sweet nostalgic memories. Cold tears streamed down the faces of those spoiled brats in absolute horror. Word spread fast, all 7 highborn criminals had been captured. This dramatic arrest was the only thing anyone in Underdog City could talk about. Out on the streets, the common folk gathered in excitement to gossip. Hey, aren't those the same scumbags who treated us like dirt? Knowing the deputy magistrate's strict personality, they won't be getting out anytime soon. But they are heirs of massive noble houses. I bet they'll just get public humiliation before being quietly released. Wait, under the law, their heinous crimes demand the death penalty. But there is absolutely no way the deputy magistrate would execute heirs of the 7 great houses. You idiot, do you really not know what our new deputy is capable of? This is the man who literally spent 10 billion gold just to pull out a wooden post. Still, many found it hard to believe Vikir would pull the trigger. The blowback from executing them would be cataclysmic. My money is on them surviving. The entire city was in a frenzy over this high-stakes power struggle between the new deputy and the local clans. This war would only end when those arrogant families finally bowed. And just as expected, the powerful local houses, including the Prada clan, sent some minor insulting apology gifts to the deputy. The local elites simply assumed that their spoiled children would be granted bail only to face a mild scolding from their respective patriarchs. At least that was the peaceful resolution that everyone in the city expected to happen. Until suddenly, 7 severed heads were brutally displayed right in the middle of the city square. The crowd gasped in horror at the salted heads. Their faces were twisted in agonizing torment, showing the sheer pain they suffered before their final breath. Signs hung beneath each head detailing their horrific crimes and the corresponding death penalty under Baskerville Clan law. Article 10. Outlawed illegal adult establishments, with the punishment being facial tattooing. Since they violated this law, they had the word pervert tattooed right across their faces. Another Baskerville law prohibited illegal gambling, which carried the brutal penalty of hand amputation. Calculated by the number of their violations, they were subjected to repeated amputations. Over time, their hands were chopped a staggering 72 times. According to another Baskerville law against illegal usury, the penalty was facial tattooing as well. Since they caused immense damage to their victims, they were prosecuted to the absolute maximum extent of the law. Finally, the Baskerville law against illegal lobbying carried the penalty of exile. But since the criminals were already dead, their headless bodies were simply thrown out over the city walls. The citizens of Underdog City couldn't help but shudder at the terrifying sight. Meanwhile, Vikir remained completely unfazed by the horrific execution, calmly stating that these laws were simple, common sense. However, because the offenders were prominent local nobles, the laws had to be bent just a little. After receiving this bloody declaration of war, those local clans would definitely start plotting their revenge. Once the conflict erupted, it would only end when one side was completely wiped out, inevitably turning Underdog City into an absolute bloodbath. Chihuahua turned pale as his sheet, terrified by Vikir's ruthless determination. But Vikir just looked back and smiled. You better prepare yourself, Manager Chihuahua. You're going to play a key role in our next move. Chihuahua pointed a trembling finger at himself, stammering in shock. What? Sometime later, he was wearing a ridiculous mask that barely hid his face. Standing anxiously in the crowd, he whispered to the figure behind him, Mr. Deputy. Is this really your plan? Vikir, now disguised with flowing long hair, replied with a smug smirk. Don't you trust me, Chihuahua? Chihuahua quickly shook his head. No, of course not, sir. Yet he bit his lip, deeply worried. He glanced back at a massive box being pushed by 2 attendants. All around them, wealthy nobles in extravagant masks were dragging chained slaves behind them. It was a massive underground human trafficking market operating right under their noses. Deep in the mountains, bound captives stand like simple merchandise. Nobles flood the venue, eager to enter. Some of these aristocrats even bring their children along, normalizing this cruelty from a young age. Meanwhile, Vikir, disguised as a barbarian with glowing eyes, sits inside a cold iron cage burning with silent rage. He has decided to go undercover as a slave. Meanwhile, just outside of Underdog City, luxurious carriages begin to gather around a massive tent pitched in the desolate area. A constant stream of wealthy people is arriving. Today is the slave auction, a shady black market event that House Baskerville usually stays far away from. Captured barbarians, ruined nobles, and even commoners are put on the trading block. Masked buyers watch eagerly as rare illegal goods are paraded before them. The circus ringmaster, dressed in full clown makeup, enthusiastically welcomes the crowd. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are absolutely thrilled to have such distinguished guests join our grand show today. He takes a VIP invitation card from a guest and offers immediate praise. Ah, you are from House Morgue, correct? This elegant seal and beautiful handwriting could belong only to the great Morgue family. Scanning the document, the ringmaster asks, and here is your certificate. What do you have for sale today? Sir Chihuahua, wearing a black mask, briefly confirms. Yes, we are here to sell. Hearing this, the ringmaster quickly apologizes. House Morgue has always been a valued partner, bringing us many fine slaves. I only asked in case you were disappointed with your previous purchase. Chihuahua immediately dismisses the worry. Not at all. We have always been highly satisfied with your stock. The ringmaster glances over at Vikir, locked inside the heavy cage, and mutters, black hair and red eyes. You have brought us a real rare gem this time. The guest confidently replies, I assure you he will fetch a fortune. I am counting on you. The ringmaster bows politely. Then I wish you a wonderful night at our circus, Master Chihuahua of House Morgue. Tonight, thick clouds shroud the moon. The ringmaster stands center stage, preparing to kick off the auction while the eager crowd murmurs anxiously. I heard there is a new trend of showing off exotic, strange slaves. I hate that trend. Slaves should be beautiful. Ha ha ha. Personally, I prefer the legendary gladiators of Grimm's history. I recall the finest warrior was bought by a high-ranking noble. The guests continue chatting excitedly, wishing each other luck in finding a good bargain. Right after that, the ringmaster officially starts the bidding. All right, our first item is a high-grade knight captured from one of the guilds hunted down by House Baskerville. He unveils the product for everyone to admire. A-rank demonic beast rumored to have 19 hearts, the Abyssal Murcielago, an extremely dangerous Abyssal Murcielago, 3 meters tall, captured at the second peak of Mount Eleno. A deep underworld creature, rumored to have 19 hearts, it will hunt its prey to the death. The ringmaster pitches skin, meat, bones, and organs. Absolutely nothing goes to waste. The starting price is 100 million gold. The crowd immediately shouts bids of 100 million, 140 million, 200 million, 250 million. The ringmaster slams his mallet. 250 million, any higher. Going once, twice, sold for 250 million. The following items go fast for 200 million and 100 million. Down below, customers bid actively, hitting 60 million. As the ringmaster prepares the next item, an anxious staff member walks up and whispers to him, Sir, are we really putting this one up for sale? I will try, but do not expect much. Shrugging it off, the ringmaster casually announces, Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very unique specimen brought to us by slave hunters from the deepest forests, straight from the fierce warrior clan living deep inside the wild region of Mount Eleno. A Balak barbarian, he exaggerates the details to spark the crowd's interest. Now is it not exciting to tame a stubborn, rebellious slave? This is your chance to show off your elite training skills, everyone. He looks over at the young, captive girl, privately wondering why they even bothered trying to sell her. But to put food on his table, he must call the bid. All right, our starting price is 5 million. Suddenly, the entire hall falls dead silent, making the ringmaster extremely nervous. No takers. All right, we will lower the starting bid to 3 million. Becoming desperate, he panics. Okay, let us do 1 million gold this time. But the crowd remains completely indifferent, showing absolutely zero interest in her. A hooded dealer nearby mutters in disappointment, It is over, this garbage will not sell. I told you only bring items that actually have value. The ringmaster signals him to shut up as a quick idea strikes him. Forget it, we will use her as bait for our next show. The chained Balak girl begins struggling wildly, prompting a hooded thug to violently strike her, forcing her to spit up a mouthful of dark blood. The ringmaster desperately tries to smooth over the tense atmosphere. Ha ha, just a minor scuffle. Now to show our appreciation, we will bring out our absolute finest masterpiece for tonight's main event. Vikir steps out onto the stage with a hopeless gaze. The moment she sees him, a noblewoman gasps in pure awe. Oh my god. Vikir's expression is ice cold, showing not a single trace of emotion. The ringmaster shouts his promotion, a truly elite specimen with black hair and red eyes. He requires absolutely no training. Pure top-tier quality. I cannot wait to start the bidding. A female bidder immediately throws out a price. 600 million. The MC is ecstatic. Haha, we haven't even officially started, but we already have. A bid of 600 million. Behind her, a man clears his throat to compete. 800 million. The woman scowls and snaps back. You're a man. But he isn't backing down. What does being a man have to do with 800 million? The female bidder is determined not to yield. What would a man even do with him? The guy keeps arguing. Is none of your business. I plan to use him as a gladiator slave. While those two are heatedly bickering, another bidder suddenly raises the price to 900 million. But it doesn't stop there. The price skyrockets to an insane amount, 6 billion. The MC is absolutely stunned. 6 billion. He calls out, we have a bid of 6 billion, anyone else? Everyone turns around to see who just placed that massive bid. Vikir looks slightly surprised. The man behind that monstrous bid is none other than Baron Gambino from the Granary territory. 6 billion going once, what a massive waste. The crowd begins gossiping. I heard he swallowed up all the underground syndicates and rapidly expanded his influence. His wealth is no joke. At such a staggering price, even the girl accompanying him feels uneasy. My Lord Baron, is this spending not a bit too excessive? But the Baron seems to see a major advantage. He believes that with such a beautiful slave, it's still a bargain. If we sell him in the capital later, we'll make a fortune. The girl hesitantly whispers into the Baron's ear, even so I feel 6 billion is too much. And don't we have to sell him first? Hearing this, he yells, shut your mouth. Just like that, the girl is harshly scolded by the Baron. Cindy Wendy de Lesmes Madonaro, I took you in when you had nowhere else to go. How dare you raise your voice at your master? The MC prepares to close the bid. If there are no other offers, this item goes to guest 99. The Baron stares at Vikir with a bizarre look. As Vikir is brought closer, the Baron squeals with delight. Oh, I was already happy, but up close. Isn't he even better than I thought? The Baron raises his sleazy voice, declaring, now you belong to me. I'm not a bad guy, so don't worry. The Baron's face twists with pure creepiness. I'm already imagining so many ways to play with you. I can't wait. Vikir raises his bound hands, prompting the Baron to smugly guess, are you asking me to take off these cuffs? But Vikir violently yanks the chains. No, you don't need to do that. In an instant, the chains shatter in half. Vikir speaks in a cold, deep voice. Play, that sounds like fun. He steps toward the Baron and stomps the ground so hard it sends him flying. The Baron faceplants onto the dirt. Vikir slowly approaches and places a hand on the Baron. How about this game? The theme is spear and shield. Right now, Vikir looks like an absolute demon, explaining the rules of his deadly game. I will be the spear. If you, the shield, can survive, then you win. The Baron can only scream for help. Cindy Wendy de Lesmes Madonaro, call the guards. He barely chokes out the words before collapsing, lying, lifeless and foaming at the mouth. This was entirely expected. Baron Gambino, you passed out. Guess I win this game. With that, Vikir casually tears off his wig. The Baron's secretary is left in utter shock. You. She seems to recognize him. Vikir Van Baskerville. Vikir looks down to verify. Oh wait, is he dead? The entire crowd is thrown into complete chaos. Wait, isn't he the city's deputy consul? Why on earth is the Baskerville's hound here? A guest panics in disbelief. Deputy consul, you've caused a massive scene again. Now every eye in the room is locked on Vikir. A circus, is it? What a perfect name for tonight. Vikir growls, delivering a chilling warning. None of you here should expect to walk out alive. Vikir stands proudly in the center of the arena. The ringmaster grits his teeth in fury, completely enraged as he barks out orders. Who cares if he's the deputy consul? He's completely unarmed. Kill him. The henchmen heed the call and rush Vikir all at once. Vikir raises his hand, channeling pure mana. With a single devastating slash, he blows the entire group away. The ringmaster freezes as he recognizes that blazing red aura. No way. The masked leader readies for battle while Vikir flashes a deadly mocking smile. The leader is paralyzed with fear by this sheer pressure. With another swing, Vikir slices him in half. The ringmaster still can't believe his eyes. A graduate. There's no way he can accept this. Even if he's a Baskerville, how is a graduate this young? How could he possibly be a graduate at his age? The ringmaster is in sheer panic. A graduate is a living weapon of the nation's military might. At this rate, we're finished. Even Chihuahua is stunned. Who knew the deputy consul was this terrifying? But then the ringmaster pauses and bursts into a wild laugh. Haha, look over here, deputy consul. He takes a hostage to force Vikir to disarm and surrender. Chihuahua gasps in shock as the ringmaster threatens. If you don't want your ally to die, he bellows once more. Hurry up. Did you not hear what I said? The masked crowd watches Vikir in anticipation. Despite his terror, Chihuahua tries to reassure him. Deputy consul, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Furious, the ringmaster tightens his grip on Chihuahua's neck. You old dog, what do you think you're doing? Stop struggling, Chihuahua states firmly. Injustice and compromise are concepts that simply do not exist in his dictionary. He would rather die than bring any harm to his master. But looking closely, the ringmaster can tell his words do not match his face. Vikir, who has been completely silent this whole time, suddenly laughs out loud, deeply admiring Chihuahua's unwavering loyalty. He lets the office manager in on a secret, telling him not to worry because he received a parting gift before leaving Baskerville territory, a gift from the patriarch himself. The ringmaster stares blankly at the strange whistle, utterly clueless about what Vikir plans to do with it. Before anyone can react, Vikir raises the whistle to his lips and blows a massive gust of sound, forcing the terrified audience to cover their ears. The VIP guests and the ringmaster stare in absolute confusion. After a long moment of silence, Vikir finally lowers the whistle from his lips. As Vikir watches them quietly, the ringmaster's eyes widen in bewilderment. He scoffs mockingly, asking if that little whistle was just a bluff. With that thought, the ringmaster grows even more confident, believing even a high-tier graduator is helpless here. Suddenly, his expression shifts to pure shock. His vision blurs and his body sways uncontrollably. Within seconds, he collapses straight to the ground. The remaining VIP guest recoils in horror. Wary of the danger, a guard angrily lunges forward to attack Vikir, screaming in rage. But before the man can even lay a finger on him, Vikir casually shuts him down with a single brutal blow. As the realization of danger sinks in, absolute panic spreads through the terrified crowd. With a cold, smug smirk, heavy footsteps begin to echo through the arena. Vikir manifests his shadow clones, forming a massive, orderly army. They completely surround the arena, staring down with cold, deadly eyes. The scarred VIP watches in sheer terror, praying his eyes are playing tricks. He desperately tries to deny reality, begging for this to be a lie. Meanwhile, the Baron's close aide gasps in utter shock. She recognizes the terrifying fanged crest on their armor, a legendary symbol she has only ever heard of in myth. The Empire's most brutal division of knights, known as absolute meat grinders, consists entirely of powerful graduators. She stands completely frozen, unable to move. It is the legendary Mastiff Knights of the Baskerville Clan. Witnessing this overwhelming force, the girl's survival instinct kicks in. She vows that she will not die here. Suddenly, Vikir steps in front of her, ordering his knights to spare her life. The Shadow Army immediately obeys his command. Vikir then directs his forces to eliminate the remaining hostiles, sparing only those who surrender. He warns his men to show absolutely no mercy if any of them attempt to resist. Upon hearing his orders, the army instantly vanishes. Understood, sir. Standing amid the silence, Vikir is suddenly reminded of his father, Hugo, a man with flawless military instincts. He recalls his father's words of absolute trust. Vikir quietly sighs in relief, glad he successfully summoned the heavy forces without any issues. The enemy forces scream in agony as they are systematically wiped out. One terrified noble clutches his head, trying to hide in the chaos. He plans to lay low until the dust settles and find a chance to escape. But as he looks up, his heart drops in terror. Facing Vikir's relentless knights, the cowardly man desperately offers to put on handcuffs. However, the knight standing over him speaks in a deep tone. The knight coldly replies that they do not carry handcuffs. Desperate to survive, the noble tries to offer another plea, but it is too late. A ruthless slash cuts him off mid-sentence, leaving him screaming in agonizing pain. The knight casually notes that dead men do not need legs. A burly man watches the bloody scene unfold with an amused smirk. He chuckles warmly, asking his nephew how it feels to command the pack. Vikir calmly slips his coat back on, replying that he is highly satisfied. Boston Terrier, the fierce commander of the Pit Bulls, adjusts his glasses and tells the boy to let him know if he needs anything else. Secretly, the veteran is deeply impressed. He finally understands why Hugo is so obsessed with this kid. The boy is far more decisive and ruthless than any 15-year-old has any right to be. Patting Vikir's head, Boston invites him to join his unit in the future, promising to personally train him into an absolute beast. Feeling slightly annoyed, Vikir mutters that he will consider it. Without wasting any time, he quickly turns to leave, citing urgent business. Seeing this cold attitude only makes Boston more intrigued. The boy's defiance makes him want to recruit him even more. Deep down, Vikir sighs at how incredibly exhausting his uncle can be. Keeping his pace steady, he walks away and scans his surroundings. Knowing his target must be nearby, he stops in front of a massive vault. He realizes this is where they store the noble's blood money. With all of this heading straight to the city hall, this year's tax problem is fully resolved. But as he walks, he feels conflicted. Knowing how much the Baskervilles funded this whole corrupt operation leaves a bad taste in his mouth. However, that is not his main focus. He casually rips off a heavy cloth, revealing the true reason he came. But as he looks closer, he suddenly freezes in shock. A faint, painful whimper echoes from within. Squinting, he sees a young girl locked inside a cage, her condition looking absolutely miserable. Tears stream down her dirty face as she continues to whimper. Vikir steps closer to the cage, carefully examining the captive Balak girl. It is clear to him that she was brutally punished for trying to escape. Clicking his tongue, he pulls a glowing vial from his cloak. Telling her she is lucky, he mentions he is only giving her this because he received it from the knights. He gently pours the fluid into the Balak girl's mouth. Though she remains motionless, a soothing radiant aura slowly begins to wrap around her wounded body. Instantly, the native girl snapped awake. Scrambling backward defensively, she stared at Vikir, leaving him thoroughly stunned as he looked right back. He muttered, "Why so surprised?" Ayin stared wide-eyed at Vikir as he stood up, telling her to leave in her native tongue. She frowned in confusion. Having fought countless barbarians in his past life, Vikir knew their language well enough to speak a few words, though she still seemed puzzled. He signaled for her to run. But instead of listening, the girl unleashed a torrent of completely incomprehensible gibberish right back at him. At this point, Vikir was honestly stumped. Thankfully, she finally decided to leave, but not before turning back to cast one last lingering glance. She murmured something in her own language before disappearing. Vikir tried to translate it in his head, and yeah, it was probably her way of saying thanks. Time to get back to business. Vikir tossed aside another sheet of canvas, a small, victorious smirk playing on his face. Mission accomplished. Found it. Vikir stared intently at the massive carcass of the Class A beast Murcielago. Fortunately, they hadn't butchered it yet, so he got to work. Channeling raw mana into his arm, Vikir felt a rush of pure excitement. His first Class A monster. Time to feed his demonic sword Beelzebub. He told it to feed quickly because the Baskerville hounds would arrive soon. Meanwhile, our new deputy magistrate had some serious cleaning up to do. He cleaned up the criminal underground with terrifying speed. As the bustling markets filled with people, wild rumors began to spread like wildfire. Word got out that powerful nobles were involved in the illegal slave auction and the organizers had been sent to prison in pieces. Their limbs had been severed before they were thrown into cells. That very day, massive fires erupted as mysterious black-cloaked figures emerged. The largest criminal den in Underdog, known as the Inferno, was burned to ashes alongside their syndicate. The aftermath was truly a gruesome sight. The severed heads of the VIP guests were publicly put on display as a chilling warning to anyone else thinking of breaking the law. Angry letters piled up on the desk as 7 influential families whose sons had vanished sent formal complaints demanding answers from the consulate. But their fate was already sealed. A cold official decree declared that any criminal involved in the illegal slave trade was beyond saving. Those complaints were shredded. With the confessions of the 7 criminals documented alongside their financial accounts, their doom was finally carved in stone. The Baskerville Clan swiftly investigated the matter to report directly to the royal palace, leaving a crowd of desperate nobles begging on their knees. The protests from the 7 families ceased. The once arrogant lords were forced to bow and beg the very man who executed their sons. But Vikir's response was simple and ruthless. Holding up the recovered black ledger, he declared, "You have all violated Baskerville's absolute laws. You have violated Baskerville's autonomous laws, meaning all of your assets are hereby confiscated." His voice turned icy and demonic as he spoke. "And for this treason, your entire bloodline will be executed." Within days, the execution grounds were completely stained with fresh blood. Under the relentless rule of the new deputy magistrate, the blood of these corrupt parasites was thoroughly washed from the city streets. The citizens of Underdog enthusiastically rallied behind Vikir. Soon after, City Hall began hiring aggressively, breathing new life into the local economy. This massive expansion drastically reduced the city's high unemployment rate. Using the seized assets confiscated from the corrupt nobles, public welfare was restored, pushing Vikir's approval rating among the common people of Underdog to an all-time high. Chihuahua walked in with a warm smile and a cup, saying, "Deputy Magistrate, I brought you some coffee." Vikir didn't even look up. "Focus on managing the office, Chihuahua. You don't need to serve me coffee." The administrator replied softly, bowing his head respectfully. "Please let me. You saved my life back then." Hearing this, Vikir finally paused and looked up, a faint smirk returning. "A cup of coffee. A cup of coffee for your life seems like a cheap trade." Chihuahua smiled. "Not at all. 2 sugar cubes, 2 spoons of cream, and barely any water." He then asked, "By the way, how is your writing practice going?" Vikir handed a stack of completed papers over to the administrator. "Can you review this for me?" Looking through the sheets, Chihuahua was instantly blown away. "You only started learning to write recently, yet you've already reached this level." Vikir remained humble as always. "I still have a very long way to go before I can write as cleanly as you do." Chihuahua was secretly astounded. Vikir was a true genius, drafting highly efficient new municipal laws using only the basic concepts he had recently studied. He understood the system perfectly. Watching Vikir work, Chihuahua couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for the young man. If their deputy magistrate kept this up, Chihuahua predicted that the forgotten city of Underdog would rise to heights no one ever imagined. Soon night fell over the city. Moonlight streamed through the narrow windows of a quiet holding cell, illuminating a prisoner locked inside. Vikir stood before Cindy Wendy, the captured girl from the auction house. "My apologies for the delay," he spoke calmly. "I've been quite busy lately." She glared at him, remembering how she had introduced herself as Cindy Wendy de Lesmes Madonaro. Her voice was sharp. "Why did you spare my life?" Vikir gently removed her blindfold, his expression completely unbothered. "Simple," he replied, "because I have a few questions for you." Cindy locked eyes with him, her gaze burning with pure resentment. "And is answering them the only way I get to stay alive?" Ignoring her tone, Vikir began. "Let's start with this. Did Baron Gambino, a nobody from nowhere, rise to power so quickly because of you?" Based on his investigation of the Baron's sudden financial growth, Vikir had already deduced that Cindy's brilliant mind was the real force behind it all. "So you're the reason they amassed power so fast." He'd already deduced this from reports highlighting the insane money-making abilities of the morgue. "You're actually very talented. If you use your skills elsewhere, you could easily become an incredible merchant or investor," Vikir says. Sitting right across from her, he delivers a cold, clear promise. "Answer my questions and I swear I will let you go free." His voice drops to a dark whisper, warning that if she refuses, she'll deeply regret this day. Cindy grits her teeth. With no other choice, she finally backs down and agrees. "Fine. I'll tell you whatever I know." Vikir is highly satisfied. "Excellent," he replies. He starts with a simple test. "Tell me, do you think I'm doing a good job?" She immediately speaks up. "Honestly, I think you're doing an amazing job." Vikir can see right through the lie. "I can't free you if you keep lying." Cindy clicks her tongue, realizing she can't fool him. Forced to be brutally honest, she sighs. "Fine. I think you're heading completely in the wrong direction." Vikir flashes a menacing grin. He suddenly stands up, startling her, and reaches his hand straight toward her face. Lifting Cindy's chin, Vikir demands to know her reasoning. He locks his sharp gaze onto hers, and she instantly freezes speechless. Vikir lets go of her chin and turns around, continuing his intense interrogation. "Go on, spit it out. Tell me where I went wrong." Cindy grits her teeth, desperately wanting to stay silent. But backed into a corner like this, she is forced to speak. "As a vice consul, your decisions should be guided by diplomacy and standard protocol. But you completely ignored all of that," she explains. She brings up his ruthless new laws. Sure, punishing criminals boosted his reputation, but those strict rules will only lead to massive bloodshed. In the long run, you're only going to harvest pure hatred and resentment from the citizens. Cindy warns him with cold concern. Furthermore, the Baskervilles won't tolerate a junior who holds more power and influence in Underdog City than the actual patriarch himself. Hearing this, Vikir calmly finishes her thought. "So the people will hate me and I'll become a threat to my own clan. A dangerous target for the Baskervilles," he mutters darkly. "So what exactly do you think I should do next?" Cindy offers her solution. "Surrender all your privileges back to the Baskerville Clan. Give the Patriarch all the credit and glory from your recent success. Hand everything over to the Patriarch. To avoid any suspicion, you should immediately leave for Mount Lu or the Colosseo Academy," she advises. Cindy knows the academy is the ideal cover. It's filled with kids of his age and status, making it easy to blend in. You can easily hide your true power and identity there. Meanwhile, the Baskerville Patriarch will end up taking all the blame for you. Vikir's voice turns incredibly icy, far more terrifying than before. He suppresses a rising fury as dark magical energy starts leaking out. "Are you suggesting the hunting dog should turn around and bite its master?" At this moment, Vikir looks like a literal demon. Despite the terrifying pressure, Cindy maintains her razor-sharp composure. "As a loyal hound, that is your only option to survive his wrath. It's the only way to keep the Patriarch from seeing you as an enemy." Vikir smirks, deeply amused by her sharp insight. Cindy is startled by her own bluntness, but Vikir seems thrilled. "I'll keep that in mind," he says, pulling out a key. "You and I actually think alike." With a click, Vikir unlocks Cindy's handcuffs. "As promised, you are free to go." She stands stunned. "Are you really just letting me go?" she asks in disbelief. Vikir nods. "I always keep my promises." Cindy doesn't hesitate. She quickly prepares to leave. "Then I hope you never live to regret this." But as she turns, Vikir stops her with another question. "Have you ever heard of House Messinadnero?" he asks. He explains that Underdog City once had more than just the 7 great families. Among those ancient powers was an incredibly wealthy merchant family. They were known as the 8th Great Clan, the legendary House Messinadnero. Vikir leans in, highlighting the critical turning point. However, this entire powerhouse completely vanished overnight following a sudden tragic catastrophe. It all started with the youngest son of the Messinadnero family. On his birthday, the boy proudly demonstrated his newly learned swordsmanship. Vikir recalls the sheer horror of that day. When the performance began, the watching Baskerville representatives couldn't believe their eyes. What they saw was impossible. The young child was effortlessly practicing the absolute secret, highly guarded martial arts of the Baskerville Clan. These were classified military secrets, strictly reserved for our bloodline. Naturally, word of this heresy quickly reached the Patriarch's ears. Assuming their classified techniques had been stolen, the Baskervilles wasted no time. They instantly unleashed their bloodthirsty hunting dogs. His voice drops to a chilling tone. They completely slaughtered House Messinadnero. But behind this tragedy lies a dark, hidden truth. In reality, someone was pulling the strings. The corrupt leaders of the 7 great families stole the Baskerville swordsmanship themselves. They intentionally fed it to that innocent kid to frame his family. Cindy slowly turns around, her voice trembling. The 8th family's tragedy. What does that ancient history have to do with me? Cindy demands. Vikir finally drops the ultimate bombshell. Actually, someone survived. A single child from House Messinadnero escaped the brutal massacre. The 7 families smuggled a 1-year-old baby girl out alive, but because of her rare, dangerous beauty, she was subjected to years of horrific torture and abuse. The things they did to her are far too horrific to speak aloud. Cindy stands up, trembling with anger, and turns to walk away. Stop. I won't listen. But Vikir doesn't stop. He calmly continues. Time passed, and a young new vice-consul arrived at the city, uncovering her secrets. He arrived in the city. The vice-consul uncovered deep-seated corruption and ruthlessly punished those responsible. The masterminds behind everything were 7 absolute bastards. After laying out his findings, the new vice-consul subjected those scum to brutal torture, forcing them to pay for their horrific crimes until their very last breath. And that's when they finally broke. Vikir brought up their pathetic final words, recalling how they begged for forgiveness. Hearing this, Cindy Wendy just couldn't hold back her exploding rage. Who are they apologizing to? She spat. Honestly, this reaction was entirely expected. Vikir wasn't surprised at all. He bluntly exposed her true identity, addressing the girl using the fake name Cindy Wendy de Lesmes Madonaro. She was actually the sole survivor of the Lesmes Madonaro family. Shaken, she denied it, asking why she should ever trust him. You tortured them yourself. Why should I believe their apologies? Vikir simply offered a different path. Then trust me instead. He lit a torch, illuminating the dark cell. It's easier to understand when you see it. Suddenly, he gestured for her to look closely. Cindy's eyes widened in sheer shock. Right there stood a massive chest with words deeply carved into it. It read, "We destroyed the Lesmes Madonaro family. Please forgive our sins. I'm so sorry, I don't want to die." Tears streamed down her face as the weight of those words hit her. Cindy's heart was absolutely crushed by the confession. She collapsed to the floor in agony. Vikir quietly walked over and looked down at her. Even if they suffered horribly, he said, your family's vengeance isn't over yet. There is still one more target we need to destroy. He laid out a plan to target the Baskerville family. Cindy Wendy de Lesmes Madonaro, you still have a lot of work to do. She wiped her tears, but suspicion still lingered in her eyes. You're a Baskerville, she questioned. Why would you help me? Vikir smirked mysteriously. You've got it wrong, he replied. Hearing that, she gathered her resolve and stood up. I understand. She looked straight at him. Vikir Van Baskerville, I will repay this debt. From now on, no matter what you do, I will ensure you never have to worry about money again. Hearing her vow, a highly satisfied grin played on Vikir's lips. I will certainly hold you to that promise. Later back at the manor, footsteps echoed as Chihuahua rushed to open the door. Vice-Consul Morning has broken, he shouted, but froze mid-sentence, looking in horror at the absolute war zone in the room. Time to get to work, Vikir said calmly, sitting up with a yawn. Chihuahua panicked. What are all these corpses doing here? Vikir just shrugged nonchalantly. Not sure. I think I killed them in my sleep. Chihuahua stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. Are you serious? Vikir smirked. Of course, not just kidding. After hearing the actual details, Chihuahua was deeply curious. Was your childhood really that insane? Vikir shrugged blankly. Why is it not entertaining? Chihuahua quickly waved his hands. That's really not the point here. Vikir ignored him, stroking his chin in deep thought. Too many pests are getting in my way. He listed his recent near-death experiences. 2 poison arrows, 4 poisonings, acid attacks, snipers, fires, carriage crashes. The list went on. Cleaning his ear, Vikir muttered, I'm really attracting too much attention. Chihuahua nodded in absolute agreement. Chihuahua muttered, I seriously think you've lost it. Ignoring him, Vikir opened his status window to analyze his newly acquired survival skills. Slot 1, Cerberus's Burn rank A+. Slot 2, Hellbound Tenacity rank A. Both were extremely powerful and highly dangerous. Slot 3, Hellhound's Bleed rank B+. It was better than expected. He silently recalled the close calls he had survived, realizing that the River Styx blessing had strengthened his body so much that even graduate-rank assassins couldn't pierce his skin. His eyes grew cold. But they are becoming annoying. I need to handle this. Chihuahua eagerly nodded in agreement with his decision. A very wise choice, sir. Just then a grand carriage pulled up nearby, catching their eye. Vikir noticed a familiar crest. That flag. Is someone from House Baskerville here? It was clear they had arrived directly from the main family estate. As the door opened, Chihuahua's eyes widened in sheer shock. He quickly adjusted his clothes out of sheer respect. Vikir watched calmly as an immaculately dressed figure stepped down from the carriage. "It has been a long time, young master." Vikir walked up with a nod. "You look well, head butler." John chuckled warmly. "Ha, is that so? You've grown. I knew you would do great things even far from home." Vikir remained humble. It was mostly just luck. Nearby, Chihuahua watched, with deep awe. This man was none other than the legendary head butler of the Baskerville household, serving faithfully for generations. In a brutal place like the Baskerville estate, a single slip-up meant death. Yet John Barrymore had survived 4 patriarchs. Chihuahua stared in pure admiration, never expecting to meet such a legend. Meanwhile, Vikir calmly got straight to the point. "So your presence here means—" John nodded, confirming his suspicion. He had traveled all this way to deliver a message. "The patriarch highly praises your achievements. He has ordered your immediate return to the estate." He was quite pleased, actually. Pleased, Hugo Vikir mused, highly skeptical. Meanwhile, the patriarch was staring at a newspaper praising Vikir as Underdog City's greatest hero, especially Vikir. Along with that deputy consul, Vikir earned several legendary titles. He was the most trusted man among merchants, the champion of the farmers, the hero adored by children, the genius respected by scholars, and the target every assassin wanted to take down. Hugo looked absolutely thrilled, laughing. "The Baskervilles are known as brainless muscleheads, but you actually managed to change that image." Hugo proudly praised his son's work, but Vikir just calmly replied that he was simply doing his duty. "Though wait, is that?" A happy expression. Then Hugo brought up rewards, saying proper achievements deserve proper compensation. He announced his ultimate decision, sending Vikir to the academy this year. Honestly, this was no surprise. It was exactly what Vikir expected. Hugo wanted to send him straight to Colosio, the Empire's elite academy. This is the ultimate hub where top-tier nobles and wealthy royals all gather. Since all students must stay in the dorms for security, Vikir realized this was his perfect chance to train and grow stronger, without Hugo constantly watching his every move. Hugo then asked for his thoughts, saying he wanted to send some companions along, but since he hadn't decided who, he asked Vikir if he had any siblings in mind. Vikir immediately suggested 3 names, plotting to use highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow as his personal sandbags. Hugo readily agreed to the request, deciding to send the triplets with him. Hugo then asked if he still remembered their old plan from when he was 8, and Vikir smoothly answered, "You mean lending the ruby mine to the Morg clan during joint training and using them to deal with those wild barbarians?" Hugo proudly confirmed that the plan was a massive success. Knowing this beforehand, Vikir listened as Hugo explained how the Morg clan practically begged for a joint subjugation campaign. This led Hugo to suggest, "Why don't you survey the borderlands before you start school? It's a great chance to see how your revised laws are holding up." He believed this field experience would benefit Vikir greatly. Vikir politely accepted, replying, "Yes, father." Soon they reached the city gates where a tearful Chihuahua was waiting to bid farewell, crying out deputy consul. He promised to manage the entire territory diligently while wishing Vikir a safe and highly successful journey. Looking back at those tearful eyes, Vikir knew he'd miss his loyal manager. Soon the carriage convoy began rolling out of sight. As they left the city, Vikir sensed movement nearby and called out. Instantly, a group of mysterious black-cloaked figures emerged. Vikir apologized for keeping them waiting, explaining he wanted to avoid a chaotic send-off. But the leader casually brushed it off. "No trouble, young master. We will guard you on your way to the Morg clan." It was the legendary Baskerville Mastiff unit. Their leader asked how Count Boston Terrier was doing, and Vikir assured him that the Count was recovering quite well. Since the slave auction incident, the Count had been pushing hard for Vikir to join their faction, which Vikir found incredibly annoying. Looking up at the towering, jagged mountain peaks under a burning blood-red sky, Vikir scanned the area. "So this is the territory we lent out." Seeing the laborers working peacefully under his new laws, Vikir listened as the knight behind reported that scouts had already surveyed the region. Vikir cut him off, knowing the real trouble lay with the barbarians. Still, the knight shared one more crucial detail. Apparently, the Morg clan mobilized a joint force made of 3 major branches, 30 elite members, and hundreds of rogue mages. Vikir smiled, quite satisfied with their mobilization. It was clear that the Morg clan was taking this massive subjugation campaign very seriously. Meanwhile, he knew exactly what this meant. The Baskervilles had basically just sent him along with a small squad of knights, practically leaving him to do all the heavy lifting. Still, Vikir thought back to Hugo's words. Observing the barbarians' way of life wasn't a terrible idea. Suddenly, they entered a dark, whispering forest where human skeletons hung ominously from dead, withered trees. The accompanying knights immediately assumed mages did this, but Vikir knew better. This was clearly a brutal warning message left by the barbarians for the Morg clan. The knight muttered that it was a brutal warning, which instantly made Vikir think of someone. She must be incredibly strong by now. Just then, three shadowed figures glared down from above, demanding to know who they were. They firmly warned that passing without permission was strictly forbidden, but as Vikir looked up, he immediately recognized exactly who they were. Standing before him was the legendary troublesome trio known as the Three Flowers of Morg, Hysis, Middlesis, and Losis. Individually, each one is completely insane. Together, they reach a legendary tier of absolute chaos. Vikir introduced his group as the envoys sent directly from the Baskerville Clan. He got straight to the point, stating they were there to inspect the joint territory. "Open the fortress gates," Vikir commanded. But the eldest sister scoffed, refusing to cooperate. "We need to report this first. Wait until tomorrow." Vikir's expression instantly darkened as his voice grew chillingly cold. "Are you really trying to bar me from entering my own lands?" Yet the sisters didn't flinch. "Oh please, are you seriously looking down on us just because we leased this little piece of land?" They smugly threw it right back in his face. "Have you already forgotten your own clan's tenant protection laws, Baskerville boy?" Vikir's grip tightened on the reins, his anger rising. "Then I'll rewrite that law right now and evict any tenant I don't like." Refusing to wait another second, he warned them one last time. As his gaze turned deadly, the three arrogant sisters finally trembled in fear. "Now you and I are dropping straight into absolute chaos," as one girl furiously casts a spell while shouting insults. Underdog City. She launched an immediate attack, boasting they had dealt with plenty of crazy bastards before, but Vikir easily dodged the strike. She boldly warned him that if told to wait, he must obey, asking how a foolish swordsman like him dared trespass on Morg territory without permission. She then demanded to see the hype skills of the rising talent of the Baskerville Clan. The elder advised them, noting that he did not think they could settle this with mere words. Vikir calmly agreed with him. Just then, figures in black cloaks appeared, warning the foolish girls who ignored their status. The triplets immediately mocked them as stupid. Furious, the girls snapped back, reminding them that they were just lowly underlings, asking if they really thought they outranked them. Suddenly, three other figures appeared and spoke in perfect unison. They chanted that it was not them before one pulled back his hood to reveal a shock of blonde hair. The Baskerville triplets proudly took charge, confidently promising Vikir to leave the rest to them, which left him utterly speechless. His headache was only growing. Vikir found it incredibly baffling, wondering why on earth these guys were acting like this. One of them turned back gently, explaining they were simply repaying him for recommending them to the prestigious academy. Vikir sighed, realizing they completely missed his point. He had actually planned to use them as his personal punching bags. In his mind, this trio was destined to become brutal killing machines, not smart enough to think but excellent at orders. Since they could follow commands flawlessly, he quickly masked his thoughts and flashed them a warm, bright smile. With proper training, they would make incredible tools. He politely thanked them while the three girls watched with pure disgust. The girls sneered at the idiots banding together, but the triplets immediately fired back, shouting insults right back at them. Furious, the girls swore to teach these arrogant punks a lesson. Meanwhile, Vikir silently analyzed their opponent's setup. Before his regression, this Morg trio was famous for mastering three distinct magical elements: water, earth, and nature. Their synergy was flawless. By combining three compatible attributes, they could amplify their total magical output tenfold. Giant menacing vines suddenly erupted from the solid earth. This deadly coordination was exactly how they earned their famous nickname. They were known as the Three Flowers of Morg. The girls laughed mockingly, challenging the Baskerville boys to bypass their defense. But the triplets were completely unfazed, laughing off the giant vines as nothing more than harmless houseplants. Unleashing the first form of the Baskerville sword style, one brother charged ahead. From behind, the elder watched closely. He praised the near-perfect form, but the vines suddenly retaliated, forcing the boy to quickly swing his sword to parry. Skidding back with a grunt, his brothers watched anxiously. Hybro grimaced as their opponents smirked down at them in sheer contempt. She mocked their slow swordsmanship, fueling the triplets' rage as their eyes glowed red. The elder watched, deeply amused. The elder wondered if Vikir found it interesting, but you and I know he had absolutely no time for this. The eternal debate of magic versus swordsmanship was finally playing out. Magic drew from external mana, amplifying natural elemental forces. Meanwhile, swordsmanship relied entirely on internal mana, channeling it to generate explosive, raw physical power. What the elder truly anticipated was seeing which clan, the mages or the swordsmen, would ultimately rule the future. Watching their potential unfold was pure entertainment. Vikir dryly reminded him that he was technically part of that group too. But to the elder, Vikir was on a completely different level, having already surpassed everyone present. Vikir grew increasingly bored. This petty squabble was a massive waste of his time. As a supervisor, he had a mountain of work waiting. Suddenly, a powerful figure intervened, demanding to know what they were all doing, causing trouble in front of her territory. One of the boys rushed forward to attack, but froze instantly as a raging fire tornado barreled directly toward them. A massive explosion rocked the area. Vikir briefly hoped the blast had wiped everyone out, but he was soon disappointed. The sudden fire magic caught everyone off guard. Confused and shaken, the boys demanded to know what she was doing. The more girls panicked too, crying out that they had barely escaped death. If she had not dodged, she'd be dead already. Looking up, Vikir immediately recognized the powerful figure standing above them. It was none other than Camus. Camus coldly declared she would never tolerate troublemakers in her territory. The three more girls desperately scrambled to explain themselves, claiming they were just stopping intruders who had attacked first. But Camus merely glared, reprimanding them for their insolence. Terrified, the eldest sister quickly corrected herself, addressing her as commander. Camus then gestured toward the treetops, warning them that they would end up scorched if they kept misbehaving. The girl instantly bowed, frantically apologizing. Camus suddenly turned, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw Vikir shyly greeting him with a soft, long time no see. It's been 7 long years since they last spoke. Camus de Morgue has definitely grown up, and honestly, she looks absolutely stunning now. Vikir can't help but stare. This is the legendary beauty of Camus de Morgue, the woman who completely captivated high society's elite. In his past life, even married men fell under her spell, sparking endless scandals. But why has nothing like that happened this time? Brushing the thoughts aside, he gets straight to the point, telling her to open up because his team refuses to listen to him. Furious, Camus immediately snaps at him, complaining that after all this time apart, those are the only cold words he has for her. Vikir remains clueless, wondering what else he should say. Meanwhile, an onlooker watches them, highly amused by the spark between them. Is this a clash between the rising stars of two powerful clans? Suddenly, Camus points right at his face. 0 points. With tears in her eyes, she snaps. What kind of attitude is that to your future wife? Negative points. Everyone is completely speechless. Vikir has no words. Blushing deeply, Camus quickly turns away and rides off to inspect the local workers laboring in the fields. She notes that the Baskervilles seem clueless about the Balak tribe. But Vikir confidently shuts that down, stating they know plenty. We've been fighting them for ages, he explains. We know more than you think. Camus just scoffs at his claim. Then why did you bring these young idiots along? She asks mockingly. Vikir treads carefully, testing her with a calculated response. We agreed with the Morgue clan that our main force would take the mountain route. Why ask when you already knew that? Camus flashes a mischievous grin, claiming she thought he was clueless. Vikir simply sighs, stating it's obvious since he's the leader. I'm the representative here, he says. Of course I'd know. But she keeps teasing, saying he looks like a clan outcast. Yet somehow the patriarch actually trusts you, she muses before cutting straight to the chase about their main threat with the barbarians. She asks what the most dangerous aspect of the Balak tribe is. Though completely exhausted by her endless questions, Vikir decides to explain. He breaks down the alliance between the Balak warriors and the Roko shamans, noting the Balak's terrifyingly superior archery skills. Their elite archers completely outclass the Empire, and nobody knows why. Impressed by his knowledge, Camus decides to raise his score. Since you know their culture so well, I'll give you 8 points. Vikir frowns in confusion, wondering why his score is so low. She simply smiles and says it's precisely because his answer was too good. Vikir can only stare, completely baffled by her logic. Radiating absolute confidence, she teases. What am I going to do with a smart guy like you? I usually hate smart men. A guy who is slightly clueless is way more fun, she adds relentlessly, continuing her playful evaluation of him. Horsemanship, 6 points. You're shorter than me, and that horse is way too big. Fashion, 4 points. Your clothes are awful. And that arrogant attitude, 1 point. But then she beams brightly. Though your face gets 99 points. You grew up handsome. But your expression is too stiff, so -1 point. Finally snapping, Vikir demands she stop this ridiculous scoring game. Camus acts offended, claiming she's just grading her future husband. Hearing this, Vikir stops dead in his tracks, utterly dumbfounded. Why on earth would I be your future husband, he asks. Camus glares at him. Are you serious? You passed my uncle's test. As the pieces slowly fall into place, Vikir finally realizes that she is talking about their fateful duel from 7 years ago. Back then, they fought with water jars on their heads. The challenge was simple: spill a single drop and you lose. Recalling that day, Camus clenches her fists in pure frustration. How could her uncle decide her marriage over a simple duel? It is incredibly frustrating. Because of his decision, her love life has been completely ruined before it even had a chance to start. Talk about crazy. Since they made that childhood promise, she basically considers herself a married woman who has no other options. But what can she do? A promise is a promise, and she has to honor it no matter how much she complains. Despite her dramatic complaints, Vikir has to admit she's an incredibly skilled fire mage. Quietly, he makes a decision. I've already forgotten about that day, Vikir says flatly. I'll make sure nothing happens. Her face flushes with anger. Furious, Camus smacks him hard. How can you just pretend it never happened, you idiot? She then pouts and rides ahead. I'm a genius, she mutters from the front. I never break my promises. Meanwhile, Vikir wonders what she just threw at him. He looks down at the object in his hand, recalling her telling him to keep it. Camus quickly tries to play it off. Did she seriously return this without even washing it? Vikir thinks. Brushing it aside, they return to discussing the Balak raids. The Balak raiders have been hitting the ruby mines, taking crops and capturing slaves to sell them off for high prices elsewhere. Camus proudly shows him a massive defensive wall built by her mages over an entire month. Vikir looks up thoroughly impressed. He praised her, saying, "Indeed, true mage of the Moor clan. In just 1 month they can accomplish what hundreds of ordinary men would take a whole year to complete. She has got plenty of pride, and rightfully so." Turning his attention, he noted, "Look at those arrow marks. They were shot by the Balak tribe." Camus nodded, recalling the details. Yes, their arrows are infused with a powerful aura. It is a key part of. At night, countless people died from their arrows. They can easily shatter stone walls 2 to 3 meters thick, proving their terrifying power. Power that is not to be underestimated. Camus adds a grim detail: each arrow can pierce Mana's shields, leaving her uncle severely wounded. Though he survived, his pride was completely shattered. Listening to this, Vikir seems to understand and deeply sympathize with her pain. After all, the Morg patriarch went through a similar ordeal, even getting his nose broken. Vikir then begins to piece the clues together. There must be a highly skilled leader among the barbarians. Any idea who? Camus tries to guess, suspecting a specific person. Perhaps it is a woman. Since they paint their faces black, identifying their gender is nearly impossible. Suddenly, a panicked scout rushes over. "Deputy Commander, you need to see this immediately." The scout delivers urgent news that their patrol has successfully captured a prisoner, a Rococo barbarian. Camus is stunned. Near the tents, they find a captive barbarian covered in tribal tattoos. Vikir takes one look and immediately recognizes him as a tribal shaman. Camus quickly interrogates her guards for intel, but the tight-lipped prisoner refuses to talk. He remains completely silent. Watching him closely, Camus suggests using mind control magic, but her soldiers admit they are entirely helpless. The barbarians have powerful shamans, making mind reading impossible. Demanding answers, Camus steps up to interrogate the captive herself. "You raided the Morg clan's fortress a few days ago. How many captives did you take? Among those victims was a girl from our family. She demands to know her whereabouts. Her name is Rose, my cousin. What did you do to her?" The barbarian only responds with guttural mocking words. Frustrated, Camus orders her scouts to translate the savage's gibberish immediately. The scout scratches his head in embarrassment, translating that the captives were either slaughtered on the spot or dragged away as spoils. Furious, Camus realizes none of her elite guards can actually translate his words. The translator trembles, apologizing for his uselessness. Right then, Vikir steps forward, claiming he knows the Rococo tribe's language. Camus gasps in disbelief, wondering if he knows everything. Vikir remains humble, admitting he only knows a few basic phrases. Desperate for answers, Camus quickly begs him for help. "Ask him where Rose is. She's only 12, with bright red hair, red eyes, and pale skin. She was taken." The captive lets out a sinister, mocking laugh and sputters a reply. Vikir's face darkens, and he reluctantly delivers the news. She is dead. Rage instantly consumes Camus, and she decides to mete out swift, merciless judgment right then and there. The head inquisitors are away inspecting the borders. "As deputy commander, all executive authority falls on me, Camus de Morgue. And as the supreme authority of this fortress, I pass my sentence." With cold fury, Camus raises her blazing sword. She executes him on the spot. As her fiery blade pierces him, the barbarian shrieks in agony. Camus watches coldly. "Once this war ends, your vile language will only be fit for hell." The other captives tremble, paralyzed with absolute fear. She walks away without looking back. Vikir silently follows, stepping outside the tent, only to find Camus shaking with tears. Vikir tries to comfort her. Despite her brutal facade, she is still young. "You must have been very close to Rose." Camus nods, tears streaming down her face. "She always followed me everywhere. She was so innocent, never meant for our brutal family, the cold-blooded Morg clan." Vikir tries to reassure her that Rose found peace, hoping to ease her heavy grief. But Camus shakes her head bitterly. "Do you think I am an idiot? I am a genius." I understood his words. "Vikir, tell me the truth. Did I hear him correctly?" she demands, leaving Vikir completely stunned. She had picked up on it. The savage's true sickening words were, "We ate her." Hearing this horrific reality, Camus breaks down her body, trembling violently. She weeps uncontrollably, consumed by pure agony. Through her heavy sobs, she can only cry out, "I am so sorry, Rose. I failed to protect you." Vikir reaches out to comfort her, but hesitates and pulls his hand back. Her painful cries echo. After crying her heart out, Camus sits quietly, wiping away her tears. Her warm expression suddenly turns ice cold. "It does not matter anymore. If they act like savage beasts, I will simply slaughter every last one of them. Now is for vengeance, not tears." Vikir admires her resolve. Her mental strength truly matches her reputation as a rising hero. Camus blushes slightly. Just as an intimate moment builds between them, a sudden sound cuts through the air, drawing Vikir's attention. What is that bell? Camus recognizes it instantly. It is the emergency alarm. The barbarian horde is launching a massive assault. Vikir senses that her chance for revenge has arrived much sooner than expected. Outside, massive wolf paws stomp onto the lush green grass. A barbarian girl steps forward with a bow, her eyes sharp. She releases a deadly arrow that tears through the howling wind. The arrow strikes the shocked sentries before they can even react. With a fierce battle cry, she orders her forces to charge. Barbarians and wild wolves tear into the camp, slaughtering defenseless guards. Arriving at the scene of chaos, Vikir narrows his eyes. He grits his teeth, wondering if he miscalculated the timing. Suddenly, a thick lasso flies through the air, wrapping around his neck. Catching him completely off guard, two barbarian girls laugh mockingly, celebrating that they have finally snagged a handsome target for their hunt. Vikir finally realizes the truth. This husband hunting is actually meant to breed a new superior race. Are they hunting outsiders just to breed? Vikir immediately pushes back. Sorry, but I am not interested in being your husband. He even boldly declares he already has a fiancée. Instantly, the tribal warriors raise their bows. Is this guy an enemy? Vikir quickly analyzes the situation. Hugo told him to avoid rash actions before linking up with the main force. Starting a war now would ruin everything. Should he just wait for the main army to arrive? But then, Vikir effortlessly blocks the incoming arrows. The barbarians are stunned. But suddenly, a massive flame erupts out of nowhere. Camus demands to know why he is holding back. As the enemy screams in agony, she shows zero mercy. Consumed by rage, she burns them all. Vikir watches in shock. She literally turned the entire forest into a sea of fire. Camus quickly notices something. Did he just use liquid aura? She looks at him with newfound respect and absolute trust. You really are a graduate. Only a man this strong could ever earn her respect. Vikir quickly tries to explain. He has strict orders from the Patriarch to avoid conflict until the main force arrives, but she pushes him away. If those are Baskerville orders, then a Baskerville should stay out of this. This is her fight, not his. Fired up by sheer hatred, she vows to slaughter every last one of them. Vikir can only watch in disbelief. She is using quadruple casting to amplify the damage. Her resolve is terrifying as she swears to avenge her cousin. But suddenly, a small dart pierces her neck. Camus gasps in shock. It happened too fast for her to even react. She collapses instantly. The dart was laced with paralyzing poison, rendering her completely helpless. Vikir can only sigh in frustration. A lasso flies toward her, but Vikir catches her just in time. Nice catch, she mumbles. Vikir suggests a quick retreat, but Camus hesitates. What about the plantation and the captives? Vikir tried his best to talk some sense into her. Engaging in more fights before the Baskerville main force arrives is suicide, but Camus is still stubborn. She refuses to back down. Her cousin is still in the hands of those brutal barbarians. Vikir warns her to stay rational. Make a logical choice, he warns. Suddenly, an arrow zips through the air, barely missing him. The shooter is standing above. The sheer destructive force is terrifying. Is this the warrior Camus warned him about? Before he can react, Camus is snatched. She screams his name as she is dragged away. Vikir grits his teeth. You and I know things are going south fast. Vikir recalls a story from his past life. When Camus was younger, she was captured by barbarians, but not for long. She completely wiped them out alone and returned, earning the legendary title, the Queen of Eloeno. But right now, this is bad. Vikir is conflicted, but he knows he has to act. Suddenly, the barbarian archer launches another surprise attack. Her speed is incredible, forcing Vikir to back away. This girl moves completely differently from the rest of her tribe. Does he need to go all out? Suddenly, Vikir freezes. The girl smiles mischievously and points at him. She instantly recognizes him, saying they have met before. Vikir is utterly speechless as she smirks and repeats her promise. Her eyes gleam with excitement. Finally, it clicks. Vikir remembers meeting her at the slave auction back then. Why is she attacking him after he saved her? But she is only targeting Camus and the Morgs, not him. Mounting her wolf, she looks back. It is time for payback, just like what they did to her. She plans to kidnap their leader and invites Vikir to follow. He hesitates, wondering if he should unleash his power. Just then, Adolf rushes to the scene. He is absolutely furious after learning about the sudden savage raid. How dare you, he roars, launching relentless attacks to save his niece. But his strikes do absolutely nothing. Adolf is stunned by their defense. Damn it, even Vikir is impressed by how highly organized these barbarians are. They wrapped up the entire raid in just 3 minutes. You and I know things are now heavily complicated. A scout suggests the enemy fled toward the forbidden zone of Mount Eloeno. Hearing this, Adolf visibly panics. The Forbidden Zone is uncharted territory, completely crawling with deadly monsters. Going there at night is basically a suicide mission. His niece has been captured and Adolf is utterly helpless. But then Vikir immediately steps up and volunteers to go. Adolf is highly skeptical, but Vikir has a massive advantage. He knows these woods like the back of his hand. In his past life, Vikir thoroughly scouted this region while hunting targets. Adolf asks him with desperate hope, "Are you serious?" The other soldiers protest, warning that entering Mount Iluino is suicide, but Adolf shuts them down. Anyone too scared can stay behind. Adolf decides to put his entire faith in Vikir, knowing he is no ordinary kid. He has no other choice but to rely on him. Adolf practically begs Vikir to save his beloved niece. Adolf begs Vikir to save his niece from the Forbidden Zone, the Liru Elena forest of Baskerville territory, a truly nightmarish place, teeming with marrow-sucking mosquitoes, toxic thorny vines, killer spiders, and countless other deadly threats. It is absolutely hostile to humans. No ordinary person could ever survive, which is why they call it the Forest of Flesh-Eaters. But suddenly, something extremely fast darts past. Adolf is left baffled, wondering if every child from the Baskerville clan can move like that. Deeply anxious, he knows the answer is a flat-out no. As deadly hornets swarm, Adolf can only praise the boy. Vikir is indeed a rare one-of-a-kind genius. Moving with lightning speed, Vikir easily neutralizes the threat, making the onlookers swoon over how incredibly cool he is. Ducking behind a tree, Vikir signals the group. Vikir scouts the area, realizing the kidnappers haven't fled too far yet. He warns everyone to stay on high alert, sharing a crucial tip. Word has it that the three-leaf hunters scattered dry leaves to detect pursuers. They must proceed with caution. Adolf quickly steps in to assist. Silence falls. Adolf explains that this magic will completely silence Vikir's footsteps. Placing his full trust in him, Adolf makes a sincere plea. He begs him, calling Vikir his future nephew-in-law, leaving Vikir stunned. Meanwhile, around a roaring campfire, a massive horde of barbarians gathers. Deep in the crowd, Kamaz is furiously shouting curses. She screams that once she breaks free, she will burn these savages to ashes. She screams at the top of her lungs, threatening to unleash her devastating magic on them. But the captors do not care one bit. In fact, they are casually chatting about liking the boy they saw earlier. Kamaz realizes her plan to escape by finding a husband failed. They don't understand her at all. She desperately pieced together their talk about husband hunting and wife hunting. Was that the sole reason they ambushed her? One of the barbarians approaches her with a smug grin, boasting that since they captured her, every man in the tribe will crave her. Furious, Kamaz calls them psychos and demands to know their plans, even shouting for them to just kill her. But the brute has no clue. Grabbing Kamaz by her chin, he sneers that her rebellious eyes say it all. Lusting after her, the barbarian remarks that this proud slave needs to be broken in. Suddenly, Ayin steps in and commands Ahun to back away from her slave. Ahun is highly displeased. He protests, claiming he was the one who captured her. But Ayin snaps at him to shut his mouth completely, losing her patience. Ahun fires back, arguing that he shot the arrows and laid the traps. Ayin immediately challenges him, asking who actually secured the final victory. If she hadn't blocked that kid's sword, Ahun would be dead. Ahun still refuses to yield, asking if this woman belongs entirely to her. Ayin confidently claims her prize. Watching them clash, Kamaz quickly deduces that they are having an internal dispute, realizing Ayin must be their leader. Ahun keeps whining about a woman being the commander. Ayin couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Kamaz breaks into a cold sweat, feeling the sheer pressure. She knows Ayin is strong enough to fight on par with a top-tier sword graduate like Vikir. To escape, she must find a way past her. Ahun defiantly declares he won't let her have her way just because she is the boss. Ready to settle this, Ayin challenges him head-on. She tells him to fight her whenever he pleases, promising to teach him a brutal lesson. Feeling a sudden chill down his spine, Ahun panics. He quickly backs down, admitting defeat and telling the commander she can do whatever she wants. Watching this, Kamaz realizes Ayin won the power struggle. Ayin then turns her gaze back to Kamaz, praising her sharp eyes and stating they match her high-quality pedigree as a pureblood. Learning Kamaz is the successor of the Morg clan, Ayin kicks her hard. She snaps that she was once captured and sold by the Morgs, but luckily Ayin found help and escaped her horrific life as a slave. Even while writhing in pain, Kamaz stubbornly clings onto a sliver of hope. Ayin, however, has absolutely no intention of showing mercy, telling Kamaz that she won't be nearly as fortunate. With glowing, ruthless eyes, Ayin promises to break her spirit until her daily duty is simply kneeling down to lick her feet. Suddenly, a loud explosion shakes the ground. Ayin is startled as a guard panics, screaming that they are under ambush. Footsteps approach rapidly. Out of the shadows, a furious Adolf appears, calling them filthy savages and promising payback. Hearing that familiar voice, Kamaz is overjoyed. Adolf demands they return his niece immediately. The barbarians look back in utter shock, their eyes wide open as the surprise magical assault begins. While the Mord mages launch their relentless attack, Vikir observes the chaos from a high vantage point, his brow furrowed in deep suspicion. Vikir finds it highly strange that these highly skilled and professional hunters could fall into such complete disarray so easily. On the other side, the enraged barbarians mount their giant wolves, cursing the invaders for daring to cause absolute chaos in the dead of night. Ignoring their cries, the Morgue commander orders his men to wipe them out, commanding that not a single savage be left alive. As the battle rages, Camus smugly cheers them on, mocking the savages. But suddenly, she freezes when she hears a soft whisper from behind a tree. Slowly turning around, Camus finds Vikir hiding in the brush. He quickly holds a finger to his lips, urging her to stay quiet. Slicing her bonds, Vikir pulls her up. Camus is ecstatic, asking if he came to save her, but Vikir hushes her yet again. He reprimands her, asking if she even knows what a quiet signal means. But before they can escape, Ian suddenly blocks their path. The tribal leader smirked, noting she knew the skilled swordsman would come easily, tracking them down in no time at all. She praises his physical talent, sharp mind that sees in the dark, and the fierce love driving him to risk his life for this girl. Vikir stands there completely dazed. Passed. What on earth did he pass? Meanwhile, the two girls glare at each other in a fierce standoff. He carefully weighs his options. Hiding his skills right now is impossible. Besides, he cannot recall anyone like her from his past life. Vikir starts to put the pieces together. Could she be the legendary archer of Balak the Night Fox who evaded even Hugo's search? But second thoughts hit him. She is far too young and inexperienced. Perhaps she simply shares a bloodline with that legendary Night Fox. Luckily, Vikir blocks it just in time, catching Ahun off guard. How did he know? Then he lifts Camus up, leaving her utterly stunned. Things are getting messier by the second. Vikir gently tells her, "Hang in there, I will get you back to your uncle." Camus blushes furiously. She wonders why he is speaking so casually. Perhaps he is just worried about the poison. Suddenly, something flies right past them. Aen scratches her head, annoyed. "Geez, I just wanted you to come back quietly with me." Vikir asks if she is badly poisoned. She stammers, thinking she might be. Then Camus panics, sensing pursuers close behind. Aen draws her bow, fully prepared. She contemplates whether she should eliminate that Morgue girl right now. An arrow shoots out, slicing the air, straight towards them. They spin around in shock and Camus freezes, but miraculously, the arrow stops dead in mid-air. Adolf saved them. He asks if his niece is all right. She gasps in relief. He quickly begins neutralizing the venom, looking deeply concerned. The poison is deep and he cannot purge it all. Once they return, they must visit the Holy Quo Vadis, a grand cathedral. Camus gently lets go of his hand, asking her uncle for a brief moment. Before he can react, she runs and hugs Vikir tightly. "You rescued me again." Adolf stands there, flabbergasted. Camus pouts, complaining about how long he took to show up to save her. "I am telling my mom." Suddenly, a rope whips forward. Ayan quickly commands her squad. Yet Vikir does not back down. How is he this powerful? She warns him to surrender quietly since time is running out. This only makes Camus absolutely furious. Not her again, Vikir realizes time is short. Why are the Balak hunters in such a desperate rush? Suddenly glowing red eyes appear. Crows scatter everywhere. Ayan is terrified. Damn it, has it noticed them? Suddenly, Vikir's arm begins to throb violently. His veins scream that a terrifying presence is approaching. Ayan trembles, whispering that she is coming. Vikir stares as her face turns pale. The eight-legged madam, something massive erupts. Everyone panics, shouting her name. Camus squints, wondering if it is some sort of giant pillar. Vikir grows anxious. No way. The pillar stretches longer, sprouting sharp, thorny branches in every direction. It makes absolutely no sense. Adolf steps forward. How could a monster of this scale exist in these woods? Vikir tenses up, completely blindsided by its presence. He cannot believe his eyes. If his memories from before his regression serve him right, this beast is an S-rank disaster. Madam Eight Legs. The beast roars savagely at the intruders. Behind Vikir, the group stares in absolute horror at her massive form. Camus screams in terror, but Vikir instantly covers her mouth. "Keep quiet," he stares at the beast, recalling a vital warning. The creature has terrible vision, but its hearing is extremely sensitive. Suddenly, deep memories from before his regression flash back. An old native once told him of the horrific incidents seen on Mount Lero Oleno. The scars it left behind were legendary. A true horror story. Legend spoke of a nightmare known as Madam Eight Legs lurking in the dark, damp woods. The three of them look up, completely paralyzed. Even the Empire's monster encyclopedia, revised over generations, still holds records of her terror. Her gruesome records are permanently archived within those pages. This creature is a walking cataclysm that nobody dared to face. Madam opens her massive jaws, revealing thousands of dripping fangs. Her ear-splitting roar echoes violently across the entire ancient forest. An S-rank threat can annihilate an entire nation in a single day. This is a true walking disaster. Corrosive green acid melts ancient trees instantly. As venom sprays towards them, Camus spins around to conjure a magic barrier. Vikir leaps back, dodging the spray. Nearby, Shaman's nephew looks down in pure horror, screaming in a complete state of panic. His hair is dissolving from the poison. Instantly, a sharp blade slices off the melting locks. Ayan screams at him in anger. "You idiot. Why are you screaming right in front of her?" She grits her teeth, glaring up at the raging beast. The creature locks its glowing eyes right onto them. Ayan curses under her breath. If he was not the shaman's nephew, she would have abandoned him to die long ago. She screams at her tribe, ordering them to retreat immediately. Adolf shouts for his squad to fall back. They must run now. Behind them, Madame lets out a series of menacing growls. Her massive legs wriggle and stomp, shaking the ground. Vikir closely analyzes how the beast determines its targets. The Balak hunters are splitting into small groups. Meanwhile, the Baskervilles and the Morgs are running together in a large pack. Madame's massive legs kick up dirt as she begins to move. A slight difference exists in how these two groups retreat, but that tiny detail will decide exactly who she chases. Kama's, cradled in Vikir's arms, looks back in sheer terror. Adolf yells in fury. "Damn it, why is the beast heading right towards us?" In the blink of an eye, he turned around and smirked, saying, "Lord Adolf, leave this to me. The weakest of all these damn bugs is always fire." With that, he unleashed a massive fireball straight at Madame. A violent explosion erupted, sending shockwaves tearing through the entire area. Everyone smiled, thinking it worked. But just as he started celebrating his triumph, one of Madame's razor-sharp legs thrust out from the smoke, impaling the ally right next to him. Adolf could only watch in absolute silent horror as despair washed over him. Tears welling in his eyes, he let out a terrified, furious scream. It did nothing. The fire did absolutely nothing to it. Adolf held Kama's clothes, gritting his teeth in sheer rage. My God, what kind of demon is that? Vikir stood there thinking. He quietly made his decision. Turning back to face Madame with absolute resolve, he prepared to make his move right then. One of the men yelled in panic, "Young master, what are you doing? At this rate, we are all going to die. We will all end up in the grave unless someone steps up to be the bait." Another ally immediately shouted back a proposal. Vikir swore in frustration. "Let me do it. Do you honestly think your weak skill can block that eight-legged monster?" Everyone stared in disbelief as he prepared for a suicidal clash. "We can't let this monster chase us all the way home. Out of everyone standing here, I am the only one who has a real shot at baiting this thing." Vikir tightly gripped his sword without looking back. "It has to be me." His grim tone sent a wave of fear straight through Camus. "Lord Adolf, there is no time left. The rest is up to you." Adolf gritted his teeth, shouting, "Everyone, run right now." He grabbed Camus and retreated. "Don't let my nephew's sacrifice go to waste." "No," Camus screamed out, refusing to accept this. "Vikir, come back," she wailed. Once the voices faded into the distance, Vikir finally let out a heavy breath, his hand loosening its grip on the sword. He stood alone, staring at the monster. It wasn't about saving the Baskerville territory. The simple truth was the Allied forces stood absolutely zero chance against this beast, especially since it hadn't even unleashed its full power. Vikir braced himself, preparing to gamble his entire life on this single fight. But honestly, this was a massive opportunity for him. If he faked his death here, he could finally escape Hugo's constant surveillance. That would buy him the ideal chance to study the family's legendary 10th secret technique in absolute peace. With a calm mind, he began channeling his dark, demonic mana. Coating his arms in pure blood magic, he knew this was his ticket to breaking free from Hugo's control once and for all. Once he mastered these secret arts and could mask his energy, he would return. Slowly, a crimson demonic blade manifested in his hand. Vikir stood his ground as Madame crawled closer. He knew if he did not go all out now, he would surely die. Demonic red aura flared up, enveloping both his body and his sword. Thanks to the blessing of the river Styx, his mana was completely off the charts. He channeled all that aura into the advanced swordsmanship of the Baskerville clan, specifically targeting the demonic sword Beelzebub. With blood-red eyes, he glared up fiercely, ready to unleash every ounce of his power. In a flash, he vanished, leaving only a streak of light as he launched himself high up into the open air. His body radiated a blinding crimson aura. Even though his opponent's power level completely dwarfed his own, he did not hesitate. Madame opened her jaws, spitting deadly venom, but Vikir remained dead, silent, calmly, raising his flashing demon sword in response. The blade erupted in a blinding flash that warped the air. Without a second thought, he dove straight down like a meteor. He channeled his immense power and drove the strike straight into Madame's head, executing the fifth form of Baskerville swordsmanship. Gritting his teeth, he forced the blow down as the giant beast braced itself, its massive frame sinking into the shattered ground. Under the crushing weight, the monster was pinned flat. A brilliant crimson light began to pulse from the impact point, growing larger. A colossal shockwave ripped outward, shaking the distant survivors. Camus watched in pure disbelief, her eyes wide as she stammered out, "No." As the blinding light faded, a horrific scream echoed. In another place, a man under a guillotine quietly bowed his head. He endured the silence, but his sharp eyes held a terrifying coldness. Under the moonlight, Hugo stood tall and imposing. He looked down with utter contempt, his eyes burning with triumph as he raised his hand and gave the final cold command. The executioner's blade fell and the world spun. The executed man's vision blurred, his head rolling onto the dirty cold ground. Black blood pooled as Hugo turned and walked away. The dying man's fading eyes watched him, whispering, "Hugo, this is finally over." Suddenly, Vikir's eyes fluttered open. Blinking away the blur, he saw a wooden tent support above him, resting on warm, thick animal furs. Where was he? He lay still, trying to piece together the battle from yesterday. Wait, had it really only been a day? Did he actually survive that brutal clash with the eight-legged madam? He breathed a quiet sigh of relief at his insane luck. If the blinding explosion hadn't forced her to halt, he would be dead. Sitting up with a groan, he rubbed his aching shoulders. His bones, muscles, and veins were throbbing in agonizing pain. A single clash had pushed his body past its absolute limits. Man, he really underestimated her. Damn it. Vikir stared at the rope around his neck, totally confused. Is this the reason his neck hurts? This thing. It is the only reason he is still breathing. Exhausted faces flashed clearly in his mind. Is everything really going according to his original master plan? First, he managed to escape Hugo's tight watch. And aside from Adolf and Kama's, there are plenty of other witnesses, so his supposed death is believable. Stepping out of the tent, Vikir scans his new surroundings. Looking around in confusion, Vikir slowly realizes that the tribe members before him closely resemble Ayin, making him feel a bit uneasy. Is this the Balak tribe's camp? Is he currently being held hostage in their territory? Vikir frowns as if sensing this is some kind of test. Behind him, a piercing scream rings out. He is standing in the camp of their bitter rivals. Baskerville, this is bad. There is no way he can escape in this battered state. Move it. 4. Bound prisoners are forced forward. Heads bowed under constant threats. If you do not want to get eaten by wolves, move faster. Vikir watches the people in front and immediately recognizes them. Soldiers from Baskerville and other noble houses captured as prisoners. He knows these faces. He watches them with deep confusion. Someone approaches him from behind. Why hasn't he been executed yet? You awake already? A tribesman walks over to check on him. You speak Balak, don't you? Vikir faintly remembers this man from his past life. Is really him. How does he know? The man turns around with a mocking sneer. Be grateful you aren't like those guys. He walks over, eyes wide with a sadistic grin. How does it feel, watching your comrades march to their deaths? You must feel so utterly powerless in your miserable state. The tribesman looks down on Vikir like a pathetic insect, enjoying every second of it. If you weren't the commander's obedient dog, I would have boiled you alive by now. Vikir's brow furrows at those insulting words. A familiar, oppressive figure flashes in his mind. Hugo's cold glare always controlling. Vikir's blood runs cold, remembering those suffocating chains, those heavy chains. The tribesman's face darkens, looking down at Vikir. Huh. He notices the intense glare and snaps. What's with those eyes? In a rage, he violently strikes Vikir's face, screaming, "You arrogant bastard!" He storms off, leaving him lying there on the dirt, struggling on the ground. Don't just lay there, go find your master at the end of that rope. Vikir glares back. I'll remember your face. Once I recover, you will pay. Dragged by the rope, he moves past the simple tents of the Balak tribe, searching. Why is this rope so incredibly long? He grips it tightly, following the line with growing curiosity. He's been walking for a while yet, still hasn't reached the end. Is his master really there? Suddenly, the rope is yanked violently forward. Vikir freezes in pure confusion and looks up. In the distance, a figure is relaxing, soaking in a lake. He silently observes as their eyes lock, staring in dead silence. She smiles playfully, and before Vikir can process what's happening, she commands him to get down. The rope around his neck is yanked hard. She pulls him down just as a sharp projectile zips past. A powerful arrow, she angrily roars at some nearby kids. Hey you, brats, go practice somewhere else. She turns back to Vikir with a playful smile. Thanks for setting me free back at the slave auction, she points and explains while Vikir listens in confusion. We always return. Favors double and grudges tenfold. Since you saved me once, I saved you twice. Twice, Ayin boasts with supreme confidence. He looks at the rope around his neck, curious. I came back, otherwise you'd be dead. You should thank my stubbornness. Did you tie this? He glances at her while rubbing the rope, and Ayin smiles, easily reading his mind. Why exactly did you keep me alive? Her next words immediately grab his attention. It seems you hold a pretty high rank on your side. Ayin grips the rope, tightly yanking it hard. I wonder how much they will pay to get you back. Vikir realizes this with growing dread. Oh no. If they try to negotiate a ransom with the Baskerville Clan, his plan to escape Hugo's watchful eyes will be completely ruined. His anxious thoughts clash with Ayin's smug grin. What should he do now? She gives him a teasing look and speaks up. What are you thinking? Did you see a ray of hope? In steps forward, knife in hand. Too bad. You are not going back there. She swiftly cuts the rope and makes her demand. You will be my slave from now on, as she smiles knowingly. First, let's decide on a proper title. Call me master. Vikir looks up in complete silence. This defiant gaze only amuses her. I love that rebellious look. I will tame you. She turns around, sheaths her knife and walks away. But before that, we have somewhere to go. Let's move. Go where? She shields her eyes from the sun, unable to hide her excitement. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? A massive, distinct building stands out under Ian's invitation. When entering someone else's territory, you must pay respects first. A beast's head with wide-open jaws is pinned with sharp arrows. Sharp arrows. A powerful-looking woman sits silently waiting. We are going to visit the chiefess. The two quickly walk around the village. Vikir looks at the relaxed villagers eating and sleeping without a single worry. If you can't find a bed, crash on a friend's hammock. And if you're hungry, you can just take food from those who have more. That is how the Balak tribe lives here together. She introduces the village with a smile, leaving Vikir completely stunned. It might seem trivial to outsiders, but to them this home is incredibly pure, simple, and completely unpretentious. She tells him to get used to their lifestyle. Vikir notices that the Balak tribe has absolutely no concept of private property. Just then, Ian glances up with a sharp warning. We have arrived, she announces. Before them stands an exceptionally large tent adorned with skulls, the chieftain's quarters. Without hesitation, Ian steps inside and calls out, Mother, we are here. Vikir's eyes widen. Mother, the chieftain turns and speaks in a gentle tone. You are back. The matriarch playfully teases her daughter. So you brought the boy you keep talking about every single day. Ian quickly denies it. Mother, when did I ever do that? Vikir finally realizes her true identity. So she is actually the daughter of the chieftain, the Balak tribe, huh? Looking at the chieftain's incredibly fierce, heroic stance, Vikir realizes she is indeed the legendary Night Fox. Her cold expression makes Vikir stay on high alert. He remembers that this formidable warrior is the very one who left a scar on Hugo's nose. His inability to cross the mountains of Riru Eleno in his past life was because of her. He is deeply curious about her hidden power. A sudden urge rises within him. What would happen if his past peak self fought her head-on? How would he fare? He visualizes a series of lethal clashes against this powerful woman. In a direct confrontation, utilizing his most clever martial arts, an assassination attempt would have a 0% success rate. Just thinking about it makes Vikir break out in cold sweat. The chieftain leans in close, piercing him with her incredibly sharp gaze. Vikir still feels a cold shiver as she approaches. And if he decided to run, his survival rate would be only 20%. Meanwhile, the chieftain studies his face, finding it strangely familiar. Yes, 20% survival. I have definitely seen this face before, she murmurs. Vikir immediately grows tense and anxious. Could her sharp hunter instincts have detected that he shares the exact same bloodline as Hugo? Fortunately, she fails to recognize him, dismissing it with the belief that all noble men look exactly the same. The chieftain turns to her daughter, highly skeptical. What do you plan to do with this male? He looks completely crippled. Ian replies with absolute confidence, believing once he recovers, he will prove to be extremely useful. After all, he is the one who defeated Madame Eight Legs. The chieftain warns her naive daughter that acting without considering her own status could easily bring her harm. But the chieftain has a much bolder idea. Actually crippled or not, it does not matter as long as his seed is strong. Ian immediately cuts her mother off in panic. Oh mother, that's not what I meant. Ian quickly pitches a different plan. I intend to keep him as my personal slave. The chieftain is surprised, saying she never mentioned this before. Ian quickly flatters her. I need a slave to assist me during the hunts. The chieftain pats her head, giving in to her daughter's request. Fine, do whatever you want with your new slave. Ian glances over at Vikir, a satisfied smirk in her eyes. Meanwhile, Vikir is completely absorbed in examining the tent's interior. The sunlight filters beautifully through the dense green canopy of the forest, creating a breathtaking view of the surroundings. The two of them continue exploring the village together. Vikir suddenly feels curious. I have a question to ask you, he says. What is your name? Ian is shocked by his boldness and snaps at him. How insolent. A slave dares to ask that. Vikir refuses to back down, responding bluntly, I have no intention of calling you master, so just tell me your name. Flustered, she mutters a brief reply. It's Ian. Vikir introduces himself in turn, then asks what she wants him to do. My name is Vikir. So what do you want me to do now? She scowls in annoyance. How dare a slave speak my name? But since Vikir has expressed a desire to work, Ian decides to indulge him and hands him his very first task. Fine, here is your first duty. She points her finger directly at his face and commands, go build a house. Build a wooden cabin for yourself to live in from now on. She assumes this will be an impossible challenge for him. How could an arrogant, weak noble know anything about construction? In her mind, Ayan already has a perfect plan mapped out. She is highly confident she can make Vikir submit completely. Commanding a slave is part of a master's duty, she thinks. I must seize this great opportunity to show this arrogant noble the massive difference in our status and class. Vikir scratches his chin, contemplating. Build a house, huh? An amused smile plays on his lips. This is going to be fun. A short while later, Ayan is left utterly speechless. Vikir has already put up a sturdy shelter and reports back. I have completed your order. Looking at the simple yet exceptionally sturdy hut, Ayan is completely stunned by his skill. How on earth is he so skilled at building shelters? She fully expected him to struggle due to his severe injuries. She wanted to assist him, but since he finished so quickly, she silently hides her bundle of tools in embarrassment. Now these tools I brought are completely useless. Vikir, meanwhile, looks at the cabin with a sense of nostalgia. It has been a very long time. Having survived the harshest conditions in his past, his experience is unmatched. In a ruined world, swordsmen who only know how to fight with a blade will have a tough time. To survive such harsh environments, learning practical survival skills is an absolute must. Ayan kneels down to inspect the basic drainage system and praises it constantly. She's highly impressed. Even the drainage ditch looks completely flawless. That's when Vikir remembers something and brings it up with Ayan. Hey, speaking of which, I noticed the chieftain's tent didn't look very stable earlier. She looks surprised. Wait, my mother's tent? Vikir then comes up with a brilliant creative idea. Yeah, the rainy season is right around the corner. The soil around the main support pillar will easily soften and rot, causing leaks inside. If you'll let me, I can mix crushed limestone, yellow sand, and gravel from across the hill to make solid bricks. We can also reinforce the support pillars by coating them in resin and sealing them with fire. Ayan happily agrees to the plan. Let's do it. I was thinking the exact same thing. Vikir immediately starts mixing the ingredients, right in front of a stunned Ayan. He carefully shows her how to form each brick. Once finished, they carry the bricks straight to Chief Aquila's tent. She's absolutely amazed by their clever idea. The main central pillar has now been sturdily reinforced with bricks. The chieftain instantly realizes this is the fix she needed. This issue has been giving me a headache forever. No matter how many times we patched it, the roof kept leaking. So the pillars were the problem. She can't help but praise Vikir's impressive cleverness. Great job. Seems like my daughter brought back a pretty useful guy after all. Seeing his talent and sharp mind, she decides to assign Vikir a few more tasks. From now on, you'll go around the camp handling handy chores like this. Later, seeing Vikir working down by the stream, Ayan calls out. Hey, he replies, yeah, she's completely baffled by his easy compliance, and asks, don't you get tired of being exploited like that? Don't you want to become a full member of our tribe? Vikir doesn't hesitate or show a single complaint, replying casually, not really. Hard work isn't actually that bad, you know. Truth is, he's actually quite content. This is way more peaceful than his past life in the Baskerville estate, an underdog city. But Ayan thinks he's just hiding his true feelings, so she looks at him and says, you talk like someone who was raised very well. I suppose as a slave, keeping your head down is just natural. But he repeats, honestly, I really don't mind. Naturally, Ayan doesn't buy that someone could enjoy running back-breaking errands. She follows him around, urging him to change his mind. Stop being like this. Come with me. I'll help you. I'll show you how to survive and fit into our tribe. Ayan makes a sweet offer. Do well and I might even take off that slave rope for you. Vikir turns back, raising an eyebrow. Sounds tempting. He can only reluctantly agree, asking, so what do you need me to do? Ayan beams, totally satisfied. See, isn't it better to be honest? She immediately drops her first real demand. Go out and hunt a massive beast. Vikir blinks in surprise. Wait, hunting? Ayan honestly explains her motivation. Lately, the tribal warriors haven't been bringing back big game. Because of that, the kids in the clan haven't had any meat to eat. She looks at him with high expectations. In other words, hunt a huge beast and throwing away your slave status won't be just a dream anymore. She nudges his shoulder with a laugh. And since you can carry light gear now, you just need to assist me. She speaks with an air of immense pride, which annoys Vikir, but he can't argue. You should be grateful to be the slave of the huntress, commander of the Balak tribe. Ultimately, Vikir has no choice but to agree. Fine, let's do it. Ayan looks absolutely thrilled by his submission. She quickly sets the schedule. We set out tomorrow morning, deal? Vikir nods. All right, sure. But why are you grinning like that? I'm not. Little do they know Ahun was watching and overheard everything, making him furious. Seeing them laughing together makes his blood boil as he mutters under his breath, disgusting bastard. Meanwhile, another man puts his hand into a pot and grabs a fistful of black soot. He calls over the gathering hunters and says, all right, hunters, gather up. It's time for the welcoming ceremony. This is the Balak tribe's shaman, Ahiman. He performs a ritual on each hunter, throwing in a creepy warning. Accept my blessing or you won't find peace. Ayan leans over to explain. This ritual to Vikir, the Balak hunters feel a heavy burden when taking lives, so before a hunt they smear soot on their faces to hide from the god of death. Vikir silently notes that even a warrior tribe like Balak relies on a shaman. Up ahead, two hunters are whispering about him. He's spewing nonsense again. Just ignore him, the old man has to show off his authority. They clearly know Ahiman is a complete fraud, but they still go along with it. Wait, isn't it true his blessings have failed a bunch of times? That's why we only bother getting them occasionally. Hearing this, Vikir realizes they basically think the shaman is completely useless. It seems some things are the exact same no matter where you go. But Ayan's newly painted face looks absolutely hilarious, like a ridiculous cat. Vikir can't help but point at her and tease her. Wow, that is beautiful. Vikir tries to rub off the markings, totally annoyed. Ayan snaps, shut up. His grandfather and I do not get along, as she hands him a strange necklace, telling him to put it on. Vikir stares at the bizarre collar in complete confusion. Is this a dog collar, he asks. Ayan explains its purpose, saying they wear them so wild prey cannot bite their necks. Holding the strange collar, Vikir feels a bit hesitant but decides to go along with it. Since he is living here, now blending in is the smart move. Meanwhile, a massive white wolf acts as they mount through the dense forest. Ayan glances back, teasingly reminding him, I told you to hold on to me. Are you sure you will be fine on your own? Vikir calmly replies that he is fine. Suddenly, she takes off at high speed, catching him completely off guard as he falls backward. Then let's go. Ayan shoots him a smug, highly satisfied look, taking the opportunity to mock him for his stubborn pride. You should have just held on to me, you know. Serves you right. Vikir, now incredibly sore, lies there without even trying to move. He wonders if he can even stand up. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him. A tall, imposing warrior is blocking his path. This guy is leading a massive gray wolf, clearly preparing for a hunt. Ayan recognizes him instantly and calls out his name, Ahun. This arrogant warrior immediately starts trash-talking with pure contempt. Must be nice having so much free time to play around with a slave. He acts incredibly smug, boasting, I am going to bring back a massive beast this time. On the next joint hunt I will lead the squad and make my grandfather proud. Hearing his obnoxious boasting, Ayan cannot help but fire back with a sarcastic retort. Make him proud? How, when your grandfather is just a shaman? Furious and petty, Ahun kicks Vikir to vent his anger. Watching Vikir get kicked, Ayan explodes in anger, shouting, You bastard, what do you think you are doing? Ahun just scoffs arrogantly. He criticizes her for putting a hunter's collar on a slave. Ahun then tries to manipulate her, saying, Why are you taking this beat-up weakling as your hunting assistant? Think about it, having him around will only drag you down. Ayan just sneers. Oh really? She immediately calls out his embarrassing mistake, telling him, Maybe you should look at your own belt before talking. Ahun freezes in panic, shouting, Wait, what? Vikir slowly sits up and sighs. Amazingly, he had pickpocketed Ahun's entire bundle of arrows without the warrior even realizing, and has the nerve to mock him. You should protect your weapons as carefully as a lover. Ahun is absolutely furious, while Ayan chuckles in amusement. Watch out, or they will get stolen again. Ahun snaps, charging at Vikir to give him a brutal beating, screaming, You insolent slave. But Ayan quickly blocks his path with her bow, warning him, That is enough. Back off. Who do you think you are messing with? He is my slave. Furious at her obvious favoritism, Ahun gets defensive, arguing that Vikir is a mere slave who dared insult a Balak warrior. But Ayan stands her ground, reminding him that he was the one who picked a fight. Ahun remains furious, insulting Vikir once more. He is just a slave. Why are you defending him so much? In a fit of jealousy, he snarls. Don't tell me you actually like him. Fed up with his whining, Ayan decides to play along. Fine, a slave is still a slave. Mistakes must be punished. Hearing this, Ahun finally calms down, nodding in agreement. But Ayan adds bluntly, without holding back at all, But you do not have the right to punish him. He is my slave. Suddenly, she lunges forward and punches Vikir right in the face, sending blood splattering onto the grass. Ahun stands there completely jaw-dropped, unable to believe his eyes. The seemingly defenseless Vikir is instantly knocked to the ground. Ayan turns to Ahun and coldly asks if he is satisfied now. With her knuckles dripping with blood, she unleashes her furious rage. I know you are frustrated because you failed to capture any women on your hunt. She raises her bloody fist, glaring with pure, terrifying dominance. But if you ever play those petty tricks on my slave again, I will break you. Seeing her fury, Ahun is finally completely terrified. Ayan fiercely barks, Do you understand? With Vikir knocked completely unconscious as a brutal example on the ground, Ahun can only meekly reply, Yes. Afterward, the two continue riding deep into the forest. Ayan glances at Vikir, feeling incredibly guilty. Vikir just stays quiet, not saying a single word. After a long, heavy silence, she finally speaks up. Does it hurt? Are you mad? Ayan tries to explain why she had to do that. I had to do it. Ahun is incredibly petty and stubborn. That was the only way to stop him from causing you any more trouble. Why are you ignoring me? Vikir responds with a single blunt line that crushes her with guilt because it hurts too much. Right after, she immediately leaps backward to his side, her eyes filled with genuine worry and care. Leaning in close to his face, she asks frantically, does it hurt that badly? How much are you on the verge of dying? Vikir continues, acting hurt, complaining that it really hurts a lot. Before he can even finish speaking, Ayan leans right in and kisses his cheek. Vikir is stunned, murmuring that he is used to worse wounds than this. The entire world seems to slow down for a brief moment. Ayan gently touches her lips with her fingers, realizing what she just did. Feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment, she quickly turns back around. Brushing it off, she confidently says, I knew I was right. You have great potential even for an outsider. Meanwhile, Vikir frantically wipes his cheek, absolutely terrified of catching a nasty infection. Do these tribals just lick each other to heal? That is highly unsanitary. Seeing him flinch, Ayan speaks with genuine sincerity, offering him a favor. Is there anything you want from me? Just say the word and I will make it happen. Seizing this golden opportunity, Vikir immediately prepares to speak. Vikir Van Baskerville makes his request, asking if she'll honor it. Feeling proud, Ayan readily agrees because a noble three-leaf warrior never goes back on their word. Vikir Van Baskerville strokes his chin, lost in deep thought. Seeing him hesitate for so long, Ayan starts growing anxious immediately, suspecting some weird demand. Why is he overthinking this? Don't tell me it is something inappropriate. But Vikir Van Baskerville slowly states his wish. Since you said anything, this should work. Ayan waits in suspense, her heart beating faster and faster. But Vikir Van Baskerville's request is surprisingly simple, leaving her a bit disappointed. Teach me archery. Oh, archery, sure. Just like that, they are back to laughing and chatting happily. Awesome, tomorrow we start your special training. Deal. And so, a new journey begins. They begin with the basics, shooting simple wooden targets on tree trunks. Ayan has to show some serious patience with her. Clumsy rookie archer. Seriously, my slave doesn't even know how to shoot. Didn't I tell you to line up the arrow first? However, getting this close is making things pretty awkward for Vikir Van Baskerville. Is it absolutely necessary for us to train like this? Ayan responds with absolute nonchalance. Hey, you asked me to teach you. This is how all three-leaf kids learn the basics. Even so, she's a great mentor to her clumsy student. Listen, you can't use a sword with your broken body right now. It will take forever to heal. So learn archery and bag a major prize to save whatever dignity you have left. Now Archer back some more. Vikir Van Baskerville is reaching his breaking point, but he keeps his mouth shut, only crying inside. His old bones are screaming in pain. Suddenly, Bakira, the white wolf, leaps from the bushes, startling Ayan as she spins around, accidentally slamming her weight onto Vikir Van Baskerville's back. Ignoring him, groaning on the dirt, she immediately focuses on her companion. Bakira, did you locate them? Vikir Van Baskerville can only sigh at his rough treatment. Meanwhile, Ayan springs up, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she delivers the good news. Get ready, we are moving fast. Together, they march toward a massive rushing stream. Ayan stops to explain the terrain. This river connects directly to the sea. Expect salty waters and marine monsters around here. She shares an old childhood legend with him. An elder once told me that salmon believe they will grow into colossal beasts if they manage to swim up the great waterfalls. But reality is far more brutal for these swimming creatures. Most of them fail, crashing onto the jagged rocks below. Their desperate struggle ends in tragedy, serving a different purpose entirely. They become the perfect easy feast for the local predators, the dreaded bull bears. Vikir Van Baskerville can only watch in utter shock at the bizarre creature before him. So that's a bull bear. It looks completely wild, unlike any beast I have ever seen before. Ayan shakes her head, explaining that this is no ordinary beast. It is a highly dangerous mutant, with elite bloodlines surviving countless chaotic battles. Vikir Van Baskerville looks at her, a look of pure disbelief washing over his face. Wait, you actually want me to hunt that monster? Ayan quickly laughs it off. No way, I didn't send Bakira to track down a beast that powerful. No, her goal is entirely different. Our target is actually Ayan, or more specifically, the aggressive males trailing behind her. They follow the female to compete for mating rights, looking absolutely ready for a bloody battle. They glare at each other with murderous intent, yet the dominant female doesn't seem interested in these tough guys at all, violently shoving them away. Vikir Van Baskerville is stunned. The female's aggressive rejection of her suitors raises some major questions. He can't wrap his head around this bizarre mating ritual. If she keeps rejecting them, what kind of male is she even looking for? Ayan smirks and corrects him. You've got it all wrong. It's actually the complete opposite. She actually prefers that scrawny male over there. She doesn't want strength. She wants a partner she can easily control. Vikir Van Baskerville's jaw drops. Wait, she chose the absolute weakest guy, Ian nods. Exactly. She wants someone she can boss around. There's a survival logic behind this. If a strong male gets too aggressive, he might actually kill his mate. That makes alpha males highly dangerous. Thus, she prefers a submissive partner. Ian then turns to Vikir Van Baskerville with a mischievous grin. You know, three-leaf warriors select mates the same way. Guess what kind of guy is most popular in our 8 tribe? A young, healthy guy with great genes, ideally crippled or weakened by injuries so he is easier to manage. Vikir Van Baskerville's sweat drops, realizing they only care about breeding. Together, they watch the massive beasts wander off. Now we just wait until the female completely drains the male's energy. Later on, a beautiful sunny afternoon, deep inside the dense woods, shafts of sunlight pierce through the thick canopy. Vikir Van Baskerville stands completely still right outside the bear cave, waiting in anticipation. He leaves fish and fresh fruit by the entrance, feeling utterly exhausted. I've listened to these bears groaning for 4 whole days. What am I even doing? Ian approaches to check in. Did you feed them? Vikir Van Baskerville groans in affirmation, knowing the real purpose of this absurd mission. He has been acting as their personal chef to keep their stamina up for mating. Ian inspects a wild berry they gathered. It temporarily boosts strength, but it's crucial for their plan but this process is actually harmful and shortens their lifespan. Ian explains this directly, noting that smarter offspring would easily see through their scheme. The male realizes it too, yet has no choice but to eat and satisfy the female. Now Vikir finally gets the whole picture. It makes sense why she picked such a powerful female to drain the male's energy completely. Just then, Ian brings over 2 steaming hot bowls. She warmly reminds Vikir to eat up so his wounds can heal faster. While watching the beasts mate enthusiastically, Vikir quickly swallows his food. Meanwhile, Ian brings up a rather sensitive topic out of curiosity. She wonders if all common men behave this way, questioning if the men from the Empire are somehow completely different. She playfully teases that since he comes from such a boring place, he probably lacks that fire, intentionally challenging his manhood. Yet Vikir remains completely unfazed. Ian even strikes a seductive pose right in front of him, asking if he can handle it. Mid-conversation, she suddenly freezes. Grabbing her bow, she instantly orders him to get ready, realizing the pregnant female is about to react. Sure enough, right after mating, the female lets out a ferocious roar. Terrified by her sudden aggression, the male instantly scrambles away. As the male flees the cave, Vikir asks why she would drive him out. Ian explains the raw instinct of these creatures. To her, a male bear that has done his job is now just an intruder in her territory, warned to never return. Vikir gives Ian a knowing look. Exhausted from mating and sleepless for 4 days, the male is bound to crash soon. Ian catches on immediately. It will likely find a remote, safe spot to hide, allowing them to quietly track its footprints from afar. With their perfect plan set, they wait for it to sleep to begin the hunt. The scene shifts to a vast, snowy mountain range. Riding their trusty white wolf, they arrive amidst massive, towering peaks. Vikir is absolutely blown away by the sheer distance they traveled. That exhausted beast pushed incredibly far, but Ian understands why. As a clever creature, it sought the safest spot possible to rest. Up here, the biting cold keeps deadly blood-sucking pests away. Vikir is genuinely surprised by the brilliant strategic mind of this beast. Did it really choose this spot on purpose? Ian calmly confirms that the shadow bear possesses intelligence far beyond basic animal instinct. But while the beast is perfectly adapted, Vikir is struggling. Unaccustomed to the freezing altitude, he begins to shiver uncontrollably. Muttering about the freezing cold, he tries to endure it. Ian kindly offers him to huddle closer, but the shy guy refuses. Insisting he is fine, he backs off. Ian quickly cooks up a practical warning, telling him that freezing up will only slow down their hunt. She asks if he really wants to be a burden. Vikir realizes her logic is actually sound, even if her delivery is a bit blunt. Impressed by her practical reasoning, he finally gives in. But he takes it a step further, naturally wrapping his arms around her waist. This sudden intimacy catches Ian completely off guard. Her face flushes bright red like a tomato as she tries to keep her composure. She quickly tells herself she is only doing this to protect her slave. After all, a master must look out for their property. Suddenly, the white wolf senses danger and growls defensively, surprising Ian. Calling out to Bakira, they cautiously follow the fresh tracks. However, after a short distance, the tracks abruptly vanish into thin air. Ian scans the snowy environment, searching for any clue. Wondering where it could have gone, a sudden chill runs down her spine. Sensing an immediate threat, she wheels around just in time. Sure enough, the ferocious beast emerges from the shadows, roaring loudly as it lunges directly at them for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, everyone gasps in awe as their eyes light up at the massive wild boar brought back. With a beast this size, the entire village will feast tonight. Others looked disappointed, having only caught a few meager rabbits themselves. They praised the massive catch as the ultimate trophy, asking if Ahun will officially lead the hunting squad from now on. Swelling with immense pride at the compliments, Ahun smugly confirms that by tribal law, the leadership is rightfully his now. He scoffs that even the highly talented Ayan has her limits, prompting someone to ask about the slave she took with her. Ahun sneers, calling the slave a completely useless dead weight who will only drag her down and guarantee an empty-handed return. But deep in the frozen wild, Ayan is facing a far deadlier threat, a massive raging shadow bear lunging straight at her. With no time to dodge, she is suddenly pulled away as Vikir grits his teeth, grabbing her waist to throw them aside. Just as they crash to the ground, the snow wolf leaps into action, fiercely stepping in to shield the two from the beast. Growling fiercely at the shadow bear, the wolf lets out a chilling howl and lunges forward while Vikir cushions Ayan's fall. Still pinning her beneath him, Vikir asks if she is all right. Ayan, catching her breath, genuinely thanks him for saving her life. She notes the beast is watching them with uncanny intelligence, far craftier than the others, explaining why the female chose him. Realizing a brutal clash is unavoidable, Ayan is secretly stunned that she was actually rescued by her own slave. The irony of being saved by her property is jarring, but she quickly snaps out of it, asserting her role. Stepping in front of him, she commands her slave to stand back and rest as she draws her bow with lethal focus. Feast your eyes on the dignity of a master. Vikir felt completely helpless. Rest a slave resting while the master does all the hard work. What a bizarre tribe. Meanwhile, Ayan was riding her snow wolf, relentlessly firing her bow at the giant bull bear. The beast tried to flee but still took several direct hits. Hot on its heels, Ayan screamed in anger. How dare you act so rampantly in front of my slave? You are going to pay for this, you beast. Right then the bull bear scrambled to hide behind a massive boulder. Seeing this, Ayan mocked it. Did you really think hiding behind a rock would protect you from my arrows? She drew her bow back with maximum force. A true arrow can pierce straight through solid steel, but when handled with care, it won't even scratch a delicate leaf. In an instant, she aimed her lethal shot straight at the boulder. The arrow itself stopped, but a devastating wave of energy surged forward, ripping right through the stone and striking the bull bear. It roared in agony. Vikir watched in shock, realizing the beast had been hit even while in hiding. The aura's shockwave had penetrated the solid rock to find its mark. Her incredible archery was truly a masterpiece of martial skill, capable of neutralizing any prey with absolute flawless precision. There was zero margin for error in her lethal hunting technique. Skill-wise, she was easily superior to Camus de Morgue. Turning back to Vikir, Ayan flashed a smug, triumphant grin. Did you see that? You useless slave. Fresh blood dripped onto the snow as the battered bull bear seemed to lose all its strength to fight back. But suddenly the beast summoned a burst of insane speed, charging wildly out of its cave. Ayan quickly refocused her aim, letting fly another volley of arrows. Did you really think you could survive my shots? She called out with absolute confidence. This arrow carries my absolute best effort. It's strong enough to shatter the thickest castle walls. This time, her released mana burst forth in a dense, overwhelming wave. The bull bear paused, but suddenly its eyes flashed with a strange, cunning light. Almost consciously, it ducked to dodge the blast. Ayan's devastating shot missed the killing blow, only shattering the beast's massive horns. Stunned, Ayan gasped in shock. In that split second, the bull bear slammed brutally into her snow wolf, sending both of them flying. Sent airborne, Ayan tumbled violently across the hard, snowy ground. When she finally stopped, she lay completely battered and bruised. Forcing her eyes open, she remembered an old warning: when a wild beast is pushed to the absolute brink of death, its entire killing intent focuses solely on its hunter. Ayan realized her fatal mistake. She had cornered the beast too carelessly. Thinking a final arrow would easily finish it, she had let her guard down. Staggering to her feet, she faced the monster. The bull bear lunged forward, jaws dripping with foul, bloody saliva. Accepting her fate, Ayan closed her eyes, bracing for death. But then Vikir's voice echoed through the clearing. So is that the grand dignity of a master you wanted to show me? Looking up in utter disbelief, she saw Vikir charging at the beast with bare fists, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. My turn now. With a savage roar, Vikir unleashed a devastating burst of power directly into the monster's gaping maw. Strange markings erupted across his hand, and in a flash, the demonic blade of Cerberus manifested. An eerie burning energy incinerated the beast's head as easily as dry paper. Ayan stared in absolute shock at the jaw-dropping display. Was that fire? The massive bull bear collapsed, gray smoke billowing from its mouth as its eyes rolled back. Vikir's makeshift bandages were instantly vaporized by the intense heat, revealing his toned torso. Catching a glimpse of him, Ayan immediately blushed red. Just as I thought, Vikir muttered. Exhaustion hit him like a truck. Pushing this broken body to use that skill was simply too much. Completely drained, Vikir collapsed, face first onto the dirt, leaving a panicked Ayan screaming for him. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a warm fire glowed as the rest of the tribe celebrated, dancing happily around a massive bonfire. Hunters laughed and traded food. In this tribe, bringing home the biggest catch earned you ultimate respect. Ian and Vikir joined the lively feast as the guests of honor. Nudging him, Ian asked how it felt to be the tribe's hero. Vikir shrugged, offering a casual reply, but Ian snapped. Slave, that bored reaction is your biggest issue. That bull bear wasn't just brutally strong, it was incredibly cunning too. Bagging it is a massive honor for us. That's why we're representing the tribe in the upcoming raiding ritual, unlike those lazy cowards who only hunt slow wild boars. You know, the ones that run around pooping themselves, right, Hun? Standing nearby, Hun glared down at Vikir, visibly annoyed. He aggressively shoved a bowl of food into Vikir's hands. Take this, slave. Vikir looked down at his meager soup. What's this supposed to be? Vikir asked. Hun exploded in rage. What's that face for, slave? Just eat it. Why did I get barely any meat? Vikir asked. Hun sneered. Because that's all a slave deserves, Ayan chuckled, explaining. It's Balak tradition. The hunter who contributes the most gets the least meat but receives the highest honor. Ahun grumbled and stomped off, muttering, Damn it, I wanted to give you a mountain of meat. Vikir sighed inwardly. Who cares about honor? Sure, but you and I know meat is worth way more than some useless honorary title. Ayan noticed his expression and giggled happily. That jerk Ahun must be absolutely furious right now. Meanwhile, Vikir Van Baskerville tried to comfort himself. Well, meat wasn't the real prize he wanted anyway. He was after that 600-kilogram boost from BBS for catching the bull bear. Just then, the Cerberus notification appeared on his palm. Slot 1, an A+ rank fire lance Cerberus burning enemies with high damage, and strong as a bull bear. Slot 2, an A rank heavy bull bear. Slot 3, an A rank immortal melee granting 600 kilograms while holding his breath. Vikir Van Baskerville quickly took a sip of soup. The BP had actually absorbed the bull bear, instantly healing his entire body. Suddenly, Ayan shoved her bowl toward Vikir Van Baskerville and called him her slave. With a blushing, embarrassed face, she stammered. You're still hungry, right? I swiped this from the master for you. Great hunters deserve to eat more. Vikir Van Baskerville looked confused. I already had some meat, soup, and a plate of offal, he said. Ayan snapped back. Yes, I know, but you have to eat this too. Eat eyes to help your eyes, eat heart to help your heart. Vikir Van Baskerville stared at the purple stuff in disbelief. Is this long thing intestine? Do you think my gut is weak? Just then, the girls under Ayan's command complained loudly. Hey, Chief, you are being way too biased, giving that special part to a slave. It is so obvious what you are up to. Flustered, Ayan yelled at them to shut up. Meanwhile, Vikir Van Baskerville stuffed it into his mouth, chewing grumpily while thinking. This is way too long. With a hard gulp, he swallowed it down. Ayan stared at him with sparkling eyes, eagerly waiting for his reaction. Then she beamed with a bright smile. Now you can finally fulfill your duty. Vikir Van Baskerville was utterly baffled by her words. He had already finished the hunt, so what else did she want? The next morning, the fresh sunlight washed over the land. Vikir Van Baskerville woke up barefoot, his body completely covered in bandages. He stood before a massive tree that had been cleanly sliced. Staring at a smoking crater, he realized with a serious frown that what she had said yesterday was absolutely true. Remembering last night's massive pile of meat, Vikir Van Baskerville had asked why she left the best cuts there when the village was starving. Ayan had replied that they were sacrificing it to the Lady of Scarcity so she would allow them to live here safely. Vikir Van Baskerville shuddered inwardly. The Lady of Scarcity, if anyone crossed her path in this dense jungle, they wouldn't survive. Judging by the Balak villagers' sheer terror toward that entity, he realized just how incredibly reckless he had been. Looking up at the sky, he sighed. What a troublesome beast. As the morning sun climbed higher in the sky, Vikir Van Baskerville walked around and spotted something strange. A long queue of local girls. Trust me, this got weird fast. What is going on? Another festival? The girls were gossiping among themselves. I have been standing here since dawn. Luckily, it's almost my turn. I haven't slept all night. After yesterday's ritual, I should be able to become a normal woman, right? One of us might even become his wife. Since he hunted a bull bear, he must be insanely strong. Suddenly, someone yelled. You girls, Ayan had just returned from a hunt with a deer over her shoulders, shouting at them. I was the one who gave him the soup yesterday. How dare you try to steal him? The others quickly argued back. You should have used him first and then shared. Don't be greedy, Chief, Ayan snapped. If you don't like it, go set your own traps. But they persisted. We tried. We went all the way to the Empire's border, but we couldn't find anyone like him. Ayan clenched her teeth, raising her fists threateningly. Really? Maybe you can find one in hell. The crowd scattered in absolute terror. Once they fled, Ayan slapped her forehead in exasperation. If they wait until he recovers, they will probably kidnap him outright. I fed him those bull bear testicles so he could do his manly duty. Turning around, she froze. Vikir Van Baskerville was standing right there. He loomed behind the fence. She stammered. What, you heard everything? Vikir Van Baskerville stood there with a dark, horrified expression. So that is what I ate yesterday? Ian quickly approached him to explain. Last night I heard my mother calling a meeting. She summoned the elders. As an honorary hunter, you can ask her for one thing. When she calls you, I know what you should ask. A request. Vikir Van Baskerville was completely stunned. Sometime later, inside a grand tent adorned with a majestic skull, the meeting had begun. Elderly tribe members gathered on one side while the younger groups stood on the other, watching the scene unfold. Vikir Van Baskerville, dressed in proper tribal attire, knelt respectfully in the center. Greetings, chief. The chief was a woman sitting high above. Looking down with crossed legs, she spoke up after his bow. You're the one who caught the bull bear right. Thanks to you, I enjoyed a delicious feast. Vikir Van Baskerville replied humbly, I only did what needed to be done. She laughed. No need to be modest. You did exceptionally well. And your wounds seem mostly healed. Your recovery speed is truly impressive. Vikir Van Baskerville calmly looked at her. Thank you for your concern, he replied while thinking to himself how very interesting. Night Fox Aquila, a legendary archer who terrified the Empire despite leading a Balak tribe of fewer than 300 people. Who is she? She has the dignity of Hugo but possesses a warm, gentle side. Aquila then speaks up, declaring that a reward is in order. 2. Honor his grand achievements from yesterday. She plans to change his status. He will no longer be a slave but part of the family itself. But suddenly, one of the elders loudly clears his throat. Hearing this, Vikir quickly glances around at the crowd. Realizing the elders are clearly unhappy with his sudden promotion, that ash-faced old man is none other than the tribal shaman. Elder Ahiman of the Balak tribe, right? Noticing the young man staring, the grumpy old elder glares back in pure anger. Demanding to know what he is looking at, he gets ignored as Aquila stands up. She invites Vikir to speak his mind as a new Balak. She promises that even though she did not raise him, he is family now. Because of this, she will grant whatever he asks for. Reaching her hand out to Vikir, she offers him a choice. If he wants a beautiful girl from the tribe as a wife, she will gladly bless their union. Or if he prefers, he can take slaves instead. Nearby, Ayin is frantically gesturing to him, pointing at herself to remind him of her previous offer. Vikir catches her eye and sees her funny, desperate attempts to get his attention. Closing his eyes to block out the distractions, he firmly speaks up, stating his request. Aquila grins, telling him to go right ahead. She finds it highly amusing that her daughter Ayin is acting so restless. Does she really want this guy that badly? Vikir then speaks up. He asks for permission to bathe in the sacred hero's spring. Hearing this outrageous demand, the elders gasp in absolute shock. They can't believe their ears, and the younger hunters like Ahan are furious. Meanwhile, Ayan sports a smug grin while Aquila remains dead silent. Her cold gaze locks onto him as she demands to know if he understands his request. Vikir, however, remains completely unfazed. Standing tall, he faces the spitting fury of Elder Ahiman, who screams, demanding to know how a mere outsider dares to be so arrogant. He turns to the chief, arguing that only elite Balak warriors deserve to bathe there, pleading with her not to listen to this trash. Ahan quickly jumps in to back his grandfather up, agreeing that only true proven heroes should ever lay eyes on the sacred waters. How could a former slave possibly demand such a legendary privilege? But right on cue, Ayan steps up to defend her favorite hunter. She argues that Vikir has already proven himself beyond any doubt. After all, didn't he single-handedly capture the giant ox bear? Staring deep into Vikir's eyes, Aquila tests him, asking if he even knows what the spring truly represents. He simply nods, completely relaxed. Of course he knows. It is a sacred sanctuary reserved strictly for the tribe's elite. Bathing in its mystical waters has miraculous effects, completely healing any internal and external wounds. However, Ayan had warned him that the spring takes a very long time to fill up, making it a prize saved only for those who achieve greatness. Aquila gazes down from her throne, lost in deep thought about his request. Meanwhile, another elder with ridiculous mohawk-styled hair immediately protests, arguing that a fresh outsider shouldn't be allowed into their sacred grounds. However, a hooded chief sitting nearby speaks up in his defense, pointing out the young man's sheer talent and incredible potential. They suggest a single visit could serve as great encouragement. Instantly, the council erupts into a heated debate over the sacred site. Some mockingly ask if the spring is now a public bath, while others argue that since he is family, they must heal his wounds. Chief Aquila finds herself conflicted. She genuinely wants to reward him, but granting access to an outsider would violate ancient tribal laws, especially with the shaman and guards protesting so fiercely. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the air, cutting the argument short. The mysterious noise reverberates across the entire settlement. Vikir stands up, his hand on his weapon, asking if it is an attack alarm. Ayen quickly reassures him, explaining that it is just visitors. No fool would ever be stupid enough to wage war on their tribe. Aquila decides to postpone the meeting and heads outside, ordering everyone back to their stations as she goes to investigate. Watching them leave Elder Ahim scowls with pure hatred, his eyes gleaming with a malicious fury that makes him look like a demon. Outside, a long line of mysterious visitors has gathered. Spotting them from a distance, Vikir curiously asks if these are the guests. Ayan cheerfully confirms it. Several heavily loaded carriages pull into the camp and workers immediately begin unloading crates of foreign goods. The cargo is filled with fresh produce and daily necessities. Ayan explains that these traveling merchants bring things they cannot find in the wild. The tribe always looks forward to their visits. However, Vikir narrows his eyes immediately, recognizing a very specific crest on the carriages. It is the emblem of the bourgeois family, one of the 7 great merchant houses. But reaching this remote forest from the capital is nearly impossible. They would have to cross through Baskerville or more territory. Those proud families would never allow this. Are they smuggling goods illegally? Just then, a merchant begins shouting, announcing the arrival of the 5-day market. Surprisingly, he addresses the locals in fluent Balak language. He calls out for them to bring their goods for trade. Excited tribe members immediately swarm the stalls with their own forest treasures. People offer everything from dream-weaving crystal balls to exotic forest cosmetics, while the merchants display sacks of rare empire rice. Standing back with a serious expression, Vikir watches the lively exchange. He notices that these traders brought common imperial goods, only to swap them for highly valuable, rare resources that can only be found deep within this dangerous forest. This worthless piece of junk. It is actually a demonic beast hide. Trading it for a single sack of rice is pure highway robbery. These greedy merchants definitely know its true value. Are they shamelessly exploiting the Balak tribe? Well, they will have to learn the hard way. If Vikir gets involved and gets recognized, it will only bring trouble. He shakes his head, wanting no part in this. Suddenly, Ayan grabs a corn cob, shouting in absolute rage. Wait, this makes no sense. Why on earth are we trading a diamond for a single piece of corn? Vikir feels a moment of deep comfort, thinking at least there is one sane person left. But her next words instantly make him question everything. She screams, demanding that she should at least get 2 pieces of corn instead. Seeing her absolute ignorance, Vikir can only facepalm in sheer disappointment. He grumbles, realizing she is just as clueless as the rest. Soon other tribe members join in voicing their loud complaints. Why is the value of a clam equal to only 1 radish? It should be at least 2. Only 1 cabbage I will not give. You, the other deer antler. 1 is already enough. Confronted by their bizarre demands, the merchant is completely baffled. To avoid trouble, he quickly agrees to play along. Fine, I cannot fight you, brave Balak warriors. I will give you more. The Balak tribe members happily flex and pose, thinking they got a brilliant deal. But a wicked grin creeps onto the merchant's face. These clueless fools have absolutely no idea what their items are actually worth. Suddenly, a sweet little girl runs up and waves at him. She asks for a glass sphere. He smiles warmly, saying he has plenty of them, but asks what she wants to trade. The innocent girl proudly presents a beetle pupa, calling it rare and highly nutritious. The greedy merchant immediately loses his temper. He brutally slaps the pupa out of her hand and barks, "Why would I ever eat this garbage?" The poor girl falls to her knees, in tears, while he turns away with a scheming expression. She is quite pretty for a barbarian. Selling her as a slave would definitely bring in a massive profit. As the little girl weeps in sorrow, a comforting hand gently rests on her head. And then, a deep voice cuts through the air, startling him. "Hey merchant, this trade is completely unfair." Vikir steps up and stares him down with sharp eyes. Ayan cannot understand the imperial language, wondering what Vikir is saying to the man. The merchant scratches his head, forced to smile. "Oh, you speak the imperial tongue. This is just a misunderstanding." Vikir coldly demands to know why he planned to sell this Balak child into slavery, throwing him into absolute panic. Vikir quickly cuts him off. "That does not matter now. You must cancel every single unfair transaction you made here today." The merchant tries to act innocent. "Unfair? What on earth do you mean unfair?" Vikir directly exposes his lies, pointing out the absurd price difference. The old merchant realizes this boy is the only one who understands him, so he arrogantly raises his voice to challenge Vikir. "You talk as if you actually know the market value. This is a sacred trade approved by the Balak high priest." He claims the representative of the forest god allowed this, telling a young brat to stay out of it. Vikir simply points at the goods, calling out their exact prices. "The corn you brought is worth only 100 gold coins each, but the diamond is worth about 2 million gold coins." He sneers, grinding that bull bear horn would net 1 million. The same as the goblin mushroom, a rare medicine. The merchant breaks out in a cold sweat. How does he know this? Vikir picks up a glass sphere and continues. "And this glass sphere for sweet dreams. If you sleep near this item, you will be drugged into pleasant dreams. Small holes are carved on its surface to release the gas. But this cheap drug is highly toxic and will ruin your health over time. And it is strictly banned in the Empire, yet you sell it." With a cold stare, Vikir suddenly crushes the glass sphere barehanded. Shards and toxic powder rain down slowly from his hand. Seeing this, his accomplice rushes over frantically, whispering to the old man to ask what is happening. The leader grits his teeth, in anger, realizing they have been exposed. Ayan quickly runs over to Vikir, asking if that drug is truly dangerous. Vikir simply nods. Infuriated, Ayan turns her blazing eyes toward the merchants. So that is why our people fell ill, don't tell me the sudden decline in everyone's health is because of this. The merchant puts on a fake pleasing smile. He secretly plans to slip away, laughing awkwardly and claiming it is just a misunderstanding. But suddenly, a powerful blast of energy strikes him right in the shoulder. The old merchant trembles in absolute panic as Ayan initiates the attack. She launches the first strike, screaming in absolute rage, "You bastards, how dare you deceive the proud Balak tribe." Hearing her shout, the other tribe members look down at their newly acquired items in complete confusion and absolute panic. A scam that is completely impossible. Realizing their lives are in grave danger, the terrified merchants scramble in absolute panic. They quickly mount their horses, grabbing their luggage, and flee the scene. Vikir turns to her, wondering why she let them go. Merchants like that never accept a loss and leave so easily. But Ayan answers with a cold, terrifying smile. I would never let them escape. For beasts that travel in packs, wounding them and letting them run is simply their hunting technique. Meanwhile, having barely escaped with his skin, the greedy merchant started cursing those Balak bastards. But the hunt was far from over. They always returned to their pack when injured. Sure enough, the merchants' group soon arrived at a campsite, with a blazing fire. Standing before a group of mercenaries, he yelled in rage, "Damn it, those Balak savages stole all my cargo, get ready. Let's go." Night fell quickly upon the dark jungle, but a warm, flickering glow still seeped through the thick trees. Suddenly, a hunting eagle flew down, landing gently on Ayan's arm. Vikir stood by her side as she boiled with sheer fury. They dare mess with the Balak tribe. There's only one end for them: total slaughter. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were marching cautiously through the jungle. A one-eyed mercenary captain mocked the nervous old smuggler who was walking right beside him. "Well, Mr. Smuggler, you seem quite surprised that those Balaks stole your goods. What did I tell you? You can never trust these primitive forest people. You should just slaughter them all and sell the rest into slavery." But the merchant barked back, warning him that since it was his first time in this jungle, he had no idea how dangerous the Balak were. The one-eyed captain just grinned with arrogant confidence. "If you are so terrified, why hire our mercenary crew? Did not you want us to kill them if negotiations failed? After all, our protection fee is cut straight from the profits." Saying that, he struck a match, the sudden light illuminating his sinister, greedy face. "So because of this raid, we get to keep everything." The old merchant shrank back, looking uneasily at the glowing cigarette in the captain's mouth. Knowing he had no choice, he sighed, "Do whatever you want." The one-eyed captain clapped him on the shoulder. "Are they really that tough? We just need to ambush them tonight and burn them all to ashes." Meanwhile, one of his men shouted at another, "Do not put that out, let me light my cigarette first." The other soldier warned him, "One match only lights 2 cigarettes. Have not you ever heard the battlefield curse?" The mercenary just sneered, dismissing the myth as nonsense. But before he could even take his first puff, an arrow pierced his forehead, killing him instantly. Right next to him, another guy was bragging, "I used to capture forest folks and sell them as slaves," before another arrow silenced him. The captain, busy chatting, did not notice the arrow heading straight for his forehead, spraying hot blood across the terrified merchant's face. In a split second, the entire mercenary camp was targeted. They were hit from all sides. The merchant screamed, "It is the Balak, put out the cigarettes." Ayan's warriors kept raining down arrows. She shouted her orders, "Aim only for their heads, do not hit anything else. Show them the true terror of the Balak." Vikir watched closely from the side. Every single Balak warrior was a master archer, able to hit any target they desired, simply by aiming at the tiny embers of the enemy's cigarettes. Meanwhile, a tribesman approached some large wooden barrels and said, "Hey slave, the items you requested are all set." Vikir quickly reminded him, "I am a free man now, not a slave." The warrior laughed. "Haha, do not be so sensitive." Back on the chaotic battlefield, a bald mercenary commander barked out orders, "Shield squad, protect the mages." Mages prepare to counterattack with magic. But right at that moment, a massive curved arrow shot through the air, dragging a giant barrel right over the heads of the mercenaries. The arrow slammed deep into a tree, followed by several others. A web of ropes quickly suspended the heavy barrels directly above them. The bald commander was utterly baffled. Are they shooting wooden barrels? Wait, look. Thick, sticky liquid began leaking from the gaps. Suddenly, a volley of flaming arrows shot straight into those hanging barrels. In that very instant, a massive fire explosion erupted, raining down flames as the mercenaries shrieked in agony. "Fire, they are burning us." Hiding behind a tree trunk, the old smuggler gritted his teeth in disbelief. They shot oil barrels by tying ropes to their arrows. Since when did these forest savages become so clever? Just then, Vikir stepped quietly out of the shadows, whispering, "Russ." The smuggler spun around in shock, Seeing him, he shrieked, "You Balak bastard, you ruined my entire operation." Vikir stepped forward, his eyes glowing with cold, murderous intent. Pale with fear, the merchant stammered a threat. "If you kill me, you will regret it." He quickly pulled out a document. "This is an official exploration permit directly from Underdog City. Look at this. Seal of the new deputy consul. If you kill me, the Baskerville Clan will hunt you down." Vikir stared back in silence. "The deputy consul you speak of, is it Vikir?" The smuggler sneered confidently. "Exactly. The infamous Vikir." Vikir's rage began to boil. "Strange," he muttered coldly. "I do not recall ever authorizing this." The old smuggler gasped, a look of sheer horror washing over his face. "What? Don't tell me you are." In an instant, a volley of silent arrows pierced his chest before he could finish. Without hesitation, Val drew his bow and declared that the punishment for forging the Baskerville family seal was death. Right then, Ian rode past on a giant snow wolf, shouting, "Hey, slave, we have to run." Val snapped back, clearly annoyed. "I am not a slave." Suddenly, arrows peppered their shields like a swarm of hedgehogs. Seeing this, one of the mercenary soldiers muttered in confusion, "Wait, how did we not hear?" "Wait, another arrow." Everyone immediately panicked. The Balak fled and resorted to fire, proving they completely lacked confidence in their own combat skills. "Chase them down," their leader screamed. "You damn barbarians, I will slaughter every last one of you," completely oblivious to the bizarre thing lunging right from behind. Suddenly, a monstrous beast leaped out, launching a brutal attack on the unsuspecting soldiers. Agonizing screams immediately filled the forest. A monster. A total monster. Vikir turned his head to look back, and Ayen smiled. Ayen smiled. "You actually predicted Madame Eight Legs would show up and use fire to trigger her. You really are a true Balak warrior now." Vikir silently pondered. "Every time I witness her power, it is a complete disaster." Shortly after they returned to the Balak tribe, the chieftain happily declared, "You may enter the Spring of Heroes. You solved our food shortage by capturing the ox bear, and secure a flawless victory using oil barrels. On top of that, you exposed the real cause of our warrior's sickness, which was fake medicine. You are indeed a brave warrior." She placed her hand on his shoulder in praise, completely ignoring Uman, whose face had turned entirely black. Chieftain Akila then continued, "Tonight is the full moon, so Ayen take Vikir to the spring." Ayen happily agreed. "Yes, mother." She threw her arm around Vikir's shoulder and laughed. "Serves him right, doesn't it? Just look at Uman's furious face. He claimed a curse made our warriors sick, but thanks to you, his words carry absolutely no weight anymore." Vikir recalled the words of the crooked merchant. "This is a sacred transaction witnessed by the Balak and authorized by the forest messenger." Vikir stared into the distance and muttered coldly to himself. "A curse, is that what they are calling it?" Night fell as the full moon peeked behind dark clouds. Vikir was now soaking peacefully inside the sacred Spring of Heroes. He relaxed in the crystal-clear water, feeling his mana purifying itself. He could literally feel his broken bones and torn muscles rapidly healing. That fake shaman wouldn't act without a plan. Believing his own lies, he will definitely show his face here soon. While it was less potent than the river Styx back at the Baskerville estate, having no age limit made this spring much better. Vikir spoke up coldly. "Besides, won't the spring's effects weaken if you soak in here too? I'm pretty sure the chieftain only permitted me." Ayen, who was relaxing on the opposite side of the water, shrugged casually. "Who cares? A real Balak warrior wouldn't be so petty. A true Balak doesn't sweat the small stuff. We only have this hot spring thanks to Lord Adonai." Vikir was immediately curious. "Who is Adonai?" Vikir asked. Ayen proudly explained, "He's the only warrior capable of fighting Madame Eight Legs deep in the forest. He's easily the strongest warrior in our entire tribe." She then added, "Now that you're a Balak, you must show him absolute respect." Vikir nodded. If he actually faced that terrifying beast, then he truly deserves respect. Ayen proudly nodded in agreement. "It's the absolute truth," Ayen huffed, turning away. "Geez, talking to an outsider is so exhausting." But then she suddenly fell quiet. She silently gazed up at the night sky, recalling the chieftain's words. Vikir was now a free commoner with a great reputation. Once the spring fully heals him, he might actually make a pretty decent husband. Ayen's face flushed red as she started plotting. With a deep blush, she resolved to make Vikir hers tonight. Her burning gaze locked onto Vikir as he focused on recovering. Vikir remained totally oblivious, soaking in the water. As they sat together in the hot spring, Ayen tried striking up a conversation. "I already suspected those merchants were ripping us off. I just used this perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. Honestly, if you hadn't exposed them, I would have done it myself anyway." Vikir let out a helpless chuckle. "Fair enough, I understand." Aen instantly pouted at his reaction. "Hey, don't give me that look. I know that diamonds are incredibly expensive in the Empire." Vikir tilted his head, amused. "Oh, how expensive exactly?" Ayen hesitated, counting on her fingers. "Like 20 ears of corn, or maybe 30. Vikir quickly corrected her. "Not even close. The mountain of corn you could buy with just one single diamond is. Ayan's jaw dropped as she gasped loudly. Wait, that much? Realizing she sounded clueless, she quickly covered her mouth. I mean, of course I knew. You, Imperial folks, are just plain stupid. What's a shiny rock even good for anyway? Vikir remained completely unfazed by her outbursts. It doesn't matter. You can use my name or call me a slave. But decide what I am to you. I dislike ambiguity. Ayan fell silent, whispering, what do I want to call you? She bit her lip, gathering her courage before slowly moving closer to Vikir. She looked right into his eyes. So you hate uncertainty, do you? Fine. Let's make things crystal clear for you. Gently lifting his chin, her face burned crimson. I don't want to call you slave or even Vikir. I want to call you. Her face drifted closer and closer to his. But right before she could finish, a bunch of local kids suddenly crashed the hot spring. The kids swarmed around Ayan, babbling happily and splashing Vikir. Ayan was utterly flabbergasted. Well, what are you guys even doing in here? Play with us, Commander. Please play with us. Meanwhile, Vikir sat there in pure silence, trying to process what had just happened. He was completely baffled. She doesn't want to call him by his name, nor a slave. What on earth did she want to call him? Ayan snapped at the kids. You little brats, you're ruining the healing effects. Vikir couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Didn't you say Balak wouldn't hold a grudge? The kids crowded around him, agreeing completely. Yeah, exactly. You were being way too stingy, sister. Ayan could only grit her teeth in frustration. Just then, Ahun arrived with two little girls on the chief's orders. Because of side effects from the merchant's drugs, the chief sent the sick children to bathe in the hero's spring. Thinking of the chief's face, Ayan groaned to herself, Mom, please tell me you're not trying to embarrass me like this. Then Ahun called out to Vikir. Clearing his throat, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, Thanks for helping my sister. The little girl beside him smiled brightly. Thank you, brother. Ahun cleared his throat again. Also, I am sorry for misunderstanding you all this time. Vikir heard this and simply gave a flat reply, yeah. The awkward silence stretched. Seeing Vikir's indifferent attitude, Ahun absolutely lost it. I apologize, and that is how you react. Vikir calmly observed, Ahun, you are far too short-tempered. Watching this unfold, Ayan could only laugh helplessly. Well, whatever, there was still plenty of time. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed through the clearing. Vikir Ayan smiled warmly at him. Congratulations on officially becoming a true Balak warrior. Around them, the children cheered happily. It was pure joy. 2 years flew by. Suddenly, a heavy fist cracked straight into someone's face, sending them crashing to the dirt. Ahun, now older with a completely new hairstyle, glared up in sheer fury. Standing over him, his opponent slowly lowered his smoking fist. You are weaker than I thought, Ahun. The guy who threw that punch was none other than 17-year-old Vikir Baskerville. Angered, Ahun demanded another round. But Vikir simply turned away, rejecting him. That is enough for today. Ahun screamed after him. Vikir, are you running away? Without even stopping, Vikir replied coolly, I am going for a walk. As Ahun's allies helped him up, he complained about that annoying jerk. He gets even stronger every time he heals. His friend nodded in agreement. I heard his archery is already on par with the commander's. But come on, you can't compare him to the commander. Besides, even I could make Ahun's nose bleed. Hearing that, Ahun quickly wiped his bloody nose and protested. I didn't get hit, he insisted seriously. His fist didn't even touch me. It stopped right in front of my face. His friend gasped in pure shock. Wait, you're saying he made your nose bleed just from the raw pressure of his punch? Meanwhile, Vikir walked through the deep forest, letting out a heavy, tired breath. Woo, I finally perfected it. The sixth form. I can finally withstand the sixth fang. Standing before a massive stone cliff he gazed at. 6 deep heavy craters blasted into the rock. It's still a long road to the 10th form, but achieving the 6th form at just 17 is highly impressive. Plus, with 6 mana circles, I can easily rank as a high-tier graduator. With the blessing of the river Styx, my magic sword archery, and the Balak assassination techniques I've mastered, I can definitely go head-to-head with top-tier graduators. It's been 2 years in this jungle. Time to bid farewell to the Balak. Once my preparations are complete, that is. Cut to some time later. While the snow wolf chased butterflies, Vikir closely examined a massive track. On the path, he noted it was from a jungle snake, specifically a massive ancient serpent. Ayan stood nearby, lost in deep thought. Is that so? Vikir continued. If we hunt it down, the village will have enough food for 4 days. But she remained completely distracted. Really, Vikir frowned and looked at her. Ayan, we're out hunting. What's on your mind? Her face suddenly flushed red as she stammered. Nothing, no, nothing at all. Trying to hide her awkwardness, she blurted out, oh right, the other hunting party wanted me to ask you something. Vikir wondered what secret she was keeping. Ayan showed him a dagger. They got this from an imperial trespasser who sneaked into our forest. Do you recognize this symbol? The moment Vikir saw it, his eyes narrowed. Yes, it is extremely famous. That crest belongs to House Leviathan, one of the Empire's 7 noble families alongside the Iron-Blooded Baskerville Sword Clan. Ian's expression grew, highly serious. We thought this belonged to those mercenaries we killed 2 years ago. Luckily, it doesn't. But something still deeply bothers me. They poured a strange red liquid into several areas upstream before making their retreat. The hunters managed to capture one of them, but he bit a poison pill and died instantly. The only thing left was this dagger. Ian trailed off, leaving Vikir looking at her with a questioning gaze. She wore an uneasy, complicated expression, shunning his eyes. I need to ask you something. Don't you ever want to go back home, Vikir? Hearing this, Vikir scratched his head. Why was she suddenly asking that with such a tense look? Ian stared down, completely flustered. I hate secrets and lies. So please tell me the truth. Actually, another Imperial intruder has entered the forest. And I think you are her target. Vikir gasped in pure shock, his sudden reaction confirming her fears. Ian looked at him and continued in a heavy tone. She's already deep inside the jungle. A vision of a fiery red-haired girl flashed on screen. Yes, she has crossed our borders, seeking you specifically. She is already inside. Looking deeply saddened, Ian added, actually 2 years ago, right after your battle. With a madam, she led a rescue team deep into the woods to investigate. I think she is hunting for your trail. Are you going to leave with her? As she spoke, a wave of intense anxiety washed over Ian, wondering if he would really go. She wondered if he hid this because of her. If he decided to leave with that girl, what could she do? Should she use tribal law to stop him? Would that even be enough to keep him by her side? Meanwhile, Vikir was lost in thought, but he quickly came to a firm decision. He calmly told her he was not going back. Ian's pounding heart skipped a beat. She stared at him in utter disbelief, asking if it was true. Vikir gave a firm nod. With a bright beaming smile, Ian threw her arms around her pet, absolutely thrilled that Vikir was staying. While she celebrated, Vikir remained deep in thought. He had assumed the Empire knew he was alive, but it seemed he was wrong. He knew he could only return once he learned to completely mask his power from Hugo. Then there was that woman from before. Was the girl she mentioned really Camus de Morgue? Had she still not forgotten how he saved her? These expeditions seemed like a major diplomatic mission. For Baskerville to allow Morgue's search party into the border forest meant the alliance between the two clans was stronger than ever. Had his supposed death brought them together, he knew it was finally time to investigate what was happening beyond the edge of the forest. Suddenly, the calm lake erupted as a massive fish burst from the water, thrashing wildly. Both Vikir and Ian stared in absolute shock. The giant creature crashed heavily onto the dry shore, desperately gagging and throwing up gallons of water. It was a lungfish. Ian pointed out that lungfish usually burrow during droughts and only emerge when the monsoons arrive. Since it jumped from the river, the wet season was definitely close, and judging by its massive size, it would be a long one. Suddenly, Vikir sensed something was off. He muttered a quick warning to wait. Protruding right out of the lungfish's thick hide was the sharp tip of a spear. Vikir sliced the beast open without hesitation, revealing a human skeleton frozen in a striking pose, still gripping its spear tight. A large, heavy bead necklace hung around its neck. Ian examined the tattered garments and identified the victim as a Rococo tribesman. They were a tribe known for their bright, colorful garb. The skeleton showed clear signs of a frantic struggle, as if taken completely by surprise. Ian found it highly unusual since lungfish are dumb scavengers that only eat corpses. Jumping down to inspect closer, Vikir agreed. He suggested the hunter was likely so weakened that the fish mistook him for dead. This left Ian wondering why someone so frail was hunting. Vikir pointed out that their tribe might have been in extreme distress, suggesting something terrible was sweeping through the forest. They decided to investigate immediately. Before long, they arrived at a bizarre, silent clearing, their expressions turning dead serious as they looked around. The ground was littered with a horrifying number of bloated, lifeless bodies. All the proud Rococo warriors had been wiped out. Vikir knelt down to examine the corpses, noting traces of severe vomiting, diarrhea, and raw red rashes. A dark suspicion crossed his mind. Suddenly, Ian pointed toward the horizon, noting that it was well past dinner, yet no cooking smoke rose from the Rococo village. Bleached human skeletons hung silently from the tree branches above. The entire village was swallowed by an eerie pitch-black silence. Vikir and Ian stepped cautiously into the settlement, but the chilling void of life confirmed that everyone was gone. Overgrown weeds proved the site had been abandoned for weeks. Pushing aside a tattered tent flap, Ian wondered where they had gone. Suddenly, a massive swarm of buzzing flies erupted from the darkness, sending a cold shiver straight down her spine. Inside lay a heavily decomposed corpse. Ian screamed in terror, pointing it out, but Vikir calmly noted more bodies on his side. Examining the red rashes, Vikir recalled his past life. A devastating plague had ravaged the jungle around this exact time. Known as the Red Death, this highly contagious plague nearly wiped out every living creature and tribe in the region. Victims suffered from agonizing rashes, constant vomiting, and diarrhea, eventually slipping into a painful coma before death. It spread incredibly fast. It had even crossed the borders of the empire back then. Terrified, Ian urged him that they needed to escape immediately. She believed it was a divine curse, but Vikir calmly reassured her that it was merely a highly contagious disease. Hearing that made her even more anxious, but Vikir told her to stay calm, claiming it wasn't as bad as she thought. When she kept questioning him, Vikir told her she could head back alone. She protested, asking what if he died from the curse. Vikir shrugged, saying he would just die then. Flabbergasted by his casual tone, Ian snapped, demanding who gave him permission to die. Amused, Vikir kept his thoughts to himself and focused on the corpses, noting that the entire tribe hadn't been wiped out here. They had likely relocated, abandoning the sick and deceased. Still, Ian held firm to her belief that dark magic was at play. She insisted they were punished for practicing necromancy. Ignoring her claims, Vikir decided to scavenge the camp for useful items. He told her to find a place to rest, leaving Ian sighing at how incredibly dense and insensitive he could be. Suddenly, a strange noise broke the silence, making her jump in terror. She spun around, letting out a blood-curdling shriek. Alerted by her cry, Vikir rushed over to check on her. Ian had collapsed on the ground, staring ahead with a pale face. Stammering about the curse, she pointed a trembling finger toward the shadows. Standing there was a frail, feral little girl with tangled hair. Hysterical, Ian screamed that she was a cursed child, desperately urging Vikir that they needed to run away immediately. Go on ahead, I will catch up. Ugh, my leg cramped. Ignoring Ian as she dramatically clutches her leg, Vikir walks toward the child. He kneels down in front of her, analyzing her. From the looks of it, this child does not belong to the Rococo tribe. She seems to be only 5 years old, busy building a small grave. After taking it in, Vikir asks, "Who are you?" The girl struggles to speak, whispering Rococo slave kitchen helper. Vikir asks in shock, "So you are a slave of the Rococo tribe?" He seriously asks her next, "What is your name?" The girl replies, "Pomerian." Vikir is stunned. An imperial name. Was this imperial child kidnapped by the Rococo? The girl then finishes her name, La Baskerville. Hearing those words, Vikir is shaken. It feels like falling straight into hell. He tries to stay calm, asking, "What did you just say?" The girl raises her finger, pointing to herself as she repeats Pomerian La Baskerville. When she looks up, he sees those signature blood-red eyes of the Baskervilles. There are 3 different middle names within the Baskerville family. Certain names are given to collateral descendants like Van, and others are reserved only for direct descendants. And although it is rarely used in this male-dominated family, there is a middle name, given specifically to direct female descendants. And at this moment, the little girl looks up and repeats Pomerian La Baskerville. Vikir is completely stunned. The middle name is La. He is absolutely sure that barely anyone in the family carries that name. Ian then points and tells Vikir to look. Hanging from Pomerian's neck is a necklace. Is that not your family symbol? Vikir quickly grabs the necklace, saying, "Let me see this." He is completely shocked by what he sees inside. Inside the locket is a family photo of 3 people. He gasps in pure disbelief. Hugo Les Baskerville is in it. Why on earth is he in this photo? Vikir grinds his teeth in anger, staring at the picture. Suddenly, Pomerian trembles in fear. Completely losing his composure, Vikir demands answers. Who are these people in the photo? What is their relationship to you? The girl shrinks back in absolute terror, prompting Ian to quickly speak up. Do you think a kid will answer if you ask like that? You need to smile. Vikir frowns, thinking. He just cannot control his emotions because this is so shocking. Still, this child has done nothing wrong. He tries to ask more gently, "Who are the people in this photo?" He attempts to force a soft smile. Ian jokes, "Slave, is that how you smile?" Vikir's smile instantly fades. Pomerian is silent for a moment, then points at the photo, whispering, "Mother, grandmother, and grandfather." That means what the butler John Barrymore said might actually be true. He recalls his past conversation with the butler. What the butler had said, "You might not believe me, but the patriarch once had a deeply passionate love." Vikir found it hard to believe. The cold patriarch in love, whom in the entire Baskerville family would actually believe that. Yet the butler continued with his story. To tell the truth, the patriarch loved his first wife, Rosanna, very deeply, always showing her the utmost care. Although Lady Rosanna passed away from a sudden severe illness, that was not the reason the patriarch changed his personality. It was when the only daughter born to them, Lady Penelope, was kidnapped by the savage barbarian tribes. That was the final straw. The patriarch immediately went to search for Lady Penelope. Because of this, the emperor deployed him to the dangerous front lines. The Baskerville family then relocated near the mountains, right where the savage barbarians resided. Yet no matter how many hunting hounds he dispatched, he could not find any trace of Lady Penelope. As years went by without even confirming if she was alive, he eventually gave up. He gave up. Following that tragedy, Hugo's absolute hatred for the barbarians reached a point of pure madness. He became a cold, calculating machine, living only for one purpose: to destroy the barbarians and the demons. Now Vikir realized he had dismissed all of that as a mere rumor. But this child in front of him is undeniable proof. Penelope was the daughter of Rosanna, the only woman Hugo ever loved. And this girl is Penelope's daughter. This is Pomerian. If his deductions are not wrong, then this little girl is indeed Hugo's direct bloodline granddaughter. Hugo's direct granddaughter. If Hugo, who currently treats his own children like mere weapons to fight against the savage barbarians, sees his own granddaughter carrying barbarian blood flowing directly in her veins, what kind of expression will he make then? Vikir places his hand on Pomerian's head, saying gently, "It seems the Rococo tribe did not treat you well. You should come with me." The little girl stares at him, her eyes wide. Vikir tries to flash a friendly smile, wondering if he is doing it right. Suddenly, Pomerian points at him and says, "Your hair and eyes look like my mother's." Vikir smiles, replying, "That is right. The Baskerville hounds look similar. You can call me uncle." Pomerian gasps in shock, "Uncle." She then glances at the grave behind her. Before her mother had passed away, her mother had given her final advice. "Pomerania, if you ever meet someone with glowing red eyes, you must follow them." The little girl turned back to the grave, whispering for her mother. Sanch watched in surprise as a tiny hand grabbed onto Vikir's pants. The Pomerania bowed her head and replied, "Mister, I will go with you." This was the moment two abandoned hounds of the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan met in a fateful encounter. The scene shifts to the next day inside a tiny simple tent where little Pomerania was finally clean. With her hair neatly tied and looking incredibly adorable, she peeked out and called, "Mister, where are you going?" Vikir replied as he walked, "Your mister needs to attend an important meeting." Thinking he was leaving her behind, Pomerania rushed after him in tears. "Mister, please take me with you." Picking her up, Vikir silently wondered, is she terrified of being abandoned again? The fact she was opening up to him was good, but raising a child seemed far more exhausting than he expected. Still, what else could he do? Pomerania was incredibly clingy now, only feeling safe when close to Vikir. Meanwhile, Vikir calculated that they could not raise this child in the Balak village. This place is far beyond the Empire's reach. He needed to raise her somewhere with at least some place that has imperial culture. He might need to ask for Chiva's help, but first they had to leave this deep forest and head to the city. A bit later, the scene shifts directly to the chieftain's tent. Aquila crossed her arms with a serious expression. "So, there is a dangerous plague spreading nearby. The rainy season is already fast approaching, which makes this a massive problem. If the epidemic continues through the wet season, the damage will be absolutely massive." However, Elder Ahuman immediately argued back, "Chieftain, that is not a plague at all, but a curse. Everything will return to normal once we break this curse. This is the moment when we must offer up a truly valuable sacrifice." Ian, who was sitting directly opposite him, quickly fired back, "There is no way this is just a curse. We need to abandon this village immediately and find somewhere else." But the Council of Elders strongly disagreed. How could they possibly abandon the sacred land where their ancestors lay buried? Leaving was simply not an option for them. This was the beloved Balak land where they had settled for over 200 years. The younger generation shot back fiercely, "Then what do you plan to do? If the plague wipes out all the children, who will carry this tribe into the future? The precious young minds of tomorrow could vanish completely, just to protect the dusty remnants of their dead ancestors." Yet the village elders stubbornly insisted it was indeed a curse, absolutely a curse. They argued that even eating a single strange-looking forest mushroom could make a person end up looking just like this. The angry spirits of their ancestors were absolutely furious because they completely neglected their graves. Or perhaps it was indeed a toxic, bug-spreading poison. "Chieftain, please make a final decision." Aquila remained completely silent with a cold face, sitting in a quiet corner, completely detached. Vikir watched over the soundly sleeping Pomerania, while thinking grimly, the Red Death is just as terrifying as the deadly Black Death, having caused completely irreversible damage to the Empire in the past. This terrifying plague has already begun spreading like crazy and reached deep into Imperial territory. The only reason the Empire stays safe is because Camus of the Morgue clan created a giant wall of fire to block the spread. Furthermore, Saintess Dolores, who was sent by the Quo Vadis Holy Clan, used her exceptionally powerful divine energy to completely eradicate the pathogens. However, this holy cure was only distributed within the Empire, and most of the U-Court barbarians living in the Laroju Aleno Mountains and deep forests ended up dying. This was exactly what Baskerville had always wanted. Because, with the barbarians who ruled the deep forests completely gone, low-level monsters began to rise up. They swarmed into the Empire, causing harm to the innocent citizens. The Baskerville family quickly received orders to eradicate these beasts. In the end, the Baskerville clan successfully guarded the borders, and Hugo's massive influence grew wider than ever. Right at this moment, Vikir raised his hand to speak out. I know a way to stop the Red Death, but inside he silently swore this time that is not going to happen. Hugo. Next, a pair of green goblin legs is tied up and hung upside down, its head repeatedly dunked into the water before the rope is pulled back up. Everyone covered their faces to guard against infection. As they pulled the goblin's head out of the water, countless red spots had already broken out on its face. Oh, it actually contracted the Red Death. Immediately, that goblin was thrown into the raging fire. Ian turned to Vikir and said, those goblins we pushed into the contaminated water all caught the Red Death. It's just like you predicted. Is it really transmitted through water? Vikir replied seriously. Yes, contaminated water is indeed the main cause of illness, but boiling the water completely solves the entire problem. Ian then glanced over at the remaining captive goblins. So as long as the water is boiling, it is safe. Instantly, one was thrown into a pot of boiling water for testing. Ian quickly pointed and yelled. He is dead on contact, Vikir calmly instructed. Throw it in the cold water, Ian. Ah, got it. Moments later, we see the goblins without any red spots on their bodies. Exactly, quite some time has passed and they are still healthy. We actually found the way to defeat the Red Death. It is boiling water. Boiling it completely stops the disease from spreading. Aquila stepped forward, absolutely thrilled. Well done. Thanks to you, we can finally see the light at the end of this dark tunnel. I am deeply. Let's be grateful, Vikir seriously warned them. But we cannot let our guard down yet. It does not spread through eyes or skin, but it spreads through the respiratory tract. Be extremely careful when morning fog rolls in. At this point, Ian looked toward Ahuman standing behind them, mockingly saying, wait, didn't someone claim this was a curse? The elder ground his teeth, unable to rebut. Fine, whatever. Ahuman gritted his teeth and demanded, so we must avoid water. With the monsoon coming, how is that even possible? The other tribal members murmured in agreement. Indeed, once the heavy rain started, the river would overflow, making the atmosphere incredibly damp. Boiling water and maintaining hygiene would become nearly impossible. Ahuman smirked with sheer satisfaction. Then someone bluntly proposed, that is precisely why we must relocate our village. Hearing this, Ahuman stood completely dumbfounded. Blurted out, what didn't I say? We cannot abandon our ancestral land. Are you completely ignoring my authority as your elder? Suddenly, Vikir confidently spoke up, offering a solution that would allow them to stay right here in Balak territory, leaving everyone completely astonished. Soon the monsoon arrived, flooding the forest and rapidly turning the plains into a massive swamp. Even the oldest elders in the village had never witnessed such devastating flooding deep within this jungle. And just like that, almost the entire forest was submerged. Except for the Balak village where the strong young men pulled ropes with all their might, tying them tightly around the trunks. Pull it tight, keep it steady. Houses built high up on giant ancient trees soon took shape. The villagers were absolutely thrilled. Despite the torrential downpour, the village remained safe from the floodwaters, all thanks to his idea. They shouted up toward Vikir's treehouse, yelling, Vikir, thanks to you, we are completely dry. Thank goodness we listened to your plan. Vikir smiled, thinking to himself that it was a blessing the Balak territory had so many tall, sturdy trees to withstand this season. Just then, Pomerania peeked out from the door, calling, Uncle, I want to play outside too. Suddenly, Vikir froze as he spotted something. While the two young warriors below were still happily waving their hands, two glowing eyes like bright headlights suddenly emerged from the dark water behind them. Vikir shouted down to them in warning, watch out, is dangerous. The giant water monster sped up, opening its massive, terrifying maw. As it lunged forward to swallow both of them whole, the two turned pale with fear, unable to dodge. In the nick of time, Ian swiftly drew her bow, unleashing an arrow that sank deep into the monster's flesh. She yelled in absolute rage, get lost, you damn ugly catfish. Vikir asked in surprise, is that a Mushuhoshu? She replied, it has been the king of this swamp for decades. We call him Ka. It is an incredibly bizarre, ugly creature. The giant beast thrashed violently, tearing through the wooden barrier and sending both young warriors falling into the water. Vikir instantly leapt down, shouting, how dare you destroy the homes we worked so hard to build? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Demonic veins suddenly bulged across his hand and the blade of Beelzebub quickly emerged from the back of his hand. Vikir unleashed the sixth form of Baskerville, instantly striking the monstrous catfish, as it let out an agonized shriek, thrashing in pure pain. With a sharp, icy gaze, Vikir easily brought down the massive beast. Soon only its tail could be seen on the surface as it coiled up and dove deep to flee. The two young warriors, clinging tightly to the tree trunk, let out a massive sigh of relief. Then they cheered, wow, Vikir, chase Ka away. How many times has he saved us now? Vikir, you are the true hero of Balak. Feeling slightly exhausted, Vikir retracted his demonic blade Beelzebub. Ahuman stood there, seething with jealousy, seeing him handle the beast so easily, while Ahun just kept silent. Ayin gave him a thumbs up of deep admiration, fully approving in her heart. Sometime later, inside the tent, a cozy fire glowed, illuminating a mouth-watering plate of freshly cooked food. Little Pomerania excitedly picked up a big piece and started eating with joy. Beside her was Ian. Both of them shared the exact same blissful expression from eating such amazing food. Pomerania smiled, giving a thumbs up, yelling, "This is so delicious." Uncle Ian happily agreed, "Totally. You are an amazing cook, kid." Vikir stared at Ian with annoyance, saying, "I do not recall inviting you." She confidently replied, "I smelled something great, so of course I had to crash." Vikir sighed helplessly. "I did not even cook enough for you." Ian countered matter-of-factly, "A slave's belongings belong to their master, so what is yours is mine." Vikir quickly corrected her. "How many times do I have to repeat that I am not your slave?" Ian waved it off, saying, "Don't be so petty." Watching this interaction, little Pomerania suddenly blurted out with a giggle, "Uncle and Ian act just like a married couple." Ian beamed with immense satisfaction and hugged Pomerania tightly, squealing, "Aw, you are so adorable." The little girl happily hugged her back. Vikir frowned, staring at the two of them, while wondering, since when did they get so close? Suddenly, a chilling draft swept in, making Vikir turn around to look. A shadowy figure stood trembling at the entrance of the tent. Ian asked with a deep frown, "Why are you here?" Ahun, standing at the threshold, Ahun was crying uncontrollably. Everyone watched in shock as he shook violently and cried out, "Vikir, I know you have saved our tribe so many times. That is why I'm begging you. Vikir, please save." My younger sister, Ahun's little sister, was already burning up with a high fever, and the horrific spots of the Red Death had begun to spread. Red rashes, the signature symptom of the plague. Inside Ahun's tent, the poor little sister remains trapped in a deep, agonizing fever. Vikir and the others observe her painful state in silence. Finally, he breaks the quiet and asks when the symptoms first began. Ahun anxiously replies that she likely waded into the swamp yesterday. Ayan quickly chimes in, explaining how Ahun always tries to help everyone. "Vikir, do you have a cure?" Ayan presses. Looking up with quiet confidence, Vikir nods. Just then, Elder Ahemanen barges into the tent. Dripping wet and furious, the elder scoffs, claiming it is karma. He blames the girl's illness on her wandering off and listening to outsiders. He rants about the imperial spy, provoking Ahun to stand up and defend Vikir. But the hateful old elder immediately barks at him to shut up. With a harsh slap, the old man strikes Ahun's face, mocking him for being useless. Then, shaking off the rain, he heads toward the exit. "I keep telling you, this is a divine curse." Ahemanen rants, insisting they must perform an ancient ritual to appease the angry spirits. He warns them not to humiliate the Balak tribe by trusting an imperial scout. Since the plague is spreading, the chief will likely agree. Ayan grinds her teeth, furious at the spiteful old man, while Ahun can do nothing but weep in utter heartbreaking helplessness. Staying completely calm, Vikir finally speaks up. He outlines a treatment plan, telling Ahun to boil water and sanitize the sick room. They must burn charcoal to drive out the pests and bats, keeping the air clean. Creating a sterile environment is their only hope. This will buy Ahun enough time to fight off the infection. When Vikir asks if he can do it, Ahun wipes his tears. Ahun nods, determined. Relief washes over Ayan as she turns to Vikir, desperately asking if he can truly save her sister. Vikir quietly nods. "But I need your help," Vikir adds. Ayan eagerly promises to do whatever it takes, but his next request to guide him out shocks her. With absolute seriousness, Vikir explains he must retrieve the medicine. Meanwhile, Ahun approaches the door, carrying a basin of contaminated items. He overhears Ayan's panicked protests from inside. Even if Vikir is accepted by the Balak tribe, crossing territory lines is strictly forbidden. Tribal laws are absolute, and Ayan knows her mother, the chieftain, will never allow it. But Vikir counters with a grim reality. The chieftain will likely abandon the dying girl. If they keep his departure a secret, Vikir can slip away and return undetected. "Will you let me go?" Vikir asks. Stuck in an impossible dilemma, Ayan is completely torn, unable to find the words to answer him. Outside, torrential rain pours as floodwaters rise and shadows stir in the canopy. Vikir leaps through the trees, carrying little Pomerania on his back. Though his face is tense with determination, he suddenly stops on a branch, turning back to address a familiar figure trailing him. "Why did you follow me?" Vikir demands. Dripping wet and refusing to leave him, Ayan softly suggests that they face the journey together. Vikir instantly rejects her offer, telling her she will only slow him down. Unfazed, Ayan demands to know where he is heading. He coldly refuses to tell her. Ayan then points to his pack, questioning why he brought Pomerania along if it was so dangerous. She admits she never questioned him when he drew his sword or knew of the plague. She knew his secret from the very beginning. Her mind flashes back to their very first meeting when Vikir stood before her iron cage and calmly told her it was time to go. Back then, she felt utterly defenseless against him. But when the tables turned and she held his leash, she smiled, mocking his fate. "You are never going back to your people," she had teased him. "You belong to me now." From that moment, their fates became intertwined. She never questioned his true identity because of how he cared for her. Memories of their shared quiet moments fill her mind. Does it hurt? She recalls asking. She had survived countless wounds, but she constantly worried if his life was truly in danger. She remembered teaching him how to hunt, urging him to catch a massive beast to prove his worth to the tribe. They would strike while the prey slept. Countless memories of their time together flood Ayan's mind, making her realize how much he means to her. Terrified that he will vanish forever, she begs him for just one honest answer. Will he ever come back to her? Her eyes squeeze shut, bracing herself for a cold, heartbreaking rejection. She waits in dread, hoping against hope that he won't leave her behind. But Vikir's calm promise leaves her stunned. I will return, he vows. As tears spill over, she slowly opens her eyes. Vikir is already gone, leaving only his deep footprints in the mud. Ayan softly whispers, pleading for him to keep his word. Cut to a grand mansion where an exhausted Chihuahua rubs his temples. The endless mountain of paperwork never seems to shrink. Looking out the window, he sighs, longing for the old days when the former deputy consul was still around to lead them. It was exhausting back then, but we were happy, he mutters. I still can't believe he's gone. I really miss him. Lost in his grief, Chihuahua stares out the dark glass only for Vikir to suddenly drop down upside down right in front of him. Did you call for me? Vikir asks. Chihuahua freezes solid before letting out an absolutely blood-curdling, high-pitched shriek of pure terror. Vikir calmly slips inside and sits on the windowsill. With a faint smirk, he asks how he's been completely ignoring the sleeping kid on his back. Once Chihuahua finally calms down, he gapes in sheer disbelief at Vikir's wild tale of surviving the forest beast and living with barbarians. You survived all that, Chihuahua gasps. Vikir merely takes a calm sip of his tea, giving a simple nonchalant nod in response. So you aren't a ghost, Vikir smiled helplessly. Were you really that shocked because you thought I was dead? You haven't changed at all, Manager Chihuahua. Tears instantly burst from the old manager's eyes like a broken faucet. He sobbed uncontrollably, crying out how glad he was to see Vikir alive. But who is that child that looks exactly like you? Is he your kid with a barbarian? Vikir just gave a vague, mysterious response. We share the same bloodline, which is why we look alike, but it is not what you think. Chihuahua wiped his tears, looking doubtful. The old man eyed him suspiciously, highly curious about what that meant. That was when Vikir asked him for a crucial favor. Could you watch over Pomerian while I am away? It would be great if you could teach him some basic lessons. Chihuahua eagerly agreed. It has been so long since I last took an order from you. Leave everything to me. Still, Vikir warned him not to do it alone. Running the entire underdog city alone is a massive task. If you ever need help, go find Cindy Wendy. Hearing that name, the manager panicked. Wait, isn't Cindy Wendy that notorious criminal whom you released 2 years ago? How could I possibly track her down? Vikir replied. Do you remember when I gave her 10 billion? Chihuahua remembered. Yes, the 10 billion you gave to Judy, the flower girl. Vikir confidently explained that she was easy to approach. She must be with that child now. If Cindy Wendy refuses to cooperate, just tell her I am alive. She owes me a debt. Hearing this, Chihuahua smiled in relief and nodded. Understood. But Deputy Consul, when do you plan on making your return? Vikir remained completely calm. I will return once my work is finished. But first, I have a vital promise to fulfill. Alwyn's disease can easily be cured with a single drop of holy water from that clan. Later, young Pomerian finally woke up. The kid playfully yanked Chihuahua's beard, making the old man shriek in pain. Meanwhile, Vikir began analyzing his next move. He knew exactly what he had to do next. He would infiltrate the devout Quo Vadis clan. Cut to a massive city gate. The gate guards spotted an approaching wagon, immediately raising their weapons to halt it. They stepped forward, demanding a routine inspection. We need to quickly inspect your cargo. Ah, you are Master Joseph, the oil merchant from the lower levels. What are you transporting? The wagon driver smiled warmly, holding up a document. It is just oil, all fully documented here on my official transit permit. The guard began scanning the wagon. Mind if we take a look inside? The merchant chuckled. I come here all the time, officer. Is such a thorough search really necessary? The guard remained stern. Our superiors strictly enforce the rules. The merchant grew visibly anxious. The soldier reached out to open an oil barrel. Which one should I check? Let's go with this one. He grabbed a lid. The old merchant gasped in absolute panic. Out of all the barrels, the guard had picked that specific one. The guard peered inside. His gaze was incredibly sharp, searching for any hidden contraband. But inside was just normal black oil. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. You are good to go, the guard announced, waving them through. The merchant let out a huge sigh of relief. Welcome to St. Mecca. A stunningly beautiful city unfolded before them. Soon the oil wagon pulled into a quiet, deserted alleyway, and the old driver whispered softly, Sir, it is safe. You can come out now. He looked toward the cargo, and suddenly a hand burst out from one of the barrels. The driver recoiled in shock, his face turning pale. The heavy iron lid was completely bent and tossed aside. Then a figure emerged. Covered from head to toe in thick black oil, a figure rose. He wore a mysterious crow-beaked plague mask. It was indeed Vikir. He leaped down to the street, leaving dark oily footprints behind. The nervous driver stammered, "I got you in safely, so I will leave now." Vikir told him to wait, handing over a promised item. "This is the ox bear tusk I promised you." The merchant stared in absolute shock. "Thank you so much." He watched Vikir walk off into a dark tunnel, cold sweat dripping down his face as he marveled. He actually stayed submerged in thick oil for 2 entire hours. How on earth is he even human? Meanwhile, Vikir stood high up. Atop a tall building, he removed his plague mask and exhaled warily. That was his longest dive since holding his breath for 7 minutes. That was in the river Styx, but he had successfully infiltrated Quo Vadis territory. He looked out at St. Mecca, their holy capital. Home to 160,000 citizens, this place strictly banned all lust and greed under the intense influence of the Holy Church. Even if gold lay on the streets, people would walk right past it. Deeply devoted to order, the citizens strictly followed every rule. Suddenly, a massive golden bell began to ring. Vikir looked up, remembering their bizarre custom of stopping everything to pray when it chimed. Believers draped in pure white robes quickly filled the streets, walking silently with their hands clasped together in solemn prayer. They paid absolutely no attention to their surroundings. Vikir calmly slipped past the crowd, finding the atmosphere incredibly stifling. How could anyone live in such a suffocating place? Night fell, casting dark shadows over a deserted street lit by a single lamp. Vikir approached an old well, pulling out a small vial. He popped the lid off and poured the liquid directly down into the water. This was the Red Death pathogen harvested from Owen's blood, sweat, and tears. It was an incredibly infectious disease. Dumping this into the well would instantly infect the entire population. It was an extreme measure, but time was rapidly running out. Time is running out. Every second counts. Since this is devout Quo Vadis territory, they will surely prioritize saving people before any casualties occur. Suddenly, a few children returning from play appear. Seeing his strange actions, they immediately call him out, demanding, "Who are you?" Who panic sets in as they spot a suspicious stranger lingering by the well. "Forget it, let us get out of here, he looks way too dangerous." And indeed, Vikir is currently radiating a terrifying aura of bloodlust. Turning around, he unleashes his eerie demonic power, speaking in a deep, menacing tone. "Listen to me carefully, kids. This well has been cursed. Anyone who drinks even a drop of this water is going to die. Remember my words." As he speaks, his eyes glow with a sinister light, adding to the eerie display. Utterly terrified, the children freeze. They immediately scatter in terror, screaming, "A ghost has cursed the well, I am never drinking water from there again." Meanwhile, Vikir watches them go. Vikir looks down at a toy ball rolling on the ground. That should keep the kids away. Next, he prepares to throw a weapon. He drives a dagger given to him by Ian deep into the stone well's edge. This specific blade belongs to a very notorious family. Based on the evidence, the culprit spreading the Red Death through the deep jungle is none other than the Leviathan clan. Vikir smirks as he executes this clever plan. The holy Quo Vadis clan and the deadly poison-using Leviathans have maintained peace for generations. This planted evidence will spark a massive war between them. With the preparations complete, it is time. The holy water ceremony is fast approaching. Vikir decides it is finally time to meet Saintess Dolores. Right now, the golden-haired young woman sits in deep thought near the balcony, gazing down at her people. An anxious crowd is gathered around the castle gates, desperately crying out for her aid. Desperate voices plead from outside, shouting, "We heard the Saintess is resting inside. Please, we just want to send our greetings to her. Please open the gates." The crowd presses against the massive iron doors. "My lady, look upon my sickness. We beg of you, show yourself. Please, we just need to see your face." Inside, Saintess Dolores remains calm yet weary of the commotion. Suddenly, she addresses the noisy crowd. "Why do you seek me at such a late hour?" Her melodic voice echoes, prompting a wealthy noble to eagerly step forward to introduce himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Lord of Dazmai territory and the proud eldest son of the influential House of Jonathan. Our family has sent countless soldiers to fight bravely for this kingdom. Furthermore, I am the distinguished son-in-law of the great Alphone family." Another wealthy merchant pushes forward, eagerly boasting about his own contributions. "I am the chief director of the famous Epson Guild. We manage all exports and trade for the wealthy bourgeois family. I also happen to be an honorary knight serving the esteemed Count Baskerville. I have been his loyal personal bodyguard for over 2 years." Yet another desperate noble shoves through the crowd, shouting his own offer. "If you cure my illness, I will reward you with vast, fertile farmlands. I will give you everything you could ever ask for. I will grant you a luxurious villa on the warm southern coast, complete with custom carriages and endless wealth." From behind the heavy iron gates, a tired, sighing voice echoes, "Please stop." Her words carry a deep sense of irritation. "Your titles and gold will never convince me to open these gates at such an hour. Go back to your homes." Hearing her firm rejection, the disappointed crowd quickly disperses without looking back. Yet, amid the fleeing crowd, Vikir remains completely still. Standing in the opposite direction, he quietly gazes up at her balcony. His eyes burn with resolve as he recalls his past life. Before his regression, he often witnessed the Sanctus fighting on the front lines of the battlefield, desperately trying to save lives. He remembers her white robes completely stained with blood as her holy power glowed brightly, tirelessly healing the wounded in absolute despair. Her divine light never stopped shining back then. Staring at the massive iron gates, Vikir recalls that the Sanctus he knew despised greed. She despised wealth and political power. From inside, her voice rings out once more, questioning him, "Who are you to seek me?" Vikir kneels. Bowing respectfully before the cold iron gates, he maintains the humble posture of a believer. "I am merely a lost lamb, Saintess." For a moment, the heavy gates remain completely shut, but suddenly a warm golden light spills through a small opening in the entrance. A beam of hope accompanies her gentle invitation. "Please enter." Stepping into the vast gold-illuminated cathedral, Vikir walks forward alone. He approaches a grand holy statue. Suddenly, a soft voice echoes from behind, asking, "Why have you lost your way, young traveler?" Vikir glances toward the source of the voice, slightly surprised. It seems she does not plan to show herself to him directly. After all, she has no reason to trust a stranger dressed so suspiciously. Vikir steps toward the holy fountain to present his evidence. "I am here to report a deadly plague spreading through the slums. I have brought a sample of water from their main well. With your divine holy powers, I am certain you will be able to detect the dark energy poisoning this water." The silent voice inspects the container, but in the very next second an angry shout echoes through the cathedral. "You are lying to me." Instantly, a squad of armed temple knights storms down from the balconies, quickly surrounding Vikir in a tight formation. Yet, he remains calm. Standing above them, Bishop Pedro looks down and demands, "You claim to be a lost lamb, yet your tone is incredibly disrespectful." Holding his holy scripture tightly, the bishop glares down in fury and demands, "Reveal your true identity." Vikir calmly observes his surroundings, looking extremely hostile. Holding up a holy scripture, he angrily demanded to know who they were. Val and Sarah looked up to examine. Recognizing his opponent, it had been a long time since he last saw that face. Those cold eyes were still waiting for an answer. Before the regression, Pietro Quo Vadis was a soldier Vikir deeply trusted on the battlefield. He was a man who never compromised with injustice, even if it was done in the name of righteousness. He was merciful, but could also be more cruel than a demon. Vikir recalled those old memories, speaking with a relaxed tone. The interrogation method he once used on the seventh young master in Underdog City came from him. "Meeting you here is actually quite interesting." Pietro looked down, questioning him, while Vikir calmly explained his reasons for wearing the mask. Pietro spoke up first, saying, "I heard you came to report a plague, but your attire is highly suspicious. Unless you remove your mask and show proper respect, you cannot meet the Saintess. I wear this plague doctor mask for a reason, so I cannot take it off. Since I have already reported everything necessary, I will take my leave." Suddenly, a blue light flashed past Vikir. Pietro flipped through his book with a serious warning, "I cannot let a suspicious person just walk away." Vikir glanced back, noticing the paper behind him. He had thrown it after infusing it with divine power. He still uses those interesting weapons, doesn't he? Pietro leaped down angrily, laying out the charges. "I can feel a dark energy radiating from the water pouch you brought. If there is indeed a plague, then you are the one spreading it." Vikir calmly replied, but Pietro carefully laid out his speculation, which surprised Vikir. "If I were really the culprit, why would I come here to report it? I do not know. Perhaps it is a trick to lure out the Saintess." "He was absolutely right," Pietro shouted in anger, directing a large volley of razor-sharp papers. "I will hear your confession after you are locked up in prison." Facing the swarm of divine-powered scripture pages, Vikir dodged them easily while trying to keep his identity hidden. He fought to keep his identity hidden. If he used magic, they would discover he was from the Baskerville family. With a solid landing, Vikir planted his foot against the temple wall to gather strength. Pushing off with one leg, he launched into the air, shattering the stone underfoot. Like the wind, Vikir rushed straight at Pietro, channeling power into his leg to deliver a heavy kick right onto Pietro's golden shield. Pietro gasped in shock at the crushing weight. "It is like a massive boulder pressing down on me. How can someone with such a small build possess this kind of overwhelming strength?" The two then leaped back in opposite directions. Vikir glanced at his opponent, recalling the powerful skill he had acquired after defeating the Oxbear 2 years ago, 600 kilograms of crushing weight. This was his first time using it, and it was not bad. The moment he landed, Vikir pivoted on his foot to press the attack. Overwhelmed by Vikir's physical strength, Pietro struggled to block, cursing inwardly as Vikir continued his relentless assault, aiming to end this. A flaming hand swept across Pietro's chest, the fire of Orcus. Stunned, Pietro looked down at his burning book and quickly threw it to the ground. screaming in horror. Vikir impatiently looked at the furious Holy Knight. Do you really want to continue? Pietro was furious, clapping his hands together, shouting with all his might. Magic, I knew you were no believer. In a mad rage, he charged forward, determined to claim the intruder's head. I cannot let you escape. Vikir took a step back, his foot touching the burning book below. Pietro gasped as the blazing book suddenly flew up, blocking his line of sight. The pages quickly shielded Vikir from view. Before Pietro could even swing, he was struck by a fist packed with earth-shattering power, hitting him straight in the stomach. Just like that, Pietro was knocked clean out, crashing heavily into the temple wall. Gasping, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The terrified guards panicked, whispering, Am I dreaming? Lord Pietro lost. That is impossible. How could this happen? They quickly gathered their focus and shouted, Protect Lord Pietro. Vikir stood calmly, rubbing his temple as he reminded them. If you want to know the whole truth. Just then, Saintess Dolores appeared and ordered them to stop. Looking down with a cold, expressionless gaze, she asked with a searching look, Are you a lost little lamb? Vikir slowly looked up at Saintess Dolores. Yes, he replied. She showed an interested look while the guards shouted in anger. You look more like a stray dog than a lamb covered in wounds. Saintess, that man is no harmless puppy. He is a bloodthirsty wolf. But she paid no attention, simply giving an order that left the soldiers deeply confused. Bring some tea for us. Oddly, as she turned to leave, she could not help but glance back, thinking I must speak with that man. Dolores sat quietly at the tea table. Under the dim light, they waited for the other to speak with Pietro silently, observing everything from behind. Vikir looked at the Saintess before him, wondering, is this girl only 16? The young maiden relaxed as she enjoyed her tea. Saintess Dolores Lunas Quo Vadis. According to his memories, she was the ultimate savior of the war. In the future conflict against the demons, she would tirelessly heal the wounded soldiers on the front lines. She saved countless lives on the front lines, a living beacon of mercy. Dolores looks at Vikir's broad shoulders in silence. In this ruined era, just like everyone else, any warrior who met her, including the strongest masters, held her in highest regard. Breaking the silence, she speaks slowly, admitting she has been stressed. Dolores casually continues, sharing her thoughts without a care. This prompts Vikir to look up, slightly confused. She wonders if he knows she is actually a student at Coliseo Academy. She explains she is just using her holiday to handle family matters. He wonders why she is suddenly making small talk as she glances outside. She sighs, explaining that nobles and merchants always hound her. Flashbacks of those persistent pesterers briefly cross her mind. Their ailments are mostly self-inflicted, the results of addiction and shameful diseases. None of them are actually in critical danger. As her voice drops, she laments that justice, virtue, and equality are God's will. Yet, humanity remains blind to it. Why do people only focus on short-term greed? Vikir quietly remarks that theology is essentially the study of human nature. Hearing this, her eyes light up. She feels a sudden surge of excitement that someone actually understands these deeper concepts. She quotes ancient scriptures, utterly amazed that a stranger like him would actually know of such rare, forgotten texts. Vikir steers the conversation back to the real issue. Unfazed, she agrees that the spreading plague is their top priority. The Red Death is ravaging the slums. To prove his point, Vikir presents a vial of contaminated well water he collected. Dolores locks her sharp gaze on him, scanning his face. She bluntly asks if he is truly uninvolved in this outbreak. Vikir calmly counters her suspicion. If he were the culprit, why would he risk coming here in person to help? Knowing he is still a suspect, Vikir sits up, reaching under the table. He contemplates if it is time to reveal his hand. This sudden movement instantly startles Pedro. The Holy Knight lunges in front of Dolores, shouting for her to stay back. A faint mysterious glow begins to radiate from Vikir's palm. He warns them that he has no desire to harm innocents. Dolores gasps at the radiant light. It is holy power, a sacred force she never expected to see from a masked stranger. Vikir remains perfectly calm, asking if she is ready to listen now. He reveals he saw suspicious figures poisoning the wells. They were pouring a strange liquid straight into the drinking supply. Vikir explains this, patiently waiting for her reaction. Dolores is baffled. If these mysterious poisoners are indeed the culprits, what could they possibly gain from such a tragedy? Vikir pulls a map from his coat. He explains that the culprits want to see the Quo Vadis family fall from grace. Now this is where you and I need to look closely. Only certain factions stand to gain from this disaster. He suspects the Leviathan family, along with another powerful clan, are the puppet masters pulling the strings behind the scenes. The wealthy bourgeois clan likely supplied the funds, while the Leviathan house secured the deadly virus strains for their research. Leviathan plans to harvest biological samples from the dying victims to fuel their twisted experiments and gain absolute power. It is a ruthless bid to monopolize the market. If the Quo Vadis family collapses, Leviathan will easily seize total control. Eliminating their biggest rival is just the start. The bourgeois family also stands to make an absolute fortune from this. As the working class perishes, landowners will go bankrupt, leaving vast properties and abandoned factories ripe for the taking. They will swoop in to buy up these abandoned assets for pennies, expanding their empire on the backs of the dead. You and I know Vikir has seen this play out before. He is certain Leviathan is responsible for this outbreak. They colluded with the greedy bourgeois merchants, using the innocent jungle natives as scapegoats to cover up their crimes. Vikir explains his theory with chilling composure. It is a perfect dual-family conspiracy designed to enrich both greedy houses. Of course, he adds that this is merely a theory, looking calmly at the stunned listeners in front of him. Dolores stares in utter disbelief. His deductive reasoning is so flawless, it is almost like he can see the future. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asks for his identity. Vikir simply offers his notorious masked vigilante alias instead. He tells her to call him the Night Hound. She remarks that the ominous name perfectly matches his dark attire, though his style seems totally blasphemous. Dolores realizes his theory is highly plausible. Everything he predicted could easily happen. She turns to Pedro, urgently declaring that they must head to the slums immediately to investigate the plague themselves. Pedro nods in eager agreement. Vikir watches them, satisfied that his alliance with the Saintess is finally moving forward. With her help, things should move swiftly. Yet, Dolores is still filled with anxiety, questioning this strange turn of events. She looks at him bewildered. How could someone who defeated Sir Pedro and the Holy Knights look so remarkably small? He appears surprisingly fragile. Dolores stares intently, trying to pierce through his mask and unravel the secrets he hides. Yet behind that mask, a beast dwells. His very soul reeks of blood-boiling oil and cold, merciless steel, swirling in a vortex of intense emotions. Amidst the suffocating darkness, a brilliant light completely enveloped the shadows. Inside, a deep sadness lingered. As they locked eyes, a ray of light sparked curiosity in Dolores. Who on earth was this guy? Right then, inside the illuminated church of the slums, tearful nuns stared outside. Suddenly, Saintess Dolores stepped forward to meet them. A nun cried out in hope, asking if the Saintess had finally arrived. Clasping her hands, she pleaded for Dolores to save them. Please save us from this horrific plague. Dolores gasped in shock. She realized the Night Hound's warnings had been completely accurate all along. Standing silently in the back, Vikir just watched a man gasping for breath at his feet. He silently apologized for using him like this. Since time was running out, he had to involve the locals. Glancing at the crowded line of gasping patients, he felt a sudden relief. No children were infected. The scary rumors he spread about the well had successfully kept the kids away. His plan had actually worked. Dolores slowly approached one of the victims. Fortunately, the disease was still in its early stages. Now the rest was up to her. Staring down at the pitiful souls, the Saintess fell silent. She gently reached out to hold a patient's rough, calloused hand. Do not fear. The boundless mercy of God Lumen will heal you all. With those comforting words, she tightly clasped her hands to pray. She began her holy chant. Light of my life, fire of my soul, witness these poor suffering people in this wretched place. Tears streamed down her cheeks in deep sorrow. Her teardrops felt like sacred water dripping into a vast lake of golden magic. A brilliant, blinding light erupted from Dolores, completely illuminating the dark temple. Below her, the suffering patients groaned in agony. But within seconds, their black bruises faded away and their breathing stabilized. The young nuns stood frozen in absolute disbelief. The crowd burst into tears, shouting in joy. He is cured. They are all cured. Thank you, Saintess. Praise the heavens. You are our savior. Vikir's eyes gleamed as he watched the scene unfold. Yes, that was the incredible power he needed. Staring at the tearful Saintess, he knew what he had to do. He had to bring this holy miracle back into the forest. Back in her dimly lit study, Dolores sat in silence, carefully examining her notes. She was deeply anxious about the situation. Healing them with divine power was merely a temporary fix. There was no way she could stop the plague from spreading this way. Looking at her, marked map frustration grew. The infection rate was soaring because of a contaminated well hidden somewhere in the slums. She glanced at a test tube sitting in the corner of her desk. Swallowing hard, she focused on the grave task ahead. Analyzing the fluid from the victims, she realized the incubation period was terrifyingly short, yet the disease dragged on endlessly. It took a long time to kill, cruelly prolonging the victims' agonizing pain. She spent hours agonizing over a solution. To halt the plague, she needed to condense her holy magic into a medicine capable of purifying the deepest wells. If only she could condense her power into a single pure drop. Letting out a soft sigh, she decided to move. Standing up, Dolores shook off her doubts. This wasn't the time for hesitation. She needed to treat more patients immediately. But suddenly, a sharp, dizzying pain struck her head. She collapsed back into her chair, leaning heavily against the desk. Was she suffering from anemia because of her excessive use of holy energy? She bit her lip, refusing to give up. Forcing herself back up, she resolved to keep going. Easing their pain was worth any personal cost. But as she opened The door, a loud shout echoed. The saintess is here. The same bunch of nobles from the temple called out to her. We are coming with you, so don't worry. Dolores blinked in confusion. Why on earth did you all come here? To help you, of course. They thoughtlessly scoffed at the slums, boasting about their own high status and noble blood. How could we leave a lady of your status alone in this filthy place? Look, we brought 3 carriages of donations. These street rats hit the jackpot today. Dolores stared at them, a flash of silent anger flickering in her eyes. We thought these peasants would look half dead, but they seemed fine. Didn't we bring a bit too much for them? If we feed them for free, they'll just get lazy. Dolores turned and walked away, completely ignoring their arrogant chatter. Wait, protecting a lady is a gentleman's duty. We're coming with you. The nobles laughed, trailing right behind her. They smiled smugly, convinced they were acting heroic. Dolores forced a polite smile, having zero expectations of their help. I'll leave it to you then. The nobles swooned, clutching their chests. But arriving at the quarantine tents, reality hit. Gagging in disgust, the nobles covered their mouths, crying out in horror. Ugh, the stench. And I stepped on garbage. These shoes are limited edition. Panicking, they screamed to get away. Priest, purify me first. I might catch the plague. Get these filthy people away from me. Dolores frowned, her annoyance clear. She knew exactly how this would turn out. It was sickening to see them bring their selfish vanity to a place of suffering. Did they have no empathy? Watching the priests perform their empty prayers, she felt a wave of exhaustion. It was all just a hypocritical show. Compassion and kindness are the closest things to God's love. Dolores patiently looks up at the tent ahead, which is currently emitting a dark, ominous aura that sends shivers down her spine. From here, things will only get worse as the critically ill patients are all gathered inside. Both the sick and the priests are drowning in agonizing pain. Dolores walks in hurriedly, utterly speechless, silently apologizing for not arriving sooner. Her legs move faster with every step until she finally lifts the curtain to peer inside with a solemn expression. But now she is here. Amidst the chaotic shouting of the crowd to bring more salt water quickly, a sharp knife is drawn. It cuts into a chest with expert skill, making the priest behind stare in utter shock. How is this possible? Can holy power really not be the only way? How long has this young man been treating these patients all by himself? As the blade cuts the wound, Vikir swiftly places his hand over it, channeling a faint, warm, golden glow. Watching his movements closely, the priest deduces something that leaves Dolores completely stunned. He isn't just blessing the surface, but letting the holy magic seep directly into the infected area. If that's the case, they can focus entirely on maximizing the holy energy. Her eyes widen in realization. To think such an efficient method even existed. Dolores stares at the man gently administering the medicine, unable to believe her eyes. Could this really be the Night Hound? She gazes at him, completely amazed. He is incredibly skilled in both medicine and holy magic. Vikir holds his hands together, focusing his mana while keeping a close eye on the sick. He has already grasped the true essence of holy power. You see, holy power is basically a priest's heartfelt prayer to God. When that prayer is heard, divine power is granted. With his calloused, battle-worn hands folded tightly in a quiet, solemn prayer, the divine energy depends entirely on one's devotion. Normally, the cost of performing a miracle is a fixed equal trade of holy power. A simple spell begins to manifest. 1 unit of holy power equals 1 miracle. Using this formula, we can calculate that 30 units can create 10 miracles. But Vikir's sharp eyes look on with deep knowledge. He knows how to cast 10 miracles with just a single unit of holy power and 100 miracles with only 10. Memories of battling terrifying monsters suddenly flash in his mind. That autumn when the monsters invaded, the clerics looked at the endless casualties at their feet, knowing their remaining holy energy wasn't enough to stop the tragedy. Yet through their absolute sincerity and determination, God answered their desperate cries. He folds his hands in prayer as a faint light begins to glow. They traded all of their holy power to invoke massive miracles, creating a blinding pillar of pure energy. He must heal them first and face the consequences later. Miracles now, details can wait. Even if borrowing that power came with a heavy price, they poured in everything they had. This incredible phenomenon is known as advanced holy power. Vikir gently comforts the patient, remembering the dark era when slaying monsters was viewed as a sacred religious duty. Even for someone who isn't a priest, eliminating beasts allows them to tap into this advanced form of holy power. A faint divine light radiates from his palm. This is exactly why a sinner burdened with dark karma from a past life can still channel holy power within this sacred ground. Suddenly, a child's desperate cry rings out. Mommy Vikir looks over and reassures him, promising to heal his mother shortly. Under the watchful eyes of the priest, Vikir steps forward and hands the boy a gold coin. She is extremely malnourished on top of her sickness. Take this, buy some hot food and firewood and look after her. Instantly, the priest protests, warning him against giving material aid. In the distance, other patients immediately turn to look. If you do this, their demands will be endless. You'll end up handing over every coin in your pocket. Vikir frowns in disapproval. Why would it be endless? He glances back and mutters, noting that his gold is limited anyway, so giving it all away doesn't matter. He keeps those thoughts to himself while the mother gasps for air. Vikir softly whispers a quiet apology. Saintess Dolores stands frozen in absolute shock, unable to believe the words she just heard. Why would a man like him apologize? Staring at his back, she cannot comprehend his regret. As memories of their tea meeting resurface, Vikir's past words echo. He had said theology is essential to understanding humanity, leaving no other viable choice. Dolores stands there in silence, wondering if he shares her own burdens. Meanwhile, Vikir continues to heal the patients with quiet devotion. Exhausted, Vikir wipes his brows secretly, wishing he could save even more of them. Seeing this, Dolores slowly turns to leave. Her hands tremble as she walks away. Though only a young, innocent 16-year-old Saintess, Dolores holds back her tears, feeling deeply confused as she clutches her chest. Her heart is pounding, entirely captivated by this mysterious man. Nearby, Vikir grips his mask. Removing it to catch his breath, he takes quick, heavy gulps from a water flask. Before long, he senses someone approaching from behind. Instantly covering his face, Vikir asks what she wants without turning around. Dolores hesitates, completely unsure of what to say. She sits on the wooden railing and asks to talk with him for a moment. He calmly agrees, prompting a soft smile from her. She thanks him warmly, expressing how his timely help made it possible to heal all the wounded. Vikir simply replies that he only did what was necessary. Dolores chuckles, knowing he'd say exactly that. Silence falls between them once more as she nervously grips her dress, adding that someone as powerful as him deserves to be blessed with holy magic. She quietly finds peace in sharing her thoughts. She sighed. Honestly, I was lucky to be born with divine power, but my body, mind, and faith are weak. Why would God choose a weakling like me to be his saintess? Dolores bowed her head in helpless frustration. Many have deeper faith, even without holy power. So why did God grant me this title? Vikir didn't even turn his head as he quietly pointed out that her deep anguish and sense of guilt are the exact reasons why God chose her. Smiling beneath his mask, Vikir looked at her. The world needs a light that can shine in the darkest, most terrifying places. Dolores stared completely, stunned, her eyes filling with helpless tears. As she trembled, he offered comfort in his own quiet way. Will I ever be able to say things like that? She whispered. Soon after the deadly plague began to recede, the clergy of the entire Quo Vadis family had gathered together, and their unified prayers made the holy water creation a success. This historic event featured both the Saintess and Vikir, yielding a divine essence that possessed the raw celestial power to purify every single infected person in the slums with just a single drop. 3 highly concentrated drops were carefully crafted, along with the backup reserves. 3 tiny bottles rested on cotton cushions bearing the sacred name Pliny de la Verge. Those 3 drops were solemnly placed on the altar. Sitting before the holy sanctuary, the saintess bowed her head and smiled softly. Witness this, everyone. Her gentle words carried divine authority. Behold, here stands a woman with her only son, the unfortunate mother who raised the Son of God, crying out night after night. Dolores was in a daze, holding her hands clenched tightly in prayer, her heart breaking from the unbearable grief. Today shall be the most bitter and sorrowful day. Me. A brilliant sacred light flooded every corner. The 3 drops were safely stored inside a wooden chest that Pedro held securely. Thank you for your tireless efforts, Saintess. We will ensure this is kept perfectly safe deep within the vaults. I trust you with this. Dolores glanced outside with lingering worry. Nearby, a hand adorned with silver rings rested before the goddess statue. Dolores slowly walked over. Father, I have a report concerning the Red Death. Humbert turned to her quietly. Come closer, my fairy, my beloved daughter. Yes, father. Placing a heavy hand on her shoulder, he smiled. You've made quite the monumental proposal this time. His eyes gleamed with deep satisfaction. Truly, my daughter, Dolores bowed. You praise me too much, father. Now tell me everything. The two stood face to face, exchanging crucial information. First, I intend to use the saintess's tears we created to purify the entire water supply flowing underneath St. Mecca. So you actually found the primary source of this devastating plague. Yes, it originated from a specific well hidden in the slums. That old well was filled with a corrupted purple water. Local children witnessed a mysterious spirit placing a curse on it. Dolores quickly realized just how heavily infected the well actually was, and they even discovered a glass vial that the culprit had used to store and spread the deadly pathogen. As she presented the evidence she brought along, Humbert froze in sheer shock. After investigating the site, we uncovered this. He stared at the suspicious object, his curiosity piqued. Where did you find this? Near the well, father. Humbert gnashed his teeth. The mark of House Leviathan and House Bourgeois, it was them. How could they manufacture such a synthetic engineered plague? Furious, Humbert stamped his foot in absolute rage. How dare those low-born, despicable snakes commit such blasphemy against our god? A blazing aura of anger filled the grand sanctuary. We must declare a holy crusade immediately. Dolores remained dead silent, staring up at him. Humbert stepped forward with a dark scowl. The one calling himself the Night Hound. He is highly suspicious. His face darkened as he growled. Apprehend him at once. Make him confess every single detail. Dolores clenched her fists tight. He is innocent, she cried out. Humbert glared at her in annoyance. What did you say? Dolores frantically tried to explain. He did everything he could to treat the sick and wounded. Thanks to his tireless efforts, so many lives were saved. Clasping her hands over her chest, she pleaded, "There's no way he is evil." But a cold voice cut her off. "I see." She stared up at him, paralyzed. Humbert scoffed, "My daughter has never once talked back to me. Yet now," he raised his hand, channeling a shimmering, eerie magic, "I shall personally interrogate him myself." Dolores clutched her head in pain, as a blinding pillar of light shot up from the temple into the heavens, rapidly expanding across the entire region. He warned her coldly, "My daughter resisting me is entirely pointless." Meanwhile, the elite holy knights stood ready with drawn swords, "For I have already dispatched my paladins to hunt him down." Clanking footsteps rushed up the stone staircases in a frenzy. The holy knights quickly surrounded his secluded cabin. Kicking the door open, they stormed inside, yelling demands and questions. "Night Hound, you are under arrest for spreading the Red Death." But the dusty room was completely, utterly empty. Suddenly, a breathless messenger rushed up. "Your Eminence, disaster has struck. What is it?" Humbert demanded, his pulse racing. Deep within the vaults, one of the Saintess's tears. "The glass jar holding the sacred water has been shattered," Dolores gasped. Upon hearing that the target had vanished from the basement, Dolores slowly realized why. Up on a high rooftop, the reason was obvious. He came here for this. Visor stared at the glowing potion bottle inside his bag and smiled, whispering a quiet thank you. Suddenly, he vanished into the night, his shadows slipping behind the houses. Meanwhile, a young Ian trembled, clutching her bow tightly while standing on a cliff before a massive three-headed beast. Her tribe members screamed warnings as the monster roared menacingly, slowly stepping forward. As the beast advanced, Ian stepped back, her injured foot slipping. She fell off the cliff, crashing through sharp, thorny branches. Fortunately, she landed safely. As she drifted into consciousness, faint voices echoed nearby, and a curious man approached her. The crowd watched her like vultures, whispering in amusement. Having fallen from the sky, she lay unconscious before a group of merchants. Though they patched up her wounds, her anxiety grew. Holding a heavy sword, she stood frozen, facing a terrifying opponent. A hulking brute smirked at the cheering crowd behind him. With a loud battle cry, he charged straight at her, raising his massive fist. Ian panicked, but the giant grinned, throwing a devastating punch meant to end her life on the spot. But she miraculously slipped past his heavy grip. With a quick slash, she sliced his shoulder, making him roar in pain. Ian gasped in shock. Furious, the giant spun around and grabbed her leg, slamming her brutally into the wooden arena. Ian coughed up a pool of blood and passed out. The spectators cheered wildly, laughing at the spectacle, while the brute celebrated next to her lifeless body. Her eyes drifted shut as tears streamed down her face. Left in the dirt, she wept quietly, thinking back to her lost tribe, her heart aching. Dragging her broken body through the mud, she forced herself up. But the heartless crowd only saw her as damaged goods. Traumatic memories of past beatings flashed before her eyes. With a blood-soaked face, anger boiled inside her. She glared up at the grinning audience, noting the greedy, predatory stares from some of the spectators. Gritting her teeth, she felt a surge of determination, yet she was thrown back into her cage. As Slave S6, all life drained from her eyes. Memories of her tribe began to fade into a blur. Her dark eyes slowly fluttered shut, losing all hope as she closed them in sheer exhaustion. Suddenly, the clinking of a glass tube woke her. Trembling, she backed away, staring in fear at Visor. His piercing red eyes narrowed before he spoke a word in her native tongue, telling her to run. Suddenly, Ian awoke in tears. Her mother was smiling down at her, asking if she had had a nightmare. Gently stroking her hair, her mother teasingly added that she kept calling out Visor's name in her sleep. Clutching her chest, Ian panted heavily and muttered that the pain was returning. It was far worse than before. Her chest ached, her body burned like fire, and her heart felt completely squeezed dry. She was suffering from the Red Death. Gripping her chest, she wept, admitting the pain made her regret ever being born. Her mother smiled softly, stroking her head, and told her that long ago she and Ian's father had buried a special seed. Reminiscing about the past, she explained how her husband had planted it while she watered the soil every single day. Soon the seed sprouted, growing over the months into an incredibly strong and mesmerizingly beautiful flower. Listening intently, Ian learned that this bizarre plant brought her into the world. After harvesting the flower's sap to consume, they had shared a wild, euphoric night together. That was the sole reason Ian was born. But her mother's expression quickly turned bitter as she revealed her father's crimes, which led to his execution by her grandfather. Ayan trembled in silence while her mother smiled. She warned that Ayan's condition would only worsen, adding that life is unpredictable. She just had to survive and endure it. Despite the comforting words, Ayan wept bitterly. She begged her mother to wait, hoping Visor would return with a cure. But staring at the footprints sinking into the deep mud, Ayan realized the harsh truth. He was never coming back. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed outside the tent. Visor had returned. The villagers screamed his name in sheer excitement. Her mother smiled warmly, reminding her that Visor had kept his word. Looking down at her frail daughter, she proved herself right, but then her face fell. Seeing Ayan's bare feet wildly trampling the dirt, she worried the Red Death was taking over. Sitting in the dirt, Ayan clutched her head, weeping frantically. She confessed to Visor how utterly terrified she had been. The memory of Visor standing tall against a monstrous spider remained burned in her mind. Watching him from behind a tree, she was left in awe. He had taught her how to face fear even as she watched his battered body collapse to the ground. A rope was suddenly lassoed around Visor's neck. Summoning all her strength, Ayan leaped onto her wolf and fled into the distance. Panting heavily, she faced a confused Visor who smiled upon seeing her. He quickly checked in, mentioning her condition. He mentioned hearing from the warriors that she had contracted the Red Death. Suddenly, Ayan lunged forward, dragging him down. They tumbled across the dirt. Visor teased her with a grin, prompting an annoyed reply as he complained about almost breaking his back. He joked that without mana, his spine would be shattered, questioning her illness. But hearing of his return, she felt her pain vanish. Her breathing finally eased up. Does that mean she is okay? Wait, was she just faking it? Tears streaming down his face. Ahan smiled and whispered, Vikir, Vikir. He smiled back at her. Welcome back. I am back, he thought. Meanwhile, inside a massive tribal hut built atop a giant ancient tree, the lights were shining and everyone had gathered inside. They all watched the little girl's condition with bated breath. That is when Vikir pulled out a Batikon, mysterious pouch that emitted a unique, glowing light. He carefully opened it, revealing a strange potion vial shaped like a sharp arrowhead. But suddenly the red spots on Ahal's body flared up violently, spreading all over her face. Vikir did not hesitate and quickly began the treatment. As the medicine took effect, the red rashes began to fade. Her emotional father leaned in close, crying tears of joy as he watched the infection vanish. Everyone witnessing this mind-blowing cure was utterly shocked by Vikir's insane medical skills. The magical light radiating from the vial was so intense that the deadly Red Death disease was quickly purged from her body. He actually cured her. This is incredible. But Vikir remained completely calm. He turned to the tribal girl next to him and asked how many patients were left. She replied, 30, counting Ahul. What about the other tribes? She sighed, their situation is terrible. Many of them are literally hanging by a thread. But Vikir just smiled confidently and made a bold proposal. So that is about 10,000 people. Tell the other tribes to gather all their sick. The tribal girl gasped in pure shock. Do you really have that much cure for all the other tribes? Vikir confidently reassured her, yes, so do not worry. Let's seize this chance and show these other tribes what we can do. Everyone got incredibly hyped up across all the different clans. This Vikir guy is a total genius. He suddenly turned back and asked the crowd about the swamp beast. By the way, what about that swamp monster? Was its name Cayman? Vikir casually dropped a massive flex. I killed it on my way here, so you guys can go drag it back for food. Everyone was speechless. They showered him with praise, completely amazed by his incredible talent and power. But Vikir kept a serious face and warned them, we have no time. Tell the other tribes to immediately gather around the river basin. Soon enough, diverse groups from different clans started arriving at the river. Following his instructions, even muscular warriors covered in battle scars showed up. Naturally, the clan Vikir was staying with was also there. They all gathered eager to witness a medical miracle with their own eyes. Vikir stepped forward and brought out that glowing divine potion once again. He popped the cap and slowly poured the liquid drop by drop into the lake. Instantly, the water began to churn, casting a brilliant glow everywhere. The ripples carried the glowing medicine far and wide, quickly spreading to every single corner of the lake. The dark water gradually transformed into a beautiful, shimmering golden pond. Vikir turned to the tribe members and said, now you just need to drink this. Everyone helped each other down to the lake shore. They carefully scooped up the glowing water and eagerly drank it down. The magical water instantly surged through their bodies, filling them with pure vitality. Together they cried out in sheer joy, my body feels so light. The Red Death has vanished, we are saved. Vikir then explained to the chief that the entire river basin was now being purified. The plague would soon be wiped out. Filled with immense gratitude, the chief decided to reward him with an honorable title. I officially appoint you as our tribe's high shaman. But Vikir politely declined, saying I must refuse. Suddenly, a heavy footstep slammed onto the ground, like a massive sledgehammer cracking the soil. Vikir looked over in surprise. Standing there was a towering muscular warrior who had made the grand entrance. He crossed his arms proudly and roared to the entire tribe, "Children of the deep forest, answer me, who is the hero who cleared the deadly plague from our forest?" The warriors roared back in unison, "Vikir." A woman from another clan yelled out, "Who saved all of our families." Her people immediately began chanting his name, "Vikir, Vikir." And the other tribes joined the chorus, refusing to be outdone. "Who brought a bright future to our deep forest?" The entire jungle echoed, with his name as a powerful token of their deepest gratitude. Vikir just stood there like a king, calmly watching the crowd. A quiet pride flickered in his eyes. The deadly crisis of the poison plague had finally been turned around. He carefully observed each tribe. The Baskerville clan was leading the charge to conquer Mount Laro Elino, but the true enemies of those Baskerville invaders were the indigenous tribes of this mountain. If I can win them over and repay them, we can build an army to fight back against the powerful Baskervilles. Vikir smiled, realizing this was a brilliant plan. I can use this perfect opportunity to completely screw over Hugo Baskerville. The tribal chief then happily announced to everyone, "Starting today, our grand festival begins. Get ready to party." But Vikir immediately interrupted, "Wait, before that there is one last thing I must take care of." The chief was quite surprised. Meanwhile, outside a secluded cave, the cunning mastermind behind this whole poison plot was smirking to himself. "Don't we need to find who poisoned the forest?" He was incredibly arrogant, believing his evil plan had succeeded flawlessly. "It has been long enough, so everyone must be sick by now. I will never negotiate with those corrupt royal junkies. This is all because of that miserable noble. When everyone is trapped in absolute despair, I will swoop in with the cure. That way the entire tribe will have no choice but to worship and respect me forever." Poisoning a whole was a stroke of absolute genius. Nobody would ever suspect me of poisoning my very own granddaughter. The ruthless old snake cackled maliciously, stepping out of the dark cave with a smug look on his face. Even his own granddaughter, that heartless bastard, let out a twisted, cunning laugh before walking toward the cave entrance with a look of pure arrogance. "All right, you and I are looking at a supposedly perfect plan." But as he peeks out, he's absolutely shocked. "Is this what I expected?" The villagers are going about their day completely healthy and normal. Seeing this sight makes him doubt everything. Are they really healthy? Just before this ancestral ritual, they were supposed to be dying from the Red Death. He personally poisoned his own granddaughter, Ahul, and Ahun too, making this impossible sight absolutely mind-blowing. What on earth is happening? Panicking, he immediately bolts. No way, it's impossible. He runs to the riverbank and looks down. The fish are swimming around happily, leaving him utterly speechless. How are they still alive? Has the river somehow been purified? Not only that, the water is crystal clear. The old mastermind clutches his head in shock. Then Vikir suddenly appears right behind him. Vikir's voice startles him. "The river is even cleaner now, isn't it?" Old shaman, whipping around, the villain gasps in absolute terror. "You imperial brat, when did you get here?" But the real shock comes when he realizes the entire tribe has already surrounded him. Every single warrior is staring at him with pure, unadulterated hatred. It turns out Vikir's prediction was spot on. "You're the one who spread the Red Death in the jungle." Vikir knew it. It had to be this old shaman Aheman. Our main character recalls a chilling legend from his past life before his regression. It was a dark tale about an old man living deep in the jungle whose crimes were infamous. A horror story of a man spreading a deadly plague to his own people, all for his selfish ambition to play the savior. Ultimately, he failed to cure it and wiped out almost his entire tribe. That monster was Aheman. Now exposed, the old snake refuses to believe his master plan fell apart. Desperate, he tries to play dumb. "Are you here to greet this old shaman?" he stammers. Suddenly, the tribe's chief steps forward, arms crossed, looking incredibly fierce. "Are you finished with your ritual, shaman?" she demands. He quickly tries to play along, claiming the epidemic will be cured soon, but the chief is highly suspicious. "I heard the Red Death has caused the jungle tribes to declare war on each other, because this plague is actually a man-made weapon." Strange, isn't it? Her words cut deep, exposing the ugly truth behind the disease. "How could an empire's poison reach so deep into our forest? I find that highly suspicious." The old shaman breaks into a sweat. "How should I know?" he stammers, panic rising. "I only came here to perform the ritual and save our beloved tribe." Cornering him, the chief asks, "Then why are you out here by the river instead of being back in the village?" She turns to Vikir, validating his incredible deduction. "Vikir, you were absolutely right. Aheman did come straight to the river basin." Confronting the traitor, she wonders if Vikir's next prediction will also come true. Aheman starts to tremble. "What are you saying?" "Now, here's what you and I need to remember." Vikir had already deduced that Aheman would keep the antidote. Vikir locks his freezing gaze on the shaman, demanding the antidote to the Red Death. There was nowhere left for him to hide. Aheman completely crumbles, drenched in cold sweat, especially when Vikir demands a personal search. "Show us what is in your pockets." Flashback to a quiet moment. A girl with big, curious eyes stares at Vikir. You want to know about Ahemon's past? Vikir replies firmly, yes, knowing his background will give me the upper hand. Nodding, she begins to tell the dark tale. Ahimon isn't actually a native Balak. Nobody knows where he truly came from, but long ago he was just a slave. He belonged to a rebellious shaman whom he eventually murdered. By executing his master, he stole all of his shamanic powers. Because he stopped that rebellion, he was promoted from a mere slave to the tribe's new shaman. But the struggle didn't end there. To survive in the ruthless Balak tribe, he had to swallow his pride, doing whatever it took to blend in. He cleaned feces, did the filthiest chores imaginable, and was even used as literal monster bait during dangerous hunts. Yet, through sheer grit, he earned his place. Now that he's older, with hair turned completely white, his greed has grown. Vikir listens quietly, putting the pieces together. Now that he's an elder, does he crave the power he never had when young? That would explain why he tried to usurp the chief's authority and seize complete control of the entire jungle. Back in the present, a fierce female warrior with a scarred eye steps in, glaring at the trembling old man. She snarls, "What do you think you're doing? Hand over your bag, Ahemon. Let's see what's inside." Terrified, cold sweat dripping down his wrinkled face, the old trader hands it over with trembling hands. "Yes. It's just some flour I saved to eat after the ceremony," he stammers, shaking like a leaf. But as he pulls it out, his shaking hands accidentally drop the pouch. It plunges straight into the rushing river. The contents instantly spill and wash away. "Oh no, my hands are just so old and shaky," he cries out, faking panic. The warrior girl sighs in utter disbelief. Looking at Vikir, she mutters, "You predicted it. He threw it in on purpose." Vikir remains perfectly calm, not a shred of fear on his face. However, with the evidence gone, how that got into Ahimon's bag. The old man suddenly shrieks, "Just because I have the antidote, you think I'm the one who spread the poison across the entire forest?" He angrily points at Ayen's face and tells the chieftain, "Please punish that wicked bastard. He made up lies about me, completely destroying the pride of a sacred shaman." But even so, Ayen shows absolutely no fear. She calmly replies, "True, you cannot accuse someone without having any real solid proof." A voice suddenly cuts in, "Since you claim to be innocent, I will gladly help you protect your honor and pride." The scheming old man secretly sneers, knowing that even if she is the chieftain, nobody can touch him without actual evidence. The fierce, one-eyed Ayen boldly steps forward and demands, "I call for an Iliad." Suddenly, Ahimon is thrown into a panic. The Iliad is a sacred duel of honor. When disputes cannot be resolved, the tribe will side with the victor, because the loser is deemed incompetent. Another tribesman speaks up, "Hey, you always said that our sacred tradition is highly important." He has unique pointed ears and a very sharp gaze. "The Iliad is a Balak tradition, so prove how you protect it." Old man Ahimon grimaces, secretly cursing that miserable bastard. He then points his finger straight at Vikir's face and says, "Fine, 4 days from now, on the night of the full moon, I will officially challenge you to a deadly Iliad duel." The chieftain snaps, "4 days, my foot." Vikir then raises his voice at Ahimon. "The challenged party gets to decide. When the Iliad takes place, that is our sacred tradition." At the same time, Vikir secretly smiles, thinking to himself, "To be honest, evidence and truth are completely useless here, Ahimon. Forcing you into a corner where you have to fight an Iliad duel was my master plan all along." Sparks fly as their furious gazes lock onto each other with intense hatred. Vikir barks out the order, "We do this right now." Instantly, the tension reaches a boiling point and the battlefield is prepared. A brutal showdown is about to unfold. Standing proud, the one-eyed Ayen yells out at the top of her lungs, "Iliad begins right now. This sacred duel will only take place inside the circle of warriors. Kill anyone who tries to escape." The surrounding crowd roars in passionate agreement. Ayen, radiating immense pride and power, shouts toward the heavens, "Behind us stands the sacred mountain of warriors where our great ancestors eternally rest. Because they are watching over us today, I will not tolerate a single drop of corruption." Right at that moment, Vikir is stealthily hiding behind a giant bush waiting to strike. Ayen's powerful voice still echoes across the forest, declaring that their ancestors will soon judge who is right and wrong, and crown the true winner. Meanwhile, the devious old Ahimon has his bow drawn, looking completely ready to fight. Ayen's commanding voice echoes through the battlefield once more, urging them, "As a true warrior of the Balak, prove that you are right." The crowd cheers wildly for Vikir, chanting his name and begging him to land a finishing blow. Hearing this, the old man grimaces with pure jealousy, thinking, "Why are all of these damn brats siding with him instead of me?" As blood drips from his finger, he sneers, "Once I win, they'll shut up. Weapons aren't the only things I can use in this duel." Suddenly, a massive skull is revealed on the ground and a dark, eerie magic begins to seep out. Dozens of undead skeletons rise from the earth, their eyes glowing purple like puppets of death controlled as weapons. The wicked shaman commands his undead army, "Watch my blind spots and alert me the very moment you spot that brat." Ahimon hides behind a tree with a smug grin. He thinks, "For someone who has only lived here for 2 years, this is absolutely impossible. You cannot defeat me when I have spent 7 years surviving in this forest. You cannot know the terrain like I do. Meanwhile, Vikir is hanging upside down from a tree, but the smug old man has no idea. He thinks Vikir will show himself, but Vikir is actually calculating his battle strategy up in the branches. The silent heal skill he acquired after slaying the Swamp Master is a high-grade stealth skill that allows the user to silently target their prey's blind spots. He loves how it completely dampens surrounding noises. It is the perfect tool for assassination. Observing the skeletons controlled by Ahim, Vikir realizes that the old man's title of shaman was indeed earned through dark arts. Looking at how he raises the undead, he must have originated from the Loco tribe, a clan infamous for their shamans. While Ahim hides behind a massive tree, sending his undead minions to search for him, Vikir's cold calculation continues. But in the end, it changes absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Vikir drops down from the high branches with unbelievable grace. With a swift swing of his hand, the undead skeletons shatter into dust in the blink of an eye, completely unnoticed by the arrogant old man. The brat must be too terrified to move, he sneers. But suddenly, Vikir appears right behind him. The swift strike leaves the old shaman frozen, coughing up blood. Panicked and deeply confused, Ahim wonders how he failed to hear even a single footstep or rustle of falling leaves as Vikir ruthlessly slashes his back. Vikir strikes him down. Crimson blood splatters everywhere, leaving the old man utterly dazed with his eyes wide and mouth wide open. Vikir glares down at the fallen Ahim, his own hand wrapped in a menacing surge of dark red and black aura. Nearby, the girl runs excitedly toward Vikir, cheering his name. Meanwhile, the onlookers stand frozen, utterly stunned by the lightning-fast clash that just unfolded. The girl quickly declares that the victor has been decided, as the ancestors themselves have deemed Ahiman's claims completely untrustworthy. While the crowd cheers loudly for Vikir, old Ahim lies defeated in a pool of blood, looking absolutely pathetic. But wait, the old man is screaming internally. The pain is unbearable, like his flesh is burning, and he desperately claws for life. He remembers his youth, recalling the shameful things he had to endure just to survive within the brutal Balak tribe. This ending is deeply unfair. Rage consumes Ahim as he wonders why he was never allowed to have what others possessed. Clawing at the dirt in pure resentment, he vows never to forgive him. That bastard stole everything that rightfully belonged to him. The entire Balak tribe looked down on him, and the Lococo clan abandoned him. He hates every single one of them. Vikir turns to his older brother, asking if Ahan wants to end this personally. But Ahan responds with bitter annoyance. He refuses. Vikir gently points out that leaving the old man there will only prolong his agonizing pain. This triggers Ahan. He fumes, reminding Vikir that he almost lost a hen to the Red Death. Grandfather or not, forgiveness is completely out of the question. As Ahim lies helpless on the ground, Ahan mercilessly mocks him. A coward deserves nothing but agony, and pity is the last thing he warrants. This sends Ahim into a silent fury, veins bulging in his eyes. Desperate, he begins scratching a spell circle onto the ground. Suddenly, a bizarre purple light erupts from the earth. The brown-haired girl with white streaks gasps in absolute shock. The one-eyed warrior beside her quickly warns that an ominous, deeply disturbing energy is rising from the ancient tombs. Ahan's expression hardens with worry. Meanwhile, Ahim struggles to stand, leaving Vikir completely stunned and horrified as he spins around. He thought he had punctured the old man's lungs. Nearby, a burly warrior carrying a bow asks in absolute panic. He wonders if Ahim actually caused this disaster. Did he seriously dare desecrate the sacred tombs? Another voice demands answers. Asking if he fears the ancestors' wrath, Ahim merely sneers. Ancestors. At this moment, the old man looks terrifyingly sinister. With glazed, hypnotized eyes, he stares at his own hand overflowing with dark energy and asks if he should really fear them. Vikir panics, realizing something is horribly wrong. He sprints toward the villain, shouting that they must kill Ahim immediately. Suddenly, a lethal projectile streaks forward, detonating the ground near him and kicking up a dense cloud of dust. Frustrated and deeply anxious, Vikir wonders if they are too late. Beside him, the brown-haired girl gasps, asking if that was an arrow. Standing tall once more with terrifying eyes, old Ahim arrogantly mocks them, asking if they still want the ancestors to decide. High on the cliff, a seductive female figure emerges from the dense purple haze. Ahim sneers that from this moment on, the woman's face is revealed as a rotting corpse with pitch-black eyes, her features twisting into an absolute nightmare. He declares that the ancestors will deliver the judgment. Looking up at the terrifying figure, Ahun questions if that creature is truly their ancestor. Gritting his teeth, Vikir is shocked. Ahim somehow cast a resurrection spell on a Banake ancestor, a feat normally impossible for a standard shaman. Vikir wonders if Ahim has turned himself into an undead monster. The old villain steps forward, confidently raising his hand toward the sky. Dark power surges as two skeletal remains rise from the dirt. Flashing a wicked grin, the old man speaks with sheer malice. He asks how they thought he survived as a shaman in the Balak tribe without a secret weapon as more undead crawl from the earth. They close in on Veer's group as Himinin chuckles, telling them it is far too early to be shocked. His voice drips with sadistic joy. Warning them that this mountain holds countless graves, he watches as scores of decaying pale-faced corpses slowly drag themselves out of the soil. Hoisted onto the backs of his skeletal servants to escape, Himinin laughs wickedly, mocking them to enjoy fighting their own ancestors. Ahun draws his bow, desperate to stop the escaping traitor. He screams at his grandfather, asking how he could possibly sink to such a despicable level. Before he can release the string, a flash of black light snaps his arrow clean in half. He looks up in utter shock at the source. A purple glow flashes from the cliff above. The female undead who broke his arrow stands tall, glaring down at him with pure hatred. She snarls fiercely, warning him not to lay a finger on Himinin. But while she is busy growling and issuing her threat, another arrow streaks from the shadows, instantly shattering her head. It was shot by the tribal chief, who immediately commands the warriors to prepare. Ahun's weapon snapped clean in two. He gasps, spinning around toward the source of the shot. High up on the cliffs, a purple flash revealed a female undead, the very one who had shattered Ahun's arrow. Perched on the cliffside, she glared down at him, letting out a savage, furious growl, as if warning him not to lay a single finger on Himinin. But right in the middle of her menacing growls, a sudden projectile came flying from another, shattering her head instantly. That lethal shot had come straight from the clan chief. She turned to the crowd, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle, she shouted, staring down the approaching undead horde. These monsters are nothing but Himinin's mindless puppets. We will wipe them out and apologize to our ancestors later, the chief roared, prioritizing survival. Hearing this, the Balak tribe steeled themselves, facing the walking corpses. Together, the Balak warriors clashed with the undead, wielding various weapons to quip, strike, and support each other. Suddenly, one warrior got slashed by a ghoul, screaming in agony. Meanwhile, a girl hid behind a thick tree trunk, wincing at the arrow wound on her shoulder. Unbeknownst to her, a bow-wielding corpse crept up from behind, aiming its weapon. The undead let out a blood-curdling shriek that echoed through the forest, but a sudden arrow shot forward, instantly shattering the creature's skull. In the blink of an eye, more deadly arrows flew, blowing apart the heads of every surrounding undead. High into the air, the fierce chief secured a better vantage point, unleashing a relentless barrage of incredibly powerful arrows at the targets. Visor took down a ghoul while watching her, completely amazed by her lethal efficiency of one shot, one kill. She slaughtered those elite monsters like a master butcher. Floating gracefully in mid-air, the chief drew her bow, loading 3 arrows at once, locking onto her targets. Visor was stunned, realizing she was indeed the legendary Night Fox Aquila. The rumors of her defending the forest from the Empire were true. Visor turned to Ayin, who was still fighting, and yelled, "With Chief Aquila here, everything is under control. Follow me." Ayin gasped in surprise, asking, "Huh?" But Visor quickly explained, "We are chasing after Himinin." Meanwhile, Himinin was fleeing, carried by a swarm of screeching skeletons to escape the Balak tribe. He shrieked in pure rage, "You bastards will regret chasing me." Glancing down at one of his skeletal minions, he commanded, I need you to handle a little task for me." After receiving its orders, the skeleton dashed off. Himinin rubbed his chin thoughtfully, visualizing Aquila's form. He knew that despite resurrecting his undead army, as long as Aquila was active, he had to tread carefully. After all, she was the strongest chief in history, a true genius. But Himinin just sneered, muttering, "A genius, let us see what a genius can do against this." Nearby, Visor and Ayin were crouching behind a tree, waiting for the right moment to strike. Ayin peeked out and spotted Himinin sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a dark, ominous magic circle in the distance. The wind whipped his hair wildly as thick waves of sinister dark energy erupted from his body, corrupting everything around him. Visor frowned, studying the surrounding area. Why would Himinin flee to these stone pillars? What kind of spell was he chanting? As Himinin chanted in a bizarre ancient tongue, Ayin raised her bow, locking her sights directly onto the mad summoner. She knew they could not let him complete his ritual. Ayin stared at him with cold, predatory eyes, tracking her prey. She whispered, "I will end him." With a sharp release, her arrow zipped through the air, heading straight for Himinin's forehead. Just as it drew within inches of his face, Himinin smirked. "It is complete." Suddenly, a skeletal hand burst from the earth and effortlessly snatched the arrow mid-flight. Both Visor and Ayin gasped in utter shock at the monstrous thing rising before them. Himinin burst into hysterical, maniacal laughter. "I did it! I have successfully summoned the legendary warrior." He stood up, ecstatic. The ancient stories said he slept deep within this forest. Right then, an incredibly powerful undead entity emerged from the ground. cloaked in a terrifying purple aura. The creature's bald skull slowly began to change as Aheminen cackled, "Only I could find you." Instantly, long hair sprouted from the zombie's skull, reverting to its former glory. The undead archer stood tall and proud, clutching a massive black bow. Right before their eyes, the rotting flesh on its skull reformed into a recognizable living face. Glaring with glowing purple eyes, he loomed over them. Ian let out a breathless, terrified gasp. "No way. Is that Adonai?" Cold sweat dripped down Visor's neck as he stared in disbelief. It really was Adonai standing right in front of them. The oppressive pressure radiating from the undead archer was suffocating. Was this truly the legendary marksman of the Balak tribe? Before either of them could even breathe, Adonai drew his massive bow targeting them. Visor instantly lunged forward to shield Ian and deflected the deadly shot. Ian watched in horror as the arrow blasted past them, completely destroying everything in its path. An arrow of pure aura. Visor realized he could dodge it, but the collateral damage was insane. Suddenly, a painful scream cut through the air. Ian collapsed, clutching her thigh where the arrow had merely grazed her. She trembled, staring at the wound. "My leg. It feels like it is burning," she gasped. Visor gritted his teeth, suspecting poison from the arrow's aura contact. You might remember the legend of the eight-legged lady, and yes, that mythical battle with Adonai was actually real. As Adonai pulled back his string once more, prepping a pitch-black projectile, Visor realized the horrific truth of those arrows. They were crafted from the venomous remains of Lady Eightlegs. Swiftly, Visor stood firm, deflecting every incoming arrow. The deflected arrows struck the surrounding trees, triggering violent purple explosions. Adonai stood unyielding, acting as a shield for Aheminen. On the other side, Visor stood defensively before Ian. Every spot hit by those arrows hissed, radiating an incredibly toxic energy. The massive impact carves a deep trench into the ground. Visor grimaces, clutching his badly shattered arm in absolute agony. Ain watches, in panic, placing her hand on his shoulder. With tears in her eyes, she cries out, "Stop protecting me, just run and leave me behind." But Visor refuses to budge. He grimaces, gripping his violently trembling broken arm. Watching this, Ahuman grins with pure sadistic pleasure as Visor and Ain are backed into a corner. He laughs maniacally, mocking them, "You filthy pests, did you honestly think you would leave here alive?" Then turning to the silent archer, he barks, "Adonai, slaughter them now." Instantly, Adonai raises his massive bow once more, preparing to fire. A deadly arrow streaks straight toward Visor. Both he and Ain can only watch in absolute horror. Visor grits his teeth, raising his broken arm to block. But suddenly a blur flashes forward, catching the lethal arrow with bare hands. Ahuman gasps in sheer disbelief, while Adonai remains completely hollow and expressionless. Meanwhile, Visor and Ain stare up at the powerful figure who just saved them. Adonai's pitch-black arrow is firmly caught in her grasp, yet the dark energy continues to spin violently against her palm, refusing to die. Slowly, the dark projectile dissolves into mist. Gritting her teeth, Aquila fiercely crushes the residual aura lingering on her skin, completely destroying it. Looking up, her eyes lock onto the traitor. "Ahuman," she growls. Her glare is so chilling it practically freezes the air. "We need to talk." Ahuman recoils in absolute terror from her sheer presence. Aang cries out in panic, "Mother," but Aquila merely clenches her fist and mutters, "I sensed a massive aura and rushed over. It seems I made it just in time." But as she relaxes her hand, blood begins to drip down her fingers. Behind the red-haired archer, old Ahuman screams. Aquila Ain frantically warns her mother that arrow is poisoned. "You need treatment right now." But Aquila remains unfazed. "Poison, you say?" Suddenly, she grabs the air, clenching her hand with immense pressure. Dark infected blood sprays out from between her fingers as she snorts in disdain. Visor stares at her blood-soaked hand, utterly dumbfounded. He realizes she just forced her internal aura to erupt, purging the toxin and infected blood instantly. To think someone could actually do that. Her face remains cold as ice as she glares forward, her voice booming like thunder. "Ahuman." The old traitor trembles, his face pale with fear. "Things have already gone this far," he stammers. "You left me with no choice." But Aquila calmly interrupts him. "I do not care about your pathetic betrayal. Just answer me one thing." Sweating, Ahuman stumbles backward, muttering, "What is it?" She narrows her eyes, looking at the silent red-haired warrior. "Is this truly the legendary Saint Archer Lord Adonai?" Hearing this, Ahuman bursts into a mad, desperate cackle. Yes, he is the mythical Adonai, someone you could never hope to defeat. At those words, Aquila merely lets out a cold, sharp smirk. "I see," she murmurs. Turning to the young duo, she adds, "You did well, Visor. Now both of you step back." She then faces Adonai, with absolute respect, offering a formal greeting. "Saint Archer Adonai, it is an honor to meet you, even if we must clash like this." Let us see who the ultimate warrior truly is. The two powerhouses square off, standing amid a battlefield scarred with deep trenches. Adonai's eyes are void of life, black and hollow like a puppet on strings. Aquila calmly locks her gaze onto the hollow vessel. Before making her move, she glides gracefully to the side, swiftly drawing her bow and loading it with a barrage of arrows. As they fly, they transform into blinding beams of energy. Yet Adonai effortlessly sways his body, dodging every single light stream with ease. With terrifying grace, he retaliates, launching a single shadow projectile. The devastating corrupt energy erupts outward, threatening to swallow the forest whole. Aquila flips mid-air to evade the crushing blast, landing heavily on the shattered earth. Without losing her momentum, she immediately notches another arrow. Adonai mirrors her, conjuring a glowing arrow of pure force. In an instant, their destructive spells collide repeatedly, tearing through the dense woods. Meanwhile, Visor has scooped Ain onto his back, fleeing the chaos. Pausing to look back, he thinks, "This is a clash of true master-class aura. I never expected to witness such power. A legendary spectacle in this age of decline." Ain whimpers, clutching him tightly, crying out, "Mother!" Deep in the shadows, old human presses two fingers against his eyes, channeling his sight to a nearby tree branch to spy on the battle. Hiding safely behind a massive trunk, he smirks, impressive Night Fox Aquila. Going toe-to-toe with Lord Adonai is no small feat. Then his grin widens with pure malice. "But you will never defeat him. He is already dead. He can channel infinite multidimensional aura straight from hell. You know what that means, right? An archer with unlimited power is completely unstoppable." Meanwhile, locked in intense combat, Aquila remains incredibly focused, analyzing the threat. "Long-range combat puts me at a massive disadvantage," she thinks. Suddenly, her eyes narrow as she begins to meticulously scan Adonai's movements. Speed, power, agility, he is a perfect marksman with zero openings. Yet he lacks one critical element. Suddenly, Adonai fires another pitch-black arrow of death. Aquila instantly responds, releasing her own glowing projectile to clash with his. The two deadly missiles collide mid-air, unleashing a colossal shockwave. The impact is so massive the entire forest erupts into flames, visible from miles away. As thick plumes of dust swirl into the sky, Aquila's silhouette suddenly cuts through the haze, like a ghost launching a fierce, lightning-fast kick straight at him. But Adonai merely tilts his head effortlessly, evading the brutal strike. Aquila quickly leans back, dodging his rapid counterattacks before reaching for the dagger strapped to her hip. She prepared to. Just like that, Aquila slices his bow in half, using the momentum to kick Adonai right in the shin. Stiffening up, a faint spark of life suddenly flickers within his pitch-black eyes. Seizing her chance, Aquila quickly draws back her arrow. The massive concentrated power of her shot pierces straight toward Adonai, erupting into a towering column of light visible from miles away. Sliding back to regain her balance after the shot, Aquila suddenly frowns, deeply unsettled by the bizarre spectacle unfolding right before her. Chunks of Adonai's decayed flesh begin to dissolve into nothingness. Looking on, Aquila asks, "Great Ancestor, is your lack of fighting spirit because you are already dead, or is it your subconscious desire not to bring harm to your own descendants? Either way, the best thing I can do for you is to grant you eternal rest." With that, Aquila pulls her bowstring once more. She releases another devastating shot, but suddenly Adonai's face undergoes a monstrous mutation, exposing a row of jagged, terrifying fangs. As her radiant arrow flies close, it abruptly stops, frozen right in front of his forehead by an invisible barrier. Aquila is completely shocked. She stares in horror as a grotesque, shadowy appendage sprouts from Adonai's body and snaps the arrow in half. Then that dark power begins swallowing Adonai's entire frame, wrapping around his arm and slowly merging itself deep into his very muscles and bones. A sinister voice echoes. Who could have guessed the legendary archer could fight off the necromancer's control? Old Aheman stands there chanting, wearing a truly despicable smirk. A legend, indeed. But Lord Adonai, I have absolutely no tolerance for those who hesitate. Now you are going to fight with everything you have. You must kill everyone here until my enemies are wiped out. Hearing this, Aquila screeches out in sheer fury, Aheman. Meanwhile, the dark entity completely possesses Adonai's rotting corpse as he throws his head back and unleashes a blood-curdling roar. Eerie pitch-black energy surges outward, but Aquila stands her ground with sharp eyes. Her gaze sharpens as she looks ahead. Adonai has mutated beyond recognition, his flesh warped into a truly grotesque demonic form. With glowing red eyes and a hideous ghoulish face, Aquila can only mutter, "I cannot even call him Adonai anymore." The demonized ancestor lets out a sickening, distorted laugh, his limbs twitching with unnatural stiff movements. Suddenly, out of the blue, a colossal beast emerges from the trees, followed by an entire swarm of giant monsters. Observing from his hiding spot, Aheman smiles. "Those are RKAs, the apex monsters of this forest. Let's watch as they are drawn right into this chaotic battle." The beasts surround the undead demon from behind, but in a split second, 3 of them vanish into thin air. The zombie archer simply turns, holding his bow in a perfect firing stance. Aquila is frozen in disbelief, realizing she couldn't even see the speed of his shot. Ahiman bursts into a wicked, triumphant laugh. Aha, behold the peerless strength of the legendary Adonai. One-shotting a swarm of giant beasts is child's play for him. Now finish off that annoying woman too. Kill her right now, Lord Adonai. Spurred by the command, the undead archer pivots instantly to unleash a volley at Aquila. Forced to dodge, she retreats in haste. Aquila can feel the suffocating lethal intent dripping from each of his incoming arrows. Every time she exerts herself, the deadly venom of Madame Eight-Legs spreads deeper, slowly paralyzing her body. She is running out of time. She needs to end this battle immediately. Making up her mind, Aquila abruptly stops, plants her feet, and fully draws her bow. With a deep breath, she releases 2 arrows, flanking the demon. Yet the monster stands completely still, unfazed by the incoming projectile. As the arrow approaches his forehead, he casually lifts a single finger, stopping the deadly projectile dead in its tracks. But then the arrow mysteriously slips right through his defense, completely vanishing into thin air as the demon grins hideously. While Aquila watches in apparent shock, a subtle smile suddenly plays on her lips. The arrow the monster thought he avoided makes an impossible 360-degree turn in midair, diving straight down to impale the beast's neck from behind. Aquila proudly explains the first shot was a decoy, while the second was meant to draw his guard. The instant he blocked the second arrow, the first decoy curves back to strike from a blind spot. It is a secret tribal technique that allows the projectile to spin rapidly in the air, reversing its trajectory at the absolute peak to catch the enemy off guard. I created this secret archery technique myself, inspired by the stories of your ancient battle against the Empire's finest knights. Suddenly, he yanks the arrow from his neck. Stick with me, because here is where the real horror begins. Ahiman cackles from his branch. Aquila, no matter how exceptional a warrior you are, you have never fought the undead before. Lord Adonai is already dead. A simple wooden arrow straight through the windpipe is not going to put him down. A series of massive explosions rock the deep woods. Aeon, stationed on a high ridge, watches the rising smoke in deep anxiety. Mother. The entire forest is shaking. This awful feeling is unbearable, she mutters, desperately trying to keep her composure. She closes her eyes, reminding herself of Vikir's promise to stop Ahiman's summoning ritual and end this nightmare once and for all. Stay hidden. I'm going to stop Ahiman's spell. Let's hope he can make it in time before it is too late. Vikir analyzed the situation. Since Ahiman was terrified of Aquila, he was likely hiding behind Adonai to stand a chance against her. His eyes scanned the forest and quickly caught a scrawny silhouette hiding behind a massive tree. There he was. Vikir immediately charged straight toward the old villain, intending to finish him off in a single strike. The distance closed rapidly. Suddenly, someone dropped from the trees to block Vikir, delivering a devastating kick that shattered the ground, forcing him to slide back. Vikir quickly slid back to dodge. Glancing back, old Ahiman shrieked, "You damn brat, I knew someone was tailing me. That is why I have already summoned my Death Knights. These warriors are strong enough to be buried in the legendary warrior cemetery. They are so powerful they belong in the sacred cemetery of warriors." With those words, countless Death Knights rushed to attack. The Death Knights charged at Vikir. Meanwhile, Aquila was also struggling, overwhelmed by a sudden devastating surge of dark magic. Her eyes widened as she collapsed in pure agony. Watching her fall, Ahiman let out a maniacal, victorious laugh. "Kneel before me, soon Aquila. The guardian of this forest will perish, and I will rule over this entire land as its master. This is the ultimate payback for a lifetime of unfair treatment. First, I will slaughter everyone who ever dared to despise me. But that is going to be quite troublesome for you." Suddenly, a massive bloody hound head materialized with glowing eyes and razor-sharp jaws. Dripping with raw, putrid energy, Vikir unleashed the Baskerville-style sixth form, ready to tear through the undead soldiers. He knew saving these forest tribe members would secure him a powerful support system. Witnessing this, Ahiman gasped in sheer disbelief. He shrieked, how could a mere brat easily defeat Death Knights who possess power, transcending even a graduator swordmaster? Could this kid actually be stronger than a high graduator? Vikir's eyes flashed with a demonic glow as he confronted the villain. Vikir asked coldly if he had enjoyed his little fantasy. Trembling, Ahiman looked away and called out to his master, Lord Adonai. He screamed that the legendary ancestor had started moving desperately, firing a powerful arrow straight at his target. Aquila raised her leg to block, struggling to hold her ground. Despite her resistance, the possessed archer fired another shot. The deadly arrow tore clean through a massive tree, but Vikir's sharp reflexes allowed him to duck and dodge the attack. With flashing eyes, he closed the distance. Ahiman tried to command Adonai again, but a sudden flash of steel intercepted him. A ruthless blade sliced down, severing the old shaman's hand. Dumbfounded, he stared down at his bleeding wrist before the pain even registered. In the blink of an eye, a second slash severed his neck. His head rolled onto the ground, shrieking in pure, belated horror. As his severed head screamed, Vikir dashed past the corpse, completely shredding the old villain's body into pieces. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the tribe members were locked in combat with the oppressive and seemingly invincible Death Knights. As one undead warrior raised its weapon to execute a young tribe girl, its arms suddenly dissolved into thin air. The girl stared in complete shock as other Death Knights also began to collapse, their magical armor crumbling into brittle bones. The undead army collapsed into piles of lifeless white bones. Exhausted and panting heavily, Aquila watched Adonai's body begin to change. The legendary archer's face returned to its peaceful original state as the corrupted black flesh began to peel away. Aquila gently placed her hand over Adonai's. With that final touch, the ancestral hero's body slowly began to dissolve. Aquila softly whispered for her great ancestor to finally rest in peace. Nearby, Ahiman's severed head was still screaming in denial. He refused to accept defeat, screaming that his chance to rule the entire forest was ruined, all because of that imperial brat. Vikir turned back, his eyes glowing. He had to admit the shaman was surprisingly skilled to have mastered such powerful dark magic. He had transformed himself into a lich using vocal magic to command fallen legendary heroes like Adonai. If only he had spent his life pursuing the path of a true mage instead. Suddenly, the severed head cackled maniacal laughter. He laughed like a lunatic, spitting that this was not the end and promising they would regret pushing him to this state. He vowed to curse Vikir and the entire Balak tribe, even from beyond the grave. But before he could finish, an arrow slammed directly into his forehead. The one who loosed the shot was Ahun, his face twisted in absolute rage. Vikir called out to his friend. Looking down in deep regret, Ahun muttered, "I am sorry, Vikir. I should have killed him sooner." Vikir examined the dissolving head, then gently placed a comforting hand on his friend's trembling shoulder to reassure him. He told him it was not his fault, praising his quick action. Meanwhile, the dark shaman's head slowly crumbled into ash. The surviving villagers, Chief Aquila and Ayan, rejoiced in their hard-won victory. Closing his eyes, Vikir spoke calmly. He suggested they head back to the village. The battlefield fell completely silent as the forest returned to its natural peace. They all walked back together. A warm light illuminated the end of the path, guiding the weary warriors home. The group finally emerged, their faces solemn and weary, when suddenly Ayan noticed something highly unusual in the distance. Looking down, the entire village is completely devastated. Everyone panics and cries out, "Oh no, our village, what on earth happened here? Did someone attack us?" Tears stream down little Ahun's face as she whispers that Madame Eightlegs did this. Hearing this, Ayan gasps, "Madame came to our village." Ahun runs over to check on her little sister, asking, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Vikir frowns in deep thought. While he was busy dealing with Ahriman, Madame Eightlegs attacked the village. Why would she do this now? Why shatter their peace? Little Ahun points toward the horizon and says, "She went that way." But before she showed up, smoke was rising from the ancestral altar temple, the place for sacred ceremonies. Right after that, Madame appeared, raging across the village and destroying everything in her path like she was venting her fury. Vikir kneels down, carefully inspecting the crushed leaves. Nearby, people gasp and point at some bones. It is the carcass of a giant ape. Vikir picks up a crushed blade of grass to analyze it. It seems someone burned a specific herb that attracts monsters. Vikir realizes Ahriman must have planned this from the very beginning. Aquila smashes her fist into the wall in pure rage, roaring Ahriman's name. The stone wall cracks under the sheer force of her anger. The wound on her waist starts bleeding again, making everyone panic. "Chief, your injury," but Aquila firmly replies, "We still have to rebuild the village and gather food. Warriors gather the remains of the fallen and save anyone who is still alive. Get to work immediately." Meanwhile, Ayin is staring down in sheer horror. Before her, the wolf Bakira lies trembling on the ground. "Oh no, Bakira, your legs." One of Bakira's hind legs is twitching violently, clearly infected by a deadly spreading venom. Ayin hugs her loyal companion, weeping bitterly. "I am so sorry, I should have never left you alone." The terrifying calamity, Madame Eightlegs, is the ultimate nightmare of all the tribes, an unbeatable calamity possessing a corrupted dark core. The Balak tribe views her as an unstoppable, deadly force of nature, making revenge completely out of the question. But Vikir disagrees. He quietly stares toward a nearby cave. Inside, a small campfire flickers, warming the cold air. Aquila is resting there, nursing her injuries. Vikir enters the cave quietly and speaks up. "Chief, there are a few things I need to ask you." She looks up, curious. Vikir's expression remains completely serious. "Please tell me everything you know about Madame Eightlegs." Aquila is momentarily stunned. "You want to know about her?" Vikir holds up a scroll and explains. "These are the ancient records from the Rococo tribe. It details her lethal venom and her battles against other massive monsters. Everything is documented here, even her secret lair. But after reading this, something feels off to me. I do not understand why the local tribes do not just team up to destroy her. Why live in constant fear instead of fighting back together? Aquila ponders his words for a moment before starting her tale. Just like the Rococo records, our Balak tribe also possesses ancient documents detailing her terrifying legacy, specifically the legend of Adonai. It tells of an ancient battle between the legendary warrior Adonai and Madame Eight Legs, a clash of supreme power. During that battle, Adonai fired a sacred arrow directly into her leg. Everyone believed the threat was finally neutralized, but in truth, it was only the beginning of a nightmare. The severed leg regenerated, instantly multiplying into even more limbs. The more limbs they severed, the more they multiplied, seemingly without limit. Every attempt to destroy her only made her stronger. Not even a divine arrow could pierce her armored hide. The records show that everyone on that battlefield was eventually poisoned. They examined the arrow and realized the true horror of her venom, seeing the residual poison still clinging to the shaft. According to legends, Madame is an evil deity born from countless vengeful spirits. If you plan on fighting her, discard that thought. I simply cannot bear to lose any more of my people. Hearing this, Vikir quickly calculates his chances of winning. Facing warriors like Adonai or Aquila head-on would be near impossible, but fighting a mere magical beast, that is a different story. Although apocalyptic monsters like Madame are rare in this era during the end times, Vikir fought beasts of similar power daily. He has countless battles worth of experience against them. No matter how powerful she seems, she is still just a beast. And beasts always have predictable habits and flaws. His next move is to track her and find that exact weak point. Formulating his strategy, Vikir walks out of the dark cave. He pulls his hood low over his face, his eyes gleaming. He is fueled by absolute determination. He will slay this demonic calamity with his very own hands, no matter what. When the sun rises high again, illuminating the land, an ancient volcano comes into view. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy erupts. Colossal segmented legs claw their way out, gripping the mountain slopes. A massive, terrifying beast emerges from the depths of the volcano. Its heavy claws crash onto the earth as it begins to creep through the dense forest. Meanwhile, Vikir has already arrived. He hides behind a massive tree, carrying a heavy pack on his shoulders while silently observing her. Every time she awakens, chaos follows. After tracking her lair for several days, he has mapped out her patterns. She always hunts at a very specific time. She will return to her nest in exactly 2 hours. Ready for the hunt, he pulls up his mask. Masking his face, Vikir leaps from cliff to cliff, moving like a shadow across the mountains before landing softly on a ledge. Right ahead is a cave draped in thick, sticky webs. Looking down, Vikir realizes he is standing right above Madame Eightleg's lair. From the outside, it looks like a solid rock formation, but inside is hollow. Vikir wastes no time and quickly summons his magic sword Beelzebub, slashing through the massive spider webs. Instantly, a strange stone falls loose right in front of him. Picking it up, he inspects the silk. Even a high-ranking expert with immense mana would find it nearly impossible to cut through this. Instead of fighting it, he decides to use these incredibly tough webs as footholds, swinging himself deeper down into the dark cavern. The entrance seems far too narrow for a beast like Madame Eight Legs, but the passage quickly expands into a massive tunnel. The sheer scale of this cave makes it the perfect hiding spot for a monster of her size. Soon Vikir touches down. Stretched across the walls are countless cocoons wrapping up unfortunate victims. These are the prey Madame Eight Legs has captured over time. Inside are both humans and beasts, some untouched but already rotting away. Is she doing this to terrify other intruders? Or does she simply enjoy playing with her food for fun? Vikir narrows his eyes, scanning the chilling cavern with sharp focus. It seems the spider understands the forest's hierarchy perfectly. But there is no time to ponder. Before the monster returns, he needs to gather as much information as possible. Suddenly, Vikir spots a strange cluster clinging to the stone wall. They look like giant dark grapes clumped together. Without a moment of hesitation, Vikir reaches out and plucks one of them. Immediately, the rest of the cluster begins to slide and drop. Vikir closely examines the round object. It is her egg. So this is why the world was overrun by spider beasts during the destruction. He packs it up to analyze later. But right then, Madame Eight Legs herself appears at the entrance, her horrifying eyes and massive maw casting a dreadful shadow. Her venomous fangs twitch as she scans her dark territory. The monster is clearly searching for any sign of an intruder. Fortunately, she turns and retreats outside. Vikir, who had quickly slipped beneath a heavy web, finally breathes a sigh of relief. With her terrifying predator instincts, did she sense someone inside? If he did not possess the soundproof skill of the Mushu snake, he would have been dead by now. It is time to get out of here. Meanwhile, back at the Balak village, the tribe is busy rebuilding their destroyed camp. Whispers and anxious questions begin to spread among the tired warriors. Does anyone know where Vikir is? He finished setting up his tent days ago, but no one has seen him step outside since. One hunter saw him heading toward another tribe early in the morning, but there is no smoke coming from his tent. What is he up to? Maybe he is secretly planning something big. But the weirdest part is he has not even met with our leader, Ayan. Ayan stands silently outside Vikir's quiet tent looking troubled and uncertain. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally speaks. My mother told me you were asking about Madame Eight Legs. She is a nightmare that no warrior has ever been able to defeat. You are not planning anything reckless against her, right? Just yesterday, Bakira had to have his leg amputated. He will never run the same way again. If something terrible were to happen to you as well, Tears well up in Ayan's eyes, but before she can finish, a calm voice calls out from inside. Ayan, come in. Let's talk. She quickly steps inside to find Vikir busily working on something. Approaching him, she asks what all of this is. On the walls are dozens of pinned papers. Vikir replies, those are details on Madame Eight Legs I gathered from the other forest tribes. I am currently analyzing her silk and skin samples. I snuck into her lair to get them along with one of her eggs. Ayan gasps in pure shock. You actually went inside her lair? Are you really planning to fight that monster? If so, I am coming with you. Vikir calmly replies, you are still limping from your battle with Adonai. You would only slow me down. His expression remains cold. Soon, I will be leaving this forest. I still have unfinished business, so I must return to the house of Baskerville. Ayan looks down, her heart sinking. She whispers that she understands. But then she is utterly startled when Vikir continues speaking. Once everything is settled, I think I will return here. He turns around with a look of absolute determination. That is why I am making plans to protect this place. Vikir shines his light onto the wall of detailed notes. I have already figured out a way to hunt Madame Eight Legs. What happened to Bakira will not happen to me. Ayan bites her lip in awe. Hunting that nightmare, you are truly reckless. Yet you saved us and stopped the forest from being poisoned. You faced problems that seemed completely impossible to solve, but you always found a way to deliver results. Placing her hand over his, she smiles through her tears. Vikir, I have always believed in you and your promises, and this time you will be fine, right? Vikir confidently nods. And indeed, cut to some time later. In the dark night forest, under a pouring rain, Vikir stands before a massive beast. The giant monster reaches its claws out, treating him like prey. With a cold expression, Vikir unleashes a few clean sword strikes. Hot blood immediately sprays into the air as a huge chunk of flesh slams onto the ground. Just like that, it is over. But Vikir notices its severed claws are already regenerating. As long as its head remains intact, this monster will keep reviving. The final target he must hunt is Madame Eight Legs. Vikir calls upon his magic sword Beelzebub to grant him the power to do so. Beelzebub buzzes in response. Vikir adjusts the slots. Slot 1 is Cerberus A+, Incinerate, and Slot 2 is Silent Hill Mushuhushu A+, and Slot 3 is Super Regeneration Swamp Salamander A+. Back at the village, Ahun breathes a sigh of relief, feeling accomplished. Finally, the job is done. A brand new house stands tall, built by Ahun and his two companions. The blonde-haired friend gasps in shock. What Ahun, since when could you build such a nice house? The black-haired friend wonders if this cozy home is meant for Vikir. Ahun smiles proudly, saying Vikir is like a little brother to him, so building this house is his duty as an older brother. The two friends tease him instantly. Brothers, didn't you absolutely despise him before? Ahun blushes and snaps at them to shut up. The village is finally restored to its former glory. Since this is all thanks to Vikir, they decide to go tell him the news. They quickly head to Vikir's usual dwelling to find him. But seeing the place completely empty, Ahun stands there in utter shock. Vikir isn't here, he must have gone out again. He really wants to see how Vikir reacts when he hears the awesome news. Meanwhile, Ayan watches them from behind with deep worry. She knows that today is the day he faces his destiny. Looking up at the sky, she silently prays to the forest god to protect the great warrior who is about to face disaster. Meanwhile, Vikir stands on a high cliff looking up as if waiting. The wind around him grows stronger by the second. He glares toward the mountain where Madame Eight-Legged nests. Since it is about to rain, the beast is likely asleep right now. This is the perfect opportunity to strike. He has already calculated every single variable that could go wrong on this hunt, and he has prepared countermeasures for every single one of them. Now it is time to put his plan into action. Leaping forward, Vikir moves with incredible speed, fluidly dodging the sticky spider webs shooting down from above. The hunt officially begins. Out of the darkness, a horrifying giant figure slowly emerges, revealing a grotesque face. Covered in terrifying red eyes, this nightmare is Madame Eight-Legged. Looking down, he gazes upon the colossal, monstrous spider. Vikir continues his rapid descent. His agile body moves gracefully through the air without facing any obstacles. From above, Vikir unleashes the Baskerville sixth form. Instantly, the terrifying beast opens its eyes. With a flash of his blade, a massive leg is severed. Venomous green blood sprays wildly into the dark cavern. Vikir's sharp eyes look up. According to what Adonai told him, every severed leg will double as it grows back. Sure enough, the spider regenerates its limbs instantly and retaliates. Vikir quickly dodges and charges right back at it. It is time to execute Plan A. He unleashes a flurry of razor-sharp sword strikes, trapping the beast in his attack. The heavy slashes land clean on the spider's massive body. Screaming in rage, it opens its maw to spray toxic venom. Vikir leaps backward to evade the deadly acidic blast, but suddenly a stray splash of venom lands directly on his arm. Vikir is shocked as his arm begins to tremble with green veins bulging alarmingly. Madam's venom is spreading too rapidly. He didn't want to resort to this, but there is no choice now. Taking a deep breath, Vikir hardens his resolve. With a decisive strike, he cuts off his poisoned hand. But just as the severed limb bleeds, something strange starts sprouting. The giant spider watches in sheer disbelief. From Vikir's severed wrist, a bizarre, monstrous new arm quickly grows out. "Don't be so surprised, my strength is finally on par with yours now." Screaming, the spider beast charges to attack. Leaping high into the air, Vikir strikes with all his might, severing another giant leg. But the creature attacks again. Dodging its massive incoming claw, Vikir lunges forward, slamming a powerful fist directly into the monster's main body. Sharp pincers pierce straight through Vikir's body, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Enduring the pain, he rolls. He slides down its giant leg to break free from the trap. Madam Eight-Legged swings another massive claw. But Vikir takes the chance to land several quick slashes. The monster screeches in agony, releasing a shockwave of energy. Vikir grimaces as the blast pushes him back. Severed spider legs litter the ground right next to his own hand. As his freshly severed hand begins to regenerate, Vikir wonders just how many times he has revived today. Each regeneration drains a massive amount of his stamina. Yet the monster freely multiplies its legs without losing any energy. As Vikir catches his breath in sheer exhaustion, he suddenly cracks a smirk, ready for the next phase. With an excited grin, Vikir Van Baskerville jumped onto a web exactly as planned. He just kept leaping and moving upward. Leaping higher and higher, he drew the monster's wide, staring eyes. Soon it decided to give chase. But suddenly its massive body froze. Vikir Van Baskerville looked down with a sinister smirk. He knew he couldn't beat those legs, so forcing the beast to multiply them was always part of his grand plan. Because here is the catch. Every single time a leg gets severed, the spider doubles them. At first, that sounds like a divine blessing. A gift from the gods, right? Wrong. It actually became a fatal weakness. More legs just means zero mobility. Desperate, the spider monster reared back to blast him with webbing. But Vikir Van Baskerville only chuckled, darkly silent and calm. He already knew she would rely on those webs after studying them earlier. And he found a critical flaw. Normal fire can't scratch her webs, but the purple flame of purgatory, it will burn them like dry wood. Even better, this cavern is absolutely packed with flammable gas from all these corpses. Talk about the perfect setup. Was this not the ultimate setup to ignite a massive blaze? As Vikir Van Baskerville spoke, he summoned a giant ox-bear carcass. His eyes flashed with intensity. Drunk on her own power, this monster had piled up way too many sins. Now it was finally time for some payback. In an instant, a massive force erupted from the ox-bear. That dark, overwhelming energy surged outward like a wild wave, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Flashback to his camp. While researching the spider monster, Vikir Van Baskerville had suddenly pieced together a shocking truth. During training, he faced the zebra, a race of dangerous beasts that were driven out of the Black Mountains. Back then, he had wondered why the local tribes went to such extreme lengths to expel these dangerous beasts. The simple answer was land and survival. But those tribes themselves had been utterly defeated and banished by the lady. And now Vikir Van Baskerville finally saw the dark truth behind the lady's actions and why she sent them there. In reality, she used the Exa tribe as sacrificial pawns to drive away the dangerous ECUs and hellish demons. She did it to avoid hellfire. That was her ultimate weakness. He never imagined her weak point was so familiar. Back in the cavern, his blade plunged directly into the head of the dead ox-bear, sparking a bizarre energy. The energy grew more immense by the second, erupting in a blinding flash of deep violet light as something shrieked. An ominous, shapeless entity shrieked in agony as the ox-bear's raw force melted everything in the area. A brilliant purple glow consumed the entire cave. The spider monster shrieked, completely powerless against the heat. As the smoke swirled, its massive form blurred. Through the violet haze, a desperate figure struggled to move. But with those countless extra legs, the beast was completely paralyzed, unable to crawl away. Vikir Van Baskerville slowly stepped down. As he reached the ground, the mouth of the spider's cave spat out sparks of violet flame. Vikir Van Baskerville walked away, plotting his next move. Knowing she feared hellfire, he just needed to trap her in there. Trapped inside that web-filled cavern, there was no way she could leap or crawl out with those useless legs. She could not even use her webs to swing away anymore. Simply put, she was totally trapped. There was absolutely no escape. Under that scorching heat, the lady's outer shell was bound to melt away. He glanced back at the burning cavern. Before the flames died out, he needed to acquire her unique skill. Suddenly, a sudden massive tremor shook the entire mountain, throwing him off balance. What on earth was happening? Thick black smoke billowed from the cave, as the purple flames faded away. Then, without warning, the entire mountain was shattered by a massive shockwave. Rocks and debris exploded into the air, revealing everything inside. Wait, did she just blow up the whole mountain? The hideous Spider Queen crawled out from the ruins. Somehow, her massive body looked mostly unscathed, bearing only a few scorch marks. She let out a furious roar. Enraged by the surprise assault, she opened her jaw and spat out a massive glob of toxic green poison. The venom shot into the sky, exploding like deadly fireworks before raining down like a storm of arrows. Whatever it touched dissolved instantly like potent acid. Maddened with rage, the spider kept spitting venom everywhere. Vikir Van Baskerville quickly realized something. The lady could not see him because the fire had scorched her eyes and skin, and destroying that mountain had backfired. Heavy visible cracks now spider webbed across her massive scorched shell. Leaping back into the air, Vikir Van Baskerville smirked. This turn of events was not entirely bad for him. He just needed to target those fresh cracks created by her reckless explosion. He began circling his prey, of the giant spider. Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted. It was the Baskerville Clan's legendary sixth form, a deadly strike aimed directly at the spider's core. The beast shrieked in agony, writhing violently. Observing this, Vikir quickly realized the monster still possessed incredible vitality. A single blow would not be enough. He had to strike again with everything he had to survive. Suddenly, the spider's shell began to shift colors. Its outer skin shed, peeling away to reveal a horrifying cluster of glowing, sinister eyes. Vikir froze in utter shock as the Spider Queen prepared to unleash her power. With a terrifying blast of energy, the attack slashed downward, threatening to tear the entire forest in two. In that moment, Vikir felt a cold sweat. He had made a crucial mistake. He never expected her eyes to regenerate so quickly after shedding her shell, and now both of his legs were completely obliterated. Running dangerously low on mana, his regeneration was lagging far behind. He lay flat in the deep crater, gasping heavily for breath. The spider's glowing eyes locked onto his broken body, its massive form looming like an absolute nightmare. Vikir desperately prayed for his body to heal faster, begging for his legs to regenerate. But out of nowhere, an eerie familiar voice echoed, shocking him to his core. "Why are you fighting this beast? You should have left this forest long ago. If revenge against Hugo is your goal, your thoughts should only be focused on slaying him. That is your only true purpose." Just then, a figure bearing his exact likeness suddenly materialized. The phantom had two deep crossed scars marking his face. His glowing eyes stared coldly down at Vikir, repeating the warning. "Why are you wasting time fighting this monster? You should have run away long ago. Your sole destiny is to get revenge. You must only think of destroying Hugo. Your mind should be filled with nothing but his death. That is your ultimate mission." But as Vikir looked to the side, he realized the encounters in this forest had begun to blur his once clear goal. The specter reappeared nearby, its eyes weeping dark tears of blood, screaming, "Wake up and pull yourself together now. Remember your purpose. Put a blade to Hugo's throat." Vikir lay helplessly on the ground, tormented by these twin phantoms of his past, while the colossal black body of the spider loomed menacingly above. Chilling words from his previous life suddenly flashed in his mind. "Vikir Van Baskerville, your sole reason for existence is to execute the dark tasks handed down by your absolute master. You must fulfill them even at the cost of your life. Since birth, you have been bred as a weapon. It was your entire existence, your only source of pride. Yet, despite your absolute unwavering loyalty to the clan, your head still fell beneath your master's cold blade. In that moment, you realized your entire life was wasted." The phantom Vikir radiated a dark, sinister aura. "You must make Hugo taste that same agonizing despair and absolute misery." The severed head beside him screamed, "But now you are ruining everything. You must plunge your blade into Hugo. Destroy the Baskerville clan. That is the only reason you exist." These words bound Vikir like a powerful ancient curse, forcing him to relive the crushing despair of his past. Staring at his old silhouette, he questioned his true purpose, the reason to exist. In his past life, did he ever once think of defying Hugo? Actually, yes, he had. It was when he wanted to abandon the squad. Vikir had stopped staring deep into the shadows of the forest, while the others marched ahead. He eventually chose to follow them, submitting to the heavy chains of his fate. A massive chain dragged him forward, keeping him bound to the group. He was nothing but Hugo's loyal, well-trained hunting dog. But back in the present, Vikir gritted his teeth and spat back. "Stop trying to force your path on me. Whether I obey Hugo or destroy him, I am the one who decides," he roared, defying the shadows of his past. Yes, only after Hugo's head rolls would a discarded hound like him finally find safety. He had to take control. His past choices were mistakes. What he truly desired was freedom. The phantom double began to dissolve under his resolve. The severed head vanished into mist. The giant spider monster shrieked in rage, opening its massive jaws to strike. It thrust a razor-sharp leg straight toward Vikir. Yet his thoughts remained clear as he reached his final realization. He wanted true liberation. Clawing the dirt, he mobilized every ounce of strength to dodge the lethal blow. A massive explosion erupted, sending Vikir rolling across the ground in pain as memories of familiar faces flashed. Revenge and protecting the home where he wanted to live, these were the true burning desires in his heart. He pushed himself up, gritting his teeth with absolute resolve. I will live life on my own terms. So stand up and fight this beast. No one will ever control him again. Suddenly, an unexpected presence entered the fray. A massive burst of power slammed into the spider, catching Vikir off guard. A relentless barrage of attacks followed, raining down damage upon the beast. Vikir slowly raised his head, staring at the nearby peak where a group emerged. The Balak tribe coordinates their attack on the giant spider. Chief Aquila and Ian fire their bows together, and Ian screams, "You bastard spider, stay away from my husband Vikir. I am here to fight by your side along with the Balak warriors." The brave tribal warriors quickly line up beside Ian. Ahun joins the charge, shouting, "Why did you have to go and do this? All by yourself without saying a single word to us." Vikir is fighting the beast. Everyone get ready to support the hero. Support the hero of our forest. With a unified war cry, the warriors release a massive volley of arrows at the spider. Pelted by the barrage, the monster screeches in sheer agony. Vikir struggles to his feet and leaps high into the air, landing right back onto Madam Eight Legs. He calls back, "Even if I told you, you would have just made me give up. But thanks to you, I survived." He drives his sword deep into the spider, but a sudden shockwave violently throws him back. Vikir is stunned by her resilience. Still alive, then I will just have to strike again. But the spider is already recovering. She begins flailing her massive legs, thrashing wildly in every direction. The warriors yell out in warning as chaos erupts. "Watch out, she's going completely berserk." Ayan shouts, "Vikir has pushed her to total madness. Do not back down, keep fighting." Amidst the chaotic clash, Chief Aquila stands frozen, staring at the beast. She seems torn, hesitating over a heavy choice. For generations, the tribe viewed Madam Eight Legs as an unstoppable natural disaster, a terror that was completely useless to resist. Every fiber of their being screamed to run. But this young warrior is different. Aquila turns her gaze to watch him. He is fighting with everything he has, conquering his fear to face the nightmare head-on, even as he vomits blood from his wounds. Her eyes flash with a sharp light. Aquila draws her bow. She must unleash a strike to clear a path for the brave boy. With a deafening boom, a powerful arrow tears through the air. The massive body of the spider is rocked by the impact. She screeches, her jaws tearing open in sheer agony. Seizing the golden opportunity, Vikir charges forward, his gaze deadlier than ever. Suddenly, his eyes glow with a blinding light, and he blitzes forward like a bolt of lightning cutting through the dark forest. The brilliant flash drives straight toward the Spider Queen. Looking like a wrathful demon of vengeance, Vikir unleashes a flurry of stabs. He repeatedly pierces her underbelly, forcing another agonizing howl from the beast. Vikir grits his teeth so hard they begin to smoke. An explosive aura erupts around him as he unleashes Baskerville-style first form fangs of the Baskerville. Ian and Ahun watch in utter disbelief. Vikir has completely thrown himself into the chaotic clash. He continues his relentless assault. He chains his moves: second form, bite; third, hold; fourth, tear; and fifth, chew and swallow. Blinding flashes of aura explode from his blade, completely obscuring the fight. As the dust finally settles and his brutal onslaught comes to an end, the Spider Queen is revealed, battered and bleeding as foul venomous fluids and dark blood spew continuously from her jaws. Vikir stands glowing like a blazing furnace, but spectral chains of fate suddenly wrap around his neck. Time to end this. He refuses to live a shackled existence as a hunting dog ever again. Meanwhile, deep scars map across the spider's giant eye. The spectral chains binding him begin to crack under his overwhelming power. He prepares to unleash his ultimate strike. Using the sixth-style Crumble Baskerville, he shatters the shackles of his past and present lives in one epic burst. Vikir moves like a blur around Madam Eight Legs, landing precise lethal slashes on her most vital spots. The Spider Queen shrieks in pure agony, thrashing and jumping wildly. Suddenly, her massive eyeball twitches violently from his cuts. The eye ruptures under the pressure of Vikir's sword strikes. He bursts right through her eyeball, causing a massive fountain of blood. The watching warriors are left completely speechless, their jaws hitting the floor. Ian gasps in shock. He just burst out of her eye. Stunned by the continuous, overwhelming assault, Madam Eight Legs loses her balance and crashes backward onto the forest floor. The crowd screams in sheer disbelief. She fell. As the thick dust settles, Vikir lies collapsed right next to the fallen beast. He grimaces in pain. Her highly corrosive venom is quickly eating away at his body, already spreading up to his face. He looks at the dark lines and realizes the toxic blood has poisoned him thoroughly. But the Spider Queen seems near death as well. Vikir glances over at Madam Eight Legs. She lets out a weak, dying whimper, her colossal body completely broken and tattered. As his consciousness begins to fade, Vikir stares at her with heavy, blurry eyes. His mind screams that he must act fast. He needs to purge this lethal poison immediately. Stealing his resolve, he raises his hand, transforming it into a sharp blade. He drives his hardened hand deep into Madame Eightlegs. The dying beast flinches violently as his energy pierces her flesh. Deep within her mind, the souls of the powerful beasts, Vikir previously devoured, begin to invade, swarming her consciousness. The massive fly demon leads the assault surrounding her. Cerberus leaps forward, biting down hard on her limbs, belly, and neck. Completely immobilized by the three-headed dog, Madame Eightlegs can only watch helplessly as the giant fly demon slowly closes in. Madame Eightlegs was thrashing in absolute despair, ready to yield her dark power. Vikir slowly opened his eyes. Muffled voices buzzed in his ears, warning others about the deadly poison nearby. But Vikir couldn't let himself die yet. Turns out that desperate voice belonged to Yin. She hesitated, holding back her words as Vikir slowly opened his eyes. Looking up, he saw Yin, her face pale with worry almost to the point of tears. Weary Vikir closed his eyes again. He weakly muttered, "Yin, keep it down, I am fine. Your shouting is keeping me awake." Finding him awake, Yin let out a tearful sigh of relief, crying, "Vikir, do you have any idea how worried I was, you absolute idiot?" Meanwhile, Beelzebub retracted its proboscis, thoroughly satisfied with this demonic feast. Its arsenal had just leveled up with Madame Eightlegs' venom. The spider's deadly poison officially claimed the top slot. Next came Muzuzu's sound-canceling magic, followed by the swamp salamander's regeneration, sitting comfortably in the third slot. Honestly, this was the grandest hunt in Balak history, calling for an absolute banger of a celebration. The tribe threw an epic legendary feast that lasted for days. By the end, stuffed warriors were passed out all over the ground, snoozing next to clean plates. Up on the spider's carcass, Aquila and another Balak warrior leisurely enjoyed their drinks. Everyone was in high spirits except for Vikir. He didn't look too good as he sat surrounded by heaps of food. Feeling utterly exhausted, Vikir sighed. The festival was finally winding down. These wild tribal folk sure knew how to party. Deciding he had had enough, Vikir slipped away to find Bakura. Spotting his master, the wolf's ears perked up happily. Trotting over, Bakura nuzzled him. Vikir patted his loyal companion, gently asking, "How are you holding up, buddy?" Scratching his chin, Vikir praised him. "Even with 3 legs, you dominated the other wolves and found a mate. Impressive. I am proud of you. We made Madame Eightlegs pay, so you have nothing to fear anymore." Suddenly, Vikir stopped. His hand paused on Bakura's fur as he stared at his palm, lost in his thoughts. Slaying the spider had yielded serious gains. He could finally manifest the 7th fang. It wasn't perfect, but killing the monster gave him immense battle experience. Surviving that life-or-death struggle changed everything. But then a thought crossed his mind. How did Hugo master it? Vikir's 7th fang was still incomplete, making an attack on a high-tier swordmaster like Hugo nearly impossible for now. But one thing was certain, he was leagues stronger than before. Clutching the flower garland around his neck, he whispered, "My work in this forest is done." Now his mind was set on his next goal, returning to House Baskerville. With a sudden yank, he ripped the flowers off. His eyes flared with a cold, vengeful light. It was time for payback. His expression hardened with pure determination. Little did he know, a silent observer was watching him from the shadows. Taking one final look at the beautiful forest, Vikir traded his tribal gear for imperial clothes, throwing on a travel cloak. With a heavy pack on his back, he approached Aquila. The entire Balak tribe gathered behind her to bid farewell. Vikir spoke first, thanking her for granting him permission to leave. Aquila just smiled warmly at him in return. "I have absolutely no right to hold you back. But remember, once you are family for life. No matter where you go in this wide world, you will always remain the hunter-captain of Balak. Remember that." Deeply moved, Vikir thanked her once more. Scanning the crowd, his eyes searched for a familiar face. Where was she? Had she chosen not to show up because she hated his departure? With a sigh, Vikir turned and began his journey. He waved back, calling out, "I am off then." Watching his back recede, the villagers felt a deep, heavy sadness. They cheered. "Whenever you need us, Vikir, just call. Safe travels back to the Empire, we will pray for you." His warrior brothers bellowed out to him, "You better come back to visit us, brother. We will be waiting right here." The sister waved, calling out, "Right to us." Vikir walked away to the warm, echoing farewells of the tribe. A true hero's send-off. Smiling, Vikir kept moving forward until he reached a vast, golden field swaying in the wind. Suddenly, his footsteps halted and his eyes widened in complete shock. Standing right there in the field was Yen. She was holding a long parcel wrapped carefully in clean white cloth. Vikir stepped forward and called out her name. Yen hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you truly leaving?" He remained quiet, letting silence stretch between them. Biting her lip, she quickly shoved the parcel into his hands. Feeling its weight, Vikir asked, "What is this?" "It is Anubis, the bow of Lord Adonai," she cut in shyly. "I rarely use it, so take it." So that's why she missed the send-off. She was retrieving this treasure. Before he could speak, she leaned in close. Yin quickly draped a unique necklace around his neck, sporting a broken chain link. Vikir held it up, utterly confused. A broken chain necklace. Yin quickly looked away, blushing fiercely. Well, when you fainted back, then I decided to peet. You kept mumbling about chains and hunting dogs, so I went ahead and made this for you. Then she continued, Vir, you are not a hunting dog. Hunting dogs are nothing like you. You are a wolf. And a wolf is never chained by anyone. Vir closed his eyes, smiling at Yin. That is quite a surprise. Then he wanted to say thank you, but she suddenly grabbed the chain, pulling him close. She stood on her tiptoes, coming right up to his face as her hand tightened around his collar. They shared a passionate kiss, but after that, Kiss Yin stared down at the ground, tears welling in her eyes. She silently turned to leave, determined not to let Vir see her cry. At this moment, her voice cracked as she walked away. I heard this is how people in the Empire say goodbye. In the past, you were younger than me, but now you have truly grown up. Have a safe journey. He could only watch blankly as Yin faded away. Vir smiled with a light heart. I had no idea the Empire said goodbye like that. Until we meet again, Yin. Yin felt her heart skip a beat and froze. Wiping away the tears on her cheeks, she turned around with her brightest smile to say goodbye. To Vir, radiant as ever. See you again. Meanwhile, Vir had finally reached the edge of the cliff where he needed to go. Looking down, below he saw a quiet little village with no sign of life. Right in the center stood a statue pointing forward, looking desolate, completely silent, with nobody out on the streets. Vir stared at it for a moment, his mind filled with quiet speculation. Fangchain Castle. It really has been a long time since I last returned here. He looked at the flag hanging on the castle, bearing the various patterns and crests of different clans. Just one glance was enough for Vir to recognize each family. Is the May family still mining rubies? That means they are still working with the Baskerville Clan. He suddenly recalled a girl with vibrant red hair standing before him in a sea of flames. He wondered to himself if she was still in this place. Vir remained lost in thought for a long moment before letting out a soft sigh. Who knows what she will say to me when we meet? But I am just too exhausted anyway. With that, he leaped down, landing spectacularly on the ground without any difficulty whatsoever. Vir pulled his hood down to hide his face, looking around at the surrounding houses as he walked. It is late. I need shelter. Where is the inn? He looked left and right, searching for a place. Then he suddenly raised his head, a strange question rising in his mind. The moment he laid eyes on the giant golden statue before him, it felt incredibly bizarre. When was this built? Vir muttered quietly to himself. To erect a massive golden sculpture like this, both families would have to agree. Did Hugo actually approve of this? As he lost himself in an endless sea of suspicion and confusion, a sudden voice from behind startled him. A patrol guard shouted loudly at him from the shadows. Hey, what do you think you are doing there? It was a furious-looking patrolman charging forward with a heavy spear, aiming to stop this suspicious stranger from entering the village. Do not touch the hero's monument. If you steal even a single speck of that gold, I will never forgive you. Stand back. He threatened Vir, but Vir remained completely calm. Turning around, he asked, a hero? Hearing this, the soldier looked taken aback. Wait, are you a foreigner? Do you seriously not know who that great hero is? Before Vir could answer, this passionate soldier, eyes shining like stars, began to ramble on endlessly. I did not think anyone in the Empire would be clueless about him. I saw him fight with my own eyes. He proudly went on to recount the incredible exploits of their savior. With just one single strike, his pure power wiped out the entire Manji horde. And with his true knightly spirit, he went above and beyond to rescue the lady of the May family. Not only that, but he also fought a giant monster alone so that his comrades could escape death. That hero easily took down the beast with nothing but his bare fists, showing off his massive muscles and incredibly powerful physique. He then added a highly emotional, tragic tale about the hero's ultimate sacrifice, which was why the May family built this golden statue out of gratitude. Listening to this, Vir realized things were starting to sound way off. A deep sense of dread crept into his chest. This cannot be right. Yet the soldier kept talking loudly about the golden hero's achievements with immense pride. You must remember, 2 years ago that magnificent hero lived right here in this very town, and his name was Vikir Van Baskerville. He blared the name out loud like a speaker, wanting the whole world to know. Hearing his own name, Vir was utterly speechless. Embarrassed, he covered his face, not knowing what to say. Oh, is that so? Meanwhile, inside a nearby house, warm light was shining through the windows. Clearly, many people were still awake and enjoying themselves. Inside, a group of young women were chugging beer like sailors, slamming their massive mugs down on the wooden table. These 3 triplet sisters of the Mai family began discussing their favorite legendary hero, Vir. We will never forget how absolutely thrilled we were the first time we met him. The girl beside her nodded in agreement. Yes, he is so handsome. Another sister eagerly chimed in to agree. Even a group of nearby soldiers joined in fully supporting their opinion. From the very beginning we could see his true magnificent worth. The girl nodded and shouted enthusiastically. Exactly. The story of Vir is told by the very. The rumors from the fortress are spreading. Her cheeks flush red as she gushed. He is so charming, but the most beautiful things are always out of reach. Right, the girl next to her nodded, her face beaming like a flower. And yet we got to talk to him for so long, the very first time we met. Even though those three annoying Baskerville triplets were trying to ruin the moment, the last girl let out a heavy sigh of regret. Just looking at his face made all their fatigue vanish instantly. The three girls clinked their beer mugs, laughing and smiling with excitement. They kept chatting away endlessly, showering Vikir with praise. To them, even that golden monument couldn't capture his true mind-blowing beauty. Of course, Vikir overheard every single word. Clad in a dusty brown cloak nearby, he couldn't help but think how different reality actually was. Doubts crept into his mind as he wondered, were the grand achievements of Adolf Morg and the Allied forces that day truly because of him? Even though he had indeed fought the Madam himself, hearing these shocking rumors from the Morg triplets was definitely a surprise. He suddenly thought back to the past. Right after he went missing 2 years ago, they mentioned that Hugo was absolutely furious. He had repeatedly marched over to the Morg family to cause trouble. And even though the Morgs surrendered a massive fortune to Baskerville, it seemed Hugo's burning anger still had not settled. Sipping his drink, Vikir analyzed the clues and put the pieces together. Honestly, losing an incredibly valuable hunting dog would make any master angry. Or perhaps the Morg family's compensation just wasn't enough. And also the compensation from the Morg family might have been deemed insufficient. Meanwhile, the three girls continued their chatter. If only he were still alive. He would have been a worthy rival for me by now, one girl sighed deeply. The girl next to her snapped back angrily. What are you kidding me? If he were still alive, I would have killed him myself. The third girl laughed. Stop fighting. We should stand united instead of arguing. After all, the guy is already dead. Hearing this, Vikir decided to pay his bill and leave. He really couldn't stand listening to their nonsense any longer. Suddenly, one of the girls noticed him. She stood straight up, pointed her finger, and shouted at him, "Hey, you in the suspicious cloak. Get back here." Naturally, Vikir wasn't foolish enough to reply. The surrounding patrons instantly began to whisper and gossip. Even those rowdy barbarians aren't this loud when they drink, one muttered. Another sighed, she's drunk again and causing trouble. But she was stubborn, insisting that the cloaked stranger was highly suspicious, refusing to let it go. She screamed in frustration, "Why won't you turn around?" Vikir remained dead silent. Enraged, she charged straight at him. "How dare you ignore me?" She instantly unleashed a binding spell. Suddenly, green vines erupted from the floor under Vikir's feet, wrapping tightly around him. Of course, a basic trick like this was nothing to Vikir. He simply leaped into the air and dodged the attack with flawless grace. Everyone in the tavern, including the girls and the guards, gasped in utter shock. Their jaws dropped, completely unable to believe what they were seeing as Vikir stuck a perfect, elegant landing. Sensing danger, the guards immediately pointed their spears and weapons at him. One barked, "Who are you? Take off that hood." Vikir found himself in a tight spot. What a hassle. But then he shrugged it off. It didn't really matter anyway. After all, he had already planned to notify the Baskerville family of his return. Without another word, Vikir pulled down his hood. As his cloak fell, the three girls froze instantly, completely dazed by his breathtaking looks. His handsome face was just on another level. They stood frozen, captivated by his sheer beauty. Suddenly, a young man in the crowd gasped. Wait, that face. It is him. He instantly recognized him. That face matched the legendary hero's monument perfectly. The crowd murmured in disbelief as the realization hit them. A bit dusty, yes, but that sharp, icy aura, pitch black hair, and crimson eyes. It can't be. With his identity exposed, Vikir remained silent. The three girls stammered, completely speechless as their expressions turned to pure shock. Then they screamed his name in unison, Vikir. By the next morning, the news had swept through the entire town under a bright blue sky surrounded by towering mountain peaks. The three girls stood respectfully to bid him farewell, offering him a stay in the castle's VIP suite. But Vikir politely declined. It is fine. I did not have to pay for my room and board anyway. Still, the girls were completely shell-shocked. I can't believe Vikir is alive. And you met us first. Were you looking for us? They all chattered excitedly at once. Another girl chimed in proudly. We already spread the word about your return to everyone just like you asked us yesterday. Mounted on his horse, Vikir turned his head and flatly replied, I only asked you to deliver the message to the Baskervilles. She stubbornly pouted, well, I thought such monumental news deserved to be shared with the world. Vikir let out a weary sigh. These girls were definitely going to be a handful. Suddenly, the trio eagerly offered, let us guide you there. Vikir instantly declined, you must be busy. I can find my own way. But they pleaded, we are not busy at all. We were just going to sleep anyway. At that moment, Vikir had only one thought, he definitely needed to report these lazy morgue guards. Before finally departing, he paused and asked one last question. By the way, what has Camus de Morgue been up to lately? Standing there nervously, the girl in the middle finally spoke up. She confessed that she went into hiding to train after suddenly deserting Adolf's unit to join the Dark Legion, where she is now focused on researching magic. Hearing this, Vikir froze in utter shock. His mind raced in disbelief. Before his regression, the relationship between her and Snake, the Dark Legion's leader, was notoriously terrible. Had he actually altered the future? An indescribable wave of anxiety washed over Vikir, leaving them with one final message. He told them to tell Camus that he wanted to meet, urging her to leave the Dark Legion immediately. The three girls stared at each other, completely bewildered. What did he mean by that? Weren't they on good terms before? Meanwhile, the news of the hero's return from Mount Red Fang quickly spread like wildfire throughout the entire empire. Everyone was talking about it. From adults to children, tears of joy flowed freely, even for the old Baskerville administrator. Excited kids rushed home to tell their parents, spreading the word. Adolf collapsed in shock upon hearing Vikir was still alive, while the Holy Maiden, standing by her window, spotted a messenger eagle flying past. Meanwhile, a breathless soldier burst in to report the news to Patriarch Hugo. Clutching the report, the soldier explained everything. Hearing this, Hugo's face instantly went pale as his blood-red eyes flared with hellish rage, demanding answers. Is it true? Has Vikir Van Baskerville really returned? At this very moment, Vikir was fully prepared to face whatever trials lay ahead. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them with absolute burning resolve. Mounted on his horse, he charged forward into the unknown, determined to rewrite his destiny and crush every obstacle. Soon after, Vikir went to meet Administrator Chihuahua. The moment he saw Vikir, Chihuahua offered a warm smile to the deputy consul. Last time you snuck in through the window, but this time you can walk right through the front door, Lord Consul. He looked at a remarkably young, handsome, and elegantly dressed man, our main character. But despite the warm welcome, Vikir was nursing a massive headache. Frowning deeply, he pinched the bridge of his nose in silence before finally speaking up. But tell me, Chihuahua, why are there so many people gathered outside? Sure enough, a massive crowd had formed right below the building, holding up signs expressing their love for their hero. Chihuahua explained that the story of the deputy consul's life had spread across the entire empire, so they had gathered to welcome him home. A true hero's welcome. Vikir let out a weary sigh, feeling completely drained. Just then, the door burst open and a little girl with bright red eyes and beautiful long hair ran in, cheerfully calling him Dad. Patting her head, Vikir gently replied, Pomerian, I am not your dad, I'm your uncle. The girl grinned widely, showing him a mouse in her hands. Dad, look, Sam Chun, is what I named it. Look, I caught a mouse. Nestled inside her tiny palm was a completely lifeless white albino mouse. Vikir sighed and explained, it might look cute for a rodent, but you must be careful not to catch any nasty diseases. Pomerian giggled and nodded. Turning back to Chihuahua, Vikir asked if Underdog City's issues were finally settled. The administrator nodded, saying that thanks to the incredible Cindy Wendy, everything was running smoothly. She is highly capable. Chihuahua continued, admitting there was one bizarre issue that even Cindy Wendy couldn't find any leads on. He pulled open a desk drawer, handing over a confidential file. Chihuahua explained that lately children in the slums had been mysteriously vanishing one by one. You and I know how terrifying that is. Their desperate parents had absolutely no news, leaving the motive behind these kidnappings unclear. It didn't seem like monsters were responsible either, since there were no traces left behind. Although there was no concrete proof, Chihuahua strongly believed a single culprit was behind it all. As Chihuahua finished explaining, he looked at the deputy consul with confusion, noticing Vikir's sudden change in demeanor. Vikir's face had grown incredibly tense, his brow furrowed in panic as he gripped the report with fury. He was completely unresponsive to Chihuahua's voice. Vikir's mind was racing, flashing back to memories of his past life. These kidnappings in Underdog City felt closely linked to the false accusations that ruined him back then, yet he hesitated. That disaster wasn't supposed to happen until much later. Could it be tied to current events? Anxiety gripped him as his thoughts spiraled into chaos. But before he could sink deeper, a sudden shout cut in. Pomerian called out, excitedly disrupting their discussion. Dad, look at this. Vikir turned, saying, Pomerian, I am a bit busy right now. But before he could finish, she grinned happily and declared, the mouse came back to life. Unbelievably, the dead mouse was standing in her hands. Both Vikir and Chihuahua froze in shock. Vikir, demanded Pomerian, did you actually revive it? She nodded innocently. Vikir immediately fell into a tense silence. This was true necromancy, a dark magic fueled by mana from the underworld. He watched the little girl play, his mind reeling with dread, with a happy mouse. Vikir decided to prod the little girl and ask since when she had been able to wield such dark magic. The little girl held up her tiny fingers, counting quietly. 1 night, 2 nights, then 3. Soon, Pomerian completely lost track of the count. She confessed she had secretly watched other tribe members perform the spell and copied them. Hearing this, Vikir immediately put two and two together. Since Palmyrian was rescued from a Rococo village, she had likely picked up their dark arts and necromancy. It all made perfect sense. Typically, children from the Baskerville and Mord clans are considered absolute prodigies if they can even sense mana by the age of 8. Yet here was 5-year-old Palmyrian freely manipulating negative mana from the Shadow Realm. How was a toddler doing something this insane? A magical prodigy of the Iron-Blooded Baskerville Clan who doubled as a dark magic genius had just been born right before his eyes. But how would the cold-blooded patriarch Hugo react if he ever found out about the girl's forbidden powers? He would likely fly into a rage and order her execution on the spot. Vikir worried, knowing just how ruthless his father truly was. Keeping her hidden was the safest bet. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon fluttered in carrying an urgent letter that broke his train of thought. The manager opened the scroll and his face instantly drained of color. Trembling, he rushed to Vikir with a frantic, breathless warning. "Deputy Consul, we have a massive crisis." Pointing at the parchment, he stammered, barely able to form words. "The Patriarch is coming." Vikir couldn't make head or tail of the frantic babbling, urging the man to calm down. Outside, a luxurious carriage pulled up to the gates. A tall, imposing figure stepped down. Though age had turned his long hair snow white, his physique remained incredibly robust and powerful. This was Patriarch Hugo himself. Just as Chiwa had feared, the highly anticipated tense meeting between father and son was about to unfold. Warm coffee had been served, but neither man touched their cup. The silence in the room was suffocating, and the tension was palpable. Chiwa was sweating bullets while Hugo's veteran butler stood tall, radiating absolute grace and composure through his posture and attire. Vikir, however, remained unfazed, looking straight ahead with quiet confidence. Sitting across from him was Hugo, whose face was cold as ice. After a long pause, the patriarch finally spoke, acknowledging his return. Vikir gave a respectful reply, breaking the heavy ice. Chiwa secretly breathed a huge sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Vikir silently hoped that Palmyrian would remain quiet in the next room. His sudden arrival left Vikir with barely enough time to stash her next door. He could only pray she stayed completely silent. Hugo casually asked how he had been. Vikir recounted his long journey, but his tone carried the cold distance of strangers. He claimed he had drifted down the river and lived among the Balak barbarians solely to recover from his heavy wounds. He spun a lie about befriending the tribe only to find their weaknesses, claiming he now had a plan to wipe them out. Intrigued, Hugo let out a rare, hearty laugh. Vikir pressed on, explaining how they could easily dominate the native barbarians. By trading imperial goods, they could control them. To those tribes, cheap glass beads and crafts were treasures while food was scarce. Exploiting their desperate need for fresh provisions and vegetables would make manipulating the entire barbarian population incredibly simple. Vikir laid out the cold, calculated proposal, and Hugo was thoroughly impressed by his son's exceptionally ruthless strategy. Hugo probed deeper, asking if trade was truly enough to tame them. Vikir shook his head, revealing his real, darker motive. No actual blood will be spilled during these trades. His eyes gleamed with a crimson light as he explained. We will force them to hunt down dangerous monsters in exchange for goods, proving once again just how merciless Vikir could be. Hugo slowly stroked his beard, his icy voice filled with amusement. So you want to use them to clear out monsters? Having them bleed for us will effortlessly expand our borders. Hugo shared the exact same wicked excitement as Vikir. Watching them, anyone would agree they were cut from the same cloth. He really was his father's son. What a brilliant scheme. Vikir smiled, assuring him the groundwork was already laid. Hugo nodded in satisfaction, completely won over by his son. Excellent, the task is yours, Hugo declared. Standing behind them, Chiwa was drenched in cold sweat, listening to their chilling exchange. He couldn't believe a long-awaited family reunion could sound so cold-blooded. Meanwhile, Hugo's astute butler noticed something unusual. A slight smile played on his master's lips. The butler was stunned, as Hugo hadn't smiled once since Vikir's disappearance 2 years ago. Vikir quietly sipped his tea. In truth, this whole plan was merely a clever ruse to protect his friends in the Balak tribe. He had no intention of letting his clan slaughter them. To Hugo, it seemed like the barbarians would bleed fighting monsters. But in reality, this strategy allowed the tribe to safely reclaim their ancestral lands while buying them precious time to grow stronger. By delaying the invasion, Vikir gave the Balak tribe a fighting chance to build their strength. Hugo remained completely in the dark. Clueless about the tribe's true power, Hugo assumed they were easily tamed, unaware his enemies were growing stronger by the day. Suddenly, the patriarch shattered the quiet room. He slammed his coffee cup down onto the table with immense force. The liquid inside instantly began to boil. A thick, suffocating aura of bloodlust and raw power suddenly erupted from the patriarch. Hugo spits out with pure venom. We will never bargain with the Rococo tribe. His eyes burn with absolute murderous intent. He vows to personally annihilate them, leaving no room for mercy. Every single word drops like a heavy, cold hammer. His hatred runs deep. Vikir quietly nods as he watches this display, fully aware of how obsessed his father is. Vikir knows he must keep Pomeranian hidden from him at all costs. But then Hugo suddenly shifts his tone. He softens up, saying it is a shame to waste their long-awaited reunion, talking about those filthy barbarians. He tells his son he does not need to overwork himself anymore, especially after saving the young lady of Morgue. That heroic rescue earned them massive favor from the Morgue family, and even the Imperial family noticed the feat. They rewarded the Baskervilles for their noble chivalry. Then, playing the doting father, Hugo sighs, "But if I lose you, nothing else matters to me." Vikir silently listens to this blatant hypocrisy, maintaining a perfectly cold, calm exterior. Normally, anyone would be deeply moved by such warm parental concern, but Vikir knows his father's true nature. If Hugo had said this in his past life, he might have believed it. But now he knows the truth. It is all a sick lie. Memories of his past life flash back of being falsely accused and brutally stabbed. He can still feel that cold blade piercing his back and the icy, hateful stares of his former comrades. The very hounds he fought alongside had turned their weapons on him, treating him like an abandoned, broken toy. He felt exactly like an abandoned hunting dog. Outside, thunder claps and heavy rain pours down, mirroring his dark thoughts. His hatred for Hugo burns to the bone. The man executed him without even giving him a single explanation. Lightning flashes violently across the dark sky, a warning of the tragic storm brewing between this father and son. Vikir calmly thanks his father for his concern, but suddenly the door bursts open as little Pomeranian rushes in. Both Chihuahua and Vikir freeze in absolute terror, their hearts dropping as their worst nightmare unfolds right here. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, the frightened little girl weeps, crying out that the thunder and lightning are too scary. She throws her arms around Vikir, hugging him tightly. Beside him, Chihuahua panics, knowing this could mean death. Vikir anxiously looks toward the cold patriarch. Keeping Pomeranian away from Hugo was supposed to be his top priority. But as Vikir braces for the absolute worst, Hugo's reaction leaves him completely speechless. The patriarch stands up abruptly. Instead of exploding in violent fury, Hugo stares at Pomeranian's tiny face with a look of pure, unbelievable shock. Their private conversation is completely derailed by this little native child, but the expected wrath never actually comes. Hugo looks completely stunned, muttering under his breath in disbelief. He cannot take his eyes off her face. As the legendary patriarch of the Baskervilles, Hugo is the ruthless master of the Iron-Blooded Sword family. He's a cold-blooded hero who drove out the barbarians and slaughtered countless monsters without a hint of fear. A man of absolute authority, he is known across the great empire as a ruler who never bends his will. Yet right now, this unshakable warrior's absolute composure is visibly shattering before them over a mere child. The cold patriarch stammers, completely frozen as he gazes at Pomeranian's tear-stained face in absolute silence. As Pomeranian clings to Vikir, weeping about the loud thunder, Hugo softly whispers the name Penelope. The little girl stops crying for a second, staring at him before fearfully hiding back behind Vikir. She screams in terror at Hugo's sharp beard. Vikir quickly steps in, desperately trying to defuse the situation. He quickly makes up an excuse, explaining that she is just a stray orphan he brought back for chores. He claims her red eyes fooled him initially, but his investigation proves she is from a distant border tribe. This logical explanation finally snaps Hugo out of his daze, bringing his cold rationality back to the surface. Hugo sighs deeply, rubbing his temple, admitting that Penelope's child would be much older than this girl anyway. He dismisses his reaction as a foolish mistake. The butler watches his master's sudden exhaustion with deep worry. Hugo abruptly decides to leave, looking completely worn out. Vikir stands up politely to see his father off. This rare display of vulnerability surprises Vikir. A master of Hugo's caliber should never be shaken this easily. There is definitely a dark secret here. But before Vikir can ponder further, Hugo suddenly calls out. He reminds Vikir to attend tomorrow's grand banquet. Behind them, Chihuahua gasps in utter shock at the news. This exclusive, prestigious event is normally reserved only for the absolute top-tier elite of the Baskerville family. It is a gathering every family member desperately covets. Yet Vikir remains perfectly composed as he nods. "See you tomorrow night, father," she says. But Hugo still holds a lingering, troubled look in his eyes, as if harboring some deep, unspoken secret. He stares at the little girl cradled in Chihuahua's arms. That night, under a vast, peaceful sky, the world is quiet, but Vikir's mind is anything but calm. Restless, he lies shirtless on the cold, hard floor, tossing and turning. No matter what he does, sleep simply refuses to come to him. He lies there thinking how strange it is. Despite a warm bath and a cozy, soft bed waiting for him, he just cannot drift off. His body is still wired. He guesses the habits from his days with the Balak tribe will take some serious time to break. Memories of those beautiful wild days with the tribe flood back, and he actually misses them. But right now, something else weighs heavily on him. Hugo's shocking reaction still has him on edge. He is torn. Should he reveal the truth about Pomeranian and that mysterious necklace to the patriarch? That intense reaction gave Vikir some vital clues, but for now it is best to play it safe and keep a close eye on Hugo. He will watch Hugo closely at tomorrow's grand banquet. If things go smoothly, bringing Pomeranian into the light could be the ultimate move. She is the perfect piece to checkmate Hugo. But above all, he must find a way to do this without letting the little girl get hurt. Just as he tries to drift off, a chilling draft slips through the curtains. A mysterious woman cloaked in pure black sneaks into his room. An assassin, clearly. But Vikir is no ordinary target. Having sensed her presence from the very beginning, his eyes snap open in an instant. The masked intruder slowly draws her weapon, creeping toward the bed. But before she can strike, Vikir completely catches her off guard by speaking first. I have barely been back for a single day, yet news sure travels fast. Before she can even register his voice, Vikir springs into action. Vaulting off the floor, he launches a preemptive strike. With one hand bracing the bed, he delivers a sweeping kick, shattering her grip. Her knife flies across the room, embedding itself deep into the wall. As he prepares to deliver a fatal blow, she suddenly cries out. "Wait, hold on," she gasps. "I was just joking, okay?" Recognizing that familiar voice, Vikir immediately freezes his strike in mid-air. "Next time, use the front door," Vikir mutters. "If I had not recognized your voice, you would be a goner by now." The mysterious woman huffs in response. "Who sleeps on the hard floor when there is a warm, comfortable bed? You are absolutely bizarre." Pulling down her mask, she smirks. "Back from the dead, and you have not changed a bit, have you? Long time no see, Vikir Van Baskerville." The mask falls away, revealing vibrant hair and piercing blue eyes. Vikir sighs. Is using the actual front door really out of the question, Cindy Wendy? She sticks her tongue out, completely ignoring his complaint. Strutting over to his bed, Cindy Wendy casually brings up their little arrangement. "You sent me to Chihuahua's office, didn't you? How on earth did you know I would target the girl who won 10 billion gold?" Vikir calmly adjusts his clothes. "I did my research. You gain your clients' trust by making them filthy rich first, and then you slowly drain them." Cindy Wendy sits on his bed, gasping. "Drain them? Why does that sound so incredibly harsh? That is just standard business for a brilliant financial planner like me. Besides, if it were not for my expertise, Judy would have squandered all 10 billion gold by now," she boasts proudly. Vikir, pulling on his shirt, remains totally unfazed. "Exactly why I assigned guards to her, to keep people like you from bleeding her dry." Wendy scoffs, asking what kind of bodyguard would ever have to do things like that. But Vikir calmly counters, "I slipped a financial mastermind into her security detail to block scam artists." Still puzzled, she tilts her head. "But if that is the case, why did none of those guards ever try to stop me?" A faint smirk plays on his lips. "Because I ordered them to stand down and let you do your thing." This sends a sudden shiver straight down Cindy Wendy's spine. "So I was dancing in the palm of your hand from the very start." Adjusting his collar, Vikir shifts focus. "Let us focus on what actually matters. Do you have the documents I requested?" Cindy Wendy nods, pulling a rolled parchment from her coat. It is a crumpled, badly stained sheet of paper, making Vikir sigh in pure exhaustion. 2 years have passed, and this is still how you present documents. Use an envelope next time. Do this right, and I will secure your trade routes with the natives. Cindy Wendy grins. "Well then, I guess I should start calling you boss." Vikir unfurls the stained paper to study the guest list for tomorrow's grand banquet. Landing an invite to an exclusive event like this solidifies his rising status within the clan. First on the list is his father, the current patriarch. His noble title is Marquis, and martial status is Sword Master, a direct descendant of the main Baskerville bloodline. Raised by a single mother, Hugo has spawned countless children, including illegitimate ones, outcasts, and abandoned offspring scattered across the land. Finding absolutely nothing of interest in his father's file, Vikir quickly skims past Hugo's profile to inspect the other powerful figures. His eyes narrow as he notices some wild cards attending. First up is Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Knights. As a Senate member, his noble title is Count, and his martial ranking is at the absolute peak of the graduate stage. This hot-tempered half-brother of Hugo absolutely despises being tied down, operating with a notoriously aggressive and volatile personality. Then there is Great Dane Le Baskerville, the formidable commander of the Mastiff Knights and a fellow member of the Senate. Holding the title of Count and peaking at the highest graduate rank, he is yet another powerhouse within the clan. As the half-brother of Hugo Les Baskerville, he gets along with no one except for a rather unusual relationship with Count, Boston Terrier. Right then, Vikir wondered aloud, since these people rarely ever bothered to attend the family banquets. "So what is going on here?" Cindy Wendy gave a very simple answer. "Is not it obvious? They want to meet the legendary survivor of the Baskervilles who returned from the dead. Did they want Vikir to join their night order?" Just thinking about it made him feel exhausted. Tomorrow was going to be a very long day. Next on the list was Osiris Le Baskerville, a prominent member of parliament with a noble title of Viscount. He is a high-tier sword graduator and the eldest son of Hugo, making him the top candidate for the family succession. This highly anticipated succession surprise even caught Vikir off guard. It meant even the elite Osiris would be attending the grand banquet. Cindy Wendy added that Osiris was essentially retracing the legendary footsteps of their ruthless patriarch Hugo Les Baskerville. His swordsmanship easily rivaled the Seven Counts, making everyone believe he would soon transcend to the ultimate level of a sword master. This made Vikir pause. Looking back to his past life before the regression, he had actually crossed paths with Osiris on several occasions. The man was incredibly cold and distant, completely ignoring both his loyal subordinates and even his direct blood brothers within the family. Cindy Wendy then asked him if Osiris was truly the strongest warrior in the entire clan, excluding the patriarch and the Seven Counts. She even teased, asking if Vikir was stronger. He instantly warned her, telling her not to try and probe his true combat power. His tone was sharp. Next, Vikir spotted another familiar name in the documents. Someone currently training in complete and total isolation. It seemed he would only show his face once during tomorrow night's banquet. This elusive figure was none other than Seth Baskerville. He held a diplomatic post in Underdog City and served as a parliamentary member, holding the noble rank of a prestigious baron. As Hugo's second son, he was next in line for the succession. However, in terms of raw talent, he always fell short of others. He had been plagued by severe illness since childhood. Unlike the ruthless Baskervilles, Seth possessed an incredibly kind and gentle soul. In his youth, Hugo severely mistreated him for being weak, yet he was the only one who wept for the discarded dying hounds. He was truly the only member of the entire clan Vikir actually respected. Meeting him now would certainly be a breath of fresh air. Vikir skimmed through a few more profiles, dismissing them as irrelevant. When Cindy Wendy asked why, he calmly said he already knew them. He knew their secrets all too well. Staring at the documents, excitement surged within him. Tomorrow night was going to be absolutely legendary. At that thought, Vikir's eyes flashed a deadly crimson red. The next day, he dressed in a sharp suit, looking completely refined. With his hair perfectly styled, he arrived at the Grand Baskerville banquet hall, standing right before the massive entrance doors. Two imposing guards stood watch outside. Slowly, the heavy wooden doors began to creak open, finally revealing our main character. As Vikir stepped inside, he saw a ridiculously luxurious banquet hall packed with elite members of the powerful Baskerville clan. Sitting dead center were the formidable patriarch Hugo and his butler Barrymore. Nearby sat the high-ranking commanders of the elite forces. Count Boston Terrier of the Pitbull Knights and Count Grain of the Mastiff Knights sat nearby, while Osiris occupied the opposite side. Next to him was Seth Baskerville, the gentle second son, along with the family's infamous and deadly set of triplets. Vikir stood before the massive table, placing a hand over his chest. With absolute grace and confidence, he formally introduced himself. He announced he was there by the patriarch's order and thanked him for the invitation. Hugo's cold red eyes locked onto him. The patriarch coldly told him to take his seat. Under the warm chandeliers, the entire family began eating in absolute silence. Not a single sound was made. The atmosphere was so suffocating that the guarding soldiers actually began to break into a cold sweat. This felt less like a warm family gathering and more like a battlefield. Suddenly, Count Boston Terrier broke the silence. He complained that the meat was undercooked. Irritated, Hugo asked if the dish was not to his liking. Terrified by the patriarch's gaze, the count quickly bowed nervously, claiming he meant absolutely no offense. He quickly gestured to the side, clarifying that he was talking about the undercooked meat on the plate next to him. Count Grain stopped cutting his steak mid-bite, slowly raising his head to glare at him with pure irritation. Grain asked if there was a problem. Not backing down, Boston Terrier claimed he was merely pointing out the undercooked meat. He patronizingly warned that letting their precious nephew eat raw meat would be far too cruel for a growing boy. Grain calmly fired back, agreeing that their nephew was adorable, but asserting that he knew exactly how to guide his own nephew. The tension flared as the two powerful counts bickered back and forth right in front of the silent watching guests. Boston Terrier mocked him, asking if forcing the boy into the slow Mastiff Knights was his idea of the right direction. Grain scoffed in disgust, claiming it was still far better than joining a slow, foolish squad like the Pitbull Knights. Watching them argue, Vikir sat quietly and realized they only invited him to fight over who gets to recruit him. Our main character was suddenly facing a choice. Should he join the Pitbull or Mastiff squads, two of the 7 representing Baskerville? In the past, he would have been absolutely thrilled to get that recognition, but now he simply viewed them as total second-rate fools. Vikir thought this as he raised a piece of meat to his mouth, his face cold and full of contempt. Just then, Butler Barrymore poured wine for Hugo and spoke up. It seemed like the patriarch was in an exceptionally good mood. Seeing his distant brothers show such sudden interest in his young son seemed to bring him genuine joy. Hearing these words, Vikir quietly glanced over at Hugo and scoffed internally. The butler always loved to spin everything in the most positive light possible. In reality, Hugo was probably too just highly amused watching his two brothers clash and claw at each other. At that moment, Boston Terrier suddenly spoke up, asking Vikir directly, "So what do you think, nephew? You spent the last 2 years adventuring out in the dangerous Loup-Garou forest. After all, just how many barbarians and monsters did you slay? Why not share some of those epic stories with your favorite uncle? Before Vikir could answer, Great Dane chimed in eagerly. He too wanted to know what his beloved nephew had endured in that deadly monster-infested wilderness. But more than anything, he was eager to see just how much Vikir had actually grown. Seeing his son bombarded with constant questions, Hugo spoke up with a bone-chilling tone, demanding they let the boy eat in peace. Great Dane quickly tried to push back, asking if Hugo wasn't curious himself, claiming he rushed back solely because of his impatience. But before he could finish, Hugo barked a single deafening command to shut up instantly, making both Boston Terrier and Great Dane turn pale and break into a cold sweat. With a terrifying glare, Hugo casually raised another piece of meat to his mouth, warning them that they both knew he absolutely despised repeating himself. That chilling remark immediately silenced both uncles, forcing them to bow in apology. Suddenly, Vikir stood up calmly, stating that sharing his accomplishments was no trouble at all. But before he could continue, Hugo cut him off gently, reminding him that he had just returned from a long journey, asking if he was tired after visiting the training hall. Vikir responded with complete composure, reassuring his father he was fine. He then placed his hand on the table, declaring that skills should be ready to display anytime, anywhere, as training is daily. Vikir glanced at the wine glass and steak. Uncle Boston Terrier's glass was overflowing, while Great Dane's steak was still quite raw. With a slight tap of his finger on the table, Vikir decided to demonstrate his skills. A sudden burst of highly concentrated, crimson mana erupted, surging toward the glass and plate. Instantly, the cold wine warmed up and the raw steak began cooking to perfection in a flash, leaving his uncles utterly stunned. They burst into laughter, amazed that he could cook with mana. To warm wine and sear meat with a mere touch, they excitedly wondered how a 17-year-old could already reach such a level. A mid-graduator at 17, imagine how powerful he will be by 37. You must be incredibly proud, big brother. Your son has already mastered these skills. Yet despite hearing all this high praise, Hugo remained entirely stoic, quietly sipping his wine. He didn't utter a single word. Witnessing his father's cold reaction, Vikir couldn't help but feel that something was slightly off. He recalled revealing his status as a mid-graduator 2 years ago during his fierce battle against Madame Eightlegs, and yet, it seemed absolutely no one here knew. Glancing over at his triplet brothers, he wondered if they had kept the secret. They definitely knew about his true strength, so why hadn't they reported it back to the family? Instead, they just sat there, looking at him with eyes full of pure, sparkling admiration. Before he could dwell on it, a loud voice suddenly shattered his thoughts, praising him for a job well done and encouraging him to keep pushing. That calm, imposing voice belonged to none other than Osiris, the oldest son and official successor of the Baskerville Clan. He offered a toast, locking eyes with Vikir, which actually made the young protagonist break out in a cold sweat. Offering a quiet thanks, Vikir found himself completely bewildered. Did Osiris just compliment him? The cold, ruthless heir of the Baskerville clan, who was practically a clone of Hugo, had just praised him. Was he testing him? Seeing this unfold, Set Baskerville immediately chimed in, noting how incredibly rare it was for Osiris to praise his younger sibling. He chuckled, claiming it was his very first time seeing Osiris show such warmth to anyone, let alone flash a genuine smile. He playfully asked if Vikir possessed the exact same emotionless poker face as their older brother. Noticing Vikir's slightly bewildered look, Set suddenly panicked, asking if the young man genuinely didn't recognize him at all. Vikir gave a calm, deadpan response, confirming he knew exactly who Set was. Hearing this, Set was visibly relieved and overjoyed. He explained that due to his weak body, he was usually confined to the infirmary or isolated in his training tower. Coincidentally, his tower was located right near Underdog City, where Vikir served as the deputy consul, and he planned to visit him. Vikir silently recalled his past life before his regression. Set's warm and open-minded attitude was completely different from the typical ruthless Baskerville nature, and it remained unchanged. Back then, Vikir had loyally served Set until that autumn. The two brothers shared a few brief memories amidst the chaotic war. In fact, he was the only one who visited and comforted the fallen hounds. He even embraced the wounded battlefield wanderers until he was completely covered in blood. And even when Vikir was falsely accused without reason, he still trusted him, stood by him, and promised to protect him until the very end. He was the only person Vikir actually wanted to see at this banquet. Seth still smiled, saying, "I look forward to working with you." But suddenly, with his red eyes glowing, Vikir noticed something extremely off. A foul, sickening stench was rising from the man. A disgusting smell that only Vikir, having lived through his past life, recognized as the foul stench of a demon. Right here in this room, a devil was hiding in plain sight. Vikir thought to himself, "Where are you? Who is the source of this vile stench? Osiris Le Baskerville, or maybe Seth Le Baskerville, Boston Terrier, Le Baskerville, Old Butler, Butler John Barrymore, or Green Le Baskerville. A flood of questions filled Vikir's mind. Suddenly, a sudden realization hit him, and he turned to look at Seth Le Baskerville. Right now, a sinister demonic mana and that vile stench were radiating from Seth. He stared back with bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes. Are you looking for something, Vikir? Vikir carefully watched Seth's every single movement as his suspicions grew deeper and deeper. Normally, Seth kept talking to him to prevent any awkwardness. He even greeted the food servants with a warm, open smile, completely unlike the rest of the cold Baskerville family. But that was the Seth before Vikir regressed back in time. Right now, however, the main character could sense an overwhelmingly thick and indescribable wave of demonic energy radiating from him. It completely enveloped Seth's body. Unaware that Vikir had already noticed his true nature, Seth casually raised his wine glass. He asked in a gentle voice, I heard you served as the deputy consul in Underdog City before you disappeared. I heard you serve as deputy consul in Underdog City and the locals loved you so much they protested for your permanent reinstatement. Once I take over as consul, I hope we can collaborate. The main character stayed quiet, lost in his thoughts. A moment later, he politely raised his glass and nodded. I look forward to that day of cooperation as well, brother. Seth smiled with satisfaction as they clinked their glasses. But right at that very moment, his true identity was completely exposed. Vikir stared closely at the reflection on his shiny wine glass. To his absolute shock, something crucial was missing from the surface. Seth had no reflection in the glass, unlike the guest next to him. This meant only one thing: Seth was already dead. A demon had possessed his empty shell of a body. The main character hesitated, debating whether to expose him right then and there. Ultimately, he decided to hold back. It was not the right time yet, and acting rashly without solid proof would backfire. He needed to gather more concrete evidence first. He kept reminding himself to stay calm despite the irritating circumstances. But what truly annoyed him was the repulsive stench radiating from the imposter. Meanwhile, Seth just kept chatting away as if nothing happened. Where did all the knights go? You know, as a kid, I always loved the Doberman Knights uniforms. They look so cool. Before Seth could finish, Osiris suddenly cut him off. The banquet is still going, yet you are talking far too much, brother. He glared with blood-red eyes. Do not ruin our younger brother's celebration with your trivial, boring gossip. Just eat your food. Seth hesitantly looked at him and fell silent. Vikir finally let out a silent sigh of relief, glad that the annoying chatter had stopped. Thanks to Osiris, that vile stench subsided. Just then, the patriarch turned his attention toward Vikir. How do you like the banquet? Vikir politely replied, it was wonderful. Hugo nodded, satisfied with the answer. Good, I still have things to discuss. Come to my office when we get back. The main character paused, then politely agreed to the request. Once the banquet finally ended, Vikir went for a walk outside. He sighed deeply, exhausted by the 5-hour-long event. Dining with those people was nearly impossible to stomach. Meanwhile, news had spread that an official academy recruitment letter had arrived at the Baskerville estate. Hugo's sudden summon was likely in order for Vikir to officially register for the elite academy. Lost deep in thought, Vikir was completely unaware of a mysterious figure watching him from the top of a high tower. Suddenly, the figure lunged downward, launching a surprise attack from behind. Naturally, with Vikir's sharp senses, he instantly recognized the technique. It was the family's sixth style. He hesitated, wondering if he should actually fight back or hide his power. Revealing his true strength was too risky, so he decided to only show the power of an intermediate graduator level. He countered using the fourth Baskerville style, unleashing swift, sharp sword strikes that forced the attacker to leap backward. Seizing the opening, Vikir prepared to strike again, using the deadly fangs blessed by the power of river Styx. But unexpectedly, the attacker abruptly pulled back his weapon, ending the fight right there. The mysterious man standing above burst into a hearty, roaring laugh. The attacker was none other than one of Vikir's powerful uncles, who looked down grinning. Boston smirked in amusement. An abandoned puppy actually blocked my sword strike. My nephew really has grown up after all. The man then leaped down, landing gracefully right in front of him with an imposing aura. Indeed, my guess was right, he boasted. But then Great Dane slowly stepped out from behind them, his voice freezing as he retorted, cold as ice, I never thought you would actually draw your sword to murder our own family. You are no different from a savage terrier, he scolded. Are you seriously trying to kill your own nephew? If our brother Hugo finds out, you will be on probation for months. Boston smirked and countered, don't criticize my affection for my nephew. I adjusted the weight of that strike, so it wouldn't cause him any real harm. The two immediately began bickering, trading insults like petty rivals. Don't interfere in the business of my Pitbull Knights. Keep your nose out of this, the Pitbull Knights, but Vikir is a mastiff. Boston glared with absolute murder in his eyes, his patience wearing thin as he threatened his rival. One single scratch on my back and you will be begging me for mercy. Great Dane just sneered in response, taunting him about whether his body was tough enough to take it. Suddenly, the two old men clashed, completely ignoring their original target. Whoever wins gets Vikir. I will do anything to secure the future of my beloved nephew. Our protagonist immediately decided this was his cue to slip away. These old men are nothing but pure trouble, he sighed. But as he walked away, he analyzed that sword strike. It wasn't nearly as heavy as he had originally anticipated. That was the Baskerville 6th style unleashed by a peak graduator with the full devastating authority of an earl. But Vikir was also a peak graduator armed with the 7th style, the Styx Blessing, and the magic sword Beelzebub. Excitement built in his chest. Could he defeat a count now? Honestly, he could probably take on both of them together. But just as he was walking away, 3 young men suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. He looked up instantly, recognizing the Baskerville triplets. Vikir let out a silent sigh, preparing for another round. The triplets drew their swords, ready to fight. But our main character was not one to back down. He braced himself, knowing the gap between their powers was massive. There was no choice. He would have to eliminate these fools who didn't know their place. But right at that moment, the 3 suddenly dropped to their knees, pointing their swords straight down at their own toes. He stared in absolute shock. This was a pledge. Pinning a sword directly through your own foot was a ritual of complete submission and loyalty, surrendering your very life to another. Vikir asked coldly, "What are you doing?" The 3 looked up at him, eyes filled with fierce determination. "I want to repay my debt to you with my life." "As do I." The first brother recalled how terrified he was when Vikir beat them at age 9. The second brother chimed in, "But I fully acknowledge you when you hunted Cerberus." The third added, "And I was blown away when you killed the troll." Finally, they spoke in unison. "When you stood against the giant monster in the forest, you won our utmost respect." They bared their hearts to him completely. "The day we escaped that place alive, we made our final decision. We swear to be Vikir Baskerville's 3 spears from this day on. Please let us serve you as our master. We hounds will serve you for life." Hearing this, our protagonist was instantly taken back to his past life. These very bastards had hunted him down when he tried to flee. Back then, they were known as Hugo's 3 spears. He knew they were just hounds blindly following orders, but that didn't erase the bitter resentment in his heart. With a cold expression, the young man walked right past them without saying a word, leaving them looking utterly devastated. But then Vikir called back, "No need for oaths. I'm tired, so let's do this next time." The triplets beamed. "We are on the same side now. Keep this a secret no matter what happens." Hearing this, they were overjoyed. Of course, this was all a calculated play by Vikir, knowing he could now manipulate them however he pleased. The triplets eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, Vikir turned his thoughts to Set, realizing a demonic possession was highly unexpected. He needed Cindy Wendy de Lesme's Medunero Wendy to investigate this immediately. If push came to shove, he would have to eliminate that demon. But first, he had to deal with the immediate problem standing right in front of him, his cold-blooded father. After meeting him and stating his demands, both the patriarch and his secretary turned completely pale. His father's voice dropped. "What did you just say?" Hugo demanded. "Say that again." Unflinching, Vikir calmly repeated his shocking demand. Lady Roxana, the deceased first wife, and the daughter she had with his father. "Father, can you tell me about my sister Penelope?" The old patriarch's eyes went wide, his face tightening as his blood-red gaze pierced him. "How do you know that name?" he growled in a terrifying voice. Yes, this was exactly the reaction Vikir wanted. "Now that my regression is complete, let the revenge begin." Let's rewind a few minutes right before this tense father-son encounter turned explosive. As Vikir entered the study, the patriarch handed him a dossier with instructions. It was an official notice sent directly from the academy. Hugo told him to enroll just as he had promised. Vikir opened the document and read the notice carefully. Written on the paper was the 20th admission announcement for Coliseo Academy. It was just as Vikir expected. This was exactly why Hugo had summoned him. Coliseo Academy was a massive institution managed by the legendary Principal Winston. Upon graduating from here, students would easily secure prestigious positions within the imperial family or the upper class across various elite fields. But before Vikir ever regressed, he had already experienced this academy as a mere servant for the triplets. Back then, the protagonist's face was completely scarred, and his severe limp made the other academy students look down on him. Remembering that, he quickly shook those thoughts away. Those bitter memories of the academy simply did not matter anymore. Patriarch Hugo then continued with his instructions, saying, "You plan to bring the triplets along with you, don't you? If you need to take anyone else, just let me know." Vikir took this opportunity to ask, "Before that, my disappearance 2 years ago greatly aided our negotiations with the Morgue family. I was promised a reward for that, wasn't I?" Patriarch Hugo smiled warmly at him and replied softly, "So what reward do you want?" Vikir seized the moment to begin his strike. "Could you tell me a story, father? And after that, allow me to ask you a question." Hugo looked utterly confused, muttering, "A story? What do you mean?" Vikir stared back and said, "I want to hear about Lady Roxana and young Lady Penelope." Hearing this unexpected query, the old butler Barrymore instantly went pale. Hugo hesitated, asking again as if he couldn't believe his own ears. What did you say? Vikir looked directly into his eyes, speaking with absolute certainty. Rosanna, your late first wife, and the daughter she bore, Penelope. Can you tell me about them? Suddenly, Patriarch Hugo's expression shifted completely. His fists clenched tightly, releasing a suffocating and dangerous pressure into the room as he spoke. Why do you speak of that name? He glared at Vikir with a murderous intensity that could kill, his voice rising to a roar. Why are you asking about that? Is it just out of petty curiosity? Vikir remained entirely calm and replied to his father. Once you agree, I will reveal my reason. I promise it is not out of curiosity. Trust me. Hugo was absolutely furious, his anger peaking, yet he managed to force out every single word. The real reason Vikir wanted to know was because Hugo's first marriage was arranged. He wanted to gauge Hugo's feelings toward his daughter who had been abducted by the savages. This crucial information would help him decide whether to reveal Pomerian's existence to Hugo. After all, the things he once heard from Barrymore seemed highly suspect. The butler had told him that while he might doubt it, the patriarch was actually a warm and kind-hearted family man. Back then, Vikir didn't understand questioning him. The patriarch, I wonder how many in this clan would actually believe that. Barrymore smiled and replied, our lord deeply loved his first wife, Rosanna. Even though Rosanna passed away from illness, Vikir refused to rely on mere words before letting Pomerian meet Hugo face to face. He had to verify it himself. Hugo fell into a long silence, his voice dropping low, laden with sorrow. Rosanna is the only woman I have ever loved in my entire life. And Penelope was my greatest treasure. He spoke while clutching his chest tightly. Vikir stood completely frozen, unable to comprehend what this ruthless patriarch was saying. How could such a merciless father utter those words? Vikir was stunned that the word love actually came from Hugo's mouth. Patriarch Hugo bowed his head and continued, in truth, my marriage to Rosanna was never an arranged match. She was a mere commoner with absolutely nothing to her name. Hugo reminisced, I still remember our very first meeting. I fell in love with her at first sight. Vikir was completely speechless at his father's words, thinking, love at first sight. Naturally, our love faced endless obstacles, Hugo went on. She tried to avoid me because of her humble background. While I cast everything aside to pursue her, I abandoned absolutely everything for her sake, not just my body but my very soul. Vikir was rapidly losing patience. This was completely unexpected. Thank you for your answer, father, but what happened next? But before he could finish, Hugo's voice rose with passion. However, our love was met with fierce opposition once again. They even set up a strict patrol across Baskerville's territory specifically to hunt down and capture runaways like us. I fought with everything I had to protect her. Our path was filled with thorns and not a single soul blessed us. Of course, we sometimes thought of giving up, but in the end, we chose to focus solely on our love. Hugo went on, no matter how cruel our fate was, we chose to wed completely, defying my parents' fierce opposition. Standing nearby, the old butler couldn't hold back his tears. Their love eventually bore fruit and Penelope was born. My beloved wife and daughter. I wanted to do absolutely everything to protect our hard-won fleeting happiness. But right after giving birth, Rosanna's health rapidly declined. She passed away all too soon, leaving behind a young Penelope. But fortunately, Penelope grew up bright and full of life. She inherited an iron-like spiritual strength from me and a gentle, loving heart from Rosanna, making her beloved by everyone. Vikir listened intently to Hugo's story, seeking to uncover the dark truth of that tragic year. Yes, she did so well, I was incredibly proud. Hugo paused, but his next words would shatter the fragile peace. Remembering the past triggered a wave of raw fury, and the patriarch slammed his hand down, instantly crushing the heavy wooden table. But then tragedy struck. Penelope went out for a brief walk and was suddenly kidnapped by the ruthless Rococo tribe. How could those filthy barbarians penetrate so deep into Baskerville territory? Why would they target my sweet Penelope? I simply cannot comprehend it. Even now, not a single trace of her remains. But Vikir already knew the rest of the dark history. Fueled by a burning ambition to expand territory, Hugo went on a massive campaign to search for Penelope and slaughter the barbarians. Realizing his own limits, he decided to massively expand his influence and power by taking multiple wives through strategic arranged marriages. This tactical move produced a fleet of descendants, all inheriting his monstrous battle-hardened military talents. And in no time at all, an absolute powerhouse emerged at the borders, completely unmatched in strength by any rival. This colossal force was known as the fearsome, Iron-Blooded Baskerville Clan. Hugo became an incredibly ruthless, cold-hearted ruler living solely for imperial glory and his family's absolute dominance. Yet, beneath that icy, brutal exterior lay a silent grief for the loved ones he lost. That is, if you were normal. But Vikir felt absolutely zero sympathy. Every villain has a tragic backstory, but that never excuses their monstrous deeds. In the end, Hugo was just another heartless tyrant who treated his own children as disposable weapons on the battlefield. But of course, Vikir knew exactly how crucial Rosanna and Penelope were to the patriarch. They were his weakness. As Hugo finished speaking, he locked eyes with Vikir. My story ends there. Now give me your explanation. Vikir slowly reached deep into his pocket and pulled out his circular silver pendant. Take a look at this, father. The surface was beautifully engraved with the official crest of the Baskerville house. Hugo stared, instantly paralyzed with shock. This is the exact pendant I crafted for Rosanna. She was supposed to pass it down to Penelope. He clicked the locket open, revealing a faded portrait of a deeply happy family. He stared, completely lost in thought. Vikir suddenly cut through his daze. What would you do if Penelope's child were to appear? Hugo gasped, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. What? Vikir walked over to the heavy door. Penelope's daughter. In other words, you have a granddaughter. Right then, tiny footsteps approached from outside. A young girl opened the door, calling for her uncle. Hugo stood, frozen, utterly stunned. I lied to you, father, Vikir confessed. I actually met her deep in Rococo territory. She told me her mother gave her this locket. Hugo's voice shook violently. Penelope is her mother. His hands trembled as he stared. This was exactly what Vikir wanted. His cold gaze didn't hide his dark intentions. Crumble, Hugo. I want to see you break. Can you maintain your cold composure in front of Pomerian, a child born from the very tribe you despise? The patriarch slowly stood up and walked toward them, his cold, deep voice echoing. Found in Rococo territory. His eyes darkened with intensity. Are you saying my Penelope had a child with one of those vile barbarians? Vikir smirked inwardly, eagerly anticipating the old monster's breakdown. With a chilling, steady look, he replied, yes, that is true. Seeing him tremble, Vikir rejoiced. Yes, struggle in your anger and drown in your deep despair. The patriarch slowly reached out a massive, heavily scarred hand toward the little girl. Everyone expected him to snap. Vikir smiled to himself. Your complete collapse is where my sweet revenge begins. Surely a chaotic disaster was about to unfold. But wait, did something terrible actually happen? The scene suddenly shifts to the next morning under a beautifully clear sky. Out of nowhere, the cold, silent garden was filled with bubbly, bright laughter. Is my mustache really that funny? This surreal sight left Osiris, Vikir, and the old butler utterly frozen in shock. Right before them, Pomerian was happily playing with the terrifying patriarch. Hugo smiled warmly, letting her play with his face. The little girl giggled. Grandpa's beard is so tickly. Hearing those words, Hugo's heart completely melted. Grandpa, did you just call me Grandpa? Osiris stared in utter shock before finally speaking. I might not have lived very long, but this is easily the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I've lived long, and I agree, young master. Only Vikir stood frozen. What on earth is this? Was the Hugo he once knew really like this? Vikir wondered. The image of that brutal, cold-blooded, heartless patriarch who never cared about his own family was completely shattered. In his place stood an old man whose heart melted the second his little granddaughter called him Grandpa for the very first time. As tears of pure joy streamed down his face, Hugo wondered if he truly deserved this happiness. Meanwhile, Vikir stood there, frozen completely, unable to accept this reality. His mind was a chaotic mess of disbelief, shock, and conflicting emotions as he stared at the scene. What is wrong with him? Vikir muttered, staring at the ground. He refused to believe it. Why was the terrifying Hugo Baskerville making that face? Vikir struggled to hide his resentment. Witnessing a scene he never thought possible in a million years brought back memories of when he regressed back to age 15 at the Baskerville estate. It was then that a dark, dangerous plan first took root inside his mind. He wanted to assassinate Hugo, but no matter how hard he tried back then, his efforts always ended in absolute failure. That man was a legendary sword master with an ironclad mind and flawless senses. Vikir couldn't find a single opening even in Hugo's daily routine. Eventually, after abandoning the hope of a direct assassination, a chance encounter changed everything. Years later, Vikir crossed paths with a young girl named Pomerian, who begged him to take her along. She was none other than the daughter of Penelope, the child Hugo had cherished most. Vikir knew that Pomerian's arrival would shatter Hugo's emotional armor. Not even the cold steel heart of a legendary swordmaster could withstand that shock. As a battle-hardened warrior who had survived the lethal poisons of Madame Eightlegs and the cursed demon sword Beelzebub, Vikir saw a way. With his skills growing sharper, the odds of a successful assassination were finally in his favor. Armed with his plan, the moment had arrived. He had set the perfect trap to take Hugo down today. But why? Why on earth was Hugo smiling with such genuine, radiant happiness? It threw Vikir into complete disarray. His eyes went wide, his face grew pale, and his entire body froze in absolute disbelief at the sight. He vividly remembered the moment the fierce patriarch had trembled, asking with a shaky, vulnerable voice if this child was indeed Penelope's daughter. Slowly, Hugo had reached out his rough, heavily scarred and wrinkled hand. In response, the young girl spoke up in a sweet, clear voice. Penelope is my mommy's name, Pomeranian had said softly, reaching out her tiny hand to hold his massive battle-worn fingers. Mommy used to look at your picture in her necklace and talk to you all the time, she whispered before looking up with innocent eyes. Are you my grandpa? She asked. In that instant, the memory of his lost daughter, Penelope, with her radiant smile and sweet eyes flooded back. Hugo stood completely frozen. Suddenly, he clenched his jaw as his entire body began to tremble, choked with overwhelming emotion. Penelope, he gasped out. The ruthless tyrant who seemed completely incapable of showing any weakness in his entire life was now breaking down. Tears finally welled up and spilled over. They were tears of deep regret, sorrow, and chaotic feelings that no one else could possibly comprehend. Hugo collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. For the first time in decades, the heavy, suffocating burden in his heart had finally lifted. Back in the present, butler Barrymore approached Vikir and whispered softly, "Thank you, young master. I never imagined I would see him smile like this. It is a heartwarming sight that felt entirely impossible to witness. It honestly feels like a beautiful dream come true," the old butler added. Barrymore smiled, watching his master awkwardly holding a bunch of sweet lollipops. Hugo gently asked his granddaughter Pomeranian, "Would you like some candy?" "Candy?" the little girl asked innocently. Barrymore turned to Vikir, his eyes moist with emotion. "This is all thanks to you, young master." Vikir froze, unable to utter a single word. Thanks to him, nearby Hugo smiled warmly as Pomeranian happily enjoyed her sweet treats. While everyone else was laughing happily, Vikir clenched his fists. He was lost in deep confusion, unsure of what he had actually accomplished. His hands went limp as a haunting thought crossed his mind. Was the gentleman standing before him truly the same ruthless Hugo? The man who once had absolutely zero weaknesses? A sudden wave of utter helplessness washed over Vikir. Later that night, back in his room, Vikir collapsed onto his bed, completely drained. He stared blankly up at the ceiling with hollow eyes as painful, dark memories flooded his mind. In his past life, Hugo was a monster. He was a ruthless, heartless tyrant. Vikir remembered desperately screaming and pleading for his life. "I am innocent. Why won't you listen to me?" Vikir had shrieked in desperation. "Are you just trying to pin all the blame on me?" But Hugo's response had been chillingly cold. "I have absolutely no interest in hearing excuses from a filthy traitor," he had sneered. "Not only did you conspire with the demons, but you also kidnapped innocent children to offer them up as human sacrifices." "Patriarch, I swear I never did that," Vikir had cried out. But before he could even finish his sentence, the ruthless Hugo struck. Hugo sliced his tongue out in a split second, causing blood to spray everywhere. "Silence," the patriarch hissed with deadly eyes. "Do not speak to me with that filthy mouth." That icy voice and hateful gaze had branded Vikir's soul. He had been discarded like trash. Hugo was the monster who framed him and executed him. Yet Vikir couldn't help but wonder why he hesitated the moment he had his chance. Suddenly, Cindy Wendy climbed through his window. "Why the long face?" she asked playfully. "Must be nice relaxing here while everyone else is working." "What brings you here, Cindy Wendy?" Vikir sighed, exhausted. Annoyed by his cold tone, she stepped forward and tossed a heavy file onto his bed. "I came to deliver the intelligence report you requested," she huffed. "The file contains everything we found on set Baskerville." She slammed the case file right into his face. "Why are you lying around like the world is ending?" she snapped. "I am busy, but since I have to report, I will make this fast," she grumbled, just as he requested. "I have spent days investigating Set Baskerville. It turns out he has been secretly funding several orphanages under a fake name, using his role as a donor to oversee child adoptions." She continued, explaining that the identities of those adopting the children were completely erased, leaving absolutely no trace of where the kids went. "If he really is a demon like you say, then we have a major crisis on our hands." She theorized that if a demon was taking kids, it was likely using them as dark sacrifices or eating them alive. This could easily tie into the recent disappearances of kids in the underdog slums. Vikir picked up the report, his hands crushing the paper in pure rage for overlooking this crucial detail. Set was already a full demon now. Before Vikir's regression, the Set he served was a literal demon in disguise. Finally, he discovered the monster who framed him, leading to his execution by Hugo's own hands. It was definitely him. Back then, while Vikir was locked in a cage, that bastard had approached him with fake sympathy. "Father wants you to take the fall for every crime committed against the Baskerville family," he had said. "I believe he will execute you." A chilling, inhuman voice had echoed, "Such a pity, but I cannot help." Hearing those memories made Vikir's blood boil with absolute rage. His crimson bloodshot eyes flared with intense fury once more. Meanwhile, the monstrous Set had successfully lured another helpless victim. He was currently guiding a young boy deep into the dark woods. The boy looked up confused. "Mr. Sponsor, where are we going?" The demon replied warmly. "To your brand new home." The boy gasped in surprise. "But the orphanage director told me that if I got adopted, I would live in a better place." The child looked ahead, trembling in pure horror. "This is just a dark cave. He realized he was standing before a deep pitch-black cavern. There must be a mistake, Set grinned maliciously. Suddenly, his human face cracked open and a disgusting, bloody mass pushed through. Of course, this cave is not your home, the monster sneered. It is your grave. Before the boy could even process what was happening and run, it was already too late. A hideous beast emerged, sporting endless rows of sharp teeth, a giant single eye. It unhinged its jaw, instantly snapping down on the child's head. Before darkness took him, the boy could only cry out for his mother. Just like that, another innocent life was brutally snuffed out, leaving behind only blood-stained shoes. The demon chuckled, shifting back into his human form. No matter what, children's flesh is always the absolute best, he muttered. How could I ever give this up? He laughed like a maniac. Fresh blood splattered across his pristine white shirt. That monster was Andromalius, the 10th corpse of the High Demons. Inside his dark, isolated cave, the atmosphere was bone-chillingly cold. Dead, leafless trees surrounded the entrance, while deep inside the cavern floor was scattered with the skeletal remains of young children. Swirling a glass of red wine, the demon sighed, noting that it still wasn't enough. This monster was indeed Andromalius, the 10th corpse, disguised as Set Baskerville. No matter how I look at it, the supply is too low. Should we start breeding humans like cattle? He turned to a three-eyed crow, grinning as he asked. What do you think, 8th corpse? The crow, possessing the spirit of the 8th demon, rasped back. I disagree. Scaling up our operations would only make it easier for humans to notice our presence. Besides, since we target children, those Baskerville hounds might easily catch our scent. We must remain extremely careful. Andromalius dismissed the warning immediately. Nonsense, I have set up a powerful barrier to ensure no one can enter. He explained that gathering more mana was vital to open the gateway quickly. I only need to feast on blood for 12 more years. The 8th demon warned him to remain stealthy, then asked, has anything unusual happened at the Baskerville estate? The 10th demon sneered back, nothing. Everyone here is clueless. You should worry about your own targets instead. The 8th demon nodded, satisfied. Excellent. We are the 10 high demons destined to bridge the gap between our realms. Our sole objective remains the age of total annihilation. Every move we make must serve the demons and crush humanity. With those words, the crow melted down, dissolving into a thick, dark slime that pooled onto the table. Andromalius stared at the mess before speaking quietly to himself. Actually, there is one strange matter at Baskerville. He took a slow sip of his wine. Hugo cannot be foolish enough to believe he suddenly has a granddaughter. His goal was to weaken the Baskerville clan so they wouldn't interfere. Hugo must remain as cold-blooded as ever. The Baskerville descendants must be slaughtered just like all the other kids. Downing his drink, he began to pace. Eliminating that kid won't cause any issues, nor will it disrupt our grand design. But things are getting complicated. Sweeping his hair back, his expression twisted into a snarl, his voice rising with growing annoyance and frustration. He absolutely hates mentioning that name. It is all because of that damn brat Vikir Van Baskerville. It makes him furious. That kid is incredibly tough, surviving even a lethal viper bite. They thought his disappearance in the forest was good news. But no, he survived and even brought back Hugo's granddaughter. Andromalius gnaws on his fingernails in pure anxiety as he speaks. He works so hard to destroy Hugo. Suddenly, his eyes swirl into an endless vortex and the veins on his forehead bulge. In a fit of absolute rage, he makes his decision. It is time to eliminate this threat once and for all. The scene shifts to a hallway. Vikir and the Patriarch walk side by side in complete silence, moving briskly down the corridor. Not a single word is spoken. Vikir's mind is racing with questions. He steals a quick glance, wondering why Hugo summoned him. They have been walking for 5 minutes now. Why did Hugo call for him? Looking closer, Vikir notices Hugo is totally defenseless. A perfect opening. This golden opportunity to assassinate Hugo will never come again. Vikir instantly visualizes targeting all his vital spots. That is exactly how he would have reacted in the past. But now, it is complicated. Suddenly, the Patriarch speaks first. I know you hate me, Hugo says. Vikir flinches momentarily, wondering if the old man can actually read his mind. Hugo continues, I have been a terrible father, treating my own children like hunting dogs and sending them to their deaths. I always believed you would despise me. His voice softens. It must have been incredibly difficult and harsh for you. A child who excelled at everything from such a young age. I truly believe you harbored nothing but hatred for me. All of this was driven by my childish desire to exact revenge on the demons. I spent my entire life consumed by rage. Vikir's eyes widen in absolute shock. It is unbelievable. Hugo is actually speaking with genuine self-reproach. Is Hugo testing his loyalty? But then the old man delivers the ultimate shocker. I am sorry and thank you, my son. Vikir listens in stunned confusion. Pomeranian told me everything. Penelope spent her final days in complete peace. She was not unhappy. The heavy burden I carried for so long is finally gone. Right now, Hugo looks like a man saved from drowning. An image of a happy family of 3 flashes by. The powerful patriarch actually bows deeply to the young boy. It is all because you brought Pomeranian back. Tell me what you desire. I want to reward you, not a hunting dog. Hugo bends down in a solemn gesture of profound gratitude. Yet Vikir's chest tightens with a sudden suffocating emotion. A wave of profound confusion washes over him. Ever since his regression, he recalls how the old man only gave cold orders. Make sure you do well on this midterm evaluation or do not dare to get defeated. And then there was even. That is enough. It is too dangerous to continue. Stop right there. But the stubborn boy had refused to back down. Getting injured means you were careless in battle. Learn from this pain. Afterward, he simply said, do not do anything foolish. The Hugo standing right before him now is a completely different man from the ruthless tyrant he once knew so well. The cold-blooded monster no longer seems to exist. This is the biggest anomaly since his regression. But this sudden change only makes his ultimate path forward so much harder to decide. Can he truly forgive Hugo? He has spent 17 long years living solely for vengeance. True, it was Set who framed him, but Hugo still chose to distrust him and executed him anyway. Vengeance or forgiveness, he is completely torn. Caught in this intense mental struggle, which path will he choose? But first, he must address the immediate situation. Vikir speaks gently, please lift your head, father. Can I ask for what I truly want? Hugo nods immediately. Of course. Vikir replies, what I want to discuss is something for the future. He will decide Hugo's fate later. Meanwhile, Set has successfully approached young Pomeranian speaking with a gentle tone. Are you happy living at the Baskerville estate? Set asks warmly, gently tying her hair. Completely oblivious, she smiles. Yes, I have Uncle Vikir and also. She pauses, struggling to recall his name. Did you forget my name? Set asks with a smile. She looks up innocently, then beams. Uncle Set, the head nanny approaches. Master Set, shouldn't you be registering for your training? He smiles back smoothly. I just wanted to see my niece first, she replies. The patriarch ordered that no one approach the young lady. Still, wearing his fake smile, Set whispers, I will keep my visit a secret. You will, too, right. Pomeranian giggles and nods. Set gently caresses her locks, speaking in a soft, low voice. Your hair is beautiful. He accidentally lets it slip. It truly reminds me of Penelope. This immediately startles the nanny. Set, you met Penelope? She asks in disbelief. But she passed away long before you were even born. Realizing his cover is completely blown, his true form emerges, revealing monstrous eyes and razor-sharp teeth from behind. Seth cackles like an absolute maniac. I recall my father looking for a nanny. Shouldn't you leave early? And just like that, the poor nanny loses her life too. Pomeranian suddenly turns her head, asking in confusion, where is the nanny? He smiles, retracting his sharp fangs along with a fresh corpse. I think your nanny had something urgent to do. Then he continues too. Pride, does Pomeranian like grandfather Hugo? The little girl giggles happily. Yes, I do. Then he continues, grandfather seems to really cherish Pomeranian. Showing a devilish grin, he mutters that she is the legacy of his love for his deceased wife, lost daughter. As he speaks, his twisted, disgusting smile grows wider, making his dark intentions towards the child painfully clear. Suddenly, a thought flashes in his mind. If I kill you, how broken will Hugo be this time? He starts creeping toward the girl with hands covered in sharp fangs. Just as Seth is about to strike Pomeranian, stick with me because this is where things get crazy. A sudden voice echoes from right behind him. It is Osiris. Where's the nanny? Why are you here? Fortunately, Osiris arrived just in time, which absolutely infuriates Seth. He clicks his tongue in annoyance but immediately puts on a polite, innocent face to reply. When I arrived, the nanny was gone. Pomeranian was all alone, so I decided to play with her. Seeing Uncle Osiris, the little girl beams and greets him. Osiris tactfully warns him that if father finds out he came near her, he will be furious. You had better keep this a secret. Seth mumbles and nods. Of course. Osiris then asks Seth, aren't you supposed to return to your final training? He nods with a fake smile. Yes, I will return to training next week. But inside his hatred boils. One day I will kill you with my own hands, Osiris. Osiris stands in silence, staring at him for a moment. Suddenly, he steps forward, squeezing Seth's shoulder, his deep voice carrying a quiet intensity. Do not push yourself too hard. If you ever need help, just tell me. That firm grip startles Seth. He grinds his teeth in utter disgust. Is he actually worrying about me? Infuriated, he thinks bitterly. Whose fault is it that father oppresses me? It is because he compares me to you, a so-called genius. If not for you, I would not be like this. His burning hatred and resentment surge like a torrent inside, but he cannot utter a single word of it aloud. Seeing Seth lost in thought for so long, Osiris calls out his name. Startled back to reality, Seth nervously covers his face. It turns out those bitter memories flooded his mind, throwing him completely off guard. Distressed, he quickly turns to leave. Sorry, since you are here, I will go. Osiris watches Seth walk away for a long time, completely unaware of the malice. You and I can feel the tension as Osiris simply sighs in relief. As the eldest son, he was groomed to be just like the ruthless patriarch from the very start of his training. He learned that under the cold shadow of his father. Yet, that very father who shaped him to be emotionless now, openly showed warmth to his granddaughter. This leaves Osiris with a lingering question: is showing emotion really a bad thing? He gently pats Pomerian on the head, smiling warmly as he whispers, "Thank you." From the depths of his heart, Osiris mutters, "It is all thanks to you coming to the Baskerville family." Meanwhile, Seth returns to his forest hideout. He shakes his leg anxiously, stomping his foot heavily on the ground while biting his nails frantically. So annoying, the current situation makes it impossible to get close to the girl. Ever since that day, Hugo has not left Pomerian's side for a single second, preventing him from getting rid of that foolish little niece of his. His eyes roll back completely, revealing his pitch-black sclera as he speaks in a sinister, furious tone. "This was my only chance, and I missed it. If only that damn Osiris had not interfered." The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. Seth muttering to himself in fury. Before the gates of hell open, I wonder if there is still enough time left. But wait, killing her once Hugo's bond with her grows even deeper would be far more devastating. He starts scheming. The main issue is finding the perfect opening to strike. Should I poison her like Roxana to make it look like an illness? Or perhaps use those barbarians to kidnap her just like they did with Penelope? No, that is too simple. He wants Pomerian to die in an agonizingly brutal way to truly satisfy his twisted desires. Just then outside. But get this, a silhouette of a young man suddenly appears, his blood-red eyes locked on target as he strikes. Hearing the sharp shattering sound of his barrier cracking, Seth jumps to his feet in sheer panic. A crack in my barrier? Who could have possibly breached it? He looks around in absolute confusion and sweat. Which bastard is this? The young man slowly steps inside. It is none other than Vikir, staring coldly at Seth. His eyes overflow with pure chilling, killing intent. His deep voice echoes through the silence, delivering a long-awaited promise. "I've come to visit you, Seth." Seth is completely shocked to see Vikir standing right there. Vikir Van Baskerville, how could he possibly be here? Vikir calmly replies, "I've been following you this entire time, but you were too distracted to notice." To sneak in, Vikir used Mushuhushu's silent heal skill. Having deactivated the silence technique, Vikir looms over him. Seth is completely speechless, unable to believe how a mid-level cadet could crack his barrier. How did Vikir manage to crack his defensive barrier? But more importantly, if he followed him all this way, does that mean his true identity is exposed? Seth breaks out in a cold sweat from sheer panic. Meanwhile, Vikir just stands there completely composed, looking at him with an eerie calmness. Vikir casually quips, "Did my sudden visit disturb you? By the way, what exactly are you doing in a disgusting place like this?" Cutting straight to the chase, Vikir drops the truth. "You're the demon behind all those child disappearances in Underdog City, aren't you?" His words strip away Seth's disguise, exposing the ugly truth. But instead of panicking, Seth suddenly cracks a sinister smirk, abandoning all pretenses. Seth stops hiding his dark aura, his eyes glowing with terrifying demonic light. "So you found out everything. How could you possibly know?" Hearing the demon's chilling shift in voice, Vikir's blood boils. He is ready to slice this monster to pieces right then and there. They lock eyes in a deadly glare. Vikir sneers, "I guess you're finally done playing human, aren't you, you disgusting piece of filth?" Seth slowly steps forward, tightening his grip on his sword. Since they are completely alone, there is no longer any reason to hold back. "I don't know where you got the confidence to face me empty-handed. But once I put you in the dirt, this secret dies with you." Seth lunges forward with blinding speed, swinging his blade. Believing he has successfully slashed Vikir, a maniacal laugh escapes his lips. But Vikir stands completely untouched, casually asking, "What's so funny?" And in that exact fraction of a second, the demon freezes. Seth realizes his sword is gone and his severed arm is spraying blood everywhere. The sudden agonizing pain hits him like a truck. He screeches in pure agony, collapsing to his knees. Meanwhile, the demon's sword Beelzebub has materialized in Vikir's hand, glowing with deadly aura. Seth cannot comprehend how Vikir even drew his weapon. He feels a chilling sensation as if his very soul is being torn apart. Recognizing the legendary weapon, the demon gasps in absolute horror. "The gluttonous blade Beelzebub, how do you have the relic of the ancient archdevil?" Vikir looks down at him with freezing eyes, replying, "It seems all demon scum immediately recognize the weapon that was made to hunt them." Vikir begins to deduce the monster's true identity. He is one of the 10 demons sent to the human realm to open the gate. "You're one of the 10 supreme demons, aren't you?" Hearing this, the demon's eyes widen with utter shock as he shrieks in disbelief. "How on earth do you know that?" He glares at Vikir, his mind spinning with confusion until a sudden terrifying realization hits him. "How does your soul possess such power?" Suddenly, a crushing monstrous pressure radiates from Vikir, paralyzing the demon with pure, unadulterated fear. How can a mere human youth recognize our scent? Have you actually been to hell? That chilling gaze and aura are definitely not human. Little does this demon know in Vikir's past life he was the one who pulled the strings, utterly betraying and deceiving him. He made Vikir believe he was his savior, only to send him to the executioner's block at the very last second. Now Vikir's blood boils with a burning rage as his thirst for vengeance peaks. It is time for this monster to pay. Vikir smiles with pure terrifying malice. A dark black sludge begins creeping across half of his face, looking like a nightmare from hell. You won't get an easy death, but let's take a step back. Before Vikir's regression, a massive catastrophe struck their peaceful world. Out of nowhere, dark clouds swallowed the clear sky, casting a suffocating shadow of absolute despair over the helpless humans below. Right in the middle of the sky, a massive tear opened up glowing purple. Grotesque, monstrous fingers clawed through the crack. They ripped the sky wide open. The gate between the human and demon realms had officially opened, marking the start of the invasion. Peering through the pitch-black void were hundreds of glowing blood-red eyes. This was the beginning of the brutal age of destruction. The entities that breached the barrier were the 10 elite demons who spearheaded the invasion, famously feared as the 10 Supreme Demons. During the endless war against these monsters, Vikir's squad eventually crossed paths with the 10th Demon Lord Andromalius himself. For the first time, Vikir was beaten to a pulp, staring up at the overwhelming horror of a high demon in pure despair. The high demon stood proudly on a towering cliff, looking down at the carnage. Only Vikir remained standing, barely hanging on. He was heavily wounded, forced to lean on his sword just to stay upright. All around him lay his fallen comrades. The elite hounds of the Baskerville family were completely slaughtered, leaving behind a tragic, blood-soaked wasteland of mutilated bodies. Out of 671 warriors who entered the fray, 666 were brutally torn to pieces. Out of the 5 survivors, 4 were completely unconscious, leaving Vikir as the only one left to witness the horror. And why did the demon leave them alive? Purely out of a sick, twisted whim to lock the death count at 666. Vikir knelt helplessly in the middle of the dead battlefield, staring up at the terrifying, monstrous demon in sheer horror. The beast began to transform, its body covered in layers of razor-sharp horns and hardened scales, its demonic gaze burning. Massive wings of fire erupted on its shoulders. The overwhelming power of the 10th demon exploded, wrapping it in raw, terrifying magical energy. It blazed like a toxic, blinding purple fire, leaving Vikir to stare at the horrifying spectacle in absolute despair. Recalling that devastating memory, Vikir shuddered. He cast a freezing glare at the brother standing right in front of him. He never expected to face that demon again, let alone find it hiding under the guise of his own family member. Disguised as Seth Baskerville, the demon brought back nightmares from 10 years ago. Vikir gritted his teeth at the grim sight. Piles of bleached skeletons surrounded them, making Vikir's stomach churn with deep disgust as he noticed fresh blood on the bones. He wondered if the beast had been hunting children. Just then, Seth let out a sinister ear-to-ear grin at the sight. Vikir burned with rage, his face darkening as deep-seated hatred flared in his eyes. Seth mocked him instantly. "Do the bones of those kids make you angry?" Seth sneered, stroking his chin, as he thoroughly enjoyed Vikir's fury. Extending his hand, Seth watched his own fingers horribly warp as dark smoke rose and his flesh began to melt away. Twisted tiny human heads emerged from his fingertips, complete with stray strands of hair. "Don't worry, they are quite safe. Those kids are still breathing inside my stomach," the demon cackled. "I can always spit them back out for you." Suddenly, Seth's entire body began to mutate, with grotesque writhing lumps of meat bulging and bursting out from everywhere. From the crown of his head, slimy tissue whimpered, pleading for help. From his shoulders and neck, more faces emerged. They writhed like trapped fish, desperate to escape. Echoes of children crying for their mothers filled the entire cavern. The endless tragic wailing echoed from his flesh. Vikir stood frozen, his expression locking into one of pure disgust. Then absolute fury ignited in his blood-red eyes. Blinded by a sudden wave of righteous anger, he made his move. With a lightning-fast slash, Vikir severed Seth's remaining arm, completely catching the arrogant demon off guard. As Seth shrieked in pain, Vikir loomed over him, coldly pointing out that the dead can never be brought back. Seth howled, staring down at his empty, bloody shoulders. "My arms. You actually cut off both of my arms." Yet in the blink of an eye, a sinister smirk returned to his face as he laughed. "They already grew back." He chuckled, enveloped in a flash of purple flames, and his severed limbs fully regenerated within seconds. Absolutely insane. Seth casually stood up and dusted himself off. "I know you're hiding secrets too, just like I am," he sneered. "Even Osiris, the legendary genius of our family, only managed to reach the intermediate graduate level when he turned 30. But you're only 17 and already at that level. That is absolutely impossible for any normal human. You are a complete anomaly in this world," Seth emphasized. "On top of that, you carry a very specific trace. You bear the remnants of the demon Beelzebub." Seth raised his arm, his flesh suddenly twisting into a hideous weapon. You will definitely become a massive threat to our plans in the future, the demon declared with a smug grin. His arm fully transformed into a wicked blade of flesh and bone. That's why you die right here, right now. Vikir didn't even flinch. He calmly drew his blood-red Beelzebub's sword, ready to strike back with absolute coldness. No, you're the one dying today, Vikir countered. Surrounded by hundreds of skeletons, the two warriors readied their blades. Vikir lunged forward, his crimson blade slicing through the damp air, leaving a trail of red light behind each slash. Every strike targeted a lethal point, but Seth was no ordinary opponent and easily matched Vikir's relentless pressure. Seth's grotesque blade of flesh clashed violently against the demonic sword, Beelzebub sending blinding sparks flying with each collision. The demon merely grinned, treating this life-or-death duel as nothing more than a fun little game. He suddenly retaliated with vicious swipes aimed directly at Vikir's neck and head, seeking a quick, brutal end. Unsurprisingly, Vikir dodged the lethal strikes with ease, tilting his head just in time to avoid the blade. Despite the blinding speed of the attacks, Vikir evaded them effortlessly, making Seth's sinister excitement soar even higher. Seth's eyes gleamed with malice. He knew Vikir was born of Van, a mere illegitimate child of the Baskerville Clan. Baskerville rules strictly forbid illegitimate children from ever learning the higher sword styles of their legendary family. Anything beyond the fourth form is kept under tight lock and key deep inside the Baskerville library. Seth was absolutely certain that an outcast like Vikir would never even lay eyes on those secret styles. There's no way this brat can beat me, a master of the sixth form, Seth gloated internally. Ready to end the fight, the demon decided to switch tactics and seize absolute control over Vikir. He suddenly jumped back, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp shockwaves that completely boxed Vikir in. He uses the sixth form of Baskerville, completely confident Vikir cannot block this sudden surprise attack. But Vikir just looks straight ahead, totally focused. In a split second, he reads the entire move. With a swift motion, Vikir spins his body, eyes flashing. Blocking every strike of that sixth form, his sword, Beelzebub slashes straight toward the blade of Seth. Crimson sparks fly as the weapons clash. Seth freezes in absolute shock. How can this bastard use the sixth form? That is the first thought that pops into his head. He never expected this. But then Seth smirks as his cheek suddenly begins to crack open, thin black smoke oozing from the tear on his face. Is that all he has? From the crack, a razor-sharp tentacle shoots out straight at Vikir. He glares right at the lethal weapon heading directly towards him, his eyes glowing. Beelzebub, still locking Seth's blade, begins to glow dark crimson. In a flash, the sword Beelzebub bursts with light blood-red mist radiating from Vikir's blade. Seth's arrogant smirk completely vanishes. Biting his lip, Vikir spins, drawing a perfect spiral that slices the tentacle and shatters Seth's blade in half. The strike moves like lightning, slashing straight into Seth's chest and blasting him backward. The Baskerville form, 7. Seth coughs up blood, staring in pure horror at Vikir. The seventh fang, he is shocked as he takes two clean, brutal slashes across his chest. How could he use the seventh fang, a feat only the Patriarch can achieve? While Seth remains frozen in absolute shock, Vikir already charges forward, his sword flashing and his cold, sharp eyes filled with pure bloodlust. Vikir delivers the finishing blow, driving Beelzebub straight into Seth, the devastating force pushing him backward into a massive boulder with a deafening explosion. Debris shatters everywhere. Seth gasps in intense pain, looking down at the blood-red sword impaling his chest. That is when Vikir speaks. You, demons, always assume you are superior beings and look down on humans. Vikir smirks, his cold, crimson eyes flashing with ruthless cruelty, coldly adding, but you don't realize the easiest fool to trick is a cunning demon. Seth grits his teeth and glares at Vikir, blood pooling on his lips. Beelzebub has run straight through him, impaling the solid rock behind his back as dark blood stains the blade, dripping in streams. Even the legendary heroes who closed the gates and ended the Age of Destruction could never hunt down the 10 supreme demons. But now things are different. The Age of Destruction hasn't started yet, and these demons are still hiding to gather strength. This is the perfect opportunity to exterminate them. Vikir stands right in front of Seth, the demon's blood dripping at his feet. Vikir leans in close, whispering directly into his ear. Hey, your plan is to connect the human world with the demon realm, isn't it? Vikir's calm question leaves Seth completely stunned. That secret is something no ordinary human should ever know. If I ruin that plan now by destroying you and your kind, Vikir smiles, asking in a freezing tone, would that make you feel any better? Suddenly, his body releases a massive wave of bloodlust, his eyes glowing crimson. Seth suddenly shivers as a primal terror runs cold, and cold sweat breaks out. A single question echoes in his mind. He is just a human, so how is he terrifying me? Seth grits his teeth, unable to accept this invisible terror Vikir is making him feel. Veins bulge across his body as he screams and struggles. You wretched human, The droplets of his blood begin to float up, forming a violent swirl around him. A massive explosion erupts, forcing Vikir to leap back instantly. Before his eyes, a giant sphere of spikes completely envelops Seth's body. Vikir crouches, digging his fingertips into the ground to break, staring at the creature appearing before him. He realizes those sharp thorns are made of blood. That spiked sphere is indeed formed from Seth's blood rooted deep into the earth. A sinister sound echoes as the sphere shudders and slowly dissolves to reveal sharp hoof feet. A demonic voice echoes in the air. To think there would come a day when I, Andromalius, would reveal my true form to a mere human. Vikir silently stares at the creature that once had the appearance of Seth le Baskerville. Standing before him, the demon Andromalius has assumed his true form. Though his body is not yet fully complete, lacking the armored scales and giant wings of his final state, his head already boasts two sharp horns, a wicked grin stretching from ear to ear, revealing razor-sharp teeth and muscular goat legs with lethal hooves. Tilting his head, he smirks at Vikir. I have arrived. Andromalius laughs smugly, his glowing purple eyes shining, all his severe wounds completely healed. Fine, I admit, your strength was actually somewhat surprising, he says, shrugging. But witness this. Andromalius bursts into a maniacal laugh, his deep dark eyes gleaming with sheer excitement as he flings his hand outward, and the tips of his fingers begin to transform into dozens of venomous snakes. From every direction they hissed, bearing their razor-sharp fangs as they lunged right at Vikir. Vikir spun, unleashing the seventh form of the Baskerville sword style, cleanly slicing off the heads of every snake rushing madly at him. The demon sneered, thoroughly enjoying watching Vikir struggle. Keep cutting down as many as you want, human. Vikir dodged their relentless strikes. The snakes didn't disappear, instead they kept spawning endlessly from the demon's hands. They kept swarming him in a seemingly infinite wave. Then, during a single split second of carelessness, a snake lunged hard. It struck from behind, biting his shoulder. Though Vikir reacted instantly and sliced its head off in a flash, it was too late. The snake had already delivered its toxic bite. Andromalius grinned wickedly, his razor-sharp teeth gleaming in pure satisfaction. He happily recalled his snakes, claiming that single hit was more than enough. Yet Vikir showed absolutely no sign of fear. The wound on his shoulder was shallow, but it had pierced his clothes to break the skin. Vikir touched the spot, mocking him. What do you mean by enough? Is this tiny scratch all you can do? The demon ignored him, slowly opening his palm. A grotesque mouth with razor-sharp teeth opened in his palm, ready to consume. Andromalius activated his skill, Endless Blood Drain. Vikir looked down at his shoulder as small streams of blood began to rise directly from the two snakebite wounds. Slowly, his blood floated into the air, being drawn straight into the dark, hollow mouth on the demon's palm. Vikir stood frozen. Andromalius laughed maniacally, thinking Vikir was finally defeated. My power lets me control blood, the demon boasted. As long as my enemy is a living being, my power is invincible. I will drain every drop of your blood. You will wither and die, Vikir Van Baskerville. The arrogant demon roared, but Vikir remained completely expressionless, staring down. He looked at his shoulder as heavy streams of blood gushed out. System details on Andromalius flashed. Danger level is S+. Size is unknown. Spawned from the Serpentine Palace inside the Gate of Destruction. Also known as the 10th Corpse, a natural enemy of humanity. One of the 10 plagues deemed unsolvable and unkillable, incomprehensible and absolutely immortal. Vikir stared down at his bleeding shoulder without a word, his expression cold as ice. He suddenly smirked. Hearing that mocking laughter, Andromalius grew furious, his voice dripping with pure rage. What are you laughing at? Even as his own blood was being drained, Vikir remained completely calm and collected. He covered his mouth, his crimson eyes flashing with sheer contempt at the demon. It really is quite hilarious, he scoffed. Vikir's voice chilled his cold smile, sending shivers down the demon's spine. It is funny what people find satisfying, he whispered, even if they have no idea what it actually is. Suddenly, the flying streams of blood began turning pitch black. The demon shrieked, coughing up blood as agonizing pain tore through his entire body like thousands of piercing blades. He collapsed, groaning in sheer disbelief. This is not normal blood, Vikir simply smiled back with complete ease. Should I show you something really interesting? Summoning his blade, Vikir calmly drew a deep line across his own wrist. Standing right before the trembling demon, he let the dark, thick blood flow freely. It was a murky, boiling black fluid. The fluid hissed and smoked the moment it touched the ground. Andromalius struggled to sit up as the deadly toxin spread. His own blood turned dark and black veins bulged across his flesh. Gritting his teeth in agony, he stared at Vikir's blood. His blood is pure poison. Vikir looked down calmly and told him that this was only the beginning. He raised his wrist. In a split second, the deep cut healed completely. Vikir smirked, his crimson eyes flashing dangerously. Now it is time to end this little game. Andromalius stared in absolute shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could a mere human possess such insane regeneration? Could this poison actually destroy a high demon like him? A toxin this terrifying could only belong to the Black Mountain spiders, the Hydra of the Giants, or the legendary deep-sea jellyfish. The demon gritted his teeth in frustration. How could a simple human obtain such an impossibly lethal venom? The deadly poison in Vikir's blood quickly took full effect. The demon's entire body began to warp and mutate horribly. Black blood leaked from his eyes and mouth. His face turned a deep, sickly purple covered in ruptured blood vessels. The demon collapsed again, screaming in agony. Vikir sliced his finger, dripping more toxic blood directly onto his enemy. This caused the corruption to spread even faster. Smirking down at his helpless foe, Vikir asked a mocking question. "What's wrong? Didn't you want my blood? The power of Beelzebub." Slot 1 S-Rank poison of Madam 8 Legs. Slot 2 A+ rank sound dampening of the silent mosquito. Slot 3 A+ rank ultra regeneration of the swamp salamander. Vikir slowly licked his finger. Just as expected, the S-rank poison of Madam 8 Legs works wonders on high demons. After all, even she ended up crying out in agony, dying from her own lethal poison. Vikir recalled the brutal battle of that day. The magic sword Beelzebub glowed in his hand, proving this poison was absolutely lethal. Vikir thought to himself that he, as the most outstanding prodigy of Baskerville who had reached the 7th form now inheriting the power of Beelzebub, gripped his hilt tightly. He confidently swung the blade, sure that he could easily crush the 10 demons in this lifetime. Vikir brutally slashed right through the demon Andromalius. The monster let out a horrific shriek of pure agony, echoing through every dark corner of the cave. Terrified, the demon stumbled back, his body slowly paralyzing from the lethal venom. He stared at Vikir in pure horror. This human's power was utterly incomprehensible. How could such a monstrous existence even walk the earth? Andromalius, one of the 10 demons, stared at Vikir with those exact thoughts. To a demon like him, Vikir was a far more terrifying monster. The cold, ruthless stare in Vikir's eyes showed zero hesitation, completely relentless, calm, and brutally decisive in any situation. No ordinary human could ever fight like this. Andromalius realized his chances of survival were slim, and his mind immediately turned to retreat. He had to survive, if only to warn the other demons about this monster. But first, he needed to quickly absorb the raw mana leaking inside the cave. In a desperate move, he shattered and absorbed the barrier itself. As the barrier faded, Vikir narrowed his eyes, watching the demon consume its power, wondering if the barrier was truly gone. Having regained a final surge of strength, Andromalius let out a wicked smirk, declaring, "I will turn all the water here into blood." Behind Vikir, the cave's underground streams rose, gathering into a massive mass right above his head. Vikir stood completely still, watching as the water turned crimson and solidified into a giant orb of blood. Vikir glanced up calmly, noting that a high-tier demon truly deserved its fearsome reputation. Without a moment's hesitation, Vikir sliced his own wrist again using the magic sword, Beelzebub letting his blood flow directly into the fresh blood sphere the demon had just created. He coldly spat at the beast. "Even so, you won't be able to absorb this blood. It is already contaminated with Vikir's deadly venom." The demon showed no fear, only laughing arrogantly as he replied, "If you think mixing your blood to stop me will work, you are sorely mistaken." Vikir did not understand his true intention. The demon grinned triumphantly. "Because absorbing that blood was never my goal." Vikir suddenly sensed something was off. Around him, the giant blood orb began splitting into dozens of smaller spheres, completely surrounding him. The demon, using his very last drops of strength, screamed, "Awaken my blood knights!" Under his dark command, those creepy blood spheres shuddered and transformed. They splashed onto the ground, dissolving into puddles before grotesque blood-red monsters began rising from the crimson liquid. Hundreds of these mini-demons swarmed, trapping Vikir in a tight circle. Andromalius clutched his head, completely drained but wearing a twisted, satisfied grin. He sneered at Vikir. "These blood swordsmen can mimic Baskerville's 6th form that I have mastered. No matter how perfect your 7th style is, you cannot possibly face all of them at once." The demon's eyes flashed with sheer malice, brimming with hatred. He roared, "First I will tear you to pieces, and then I will butcher everyone you hold dear. Regret the day you cross one of the 10 demons." Vikir stood surrounded by the tide of blood monsters. Hands casually slipped into his pockets. He calmly replied, "These blood clots can use the 6th form. That makes them dangerous, sure, but only if I had come completely unprepared." Vikir recalled the moment before arriving here. He had stood before Hugo, asking if he could finally make his request. With Hugo's cold approval, he had made a single demand. Now Vikir slowly pulled a metallic whistle from his pocket. Holding it up, he locked eyes with Andromalius. "Living in Baskerville for so long, surely you know the purpose of this whistle, don't you?" The demon froze in shock, speechless. That whistle," he stammered, his eyes widening in absolute terror. He shrieked as Vikir calmly raised it to his lips. "Stop. Vikir smirked coldly, his gaze filled with a chilling mixture of amusement and mockery. He blew into the whistle, sending a piercing screech through the air, echoing far beyond the cave. Nearby, a hidden figure waiting in ambush finally heard the signal. He tightly gripped the hilt of his massive sword, the blade gleaming sharply under the pale moonlight. Andromalius roared, "Blast, you kill him now." The demon commanded his minions, playing his ultimate trump card to turn the tables. Yet Vikir showed no fear, his face remaining entirely blank. Instead of taking a battle stance, he merely stared at the demon and calmly said, "With my current authority as a Baskerville knight, this whistle." Before he could finish, the blood demons lunged from all sides, swinging their swords to slice him apart. Vikir didn't even flinch, coldly finishing his sentence. "This whistle grants me command over the entire Baskerville family's forces." The moment those words left his mouth, a devastating, blinding slash tore down from above, splitting the cave wide open. With a terrifying show of force, the demon Andromalius is sliced clean in half. Instantly, the surrounding blood demons disintegrate. In an instant, his severed torso flies back from the flawless slash. The sheer weight of the blow forces the demon to desperately brace itself. Outside the cave, swords are sheathed back into their scabbards with a click. Then a deafening explosion turns half the cavern to dust. Andromalius looks up in sheer horror. His mutated body is completely paralyzed and he can only stammer in absolute disbelief. Just outside the cave, half the entire mountain has completely vanished. The demon stares in absolute shock, unable to believe his eyes. His ruined sanctuary lies in ashes. The man waiting outside steps forward, looking down at the demon to deliver a chilling message. Someone requested the full military might of House Baskerville for a demon hunt. Enter Hugo Les Baskerville, the formidable patriarch. Behind him stand his eldest son Osiris and Boston Terrier, the fierce commander of the Baskerville Hounds. Hugo's eyes flare with a cold light as he declares, "And that person is none other than my son." As the demon reels, Vikir bows respectfully to Hugo. Andromalius mutters in shock. Has Hugo Les Baskerville personally brought his army here? And the one leading them is Osiris, the eldest son. Has every single heavy hitter of the Baskerville clan gathered in this place? Andromalius shrinks back in terror. A cold sweat breaks out across his body as he realizes he has been completely cornered. And here is where you and I see Hugo raise his hand, declaring that the army belongs to whoever made this request. They will obey him for 12 hours. He is the true holder of the Baskerville commander whistle. Vikir closes his eyes, and when they snap open, they burn with a deadly crimson glow. He delivers one simple, chilling command: tear him apart. Instantly, the Baskerville hounds surround Andromalius. Thousands of razor-sharp blades close in on him from every conceivable angle. The blades pierce his flesh, carrying the devastating power of Baskerville's swordsmanship to tear their prey into pieces. The demon screams in agony. The entire Baskerville vanguard charges forward, raising their deadly weapons to strike in perfect unison. Dozens of swords plunge deep into Andromalius's monstrous body, acting like the razor-sharp fangs of a hound ripping its prey apart. The demon is terrified. From atop the ridge, the clan patriarch and his high commanders watch their hounds tear the beast to shreds. Vikir silently observes the carnage, reminding the troops that this demon can regenerate its magic by absorbing fresh blood. He points toward the river of blood, which has already been heavily laced with the lethal venom of Madame Eight Legs. Vikir shouts that anyone injured should bathe in the venomous river. Meanwhile, the demon struggles to break free from the surrounding blades. Yet no matter how hard he thrashes, the relentless Baskerville hounds press their attack, refusing to let their prey escape. Standing amidst the chaos, Vikir bellows like an alpha wolf, directing his pack. He commands all hounds to protect themselves at all costs. The hounds howl in unison, acknowledging the order, and throw themselves back into the fray with burning bloodlust in their eyes. Watching from above, Commander Boston Terrier laughs with pride, noting that Vikir has successfully rallied the spirits of their knights. Beside him, the other commander chuckles in sheer excitement and awe. He never expected his nephew to be such a brilliant leader. Hugo watches the battle unfold in heavy silence. He bows his head, murmuring bitterly to himself about how he failed to notice his son's change. Has he truly raised a monster? Is this the grim reality of House Baskerville now? Down below, Andromalius' body is shredded by countless fangs. Yet summoning every ounce of his remaining willpower, the demon unleashes blood-drinking serpents from his fingertips to strike back. He screams in fury, cursing the wretched hounds. But the relentless Baskerville warriors do not flinch for a single second. With overwhelming power, they cleanly sever the heads of his summoned snakes and tear directly into his physical form. They rip away his arms and trample his mutated flesh. The demon shrieks in absolute despair as his options quickly run out. He stares at his severed snake heads. His entire body is paralyzed by Madame Eight Legs' venom, leaving him completely helpless. He coughs up black blood filled with dread. He realizes they knew his abilities all along, yet they did not hesitate. Believe me, this is the terrifying power of the Baskerville hounds. Their strength far exceeds anything he could have ever imagined. Though completely drained of strength, he refuses to die here. He realizes that using his healing skill now would only waste his mana. He needs a different escape plan. Panting heavily, Andromalius looks around desperately, searching for any way out of this trap. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto Osiris standing nearby. A faint glimmer of hope ignites within the demon's desperate mind. He quickly shrieks, begging to negotiate. He offers to surrender himself, pleading with Vikir and the Baskerville family to spare him. Kneeling beneath the sharp swords of the hounds, he tries to bargain. Let me leave this place alive and I will cooperate. I will immediately leave Seth's body, he screams at Hugo. Do you truly wish to abandon your second son? Vikir coldly cuts him off, asking if the demon actually thinks a Baskerville would ever agree to such a pathetic deal. His crimson eyes glare down with absolute coldness, sending a shiver down the demon's spine. Andromalius can only grit his teeth in rage. Glaring in frustration at Vikir, the demon realized his cheap tricks wouldn't work on him. But luckily, Vikir wasn't the only one there. Andromalius dashed straight toward the Baskervilles up on the cliff. They were his ultimate escape ticket, and he absolutely refused to give up now. He had to cling to this chance. Desperately crying out to Osiris, the demon shifted his voice to beg him. What about you? Will you let the younger brother who treated you so well die like a dog? Osiris just stared back in silence, but looking at Osiris's tense face, and remembering how much he used to care for Set, always telling him not to push himself too hard and to ask for help now, was the perfect time to exploit it. The demon smirked internally, realizing Osiris was easily the softest-hearted member of the entire Baskerville family. Playing on his emotions was the only way to survive. Smiling inwardly, the demon put on his best pleading voice once again. This is your absolute last chance to save your little brother. Seeing a hint of hesitation in Osiris's silent eyes, the eldest brother took a leap down into the dark cavern, walking slowly toward Andromalius. The moment Osiris brushed past him, Vikir immediately shouted a warning. Don't be fooled by him, that demon is completely lying. But Osiris didn't say a word, walking straight ahead without even glancing back. Stopping right in front of the beast, Osiris stared down at the pathetic demon, kneeling at his feet, battered and completely broken. It looked utterly miserable beneath the sharp blades of the Baskerville hounds. Looking down at the bowing creature, Osiris finally asked a question. If Set's soul is still alive in there, can I see him? The demon's mouth twisted into a sinister grin, his eyes flashing. His plan worked. Instantly shifting his body to make Set's face appear, he looked up at Osiris and wailed in agonizing tears. Brother, please. I'm still alive, it's really me. Tears streamed down Set's face as he sobbed with regret, screaming how sorry he was for his sins. Right in front of the entire Baskerville family, Hugo and Osiris, the boy wept. He cried about how hard it was being compared to his perfect brother and constantly judged by their father, admitting he was just too weak. Osiris stood there silently listening to every single one of those desperate cries. I truly regret selling my soul to the devil. I have caused so much terrible destruction. Sobbing uncontrollably, the boy begged for a single chance at redemption. But unfortunately for him, mercy was no longer on the table. Without uttering a single word, Osiris drew his blade in a flash of silver, instantly slicing off Set's head, silencing the demon forever. Osiris bowed his head, whispering his brother's name. It was a painful choice, but there was truly no other way. Set's severed head rolled heavily onto the dirt, while the demon's headless body collapsed lifelessly at his feet. The boy's face lay frozen in blood, dark red liquid pooling around his wide, terrified eyes. Osiris slowly sheathed his blade, standing there in heavy, heartbreaking silence as Vikir stepped forward to comfort him. There is no need to blame yourself. Set was already gone, those were just the demon's lies. But Osiris slowly shook his head, filled with deep sorrow. No, it was my fault for giving that monster an opening to reach him. Memories of their happy childhood flashed through his mind back when they protected each other. He deeply regretted not paying closer attention to his brother. But shaking off his grief, Osiris quickly regained his composure, shifting his gaze to the piles of bleached bones scattered around them. This is no time to mourn family mistakes. We have a bigger tragedy here. These poor children were the future of our territory. So many young lives lost. As the eldest son of the Baskerville clan, I feel deeply ashamed for letting this happen right under my nose. Hearing this, Vikir remained quiet, sinking into deep thought. Osiris was completely consumed by guilt as he looked around at the horrific destruction. To think he was played like a fool by these vile creatures this whole time without ever realizing it. It was incredibly frustrating. Suddenly, one of the Baskerville soldiers yelled out in utter shock. Look, the demon's head, it's flying away to escape. To everyone's absolute shock, the severed head suddenly rocketed straight into the sky, drawing the eyes of hundreds of Baskerville warriors. Andromalius was making a desperate escape with nothing but his head, his human disguise completely gone. From his severed neck, he began to sprout creepy, demonic wings and tails. He soared into the air at a terrifying speed, heading straight toward the rushing river below. Looking back, the monster let out a mocking laugh, his eyes flashing with sheer contempt for the Baskerville hounds left on the ground. My strength might be drained, delaying the opening of the gate, but the other demons will finish what I started. Once I heal, I will return to slaughter every single one of you. Just you wait, his maniacal laughter echoed through the sky. Watching him escape, Vikir clenched his fists in sheer frustration. At that insane height, there was absolutely no way to reach him. But up on the cliff, Hugo slowly stepped forward with a cold expression. A true swordsman never lets his weakness show. Staring straight at the fleeing demon head, Hugo's eyes flashed with a deadly light as he called out to his dead son. Instantly, the flying head froze mid-air, paralyzed by an overwhelming wave of sheer terror. What is this suffocating feeling? Set's soul is dead. Why am I trembling like a child? It was like the lingering terror Set always felt whenever he stood before Hugo. The absolute fear of Hugo was etched into the very marrow of Set's bones. Even though the boy's soul was gone, the horror remained. The moment Hugo rested his hand on his hilt, a chilling aura exploded outward, triggering that deep trauma and completely freezing the demon. A cold shiver runs down his spine under Hugo's sharp, icy gaze. This is the raw terror of facing an absolute monster. The moment Hugo unsheathes his sword, both Vikir and Osiris feel an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Hugo swings his arm, aiming directly at the demon's head, floating high in the clouds. It is so far up that the Baskervilles look like tiny speckles of dust. The demon waits, but nothing happens. Thinking it reached a safe distance, it bursts out laughing. I knew it, even a sword master can't reach the sky. The demon gloats, convinced it's about to make a clean escape. But it wouldn't get that chance. A thunderous boom echoes and a flash of light faster than lightning erupts from Hugo. 7 crimson slashes rip through the air, carrying a force so devastating it literally tears the sky into 7 distinct pieces. The strikes fly straight for Andromalius. His smug laugh cuts short, replaced by pure, unadulterated horror reflecting in his eyes. He groans in disbelief. Impossible. How can a mere human kill me? His massive form shatters midair, completely breaking apart. Not a single shred of flesh remains, and even his soul is crushed to dust. Meanwhile, a pair of fierce, crimson eyes glow under the moonlight. Watching this, Vikir feels a chill run down his spine, completely speechless at the sight. So this is the sword St. Hugo Les Baskerville. The sky ignites as the gloomy storm clouds dissolve under his sword's weight. The full moon finally reveals itself, and the demon's ash blows away in the wind, sparkling faintly in the pale light. With Seth and Andromalius dealt with, the Baskervilles make their next moves public. Days later, official notices are posted all over Baskerville territory exposing the truth behind the child abductions. The cases are thoroughly investigated and restitution is set in motion. Soon, the citizens of Underdog City gather at the central square, murmuring excitedly about the public declaration detailing the truth and the upcoming compensation plans. The proclamation aims to lay bare the entire tragedy and offer restitution to all affected families in the region. It covers every child abduction case that took place between year 10 BC and year 19 AD under the imperial calendar. Under Article 1, Section 4 of this special law, every family and orphanage that lost a child will receive support. Once the public reads this, a wave of shock washes over them. Although the demon's involvement remains a closely guarded secret, the horrific atrocities committed by the second son of the Baskerville family are fully brought to light. Soon after, a trial is held and Seth's mother, Newt, is brought to justice for her role in the dark conspiracy. Handcuffed and dragged to the public square for execution, she faces charges of releasing venomous snakes into the children's nursery, poisoning the first wife, plotting to kidnap the family's eldest daughter, and aiding and abetting Seth's child trafficking ring. Convicted on 1,642 counts, she is sentenced to death on the spot. Surprisingly, she wasn't brainwashed by demons. She only screams to see Seth one last time. But the executioner raises his heavy blade and delivers a swift, decisive blow, ending her life instantly. Soon, Seth's remaining followers receive the same brutal punishment. The one overseeing these trials is young patriarch Osiris, managing the entire purge himself. But there is another who shares his authority. Standing right beside Osiris is Vikir Van Baskerville, having earned immense respect from his peers. Word of his achievements during the war against the barbarians spreads quickly among the people, boosting his reputation. Public resentment against the clan begins to subside as they celebrate their new young hero Vikir. It took him less than a week to complete this monumental task. Seeing a high-ranking Baskerville punished on the spot serves as an absolute shock to the entire territory. It proves beyond a shadow of doubt that Baskerville law is incredibly strict, with 0 exceptions for family members. Realizing how severe these rules are, the public grows far more cautious. They know better than to cross the fierce hounds of House Baskerville. On another day, Hugo relaxes in his study with his granddaughter Palmerian. He smiles and quizzes her. "Guess what is different about me today?" Palmerian frowns, crossing her arms as she studies her grandfather intently. Finally, noticing the change, she exclaims, your big beard is completely gone, grandfather." Hugo smiles warmly, having shaved it clean after his battle with the demon. He asks proudly, "So how do I look?" Palmerian immediately pouts. "It looks boring." From a distance, Vikir and Osiris quietly watch the sweet family interaction. Even now, Vikir is not used to this. He frowns amazed that such a warm scene could exist after such a violent storm. With the purge of Seth's accomplices finally over, the lingering traces of the demons should slowly fade from the territory. Furthermore, he has already instructed Cindy Wendy to gather intel on other demons hiding in the Empire. With a bit more time, she should have solid leads. No matter how deep they hide, they will be found. Investigating the locations of high-ranking demons, how many lives do you think I have? Even so, Vikir knew Cindy Wendy would get it done. She would handle the job perfectly. Suddenly, Osiris chimed in from the side. You did well, little brother. Vikir was totally taken aback, but politely replied, You too, brother. Osiris glanced at Vikir and offered a quiet reminder, you will be late for the academy. If you keep trying to handle everything yourself, so start getting ready. Hearing his brother's warning, Vikir's immediate instinct was to argue, since the clan's situation was still highly unstable. Osiris quickly reassured him, do not worry about the family's current state. Father himself ordered you to go to the academy. Hearing this, Vikir felt a wave of shock. Why would Hugo send him away now? Vikir was lost in deep thought. Wouldn't it make more sense for Hugo to use him, someone with a stellar reputation, to clean things up? Why on earth was he planning this? Seeing his younger brother fall completely silent, Osiris glanced at Vikir, instantly reading his troubled face. Osiris smiled gently and spoke up to reassure him, seeing the deep worry written all over his face. Father is only worried that family drama will distract you from honing your strength. Vikir was stunned, quietly watching Hugo and his granddaughter play. Lately, Osiris continued, I have come to understand our father a lot better. He acts incredibly cold, but he truly cares for you. As the person closest to him, I wanted to pass this along. So just relax. Vikir watched silently, then turned his gaze back to Hugo. Vikir quietly turned his head, letting his eyes drift back to the older man. Across the room, Hugo was completely focused. He was carefully braiding Pomeranian's hair under the patient guidance of Butler Barrymore. My lord, you need to braid it backward, the butler said. Hugo mumbled that this was surprisingly difficult. His hands were incredibly clumsy, but he still tried his best to make a beautiful braid. After much effort, Hugo proudly proclaimed it finished. Little Pomeranian grabbed her 2 fresh braids, giggling with pure joy. Hugo smiled warmly, asking if she liked it, and the girl happily cheered. I love it. Seeing this still left Vikir's heart in chaos. He could almost see the phantom of his past self hovering right behind him, as if they had split into 2 completely separate entities. Drowning in a flood of memories, Vikir realized he was observing this warm scene through the cold eyes of his former life. Before his regression, his entire existence had been bound by heavy chains. He was nothing more than a loyal hunting dog. He had blindly followed those chains, staring at Hugo's back like a loyal hound trailing its master. Because of that blind devotion, he never realized Hugo was also bound by chains of his own, chains held firmly by the vicious demon Andromalius. That demon manipulated Hugo's life, stripping away his beloved wife and daughter, driving him absolutely mad with blind hatred. Yet everything Vikir once knew had completely shifted in this current timeline. He had forged entirely new paths and deep bonds. His connections with the Morg family, the savage Balak tribe, Chihuahua, and Little Pomeranian had completely reshaped his once doomed fate. From Hugo's reunion with his granddaughter to the clan uniting against a powerful demon and Osiris decapitating the traitorous Set, these rare, genuine moments of happiness were absolutely beautiful. Vikir looked over to see Little Pomeranian tightly hugging her grandfather. She squeezed him tight, whispering how much she loved her grandpa, causing the iron-blooded patriarch to weep tears of pure joy. Vikir stood there, absolutely mesmerized. So this was what Hugo looked like without his chains of grief. The hatred in Vikir faded. The man he once swore deadly vengeance against was gone. Suddenly, the ghostly phantom of his past self began to drift away. With a clean snap, the shadow shattered its chains and stepped out of his body. He knew he was finally free from the past. He watched Hugo tightly embrace Pomeranian, weeping openly, while the emotional butler Barrymore stood to the side, wiping his own tears. And Osiris stood nearby, wearing a rare, warm smile. Vikir let out a soft, relieved sigh as his old phantom dissolved completely. It faded into the quiet air behind him. Vikir turned to his brother, speaking softly, I will attend the academy. Osiris nodded in warm approval. Good, that is the right call. But even as his old phantom vanished, a dark reality remained. A heavy iron chain still loomed right behind him. Vikir turned slowly, kneeling down to grip the heavy links with grim resolve. He was not truly free yet. Clenching his fists around the cold iron, he stared straight into the abyssal darkness ahead. At the far end of those heavy chains, grotesque demonic hands writhed in the darkness, ready to pull him back down. Evil eyes glared from the pitch-black void. Undeterred, Vikir wrapped the heavy chains tightly around his forearm, his eyes blazing with fire. His path of true vengeance was finally beginning. In this lifetime, he would hunt down every single demon that ruined his past. They would pay for the tragedy of his first life. Meanwhile, night fell heavily, shrouding Underdog City in a quiet, eerie chill. As the cold wind swept through the foggy streets surrounding the central clock tower, a deafening blast suddenly shattered the silence. A massive, terrifying demon burst through the stone wall, launching its colossal body straight toward Vikir with absolute fury. With glowing, bloodthirsty eyes, it lunged. Vikir landed smoothly on the rooftop, staring down the massive beast without a trace of fear. The demon's arm mutated into a grotesque weapon, its distorted face twisted in pure unbridled rage as it prepared to strike. The demon glares at Vikir, hissing, "Damn it, who are you? How do you know I made a contract with a demon?" Vikir calmly adjusts his cloak, completely ignoring the beast. His cold silence drives the demon absolutely mad, making it roar. It lunges forward, throwing a devastating heavy punch. Yet Vikir simply walks forward without a single trace of fear. Suddenly, Beelzebub summons itself, glowing in his hand. "Who am I, you ask?" Vikir mutters as he swings his arm. Unleashing the lethal Baskerville sword-style flashes of light instantly sever the demon's arm and tear through its entire body. The beast coughs up fresh blood, completely unable to react as its heavy body falls. Mid-air, Vikir has already leaped high. His sword glows blood red. Aiming straight for the demon's head, he crushes it underfoot, pinning the giant beast to the ground. The demon's hand trembles violently before falling limp and lifeless. Leaving the mangled corpse behind, Vikir turns and walks away. He looks up at the bright full moon in the dark night sky. Pulling off his mask, he softly whispers, "I am the Night Hound, the sworn enemy of your kind." Next, we see a bustling, crowded city with a scenic river running through it. The river flows beautifully right through the streets. Today, endless crowds of excited people are flocking to this massive city. This is Vienna, the water capital of the great Rococo Empire. Standing tall is the majestic academy surrounded by winding rivers. Today marks the highly anticipated entrance ceremony of Colosso Academy, the most prestigious school in the entire world. The first day is insanely noisy, with countless clubs aggressively recruiting new members. Loud, eager voices echo everywhere. "Welcome, we've got something absolutely amazing to tell you. Hey freshmen, come check out our meditation group. Hey freshmen, could you quickly fill out this survey? Just put your stamp or fingerprint right here on this application." Though drenched in sweat, everyone looks incredibly hyped. This year's freshman recruitment is way more intense than last year. That is because the rookies in both the fire and ice departments this year are seriously next level. Let me explain. This academy is split into two departments. The ice department consists of students specializing in swords, bows, and spears. Meanwhile, the fire department is for magic users. Over their 4 years here, they'll study these fields alongside general knowledge. Two upperclassmen are closely examining the student roster in their hands, looking for this year's most notable rookies. These are the top talents to watch out for. And trust me, they are absolutely the most brilliant rookies of the year. Tutor from the Donquiksov family with his legendary spear skills, and Bianca from the Usher family, famous for her archery. Both topped the ice department's practical exam, making them highly sought after. But we cannot forget the three Baskerville brothers. The notorious triplets from the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan took third place. When it comes to the Baskervilles, their strength is undisputed. Next, there's another highly anticipated genius from the fire department. She is an exceptionally talented rookie named Sinclair. She ranked first in the practical exam and second in theory, completely leaving everyone stunned with her overwhelming record-breaking scores. Suddenly, a quiet student walks in amidst the rumors. There is still one more person. The number one in the written theory exam. It is Vikir. He mysteriously pushes up his glasses, and at that exact moment, his name is announced to the crowd. Behind his glasses, Vikir's sharp red eyes gleam instantly, giving him away. However, his reputation here isn't exactly great. Why would we recruit a bookworm who only topped the written test? He will definitely ruin our club's vibe. Plus, there are over 10 freshmen named Vikir here, so finding him is going to be a total pain. Vikir sweats a bit, thinking to himself. To avoid drawing attention, he dropped the Baskerville name and enrolled as a commoner. He never expected to be this noticed. Like it or not, the constant gossiping is starting to bother him. Enrolling as a commoner makes academy life tough, so ranking first in the written exam instead of practical totally backfired. Nearby, a recruiter looks utterly confused as the three Baskerville triplets keep peeking from behind a booth. They are here to protect their master. Unaware of them, Vikir is focused on keeping a low profile to act freely. That way he can make his moves undetected. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes, catching the attention of the upperclassmen. "Senior, please look at me." A massive crowd is gathering around a girl, shouting, "Senior, I am your biggest fan. I enrolled here just to meet you. You're so holy and beautiful," the girl says, flustered. "Everyone please calm down." It turns out she is the student council president and the journalism club's vice president, Dolores Lund Quavedas herself. She kindly asks, "Are you all interested in the journalism club?" Without hesitation, they bluntly reply, "No, we are interested in you." Standing afar, Vikir quietly observes Dolores. Realizing she is the student council president, he immediately makes a quick decision. I must avoid her at all costs. With that, he walks away quickly before Dolores can even notice him. The academy features stunning high-rise architecture, with its scenic campus beautifully nestled in the quiet surroundings. Vikir stands in front of a door surrounded by the spacious U-shaped building, wondering to himself, is this the place? Before long, someone else approaches. Huh, are you in that room too? Curious, he turns toward the voice. Then we must be roommates. It is a student with a remarkably bright and pure expression. He introduces himself. I am Piggy. Stunned but polite, our main character responds to his enthusiastic greeting. Nice to meet you. Instantly, memories flood back. Vikir remembers him well. Before the regression, Piggy had offered him a bag. It was packed with bread. Want some? He was always kind, giving Vikir so much even though Vikir was only there as support. Then came a darker memory. Piggy surrounded by thugs. Back then, he was relentlessly bullied by some nasty roommates. That bullying was just the beginning of Piggy's tragic fate. Stepping inside, Vikir tosses his bag aside, determined to change history. He hopes the past won't repeat itself. Piggy enthusiastically guides him, pointing out that since they have bunk beds, he can choose. Piggy then brings up an upcoming major event. So do you plan on attending the freshman welcoming party after dinner? Scratching his head awkwardly, Piggy mumbles, Ah, was that a dumb question? It is not mandatory, but basically everyone goes. If you do not make friends or connect with seniors, school life is going to be incredibly tough for you. Vikir replies flatly, No, I am not going. Piggy's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. You are not going. Vikir gives a short, simple, yeah. Instantly, absolute worry washes over Piggy's face. No way, you have to go. If you do not show up, the seniors will isolate you and you will be completely left out by our peers. Piggy rambles on. So many famous seniors are attending, even the student council president St. Dolores. Our class is stacked too. Like Tudor, the eldest of the Don Quixote family, and Bianca, the eldest daughter of Usher. Ever heard of them? And that is not all. The three Baskerville brothers will be there. They are insanely talented, not to mention Sancho. He rejected the top position in the Varangian Guild just to study here. Sinclair is also joining. She aced her exams. She got the highest score at the Magic Tower and topped the fire department. I cannot believe we are peers. Vikir remains completely uninterested. He notes that Piggy was always incredibly skilled at gathering and analyzing information even before. Catching his breath, Piggy clasps his hands excitedly. So are you hyped to go now? But the response is brutal. A flat refusal leaves Piggy completely pale with shock. But why? Vikir simply heads toward the door to leave. With a casual wave, he says, just don't feel like it. Have fun. Leaving Piggy frozen on the spot. Piggy watches him go, secretly admiring that cold, nonchalant attitude. Late at night, the moon hangs high, piercing the dark. Bathed in the ethereal moonlight, a mysterious figure stands, his tattered cloak fluttering wildly in the cold night breeze. Everything is swallowed by darkness except for a dim, flickering light glowing from a corner of some abandoned ruins. A group of thugs are gathered around a burning barrel. Man, I am so glad we don't have to hear those damn kids whining anymore. They gossip enthusiastically about how the warehouse was completely packed with children just recently. Why were they all brought here anyway? A transport cart arrived at dusk and took them away, one replies. He begins to reveal some major gossip. I heard they are going to an orphanage in Quo Vadis. Another warns, hey, curiosity gets you killed, totally unaware of a silent shadow creeping up on them from behind. Suddenly, a raspy voice barks out, stop gossiping and keep guard if you still want to get paid for your useless lives. It is a savage man with two massive scars across his eyes and a long tongue, the infamous flesh grinder John Bartison. He coldly pushes past the trembling thugs. Pathetic trash. What can mannerless mercenary scum like you even hope to accomplish? He grumbles, isn't there anyone strong around? I really want to butcher someone. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. Are you John Bartison? He whips his head around, furious. What? How dare a low-life mercenary speak my name? His hand grips his blade, ready to slaughter his own men. But instead, a shocking sight stops him cold. His eyes widen in absolute horror. What is this? The mysterious voice rings out once again. 4 years ago, John Bartison, you slaughtered your neighbors as a sacrifice to forge a contract with a demon. On high alert, Bartison listens closely. Then you joined the Northern Mercenary Alliance to gather intelligence for the demons. As the sins are laid bare, the final judgment draws near. You extracted critical intel from the human allied forces. While on guard duty, you use a hand mirror to leak the platoon's camp location. Bartison loses his patience. Cut the baseless trash talk and face me, he roars. But in a split second, a disguised figure steps behind him. Moving with absolute silent grace, the disguised Vikir easily slips right behind him without making a single sound. That was how the allied platoon met their end, a single blade gleaming in the shadows under the cold moonlight. He swung, his blade in a rapid barrage of strikes, but a sudden chill hit him. Something was wrong. Too easy. His instincts were dead on. Before he could even react, two brutal slashes from behind completely shut him down. A crimson aura shrouded Vikir's arm as he delivered that devastating blow. Suddenly, Joe collapsed onto the cold, hard ground with both arms severed completely. The agonizing pain was too much, forcing a pathetic wail from his throat. "Ah, my arms," he desperately begged for mercy, crying out in sheer terror. "I don't know anything about the human alliance. Why are you doing this?" Vikir coldly replied that of course it was because that betrayal hadn't happened yet. Then he grabbed Joe's hair, pulling him up to eye level. "I know you contracted with a demon. Spill everything about it now." Joe gritted his teeth, trapped in despair. I. But suddenly, Joe's face began to grotesquely mutate, swelling up rapidly as if his blood was not circulating. Then boom, his head exploded into messy pieces, painting the nearby wall in dark crimson. Vikir just stood at the gruesome remains. Another victim of a sudden head explosion. Reaching into his coat pocket, he pulled out a small notebook. Flipping it open, Vikir used a blood-stained finger to cross off a name, the third one tonight. Mission accomplished, he shut the journal. This was his custom blacklist compiled from his own past life memories and Cindy Wendy's extensive underground investigations. Deep in his mind, he pictured a mysterious group of cloaked figures gathered beneath a terrifying glowing demon skull. The book held the names of demon worshippers and traitors. Before autumn, the demons would slaughter them all, leaving no survivors. Vikir carefully tucked the notebook back into his pocket. All three demon worshippers had met the exact same fate, exploding heads. If this was a curse triggered by the demon's power, Vikir concluded it meant the monsters were hiding inside the imperial capital. Meanwhile, in some dark corner, a mysterious hand slowly reached out its fingers, closing in on a mysterious mask. Surrounded by a thick dark aura, a man slowly peeled the mask from his face, looking as though it had been fused to his flesh for years. The 10 plagues had formed contracts with them. Suddenly, a distant bell tolled through the quiet night. At a luxurious dark estate, Vikir's silhouette stood against the gleaming light of the balcony, gazing down at dozens of bodies scattered across the floor. Meanwhile, a dense dark aura was on the back of his hand, 29 down. Staring at the lifeless corpses pooling in blood, Vikir silently analyzed his progress. Either he killed them, or the moment they spoke of the demons, their heads exploded. A nasty contract condition. He quickly crossed out another name in his notebook. He still couldn't find any clues regarding the High Demon's location. This war was going to be a long, grueling struggle. High above, the pale moon watched over everything in silence, alone with his own dark thoughts. Vikir hadn't expected an easy hunt anyway. Below, the darkened city was dead quiet now. Should he head back to the academy now? Vikir skillfully leaped across the rooftops, moving like a phantom in the night over the massive stone walls. He plunged toward the thick foliage below, landing silently on a sturdy tree branch. Right before him was a large, brightly lit window. The glass of his mask caught the light, flashing with a glowing red glint. Peering quietly inside, he realized the welcoming party for the academy's new freshmen was still in full swing. Shedding his stealth disguise, he landed gracefully, brushing the dust off his academy uniform, making sure he did not forget to wear his familiar glasses again. Should he join them? The grand banquet hall was absolutely packed and buzzing. The Baskerville triplets were showing off, chugging their drinks down in one go to the cheers of the crowd. Nearby, another group of fanatical students swarmed around like they'd met their idol. "Look at his Dolores, we love you, Vice President." Tutor was busy charming a group of swooning girls, laughing loudly, while Bianca politely poured a drink for an upperclassman. "Senior, let me pour that for you." With everyone distracted by the party, Vikir easily slipped into the room unnoticed. He muttered quietly as his gaze locked onto them. Tutor and Bianca. Their presence instantly commanded his attention, as he did not realize they were the same age. Vikir recalled how these young prodigies would eventually lead humanity to victory against the demons, against Kamor in the era of destruction. First was the legendary spearman, the absolute vanguard of the human alliance. He hailed from the prestigious Donquixo clan, one of the 7 great families, a true prodigy of the spear. "Haha, you girls are absolutely adorable." With that dazzling smile, he stole hearts effortlessly. This was Tutor Donquixote. Beside him was an extraordinary archer, a master marksman who had slain countless demons. She belonged to another great family, the genius of the divine bow Usher house. She possessed a sharp, quiet beauty, the future empress of bows, Bianca Usher. Besides those two, Vikir easily recognized many other familiar war veterans in the room, including Saint Dolores and Sancho. He slightly bowed his head and smiled to himself. You and I know he never expected to meet them again in this situation. He remembered that Camus de Morgue had also joined the academy. Not too far away, someone scoffed with pure arrogance. Should we add some music? While another cowered like a turtle. It turned out Piggy was being surrounded by a group of seniors. The poor kid hesitated, whimpering as the bullies pushed him. "Why don't you listen to your seniors? Come on, show us your voice." Vikir quickly spotted the small, helpless figure of Piggy trapped in the center of the rowdy crowd. Suddenly, a massive glass of alcohol was shoved into his face. Chug this and you don't have to sing. Piggy was so terrified tears filled his eyes. How can I drink all of that? He sobbed. But the heartless seniors didn't care at all, giving him threatening glares. Drink up, they barked, piling on the pressure. Are you really going to defy your seniors? Piggy had no choice but to obey. He raised the giant glass and chugged it down in one go. The bullies cheered in sadistic amusement. Attaboy, but soon, the poor kid couldn't take it and started throwing up violently. The bullies immediately burst out laughing at the pathetic sight. Ha ha, this loser threw up gross, he got some on my clothes. Cruel mockery rang in Piggy's ears without stopping. Your nickname is Barf Boy, Piggy. Now tears and drool ran down his face as he endured the endless humiliation. Suddenly, a long cloak swept over the floor, covering the mess. The seniors gasped in shock at the sudden intrusion. Who the hell are you? They stammered. Vikir remained silent, simply looking down at his friend who was kneeling on the floor, gasping for air. Vikir knew that in his past life, Piggy had dropped out of school because he could not bear the bullying. He had ended up working as a low-ranking clerk to support his parents living a tough, miserable life. And yet, Vikir remembered his brave, reliable back from when the apocalypse began, having met him again on the front lines of war. Piggy was one of the few who volunteered for battle, saving countless lives with his brilliant strategy and info analysis. No matter what happened, Piggy had always remained a truly kind soul. Vikir knew he had to step in right now. I'm one of his classmates, Vikir declared calmly. Piggy was a respectable friend even as he knelt there drenched in sweat. Leave this to me, Piggy. Go back to the dorms first, Vikir whispered, having made up his mind. He would not stand by. He could not watch his friend get humiliated. Right then a senior shoved his hand onto Vikir's shoulder, snarling. Have you lost your mind? How dare you interrupt us? The bully relentlessly slapped Vikir's face with zero mercy. Are you his classmate from the cold class? You walked in here looking pretty smug, must be feeling confident. The Baskerville triplets, watching from the side, boiled with rage. How dare he touch their master? But Vikir's glowing red eyes held a far more dangerous light. He used telepathy to warn the three brothers, telling them he was a commoner here. If they forced him to reveal his identity, he would end them. Hearing this threat, they froze, not daring to move. Suddenly, a female senior chimed in. Hey, stop bullying the freshmen. We are supposed to treat them nicely, right? She clasped her hands, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Hey, I have an idea. In an instant, the bullying target shifted, straight to Vikir. If you chug all of that, we will let both of you go. Piggy looked at Vikir with deep guilt. Without saying a single word, Vikir decisively picked up the overflowing glass and chugged it down, shocking everyone in the room. The seniors smirked wickedly, knowing the drink was laced with high-proof vodka. No normal human could drink a liter of that. Yet contrary to their expectations, Vikir kept chugging it down like water. The heavy atmosphere suddenly grew incredibly tense. He slammed the empty glass onto the table with brute force and wiped his mouth, leaving the seniors completely speechless. Vikir turned and walked away with Piggy, leaving the stunned bullies behind. But one stubborn senior refused to let them go. Hey, wait, he shouted, rushing forward. Now what happened next is going to send a cold shiver down your spine. Vikir didn't waste any breath on the foolish bully, simply uttering a single freezing question. What? Though the question itself seemed normal, the pure venom in his tone made the senior shake with absolute terror. Dolores finally noticed the commotion and walked over. What is all the noise about? The bullies immediately panicked. President Dolores, a freshman just threw up. We are handling it. But Dolores scolded them, demanding they show respect. We must protect the Academy's reputation. Meanwhile, Piggy whispered to his savior, thank you, Vikir. The Baskerville triplets watched on, covering their faces, unable to contain their overwhelming pride for their master. Tudor and Bianca shared the exact same thought. Am I seeing things? But among the stunned crowd, one young girl was deeply captivated by what she had witnessed. It was Sinclair, the adorable freshman who ranked first in the practical exam and second in the written portion. She watched Vikir gently guide Piggy away. Smiling softly, she realized she had finally found a truly good person. An imposing figure stands before a packed hall of students. You and I know these hot and cold classes are always competing. Every student is listening intently to the lecture. This intense environment naturally sparks fierce rivalry and boosts classroom engagement among the elite. The veteran professor snaps his textbook shut. Today's lesson is a broad overview of the mysterious culture of the Balak savages. This is the head of the Combat Theory Department, Professor Banshee. His dull, monotonic voice echoes through the room. His lecture traces the migration paths of these tribes, asking the class if anyone can guess where their main camp is located. The students only exchange awkward glances, actively avoiding eye contact. Even Tudor struggles to come up with an answer here. He tries to recall the clash sites between the Balak and the Empire sectors, 18 and 75 of the Western Front. What else was there? As the co-top scorer of the Cold Department's practical exam, Tudor is stumped. Beside him, Bianca rests her chin, looking deeply pensive. Since all clash points are lowlands, perhaps they settled in the basin. She is also the Cold Department's co-top student, Bianca Usher. Suddenly, a hand shoots up in the air, completely shocking the two practical combat geniuses. One student dares to take the lead. She ranked first in the hot department and second in the theory exam, none other than Sinclair. Professor Banshee quickly notices her. "You are Sinclair, the top student of the hot department, right? Please speak." She stands up gracefully to answer. Based on military intel, the clash sites between the Savages and the Empire are sectors 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207. She explains that except for Sector 8, which is on a high mountain peak, almost all other sites are in the low plains. While Sinclair presents this information, Vikir seems completely lost in his own world, detached from the classroom around him. He is thinking about his recent battle, having slain 29 enemies yesterday. They all reeked of demons, their faces exploding before death. He pieces together these scarce clues. Exploding faces, this points directly to the signature ability of a high-ranking demon in the capital. With a demon hiding in the capital, he has one specific location in mind. But while he is deeply lost in thought, things change. He wants to alert Cindy Wendy to investigate that location, but Piggy suddenly nudges him hard. He realizes everyone is staring at him. Indeed, countless other eyes are staring straight at him. Let us see how Professor Banshee handles this sleeping student. It seems the cold department lacks the academic discipline of the hot department. Falling asleep on the very first day is unacceptable. Vikir quickly pushes up his glasses and says he wasn't sleeping. Piggy panics again as Professor Banshee growls at him. "You weren't sleeping. What is your name?" Left with no choice, Vikir calmly reveals his name. The professor sneers in utter disbelief. "Everyone clearly saw your eyes closed, Vikir. How dare you make excuses?" Yet Vikir remains deadpan as he defends himself. "I did close my eyes, but I wasn't asleep, Professor." The professor calmly responds, "Is that so? My mistake then." It seems like a polite exchange on the surface, but internally the professor is a volcano waiting to erupt. "What kind of student did we admit this year?" Trying to regain his composure, he sighs and turns to Sinclair. He announces that Sinclair of the hot department has earned 10 points for herself and 1 point for her entire department. "Now, if you can answer my question, Vikir, I will reward you and the cold department too," the professor offers. "But if you fail, remember that your entire department gets penalized." Vikir immediately tries to object to this unfair deal. "That's completely unfair, Professor." But the teacher snaps back and demands to know where the Balak tribe clashed with the military, and where their secret base is hidden. Sinclair watches anxiously, knowing that finding information on the Balak tribe is extremely difficult. The Balak tribe's data is heavily classified, making this question nearly impossible to answer. Meanwhile, Bianca looks highly annoyed. Why should their entire department suffer because of his nap? Vikir keeps his head down, his expression hidden behind his glasses. Memories of his past life flash back, moments of sitting around the campfire, sharing warm meat and singing with the Balak. With those vivid memories, Vikir already has his answer. He confidently details the clash locations between the Balak and the Empire. His response instantly leaves the entire classroom speechless. "The southern mountains are key, along with the southern rivers and oceans. That is my answer." He finishes his explanation, completely ignoring Piggy's sheer disbelief as he ponders the situation. After the incident with Ian, the Balak tribe relocated anyway, so sharing this historical information won't hurt their current safety. But the professor's shocked face is the real highlight. How on earth does this kid know something the academy couldn't verify? Suddenly, the professor's eyes widen as he finally connects the dots and realizes who this student actually is. Wait, if his name is Vikir, then he is the genius who scored a perfect mark on the theory entrance exam. He begrudgingly awards 10 points to Vikir and 1 point to the coal department, though he still maintains his stern warning. "Even if you top the theory exam, sleeping in my class is unacceptable. I am deducting 10 points from you." Vikir calmly promises to pay closer attention next time. Let us keep an eye on Sinclair as she shoots him a curious glance. Nobody recognized him because Vikir is such a common name, yet the morning sun scattering over him looked exactly like a brilliant halo. But yes, this is that very same guy. Whispers immediately started echoing across the classroom. "Did you hear he actually ranked first in theory? So what if he got top marks in the theory exam? Our entire class almost lost points because of him. Honestly, I just want to punch bookworms, who do nothing but study." Tutor tilted his head, intrigued. So he is a theory genius. This was starting to get highly interesting to him. Let's see if that brilliant brain of his can keep up in physical class. Now the sport of Naphtali is played with a ball and gloves. The field is a massive arena with 2 goals positioned far apart. It is a ball sport where each team fields 20 players. The goal is simple: get the ball into the opponent's net. The rules are straightforward, with the only banned things being mana and weapons. Basically, players can do absolutely anything to score. Stomping his foot hard on the grass, Tutor charges forward, breaking past several defenders. He is completely in his element, confidently claiming that Naphtali is his absolute specialty. This field was practically built just for him. On the sidelines, female students are screaming in excitement, calling Tutor so cool. Bianca, however, just frowns in total annoyance. She mutters that this is a completely wild sport. Suddenly, Tudor's smooth charge is cut short as three massive figures loom right ahead. The Baskerville triplets quickly block the goal. One of them barks asking Tudor where he thinks he's going, challenging his sheer audacity. But Tudor doesn't hesitate for a second. These three are the notorious triplets of the Iron-Blooded Baskerville Clan, known for their skill. Using his incredible agility, he slips past them. He jokingly apologizes, admitting he has no intention of fighting Baskerville monsters head-on. They are caught completely off guard, only able to watch him pass. Suddenly, one triplet rushes back trying to cut him off. He demands the ball back, but Tudor is already ready, forming a hand posture. A brilliant blue light begins to gather in his palm. The energy concentrates into a single point as he drives a heavy palm strike directly into the defender's gut, unleashing a brutal shockwave. A miniature vortex forms, locking the opponent in place with raw force. Tudor tightly cradles the ball, wearing a smug, triumphant grin. He laughs, declaring he can handle them. The crowd bursts into wild cheers, amazed by how incredibly strong Tudor is playing. They talk about how he dominates without using mana or weapons, proving that the Quixote family are true martial geniuses of Naphtali. He is indeed the top student of the cold class. Meanwhile, Tudor's competitive focus remains fixed on Vikir, wanting to prove himself. He mutters that memorizing book theory means nothing because a real warrior fights with their physical body. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Speak of the devil, the very guy he was thinking about is standing right there in his path. Tudor spots him immediately. Isn't that the quiet student from Professor Banshee's class? Meanwhile, Vikir clicks his tongue in annoyance, wishing they'd stay away. He grumbles, wondering why the triplets guided Tudor his way, deciding to just let him pass. But Tudor is spinning on the grass, building up speed. He slyly thinks about causing some trouble, aiming to plant a heavy elbow right into Vikir to teach him a lesson. Tudor tells him to use this chance to train instead of just studying. Vikir keeps a cold face, remaining completely silent as Tudor approaches. Vikir stands like an unmoving fortress. Instead of pushing Vikir, Tudor is sent flying high into the air, his eyes losing focus. In the stands, Bianca and Sinclair are completely stunned. Before you or I can even blink, Tudor is free falling. He lies there completely spread-eagled. Vikir just raises a confused eyebrow, feeling utterly helpless. Why did Tudor run straight into him? Vikir tried to move away, yet Tudor still charged. To cover it up, Vikir quickly fakes a clumsy fall, looking incredibly realistic. He even lets out a dramatic groan to play along with the act. Meanwhile, Tudor is out cold on the grass, covered in sweat. Suddenly, Tudor snaps awake, his eyes wide with absolute panic. He looks totally bewildered, struggling to process what just happened. He lets out a confused groan. Around him, his teammates gather, asking if he is okay while his own mind is racing. They look at him with worry. Tudor can only wonder what on earth just happened. Did he seriously just lose consciousness like that? He questions if he fell asleep mid-game. Frantically, he tries to piece together his memories of that weird collision with Vikir. Right, it was Vikir, the theory genius. He wanted to give him a playful shove, but then everything went blank. Vikir is already up. Vikir is dusting himself off. Tudor realizes with shock that he was the one who got sent flying. Did Vikir actually knock him down? Vikir turns a cold shoulder, calmly brushing off non-existent dust. Tudor grinds his teeth in utter frustration, unable to accept this defeat. He demands to try again. The players reset their positions on the field, preparing to restart the match from the beginning. As the ball is passed to him, Tudor insists that something is completely off and he needs to test Vikir one more time. Once again, the Baskerville triplets guard their captain, but you and I can see Bianca up in the stands, noticing something unusual. She wonders why Tudor's running path is so weird, pointing out that the goal is in the opposite direction. Tudor yells out loudly. He targets Vikir and the triplets, who immediately bark back, confident that Tudor won't be able to get past their defense again. But to their surprise, Tudor slips past them one by one with ease. Watching this unfold, Vikir realizes that something is off. This was starting to get way too annoying for Vikir. He had already warned them to keep this guy away, but why did he keep charging straight at him? Tudor sprinted forward, convinced this couldn't be a coincidence. His eyes widened as he prepared to unleash his family's signature ultimate technique, the flash secret art of the Quixote clan. He charged forward like a giant drill operating at absolute maximum capacity. But Vikir just stood there, his expression completely blank as the incoming attack drew closer and closer with terrifying speed. He had zero intention of dodging. And just like before, Tudor ended up knocked out, waking up to Sancho leaning over him. Checking on his friend, Sancho asked if Tudor was okay. Tudor jolted awake, only to realize he was flat on his back once more. Sprawled out on the grass, he scrambled up in utter disbelief. He yelled out, asking how on earth he had passed out again. Sancho tried to calm his panicked friend down. He explained that right after Tudor launched his high-speed attack, he got instantly deflected. The impact knocked Tudor right back. Sancho adjusted his protective headband, his expression turning serious as he said he finally understood why Tudor targeted him. That mysterious guy was clearly hiding his true strength. Sancho declared that he would be the one to face him next. Tutor weakly called out his name as Sancho's massive figure walked toward the field. He couldn't just stand by after his friend got knocked out. Seeing Tutor defeated twice, Sancho was ready to step in. He was an exchange student representing the Northern Mercenary Association. His name was Sancho Barataria. Possessing giant hands and an absolutely overwhelming physical build, he was a complete force of nature on the field. Because he was too dangerous for his peers, he had to sit out. He began preaching about survival in the frozen north. In those brutal lands, everyone fought to survive from birth. To him, that meant every single one of them was born a warrior. All right, you and I can see his burning determination as he faced the barrier of the three Baskerville brothers blocking his path. The Baskerville triplets vowed not to let him pass. But in an instant, Sancho charged forward like an unstoppable wild beast. With a single massive sweep of his arm, he blew them away. The three brothers were sent flying through the air. They flew right past Vikir like lifeless dolls, utterly crushed by Sancho's overwhelming raw power in the blink of an eye. Worse, they knew their father would punish them. Tears welled up in their eyes from pure terror of what was to come. The human beast didn't stop there. Sancho charged straight at Vikir, gritting his teeth with a fierce, unrelenting look. Vikir remained completely unfazed. Sancho gathered every ounce of his monstrous strength, preparing to unleash a devastating physical strike. He dared Vikir to withstand his full power before swinging his massive arm, unleashing a colossal blow directly at him. But the moment his strike connected, Sancho realized he had hit something far harder than a mountain of solid rock. His entire body trembled as cold sweat poured down his face. Meanwhile, Vikir was casually planning his next acting performance. He figured he should probably fake being blown away. He let his feet slide off the grass, dramatically falling backward. He made it look like the impact had blasted him yards away, leaving a completely bewildered Sancho standing there. The crowd erupted with wild cheers, shouting that Sancho had broken through the defense. But wait, did Vikir actually survive? Nobody seemed to care as long as Class A secured their victory. Meanwhile, Sancho stood there staring blankly at his hand. His fist was trembling violently. What on earth was that feeling? It felt like hitting a mountain instead of a human. While Sancho was completely distracted by his numb arm, one of the Baskerville brothers quietly sneaked up behind him. With a swift move, he snatched the ball and took off. Suddenly, the whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. They slid across the grass in wild celebration with their teammates, jumping up and down in pure joy behind them. The crowd tossed the three brothers into the air as the announcer declared a 0-1 victory for Class B. As Vikir slowly got up, cold water was suddenly poured over his head. Sancho and Tutor had already surrounded him. They praised him as the key player for Class B's victory, with Tutor wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Tutor joked that Vikir's performance made him want to retire, admitting he had originally planned to teach him a lesson. He apologized for being jealous of Vikir's academic scores. Sancho then placed his heavy hand on Vikir's other shoulder. Sancho asked how he trained, noting that Vikir's rock-hard body felt like it had been reinforced with high-level mana. Vikir slowly removed his headband, lying that as a mere commoner, he didn't even know how to use mana. Sancho insisted that with such natural physical talent, Vikir could easily become a master warrior like himself with proper training. Just then, some female students approached them with towels, offering them to Tutor to wipe off his sweat. Tutor happily thanked them as Sancho handed a towel to Vikir. Even in defeat, their positive spirits remained unbroken. You and I are looking at Tutor, the Don Quixote heir, and Sancho, the ace mercenary. These two would eventually become legendary heroes of humanity, hunting down demons in the upcoming era of destruction. As they laughed, Vikir quietly watched. Just looking at his glasses felt nostalgic. Who knew they had this kind of past? Suddenly, a shocking sight left everyone absolutely speechless. They stared with wide, bewildered eyes. Up in the stands, Bianca and Axel witnessed the entire thing, their cheeks instantly flushing bright red. Oh my, under the gentle sunlight, his incredibly muscular physique was fully visible beneath that tight shirt. The exact moment his towel slipped down, it revealed a gorgeous face usually hidden behind those glasses. Oh my god, he is gorgeous. Vikir had absolutely no idea that his academy life was about to get incredibly chaotic. As night fell inside a massive and exceptionally eerie dark mansion, a terrified man was trembling in absolute fear before a mysterious voice that suddenly echoed through the room. This was Lloyd. Lloyd Dollar, age 52. Scattered all around him were mutilated corpses, lying in massive pools of fresh dripping blood. The guild president of communications and orphanage director, you conspired with demons to sell off children of prestigious high-ranking families. The intruder, disguised and dangerous, raised a wicked weapon attached to his gauntlet in a threatening gesture. Did you really think no one would know? Lloyd shrank back against the stone pedestal behind him. Don't tell me that aura belongs to a sword master. Hearing this, Vikir stared back, lost in thought. His sword master aura had almost solidified but still held a liquid state. To put it simply, he had already reached the peak of the Graduan realm. He offered a proposal saying, "Collaborate with me to hunt demons, and if you do, I will compensate you handsomely." The old man stammered, unsure. Next came an unusually heavy silence as Vikir waited patiently, waiting for his answer. Suddenly, a massive chunk of a building was hurled straight up into the air, pulled by gravity. It crashed down, shattering into a million pieces. Vikir nimbly dodged just in time, but looking up at the sky, he spotted a dark shadow standing silently against the moon. He frowned deeply, sensing an overwhelming, crushing energy from this distance. It was a mysterious figure whose face was wrapped in heavily stitched bandages, revealing only a single glowing red eye. Vikir stared up at the sky, reaching his final conclusion. "Are you one of the superior corpses?" He eyed the shadow, standing tall, right on the fractured edge of the ruined building. Frowning, he realized that even from this immense distance, he could still feel that absolutely monstrous energy. This thing had to be a high-ranking corpse, a superior undead. Suddenly, the figure vanished from the shattered ledge. Fbo, gripping a massive warhammer in his hands, leaped straight down, and without a single word swung his weapon directly at the spot where Vikir was standing. Though the hammer was incredibly heavy, splitting the very ground beneath them, his movements were surprisingly agile. He unleashed another rapid swing, forcing Vikir to lean back, dodging the blow by a mere hair. The massive hammer suddenly stopped right in front of him, and Fbo's grip tightened, with terrifying force. His plan from the start was to smash Vikir back using the broadside of his weapon. But Vikir flipped backward, landing safely without a single scratch. He raised the hidden blade attached to his gauntlet, channeling his high graduate aura to execute the Quo Vadis cudgel battle style. But instantly he realized something was terribly wrong. This beast wasn't a standard superior corpse. Chaos flooded his mind. Had the demons actually managed to infiltrate the Runeband kingdom? Well, they do have corrupted territories. He figured this monster was just a minor minion serving under the 10 corpses. Suddenly, his gauntlet weapon dissolved into a dark fog. "If I kill you, I'll definitely find the 10 corpses. Though taking out this trash is a huge pain." Vikir muttered that it had been far too long since a real fight. Leaping high into the air, he prepared to unleash a devastatingly lethal strike. But this time, his enemy managed to react. Vikir intercepted the counterattack directly with his foot. Shocked by his insane speed, the monster let out a low growl. As the beast lost its focus for a split second, Vikir clenched his fist, preparing a brutal counterpunch. In an instant, vicious dents and bruises erupted all over the monster's body. Without slowing down, Vikir drove another heavy bone-crushing fist right into its ribs. The massive creature sent crashing violently through the walls of the mansion behind them, even smashing through solid stone. It seemed relatively unharmed and immediately sprang back up. Vikir had already closed the distance, standing right at that gaping breach in the wall. The beast was still struggling with its hammer when Fbo furiously swung his weapon forward, hoping to intercept his powerful foe. But Vikir showed no mercy, delivering a brutal kick that completely shattered the monster's arm. Without wasting a single second, Vikir slipped right behind the giant beast for a surprise follow-up attack, striking hard, driving a sharp elbow and a knee strike straight into his other arm, completely disabling both of the beast's powerful limbs. Vikir flipped gracefully through the air, showing absolutely no mercy as he slammed the massive body down with immense force. A sharp steel pipe pierced straight through his artery, sending blood spraying everywhere. Vikir slowly walked toward the defeated, dying demon collapsed on the floor in critical condition. Suddenly, a name carved deeply into the monster's chest caught his eye. "Fbo, is that your name?" Vikir began his cold interrogation. "Who is your master? Who turned you into this?" "Wait, what is this?" He desperately screams from behind his stitched mask while Vikir calmly deduces his identity from his gruesome appearance. "It seems they even control what you're allowed to say." Vikir drops to one knee, slowly reaching his hand out toward the iron stake. And remember, interrogation doesn't just rely on words. Suddenly, Vikir grips the cold metal stake with immense force, preparing for the worst. "I will dismantle you piece by piece, your organs, bones, wounds, the freshness of your blood, and even your mana density will give me answers." He gently places a hand on the captive's shoulder, his voice chilling. "Now, let's begin the interrogation properly, shall we?" Suddenly, a weak, desperate cry breaks through the dark, quiet night. "Help, help me!" It sounds like it's coming from nearby. The voice echoes from beneath the heavy rubble outside. Vikir quickly lifts the shattered stone to investigate, only to find Roy buried underneath. Surprisingly, the poison merchant survived and was only trapped. Vikir chuckles dryly. "A poison merchant, huh? You really have a massive stroke of luck." As Vikir speaks, Roy's face twists in absolute terror. "If you still want to live, you know exactly what to do, right? Spill everything you know." Terrified and hesitating, the merchant bargains for his life, asking if he will actually be set free afterward. Vikir coldly replies that depends entirely on how useful your info is, completely unaware of a dark shadow looming on a distant rooftop. The mysterious figure watches them in dead silence, while Roy grabs onto Vikir like a desperate man clinging to a lifeline. Screaming with all his remaining strength, Roy stammers, I'll tell you everything. It's all hidden in the headmaster's office inside my safe. Suddenly, the merchant's pupils dilate erratically. At that exact moment, Vikir faintly senses the shadowy presence observing them from afar. Before he can react, a horrifying sight unfolds. A swarm of grotesque screaming faces begins to violently erupt from Roy's mouth. It is a truly nightmarish scene. Vikir's eyes widen in absolute shock, but by then it is already far too late to stop it. The merchant's body reaches its limit and the monstrous faces detonate violently, obliterating him along with the surrounding rubble. Everything vanishes into dust. Instantly, the alarm bells atop the tower begin to ring frantically as white smoke billows from the explosion. The blast rocks the heart of the city and a squad of royal guards rushes to the scene, warning citizens of the danger. But when the soldiers finally arrive, they find nothing but ruins and heavy destruction. Suddenly, Dolores quietly appears right behind them. What happened here? She asks, softly. Are there any casualties? The guards are completely startled by the sudden presence of the Saintess. They quickly report the situation to her, stammering, We are still investigating, but almost no evidence remains after such a blast. The massive crater in front of the orphanage immediately draws a crowd. Meanwhile, a lone figure steps onto the jagged, uneven debris. The explosion was highly unusual. The main building sustained heavy damage and clear signs of a fierce battle are scattered everywhere. Looking at the total devastation, Dolores can't help but wonder what kind of monsters clashed in this very spot. Then her eyes catch something on the ground. She looks closely and notices a familiar fragment of a disguise mask. It was the very mask Vikir used. Shocked, Dolores suddenly drops to her knees, prompting a nearby soldier to call out in concern. Are you all right, Saintess? She quickly tries to brush it off, hiding her panic to avoid raising any suspicion. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, she lies. The soldier reassures her, saying no one seems hurt, so she shouldn't push herself too hard. She completely hides her absolute terror behind her hands. She is deeply shaken, realizing this mask belongs to none other than the Night Hound. Meanwhile, at the academy, Professor Banshee glares at Vikir, his face twisted in annoyance as he holds a bizarre research report. I was wondering who wrote this ridiculous report, the professor sneers, confronting Vikir directly. And of course it turns out to be you. On the large desk lies a massive upturned venom paean. You claim this monster has a hidden, undiscovered second venomous stinger on its belly. If you submitted this false report as a joke, your entire group will lose 10 points, the professor warns in a threatening tone. Do you understand? Vikir, the top student in theory, breaks a cold sweat. He wonders if this fact is simply undiscovered in this era. The professor raises a sharp dissecting knife. Fine, let us see if this second stinger actually exists beneath its tough abdominal armor. With a swift slice, he cuts into the hard shell of the venom paean. Immediately, a fountain of dark blood sprays from the deep wound. Suddenly, a lethal stinger shoots straight out of the cut, aiming directly at the professor's face before he can even react. The entire class gasps in sheer horror. The deadly poison-dripping stinger stops just inches away from the professor's eyes. Shocked and completely paralyzed with fear, Professor Banshee loses his balance and tumbles backward onto the floor. Luckily, Vikir had reacted instantly, using his notebook as a shield. Is this enough proof? He asks calmly. Dripping with cold sweat, the professor stares in utter disbelief. There really is a second toxic stinger after all. A mere student solved a mystery that could crack countless unsolved deaths. Clearing his throat, Professor Banshee reluctantly rewards him. Ahem. I will add 1 bonus point to Vikir's entire team. After class, come to my office to explain this further. Vikir doesn't turn down the invitation, replying with a simple nod. Yes, Professor. As he walks up, his classmates look on in awe. The whispers were everywhere. Honestly, it was mind-blowing. How did he know all that? People used to think only athletes were cool. But it turns out being smart is actually pretty cool too. Besides, isn't he amazing at sports? He even clashed with Tudor and Sancho. Having dropped some crucial information, he slowly returned to his seat where Piggy was already waiting to greet him. Great job. Gentle sunlight caught the soft strands of Vikir's black hair. Under those glasses and his thick bangs, he was incredibly handsome. But he didn't care about the gossip, closing his eyes to block out the noise and concentrate. Memories drifted back to yesterday's explosion, the thick white smoke blinding everyone. He remembered a completely mangled, shredded body exposing raw, bloody muscle fibers, yet it slowly regenerated over time, patches of skin rebuilding. In no time, Vikir was restored to his original handsome self. Back to the present, he recalled the enemy he fought that night who vanished right after the explosion. His only clue was a stolen notebook. In his mind, he mapped out the general layout of the area. That notebook contained the dark secrets of children kidnapped to feed demons. Oddly, there was no clear connection between those locations. Still countless evil eyes watched from the shadows. He couldn't rule out the possibility of multiple high-ranking demons hiding in the capital. Finally, he recalled a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow standing under the moonlight. And more importantly, the person he encountered yesterday. Although he couldn't see their face, he was sure they were grinning wide. A twisted, toothy smile. Suddenly, Vikir's eyes flared a dangerous crimson, showing his absolute seriousness. His suspicion was growing, falling on his classmates, wondering if one of the 10 elite demons was lurking inside the academy itself. Now a famous student newspaper operated here. It was a compilation of explosive stories wielding massive influence across the capital. Every single issue sold out instantly. At Colosseo Academy, absolutely everyone knew about the famous journalism club Ryukian. And running this powerful club was someone with beautiful, shining golden hair. Yes, the president was none other than the Saintess. Our lovely Saintess, flashing her signature bright smile. Welcome everyone to Ryukian. I am your president, Dolores. Dolores Quovides. She warmly welcomed the new recruits, praising their determination for joining a club notoriously hard to get into. That shows real dedication. Let's kick things off with some quick introductions. Naturally, Tutor was the first to step up. I want to be an elite both in class and in the club. First-year student Tutor Don Quixote. Next up was Sancho, standing tall with the calm composure of a warrior. I hate when people think I am just some brainless brute. I joined this club to cultivate my intellect. First-year student Sancho Barataria. Then came Sinclair. With a persuasive pitch. Money and information equal power, but I joined because I believe information is far more valuable. First-year student Sinclair. Next, Bianca directly stated her goals, showing everyone that she truly meant business. I chose this club because it has the clearest vision. First-year student Bianca Usher. Then a shy Piggy spoke up, gathering his courage to declare, I love collecting and analyzing data, so the newspaper club seemed like the perfect fit. First-year student Piggy. Finally, Vikir indifferently spoke up. School rules force us to join a club, so I just followed Piggy. First-year student Vikir. In his mind, though, he was secretly calculating his next moves. Ryukian, the prestigious academy newspaper club. By staying here, gathering critical intelligence would be a breeze. But there was a catch. An uncomfortable problem, to be exact. The Saintess was here too. Dolores frowned slightly, not pleased with his attitude. Your name is Vikir, correct? You can't work for Ryukian as a reporter if you have such a lazy attitude. Standing nearby, Anna suddenly realized something and excitedly cut in. Hey, this is you, right? I knew you looked familiar. Who knew a famous student like you would join our club? Her sudden outburst caught the Saintess completely off guard. She shoved a sensational newspaper directly in front of Vikir. The headline screamed, Exclusive, who is the first-year student who appeared in that legendary clash. A mysterious freshman joined the physical education class last night and dominated. Tutor burst out laughing. Haha, that's definitely you, Vikir. He just stayed silent while the Saintess looked utterly confused. She asked her friend Anna when was this published. Anna proudly replied, I heard about a handsome first-year student, and staying silent would make me a terrible reporter. She is actually a third-year student and vice president. Dolores could only bury her face in her hands, completely defeated. Undeterred, Anna clapped her hands together. All right, listen up. Since the other seniors are already out gathering news, we will begin our club activities with everyone who is currently here, spreading various draft articles across the table. On a certain date in the early morning, an unidentified attacker set fire and burned down the local orphanage, causing Piggy to raise a quick question. Is this about yesterday's explosion in the capital? Right, Anna confirmed. Exactly. On the day of the incident, you and I know I received the news while outside the academy, she added. We assume the mastermind behind this and the recent capital killer are the exact same person, he continued, reading the article much more closely. Shockingly, most of the bodies of these poor orphan children had already been identified. Vikir. He covered his mouth to whisper, asking his neighbor's opinion. Vikir, who do you think actually did this? He pondered. The dead children's bodies clearly showed a demon's work. Anna laced her 10 fingers together. So then, shall we all decide on the headline for this article? Soon they plunged into a heated debate about the topic. The birth of a terrifying demon, a monster sowing pure chaos right outside the academy walls. What is the Imperial Guard doing anyway? An unparalleled demon challenging the mighty Quovides family. The children's highly suspicious deaths. Who could be? The mastermind behind this. Bianca stared intently at the summary sheet. None of these seemed catchy. Tutor stroked his chin, looking deep in thought. Is it because we don't know the demon's name yet? Notorious villains usually get nicknames like Jack the Ripper and Bluebeard. His proposal immediately earned some praise, making Tutor's nostrils flare with absolute pride. So how about the Grim Reaper Master? But the instant mockery shot him right down. What? That sounds awful. Countless ideas flew around. How about the calamity-bringing blast demon Toulon? The orphanage killer sounded much better. I was thinking Mr. Terrorist. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Dolores sat in complete silence, keeping her head low. suddenly whispering a single name under her breath, Night Hound. The image of that mask fragment left at the scene flashed clearly through her mind. That mask from the crime scene definitely belonged to the Night Hound. Why was he? Their memories of the past flooded back. His quiet humility had never boasted of any grand power or wealth. In her fondest memories, he once told her, "My money isn't infinite. I can't just hand it all out." He had worked tirelessly to treat slum patients suffering from the Red Death. His dedication and deep love for those poor souls was real. This left the Saintess deeply troubled. I believe he stole my tears of the Saintess for some noble cause. But why was he at that horrific scene? A drop of cold sweat slid down her pale cheek. Did he truly murder the principal and those innocent orphanage children? Deep down, she was absolutely sure that he wasn't a bad person. If the Night Hound is a criminal, he must have his reasons. Suddenly, a loud voice broke. Night Hound, that name isn't bad. Dolores was suddenly jolted from her thoughts. Everyone seemed to agree. It sounds like a savage barbarian name. Highly violent. I agree. It has a very dark, gloomy vibe to it. Sinclair made the final call. Then Night Hound it is. The Saintess quickly covered her mouth. Did I just mutter that out loud? Anna kept digging deeper. How about this headline? Who is the Night Hound terrorizing the capital? Dolores's protest instantly echoed across the room. Anna Lykion's articles must only print the absolute verified truth. We still don't know if he's actually a criminal. Tudor took this chance to nudge Vikir beside him. What do you think? Vikir raised an eyebrow. About what? Tudor brought up the Night Hound again. Are they evil? Vikir coldly replied, I don't care. But internally he was quite surprised the Saintess had mentioned the Night Hound. Tudor suddenly slung an arm around his shoulder. Aw, come on. If you had to pick, what would you choose? Vikir stayed silent for a long moment. Finally, you and I hear him give a flat answer. I'm only sure of one thing. They aren't virtuous, so they must be bad. Tudor grinned. Right, exactly. But suddenly a hand slammed down, hard on the table, startling everyone. Dolores stood up, a fierce, angry look on her face. The Night Hound isn't virtuous, she demanded. How can you be so sure of that? The hand resting lightly on Vikir's shoulder froze in sheer terror. Even Vikir grew slightly alert. The four boys exchanged extremely tense, awkward glances, looking at Dolores as she defended him. The Night Hound is not a saint. Her eyes burned with serious, fiery passion. Why make such claims? She pressed. Your name is Vikir, right? Both Vikir and Tudor broke into cold sweats. The Saintess pressed on relentlessly. Answer me. Silence. So you made a baseless accusation without a single shred of proof. Never forget that careless words from someone in your position can easily ruin an innocent person's entire life. Tudor quickly stepped in to defend him, but the guards already released their official statement. They clearly said that the Night Hound destroyed the building and killed the orphanage director. Dolores immediately shot back, arguing that those Royal Guard reports are pure speculation without any solid proof. Pointing to the crime scene, she noted how many unresolved mysteries remain. After all, the children's bodies were discovered hidden deep underground. You and I must wonder what happened. Down in the orphanage basement, it felt bizarre to accuse the Night Hound of hurting those kids. Anna hesitated before calling out her name, Dolores. Bianca was speechless. Seeing such a determined Saintess, everyone in the room couldn't help but wonder, silently, even though this tragedy happened in an orphanage managed by your own family, are you really going to stay completely neutral? The Saintess turned to her friend and suggested they rewrite the article to make it as objective and unbiased as possible. Anna looked confused, since that left them with nothing to write. But the Saintess stood her ground, insisting that until the Night Hound's motives became clear, they shouldn't rush to judge. Suddenly, Dolores's gaze darkened as a heavy silence fell over her. If he truly is evil, she noted with a sorrowful smile, we will condemn him without mercy when the time comes. Vikir silently watched from the side. Suddenly, the door burst open and a male student rushed in, calling out in a panic. President Professor Banshee, our club advisor, wants to see you right away. He demands we edit the article to paint the Night Hound as a pure villain, doesn't he? Hearing this, the Saintess rubbed her forehead, completely exhausted by the situation. That man just loves attention, she sighed. I will go talk to him myself. Once they left, the room door quietly closed. Even Tudor had to admit that their president was a remarkably strong woman. Vikir simply nodded as if it was obvious. She has always been this way. That left Tudor utterly confused, wondering what Vikir meant by always. Vikir's mind drifted back to the majestic figure of Dolores in the old timeline. Back during the apocalyptic war, she led the Holy Knights as their Saintess. She used to command her troops relentlessly on the front lines. Knights hold the front line. Why aren't you pushing harder? She used to call out modern warriors for their weak faith, never hesitating to scold anyone who dared to slack off. What are you standing around for? Go save another life. Her urgent voice used to ignite the spirits of everyone on the battlefield. Back then, she would charge at demons on sight. Vikir closed his eyes, nodding to himself. He had expected to be feared. Knowing his deeds as the Night Hound would be branded as evil, having someone actually seek the truth felt surprisingly comforting. Watching Dolores and Professor Banshee lock horns in a heated argument, he felt a genuine sense of gratitude toward the Saintess. The next morning, the loudspeakers blared across the entire academy dorms, shattering the peace of the early dawn. Woken up by the racket, Piggy struggled to open his eyes. The moment he sat up, a cheerful voice greeted him. "Good morning." Vikir was already awake, working up a sweat with some early exercises. Piggy rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Morning." Vikir briefly explained the academy's routine. The wake-up call sounded at 6 a.m. sharp every single day of the week. Students would gather on the main field right outside the dorms, following the instructors through their morning calisthenics routine. After a light jog to kickstart their day, the students were finally dismissed to enjoy some of their free time. Once the drill wrapped up, everyone went their own way. Some crawled back to bed, while others headed to the showers or dining hall. A heavy, exhausted sigh echoed through the hallway. Piggy groaned sleepily as they walked, complaining about the brutal schedule. "I swear sleeping through morning exercise would make my brain function way better." Vikir, however, offered a calm reality check. "Physical activity actually wakes up the brain, Piggy." Piggy slumped further, muttering that he did not need facts right now. Tutor chimed in with a cheeky grin, teasing Vikir that he would never get a girlfriend without some basic empathy. Why not practice empathizing with Piggy? Vikir actually shuddered at the thought, stating he would definitely pass on that scary offer. Tutor quickly changed the subject, asking if Vikir was free this weekend for a trip to the downtown district. Piggy agreed, eager to pick up some books, while Sancho mentioned a restaurant he had been dying to try. That left only Vikir. "What about you?" The boy simply shrugged calmly, replying that he had to do volunteer work this weekend. Volunteer work? Tutor blinked in confusion, but Piggy quickly explained that Vikir had lost a ton of demerit points recently. Tutor smirked, guessing it was Professor Banshee's doing again. "You always manage to stand out, Vikir, whether you try to or not." Not wanting to dwell on it, Vikir told them to just go ahead and have fun. But his friends refused to leave him behind. "Volunteering sounds pretty fun, actually," they insisted. "We cannot let you go alone, Vikir. Everything is better when we do it together." Tutor suddenly stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. "That's weird." Sancho glanced at him, asking what was on his mind. As they watched Vikir's broad, imposing back, Tutor confessed that being near him felt like standing next to a reassuring older brother. Even though Vikir was quiet, he carried a heavy, authoritative aura. Mercenaries like him naturally drew people in to lead them. He commanded respect. Back in his mercenary days, leaders like him naturally drew people in. Piggy followed closely behind. Unable to hide the deep admiration shining on his face, Vikir was truly extraordinary. Piggy recalled the amazing achievements he had already accomplished. Even highborn heirs like Tutor of the Don Quixote clan or Sancho, a top elite cadet. Even the tough northern mercenaries approached him first, remembering Sancho's kindness back during the school's opening ceremony. When other students struggled with academics or sports, Vikir effortlessly excelled in everything. Now those wide, hopeful eyes were filled with anticipation, believing that teaming up with Vikir would allow them to overcome any future challenge. But just as the flame of hope was lit, they were suddenly met with Vikir's terrifying gaze, like a bloodthirsty beast ready to tear its prey apart. The boy's eyes widened in sheer horror, but Vikir's murderous intent wasn't aimed at him nor his two friends behind him. Instead, it targeted someone who had just walked past them. Vikir spun around, glaring intensely at a handsome youth flanked by two female students. Vikir suddenly spoke, asking Bianca if she knew the students well and if she recognized that guy over there. Startled, Bianca honestly replied, asking if he was referring to the popular guy standing in the middle of all those girls. She confirmed he is the school's most handsome sophomore senior Quilty. Hearing this, Vikir gritted his teeth in absolute irritation. He never expected a demon of that caliber to be active at Coliseo Academy. He quickly confirmed his target's true identity. The ninth corpse of the 10 supreme demons. Vikir's mind raced. Should he strike now? No battle here would cause too many casualties. In the end, he decided to wait, refusing to let these future human heroes get caught in the crossfire. Tutor anxiously called his name, but Vikir quickly made up an excuse to leave the group, claiming he felt a bit unwell and needed some rest. Slipping away quietly across the wooden floor, Vikir knew he had to gather more information first. He immediately activated his Slot 2 skill, Silence Hill, Mushuhushu A+, taking off his glasses to keep a close eye on his target. Deciding whether to tail him, Vikir failed to notice Dolores walking down the stairs. By the time she realized he was there, it was too late. Caught off guard, the two collided with a loud thud, instantly catching the attention of their friends. A panicked voice cried out for President Dolores. The revered saintess had ended up falling flat on the cold floor in pain. The group quickly rushed over to check on her. Tutor anxiously asked if she was all right, then nudged Vikir's shoulder. Tutor grabbed Vikir's shoulder, reminding him to apologize. Feeling responsible, Vikir lowered his head and offered a sincere apology. Assisted by Sancho, the Saintess politely brushed it off, admitting she should have been paying closer attention as well. But internally, Dolores was shocked by how solid he felt, like hitting a brick wall. Her suspicion of Vikir grew even stronger, since she couldn't sense his presence at all. Who was he? Vikir glanced around, realizing too many eyes were on them. He decided to call off his search for now. Regretfully losing his target, the scene shifts to a dark, cold stone staircase. There, Dantalian guided two young girls deep into the shadows, his arms wrapped around them as they grew curious about their destination. Giggling, they asked why Quilty was leading them to such a pitch-black place, unaware of the sinister trap he had laid. In a somber voice, the demon revealed he had bad news to share. Completely startled, the girls asked him what was wrong. He complained that a pest had been constantly harassing him lately, ruining his appetite and making his life a living hell. The girl on his left was furious, declaring it absolutely unforgivable. Dantalian sighed, adding that he had made a massive mistake. He explained that while trying to investigate, he had worn his academy uniform, meaning the enemy now knew his school identity. The other girl assured him that if the pest dared to show up at Colosseo Academy, they would protect him together. Feigning deep gratitude, Dantalian praised their beauty and kindness, whispering that they would stay together forever in the end. Suddenly, his hands violently clamped down onto their heads, binding them with an unbreakable oath of absolute eternal submission. He recalled the plague-masked assassin from that night, realizing that mysterious bastard possessed power comparable to a high-tier graduator. There was no way a simple explosion could have killed him. Dantalian continued his monologue as the girls mutated horrifically. Since the plague-masked killer had specifically targeted his human feeding grounds, it was clear he knew about the demon's existence. Grotesque eyes and mouths erupted across Dantalian's hands, slowly transferring onto the flesh of the terrified, helpless girls. His pupils flashed with a sickening green light as he realized the hunter was definitely connected to Andromalius's demise. This monster was none other than the ninth corpse of the 10 supreme demons, the insidious devil Dantalian. Meanwhile, Vikir stood silently looking down at the noisy crowd gathered in the hall. Complications were piling up fast. Disturbing incidents had been occurring non-stop lately. Numerous newspapers detailing these events were spread across their meeting table. The recent events occurring both inside and outside the academy had been compiled by Anna and Dolores. Since Leone was short-staffed, she wanted first-year students like them to join the investigation. Presenting her request, Anna told everyone to choose a case, investigate it, and write an article. Bianca carefully reviewed the files, knowing her first Lone article had to be perfect. Bianca struggled to find a suitable topic. Looking at the sheer volume of reports, she realized there were just too many. So many crazy events. What on earth is happening in the capital? First, we have got a terrifying terrorist threat. A terrorist threatened to poison the river of the Rune capital. Now Benekio is launching a massive investigation led by the Leviathan clan, led by Leviathan. Next, a handsome male actor went missing. Actor B vanished on his way home after a show. It might be the work of a stalker. Then a bizarre murder. An entire family was slaughtered and all of their heads have completely disappeared. Next, a public execution. Manet was put to death for attacking the High Minister right on the street. Although Manet confessed, he keeps appealing, claiming someone literally swapped his face. On top of that, we have got a surge in missing persons. Disappearances in Benekio are spiking and people are wondering if the infamous Night Hound is behind it all. A mysterious hand silently picks up a document. It is a highly detailed hit list of everyone involved in these incidents. Even the academy is not safe. 3 elite students have vanished, and since they were always seen together, there are plenty of witnesses. Is it a secret elopement? Our main character grits his teeth, looking absolutely furious at the news. On the front page is a photo of a male student, a real Baskerville. It is the dark shadow of the 10 corpses. Night falls once more over the majestic water city. The streets are completely deserted with only a few windows still glowing. In one of them, a couple is fast asleep on a large bed. But in the dead of night, the husband suddenly opens his eyes. He slowly sits up with absolute care, making sure not to wake the woman sleeping beside him. The soft moonlight streams through the glass window as he sits silently on a chair nearby. But then, out of nowhere, he speaks, revealing bizarrely shaped pupils. Instantly, a group of shadowy figures appears in front of him, waiting for orders. He asks them if there is any news about the plague-masked pests who dared to block their grand plans. The first minion is Ephibo, the one Vikir clashed with recently. The second is another hooded figure with long, fiery red hair, Geronto, another subordinate of Dantalian. The third carries a massive pair of iron pincers on his shoulder, known as Hebe, yet another loyal servant. The last one remains completely silent, and that is Dantalian's final minion foe. He rubs his chin, muttering that the enemies are just as cautious as they are. This man is their master, Danel, the 9th of the 10 corpses. Raising his hideous hand, he declares they have no choice but to expand their operations. Instantly, his minions shudder as if struck by an invisible force, their heads jerking violently backward. Their heads deform and warp as he redistributes their faces. Yet within seconds, their features morph back into normal, perfect human disguises. He orders them to hunt down that plague-masked pest. Right then his wife walks in, witnessing the entire grotesque scene. Terrified, she asks him what he is doing up so late and who these strange people are. Dantalian merely glances at her with cold indifference, sighing as if it is nothing major. He claims he only wanted to see a few lively faces to admire. Then he cold-bloodedly issues a ruthless order. He tells Pito to dispose of her without damaging her lovely face. Before she can even react, a razor-sharp blade is pressed against her throat. A horrific slash echoes through the silent night, splattering blood across the floor. She dies in pure terror, unable to even close her eyes. But Dantalian does not care. Andromalius's sudden demise and the interference of those plague-masked pests have delayed their gate-opening plans. Suddenly, his face deforms into a grotesque swirl, features melting together into a horrific mess. Annoyed, he orders his minion Ephibo to follow him, saying they must go meet her. With a firm nod of agreement, his disguise shifts. It is time to blow off some steam. They arrive inside a grand cathedral-like hall where a magnificent chandelier hangs elegantly from the high ceiling. Dantalian puts on a fake saintly smile as a slender, graceful figure steps forward to question his presence. She demands to know why he is smiling. He clasps his hands with deep reverence, asking how he could possibly resist. Standing before him is Saintess Dolores herself, dressed in pure white robes. He practically gushes over her beauty, but her face only shows pure disgust. She warns him she is not here to play games, but Quilt merely smiles. He tells her he was worried since she hasn't visited. She explains she has been busy investigating the rising disappearances and murder cases. He nods understandingly, remarking that the academy clubs must be busy and how chaotic the world has become lately. But deep inside, he is sneering, knowing damn well that he is the one behind every single crime. Something about this man feels incredibly off to her. She quickly recalls everything she knows about his background to piece the puzzle together. This is Quilt Rune Indulgentia, head of the Indulgentia branch of the Quo Vadis clan. On the surface, he runs orphanages, monasteries, and hospitals using Quo Vadis resources, presenting himself as a devoted philanthropist. But in reality, he supports selling indulgences to clear the sins of wealthy criminals. It is clear that he is hiding something major. This guy is clearly two-faced and hiding something big. Leaning in close, a sinister smile spreads across his face. Is there something you need, she asks, getting straight to the point. She demands he shut down the indulgence system immediately. Believing money can wash away sins is completely wrong, but he quickly fires back, asking why she thinks that way. To him, the church has always sold indulgences, and paying a massive fine should be more than enough punishment. With an unwavering expression, she insists that sins must be confessed to God and paid for with true punishment. Glowing with a brilliant holy aura, she declares with absolute certainty that money can never truly save a soul. Dantalian hesitates, almost speaking before stopping himself. Turning his back to her, he says he merely follows church laws. He suggests she discuss this with her father, the cardinal, before softly advising her that it is time to leave. He notes that academy students are arriving today for volunteer work, meaning they should avoid causing a scene nearby. Dalos has no desire to argue further, simply stating that she will return later to finish their discussion. As they walk away in opposite directions, the sinister reality of his true nature finally begins to show. His grotesque true form slips out, with extra eyes shifting greedily to steal one last glance at the saintess. Absolutely beautiful, he mutters, so overwhelmed with dark excitement that he bites his tongue to keep control. He barely resists the urge to claim her right now. In his mind, he envisions her sleeping on blood-stained masks. To him, the saintess is the ultimate treasure of this world, someone he intends to claim very soon. He wants to take her when she is drowning in absolute despair as this world descends into complete chaos. Shivering with anticipation, a giant eye sprouts from the back of his head. He must open the gate immediately. He craves a blood-soaked apocalypse. Meanwhile, a foot steps forward. Vi has arrived at a massive, luxurious estate. Looking at the mansion, he recalls Tindy Wendy's analysis of Andromalius's records, pointing to this exact orphanage. The files suggest a connection to the 10 Knights. Up on the tower, a family crest flutters in the breeze. This orphanage belongs to the Quo Vadis family. If even a holy clan is being manipulated by demons, others are likely compromised too. Seeing holy families fall to demonic influence, Vi suspects that many other noble factions have already been silently infiltrated. The demon threats are finally coming to light. Vi decides to sneak in and investigate under the guise of a student volunteer. Just as he plans his move, his classmates show up, excited about doing volunteer work at this very orphanage. Tutor slaps a friendly arm over Vi's shoulder, telling him how lucky he is to have friends volunteering with him. Vi coldly replies that he never asked for their help, completely unfazed by Tutor's unsolicited and hyperactive enthusiasm. He sighs in defeat. A wave of frustration washes over him because things are getting way too complicated. While he deals with this headache, the Academy's 10-day break officially begins sending students into vacation mode. It is a perfect golden holiday aligning the weekend with the school anniversary and the Great Dun Church Easter Festival. Most students are thrilled, packing their bags to head home or planning exciting trips to the busy imperial capital. They wave goodbye to their friends with luggage in hand, but not everyone gets to enjoy this holiday. An enthusiastic voice breaks the silence, telling Vi to be grateful since they all sacrificed their vacation for this. Tutor strolls down the hallway with his hands in his pockets, noting that they still need volunteer hours anyway. Sancho agrees, folding his arms behind his head, while P excitedly chimes in about his genuine love for volunteering. Giving a quiet thank you, Vi cautiously scans the area, wondering if this is the famous Indun Hentia orphanage. It is the largest orphanage in the capital, and P points out that its scale is on a completely different level. The director is apparently a major charity founder and an external academy lecturer, prompting Sancho to ask who he is. Their knowledgeable friend points directly to a large portrait hanging on the wall right in front of them. The painting depicts Kitty Jun Indun Hentia, the current head of an influential branch of the Quavadis family. Highly respected by the public, he reportedly wields immense power and influence deep within the Church of June. Speaking of the church, he mentions that this director is actually locked in a rivalry with Sanctus Dalos. Their fierce theological dispute is famous, causing Tutor to shudder and declare that he wants no part in noble politics. Vi's expression grows solemn as he contemplates this supposedly beloved director who runs such a massive facility. Staring up at the portrait, he wonders what dark secrets are hidden beneath that highly praised public image. And with that, Anand steps forward to explain that this time the volunteers will live with the kids as supervising teachers. They will supervise them for 10 days. Behind her, curious kids are already peeking at the students. She gently adds, if you care for them with all your heart, the children will remember your kindness for a lifetime. While her soothing voice continues to echo, pleading with them to love the children like biological parents, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy suddenly stand there, completely dazed and staring off in one direction. But it is the sudden presence of two girls that bothers Vikir. Why are Bianca and Sinclair here? Bianca clenches her fist in sheer annoyance, turns around and snaps back at them. Volunteering. Then why on earth are you guys here anyway? Tutor simply shrugs, claiming a hero needs no reason to do good. She scoffs mockingly, calling him a hero typical of the Don Quixote name. Meanwhile, Sinclair suddenly approaches Piggy and Vikir warmly, stating that running into each other like this must be a destined coincidence. Flashing a warm, gentle smile, she calls out Vikir's name, then shyly reaches out her hand in a gesture of friendship, saying, I feel bad that we did not talk much before. Please look after me for the next 10 days. Naturally, Vikir has no reason to refuse her friendly handshake. All right, it is a pleasure, he says. With that, she heads off, looking incredibly happy. Piggy leans in to whisper quietly, Vikir, I have some key information for you. He asks what it is, and Piggy reveals, I saw Sinclair asking the volunteer manager for a favor. She specifically asked where you were volunteering so she could join you. She begged to be assigned to the exact same place. You and I know what that implies. Vikir thoughtfully considers this, noting the fake coincidence. To get close to him. Yes, Sinclair might be someone to keep an eye on. Suddenly, he turns his head, scanning the spacious courtyard, where the priests are speaking with each other. Why isn't the orphanage director here? Just then, a booming voice interrupts. Now it is time to choose your supervising teachers. Instantly, a massive swarm of children bursts out in all directions, running wild. Tutor happily scoops up two laughing kids in his arms. Everyone has incredible social skills here, he chuckles. Meanwhile, Sancho is struggling as two other kids climb all over his back. Wow, Bianca is gently patting a cute little boy's head, and Sinclair is reading them fascinating stories. However, the situation on Vikir's side is not looking good at all. Glaring down coldly, he asks, what are your names? His voice is so deep it sounds like a threat, terrifying the poor children and sending them scurrying over to Piggy to hide. Piggy quickly advises him, Vikir, relax your face a bit. He awkwardly thinks, damn. He never noticed because Pomerian was so easy to get along with, but dealing with kids is tough. Suddenly, a small figure darts past, catching his attention. Vikir watches a little blonde girl run straight out of the large doors, her tiny feet coming to a halt in the shadows. Completely alone, she stands leaning against a stone pillar in the middle of the vast hallway. Her face clearly shows unspoken sadness. Suddenly, Vikir appears out of nowhere beside her. I often feel rather suffocated in crowded places, he shares. He continues, if I am not careful, people usually assume I have a bad personality. Finally, he looks at the dazed little girl and asks her, why did you walk away like that? But she stubbornly remains silent and turns her face away. Slightly flustered, he wonders, did that not work? He tries to recall. Come to think of it, someone once advised him that asking like that makes it impossible for a kid to answer, and that he should smile. A golden name tag, engraved with her name, is pinned below her collar. Vikir drops to one knee to look Bria in the eye and surprisingly on. His face is a remarkably gentle, warm smile. "Is that your name?" he softly asks. The little girl's eyes widen all the way, reflecting his peaceful image. Yet she still refuses to face him, suddenly turning around and dashing away. Vikir swallows his deep disappointment, wondering if his smile is truly that bad, completely oblivious to the fact that someone is quietly walking up behind him. She likely did not run away out of hatred. Dolores approaches with an air of noble grace. "I watched everything. You may look cold, but you are actually very gentle." Vikir hesitates slightly, calling her student council president Dolores. The saintess explains. Bria is a child who has suffered deep wounds and closed off her heart. Consequently, she is mute and unable to speak. This revelation immediately sparks Vikir's interest, prompting him to ask what happened. For a moment, her face shows a hint of sadness. "I do not know the details," she sighs. "But over 13 years, Bria has seen countless volunteers come and go. Just like this brightly lit hallway that eventually leads into endless darkness, everyone initially approaches her with a display of warm friendliness. But then, due to their busy lives, they never return. She is probably exhausted from brief goodbyes and long, aching separation. Longing." Vikir listens in silence, temporarily at a loss for words. Then suddenly, out of the deep shadows, a footstep echoes as someone walks onto the stone floor. Vikir's eyes widen with intense vigilance. Meanwhile, Dolores is still speaking about the touching story, adding that Bria clearly reacted to him. "Vikir, if possible, could you please look after Bria?" Without a single word, Vikir suddenly reaches out and covers her mouth. Two men are creeping closer to their location. Standing there, one of them speaks up. "We've been so busy lately, it's hard to even meet up." Dantalian nods, acting understanding. "Lately, so many people have been coming for confession and seeking forgiveness, that is why." The other nobleman then makes a request. "By the way, I would also like to buy an indulgence." He opens his eyes, revealing a cold green gaze. "How much do you need, sir?" Their conversation goes on while Vikir and Dolores remain hidden, eavesdropping. "About 10 billion gold should do it. Have you killed anyone recently?" "A barbarian slave I recently bought escaped. While recapturing him, I disciplined him a bit, but then he ended up dying." They talk so casually. "Just for killing a slave, you need 10 billion gold for an indulgence." "Really? On the way back, I got angry and burned down an entire peasant village." Vikir whispers softly, "Stay quiet." The saintess looks at him in complete confusion. "Why are you doing this?" His eyes sharpen again, as if realizing something dark. "That smell. It is definitely a sinister, dark energy emanating from them. The exact same scent he smelled back at the academy." Meanwhile, they keep chatting. "For a sin like that, 5 billion is enough. The other 5 billion is a tip for the god who forgives me." That dark energy is radiating strongly from Dantalian himself, the unmistakable scent of the 10 corpses. He suddenly speaks mockingly. "A tip for God? That is pure blasphemy, sir." Dolores' eyes widen in utter shock hearing those words. "Of course, if you pay in cash, God will forgive absolutely everything." Despicable laughter echoes down the corridor. "Haha, Sir Kit always teaches me about faith, so do not be polite." The saintess tries to squirm away, making it extremely hard for Vikir to hold her. "Wait, do not move," but she struggles with all her might. Let me go." Unfortunately, their presence has already been detected. Vikir is startled by his sudden appearance, unconsciously loosening his grip on her. "Damn it, we're busted." Suddenly, he notices something very strange. Wait. A deeply familiar, sinister energy is radiating from the man. This disgusting smell belongs to Dantalian. From afar, the demon has already spotted the two of them. My, I never expected to find the saintess here. I had no idea that you enjoyed hiding and eavesdropping on other people's conversations." He mockingly sneers. "Or perhaps you are enjoying a secret private rendezvous with some male student." The saintess hesitates in complete embarrassment. "Sir Kit." Her thoughts are in absolute chaos right now. If this continues, they will be labeled as mere eavesdroppers. The situation is getting incredibly awkward. His mocking gaze quickly shifts over to Vikir, taking note of the academy uniform. "You must have come here, volunteering for our orphanage." A dangerous glint flashes in his green eyes, mostly hidden behind those glasses. "Up close, you actually have a very handsome face." Then a wicked thought crosses his mind. With looks like that, he would make a premium addition to my collection. I am starting to crave him. Vikir remains dead silent, simply staring back. The nobleman behind Dantalian clears his throat to urge him along. Cough, cough. Forced to act polite, Dantalian sighs. "Ah, my apologies for keeping you waiting, sir." He quickly prepares to leave with his crew. "Well then, saintess. I am busy, so I must take my leave." Dolores is deeply troubled. This whole situation has left her biting her lip in defeat. How utterly humiliating, she thinks bitterly. Even though I saw him blatantly selling indulgences, and even after hearing his blasphemy, I could not say a single word. She turns to demand answers from Vikir. Why did you do that? But the cold, hidden expression on his face makes her freeze instantly. He speaks in a low, raspy tone. If you were startled by my actions, I apologize. I will be more careful next time. Turning to walk away, he adds, I have been away from my post too long, so I will excuse myself. Cold sweat breaks out on her forehead. Dolores watches, his retreating back. She cannot help but wonder, was that a look of pure rage on his face? To summarize, Kit's real name is Quilt Rune Indulgentia. He spends only about 2 hours a day at the orphanage selling illegal indulgences to corrupt nobles and wealthy merchants. He regularly sends investment ledgers and records directly to the Quo Vadis family via mail, but those carrier birds have already been intercepted by Vikir. After checking the packages, the recipient is revealed to be Cardinal Humbert, Quo Vadis, the head of the Quo Vadis clan. Furthermore, Kit always travels with a heavily armed guard detail outside. This unit has 3 men and 1 woman, all trusted elite lackeys of Dantalion. Shockingly, one of those guards is the exact masked man from the orphanage explosion. His scent confirms it. He is the guy who supposedly died that night. Vikir analyzes the situation deeply. The other 3 must also be high-ranking graduators, just like Ephibo, going up against 4 high-ranking graduators alongside a demon of the 10 corpses is suicide. Vikir makes his final decision to take down Kit. He must take out those 4 guards first. Meanwhile, Tutor Sancho and Piggy are staring at Vikir in absolute shock. They watch him diligently, washing a massive pile of laundry by the canal. Are you overworking yourself? Sancho asks, feeling deeply guilty. Compared to me, who is just volunteering for extra credit, I feel completely ashamed. Hearing this, Tutor feels fired up. Inspiration. For the kids, he worked incredibly hard. Veer was determined to follow his lead and become a true hero. A real hero who works even harder. All 3 boys raised their fists high, calling on everyone to follow their lead. Veer didn't care about that, lost in deep thought. Was he overthinking things? Either way, daytime operations were too risky, so he had to wait for nightfall. For now, he focused on the day. Under the clear blue sky, soft sunlight filtered down as a ball suddenly shot into the air. Turns out the kids were having fun playing in a grassy field. Their cheerful laughter echoed everywhere except for little Bree, who still could not fit in. She sat alone on a stone bench beneath a giant tree. Suddenly, a sound made her look over as another smaller ball kept bouncing on the stone pavement, bouncing up and down repeatedly. The one behind this was none other than Veer, sitting just a short distance away. Her eyes widened with pure curiosity. He smiled slightly, remembering how the kids back home loved playing with this too. Squeezing the ball tightly, Madam's mysterious egg still showed no signs of hatching. He always kept it with him just in case, never expecting to use it like this. The girl watched in awe as he bounced it, as if debating something in her mind. Her expression suddenly turned determined. In the end, she successfully managed to borrow the new toy from his hands. Veer pushed up his glasses with absolute satisfaction. She had finally approached. Celine, sitting on the distant stairs, witnessed everything. He really was kind deep down. Celine softly called out his name, Veer, noting that while he seemed a bit cold, his eyes were still fixed on the playing children. Celine slowly approached him and asked if anything was wrong. Naturally, she leaned in close. She wanted to be closer to him, pointing out that since she was a year younger, she could speak more casually if he didn't mind. He remained silent for a moment, scanning her with a searching gaze, before calmly giving his consent. That brought a playful wide grin to her face as she decided to push further. Taking advantage, she asked if she could call him Big Brother Veer Appa, but he shut it down, immediately refusing the title. He hated being called Appa. She giggled playfully, promising to find a better nickname next time while he just let her be. Meanwhile, Bree kept excitedly bouncing the ball. Suddenly, it slipped right out of her tiny hands and lost control. It bounced further and further away. Unluckily, it rolled straight through a hole under the fence and fell into the drain, right into the sewer. Soon, Veer and Celine noticed the commotion, but when they ran over to check, it was too late. Celine sighed helplessly, noting it was gone. Bri looked up at Veer, her eyes pooling with tears as she cried. Veer gently reassured her that it was just a ball. But seeing that she was still inconsolable, he thought of another plan. Slowly, his hand reached up to unbutton his shirt. There was no other way. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, a pair of feet beneath a monk's robe stepped forward. Dolores paced down the long corridor, her mind filled with complex emotions. She recalled her very first meeting with Veer, remembering how angry she had been back then at his seemingly judgmental attitude. He was a member of the Night Hound, so he surely had to be a bad guy, right? Or so she thought. But how could she be so sure? After all, he was only doing volunteer work as punishment for his bad behavior. Yet there he was carrying a child on his back. He had even volunteered to help in the kitchen when short-staffed. While Sancho was helping out in the kitchen, Veer had spent his time serving food and checking the plumbing system. He didn't even eat because he was too busy. Meanwhile, Bianca had just finished washing laundry, looking completely worn out. "Oh, leader, he is currently doing laundry. Since Vir fixed the plumbing, we finally have hot water for washing." Bianca took the opportunity to hang clothes outside. Celine recalled that Vir had been helping her before heading to the playground, because the children asked him to play. The more Dolos thought about it, the more guilt-stricken she felt. Everyone praised him. It turned out she had completely misjudged him. The one blinded by prejudice was actually her. She slowly walked toward the stairs. Knowing she and Kitty did not get along, if he had noticed Kitty and hidden her to protect her, she had to act. She quickly made up her mind to apologize to him. But suddenly, the sight of the three near the fence caught her eye. Confused, the saintess furrowed her brows. Celine was so incredibly embarrassed that she covered her face with both of her hands. Meanwhile, Bry's cheeks were red from crying. Oddly, his student uniform and white shoes were laid neatly on the ground. Without a word, Vir leaped over the high fence half-naked, diving headfirst into the freezing dark waters of the sewer. Dolos, Celine, and Bree watched in absolute shock. A moment later, the small ball was resting safely in his hands. He quietly announced he found it. Dripping wet under the soft sunlight, he cut a strikingly handsome figure, creating a stunning, flawless scene. Dolos realized she didn't need to feel guilty anymore. His selfless action had spoken for itself. His sudden action left both girls completely speechless, with their mouths wide open. Bree was the most shocked, her locked heart slowly opening to let genuine happiness creep back in. Soon the lively games between the students and the kids of her orphanage filled the entire yard with laughter. Tutor wiped the heavy sweat from his forehead. Was today really the final day of their volunteer work? Even the incredibly athletic Sancho was completely out of breath. Time really does fly by fast. Vir and Bree sat further away watching the others. "Well, let us play hard until we totally drop from exhaustion." For a long time, the two of them just sat there in absolute silence with no other sounds. Breaking the quiet, the little girl shyly glanced at him, clearly hiding some deep thoughts, while Vir kept staring thoughtfully, straight ahead. But out of nowhere, she did something completely unexpected, gently placing a beautiful flower crown right on his head. Vir looked up, slightly surprised. Was this for him? Flustered, the girl quickly reached out her small hand to grasp his. Bree traced letters on his palm to communicate, telling him this was her way of showing gratitude, chirping happily to share her feelings. She thanked him for always staying nearby and finding her ball. Vir casually waved it off, saying it was nothing since he enjoyed his time here too. The little girl giggled happily. But then her small hand suddenly paused, before gently tracing his palm once more. She was silently asking if they would ever meet again. Instantly in Vir's mind, Dalos's grim words echoed. Everyone starts out warm and close, but once life gets busy, they simply disappear. Bree was likely exhausted from constant goodbyes. Short connections bring pain, while long-term ones only breed deep longing. He fell silent, knowing that as a demon hunter, every single moment was a struggle against impending death. Making promises was impossible for him. Yet what he said next made her teary eyes light up with hope. "I will definitely come back for you." Under the rustling green leaves and cool breeze, he made a solemn vow. He promised to return in the future. Hearing those words, she immediately flashed a wide, toothy, happy grin. This proved Bree finally accepted him. She signed, "I will wait." Vir quickly shook his head, calling himself uncle instead. Inside the main hall in Dune Hentia Orphanage, Pig, Sancho, Bianca, and Tutor were all weeping uncontrollably after hearing a moving speech delivered to the parentless children. The speaker claimed this shared time was truly beyond priceless, meaning these volunteers allowed the children to feel a parent's warmth and finally heal the empty void in their hearts. Dante spread his arms wide, looking incredibly warm. He announced that if these children grew up well, it was thanks to amazing volunteers like them. So over the last 10 days, the love they shared with the orphanage children must be shared further. He gestured toward a large wooden donation cart, while Pig beside him sobbed like a child. Vir quietly muttered, "So it is you." He felt pure disgust. With that deceptive silver tongue of a demon, you sure know how to spin beautiful emotional lies. He was masterfully exploiting their respect and guilt regarding parents, targeting these young academy students for donations. To make things worse, Vir noticed his heavy security detail stationed nearby. 4 elite henchmen and 4 bodyguards guarded him, making any direct physical assault extremely difficult. His glowing red eyes narrowed. With pure, unadulterated hatred, he could not let this demon run wild. Staring at that fake, heartless smile, Vir hardened his resolve. Everything was set. Today he would hunt down one of the 10 pillars. Suddenly, piles of shiny gold coins rained into the cart. Sinclair curiously approached Vir, who was standing far away from the line. When asked why he was not donating, Vir simply replied that he was broke. Sinclair was completely baffled by this. After all, they were prestigious academy students. But Vir refused to give gold to demons. He was also slightly annoyed by how casual she was questioning why she called him brother. Smiling, Sinclair replied she had just decided on it. Not wanting to argue, Vire let it go. Sinclair pivoted back to the donation, asking if he was being heartless. She argued they should help the less fortunate children. Vire coldly replied that parents were ultimately a useless concept. He explained that people must survive in this harsh world using only their own strength. Parents are only necessary during childhood when a person is weak and defenseless. Beyond that, they are completely useless. Sinclair gasped softly, gently grasping Vire's hand while asking if he had faced deep, painful hardships. Her eyes sparkled with genuine empathy. Invited him to visit her home during the upcoming holidays, proposing they share a warm family meal together after. Without waiting for an answer, she waved goodbye to visit the kids, reminding him to make time after the volunteering was over. Vire stood frozen, staring blankly at his hand that she had just held. What a bizarre girl. Based on his memories from the past timelines, Sinclair's background files submitted to the Academy were completely fabricated. Before his, let us kick things off with a mystery. She was the best genius in the heavy weapons department, but then, right after graduation, she vanished and was never seen again. Now Dantalian announced to the crowd, "Now it is time to thank the seniors who looked after you these past 10 days. The children excitedly ran forward. Tutor pulled a child into a warm hug, promising to visit them every week until he became a great hero. He vowed to keep coming back even after that. Sanch gently patted them, offering warm, careful advice. In the North, children are the most precious treasures who will shape the future. The Empire's future relies on you all. Keep working hard." Meanwhile, B.G. looked even more emotional than the kids, promising to bring loads of delicious treats on his next visit. Bianca gently patted a little girl's head. 10 days had flown by, but they had already built a deep, lasting bond. Watching this emotional scene, Vikir chose to keep his distance. His eyes scanned the cadets, saying goodbye, then shifted to those struggling to comfort crying kids on the other side. Even Dolores had her hands full with 2 children. Suddenly, Vikir approached her from behind, softly calling out her name. The Saintess's cheeks blushed a faint red at his voice, but Vikir was strictly business, asking her a question while her mind was completely filled with the memory of him soaked. Why did that moment keep replaying in her head? Oblivious, Vikir asked if she had seen Biri anywhere. The Saintess repeated Biri. She quickly scanned the area, realizing the child was indeed missing. How strange she was here this morning. Vikir's face suddenly darkened. Not wanting to waste any more time, he prepared to leave, saying, "If you don't know, then please excuse me." The Saintess called after him in confusion. Meanwhile, Vikir recalled the little girl's bright smile. Why had Biri vanished? His sharp crimson eyes locked onto a specific target. Could all his suspicion be pointing directly toward one person? Dantalian. Sensing the gaze, the man smirked back with a sinister smile. Now stick with me, this is where things get tense. Soon, a gloomy night draped over the land with dark clouds, completely swallowing the moon. Fast asleep, Tutor started, mumbling in his sleep, "A goodbye is not our final end." Meanwhile, one of the beds sat empty. Its occupant had slipped away into the night. Over at dormitory number 4, right inside the nursery of the Indenhentia orphanage, 4 of Dantalian's henchmen stood in a rigid, imposing line. Suddenly, they began to disperse, moving in 4 separate directions as if following a silent order. Meanwhile, Embo stayed focused on his guard duty. Though he was supposed to be the only one patrolling this quiet area, a sudden dark shadow materialized out of nowhere. He spun around to check, but the hallway was completely empty. Keeping his cool, he shook off the strange feeling. But the moment he turned back around, Vikir was already standing right in front of him, giving him a massive fright. "I have a question," Vikir said coldly, getting straight to the point. "Where are you keeping the children meant for demon food?" Instead of answering, the guard drew his weapon to strike. He channeled all his brute strength into his muscular arm, ready to unleash a devastating swing. But it did not take long for him to realize he was completely and utterly outmatched. Vikir effortlessly grabbed him by the hair, hoisting him up. "Right, I forgot. You cannot speak, can you?" Raising his gauntlet weapon high, he decided to end it quickly. "In that case, I have no time to show mercy." Holding Embo's severed head, Vikir was about to walk away when something odd caught his attention. The head began to smoke and melt away like hot plastic, revealing a completely different face hidden underneath. He examined it closely. Examining the stitched-up cloth, he recognized it immediately. This was Efep's work. It was a synthetic disguised face. Then he looked at the rotting head on the floor. Despite the decay, he could still recognize who it belonged to. It was Peter, but a tiny detail made him pause in doubt. No, the real Peter did not have this mole. He recalled old memories from before his regression. Pedro used to talk constantly about his missing younger brother. He had assumed the boy disappeared during harsh internal training, but he was wrong. It was not training at all. He had been turned into an undead puppet for the demon's sick amusement. Crimson light flared behind Vikir's mask. Suddenly, 2 other henchmen caught wind of the disturbance and rushed over. He realized they might also be people he once knew. And indeed, stepping into the light were Heber and Fedo, their dead eyes staring blankly at him with grim expressions. Both raised their sharp blades ready to attack. But Vikir moved first, lunging forward with blinding speed. A dark, ominous aura erupted from his gauntlet blade as he closed the distance. The instant he swung, the two guards vanished. They clashed repeatedly in a brutal storm of steel blood, splattering all over the walls. Amidst the chaos, a massive explosion rocked the dark corridor. We are about to see who survives this blast. Meanwhile, a massive stone statue of the goddess stands tall in the room, exuding an aura of pure benevolence and absolute power. Clasping her hands tightly, she whispers a soft prayer to the heavens. Dolores stands quietly beneath the majestic monument, deeply lost in prayer. She prays for his name to be honored, for his kingdom to come, and for his holy will to be done on earth as in heaven. But as she prays to forgive others, a vivid, heroic memory of Vikir suddenly flashes through her mind, disrupting her concentration. The prayer continues, but the memory of him only grows sharper and clearer, tempting her thoughts away from her sacred duty. Flustered and blushing, the saintess can no longer deny these strange emotions. Why is his face constantly invading her sacred thoughts? Shaking her head, she turns to leave the chapel, desperately trying to regain her focus. She tells herself to keep it together. After all, Vikir is just a reliable junior to her. Right now, her heart is torn between the two most impressive men she has ever met. Little does she know they are actually the exact same person. Suddenly, a deafening blast from the distance catches her attention. Running outside, she witnesses a fierce battle unfold. Through the thick rising smoke, a dark figure suddenly leaps backward. Dolores recognizes him instantly, her face filling with absolute shock and confusion. It is the legendary vigilante, the Night Hound. Why on earth is he here of all places? As the dust settles, his opponents Ephibo and Fedo charge forward. More importantly, why are they clashing with Quilt's elite guard force? In a panic, she screams his name, freezing his movements. Hearing her voice, Night Hound freezes in his tracks. He quickly spins around and gasps in sheer shock. Sanus. That split-second distraction costs him. A deadly beam of light pierces his chest, sending him crashing hard onto the stone floor. Terrified, Dolores runs forward and spreads her arms to block the attackers. She begs them to stop and talk this out, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. The silent, menacing guardians ignore her completely, marching closer with weapons drawn. Trembling but resolute, she stands her ground, bracing for the worst as she closes her eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. "Get back, Saintess." With a sharp screeching clash of steel, a bandaged arm thrusts forward to block the incoming blade. It is Vikir shielding Dolores just in the nick of time and saving her from certain death. The Saintess gasps in horror. "Night Hound, your arm," but he calmly reassures her it is nothing. Suddenly, the enemy's weapon shatters into tiny fragments. Ephibo is utterly defenseless. Before the demon can even react, Vikir slashes his throat with blinding lethal speed. Fedo rushes in to assist his fallen comrade, but the strike is too deep. Vikir effortlessly spins around to finish him off. He decapitates the second attacker with terrifying ease. Witnessing this absolute slaughter, Dolores shudders, her eyes locked onto his back. Vikir stands drenched in blood, while two headless corpses lie limp on the stone floor, pooling in their own blood. Snapping out of her shock, she rushes forward to check on him, her voice trembling as she asks if he is hurt. "Please heal your arm." Vikir dismisses her concern, telling her not to worry. But deep down, he wonders what on earth she is doing out here so late at night. Meanwhile, Dolores's face darkens with deep, painful confusion. "Why would Quilt's guards attack me? They must know who I am." Vikir simply points to the ground, telling her to look. On the floor, the dead guard's flesh begins to liquefy and melt away like clay. Dolores covers her mouth in disgust. "They are just undead wearing human skin masks," Vikir explains coldly. Dolores begins to tremble violently. How is this possible? How can members of the Quo Vadis clan end up like this? Vikir points out that she should know the truth better than him. The grim reality hits her hard. Could Quilt be involved in this? Vikir silently tosses two blood-soaked pieces of cloth aside. Vikir carefully examines the corpses. He searches through his vast memories, instantly recognizing a highly familiar yet dead face. This is Stafford Baskerville from the Pitbull Night Order. Memories of Stafford flash back to when Vikir first went missing. Back then, thanks to Adolf defending him, Stafford escaped punishment. He supposedly entered closed-door internal clan training later on. As the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, Vikir realizes the dark truth and bitterly spits out a curse. Damn it. He quickly analyzes the second corpse. Staring at the distinct tattoo on the neck, this person belonged to the Don Kiso clan. He remembers his second brother Set, who went mad before entering training. All of them are from highly prestigious noble families. These families cut off all communication with the outside world. This so-called internal training is clearly a massive cover-up. He recalls the triplets who also claimed they were in training, suddenly leaving Adolf to join a secret magic research group. As the horrifying realization hits him, a small, intense spark of flame ignites directly in his heavily bandaged palm. Without uttering a single word to Dolores, he tosses the fire straight onto the heap of corpses on the floor. The small spark triggers a massive earth-shattering explosion. The blast expands instantly, vaporizing and destroying everything in its path. Splinters and heavy debris fly everywhere. Under the intense, terrifying pressure of the blast, Vikir wraps his cloak to protect her. Vikir acts as a shield protecting Dolores's body. Fortunately, the flames spare them and both of them slowly open their eyes. But this nightmare is far from over. Through the raging smoke, a figure slowly walks forward, crimson hair trailing behind her. It is Geronto. As she draws closer, a familiar voice from his past suddenly flashes through Vikir's mind. He remembers her teasing voice. 0 points. Is that how you treat your future wife? That is 0 out of 100. Seeing Geronto in the familiar body of his past acquaintance gathering power in her hands, Vikir can only watch in utter shock. Are you Camus? Vikir whispers in disbelief. Dolores also shifts her focus to the mysterious newcomer who stands before a blazing wall of fire. The flames roar. Vikir's arm is slightly burned from shielding Dolores earlier. Seeing his sacrifice, her face turns red with gratitude. She is deeply moved, realizing she was saved by the Sword Hound again. But she quickly snaps out of it. This is no time to daydream. Dolores immediately shifts into a defensive stance. Watching the newcomer, she senses pure malice in that last attack. It was not just targeting the Sword Hound. Could that person also be an undead? Vikir is not entirely sure, but it is likely. That seems likely. Dolores suddenly wonders when this mysterious crimson-haired mage joined Quilty's side, as she only has vague information. All she knows is that Quilty recently hired her. Dolores goes silent, biting her lip as she weighs a major decision. Finally, she clasps her hands, channeling her divine power. As a servant of God, she cannot ignore a foul undead opponent. I will support you, Sword Hound, she declares. But Vikir steps forward to face the threat alone, commanding her to back off. I must confirm something with that person first. Dolores protests, begging to at least heal his injuries, but Vikir coldly shuts her down. There is no need. Vikir raises his hand to summon his aura, leaving Dolores flustered. On the other side, Rose prepares to strike. Rose unleashes her fury. Sharp flaming metal spears materialize out of thin air and fly straight toward the Sword Hound. Vikir's eyes flash with a crimson light. With a single decisive slash, he cuts the incoming spears cleanly in half. The broken spears explode behind him, kicking up thick smoke. Vikir observes her closely, crimson hair casting at least tier 6 magic. She commands fire and metal. Vikir quietly summons Beelzebub, astonished that someone so young can wield such overwhelming magic. Even within the prestigious Moore family, such genius is incredibly rare. Rose charges forward again, unleashing intense power. The ground around him erupts in explosions, leaving the earth littered with spears. Yet Vikir remains completely untouched. He slowly walks out of the flames like a grim reaper. 2 more spears fly past, barely grazing his shoulder. A searing lava-hot spear brushes past his ear, burning his cloak. Dolores watches in absolute shock, her eyes wide. Why isn't the Sword Hound dodging, she wonders. Dolores watches the fierce duel unfold, her mind racing with questions. Could he actually know this mage? If they do have a past, what is the connection between them? Vikir remains silent, fighting entirely on the defensive. He begins to look back at his memories before his regression. Before his regression, she was famously close to her uncle Adolf Morg. In a photograph, the two of them stood together. A gentle middle-aged man stood with his hand placed on the shoulder of a fiery red-haired girl sitting beside him. If that was true, she would never have left her clan for this dead zone. He remembers her annoyed childhood face. Hey, what did you just say? She had demanded arrogantly. Fine, let me make this absolutely clear to you. Who owns these ruby veins? This side is yours and this side is mine. Then the memory shifts to their spar. She was utterly defeated. Vikir wonders if things would be different if they never met. In another memory, she smiled warmly. You know the Mani tribe well, so I will give you 8 points. Out of 100, of course, he accepted blankly. Vikir reached out to help her up. If only he had not bound their fates together, taking a deadly blow for her. Finally, he remembers facing a terrifying monster alone while her uncle dragged her away as she desperately reached out for him. No, she had screamed. Facing that gargantuan spider monster back then, Camus looked like nothing more than a helpless insect. If only he had not used her in his grand plan. Camus de Morgue, once beautiful and strong, had looked at him. Vikir resolutely steps forward through the raging fire. His own selfish choices had brought her to this tragic state. He erased the bright future of the heroic Camus de Morgue. Rose looks identical to her but is far colder, and she is far more ruthless. Worst of all, she doesn't recognize him. Within seconds, they close the distance. What have I done? Vikir asks himself. Rose conjures her fire magic, gathering blazing elemental energy in her palm. As the flames gather, Vikir grabs her wrist to stop the spell, then decisively grabs her head to yank off her mask. He tears the mask off before she can react. On the sidelines, Dolores watches with her jaw dropped in utter shock. Vikir's face hardens, his cold eyes narrowing. He tightens his grip, veins bulging on his hands as the tension in the air rises. The air grew dead silent as an oppressive pressure filled the room. Without hesitation, he delivered a clean horizontal slash, instantly severing Rose's head from her shoulders. Vikir withdrew his blade as her head rolled across the dusty ground, her lifeless body collapsing into a heap. The swordsman dropped to one knee before her corpse. Seeing him kneel, Dolos gasped in utter shock. Worried for her companion, she rushed over and immediately cast her healing magic, tears of anxiety welling up in her eyes. She wondered how his wounds could possibly be this severe. A sudden thought struck her: could Vikir actually have a past connection with a woman he just executed? Vikir remained absolutely silent, his expression unreadable. He finally spoke in a flat, indifferent voice, claiming her face was a complete stranger's and that it was better that way. Standing up, he calmly ordered her to stop the spell. Dolos stared anxiously at the fresh blood soaking his clothes, pointing out that his physical injuries were still open. He dismissed it, claiming he was far too used to such pain and this much was manageable. Unable to hold back, she asked why he pushed himself so hard. She begged him to share his reasons for fighting to utter exhaustion. After a brief, heavy silence, the swordsman gave a chillingly simple reply: he was hunting devils. Dolos repeated the word in confusion. Devils. Vikir slowly explained that this was purely a personal vendetta, reaching down to retrieve a charred, unrecognizable piece of cloth. He could feel a dense, sinister, demonic aura radiating from the fabric. It turned out to be the exact same scrap worn by Kit's elite personal guard unit. Deciding to keep it for later, he tucked the cloth away. Suddenly, an eerie, distorted voice echoed through the cold air, demanding they return the relic immediately. Startled, they spun around. Dolos watched in pure horror as a grotesque, twitching mouth began to manifest directly on the headless corpse of the fallen Rose. It began babbling about borrowing from Ferbeto and Rose, complaining they would make a mess. Dolos stood frozen, utterly shocked by the mouth speaking from the flesh. The grotesque voice then asked pointedly, demanding to know if the plague mask was the one who had been targeting its loyal subordinates recently. Vikir instantly recognized the dark presence, dryly telling it to stop acting dumb. He calmly exposed the creature as one of the 10 superior ghouls. He flatly addressed the monster as Kit. Dolos gasped, unable to believe her ears. Could this horrific voice really belong to Kit? The beast just laughed in amusement. Unfazed by having its cover blown, the ghoul let out a sickening chuckle, admitting it had not expected the apprentice Sanctess to figure it out so quickly. It mused that discarding its disguise as Guile was perfectly fine. Since she knew the truth, it no longer had to constantly avoid touching her to bypass detection. Now, it whispered, it finally had a reason to strike. Dolos trembled violently, feeling her entire world and faith shatter into pieces in an instant. She struggled to accept that Kit was actually a devil. The monster casually confirmed her fears, declaring she should look at him with despair when he unmasked. Terrified but desperate, Dolos clasped her hands together in prayer. She began invoking the holy light of her life and the flame of her very soul. The demon watched, deeply confused. Blinding holy light surged outward, intensifying with each sacred word she uttered, and though she was trembling, her eyes burned with resolve. Offering up her own sins and soul, she ordered the wicked creatures to feel the crushing, multiplied weight of their dark karma. With a powerful scream, she called down the holy light. A massive pillar of divine energy surged from the heavens, completely engulfing the screaming demon. Shrill, agonizing shrieks filled the air as the holy force tore its spiritual form apart, instantly purifying the creature's foul energy. Heavy silence reclaimed the battleground. Rose's corpse and the demon's avatar were burned to absolute ash. Dolos coldly spat, telling the devil to repent in hell. Suddenly, a grotesque wet-licking sound echoed. A beam of energy moving at light speed pierced clean through Vikir before either of them could even react. A voice mocked her, saying that seeing a Saintess make such a despairing face was a rare treat. Horrified, Dolos frantically moved to catch him. She cried out for the Hellhound. Slow footsteps approached as Dantalion appeared. The very demon she thought was purified was now smirking, holding a tiny doll in his hand. He mockingly remarked that cutting off others was highly impolite. Furious, Dolos demanded to know how a devil could play saint while committing such vile sins. The archdemon simply shrugged, answering that he did it because he was a devil. He then sneered, asking if she truly intended to stand against him. Spreading her arms wide to shield the bleeding Vikir behind her back, she weakly but resolutely declared that she would block his path. Dantalion scoffed in sheer amusement, questioning how a pathetic apprentice saintess and a dying swordsman could ever hope to challenge his might. He grabbed her chin, mockingly laughing at her desperate attempt to play the hero. This was the first time Dolos had faced such raw terror. Tears welled up in her eyes, spilling over. The demon sneered, pointing out that despite her brave words, absolute terror was written all over her face. Licking his lips in a vulgar display, he mocked her expression, saying she couldn't deceive anyone. The saintess was plunged into total paralyzing despair. Saliva dripped from his mouth as his greed intensified, declaring her beautiful face would soon belong to him. Suddenly, a fist smashed violently upward into his jaw. The blow sent Dantalion reeling in shock. What a calm voice echoed from right beside him. Veer stood tall, stating that during their chase he realized something. Dolo's turned in sheer amazement. The swordsman she thought was dead now stood firmly before the demon, delivering a harsh, undeniable truth to his face. He called the demon a coward who readily sacrificed subordinates and feared direct combat, knowing the beast would never show unless he was critically wounded. Veer casually revealed that he had merely faked his injuries. The gaping wound pierced by Dantalion's light beam was already fully closed. Such physical damage meant absolutely nothing to his body. Glaring sharply at the archdemon, he asked how his acting performance was. Dantalion's eyes rolled back, blood vessels bulging in fury as his pupils shifted, glowing with a bizarre, ominous emerald light. Gritting his teeth, the demon let out a horrifying laugh, veins popping across his face in pure rage. He snarled, commanding the brat to call him Dantalion. Dolo stood there, frozen still, unable to process the insane turn of events, her face a mix of pure shock and intense worry. It is hard to believe. How could he survive being stabbed right through the brain? A heavy silence fills the cold air. Vikir quietly observes him, assessing the threat. He thinks, is this Dantalion? That high-grade demon title definitely is not for show. His eye sockets are pitch black with glowing green pupils, even with Vikir's blade still impaling his head. He smiles with absolute satisfaction. So you killed Andromalius. Suddenly, a dark crack splits open the back of his head, widening to reveal a woman's face underneath. Now I cannot use this priest's face anymore, the demon sighs. Vikir's eyes widen in shock. The demon sheds his old outer skin, gross, fleshy threads still holding them together. What did I do wrong, he asks. When I collect these faces, I also gain their memories and lives. Then, glaring with pure arrogance, he mockingly reveals his power. The person you just slaughtered was merely Kitty Lun Indun Hentia. That is just one of the countless faces Dantalion owns. Unless you destroy every single one, you will never defeat me. Vikir's eyes flash with a crimson light. He raises Beelzebub high and coldly asks, then I just have to slaughter them, all right. He stabs through his stomach, drawing blood. Dolores gasps in absolute terror. Suddenly, a weak, desperate voice cries out, help me, please, save me. The possessed girl temporarily regains control, weeping in utter despair. I do not want to die. Why me? She coughs up blood as it stains her face. Please spare my life, she begs. Vikir coldly pulls out his blade. Losing all support, she collapses to the floor. Dolores watches in horror when a bizarre sound echoes from the corpse. The grotesque horror repeats. A man tears through her body and rises, looking completely twisted and terrifying. The man looks around, utterly confused. Where am I? He asks, rubbing his head to recall his last moments. I was heading home with meat pies for my daughter. Before he can finish, Vikir ruthlessly decapitates him. How arrogant. Vikir's glasses reflect the reflection of a weeping child, wiping away tears, crying uncontrollably. The child complains, crying about how mean Vikir is. His blade pauses as the child weakly questions his cruelty. Why are you bullying me? Vikir coldly exposes the act, telling him to cut it out. The child freezes. With deep hatred, Vikir says, thanks to your demon friends, I am completely immune to these pathetic tricks. He recalls past enemies begging for mercy. Realizing his act failed, Dantalion flashes a twisted smile, revealing his true nature. Is that so? The demon sneers, snapping his fingers. How about this? Vikir flinches as living cells latch onto his wrist. The strange flesh even has a blinking eye. Dantalion happily grins, declaring it a special gift for him. In a flash of red light, Vikir decapitates him. The head flies off, still wearing that bizarre, creepy grin. The body rolls away, sliding across the dirt. He kneels down, but as Dantalion raises his head once more, a completely different face appears. A grotesque mouth inside his palm cackles mockingly at him. Vikir's pupils contract as vertigo hits him. He collapses to his knees in agony, while Dolores screams in panic. Nighthound, she cries, countless eyes and mouths sprout on the demon's skin. I planted a face inside you, Dantalion laughs. Now witness his raw memories and emotions. A dark vision consumes Vikir, showing a woman stabbed in the head. That face belonged to a paranoid schizophrenic. This is the madness left after he slaughtered his entire family. How does it feel? Dantalion mocks. Tell me, how does it feel having two conflicting sets of memories fighting in one body? Your own mind and his deadly obsession will merge, he explains. Vikir grits his teeth as half his face deforms. And soon, you will completely lose yourself. Bloodshot eyes stare back at him as terrifying demonic illusions fill his vision. Dantalion watches with absolute amusement. Vikir struggles to his feet as Dolores covers her mouth, her face turning pale with horror. Your arm, she stammers. I am fine, he calmly reassures her. Unbelievably, his severed arm begins to regenerate rapidly. The arm fully restores itself in seconds. Fighting a demon does not mean I am just some ordinary human. The demon stands stunned. Now I understand why Andromalius lost. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto Vikir's demonic weapon. That sword radiates demonic energy that is Beelzebub, matched with a master-class aura. Dantalion grins with pure excitement. Fighting this monster head-on is going to be difficult. Anticipating a strike, Vikir crosses his arms in defense, but the demon suddenly targets Dolores instead. She freezes, closing her eyes in terror. Just as the blow lands, Vikir intercepts the strike just in time. The demon smirks. I knew you would jump to protect the Saintess. What an easy weakness to exploit. Feeling like a burden, Dolores desperately begs Vikir to ignore her and fight. But Vikir keeps shielding her, flatly refusing. I cannot do that. I will not lose another ally. Hearing that he was a pillar hero, Dolores is stunned. She hesitates, biting her lip as an intense inner conflict rages. This battle is terrifyingly brutal, and the Night Hound is fighting all alone. Does he really intend to keep going by himself? She clasps her hands together to cheer herself up, telling herself to stay vigilant. Yet a deep sense of dread creeps in. The fear is overwhelming, making her tremble uncontrollably. Still, her concern for Vikir overcomes the terror, driving her to act. Determined to help the Night Hound, she closes her eyes to unleash her power. Suddenly, a bizarre object flies right in front of her. Stunned, she stares at the grotesque lump of flesh as its mouth twitches, whimpering sister, paralyzing her with sheer terror. Unable to move, Dantalion's sinister shadow looms right behind her. Her pupils contract in horror and her face turns completely pale. Cold sweat pours down as she stutters. Meanwhile, his right hand transforms into writhing tentacles and he makes a smug declaration. Too easy. The tentacles strike. Just having one face planted causes immense agony. As the beast quickly closes the distance, we wonder, what happens if 100 faces are forced onto one person? Vikir merely keeps his cool, firmly gripping his demonic sword Beelzebub. Ready to fight, he confidently speaks up. In that case, I will just carve them all to pieces. Instantly, sharp slashes rip forward. The blade strikes tear apart the incoming onslaught. Yet Dantalion remains unfazed, asking if Vikir can really slice through hundreds of faces. Vikir lets his actions do the talking, but suddenly his eyes widen in pure shock. Amidst the sea of grotesque faces, he spots a familiar face. Instantly, memories of the orphanage flash through his mind. A sweet little girl who once placed a flower crown on Vikir. Back then, they sat side by side, looking ahead. Her bright smile is something he can never forget. The faces overlap. Stunned, he whispers her name, Perry. But that split second of distraction is all the demon needs to strike. Hit by the tentacles, he faces an endless rushing swarm of attacks. Suddenly, a massive blast of raw power blows everything away. Vikir stands alone in a pitch-black void. With nothing else in sight, he narrows his eyes, sharpening his senses to the maximum. The path ahead looks like a grim sewer. Dozens of hollow-eyed children sit huddled together, lining the walls as rushing water flows past. He looks around in confusion, trying to make sense of this place. He remembers clearly that he was swallowed by Dantalion. Could this horrifying sewer be the inner world of Dantalion's ability? It is hard to believe, but a dark truth emerges. Have all these souls been devoured by the demon? Suddenly, his eyes widen as the rushing water begins to churn with horror. Countless eerie faces appear in the water. The silence shatters as the area vibrates violently, bringing back that familiar sickening disgust. It is impossible to count how many tragedies have occurred here. The absolute trauma of these lost souls is now flooding into him. A little boy hangs his head, whimpering in agony. It hurts, please stop. Vikir gently reaches out to comfort the child. Patting his head, Vikir feels his anger rising. His expression darkens as he remembers the last moments before he was sucked in. If every single victim is trapped in this place, then that young girl must be here too. Vikir looks around, his face grim. All around, the children keep crying out in despair, complaining of hunger and fear. The sheer hopelessness of the void is suffocating. They cry out that they want to die. Dolores stands frozen, listening to the agonizing wails that echo endlessly all around her. Demands to go away, cries of pain and absolute misery. She collapses to her knees, completely broken by the weight of these souls. These are the lingering grudges of the demon's victims. Suddenly, a figure steps up from behind, smugly asking her how she likes it. He boasts about his grand collection of souls. Standing in his true hideous form, Dantalion thoroughly enjoys showing off his sick trophies. He claims he is highly selective, refusing to consume anything less than beautiful. With a grotesque grin, he listens to their pain. To him, their agony is like beautiful music. His true identity is Dantalion, a terrifying S+-rank threat of unimaginable proportions. Discovered in the deepest abyss of the Gate of Doom, his size remains unknown. He is widely feared as the Ninth Corpse. As one of the 10 great disasters, he is humanity's natural enemy, an incomprehensible, indestructible monster. Yet Dolores refuses to back down. Without even looking at him, she demands to know how he could commit such a heinous crime against innocent orphanage children. The demon casually dismisses her, asking if anyone needs a reason to eat. Reaching into his robes, he claims he is innocent. Grinning wildly, he pulls out a stack of papers. It turns out he holds official church privileges to absolve his sins. He finds the human concept of buying salvation with gold absolutely brilliant. It is a system that thoroughly amuses his twisted mind. He calmly explains that using orphanages for food is no different from how humans raise livestock. It is just basic efficiency. If he is guilty of anything, it is simply learning too well from mankind. He whispers softly, attempting to shatter her mind. He whispers that she is no better than the rest of humanity. She only possesses holy power due to sheer undeserved luck. Deep down, she is weak, useless, and nothing but a burden to those around her. He wants to crush her spirit completely. He mocks her, saying that without her weakness, trapping the legendary assassin in this deep void would have been impossible. Thanks to her binding his feet, he was completely stuck. Yet his mind was filled with sick thoughts. Watching a silent saintess was pure ecstasy. For him, watching her suffer was thrilling. Deep within her mental world, the dark negativity of the deceased began devouring her very soul. Dalo stayed silent while Dantal gloated, eager to see her face get corrupted by the dark energy. But then she suddenly turned around. Turning back, Dolos calmly admitted, "Yes, you are absolutely right." Instantly, a swarm of distorted, agonizing faces began to emerge. These tormented souls materialized from the indulgences representing human sins, from sacrificing lives for personal gain to her own major shortcomings. They were all manifestations of human weakness. Cruel sins that piled up, dragging the world down into absolute pitch-black despair. Believing his trap had finally worked, Dantal drooled in sick excitement. Yes, humans were weak. But then her entire aura shifted. Tears streamed down Dalos's cheeks as radiant holy light wrapped around her. But even in total despair, she asserted, "Our unyielding faith to find a better path is the true strength of humanity." Terrified, the demon scrambled backward. He stuttered in disbelief. "Holy power, how aren't you corrupted yet?" Standing firmer than ever, Dalos finally saw her path clearly. She remembered how she had hesitated. Out of fear of her father, she had never dared to destroy the church's corrupt indulgences. And out of fear of demons, she had left the demon hound to fight all his brutal, lonely battles alone. Next, Vikir's solitary figure flashed in her mind. She realized her own uselessness, but his memories gave her something truly irreplaceable. As memories of them surfaced, Dolos recalled her deepest doubt. Why would the heavens choose someone as fragile as her to be the saintess? There were so many others with greater faith and power. Why was she given this sacred, revered title of saintess? But Vikir had given her the answer. Her capacity to feel pain and guilt for others was the exact reason she was chosen. True compassion only shines brightest in the darkest, most brutal moments of this world. Hearing his words, she was stunned. She vowed that she would never let him fight the forces of evil all by himself ever again. Her holy power flared, matching her resolve to finally take action. Instantly, a blinding wave of light erupted outward. Sensing imminent danger, Dantal panicked. He couldn't let her unleash that purifying energy, so he desperately tried to stop her. He tried to manipulate her, screaming that these people could still be saved, but holy purification would destroy their souls forever. However, Dalos remained resolute. She refused to let the demon's lies sway her heart or cloud her judgment anymore. Just then, a tiny hand reached out, gently touching her. A young boy with innocent eyes stood right before her. Behind him, the other children waved their goodbyes with bright smiles. Tears welled up as Dolos wept in deep sorrow. She quietly apologized for failing to save them as her brilliant holy energy completely engulfed the entire sanctuary. Meanwhile, in another area, a group of children sat huddled with bowed heads. Among them, a blonde girl sat completely lifeless. Her eyes were hollow. Leaning his back against her, Vikir whispered that he had finally found her. But purple veins covered her. Why did he struggle so hard just to see her one last time? He had pondered this question during his entire journey. Vikir's face began to crack, shedding tiny fragments as he spoke. He had one final confession for her. Visions of menacing eyes stared at him, and the heavy chains binding his back finally shattered. His life had been purely about vengeance. His sole purpose was hunting demons, and visiting the orphanage was just another mission. He had never planned for any future, but then he met her. Back then, they had sat under the warm sunlight enjoying a peaceful, quiet harmony. Bree's radiant smile had changed him, but as he recalled her warmth, Vikir's own body began to grow cold and lifeless. If his brutal path of vengeance had any meaning, it was to build a safer world where kids like her could smile. He thanked her for giving purpose to his life. Suddenly, the saintess's purifying light swept over them. He had apologized for failing to protect her. But suddenly, Bree spoke up, saying, "You really came back for me." Vikir was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He turned around to find her and all the other children completely purified. Their souls were restored. Wiping away her tears, she confessed how terrified she had been. Vikir stood frozen, overwhelmed by joy. Pulling Bree into a tight protective embrace, he gently whispered a solemn vow directly into her ear. Vikir whispered softly, "I promise I'll never forgive whoever made you cry." She smiled happily, nodding gently in response. The sacred light flooded the entire building, bursting through every window. Dantal shielded his face from the blinding illumination. He grimaced in disbelief. How could a simple saintess wield such power? Could she have actually awakened her true potential? She had cleansed this entire mental realm and freed every single soul. Together, Vir and Dolos stood and confronted the demon. While she maintained her radiant barrier, Vir stared at his glowing palms in shock. Clenching his fists, he felt it. A brilliant red aura wrapped around him. Her holy energy was supercharging his own powers, amplifying his strength beyond belief. 6 crimson spheres of energy manifested in the air. Reaching that legendary realm was finally possible as a new sphere began taking shape at the center. The blinding light grew even more intense, gradually solidifying into a physical form. Dantalian stared in utter shock. He watched Beelzebub in Vikir's hand, its brilliant light condensing into a tangible reality. Was this the fabled power of a true swordmaster fully enveloping his body? The overwhelming energy completely shrouded his body. As Vikir spoke, Dantalian gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with absolute hatred. You will die in agonizing pain. While Dolores unleashed her divine power, Vikir shielded her from the front. It was then that she finally felt it. In her state of absolute focus, she sensed the sorrow of countless sacrificed children and the burning rage against the demon who took their lives. The deep emotions of the Night Hound were being shared. Suddenly, a vision of the Saintess praying back-to-back with the sword-wielding knight appeared. Long ago, the Pope had declared that the Saintess could only truly awaken when she met someone with a perfectly matching soul. Amidst a blinding golden light, she whispered to herself, "All the holy power I possess growing stronger by the second is for the Night Hound." A colossal pillar of holy light shot straight into the heavens, initiating a deep, powerful resonance between their two souls. She transferred her divine energy to the soulmate she recognized temporarily, boosting his combat abilities to their absolute limit. Vikir's eyes burned with resolve. Not as the mysterious Night Hound, but as Vikir Van Baskerville himself. The combined strength of the two connected, unlocking the ultimate domain and awakening the youngest sword master in history. Dantalian was left, completely frozen and utterly speechless. A sword master suppressing his terror, the demon recalled that only a select few of humanity could ever reach that level. The only humans he ever needed to be wary of were the powerful patriarchs of the great prestigious families. Yet Vikir's entire body radiated a devastating pressure. How could a mere brat be qualified to reach the legendary swordmaster realm? He struggled to comprehend how the tables had turned, but before he could finish the thought, his head was severed and sent flying. Before Dantalian could even react, Vikir unleashed a flurry of slashes, slicing the demon's body into 100 pieces. As the severed parts rolled on the ground, Vikir stepped forward, stomping on his face. "The souls you stole have been purified. Now that you have no extra faces left, you have no way to struggle." Cold, heavy bloodlust dripped from every word. "You must be feeling pretty desperate, Dantalian." The demon panicked, scowling. "I never imagined my life would end here." A suffocating pressure filled the air, leaving him bitterly resentful. Just as he was preparing to open the gateway to the demon realm, he had believed the human world would easily fall. Yet this single human dared to stand in his way. "Even if it costs my life, this pest must be destroyed." Suddenly, Vikir noticed a strange change. Dantalian transformed, sprouting countless eyes and mouths across his flesh. "What made you think I was out of faces?" he sneered. His massive body bloated, expanding rapidly. "I still have one face left. I'll detonate myself, dragging you and this whole place down. And the children of this orphanage straight to hell with me." Dolores watched in horror, a spine-chilling wave of energy filling the room. "What should we do, Night Hound? If he explodes, this entire district will be obliterated." Vikir calmly reassured her. "Calm down." The Saintess was stunned by his absolute composure. Even in the face of death, he remained completely unfazed. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." He looked at her seriously. "Because I believe I can finally reach that realm. The realm I yearned for all my past life but never attained." He recalled his father's immense strength, the sword Hugo once swung. Dantalian screamed in pure rage, shouting, "My brothers, fulfill our mission and bring about the destruction of the human world." A crimson aura flashed across the dark as Vikir unleashed a massive full-powered strike. The blinding slash cut clean, straight through the orphanage, lighting up the night sky before a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire surrounding area. Bianca and Sinclair were jolted awake by the violent tremors. Tudor and Sancho felt it too, panicking. "What's happening? Is this an earthquake?" Despite the terrifying chaos, Dolores chose to trust him, closing her eyes and placing her fate entirely in Vikir's hands. Once the dust settled and silence returned, she opened her eyes in awe. Before her was an absolutely unforgettable sight. A giant slash had cleanly split the roof of the orphanage, revealing the starry night. Sinclair stared up, completely mesmerized. "What on earth is that?" The midnight incident at the Indulgentia orphanage immediately plunged the entire capital into utter panic. Another attack had targeted an orphanage under the Quovitis clan, leaving a massive deep slash carved into the ground. Just like before, the legendary Night Hound was blamed for the destruction, drawing massive crowds of curious onlookers to the scene. Gathered outside the gates, Bianca could hardly believe it. She never expected the Night Hound to strike in this place. Sinclair shuddered, still terrified. An attack right where we live is just too scary. Vikir calmly chimed in. So many wild things happened on our very last day. Tudor, however, was focused on a completely different matter. What a missed opportunity to catch him and prove ourselves as true heroes. Meanwhile, Sancho noticed something strange: the lack of any casualties. The atmosphere after that explosion felt strangely quiet. Pedro quickly turned and warned his companion, Sancho, watch your mouth. He watched. Dolores walked away, guessing that yesterday, Director Quilty of this orphanage had disappeared along with his guardian knights as well. Perhaps they became victims of the Night Hound's brutal attack. He gasped in surprise, finally understanding her current feelings. Senior Dolores must be so heartbroken right now. Pedro frowned and sighed. So Quilty is gone. Though I always found him suspicious, I never thought he was actually a devil. He expressed his thoughts. And the one who solved everything was none other than the Night Hound. Although I cannot forgive him for attacking our family's branch, cutting away those rotten parts of the family does bring me a bit of relief. Meanwhile, the crowd over there had already noticed their sudden arrival. He continued speaking. Of course, even if that is the truth, I am not sure everyone will believe it. Dolores had remained quiet, looking as if she was deeply contemplating something. Finally, she turned to walk away, fully resolved. Lord Pedro, please accept my apologies in advance for what is about to happen. He stood there completely dazed. What? She stepped in front of the crowd and announced loudly, everyone here, please lend me your ears for a moment. The crowd immediately erupted into excited whispers. It is Saintess Dolores. It seemed the Saintess had something she wanted to say about this incident. She took a deep breath to gather her resolve. The Night Hound returned too. That very night when Vikir handed her a book. This is the dark truth about House Quevedas that I hold. How you use it is entirely up to you. Now, holding it with absolute determination, Dolores did not hesitate to open the book and read it aloud. Sales of indulgences and pardons with no recorded dates. Pedro flinched from behind, pure shock written all over both of their faces. The sender, Quilty Indulgentia. The receiver, Cardinal Humbert Quavities. Sancho, Piggy, and Tudor stared in absolute shock, their mouths hanging wide open. Baron Bourgeois murdered his own parents to steal their inheritance, framing it as a tragic accident to seize their entire estate. He paid 1.5 billion gold coins to buy his forgiveness. Bianca and Sinclair stood frozen, completely stunned by what they heard. Baron Lagoizo assaulted and murdered a maid, hiding her body in the sewers, then donated 200 million gold to buy his forgiveness. He then murdered his partner to steal their investment, paying 800 million gold to be pardoned. The crowd immediately split in two. One side believed it, crying, selling pardons to such monsters, even forgiveness must have its limits. The other side remained highly skeptical. There is no way Cardinal Humbert and Patriarch Quilty would ever do such filthy things, someone argued. But the Saintess herself is the one saying it. Dolores paid no attention to their heated reactions and just continued reading the list. Count Iso evaded taxes of up to 100 billion gold, donating 300 million gold to be forgiven. Deep down, she made a silent vow. We can feel her determination as she swore to never let fear stop her, never make her late father feel ashamed. She solemnly declared, I, Dolores Rune Quevadas, believe that sins cannot be bought with money, and such acts are a direct insult to the gods. Her voice echoed, I swear that from now on, any such atrocious acts committed within House Quevadas will never be tolerated. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the orphanage, Vikir sat alone where he used to spend time with Pomeran, murmuring Saintess. As warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, he felt a touch of deep respect. Even after regression, her pure integrity remained unchanged. Look closely here, as he calculated, so of the 10 high demons, only 8 remain. Then, looking aside with a heavy heart, Vikir gently touched the empty spot beside him, promising himself, I swear. He then quietly departed, vowing to build a future where children like you can live with a smile. Beneath the tree stood a grave marked with Pomeran's name, adorned with a fresh flower wreath. Be at peace there, and smile freely. In the office of Professor Venamore, an intense questioning voice echoed from within. Why was my essay not published? Dolores slammed both hands on the desk, demanding I wrote only the absolute truth without any lies. Why did you choose to publish the essay criticizing the Night Hound instead of mine? The professor remained perfectly calm. Are you really asking because you don't know? Dolores, he then explained, your article is highly aggressive toward a very specific group. Our academy must always maintain political neutrality. He gently tapped the document sitting right on his desk. Its eye-catching title immediately grabbed attention. Was the attack by the Night Hound truly a mindless terrorist act? The dark shadows behind House Quevadas. She raised her voice to defend her work, insisting I only wrote the absolute truth. Professor Venamore sighed in sheer helplessness. Hasn't your father, Cardinal Humbert, already denied all of these claims. Even those whose names were on the indulgence list declared that none of it was true. Dolores tried to argue, but there is clearly a ledger that recorded all of those crimes. He quickly countered, yes, but that is a book from an entirely unverified source. Seeing his stubbornness, she found it hard to understand. Why are you standing so firmly with Quo Vadis like this? Is there some external pressure? He fell quiet, looking as if he was thinking, and finally decided to reveal the truth. Fine, there is no need to lie to you. They want the article to focus purely on acts of terrorism, the terror of the Night Hound. Even the Academy's principal is in a tough spot over it, which completely catches Dolores off guard. She wants to dig deeper. Does Cardinal Humbert really wield enough power to intimidate the Academy's own principal? Professor sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. He admits that if Humbert's influence were only that minor, he wouldn't even bother listening to him. Dolores is stunned. Her mind instantly races to the Quo Vadis family. The only individual who stands higher than Cardinal Humbert is the Pope himself. Looking closely, even if everyone else fell from grace, the Pope would surely maintain her pure nobility. But word is her age is catching up and her judgment has clouded. Did Cardinal Humbert exploit this weakness to blind and deafen her? The professor warns her seriously. No matter what, her article is simply not fit for the Academy's official newspaper. It makes it look like she is secretly supporting the Night Hound. He urges her to remember that the vigilante is considered a terrorist. Dolores bites her lip, completely disagreeing. To her, the Night Hound is not evil. The true villains are hiding within the Quo Vadis family along with the demons lurking in their shadows. But she keeps these thoughts to herself as Vikir's stoic face flashes across her mind. The Night Hound has been fighting this brutal war all alone, and he will undoubtedly keep marching into the dark. Realizing she cannot convince her advisor, Dolores takes her leave. Walking away, she finally understands why the Night Hound risks his life to hunt demons in complete silence. Behind her, the professor gives one last warning, not to pry any further. She politely agrees, but her eyes tell a completely different story. Her determination is unshakable. She is determined to find a way to help him. Meanwhile, Tutor groans, stretching his arms after a long day. He complains about how exhausting classes are, realizing that volunteer work actually suited him way better. Beside him, Piggy excitedly asks Vikir to join them next time. Tutor suddenly remembers something and claps a hand on Vikir's shoulder. He mentions they are all training for Naphtali later and asks him to come along, but Vikir declines immediately. Vikir claims he needs some alone time. Piggy immediately panics, offering to accompany him back to the dorms, but Tutor stops him. Tutor covers Piggy's mouth, agreeing that alone time is crucial. He promises they will keep Piggy busy. Vikir doesn't quite get their weird behavior, but nods anyway. Back in his quiet dorm room, he sits at his desk and opens his bag. He hasn't had a single moment of privacy since the battle to clear his thoughts. He quietly contemplates the incredible Swordmaster realm he temporarily touched thanks to Saintess Dolores' divine blessing. His power has settled back to the peak graduator stage, but experiencing the pinnacle of swordsmanship is an invaluable asset. Vikir reaches into his bag. The absolute greatest prize he obtained from this entire brutal conflict is an artifact taken from Dantalian's elite guardian knights. Specifically, these leather pouches he swiped from the demon's lackeys. Laying the 4 leather pieces side by side, they magically fuse together to form a single large mask. Based on his past memories, this relic is the picaresque mask. It manifests as a wolf head with glowing crimson eyes. The beastly nature is currently dormant. Vikir counts himself extremely lucky to have obtained such a powerful relic. He never expected to acquire an artifact on par with the magic sword Beelzebub. A terrifying image of a werewolf fills his mind, holding a massive axe amidst a mountain of corpses. Books from his past life describe this specific relic's dark nature. The more of one's own kind the wearer slaughters, the stronger they become, granting insane recovery and mana storage. He lifts the artifact to inspect it closer. He decides to put it on to test its active effects. He recalls warnings about severe side effects. The moment the mask fits over his face, his eyes widen in pure shock. He can feel his heavily depleted stamina and aura from the battle with Dantalian rapidly replenishing itself. Unlike simple physical healing, this mask completely wipes away all fatigue, restoring his vitality in seconds. But then his brow furrows. Something is incredibly wrong. The furniture around him suddenly looks monstrously huge. His field of vision is severely restricted and everything has faded into stark black and white. On his chair sits a tiny black puppy letting out a confused bark. Vikir's oversized clothes are completely swamping his tiny body. He has literally turned into a dog. Realizing this is the side effect, he panics and starts running in circles. If he can't change back, he is in deep trouble. The moment he wishes to remove the mask, it slips off. Simply wanting it off is enough to trigger the release. If he can turn into a dog at will, this is not a curse, but an incredibly useful skill. Fortunately, the Academy dorm rules don't actually forbid keeping pets. This cute disguise will allow him to move around undetected. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound catches his attention. The mysterious egg he recovered is finally starting to hatch, reminding him of how he first acquired it. Rolling down the drain. Madam Eightlegs' egg is cracking. Was its movement earlier a sign of hatching? Vikir can't help but recall the deadly struggle it took to defeat that monster. Madam Eightlegs, a high-ranking magical beast that almost killed him countless times in battle. Even the ancient demons who once ruled hell feared her, creating a deep sanctuary in the abyss just for her to reside. Could the descendant of that legendary nightmare be awakening right now? Two hairy legs slowly poke through the eggshell. Without keeping Vikir waiting any longer, the rest of the bay shell instantly shatters into pieces. A tiny baby spider smaller than his palm appears with sparkling eyes and a soft bark. It looks at him with pleading eyes. Is this cute little fluffball really Madam's offspring? Suddenly, Vikir notices something bizarre. Did it just bark? It's desperately trying to communicate. A dog bark. Could it have learned that when he left it in the wolf den back in the swamp? The baby spider whines cutely, eyes watery, prompting Vikir to ask, "Are you hungry?" The little thing quickly nods. Vikir breaks a piece of meat on the table, but it just spins around, ignoring it. He watches for a moment. He assumed it would eat meat like its mother, but apparently newborns have a different diet. The baby spider crawls obediently onto his hand. Still, raising a swamp-class beast is a great opportunity. Time to find food. Only Vikir's footsteps echo through the vast hallway. But as he's about to turn, we hear an arrogant voice. "Don't tarnish the Academy's reputation, you filthy commoner." Peeking around the corner, we see three bullies surrounding Piggy. One bully is grabbing Piggy's arm. Vikir recognizes him immediately. But who is this smug, purple-haired guy next to them? None other than Grenouille Leviathan from the Magic Weapons Department. He's a descendant of the Dark Leviathan family, one of the Empire's 7 great houses. He is the first-year runner-up of his class and a highly arrogant vice president. Vikir recalls Piggy sharing this info before. Right now, Piggy tries to slip past them, rubbing his neck nervously. He stammers with a forced smile, "Sorry, can I leave? I was just passing through. My friends are waiting outside." A lackey blocks him, sneering. "You think you can just walk away, commoner?" But Grenouille's words are even harsher. Piggy bites his lip, looking down in silence. An eyesore who hasn't even reached novice swordsman rank. "Every time I see you, it makes my skin crawl. Do you know how humiliating it is for someone like me?" Grenouille sneers, looking at him like trash, "a noble heir from the 7 houses to attend class with a peasant like you. You don't belong here. And I bet your low-life friends are just as pathetic as you." This crosses the line. Frowning in pure anger, Piggy snaps. He lunges forward and grabs Grenouille's collar, shocking the arrogant noble. He never expected this weakling to fight back. Piggy grits his teeth, warning, "Insult me all you want, but leave my friends out of this." Veins pop on Grenouille's face in sheer rage. "And what are you going to do about it?" He shoves Piggy back hard, commanding his goon to crush him. The lackey raises a fist, ready to strike. Piggy squeezes his eyes shut, braced for the blow. But after a tense silence, nothing happens. Confused, he slowly peeks. Tudor has appeared out of nowhere, easily blocking the punch. The goon struggles with all his might but can't break free. "You okay?" Piggy Tudor asks. Suddenly, a massive hand grabs the lackey's head. Cold sweat pours down his face. Sancho's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he tightens his grip. "Want to test your strength? Wrong opponent." The goon screams in agony. Piggy stands frozen, completely stunned by this turn of events. Tudor, Sancho, and then Vikir steps up behind Piggy to help him up. Piggy gasps, "Vikir too, when did you guys outmatch the bully's retreat?" Grenouille spits Tudor's full name with pure hatred. Now the squad of 4 is fully assembled. Tudor grumbles, "We got tired of waiting for you. Didn't expect this." He turns to Grenouille, glaring coldly. "You dare touch my friend," he firmly declares. "This isn't going to end easily." The air instantly grows thick with tension. Piggy watches anxiously. Sancho cracks his knuckles, ready to brawl, while Vikir silently observes the unfolding drama. The standoff intensifies. Grenouille sneers with utter contempt. Birds of a feather flock together. Hanging out with peasants speaks volumes. Suppressing his fury, Tudor snaps back. "Grenouille, did you forget that this academy doesn't tolerate discrimination?" Grenouille just scoffs indifferently, provoking them. "So what are you going to do about it, huh? You were at the scene of the Night Hound attack and did absolutely nothing. Pathetic." Tudor stammers, "I was asleep." Suddenly, the two goons pull out gas masks. Grenouille releases a strange, eerie mist. "Losers always make excuses. If I had been there, I would have caught that Night Hound myself." Suddenly, the thick fog rolls in. Tudor raises his arm defensively. "They're actually planning to fight right inside the academy." Immediately, Vikir acts. It turns out this mist is a deadly paralytic poison, but suddenly the baby spider baby Madam, who had been quiet all this time, starts stirring with sparkling, hungry eyes. It seems to have spotted a delicious treat. Vikir looks on, utterly puzzled. Meanwhile, the arrogant Grenouille boasts, "This is nothing to me. I only wanted to show you the massive gap in our abilities. Taste the despair of your own weakness. He looks down at them like they are complete idiots. Everyone quickly covers their noses, desperately trying not to breathe in the toxic air. Tutor grits his teeth, feeling totally helpless. But then baby Madam opens its mouth wide and takes a massive greedy gulp. The deadly poison mist is sucked straight into its belly. Vikir watches the bizarre scene with suspicion. Is this little spider actually feeding on poison? He realizes that venom might just be its favorite snack, so he quickly grabs the little creature, hiding it in his hand before anyone else notices. Baby Madam squeaks in annoyance, clearly upset that its delicious meal was suddenly interrupted. Over on the side, Tutor is left utterly bewildered. The air is suddenly perfectly clean again, leaving everyone confused. What on earth just happened here? Oh, I am so scared. At least you still have some decency left, Tutor mocks. But Grinui himself is completely stunned. Cold sweat starts dripping down his face. He stands frozen, unable to believe what just occurred. He could have sworn that his entire poisonous cloud was forcefully sucked away from everyone. Vikir calmly turns away, putting on his best innocent face. Meanwhile, tucked under his collar, baby Madam is still happily licking up the last traces of poison. Finding nothing unusual, Grinui shrugs it off as a mere hallucination. Crossing his arms, he acts all smug and plays along with Tutor's words to save face. I have generously granted you commoners mercy. Besides, it is simply a waste to use my elite poison on brainless muscleheads like you guys. Hearing the insult, Tutor steps forward furious. You've been looking down on us this entire time. Clenching his fist, his expression turns dead serious. He issues a direct challenge for a duel. To settle the score, Tutor proposes a wager based on their upcoming Colosseo midterms, which includes a group evaluation. The team with the lower score has to run completely naked around the entire campus. What do you say? Grinui's interest is instantly piqued. A brilliant idea, he sneers. Turning around with a confident wave, he walks off. Challenge accepted. Let's see you turn yourselves into the ultimate laughingstocks. Piggy apologizes, feeling incredibly guilty for causing this mess. But Tutor pats his back. Are you kidding? You did great. I cannot wait to smash his smug nose. Piggy, with tears welling in his eyes, asks, but I am just a low-level swordsman. Will I actually be of any use in a team match? Tutor places a reassuring hand on Piggy's shoulder. Don't sweat it, Piggy. You are brilliant and your sharp observation skills are exactly what we need. Piggy is deeply touched. As the group starts walking, Tutor begins laying out their strategy. The midterm group exam requires a team of 4. Sancho and I will take the front lines. Piggy, you will be at the center directing us, and Bianca will cover the rear as our sniper. With this perfect setup, getting a top score is guaranteed, Tutor declares confidently. There is no way we lose to a clown like Grenouille. Piggy nods eagerly in agreement. But right at that hyped-up moment, Vikir casually drops some absolute bombshell news on them. Oh, actually, I already promised to team up with someone else, so count me out. Tutor freezes, wondering if his ears are playing tricks on him. What did you just say? Vikir calmly repeats himself. Piggy desperately tries to change his mind. Can't you make an exception and switch teams? But Vikir remains completely unmoved. A promise is a promise. The trio is left utterly speechless, screaming out in absolute despair. Vikir, please be reasonable for once. He just stays silent with a clueless look. Cut to the Colosseo Academy Arena, a massive stadium, holding tens of thousands of spectators. Students arrive early, filling the air with a roaring electric buzz of excitement as they cheer on the participants. President Dolores, you are amazing as always. Good luck. The pride of Colosseo is stepping up, her body enveloped in a powerful defensive barrier. The Colosseo Academy midterm exams are held as a massive public event. This grand test consists of 3 main categories for the students. First is the group defense exam, where teams must work together to withstand endless monster attacks to evaluate their collective defensive capabilities. Next up, students go solo against terrifying beasts in the individual combat exam to test their offensive might. And finally, the dreaded written exam, where students rack their brains for answers. Today's defense test uses illusion magic to generate a mock dungeon. Dolores stands firm amidst a swarm of beasts. The examinees must battle simulated monsters made of golem clay combined with highly realistic illusion magic. Out of nowhere, swarms of conjured insects begin manifesting in droves. Standing at the center, Dolores focuses her magical shield to protect the students. Even inside the barrier, the students still absorb a portion of the impact, with their performance data instantly displayed on a distant scoreboard. Forming teams of 4, the students must defend against waves of incoming monsters, scoring points based on their overall contribution and survival time. As the battle intensifies, all kinds of magic are unleashed in a chaotic display. Each student's HP is set to decrease upon taking hits. And the moment a team's HP hits 0, their exam is instantly cut short. Each grueling wave lasts 20 minutes with 3 waves total. Surviving the full 60 minutes earns them a perfect score. Up in the stands, the excited crowd continues to cheer at the top of their lungs. The record for this semester is currently held by the elite third years. President Dolores' team has managed to hold out for an amazing 58 minutes. With just 2 minutes remaining to complete the challenge, they are about to set a legendary new record for the third-year class. After that intense wave, Dolores and her teammates have drained almost all of their stamina, left utterly exhausted and gasping heavily for breath. Piggy meticulously takes down notes, analyzing that because the top fourth years have already graduated, this is the highest standard they face. Since they were taking the exam, the top score in this midterm would surely go to Dolores' team. Tutor then remarked, usually, third-year students typically complete 3 waves while second years complete 2 waves. So for first-year students just surviving 20 minutes of wave 1 puts us in the top ranks. Tutor spoke up, but that will not satisfy us. Their attitude was completely free of worry. To crush Grenouille's pride, they needed to make it to the middle of wave 2. Just then, a girl walked over and confidently declared, "Hemph with me around, that will be no problem." Bianca flipped her hair and confidently advised, "You guys just block the monsters so they do not get close. Leave the hunting to me." Seeing her, Tutor's expression instantly shifted. He coldly reminded her, "Bianca, teamwork is not a game of a princess and her 3 servants, you know. We are wagering our honor here, so take things seriously." Tutor Don Quixote La Mancha, the first-year co-leader of the Truth, Cold Weapons Department, she smirked, saying, "No one wants to see your bare body, so you had better get serious because you look pretty pathetic, so worry about yourself." Tutor CO leader of the first-year Cold Weapons Department scowled. Sancho stepped in to stop them, saying, "Save your fighting for the battlefield." Sancho Barataria, who ranked 6th in the practical exam side. The two turned away. Piggy, watching them now, felt quite worried. Tutor and Bianca truly detested each other. Piggy, who ranked 3rd in the general written exam, looked up and sighed. "Why did you have to join a different team?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Vikir remarked, "I do not like standing out in the eyes of others." He indifferently told his team, "Somehow I stood out, which is quite awkward now. Just feel free to go wild so I do not have to step in." Vikir, the top student in the general written exam. The 3 Hound brothers respectfully replied in unison, "We will protect you well so you do not have to act." First was Highbrow Baskerville, ranked 3rd in the Cold Weapons practical exam. Next came Middlebrow Baskerville, who ranked 4th in the practical exam. Finally, Lowbrow Baskerville, who took 5th place in the practical exam. In that moment, their minds were filled with determination. They had to perform the master's very first mission perfectly. Meanwhile, Vikir's 3 friends watched in absolute disbelief, and one stepped forward with disdain. Humph! Tutor abandoned his commoner friends to recruit Bianca of the Usher family just to win. It is understandable. He gave a smug grin, adding, "But that does not mean they will defeat us." Grenouille de Leviathan, the co-leader of the first-year Hot Weapons Department, then glanced back. His side had also recruited an ace. Sinclair complained, "Grenouille, please drop that creepy smile of yours, will you?" He quickly corrected her, then put on his smug face as if offering charity. "Be grateful I accepted a commoner like you." She had to reluctantly accept it. "But for the sake of our grades, let's work hard together." Then she tilted her head, trying to recall. He angrily shouted back his name. Meanwhile, she looked around the area searching. "I wonder which team Vikir joined." Her 2 teammates looked at her with concern while Grenouille confidently declared, "Either way, the top spot for first-year students is ours." Up in the stands, the crowd cheered wildly, the atmosphere of the arena growing incredibly tense. Vikir fell into deep thought, recalling that he had never seen this exam before. Fighting well should be enough. But seeing him so quiet, Lowbrow stepped forward to explain how the exam works. "Master, do you not have information about the exam? Once we enter a virtual magic circle, will activate, transforming the surroundings into a dungeon. When the monsters swarm, the exam officially begins." Down below, another student team was struggling to survive the toxic gas from giant ants. Their simple task was holding out until their given health fell to 0. However, they had to be careful as the monster's poison was real, only diluted. Even if they avoided physical strikes, their health would steadily drain. Hearing this, Vikir asked if real poison was used, and Lowbrow replied that if an accident occurred, instructors would deploy mana barriers to intervene. Vikir asked how he knew this so well. Had he trained beforehand? Middlebrow added, "When you left the family master, I practiced a few times indoors." Vikir trusted them. "Then I will leave it to you. Fight freely and do not make me step in." They placed hands on their chests, promising, "We will guard you like an iron wall. We must complete this first mission perfectly." Suddenly, Tutor's group walked over to them. "There you are," Tutor said, scratching his head with concern. "Is everyone ready?" Tutor then leaned in, whispering worriedly, "I never expected you to team up with the Baskerville triplets." "Are you okay?" Vikir calmly explained. "It is not forced. We actually planned this weeks ago." Tutor still looked highly suspicious, asking, "For real?" Vikir confirmed it, explaining they needed his knowledge on monsters. Still, Tutor wanted to make absolutely sure, asking once more. "You are not being bullied, right?" Vikir replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, an announcement caught Piggy's attention. The arena battle finally grinds to a halt. Everyone is battered and bruised with monster corpses scattered everywhere. First year Group 68's test is officially over. Now first year Group 69 takes the stage. As these fresh recruits step onto the blood-stained sand, Grenu lets out a smug smirk. "It is our turn." Brimming with absolute confidence, they march forward, ready to cause some serious chaos. But suddenly, a massive wave of ferocious giant ants charges directly at them. The ground trembles violently beneath their heavy steps, kicking up clouds of dust. In an instant, the swarm is right on top of them. Grenu panics and screams, "Sinclair, are you still not ready?" But Sinclair is already chanting. "It is done, Kororuk." Her eyes glow with fierce determination, completely shedding her usual ditzy, clumsy self. Her spell blasts directly into the monster's belly, unleashing a shockwave that completely tears up the surrounding ground. Up in the stands, the spectators erupt in wild cheers. But Vikir silently watches Sinclair, completely lost in thought. She really is the top student of their class. Down below, she relentlessly maintains her spell, while Vikir analyzes her raw talent. With this power, she should have become a legendary mage. So why did she vanish without a trace during the Age of Destruction? Suddenly, a loud announcement echoes. First year Group 69's test is officially over. Sinclair collapses onto the dirt, completely exhausted, wiping away her sweat with a weary sigh. Man, that was brutal. The rest of her team looks just as drained. Their final record stands at 19 minutes and 55 seconds, the top of the class. Tutor clenches his fists, absolutely seething. Grenu has really taken the lead. Just then, Tutor spots Grenu, smirking arrogantly, mouthing a direct threat. "Get ready to run naked." That childish provocation completely triggers Tutor's group, their eyes burning with pure rage. Tutor grinds his teeth, growling out Grenu's name. Next up, Group 108 steps forward, Vikir and the three Hound brothers. The crowd goes wild as Tutor shouts, "Vikir, win this." Piggy chimes in too, cheering him on. But Vikir remains completely unbothered. Behind him, the Hound brothers are roaring with burning determination to seize that #1 spot for their young master. They take their stance as a horde of monsters materialize out of thin air. Up in the spectator stands, Bianca looks on in absolute disbelief. Wait, what is Vikir actually using a bow? Down below, he draws an arrow, preparing to fight. Tutor explains that Vikir surprisingly chose the bow as his primary cold weapon. Bianca is intrigued, whispering, "Let's see what you can actually do." Vikir draws his bowstring taut, and in the blink of an eye, a relentless volley of arrows rains down. Piggy gasps in awe. Incredible speed. Bianca's eyes widen, her pupils shrinking in absolute shock. What on earth is that rapid-fire speed? But as she analyzes further, she realizes it is just fast, the impact is weak, and accuracy is completely off. Yet as she watches him reload instantly, a sudden chilling sense of unease washes over her. Meanwhile, Vikir calmly remembers his past. Back then, his arrows were shrouded in a devastating blood-red aura, radiating pure, suffocating danger. A single shot would blow a monster's head apart in a blinding explosion of light. But snapping back to reality, Vikir sighs. If he didn't have to hide his true strength, things would be very different. Holding back like this is extremely frustrating. Suddenly, Ian's fierce warning flashes in his mind. "If you dare lose to anyone with that bow, I will personally end you." Feeling a bit guilty, Vikir silently apologizes for breaking his promise. He chuckles softly, glancing down at his collar. It's time for baby madam to shine. Getting the signal, the tiny spider crawls out and immediately darts toward the fallen monster carcasses, its tiny eyes sparkling with absolute excitement. Vikir lets the little creature feast greedily. Since these giant ants are highly toxic, this place is basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for baby madam. And indeed, the little spider starts stuffing its face, enjoying the endless feast. Eventually, the familiar chime echoes throughout the massive arena. Down on the field, the three Hound brothers fall to their knees in sheer disappointment at their final score. Group 108 finishes at 19 minutes and 50 seconds, landing them in second place. Grenu bursts into a mocking laugh, clutching his stomach in sheer delight. "A bunch of commoners could never beat me, know your place." His two lackeys immediately mimic his ridiculous laughing pose, leaving Sinclair staring at them in absolute secondhand embarrassment. Seriously, they sound like total third-rate cartoon villains. Meanwhile, the Hound brothers are so overwhelmed by guilt that they literally press blades to their own throats, crying that they deserve death. Vikir steps in, utterly exhausted by their dramatic antics. Second place is already incredibly high. Next, Group 109 steps onto the arena. Sancho mutters in disbelief, "Vikir actually landed in second place." Piggy cheerfully replies that it's still an amazing achievement. But Tutor marches forward, determined to power crush Granu's record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. He confidently boasts that they will obliterate the test in one clean sweep. As Group 109 lines up a swarm of massive ants charges bearing razor-sharp fangs, Tudor immediately spearheads, the attack driving his spear deep into the lead beast. From behind, Bianca draws her bow, aiming right at its weak spots. The rest of the team coordinates flawlessly to push back the swarm. Up in the stands, Vikir carefully observes their battle, analyzing how Tudor and Sancho hold the dangerous front line, while Bianca rains down powerful supportive arrows from the rear. What a solid team. Vikir. He was just as crucial while Piggy took the command center to observe and direct. Vikir evaluated objectively, noting that they had prepared intensely. Their coordination was so tight they might actually take first place in the exam. Suddenly, Vikir sensed something off. He reached up to touch his neck, but wait, why did it feel so empty? The bare skin made his face turn pale. His eyes narrowed in panic, quickly scanning a corner of the arena. There on a giant ant corpse was a tiny suspicious dot. The baby spider was eagerly absorbing the toxic mist. Stuffed to the brim, its little cheeks puffed out in satisfaction. Vikir flinched. Why on earth was the baby spider out there? It opened its mouth wide, feasting on the toxic fumes of the dead ants. Vikir frowned in pure anxiety. His pet spider, which he had safely tucked away earlier, just couldn't resist the smell of poison and had slipped out on its own. He noticed its shell and bulkier body had already molted. Could it really have matured in such a short time? Its growth rate was truly worthy of Madame Eightlegs' offspring. Although highly anxious, he kept a close watch from his spot. With the exam in full swing, he couldn't just go out and grab the spider. He could only observe and hope. He prayed the test would end without any incident. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, hands gripped a heavy spear, thrusting violently. Tudor focused entirely on crushing the monsters, blowing them to tiny pieces. Resting his weapon on his shoulder, he smirked confidently under the bright spotlight. Bianca shook her head in disapproval. What a waste of energy. Was it really necessary to smash those ants into absolute dust? Hearing that, Tudor gritted his teeth, deeply annoyed, and yelled back in defiance, "Oh yeah, let's see you do any better." Bianca proudly drew her bow. "That's easy, just watch me." Instantly, her arrow flew straight and true, piercing clean through a giant ant's forehead. The beast shrieked in pain. Tudor couldn't help but praise her. "Not bad, but I won't lose to you." Bianca smirked. "Try to keep up then." A sharp lightning-fast slash cleanly parted another monster in two. Sancho shook his head at their childish bickering. Were those two actually close or what? Meanwhile, Piggy chimed in seriously. "Guys, our formation is breaking. Pull it back together," Piggy commanded calmly. "Bianca, don't worry about killing them right now. Just aim for their front joints to slow them down. Tudor, wait for their lines to break before launching your finishing blows. Sancho, instead of blocking them head-on, lure them deeper inside." Without a single second of hesitation, Sancho moved. "Piggy, your battlefield vision is way better than I thought." Tudor laughed out loud, deeply impressed by him. After all, Piggy was a real warrior too. Being appreciated made Piggy beam with pride. All his hard work paid off. With everyone cooperating perfectly, they fought the monsters with sheer excitement. With a squad like this, breaking the record was guaranteed. Shortly after, only the mangled remains of the giant ants littered the arena floor as the team caught their breath, panting. Group 109's exam was over time, 19 minutes 55 seconds, tied for first among the freshmen. Grenouille gritted his teeth, furious. "Those useless idiots matched our record," he spat. Meanwhile, Bianca slumped down in sheer exhaustion and disappointment. Piggy fell to his knees, looking completely drained. "So close, just 1 second faster and we would have had it," Tudor sighed. "At least they wouldn't have to run naked." Bianca touched her protective gear, noting her health points barrier was depleted. If this had been a real battle, she would have died. Sancho set a new goal for himself right then. One day he would survive for a whole hour, just like President Dolores. Tudor nudged him with a grin. "Let's head out." Dolores, who had watched the entire fight, smiled in satisfaction. The club's underclassmen were proving to be incredibly talented. She couldn't wait to see how they would grow. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice blared again, announcing Phase 2. Phase 1 was officially complete. Freshman monsters were cleared. Phase 2 was now active, featuring second-year difficulty beasts. Bianca gasped in shock as a new wave of giant ants materialized out of thin air. Vikir frowned in deep concern. Grenouille's squad was equally stunned by this sudden twist. Down in the arena, Tudor's group tensed up in sheer panic. "Why are there more ants? Didn't our exam just finish?" Tudor yelled out a frantic warning to the team. "Damn it, be careful everyone. From here on, any physical damage we take is going to cause real actual pain." They raised their weapons, bracing themselves. They had to survive until the academy staff stepped in. Inside the control room, the quiet outer corridors contrasted sharply with the utter chaos inside. Staff members pointed frantically at the main monitor. "The kids' health points are completely depleted, but the exam isn't stopping," they cried, realizing the danger to the freshmen. Who authorized Phase 2 anyway? Another analyst scrambled to check the system logs, trying to explain the massive error. An unregistered massive life signature inside the arena threw off the system, causing a fatal glitch. The professor frowned in confusion. There shouldn't be any signs of life here, yet the control panel clearly displays a massive active entity. It is fully alive and ready for battle. Suddenly, Dullos bursts into the room, shouting that the exam has gone terribly wrong. She begs them to rescue the students immediately. The professors freeze awkwardly, glancing at each other to avoid any blame. They claim they only manage tactical simulations. Monitoring actual life signs, they argue, is simply not their job. Completely ignoring her panic, they whisper amongst themselves about whether resetting the golem forest would be faster. However, golem automation was implemented this year. The complex magic arrays are now directly linked to the core mana stones. Shutting it down requires official clearance from high-ranking officials. Dullos gets impatient and demands they drop the barrier instead. But dropping the barrier requires special physical keys. Dullos turns pale as she listens to their useless excuses. One professor offers his key but explains that a single key cannot deactivate the security wall on its own. They realize Professor Sadi holds Kibi, but he reportedly went to the restroom and completely vanished. Dullos bites her lip in frustration as they keep complaining about him abandoning his post during a crisis. Meanwhile, near the arena, Vio sits silently. He frowns, wondering if the magic system itself has malfunctioned. No life signs were detected earlier, meaning the young creature likely consumed venom, matured rapidly, and triggered the sensors. He observes the barrier. Due to the system glitch, deadly poison fog has begun rising inside, trapping everyone. If they are not rescued soon, they will die. Suddenly, Vio's eyes widen as he spots a ventilation shaft nearby. It is a narrow air vent. Although tight, it might let him slip inside. Just then, Skull notices something. She watches the noisy crowd with curiosity, wondering if some newcomer has actually managed to shatter their team's record. Suddenly, a four-legged creature dashes right past her like the wind, giving her a massive fright as she shrieks out loud. She falls flat on her back while others watch in confusion. Rubbing her head, she groans and stares at the creature. She wonders why a weird dog is suddenly biting her outfit and pulling her. Meanwhile, a powerful sword strike hits the mana stone. The professors are utterly shocked as Dullos repeatedly slashes the stone. They panic and scream, asking what the student council president is doing. They grab her arms to hold her back, shouting that the mana stone is an incredibly rare, priceless ancient artifact. She snaps back, yelling that she does not care about the cost when saving the trapped students is the top priority. They warn her that destroying it means expulsion and facing a massive lawsuit from Quadis. Dullos grits her teeth in determination. She prays they can hold on just a bit longer, promising to save them. Meanwhile, back in the dangerous arena, Pig gets clamped by a giant ant, his eyes rolling back in defeat. The beast violently tosses him across the dirt. Bianca and Tudor scream his name, desperately trying to shake him awake, but he remains completely unconscious on the ground. A massive shadow looms over the three. Tudor curses, feeling a deep regret that his dream of becoming a hero is ending. He refuses to accept this meaningless death. Standing right before them, the colossal monster prepares for its final lethal strike. The giant ant spews out toxic fumes and lunges forward. Bianca trembles in absolute terror, tears welling up in her eyes. She cannot believe her journey ends like this. Suddenly, through the thick swirling poison fog behind her, a shadow appears. Glowing red eyes pierce the gloom. As she closes her eyes to accept her fate, a heavy fist slams down. It shatters the monster's hard shell. Vio leaps forward, launching a punch that sends the beast flying, echoing in her ears. The sheer force of the blow blows her hair back. She squints through her blurred vision, heavily affected by the fumes. She wonders why he is here. Standing tall before her, Vio looks incredibly reliable as a brilliant aura wraps his fists. A crimson light erupts around him. He makes a firm promise that he will not let anyone hurt them. Meanwhile, two professors hold Dullos back, pleading with her to calm down and leave the matter to others. She struggles against them, screaming to let her go so she can rescue the students. But as they argue, another professor spots something shocking on his screen. He yells at them to stop and look at the monitor. They turn to look as he reveals that a brand new life signature has suddenly appeared inside the sealed arena. Dumbfounded, they realize one of the killer ants was just defeated. Someone must have successfully broken into the arena. They wonder how anyone could bypass the powerful magic barrier. Right now, everyone is asking the exact same question. The map shows red and blue dots clashing. Inside the arena, PG and Bianca lie completely unconscious on the ground. The toxic fumes have completely overwhelmed them. Sancho and Tudor are down too. Now only one warrior remains standing. Vio clenches his fists, stepping forward to protect his fallen comrades. With a sharp gaze, he prepares to fight. Stepping to the side, he speaks, "Just a warning. It reminds me of our family motto, the fate of a beast that cannot be tamed is only death." Hiding behind the giant ant's corpse, baby Madam shudders in absolute terror, cold sweat dripping down. Cold sweat pours, but he shrugs it off and delivers a quick command. Find lessons later. Hey, little troublemaker, absorb all the venom around. To keep these kids safe. Driven by an absolute survival instinct, the tiny beast immediately obeys, opening its wide mouth to suck it all in. The toxic gas immediately sweeps in that direction. Suddenly, a giant ant looms above, making Vikir groan in irritation. You shameless pest. The monster prepares to strike, but before it can even make a move, Vikir decapitates it with a brutal kick. Meanwhile, in the magic control room, the monitoring professors suddenly gasp, detecting an unbelievably massive life force reaction. Vikir instantly notices the anomaly. He gets worried. Oh no, can they actually sense life force energy in here? He gets into a ready stance. If they realize he is actually a graduator instead of a mid-tier awakener of the 18-year-old class, it will cause absolute chaos. Eyeing the approaching horde, he remembers that these simulated golems are built exactly like real monsters. There are slaughter ants and soldier ants with a danger rating of B+. They look incredibly similar but belong to different species. There are also slaughter ants and worker ants rated at C-rank danger. Vikir grabs Sancho's heavy axe. If he uses the tactics from his past life, he can easily handle this. Carrying the unique weapons of his four friends, he is armed to the teeth. Even acting as a high-rank awakener, he can pull this off. He instantly zeroes in on its neck, the weak joint between the head and the chest. With a massive swing, the axe spins furiously, heading straight for the beast's fatal spot. Vikir's dark eyes remain totally focused as he maintains his posture. This exact spot houses the biological compass of the slaughter ant. Its body shudders violently. Leaving no time to react, he flashes through the horde like lightning. Once that spot is shattered, they lose all sense of direction and fall back. Drawing his bow back, he targets their second weakness right between the head plates. The skull is split, and right underneath lies a tiny weak point. Vikir does not hesitate for a second. He releases the string. The arrow flies like the wind, instantly piercing the soft armor that is far weaker than the rest. Next, he grabs Tudor's spear, leaps high into the air, and unleashes a devastating slash that slices right through them. Shattering one giant ant, he instantly pivots to the next. His eyes glow with a deadly red aura as their bodies explode into pieces, raining down from above. Suddenly, Vikir freezes as a colossal shadow looms over him. Ah yes, this one is completely different from the rest. It is a slaughter ant general, an A-rank threat drooling over him, looking absolutely famished. Vikir asks calmly, "So you are the final exam boss, huh?" Smiling coldly, he draws his sword. The sharp blade gleams with a chilling light. Outside the arena, the crowd is getting increasingly restless, whispers spreading fast. Students in the stands murmur in confusion. With this thick toxic fog blocking everything, they can't see a single thing. Is something wrong? Round 3's time limit has passed, and a mere freshman could never survive what crushes even third years. Over inside the magic control room, a professor suddenly shrieks out in utter disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. Another professor rushes over to see what is going on. The monitor operator announces in a trembling, shocked voice, "The general ant has been slain and all the candidates are still alive." Hearing this, Professor Banshee is stunned. The general ant is dead. He is deeply skeptical, knowing that monster was never meant for students to defeat. It was added specifically to keep them from easily surviving the time limit. Stroking his chin, he wonders what went down. Just then, someone carries in a seemingly unconscious woman. They have finally found Professor Sadie, the one holding the key to Barrier B. Instantly, a furious voice rings out, demanding, "Where on earth were you?" The man supporting her quickly reports the whole situation. The back alley tavern owner called the guards for property damage and causing a scene. That is where they found her. Unbelievable. That is just like her. Dolores, realizing the conversation has completely drifted, quickly urges them to focus. Fine, just open the magic barrier already. Inside the arena, the dome is still completely filled with suffocating toxic gas. After a tense moment, the seal is finally lifted and the gas slowly disperses. The midterm exam disaster has been resolved. With the barrier down after 42 minutes and 13 seconds, the panicked professors rush in, panting heavily. But the sight before their eyes is absolute carnage. Countless monster carcasses piled high. Were all these beasts slain? Dolores frantically searches around. Where are the children? Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks, her eyes widening in shock. There is Vikir lying unconscious right in the middle of the carnage. She wonders how he ended up here. Of course he is fine, but is just playing dead. She quickly realizes that despite some loopholes, it is best to let everyone believe he fought, and collapsed alongside the kids. Dolores stands there watching silently, knowing things might get a bit complicated, but it is quite a relief for you and me that the future heroes are still alive. Spotting the commotion, Anna approaches and quickly snaps a quick picture with her camera. Just like that, Vikir's heroic image is captured, a legendary moment of him plunging into danger to save his classmates during the academy's midterm exam. Soon, the newspapers are flooded with reports about Tudor's four-man squad detailing Vikir's heroic rescue from their dazed perspectives, capturing his blank and utterly confused look throughout the entire ordeal. The article praises his humility, quoting him as saying this victory was purely a team effort. Infinite praise pours in, especially about his handsome face when he takes off his glasses to wipe off his sweat. This first-year student Vikir, who first went viral just for his looks, is now recognized as a high-tier sword expert. He looks back at the battle with a dazed expression, recalling the giant insects. Meanwhile, the monster research director questions how a mere high-tier sword expert could solo an ant general. Vikir explains that he simply targeted the weakness on the killer ant's skull. He frowns and kneels down. Thanks to this crucial secret, the Imperial military's casualty rate is expected to drop dramatically. In recognition, the Crown Prince awards Vikir a special Medal of Honor. But the young man cannot hide his sheer annoyance at the media circus. The front-page headlines scream, "Who is this year's hottest rising star?" Vikir tears the newspaper right down the middle without a single second of hesitation. Under the quiet night sky beneath the glowing moon, he sits on the roof, head in his hands, letting out a heavy sigh. He groans, complaining that his plan for a quiet academy life has turned into such a massive, annoying headache. Little Madam happily wags her tail and barks in excitement. He sighs and tells the chubby pup that this is not a celebration. "At least the kids made it out safe," he mutters. Suddenly, an eagle swoops down from above. Terrified, Little Madam panics and immediately scrambles to hide inside his collar. The bird lands, and Vikir notices a small slip of paper tied to its leg. It is the regular report from Cindy Wendy containing 4 major updates. First, information on the 10 plagues is gathered, but analyzing it will take a month. Second, a Nighthound copycat has appeared, driven by pure worship, while another's motives are completely unknown. Third, Osiris Le Baskerville has left his territory and is likely heading to the imperial capital. Fourth, there are rumors of royal blood hiding within the academy. He focuses intensely, wondering if they really found clues on the 10 plagues. You can bet they are proceeding very carefully. Vikir recalls his brutal clash with Dantalion and Dolos. This time, he only won by borrowing the saint's power. But over the next month, he knows he must train harder than ever to stand on his own feet. Shifting his focus, he is highly concerned to learn that 2 different Nighthound copycats have suddenly emerged. If they alarm the royal family or cross into his territory, it will get messy. He decides he must investigate them himself. Then he thinks of his eldest brother. Osiris Le Baskerville leaving his clan is major news, but that last item, about an unidentified royal bloodline hiding inside the academy, makes little sense. He frowns at this seemingly useless 4th point, wondering why Cindy Wendy even wrote it. Yet deep down, he already knows the answer. In his mind, Cindy is smirking with a thumbs up. Finding no more critical alerts, Vikir burns the paper, letting the ashes crumble away. It is not like it hurts him anyway, as the dust scatters in the wind. Suddenly, a girl appears nearby, gasping in surprise. He looks up, startled to be spotted. At this late hour, standing under the moonlight, Sinclair smiles warmly as she strikes up a conversation, asking if this is fate. She casually sits down on the roof. Sinclair is a top student renowned for both her tireless dedication and immense talent, consistently ruling as the valedictorian of the weapons department with overwhelming grades. Vikir narrows his eyes, highly cautious of her sudden presence. Why would someone like her be here so late? Her next words immediately solve the mystery, admitting she never expected to find him here. She says this spot is perfect for stargazing whenever she feels down. To her enthusiastic chatter, he responds with complete indifference. Her cheeks turn slightly red as she looks at him with hope, asking if they might run into each other again in the future. Little does she know, Vikir has already quietly resolved to find a brand new meeting spot to receive reports from Cindy Wendy. Sinclair shifts the topic excitedly, asking if he knows that the entire campus is talking about him, but he remains completely cold. Thinking he is just being shy, she reassures him that outstanding people like him are naturally bound to draw a crowd. Counting on her fingers, she lists his feats from topping the written exams to writing essays that could turn academia upside down. A supposed commoner reaching the level of high-tier aura expert. Every single word she speaks makes him increasingly uneasy. He avoids her gaze entirely. With deep, genuine admiration, she calls him a truly formidable figure that peers can only respect. Vikir humbly brushes it off, telling her that academic achievements are just hollow distractions. Sinclair tilts her head, utterly confused. To him, talent and power will all soon become useless. Now look at this desolate wasteland flashing across his mind. Skulls scattered across the barren sand. When the cataclysm begins, the old order will crumble, leaving only an era of absolute ruin. For him, it is just survival. Sinclair teases that he talks as if he has already lived through a whole lifetime, sounding just like some wise old man. Vikir flinches silently, noting how incredibly sharp this girl really is. Fortunately, Sinclair quickly changes the subject, asking what his plans are after the midterm exams. His boring reply is just training his back and legs, making her suspect he just rejected her. Did you just reject me? He stays silent, pushing up his glasses and realizing this girl has just as many secrets as he does, sighs in absolute defeat. Looking back to his life before the regression, he remembers her as the undefeated top student who never lost once, only to suddenly vanish from history without leaving a single trace. Vikir quietly observes her now, trying to piece her identity together. He suspects that if her commoner status is fake, she might actually be that hidden royalty Cindy Wendy once warned him about. The next morning, warm sunlight bathes the academy as Tutor stretches warily, complaining that he never expected the exams to drag on this long. Still, he is absolutely thrilled to finally escape this misery. All they have to do now is get through today's final combat test, pass today's offensive exam, and they are officially free. As the group of four walks together, Sancho chimes in with an explanation. He points out that the sudden accident during their defensive test left them injured, causing delays that made the midterms drag on. Tutor frowns in deep annoyance, remembering Grenouille's arrogant face. He still regrets that their intense battle ended in such a boring draw, cut short by a sudden fire. Still, that clash helped him lock eyes with a truly worthy rival, making this midterm quite a success. Vikir, fully aware that he is the rival Tutor is talking about, just stays completely quiet, pretending to be absolutely invisible. The guys playfully nudge him, laughing that they only survived the defense test without major injuries because of him. Yet it is still frustrating. How could he hide his massive power like that? Being a top-tier expert is just plain unfair, especially keeping it a secret from friends. Vikir calmly corrects them, pointing out that even if they do not remember, he definitely did not handle that crisis all by himself. Tutor waves his hands, calling him too humble. Suddenly, another friend changes the subject, asking if they heard about the Night Hound's latest strike. Vikir's eyes widen in silent shock. Piggy pulls out a journal from his bag, explaining that the victims, this time, are from Regression. He looks incredibly serious, mentioning that several of their students were badly injured while trying to confront and stop the vicious intruder. He holds up a newspaper featuring a shocking headline about the Night Hound's endless atrocities, calling him the absolute worst villain of their time. The infamous killer has revealed his fangs once again. Early this morning, students from the elite Varangian Academy were brutally ambushed by him. While visiting the imperial capital, these exchange students were brutally ambushed, leaving many with severe injuries. The casualty count is truly devastating. Even the academy's director Dion was caught in the crossfire. The students whisper in fear, shocked that such a powerful figure was targeted. Is the Night Hound's territory expanding this rapidly? To make matters worse, some people have actually started supporting this mysterious vigilante recently. What is his ultimate goal? Vikir remains silent immediately, suspecting that another copycat is behind this. He knows there are two fakes. While one copycat seems to have gone completely dark, the other is growing bolder, rapidly ramping up the frequency of these violent attacks. As the group heads to class, Vikir remains deeply concerned. This copycat's actions are drastically raising the security level across the entire city. Tighter security means his own assassination missions will become much harder. Vikir decides that once midterms end, he must eliminate this fake. At the Academy's combat arena, 4 identical dueling rings are fully prepared for the attack test. Unlike the team-based defense exam, which demanded 4-player teamwork, this offensive exam is all about individual strength, featuring intense one-on-one combat trials in the arena. Each student must face a formidable magic golem directly controlled by a professor who mirrors their own movements and techniques. Scores are based on landing effective strikes and dodging attacks. Currently, Tutor is fighting a golem designed to simulate high-level masters. This gives students a rare chance to experience real combat against top-tier warriors. However, this exam has one massive drawback. Since the golem mirrors its controller, the test depends heavily on the proctor. For Tutor, his golem is controlled by Professor Benning. With each professor testing up to 50 students, grading standards vary wildly based on each instructor's unique combat style. Tutor strikes with incredible force, successfully shattering the golem's protective shield. He smirks confidently, thinking he has got this easily. But Professor Benning simply frowns calmly, declaring it is not enough. Suddenly, massive, thorny vines erupt from the ground, instantly trapping Tutor. The young spearman gasps in shock as a cold voice warns him that the vines were merely a decoy. The golem raises its fist. It lunges forward. Tutor is stunned by its explosive speed. Is it physical reinforcement? He barely raises his spear to block the impact. The golem pours power into the blow, but the punch was just a decoy, as it delivers a devastating kick to his ribs. Completely caught off guard, Tutor's eyes roll back. He collapses to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. The golem immediately halts its assault. Benning mockingly asks if he thought mages only use magic. The test ends, and they exchange a respectful handshake as Benning shares advice. In real combat, there is only one goal: absolute victory. Even a mage must be ready to use fists, kicks, or even their teeth. Remember that. Tutor respectfully thanks him for the harsh lesson. Immediately, the system chimes in, announcing that the final score calculation is complete. He walked up to the stands, sat down, and breathed a sigh of relief. Class A Cold Weapons Department student Tutor La Mancha. Under Professor Venzimo's supervision, his record stood at 12 effective strikes, 20 successful dodges, 3 solid defenses, and 0 critical hits. His total score was 35. Instantly, someone gasped in surprise. Bianca couldn't believe her eyes. A score of 35. How could she lose to Tutor? No way. From Class B of the Cold Weapons Department, Bianca's stats: 7 effective hits, 24 successful dodges, and 0 defenses, 0 criticals. Total score 31. Unwilling to accept defeat, she jumped up, pointing angrily at Tutor's face. This exam's format is totally unfair. A one-on-one duel is completely unfair to an archer, but he immediately fired back, asking if she ever complained about balance during the defense exam, when individual scores were calculated. Suddenly, a loud mocking laugh echoed out, making them stop their bickering and turn around. Grenue was looking down, staring at them arrogantly. It's obvious now, Tutor, I'm completely superior to you. Class A Hot Weapons Department student Grenue Leviathan. 11 effective hits, 22 successful dodges, 2 defenses, and 0 criticals. Total score 35. Tutor corrected him in annoyance. What are you talking about? We both got 35 points, but Grenue, raising his voice, smugly replied, yes, the defense and attack exams ended in a tie, but since my written theory exam score is much higher, that means I'm the true winner. Hearing that, Tutor felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Unable to argue, he lowered his head, sighing in defeat. Did Grenue really beat him again? On the overall ranking leaderboard, seeing his misery, Bianca dropped her argument and tried to comfort him. At least their professor is Professor Venzimo, so they're still incredibly lucky. However, her expression quickly turned anxious as she thought about the other groups. The supervisor for the other group is Professor Sati, the infamous instructor who once vanished with the key to Magic Wall B, only to be found completely wasted later. Just picturing that woman's bizarre, twisted expression made Bianca shudder with pure dread. According to upperclassmen, Professor Sati has an incredibly eccentric personality and a sloppy work ethic, making her the #1 professor to avoid at all costs. Tutor grew worried too, wondering how a person like that could even get hired as a professor at this elite academy. Bianca paused thoughtfully. Rumor has it that despite her flaws, she is exceptionally competent, having even assisted the military in capturing criminals. We're talking high-profile targets like the notorious Night Hound. Thinking of his own friends in that group, Tutor tried to reassure himself. He remembered his friends and tried to calm down. They should be completely fine since they're all elite talents. But Bianca quickly crushed his hope. That's exactly why we should worry. Bianca looked up at the sky, explaining that Professor Sati is actually the last descendant of a fallen Marcus house. Rumors say she harbors a massive inferiority complex towards students from noble families or those with raw talent. And because of this toxic grudge, there are dark rumors that she actively tries to crush any talented student under her supervision. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, a high heel was ruthlessly grinding into a student's head right on the cold stone floor. Blood pooled heavily beneath his skull. Up in the stands, terrified whispers broke out among the crowd. Another student had just fainted. What on earth is this? Is this supposed to be an exam? The students scrambled to escape, only to face a terrifying realization. The doors were locked shut. Students shrieked in desperation, screaming to open the gates, call the other professors, and bring help immediately. While they begged for mercy, the woman calmly rested her hand on her lips, observing them before letting out a mocking scoff. Is this year's batch nothing but spineless cowards? The poor student crushed beneath her boot didn't even move. This was Piggy Class B Hot Weapons student. Under Sati's grading, 8 effective hits, 0 dodges, and absolutely 0 defenses, 8 criticals, but total score 0. Sinclair met the exact same brutal fate. Class A Hot Weapons student Sinclair's stats: 0 effective hits, 0 dodges, 0 defenses, and 0 criticals. A total score of 0, left unconscious and severely injured. And it didn't end there. Class A Cold Weapons student Sancho Barataria: 0 effective hits, 0 dodges, and 0 defenses, 0 criticals, total score 0. Sati turned away in pure boredom, muttering that continuing this was a massive waste of time. The sharp clacking of her high heels echoed as she coldly declared, "Next." Her gaze was razor-sharp, hiding a dark, deep-seated rage. Grinning like a complete maniac, she slowly licked her lips and summoned the next victim. This terrifying woman was Professor Sati, otherwise known as Professor Sati. Sancho took his combat stance as the announcement echoed, marking the start of the battle. With an explosive leap, he lunged forward, raising his massive battle axe high. His target was Sati, who just stood completely still, smiling mockingly. She sneered at him, asking if a warrior's will truly never bends. Watching from the sidelines, Vikir, Piggy, and Sinclair were stunned by the horrifying scene unfolding before them. She gasped in shock, covering her mouth, while the boy's pupils dilated in pure terror. In a matter of seconds, Sadi had completely overpowered Sancho. He lay unconscious on the ground as she grabbed him, by his throat, dust billowing wildly around them. Fresh blood stained his face and clothes. Grabbing him tightly, she began to mock him. "Oh, did that unbending will just break?" She laughed maniacally as glowing magic circles manifested on both of her hands. "Does this mean the warrior is already disqualified?" Vikir frowned, his eyes narrowing as he intensely observed the terrifying scene. Everyone rushes over in absolute panic. Sancho is tossed to the cold ground like trash, while Vare and Pig quickly prop him up. Pig screams for him to wake up, desperately shaking Sancho. Beside them, Sinclair turns to the professor, furiously demanding to know what she is doing. Sinclair clenches her fists in rage. The examiner literally just knocked a student unconscious during a test. Sadi calmly replies that this exam is meant to give them real combat experience. With a twisted grin, she reminds them that the Academy's first principal said the exact same thing. After all, nobody gets to complain in a real life or death battle, right? Then pointing her finger, she singles out Sinclair. "You're next. Let's see what the runner-up of the ice department can actually do." Sinclair freezes in shock. Suddenly, a voice urges her to refuse the match. Sinclair turns to see Vare, who calmly points out that Sadi's brutality makes no sense. He argues that reporting this to the Academy could secure them a fair retest. But Sinclair's face darkens. She thanks Vare for his concern, but proudly declares she refuses to run away from someone who just brutalized her friend. She glares at Sadi with pure hatred, teeth clenched. Sadi just laughs, mocking her. "Are you going to ruin that pretty face with a scowl forever?" With a sadistic smile, she offers to smooth out those wrinkles herself. "Let's begin your exam right now." Instantly, Sinclair unleashes 3 high-tier spells at once. Even Sadi is genuinely impressed by the sheer talent. 3 third-class spells at your age. "You really do deserve that runner-up title," but then her expression twists into something monstrous. "But tell me, have you ever experienced a total mana backlash when your spells are forcefully cancelled?" As she speaks, a golem charges. Before Sinclair can even process the warning, a brutal fist crashes right into her stomach. The raw impact is absolutely devastating. It feels like her entire mana network is shattering. Her eyes roll back as blood splatters. Sadi just stands there, hands on her hips. "How does that feel?" Sadi sneers. 10 times worse than you expected, right?" Sinclair clutches her stomach, trembling violently on the verge of collapse. Sadi's eyes gleam with sadistic joy. "With bad luck, you might never cast magic again. Imagine that the star of the ice department ruined. Now wouldn't that be entertaining?" Sadi laughs, kicking Sinclair's broken body away like a rag doll. "Better pray that doesn't happen. After all, you worked so hard to climb to the top as a mere commoner. It is pure, unfiltered cruelty." Pig runs over in a panic, screaming Sinclair's name. Meanwhile, Vare watches in dead silence, his face growing dangerously dark. Pig draws his sword, trying to stand guard, but his body is shaking uncontrollably with pure terror. Sadi immediately spits out another insult. "Who is this absolute trash? You don't even know how to hold a sword." But Pig steals his resolve. He refuses to run. He tells himself he's no coward. This exam is his one shot to prove he has real courage buried deep down inside him. But before he can even swing, a blinding flash of light shatters his blade in half. Pig freezes, completely paralyzed with shock. Sadi casually kicks the broken tip, sending it flying into the dirt. Pig stares at his ruined weapon, cold sweat dripping down his face. Before he can even process the fear, she delivers a lightning-fast kick straight to his chin. Sadi sneers with absolute arrogance. No matter how hard trash struggles, it's still just trash. Vare grits his teeth, his fury reaching an absolute boiling point. Veins bulge on his forehead as he watches Sadi ruthlessly stomp on Pig's head. The poor guy lies there completely defenseless. The remaining students are absolutely terrified. Another classmate down. Is this even a test anymore? Panic sets in and they run. But they quickly realize the doors are locked tight. "Open the doors. We need to get help. Get another professor." They scream in pure desperation. Meanwhile, Vare stands frozen over Pig's battered body, the floor stained crimson with his friend's blood. Sancho is beaten black and blue, while Sinclair lies completely motionless and severely injured. Every single one of them has lost consciousness. The air around Vare turns cold and suffocating, a dark aura of pure rage, threatening to consume his entire being. His raw, suppressed fury is palpable. Sadi just scoffs. "This year's students are a bunch of cowards. All right, who's next?" Suddenly, her eyes lock onto the crowd. Vi steps forward, a bow slung over his shoulder, and speaks in a low tone. "I'm next," he declares. Sadi beams with excitement. What a spirited student. She is absolutely thrilled inside, thinking she's getting to devour the main course so soon. The fleeing students freeze, turning to watch this showdown. They immediately recognize Vi, the Academy's legendary star hero. Rumors say he is already a high-ranking master swordsman. Still, doubt lingers. Professor Sadi is a Grandmaster tier powerhouse. How can a mere swordsman, no matter how advanced, be her? Besides, a bow and arrow is literally the worst weapon you could possibly bring to a close-quarters duel. Ignoring the murmurs, Vi silently draws a single arrow. A system chime announces that his exam is starting right now. Sadie grins with absolute mania. Crushing geniuses is her absolute favorite pastime. She instantly commands her golem to charge. He is currently the Academy's ultimate top student. Beating the absolute best is going to feel incredibly satisfying. Sadie raises her hand ready to strike, trembling with anticipation. Come on, let me hear those sweet screams of agony. Right after her brutal attack, Vikir decisively pulls out a single arrow, moving with absolute precision and blinding speed to lock onto his target. He pulls his bowstring taut as a sharp, cold light flashes. Her eyes widen in absolute shock, completely unable to react to what comes next. Before she can even dodge, the projectile pierces straight through, leaving a deep, horrific wound on Professor Sade's shoulder, while Vikir remains completely unbothered. His cold face does not change for even a single second. As Sade's purple hair flutters in the wind, her massive golem suddenly freezes up. The other students are left completely speechless, their jaws dropping. The crazy professor's golem actually stopped, leaving everyone in the room utterly stunned. Someone gasps, wondering when he even had time to fire that shot. The arrow pierces straight through Sade's left eye, triggering an agonizing, horrific scream. She clutches her bleeding face and collapses, screaming in agony about her eye. Meanwhile, Vikir stands completely motionless, holding his bow with zero emotion. Then he tilted his head with an innocent look, calmly explaining that he aimed for the giant golem, but the arrow somehow veered off course. He then flashes a bone-chilling, terrifying smile, asking with a fake tone of concern if she's alright, completely mocking the dangerous Professor Sade. Sade glares at him with her one remaining eye, gritting her teeth in absolute fury. Fresh blood begins pouring uncontrollably from her ruined left eye. The warm crimson fluid completely drenches her hands. Just outside, Professor Banshee is suddenly startled by a horrifying scream echoing from inside the testing hall. Frowning in worry, he wonders if that insane woman is abusing the students again. Meanwhile, the terrified classmates are still frozen near the door. Professor Banshee hurriedly kicks the locked door open, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what she is doing in there. He accuses her of abusing the students again, but he completely freezes up the moment he notices the arrow deeply embedded in her eye. A look of absolute disbelief washes over his face. Seeing the bloody state of Professor Sade leaves him completely speechless and stunned. Tutor is also stunned but quickly runs over to check on his injured classmates. Professor Banshee then glares at Vikir, demanding an explanation. Vikir calmly explains that during the test, a sudden attack from the golem startled him, causing him to accidentally fire off the arrow. He claims it grazed the construct and hit her eye. Banshee is highly skeptical, having seen injured students, but never an injured faculty member. And of all people, it had to be the notoriously cruel Professor Sade. He silently wonders if this is what they call instant karma. She continues to glare at Vikir, grinding her teeth in pure hatred. He simply clenches his fist as the system displays his final score. The evaluation of the Cold Department Class B is complete. For student number 256, Vikir tested by Sade, one effective attack was landed. That earned 1 point. With 0 successful blocks and 1 critical hit worth 10 points, his final grand total comes to 11 points. Dolores immediately focuses her holy healing magic on Sinclair, Sancho, and Piggy, her beautiful face filled with deep, visible worry. She notes Sinclair suffered severe internal injuries from magic backlash, Sancho is bruised everywhere, and Piggy even has a shattered jawbone. As her radiant light spreads, she realizes these brutal injuries are far too severe for a simple academy exam. Tutor quickly steps up. Tutor anxiously asks if they will be alright. Dolores reassures him that since they called for help quickly, they will recover without permanent issues. Tutor and Bianca let out a sigh of relief, finally feeling the heavy weight lift from their chests. However, Dolores remains silent and walks forward. She approaches the injured instructor, reaching out to where she sits in absolute silence. Dolores calmly asks Professor Sade to let her examine the wound. She coldly warns that once the injury is healed, she will request a disciplinary hearing with the student council for her abusive actions. Instead of backing down, Sade flashes a creepy, unsettling smile and mockingly asks if she is the saintess of the great Quovides family. Dolores completely ignores the useless provocation and calmly repeats her request once more, firmly demanding to finally inspect the bleeding eye wound. Suddenly, warm, fresh blood sprays everywhere from Sada's mangled eye. With a terrifying, grotesque expression on her face, she does something completely insane. She puts the bloodied arrow straight into her mouth, whispering that she does not need help. Professor Banshee and the others can only watch in horror. Everyone is left deeply disturbed by her bizarre, grotesque actions. Sade calmly stands up and states she will accept any disciplinary action they throw at her. However, she warns them to wait for the day her punishment ends. She seems thrilled thinking of the mysterious figure causing chaos at night in the capital. So many things have kept her entertained lately. Tilting her head back, she fixes her gaze on her new opponent, addressing Vikir directly. She bids him farewell, promising to remember his name for their inevitable reunion. Vikir merely stares back with a cold, utterly indifferent expression. With that crazy encounter, the long, grueling midterms finally come to a close. Soon, crowds of anxious students gather before the Academy's bulletin board. The board displays the final exam rankings with familiar elite names dominating the top of the list, starting with Sinclair, Grenouille Leviathan Tudor Don Quixote, Highbrow Baskerville Bianca Usher and Midbrow, followed by Sancho Barataria and Lowbrow Baskerville. Meanwhile, Vikir sits much lower at rank 21 with Piggy down at rank 199. Fortunately, the victimized students who lost massive points under Professor Sade's brutal tests were permitted to quickly retake their exams with other instructors. With help from other faculty, Sancho, Piggy, and Sinclair retook it. With her scores restored, Sinclair secured the top rank among first-year students. But the students' attention, which normally would have been focused on her victory, was completely diverted to a far more surprising classmate instead. A student points him out to a friend, whispering if that quiet guy was really the one who managed to land that incredible hit. A critical strike to Professor Sadi. But a sharp correction rings out: it wasn't a fatal blow. He actually destroyed her eye. Everyone watched Vikir, whispering in relief. She totally deserved it. It felt like all the trauma that monster caused had completely vanished. That legendary Night Hound was just so cool, and considering what he accomplished during the defense exam, shouldn't they call him a hero? One student exclaimed how awesome Vikir was, but he just ignored them and kept walking. He didn't care about their praise. Was this the price of acting on raw emotion? To protect his identity as the Night Hound, he always tried to keep his presence as low-key as possible. His daytime life only existed so he could work at night. He never wanted to draw too much attention, but he had acted without thinking the moment he saw them get attacked. Suddenly, a girl gathered her courage and handed him a love letter, shyly confessing that she had liked him for a very long time. But right then, a figure dashed in from behind. It was Laura, who snatched the love letter straight out of her hand. He glared at her fiercely and immediately chewed the letter to pieces. His other two brothers stomped over aggressively, grinding their teeth. They growled a warning, asking who she was to block their path. Terrified, she couldn't speak. It was the Baskerville triplets. The triplets cleared the path for Vikir, threatening the crowd. They demanded to know if everyone was blocking the way just to flatter a commoner. They told everyone to get lost or get beaten up. The triplets proudly stood tall, boasting that they had cleared out the entire crowd. Vikir quietly praised them for a job well done. Later, at the newspaper club room, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. He knew he had to keep his daytime life from getting too complicated. Suddenly, his attention was captured by Dolores. She was sitting at her desk intensely reading some papers with a very serious look. Vikir sat down next to her. He asked what she was reading that made her frown. Startled by his sudden voice, she blankly asked when he had arrived. Vikir calmly replied that he had just arrived. Dolores found it incredibly strange that she hadn't sensed his presence at all. Vikir curiously asked if there was news on the Night Hound. She explained that someone had destroyed the capital's iconic central clock tower. They also vandalized the royal monument, and everyone is blaming it on the Night Hound. Dolores frowned, clearly frustrated. There was absolutely no physical evidence, yet the papers claimed all of these incidents were definitely the Night Hound's doing. Their view of him was bizarre. Vikir agreed with her silently, realizing that having someone trust him was actually quite comforting. He picked up the newspaper. That clock tower was a symbol of peace and order seen by everyone in the capital daily. By destroying such a major symbol of the city, they must harbor an intense amount of hatred towards society. This person definitely isn't just following the crowd. Vikir's mind flashed back to the vandalized royal monument. The intel he got from Cindy Wendy yesterday stated that all contact with her informants had been completely cut off. This whole situation was highly suspicious. Silence filled the room as they both went back to focusing on their work. He needed to deal with the copycats first. As night fell over the city, unexpected dangers began to creep in. A shadow slipped through the dark, disguised as the Night Hound, watching the city from high above the royal monument. That monument was actually a cemetery where the Empire's heroes rested. Looking down, the area was completely deserted. The Ninth Corpse Daniel was hiding near the Indulgentia orphanage. Checking it would finally confirm if this was just a coincidence. A desolate wind blew past the stone arch and its hanging cross. Vikir hid quietly behind a wall, watching the area. Peering out, he realized he was about to find the exact reason why Cindy Wendy's informants had vanished. A pack of zombies wandered nearby. C-rank threats standing over 1.7 meters tall, they were found all over the continent. Known as rotters, these common undead haunted places like dark cemeteries, ancient battlefields, abandoned houses, and even the city sewers. As Vikir assessed them, he wondered what sins they committed in life to end up as mindless zombies. But one thing was certain: some of these corpses were Cindy Wendy's missing spies. He drew his weapons. He hesitated, realizing he hadn't used his bow on Ubis in forever. Deciding to use it, he screwed the two ends together. It was a highly convenient portable weapon, though he still couldn't believe Ian had gifted him something this powerful. He pulled the bowstring tight, unleashing a fiery red arrow. It effortlessly shattered the zombies' heads with perfect precision. Every shot hit dead center, wiping them all out. Vikir casually walked forward. This weapon was on an entirely different level. It completely outclassed his crappy midterm exam gear. Turns out the saying that masters don't care about weapons is a flat-out lie. Suddenly, a strange scent drifted past his nose. Vikir immediately spun around, scanning his surroundings to find where it came from. He could feel something lingering in the air, and there was no doubt about it, this was definitely a monster's scent. But it was surprisingly faint, as if its usual rancid stench had been heavily diluted. Vikir immediately leaped high into the air. Following the strange scent, Vikir traced its source back to the Indonesia orphanage. Something dark was lurking inside. Meanwhile, in another area, a mysterious figure paced around a magic circle, focusing all her strength to activate it. Suddenly, the center erupted with a dark aura, and pink hair began to emerge. With a wave of her hand, the young girl's body fully materialized. Looking at Rose with grief and fury, Camus cursed the despicable thief Dantalion for daring to steal her precious sister. She tightly embraced Rose, blaming herself for losing her once again. But then, filled with burning determination, she made a solemn vow. She would never lose those precious to her ever again. Meanwhile, at the ruined orphanage building, a dark shadow finally appeared. The structure had been sliced in half during the battle with Dantalion. Now two girls stood facing each other in the debris. The masked girl admitted that Shia's tracking ability was indeed incredibly useful, but so far they had only managed to find Rose. Camus silently agreed, knowing there was still one more person they couldn't locate. To fully master the power of her demonic contract, she gently stroked Rose's hair. She needed to step past the gates of death and claim the full strength of the demon. Right now, she was only a half-fledged warrior, and she desperately needed to wield Shia's full power as quickly as possible. Heavy footsteps echoed through the silence. A massive shadow with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness and commanded them to freeze. Startled, Camus immediately shielded Rose. This intruder was a master, moving so silently that she had not even sensed his approach. Vikir drew his bow, locking his target instantly. His voice cut through the air with a cold, deadly warning. "Answer my questions now. Move a single finger and you die. Speak anything other than the truth and you will also die." He demanded to know. "You carry the scent of both humans and demons. Are you a human or are you a beast?" Camus replied that she was both. Vikir pressed further, asking about the girl Rose, who was supposed to be Dantalion's lackey. He had clearly killed her, so how was she still alive? Camus explained that Rose was never one of Dantalion's followers. The demon had simply stolen what belonged to her. Vikir's voice dropped as he prepared for his final question. His eyes flared with a menacing red glow. "Is the demon you contracted with one of the 10 elite corpses?" Camus braced herself, retorting, "What of it?" Instantly, a deadly arrow shot directly toward her eyes with terrifying speed. She dodged just in time, the arrow grazing her ear. Smoke began to rise from Vikir's hand as the pressure intensified. "All demons must die," he declared. Camus immediately unleashed her summoning magic, daring him to try and take her down. Hostile skeletons began crawling out of the magical circles, including even smaller ones. Seeing this, Camus cursed under her breath. Even the innocent children's corpses had been desecrated. Vikir hesitated for a moment, but his resolve did not waver. Whispering an apology, he released a barrage of crimson-infused arrows. The brilliant light completely shattered the remaining orphanage roof. The explosion blasted debris in all directions, obliterating the skeleton army instantly. The pure destructive power of his strike was insane. Both Vikir and Camus leaped clear of the blast. Vikir quickly aimed his bow again, refusing to let her escape. Camus grabbed Rose, pulling her close. She yelled for her to hold on tight as she gathered raw mana into her palms. A massive shockwave tore through the courtyard, throwing both combatants back. As they landed, Camus glared at him, her face dark. With a cold, ominous tone, she asked if his archery belonged to the Balak tribe. Vikir calmly gave his response. "I am a Balak hunter," he replied. She gritted her teeth in pure rage, realizing he was there on that fateful night. Her eyes burned with absolute hatred as her fire magic flared. "I will send you straight to the grave, barbarian." Fireballs hurled toward him, but Vikir easily sidestepped them. Observing her closely, he noticed something highly unusual about her aura. She smelled like a living human. The 10 upper corpses were supposed to be high-level demons possessing dead bodies, but this girl was different. Suddenly, multiple beams of light shot towards him, forcing him to leap backward to dodge the onslaught. The spells blasted the structure behind him as he landed, but before he could recover, sharp earth spikes erupted from below. They impaled his abdomen, sending fresh blood spraying. Camus looked down at him with a dark, mocking sneer on her face. She laughed, mocking his proud attitude. But her triumph was short-lived when the spikes suddenly shattered and crumbled away. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Vikir's deep abdominal wound was rapidly closing up. Was he even human at all? Dismantling his bow, Vikir pointed out that she was just an incomplete vessel, far weaker than the real 10 elite corpses. He strapped his weapon away. There was no point in talking anymore. His eyes locked onto her with absolute lethality. Die, he declared. Enraged, Camus summoned a giant creature, screaming that he would be the one to perish today. A terrifying flesh golem with an A+ danger rating emerged, towering 8 meters high and crafted from the bodies of the dead. Countless pieces of dead flesh were molded together like clay, forming the monstrous, hulking shape of a giant beast. It barely looked human anymore. What stood there was a filthy, dark, and corrupted creature, but its raw power was absolutely massive, impossible to ignore. The monster roared, raising its massive fist. Her control magic made the golem a mere distraction for her actual attack. A devastating fire spell. Suddenly, Beelzebub appeared on Vikir's wrist, delivering a clean slash that the golem had no hope of stopping. It was sliced clean in two. Instantly, Vikir's aura shifted. Camus watched in pure shock, recognizing the fierce red glow of Baskerville. As Vikir charged, she desperately tried to stop him, but he ignored her entirely, unleashing the devastating seventh stance of Baskerville. Glaring down with cold eyes, she froze as she noticed something strange. Now their massive powers were locked on a collision course. The resulting shockwave rattled the entire area, tearing up trees and throwing debris as a blinding light illuminated the dark sky. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, the aftermath came into focus. Two figures stood quietly inside a massive crater. Vikir calmly looked down, brushing off his arm, while Camus knelt on the shattered ground, shivering in absolute agony from the magical backlash. Being half-human meant failing her spell caused a severe rebound. Vikir recalled the brief moment she had completely lost her focus. For a split second, she had let her guard down, desperately begging in a soft, broken whisper, "Do not leave me." Her voice was thick with despair. Vikir paused, wondering if she also had a dark reason for making a deal with demons. He raised Beelzebub, ready to strike. In this cruel world, every single grave has its own tragic story to tell. The battlefield was left completely ruined. Standing inside the deep crater, Vikir kept his weapon raised high, staring down at Camus. Beelzebub glowed with a menacing red light. But just as he swung down to end it, a sudden flash of red hair caught his eye. Rose threw herself in front of the blade without hesitation, halting his strike. He knew undead creatures usually felt nothing but pure malice. They envy the living, driven by a primal urge to blindly tear apart and steal from anything that still breathes. Vikir narrowed his eyes deep in thought. It was fine when their master had a strong, unyielding will to control them. But if that master loses consciousness, the undead army instantly goes wild. Yet looking at Rose's empty expression, something was different. He glanced from Rose over to Camus. Both the undead queen and her master had lost their resolve to fight. Why had their battle spirit vanished? Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoed, breaking Vikir's concentration and forcing him to look back. That voice belonged to Professor Sade. Had the guards arrived? Using his distraction, Rose quickly grabbed Camus and channeled her magic. Vikir spun around, his eyes flashing with rage. His sword was inches from Camus, but Rose threw herself forward once again. Taking the full hit, she coughed up fresh blood, but her sacrifice worked. The teleportation spell activated, spiriting them away. Vikir could only watch them vanish. Suddenly, a sharp heel clicked loudly against the stone. Sade strode forward, leading her soldiers. She called out for the night guard hounds, but her face fell when she saw nothing but an empty crater. What? No one is here. The soldier beside her flinched as she suddenly screamed at him, calling him a useless pig. She kicked him straight into the pit, blaming his slow pace for her delay. But as she vented, something caught her eye. It was the disguise mask Vikir had discarded. Meanwhile, Vikir, now in his small dog form, ran swiftly through the dark night, leaving Sadi behind to fume in frustration. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the academy. Anna pumped her fist, announcing the upcoming festival. With exams finally over, the academy's biggest event was about to begin. She kept everyone in suspense before proudly revealing their club's theme, slapping a rack loaded with various spooky costumes. A haunted house-themed tavern. Sinclair cheered, excited to celebrate Halloween and blow off some steam after those brutal exams. It was the perfect getaway. Dolores smiled, thinking that dressing up as ghosts and monsters sounded like a lot of fun. Bianca frowned as a realization hit her. Wait, doesn't this festival have a very specific tradition? Tudor immediately broke a sweat. Oh, that. Bianca nodded, confirming that absolutely no one, not even the professors, could escape this ancient tradition. Sancho pumped his fist, agreeing that traditions must be honored. Anna was practically bursting with excitement as she yelled, "We are drawing lots to see who wears what." Vikir watched quietly, a sharp contrast to Sinclair and Dolores' massive excitement. He looked down at his ticket. Number 8, Corpse Queen Shia. The memory of Camus and Rose from last night haunted him. Letting a half-powered Corpse Queen escape was a major blunder. He remembered his brutal clash against the demon Andromalius. To defeat that demon, he had relied heavily on the sheer military might of the Baskerville Knights. When facing Dantalion, he had the Saintess Dolores backing him up, but fighting a fully restored Corpse Queen alone, even as a top graduate, taking her down solo was near impossible. 7 glowing spheres of energy appeared before him. To hunt demons in single combat, he had to completely master all 7 sword stances of the Baskerville style. It was the only path to becoming a true sword saint. An ancient text had mentioned a secret technique. The 10th hidden form of Baskerville's ultimate killing arts is called the horizontal impacted wisdom teeth. This is the ultimate assassination technique. It can only be unleashed by mastering the profound mystery between the 6th and 7th forms. The theory of these two forms is written in the sword scripture. Every emotional mask must fall to bypass the 6th form's wall, abandoning all basic human feelings like joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Yet, to reach the 7th form, one must somehow reclaim those discarded emotions. With a body covered in scars, rebuilding the feelings he works so hard to destroy is something Vikir still cannot fully comprehend. He was taught to kill his feelings from a young age, but this training method for the hound dogs to create a common graduator legion has a completely different approach. Vikir sits deep in thought, chin on hand, wondering how Hugo ever reached the sword master realm. Suddenly, Dolores' excited voice catches his attention. She reads the words on the paper out loud. Night Hound. Anna gasps in shock. That's right, the Quo Vadis orphanage was recently targeted by them. She quickly apologizes. Dolores, I am so sorry, that is my fault. Dolores shakes her head, smiling. It's fine, I will take this. She shyly hugs the paper to her chest. Next, Anna brings the drawing box over, telling Vikir it is his turn to draw. After all, isn't he the main character? He reluctantly reaches inside, watching the others enjoy this silly game. They really are still so naive. Then Vikir pales as he stares at the paper. He's stunned. Why this? Both Sinclair and Bianca lean in with extreme curiosity. What is it? What did he draw? Later that evening, amidst the bustling festival stalls, there was one thing Vikir had completely forgotten from his past life. It is the long-standing tradition of the Academy's festival. On this special day, every single student must gather in front of the tavern stall, shouting and waving their hands in pure excitement. Looking like a total playboy tutor, approaches a girl asking, "My beautiful lady, would you care to join me for fine wine and poetry at Lutien's tavern?" Nearby, Sancho is as boisterous as ever. "Haha, welcome to Lutien's tavern. We've got hot blood sausages, fiery as a warrior's blood. Absolutely free for our guests." Even the elegant Bianca adds, "You boys are going to bring glory to our tavern tonight. You must stop by, we are waiting." Meanwhile, Pig is acting incredibly shy around Lottie Tinkerbell, handing out flyers. His cute demeanor instantly makes the male students blush. Wait, since when did Lutien Club have such an adorable girl? But before he can do anything, Bianca, dressed as Frankenstein, grabs them by the collar. "Hey, no flirting with our staff." The boys quickly apologize, cowering like little chicks, but Bianca's attention is suddenly stolen by a passing red figure. Beautiful long legs under a tight chone, Sam walks straight toward Dolores. Dressed in her Nighthound costume, Dolores turns as a voice calls out, "President Dolores." Recognizing the person, she breaks into a cold sweat. She gasps in absolute shock, crying, "Professor Venny." With a stern face, he demands, "What is up with that costume? Even during a festival, do you not think about the social impact? Social impact your outfit could cause. How can you dare to dress up like that utterly irredeemable scumbag criminal?" As the Night Hound, Dolores calmly responds, "I really like this costume." The professor stares into her eyes, then lets it go. "Humph, if you are willing to take responsibility for your actions, then do as you please. As your advising professor, I won't interfere with a student's personal choices." Seeing this, Tutor gasps in surprise. What, Professor Venny is actually here? His classmate explains, "Well, during the festival, professors usually visit different student taverns to help boost their sales." The professor raises an eyebrow, scoffing at the laughing students. "If not for this tradition, I wouldn't step foot here. The food prices are ridiculously high." Just then, Dolores serves the food. "Here is your fried chicken and potatoes, Professor." He looks at the plate. Terrible ingredients served by staff with 0 food safety certificates, poor hygiene, and chemical seasoning. Taking a spoonful, he expects the worst. Needless to say, this low-quality pub food is bound to taste like absolute garbage. But the moment he chews, Professor Venny freezes instantly. His smudged lipstick stands out against a face of absolute terrified shock. What on earth is this? Why is it so delicious? The chicken is steaming hot, boasting an incredible charcoal aroma. Every bite is unbelievably tender, melting perfectly on his tongue. The rich, savory sweetness of the meat blends beautifully with the glistening potatoes and the mashed specialty of the Morgue family, unleashing a rich, buttery aroma that fills the air. He slams the table and stands up in excitement. "Who cooked this? Do not tell me you hired a professional chef." Dolores raises her hand. "Not at all, Professor. The head chef in charge is actually one of our very own club members." The back of a stunning witch appears as she adds, "In fact, you know her quite well, don't you?" With glossy red lips. The beautiful witch is actually Vikir, focused entirely on cooking. Meanwhile, the other students proudly parade in their festival outfits. The academy has a long-standing tradition: boys must cross-dress as girls and girls as boys. Suddenly, the frying pan is tossed, with expert skill. In other words, the gorgeous witch cooking in the kitchen right now is actually a cross-dressing boy. And his identity? That male student is actually Sinclair, holding the order slip and quickly calling for 3 plates of Vikir's specialty fried chicken, 2 plates of grilled sausage, 6 portions of Vikir's special stir-fried veggie sausage plus 5 special rice balls. Vikir nods, shouting back, "Got it." Poor Tudor is getting crushed between bulging biceps as male customers flood the tavern like crazy. Even Sinclair is getting squished by excited ladies. Wait now, the female customers are flooding in too. Go grab more waitlist tickets. But in stark contrast to the chaos outside, Vikir's kitchen is quiet. Stepping back to the stove brings back intense nostalgia. He never expected to cook these familiar battlefield dishes again, taking him back to the days of surviving in war. Back then, finding decent food during the endless apocalypse was nearly impossible. Let's look closely at what he has here. Staring down at a monstrous scorpion, he remembers how frontline soldiers had to make absolutely anything edible just to survive. Mushrooms, toxic potatoes, sewer rats, and scorpions were all on the menu. He perfected turning dangerous beasts into meals. You had to know which poisonous parts to cut or how to revive rancid meat so it wouldn't kill you. His squad mates used to collapse from food poisoning all the time. That drove Vikir to master culinary prep. His knife cuts with flawless precision. These potatoes, developed by the Moore clan, usually taste like bitter dirt and have a horrible texture. Chewing them feels like chewing raw sand. But with the right seasoning steps, even garbage ingredients can shine. He marinades them in salt and vinegar, expertly tossing in toxic mandrake leaves and sabby fruit before stir-frying over high heat. The result? An explosion of flavor. The muddy taste vanishes, completely replaced by a sweet, perfect texture that leaves onlookers stunned. The girls are totally dazed. But wait, why are they turning away? Is that a witch? What's with that insanely revealing outfit? Seriously, she almost steals the show. Bianca storms in, absolutely fuming. What's this? Why is Vikir working in the kitchen? She's acting like an angry manager. This guy is way too handsome to waste in the kitchen. Get out there and attract customers. Vikir just stares calmly. Now you want me to do housework? Tudor screams, cutting in. No way. Without Vikir's unique cooking, our kitchen will completely collapse. They start bickering. Vikir's skills have already conquered everyone here. Bianca snaps back. Are you kidding me? With his gorgeous looks, just standing outside will double our sales. Yes, literally double. Meanwhile, Osiris elegantly wipes his mouth. Just as I expected, he really is a genius. Suddenly, a hand rests on the knife, releasing a crimson aura that makes Vikir freeze. He whips his head around. Ignoring the screaming match between Bianca and Tudor, he looks over to see Osiris removing his mask. Why is he here? What is the young lord of Baskerville doing here? Soon the two find a quiet corner to catch up. Osiris smiles. It's been a while. I cross-dressed back in my academy days, but I wasn't nearly as beautiful as you. Vikir cuts straight to the point. What brings you here, brother? Osiris frowns. Just call me Big Brother. It sounds much warmer. It's only natural for a big brother to help when you're in trouble. Suddenly, he flashes a mysterious smirk. And besides, something squiggles under his cloak as he adds, someone else really wanted to see you too. Suddenly, a tiny bundle leaps out. It's Pomerian. She dives right into Vikir's arms, crying her eyes out after being separated for so long. She cute attacks him, sobbing, Uncle, I missed you. Why didn't you come home? Vikir can only blink in confusion. Osiris chuckles. Pomerian missed you to death. Father actually gave me special leave just to bring her to the academy. Vikir sweats nervously. So the mighty heir of Baskerville was basically demoted to a simple babysitter. Osiris casually nods. Lately, the real boss of our entire family is actually Pomerian. An image of her riding on Hugo's shoulders flashes by. Last month, she said she liked blood bean chocolate. So father literally wiped out a whole demon zone on the Western Front, just to build a cacao plantation there. Osiris sighs. And now she went on a full hunger strike to see you. She threw tantrums on the floor, refusing to eat. Hugo got so incredibly terrified that he aged 10 years overnight. After she skipped 2 entire meals, father immediately folded and let her visit. Osiris gazes warmly at them. Do you know how depressed she was after you left? It's been forever since I saw our little princess smile like this. While Pomerian giggles, thinking all according to plan, Vikir is completely flabbergasted. Can the cold Osiris actually smile like that? Seeing his brother look so genuinely gentle and happy, Vikir realizes something. If reclaiming human emotion is key to reaching the Swordmaster realm, then this change is definitely a blessing. But the peaceful moment doesn't last long. Pomerian soon falls fast asleep. She searched for you right away. The long trip must have worn her out. Osiris gently tells him, spend some quality time with her while she is visiting. Vikir immediately replies, I will, brother. Osiris then shifts the focus. Now about that business deal you set up with the Messinat Neuro Merchant Guild. Everything was progressing smoothly. The gavel of justice slammed down. He had already heard all about it, though. Before his enrollment at the academy, they had already established a historical truth investigation committee. This Grand Council of Judgment was headed by none other than Osiris Baskerville. He successfully cleared up all the dark history and bloody misunderstandings between the Baskervilles and the Messinadnero. He even knelt right in front of Cindy Wendy. Thanks to his actions, the Baskervilles finally offered a formal apology to the Messinadnero. Countless bodies littered the ground as the corrupt elders who joined the conspiracy were swiftly executed. Looking back at her memories, Cindy Wendy seemed to let her anger melt away, finally agreeing to work with the Baskervilles, but whether she truly forgave them, only she would ever truly know. Suddenly, Osiris searched his pockets. He had come today, not just with Pomeranian's delivery, but with something else entirely, a mysterious letter and a bizarre ring. Handing them over, Osiris told Vikir to take it. Vikir stared, his eyes suddenly narrowing. This artifact was recovered near the corpse of the demon who possessed Set. Vikir inspected the ring closely during his brother's explanation. Since it possessed an incredibly rare and unique power, their father wanted the key hero, Vikir himself, to keep it. As Vikir held the ring, a strange purple energy began to swirl. Could this tiny artifact actually replicate the legendary barrier of Andromalius? An item description materialized: the barrier of the uninvaded god. It was a ring capable of tapping directly into the divine boundary. Even the stoic Osiris looked slightly hesitant mentioning the next item. It was a personal letter from their father, making Vikir go pale. The letter was written like a private journal filled with fatherly guidance for his son. Vikir was left absolutely stunned, completely unable to believe it. His father had written this. Osiris smiled, adding that he had received one too, so there was no need to worry. Waving goodbye, Osiris urged him to read and reflect carefully. Vikir bid him farewell under the shy, starstruck gazes of nearby male students. Quietly breaking the seal, Vikir wondered what on earth Hugo could possibly have to tell him. He began reading the written words. It was addressed from Hugo to his son. As Vikir read the opening lines, his grip tightened around the parchment in utter shock. The letter mentioned his struggle to reach the legendary Swordmaster realm, just like Osiris had. Vikir envisioned his father's imposing figure. Had Hugo actually figured out that Vikir had achieved the ultimate peak graduator stage? The elegant handwriting on the paper continued. Even as a peak graduator, Vikir's mastery of the 7 fangs was limited. To unlock the ultimate 9 fangs, he had to ascend to the Swordmaster level. Vikir could almost picture his father writing these words detailing his own arduous path to that legendary peak. Vikir stared in absolute disbelief. Had the ruthless patriarch of the family actually shared the secret formula to becoming a true swordmaster? Reading every single word with intense focus, his irritation suddenly peaked. Infuriated, Vikir squeezed the letter and crumpled it into a ball. He glared at the paper like a sworn enemy. That wasn't a guide, it was pure madness. Meanwhile, Bianca sat slumped outside their booth. She let out a heavy sigh, realizing she was completely on her own to draw in customers. Suddenly, a flash of red hair caught her eye. Her face flushed with immediate excitement. Even with masks hiding their faces, those 2 elegant figures walking away were unmistakable beauties. They were none other than Camus and Rose, dressed up perfectly for the festive night. The dark evening was buzzing with energy. Under the dim glowing lights of the bustling Halloween festival, crowds of people swarmed the streets. At one particular booth stood 2 familiar girls. The striking red-haired girl was holding sweet treats in both hands, drool literally dripping down her chin from sheer anticipation. Unable to resist the temptation, she shoved the food into her mouth. Watching her happily chew, the white-haired girl smiled warmly. She asked if it tasted good. But amidst the festive joy, her thoughts drifted to the dark reality of Halloween night. Observing the happy, laughing crowd around her, a bitter smile crossed her face. If only that tragic incident hadn't occurred. If she hadn't signed that cursed demonic contract, would she be attending this academy alongside that special person right now? The lingering thought weighed heavily on her heart. She needed answers. Somewhere, the legend of the Night Hound began to resurface. She remembered when she was interrogated in the past, stubbornly refusing to utter a word about the demon inside her. She had contracted with Siri, one of the 10 plagues. But recently, a new terror had been haunting the capital at night. This unknown monster possessed a strange obsession with the 10 plagues. He seemed to know everything about the demons hiding in the dark. He was targeting Seer specifically. She knew that if she wandered into crowded festivals, that monstrous hunter would surely track her down. Anxiety gripped her chest. She couldn't forget the terrifying memory of that warrior unleashing a blazing sword strike in the forest. The blazing red sword she witnessed during that life-and-death struggle was identical to the swordsmanship she saw that fateful night. If her intuition was correct, simply removing that mask would instantly expose the identity of the mysterious night warrior. But hope quickly faded into despair, and she hung her head in heavy doubt. What if the Night Hound actually was him? How would he react to seeing her like this? How much had he changed over the years? She desperately wanted to see him again. As her mind raced with desperate thoughts, the demon inside her awakened softly, whispering a dark warning directly into her ear. Stop giving yourself a headache over pointless thoughts. Let me take care of it. Looking at the source of that voice, she whispered a name. Recognizing who it was, her surroundings instantly froze and she collapsed to her knees, clutching her heart. After recovering for a bit, she tried to reason with the creature. This is clearly a breach of contract. Our pact was that I only borrow your power. In exchange, when I die, I will give you my body. Until then, I only surrender control of my body for exactly 1 hour when you want. With that, she turned to walk away, making a sharp declaration. So do not mess with this twisted world and do not think you can control me as you please. The demon watched her walk away in confusion before laughing with amusement. It then morphed again, creeping up right behind her, and whispered in her ear, "What can you do alone? When everyone you love vanishes, you are completely helpless. You did absolutely nothing. You even stabbed the heart of the uncle who raised you. All you ever do is destroy and ruin everything." She fell dead silent. Seizing the opportunity, the demon pressed on. "But remember, thanks to me you found your brother. My power brings destined people together." Before the demon could continue, she spoke up, cutting it off, leaving the creature stunned. "But so what? I still haven't found the one who matters most. The sole reason I accepted this pact was to find his body. Yet for 2 whole years you have found absolutely nothing, even after I searched the volcanic seas of Black Mountain." She whipped her head around, glaring. "So do not stop me. I finally have a clue that will lead me to him." But despite her fierce resolve, she collapsed right after. Watching her gasp for air, the demon narrowed its eyes, impressed by her sheer will. Still not broken, suddenly she glanced toward the horizon, utterly terrified. She sensed something. A bizarre demonic aura of blood was pouring out from a nearby tavern. Realizing what that scent meant, the demon recoiled in pure disgust, urging her to flee. The stench of the night hound is absolutely sickening. Hearing this, her eyes lit up with hope. Could it actually be him? Without overthinking, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. She bolted straight toward the tavern. "Hey, human, where do you think you're going?" But she completely ignored the voice running blindly ahead. Was it really the night hound? After sprinting desperately, she finally made it to the tavern. There she spotted a man and a woman conversing. Staring closely at the woman, she was utterly shocked. Was the night hound actually a woman? The masked blonde girl, completely unaware she was being watched, kept smiling. "Welcome, dear guest," she said. "If you do not cooperate, we will have to ask you to leave. Have a wonderful evening." Watching her closely, her mind raced with suspicion. Is this girl just cosplaying as the night hound? The moment that thought crossed her mind, anger boiled over. She raised her hand to unleash her magic. How frustrating. With a growl, she slammed her fist deep into the ground. Countless bizarre lines spread outward, forming a massive, glowing magic circle. From deep beneath the earth, hordes of pale skeletons crawled up, throwing the entire festival crowd into utter chaos. Skeletons, run for your lives. Yet some managed to stay calm despite being surrounded, trying to identify the source. Did she just summon an undead army? Dark magic is strictly banned within the Empire. This means she is a traitor to the crown. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped the skeleton horde. The source of this holy power was Dolores, who raised her arms high, shouting orders to the Ryuk members to prioritize evacuating the citizens and keeping them safe. Once the evacuation was underway, she looked at the bespectacled man hiding behind a board, commanding Anana to fetch the professor. The instruction left him baffled. "Dolores, what about you?" Reassuring him to not worry, she waited for Anana to leave before clasping her hands. Twin holy crosses gleamed in her eyes. Subduing the undead was her absolute specialty. Watching this, Camus grumbled and shouted in frustration, "Divine power, how annoying. Get lost, faker. I need to see the real night hound." Hearing this left Dolores utterly baffled. "The night hound? Why are you looking for him?" Instead of answering, Camus demanded to know. "You just referred to him with respect. What is your connection to the night hound?" Dolores stayed quiet. After a brief pause, she replied, "I am his closest confidant." This response instantly made the veins on Camus' forehead twitch. "Oh, is that so?" Fuming at her answer, she commanded the skeletal army to charge forward. "Then let me tear your soul into shreds and add you to my army." Facing the oncoming wave, Dolores did not back down. She unleashed her radiant holy magic. "I will never lose to the undead." But before she could strike, the skeletons suddenly were entirely blown away. Dolores stared in shock. In the distance, Sinclair, a silver-haired youth, frowned tightly, clutching a staff. Recognizing the newcomer, she urged them to flee, but the stubborn youth refused. "It is dangerous. You must leave immediately." "Do not worry," Senior Sinclair assured her with unwavering confidence. "For some reason I feel like I have to fight." As the boy speaks, a massive wave of dark power erupts everywhere, yet they somehow manage to hold their ground. She has no plans of stopping boosting her power while repeating her demand. I only want to meet the Night Hound. Summon him now if you want to live. Seth grimaces under the heavy curse. Summoning the undead was bad enough, but now high-tier fire magic too. Just how much mana does she actually have? As he wonders, the barrier begins to crack. Suddenly, a figure rushes in from the shadows to block her relentless attack. The primary target is terrified by the situation, but the newcomer quickly steps in to completely suppress her onslaught. Despite being blocked, the girl is thrilled to see the Night Hound. But he shows no mercy, sending her flying instantly. She crashes through several buildings. That single strike completely levels half of the festival grounds. Dolores witnesses everything utterly paralyzed. She stands there in absolute shock, unable to process the destruction. Meanwhile, the panicked crowd finally begins to settle down. They gather to whisper and gossip. Was that really the Night Hound? He was so fast. Even the girl pokes her head out to watch. The whispers grow louder as people talk excitedly. Someone even mentions smelling rotting corpses. Meanwhile, Dolores suddenly appears right there. She stands there completely frozen. Looking at the ruined landscape, her eyes are filled with deep worry for the Night Hound. She realizes he lured the enemy away to keep everyone safe. Clutching her hands together, she silently prays for his safety. Deep in the forest, the girl gets back up, laughing despite her injuries. "We meet again, Night Hound," she exclaims. His identity exposed, he remains perfectly calm and demands, "Let us settle this here." Hearing this, Seer feels slightly amused. She pouts, asking why he is in such a rush and begging to talk first. Ignoring her, he summons a sharp claw. The crimson claw gleams menacingly as he declares, "I won't make the same mistake again, Seer." But before they can clash, a group of heavily armed soldiers suddenly bursts onto the scene. Wearing full armor, they quickly spot the two fighters. Seeing the guards rushing toward them, the girl suggests they make a quick escape, but he immediately rejects her idea. He raises his hand, revealing a glowing ring. "No need to run. I have a little parting gift from your ally." He holds up his sacred ring, a powerful artifact that possesses the rare ability to activate and deactivate barriers. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from behind him, flooding the area. In an instant, their entire surroundings begin to warp. They find themselves in a barren wasteland filled with giant statues and countless rusted swords, driven deep into the ground. The Night Hound gazes up at the two massive stone statues, immediately recognizing them as Hugo and young Master Osiris. This barren landscape is the inner world of Seth Baskerville, the host possessed by the demon Andromalius. As they both inspect their new surroundings, the girl also looks around and identifies the figures depicted by the statues. A barrier featuring statues of the Baskerville Patriarch. Realizing who they represent, her gaze grows incredibly sharp and intense. To confirm her growing suspicion, she directly demands, "Night Hound, take off your mask. I need to verify something." He remains completely silent and still. Despite his lack of reaction, she waits with an intense sense of anticipation. Her sharp eyes ignore the blade pressed against her neck. "Please, I cannot remove my mask or reveal my true identity. The demon contract binds me. I cannot even speak your name." But while she is lost in her deep thoughts, a razor-sharp blade suddenly thrusts toward her. Reacting with lightning speed, she barely manages to dodge the lethal strike. "Wait," she cries, but he ignores her, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that she is forced to endure. Frozen in place, she watches the deadly sword prepare to strike again. He is simply too strong to handle now. Taking the full force of the blow, she realizes she cannot let this continue. It is time to make a deal. She turns to the demon inside. "Let's trade power. What do you want?" "Half of your life force," it demands. The demon sneers wickedly as the terms are set. "Give me half of your lifespan." Without hesitation, she agrees immediately. With the contract sealed, countless dark hands erupt from the ground, tightly binding his legs and keeping him trapped. Then massive, colossal monsters materialize behind her. "If you won't take off that mask yourself, I will do it." But before the beasts can even move, they are instantly turned into dust. Everything happens in the blink of an eye. Terrified by his overwhelming strength, she realizes even this power is not enough. Desperate, she demands even more help. "Seer, give me more power." The demon grins maliciously, accepting the deal. "Fine, but you only have 8 hours left." Ignoring the deadly cost, she summons a massive magic circle. Out from the glowing seal, an enormous bone dragon emerges. But before the bone dragon can strike, he grabs its massive fangs with both hands, completely stopping it cold. The Night Hound effortlessly rips the giant beast in half. Gritting her teeth, she pushes her limits even further. But no matter how many terrifying monsters she summons, they all get instantly obliterated. Sure, he easily deflects every single attack, but he notices something incredibly bizarre about this fight. Her strange strikes seem hesitant, as if she is desperately holding back instead of actually trying to kill him. Why? As her summoned dragons are sliced to pieces one by one, she starts demanding even more power. Inside her, the demon crosses its arms, smugly counting down. 3 hours left. Step by step, the dark entity takes over her body as she begs for more power. 2 hours left. Suddenly, ethereal, ghostly wings materialize around our hero, wrapping him in a deadly embrace. With a sharp clench of her fist, the wings shatter into a swarm of blades. But executing this heavy attack leaves her completely exhausted. Panting heavily, she props herself up. Across from her, the night hound is swarmed by restless spirits. Seeing him finally stand still, she struggles to repeat her original demand. You are trapped, take off that mask. But as you and I know, things never go that easily. With one single devastating slash, the night hound breaks free. The massive swarm of spirits is instantly torn to shreds. Her eyes widen in absolute shock. He recovers his stance, then walks directly toward her with a dark, intense look on his face. Watching him approach, she pleads, "Why do you want to kill me yet you are covered in blood? What did you endure to hate demons so much? Please, if you are really the person I think you are, recognize me." Desperate, she channels the last of her strength for one final strike. "Please remember me." After unleashing that massive blast, her energy is completely spent and she collapses onto the cold stone floor. A massive towering stone block now separates them. Suddenly, the calm, deep voice of the night hound echoes from behind the dust. Startled, she listens as he asks, "Let me ask you this. Why did you refuse to hurt me, yet you tried so hard to stop me? And why did you want to unmask me?" Hearing those words, she slowly looks up, completely stunned as he continues speaking. "That sorrowful gaze behind your mask tells me you have something to say but cannot." A heavy loaded silence fills the air. He had to verify his suspicions. Without wasting another second, our main character steps forward and strikes the barrier with his fist. She flinches, closing her eyes, fully prepared to receive his wrath. But instead of a deadly strike, he simply reaches out to her. With a gentle flick to her forehead, the bone mask on her face begins to crack. In this quiet moment, Vikir remembers the past. Memories of their childhood flood back. He had suspected this truth before, but running away from reality is completely useless now. Vikir slowly removes his own mask, revealing his striking, handsome face. He looks at her and softly says, "Long time no see, Camus de Morgue." Hearing her name, she bursts into tears, looking exactly like her younger self. Let us jump back 3 years to her family mansion. Deep inside the morgue estate, soft, sorrowful crying echoes down a long, empty hallway, casting a heavy shadow over the entire residence. A group of maids assigned to serve her gather near the doorway. With worried expressions, they begin whispering among themselves in hushed voices. Lady Camus has not eaten a single bite in days. She just sits there crying, blaming herself for everything that happened. The gossip grows more intense as they recall the horrific battlefield littered with destroyed lands and heavily wounded soldiers. It makes sense. During the desperate mission to rescue Lady Camus from the brutal savages, countless brave warriors lost their lives. One of the maids glances at the heavy closed door, lowering her voice further to mention the real cause of their lady's heartbreak. Even discussing this makes the maid tear up, her heart aching as she remembers the young hero who sacrificed his life for her. Vikir of the Baskerville family. The boy she deeply loved is gone. How could she possibly heal from such a devastating loss? Another maid breaks down in tears, crying out, "Poor Lady Camus, this is just too cruel. She does not deserve this pain. It is truly heartbreaking. We can only hope she finds the strength to move on." But they get so caught up in gossiping that they completely miss the dark shadow looming right behind them. Suddenly, a massive sphere of water traps all three of them inside. They are lifted into the air, gasping for breath as they struggle in the water bubble. Their attacker shows absolutely no mercy. "How dare you spread rumors about your masters in this hallway?" The man unleashes a chilling wave of pure killing intent. He tightens his grip, increasing the pressure. A servant's greatest virtue is silence, yet you use fake concern as an excuse to gossip. Hearing that icy voice, the terrified maids instantly recognize their punisher. They desperately try to beg for forgiveness but can barely breathe. It is Lord Adolf. He lets them suffer in agony for a long moment, teaching them a lesson they will never forget before finally releasing his grip. The water sphere bursts, sending the maids crashing to the floor, gasping and coughing violently for air. Once they catch their breath, Adolf delivers a cold warning. "If I hear another whisper, you will lose your tongues. Now get out." The terrified maids apologize and run for their lives. Left alone, Adolf slowly walks over to the heavy wooden door. He takes a deep breath, composes himself, and speaks softly. "Camus, I am coming in." Without waiting for a response, he pushes open the door. The entire room is cast in complete darkness, with broken furniture scattered everywhere. On the large bed there is a small shivering pile of blankets. Seeing his niece in such a pitiful state breaks his heart, and he gently sits beside her. Adolf spoke to her gently. "Camus, I heard you won't even eat. The patriarch, no, your own mother, is incredibly worried about you." Hearing his words, Camus mockingly scoffed at herself. "If I am still alive, do I really still have to eat?" With that, the horrific memories of that fateful day replayed like a movie in her mind. If only I had not been foolish enough to let those barbarians capture me, and if only I had stopped Vikir instead of letting him face that giant monster alone, he would still be alive today. Grieving over this, She grit her teeth as tears streamed down her cheeks. First Rosie and now Vikir. It is all my fault. Looking at her, seeing his niece in such utter despair, Adolf was speechless. Let us look closer as he rushes to hug her gently, trying to calm her down. You must not give up like this, Camus. Don't you realize your life now also carries their memories? You have to keep living even stronger. The living have a duty to live on for those who have passed. This realization struck Camus like a lightning bolt. Her eyes widened, and after a brief silence, she asked in a dazed must, I live on for them too. Hearing this, Adolf felt a sudden spark of hope and quickly nodded. Exactly. If Rosie and Vikir saw you like this, they would be absolutely heartbroken. But suddenly a thought struck her, and she ran frantically over to a cabinet, frantically digging through it and shouting in excitement, that is it, there is still a way. Adolf watched in utter confusion. Camus. Ignoring him, she began scribbling bizarre formulas and symbols all over sheets of paper. If the thermodynamic state of life is equivalent, then it is definitely possible. Becoming increasingly obsessed, she did not even notice the growing piles of research papers scattered around her. Magic in the end is just another method of calculating that value. If I alter the method and sequence of calculation, maybe I can produce a completely different outcome. Adolf slowly walked closer, staring at his niece in absolute bewilderment. What are you talking about? But Camus ignored him, completely lost in her own thoughts. If I can connect with multiple negative spaces and raise the entropy there, then swap the quotient and remainder of the positive dimension to create a form of equivalent exchange. But after endless calculations with no results, she gripped her hair in frustration. Not enough energy. My brain cannot function. Realizing exactly what she needed, Camus whipped around to face her uncle. Uncle, quickly have them prepare some food for me. Moments later, a massive feast of exquisitely prepared dishes was served. Sitting across from her at the dining table was an imposing woman. I heard everyone was worried because you refused to eat for days. The woman speaking was none other than her mother, the clan head, Lady Respain Morgue. Hearing her daughter speak, she kept a strict, composed expression, but deep down she felt a wave of relief. Her daughter, the successor of their great clan, was finally willing to eat. How could I not worry when my own child starves herself? Seizing the opportunity, Camus pushed further. Then I will not make anyone worry anymore, so please grant me one request. The request caught the clan head off guard. A request nodding for her to speak, Camus did not hesitate to lay it out. Please, lend me the military authority of the Morgue clan so I can search the flooded basin. This shocking request stunned both adults. Military command? Absolutely not. You know how incredibly dangerous that flooded area is. While Adolf panicked, Respain remained exceptionally calm. Fine. On one condition, promise me you will never skip another meal or I will refuse. Adolf was shocked by his sister's decision. Sister, how can you agree to this? Adolf protested, but Respain quickly silenced him. She still has things she needs to do, Adolf. Forcing her to give up right now is completely impossible. Leaning her chin on her hands, she added, we must let her see the truth herself. Unable to hide her joy, Camus immediately sliced into a piece of steak. Then we have a deal. The two adults watched relieved to see this sudden positive change. However, the moment she took her very first bite, her face turned pale as she choked, covering her mouth. She collapsed to her knees, throwing up violently. Adolf jumped to his feet, shouting orders. Starving for days and then suddenly eating heavy steak is a recipe for disaster. Clear this table immediately and bring something light suited for a recovering patient. But before the maids could act, they were stopped. Leave it. Wiping her mouth, Camus glared back at the table with fierce determination. I will finish all of it, true to her word. She began stuffing food into her mouth. With every bite, the crushing weight of regret overwhelmed her. Vikir, if only I hadn't let those barbarians capture me, I would have never lost you. If only I hadn't held you back, letting you face that giant spider entirely on your own. I wouldn't have lost you. This is all my fault, my own karma. You did not deserve to suffer such a cruel, unfair death. I swear I will undo this injustice and correct everything. Adolf watched her in stunned silence, completely heartbroken. Meanwhile, Camus wiped her mouth clean. Just when they thought she was stopping, she grabbed another piece of meat to continue eating. Just wait for me, Vikir. By that evening, news that the great heiress of the Morgue clan had finally emerged from her deep depression spread like wildfire across the entire clan. But as you and I are about to see, her actions would take an entirely unexpected turn. That night, deep within the secret hall of the Morgue clan, the powerful representative of the dark faction Snake Morgue sat majestically upon his throne. Looking down at the cloaked figure who suddenly materialized before him, he spoke sternly. To think, the young lady, the elite actually came all this way. Once discovered, Camus smirked, pulling down her hood. You recognized me right away, didn't you? Revealing her scheming face, she got straight to the point. I want to leave the light hall and join the secret hall. This request completely blindsided the man on the high throne. After a stunned pause, he held back his approval and started analyzing. The light hall represents our public face, the light. but our secret hall. We are the shadow conducting forbidden dark magic experiments. Surely you understand what it truly means to step into this darkness. Despite his threatening warning, Kama stood her ground unshaken. I am ready to abandon my mother, my uncle, and my entire inheritance as the family's successor. From now on, I will live entirely in the shadows. Even after hearing those incredibly resolute words, Snake still hesitated. He pressed her further. I heard you have been leading troops near the flooded lands lately. Are you planning on using dark magic to revive that guy Vaco? Confronted with the truth, Camus let her madness show, speaking honestly. Yes, by using the perfect resurrection ritual. The moment those words left her mouth, he jumped up in absolute shock. This ancient forbidden art could resurrect the dead in their perfect state. Both the Mao family and the Empire strictly outlawed such dark magic. Realizing this, Snake looked down and waved his hand flatly, declaring, "Then I definitely cannot accept. You are forbidden from joining the secret hall. Go back." Faced with rejection, Camus quietly played her ace. "Then I have no other choice." With that, she raised her hand and unleashed her hidden power. "I will teach myself just as I have always done." This sudden display of raw power made Snake question reality itself. "You are controlling souls. Teaching yourself dark magic, is that even possible? You have basically forged an entirely new path." He could not help but think of Lesbano. Wasn't this girl just like her, a once-in-a-century genius? Staring at her, he finally agreed, though he added a strict warning. "Fine. But once you join, my word is absolute. Are you ready to accept that?" Camus did not even hesitate, dropping to her knees immediately in submission. "I do not care if I lose everything. I only want to bring Vaco back to life." And so from that day on, deep within the dark hall of the Mao family, a place untouched by the Empire's eyes and the light's judgment, only the High Counselors knew of this hidden sanctum, a massive underground complex stretching down more than 600 levels. On the 666th floor of the dark hall, a violent surge of purple energy erupted. Camus stood there under the watchful eye of Snake, channeling her magic to raise a zombie. Finishing up, she waved it off, turning back with a smirk. She asked for his thoughts, asking how was that. Snake was completely stunned, unable to hide his absolute shock. This praise fueled her pride. "I never expected you to raise a magical corpse already. Truly incredible," he remarked. But behind his praising face, he felt deep anxiety. She had barely touched the dark path and achieved this already. A storm of conflicting emotions raged inside his mind. He felt admiration, jealousy, fear, affection, and profound sadness. Looking at her, he was suddenly reminded of Lesbano's stern gaze, wondering what this girl was truly searching for. Why did he let this child join the dark hall before Snake could drift deeper into thought? Camus spoke up. "Of course, I am still lacking." Right before their eyes, the raised undead corpse slowly began to dissolve. Black tears streamed from its eyes. "Because in the end, I still cannot completely bring the dead back to life." Clenching her fists in raw determination, she made her resolve clear. Snake watched her closely and hesitated, asking, "Do you really plan on using the perfect resurrection ritual? It is extremely difficult with an incredibly low success rate. Even if a miracle happens, they could end up corrupted or driven entirely insane." Despite knowing these horrific consequences, Camus remained absolutely undeterred. "None of that matters once it actually succeeds. The soul I want to bring back is stronger than anyone else's." Seeing her intense, almost psychopathic drive, Snake's expression darkened. What was he witnessing? While things were chaotic down below, someone above was growing increasingly frantic. "Sister, can't you stop Camus? She wants to leave the light hall and join the shadows." Facing her brother's desperation, Lesbano remained completely calm. Gazing out the window, she spoke softly. "She hasn't made her final choice yet. I gave her freedom to move freely between the light hall and the dark hall, so she can think it through before deciding." Despite his sister's calm reasoning, Adab refused to accept this, throwing a fit. Lately, Camus has been spending way too much time with Snake. Lesbano calmly explained that Snake was only helping her, not hurting her. But before Adab could argue any further, she cut him off completely. "Do not bring this up again." Adab was left completely speechless. Meanwhile, deep below, Snake held a lantern, guiding Camus further into the unknown. Snake suddenly asked, "Young head, do you know the origins of the Mao family?" Camus found herself completely baffled by the abrupt question. "Their origins? I have no idea." Anticipating her response, Snake raised his lantern, revealing a massive, dimly lit hall. 3 separate pathways branched ahead. He explained that the Mao family actually started as a simple morgue, a resting place for the dead. Snake dug deeper into their history, showing vivid illustrations. Mao was the title of an ancient lineage existing long before humanity had even established clans or nations. Back then, their primary duty was gathering unclaimed bodies from the streets, searching for their grieving relatives. Because they spent so much time surrounded by the dead at some point along the way, members of the Mao family began showing a rare talent: they could converse with the deceased. That legacy continues to this day. Snake looked at Camus, who stood in the center of the hall. He spread his arms wide, soaking in the dark atmosphere. Just like you right now, young head, our family has been bound to the dark arts since the very beginning. He then grabbed his lantern, stepping toward a nearby bookshelf to continue. True dark mages who pursue the ultimate truth know that it lies on the other side of death's door. Camus watched him, asking casually, "So I need to get familiar with death first?" Snake quietly pointed out that doing so is just cheap imitation practiced by those obsessed with the mere aesthetic of dark magic. He paused, letting the silence hang heavy before speaking. "Before anything else, young head, you must first learn to fear death." Turning to lock eyes with Camus, he offered a stern warning. "Carve this into your soul. Dark mages are actually the ones who fear and avoid death more than anyone else." You would think his lesson ended there, but Snake continued, adding that before you can truly comprehend death, you must first learn to value and deeply cherish the gift of life. A true dark mage loves life more than anyone else, feeling profound sorrow for every single fading spark of existence. They strive constantly to understand them. Hearing this, Camus paused, falling into deep reflection. This was quite contrary to worldly prejudice. These mages seemed closer to ancient sages or saints. Shifting gears to a long-held curiosity, she asked Master Snake, "If I may ask, what exactly drove you to join the dark path in the first place?" The question made him hesitate, memories of Adab and Lespano flashing in his mind. Lost in thought, he took his lantern and began to walk away. "Light and shadow," he murmured, "without either the scales lose all balance." Camus could only watch. She sighed at his cryptic words. A few days later, on the 666th floor, she ran up to him eagerly. "Master Snake," she beamed proudly, presenting a piece of parchment that detailed an incredibly complex magic circle design. Staring at the drawing, Snake's eyes widened in sheer shock. "What on earth is this?" Before he could finish, Camus eagerly chimed in. "It's a perfect resurrection array, my very own research project." Snake's hands trembled as he reached out to take the parchment. Holding the blueprint, his entire understanding of magic shattered. This formula was light years ahead of anything currently known. Even after scanning it for flaws multiple times, the design remained utterly flawless. The dark path was supposed to be a slow journey into the deepest parts of the abyss. Just how deep had this girl peered to create something so wild? He looked up at Camus, who was rubbing the back of her neck shyly. "I need my master's help to activate it." Before agreeing to her request, Snake had to ask, "Is that man named Vale really worth all this trouble?" This pure-hearted girl was nothing like him. He had wandered so deep into the dark arts that his mind had rotted. Seeing her bright, innocent smile, he felt a wave of guilt. The abyss hadn't swallowed her humanity at all. She had managed to keep her soul clean. Snake smiled with pride, thinking, "She's already far better than me." He gave her his nod. "Let's do this together. However, we have a major obstacle. We don't have the target's body." "How do you plan to work around that?" Camus glanced confidently at a wooden barrel sitting on the ground nearby. "I got the Baskerville family to secure some blood and hair samples." She then pulled out a glowing purple orb filled with countless swirling souls, calling forth every spirit she could from the sea of water. Snake instantly realized her genius plan. Since they possessed physical fragments, once the corresponding soul fragments reacted, they could easily piece him back together again. As they painted the massive magic circle, Snake asked, "Are you familiar with the ship of Theseus paradox? Even if we retrieve his body, memories, and personality, is he truly the same person? That's the real question here. We can debate philosophy later." Master Camus laughed. Eventually, the final detailed strokes of the array were completed. Both stood at opposite ends, ready to channel. "Let's begin." Her sudden haste left Snake feeling a bit overwhelmed, but Camus had already reached out. "Right now, isn't this too rushed? I've waited way too long, Master. Please." Snake hesitated, pursing his lips, but ultimately raised his hands to unleash his power. The resulting windstorm was incredibly fierce, making her struggle. Meanwhile, Snake calmly analyzed the situation. The magic circle was absolutely flawless. Could this be the moment that marks a massive turning point in dark magic? Slowly, a silhouette began to emerge from within the circle, appearing before them, leaving Camus absolutely thrilled. Recognizing her beloved, she broke into tears of pure joy and rushed forward. But before she could reach him, a massive explosion erupted, leaving Camus severely wounded. The young lady collapsed as her vision faded. This was a severe mana backlash from the shockwave. Did she fail? Soon Camus found herself standing in a pitch-black space. With only a single door ahead of her shining with light, she thought, "Am I dying here?" Endless questions immediately flooded her mind. Why did the spell fail? Everything was absolutely perfect. Was it because the fragment of Vikir's body was too old? Or was his soul no longer in the sea of souls? Her thoughts spiraled deeper into dark despair. Perhaps he had already left this resentful world behind and moved on. If so, what was the point of all her desperate struggles? Realizing this, tears began streaming down her pale cheeks. Perhaps dying like this would be peaceful. But suddenly, a warm hand gently wiped away her tears. "To be honest, I didn't join the dark faction out of desire. it was because I couldn't fit in with my older sister. Since I couldn't live in the light, I lived as a shadow. These words left Camus completely stunned. Seeing a glimmer of hope on her face, he added, but seeing your pure soul, young lady, I wondered if I had been more honest back then and had the courage to face the impossible, would things have turned out differently? With that, he pushed her back. Young lady, do not lose hope. I pray you'll be reunited with the one you love. He then walked straight into the door, and the light faded. Outside, Snake was gone. Camus watched this in absolute horror. Master. They just lay there in the ruins, motionless and silent as time slowly passed, and flies began to swarm over Snake's body. Camus was still alive, but she couldn't move, her vision growing blurry and distorted. How much time had actually passed? Every nerve in her body felt burned out. She couldn't move at all. She realized this was the price of stubbornly using forbidden resurrection magic. No one would ever find this secret sanctuary hidden beneath the dark hall. In despair, she looked up at the faint sunlight filtering through a small crack in the tower. Dying like? This was probably for the best. Her master had died in her place, and she had nothing left to say. Since she had sacrificed absolutely everything, she felt she had no regrets left in this life. Even so, she couldn't help but remember Vikir. If there was one major regret, it was that she couldn't see him one last time. Well, she'd meet him in the afterlife. With that, she closed her eyes. But things wouldn't be that simple. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. The voice mocked her lingering attachments to the world. Camus opened her eyes, trembling, and asked, "Where is that coming from? Am I hallucinating?" The demon chuckled softly in response, "It is no illusion. I came here because I heard your deep desire." Camus remained completely calm. "Are you one of those demons commonly written about in the old lore books?" The voice sounded highly amused. "Yes." "Oh, so you actually know about demons. That makes this transaction much easier then. I will use my power to save you, so would you like to make a deal with me?" Hearing the offer, she immediately refused. "No, I have no desire to live." But the demon didn't give up asking. "Then tell me, what is it you want?" Camus let out a mocking smile. "What I want?" She stayed completely silent. But looking at the magic circle nearby, the demon instantly understood her situation. That magic circle was meant to resurrect the dead, right? "Do you want to see that soul again?" Conveniently, I happen to be an expert at fulfilling such wishes. The demon who rules over death and decay, that is me. After introducing herself, Sierra began to tempt her, ignoring Camus' lifeless eyes. "I will help you see the one you want to resurrect, so make a contract with me." Camus remembered Snake's final words before he pushed her away, wishing for her to be reunited with her beloved. Thinking of this, she accepted immediately. The demon flashed a sinister smile. Good. By signing this contract, she believed she was beyond saving. But if there was still a way, she didn't want to die here. Meanwhile, excited shouts echoed through the family mansion. "It's Lady Camus, quick, help her inside." Adolf arrived with 2 soldiers and froze in utter shock. He looked anxiously at the girl walking toward him. Her hair had already turned white at the top of her head. Seeing his niece's swollen, tear-stained eyes, Adolf's heart broke in pure agony. "Do you know how worried I was about you?" He kept asking questions rapidly, not giving her a chance to answer. "What happened to your hair? What have you been doing for 10 days? Wait, did Snake?" But Camus ignored him, leaving Adolf completely stunned as she walked right past him. After a few steps, she finally spoke. "I'm sorry, uncle, but I'm just a bit tired." Seeing her cold demeanor, Seer appeared out of nowhere to mock her. "So petty. Ignoring your uncle after not seeing him for so long is pretty rude, don't you think?" Camus ignored him. "Shut up, Seer." Fearful the demon wouldn't cooperate, she warned it while heading to her room. "Prove you're useful or I end our contract." Seer dropped the playful attitude. That was how the contract between them was formed. The demon faction, the 10 corpses, would grant Camus immense power and help her reunite with Vikir Van Baskerville. In exchange, Camus had to give Seer absolute control of her body for 1 hour every single day, during which she would completely lose consciousness. Furthermore, Camus was strictly forbidden from speaking of Seer or demons to anyone. Then, on a beautiful day deep in the forest, she successfully acquired 2 new abilities from Seer, including the power to find whatever she searched for. Dropping a red hair, a familiar silhouette materialized, revealing her corpse-summoning magic. Spotting that figure, Camus couldn't hide her overwhelming deep emotion. Tears streamed down her face as she ran to embrace her cousin Rose, who had died fighting the barbarian tribe. On another day, Seer hovered above a magic circle, casting a spell while complaining openly. "This is my first time doing this, so I'm just as surprised as you. I can't feel any trace of that boy's soul anywhere." Hearing this, Camus's gaze sharpened, but she had absolutely no intention of giving up her search for Vikir. By day, she claimed she was training alone to care for Rose. By night, she searched everywhere for Vikir. Rasbane and Adolf were deeply heartbroken watching her, yet Camus ignored them, focusing solely on researching her dark magic. As time passed, she drifted away from her mother, uncle, and clan, but she had no time to worry about that. Finding Vikir was her life's sole purpose. While drawing a magic circle, Camus suddenly felt a strange presence behind her. She whipped around instantly, shocked to find a strange man who had silently appeared behind her without her realizing. "Who are you and how did you get in?" The inhuman entity smiled wickedly, revealing his true goal. "Human, I didn't come to see you." Hand it over. After that fateful encounter, Rose vanished, leaving Camus to question Siri, but the demon only gave a nonchalant response. "My ally, the Ninth Corps, said he was looking for a servant. It's hard to hide and search at the same time." Danteli and Siri's ally, along with another demon, had abducted Rose. They vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Camus lashed out in anger, but Siri didn't care at all. "How dare you let them take my cousin? If she dies, I'll just make you a new one. Don't be mad." Camus gnashed her teeth in frustration, powerless. A demon would always be a heartless demon. Then she set off to find Rose. Inside a half-shattered main building, Camus sat in despair. But in that dark moment, she witnessed a true miracle. Clutching her cousin, Camus stood up, terrified of the person aiming an arrow at her. Back in the present, tears fell. Tears rolled down her cheeks as he called her name. "Long time no see, Camus." Unlike her, he was completely calm. After a serious moment, Vikir teased her, saying she had changed so much. His words left her utterly stunned. The pent-up resentment she had suppressed for so long was now bursting forth like a flood, overwhelming her entire being. Seeing no response, he stepped closer. Inside, Camus was screaming with raging anger. Why did he show up like this? You vanished for years and now you act all cool. If you were alive, why didn't you look for me? Do you know my pain? I sacrificed everything to find you. Though her heart raged like a volcano, she couldn't speak. Standing before Camus, Vikir asked directly, "Did you make a contract with a demon? What on earth happened?" Camus couldn't reply aloud, only crying out in her mind. "I wanted my final moments to be beautiful in your memories. Just looking into the depths of your eyes tells me everything you have suffered. Unlike me, who ruined everything, you have grown so much stronger." Seeing her remain completely silent, Vikir questioned her once again, highly surprised. Camus simply stared back in quiet shock, unable to say a word as her time was rapidly running out. "Soon you will have to fight Siri. At least let me do this one last thing for you. I don't want you to fight alone ever again. I'm just so glad I finally got to see you." Snapping out of her thoughts, she cried out her final words, leaving Vikir completely stunned by the sudden danger. "Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you for finding me." As she spoke, massive thorns erupted all around her. The sharp spikes aimed straight at Camus, but she only smiled warmly, saying, "Live a happy life for my sake too." Without hesitation, Vikir lunged forward and held Camus tight, shielding her and taking the full force of the spikes. Ignoring his bloody wounds, he looked at her bewildered expression and said gently, "I know you couldn't tell me. Everything was because of her contract with that demon. If it was true that he could not land any fatal blow in battle, and her subsequent suicide attempts were all messages she desperately tried to convey to him. Camus might have avoided a disaster this time, but it only made his heart ache even more. Why? Again, ignoring the crying girl in his arms, Vikir declared with absolute certainty, "So, do not worry about anything anymore. I will handle everything." At this, his eyes grew incredibly sharp, filled with pure rage. "Because I will never lose to a demon." But as Vikir held Camus close to his chest, Shia had already sneaked up behind them, whispering right into his ear, "Nice to meet you." His eyes remained dead serious, calmly listening to whatever she had to say next. "You are Vi, right? I have heard your roommate talk quite a lot about you." Her tone was dripping with mock playfulness. Yet Vi remained dead calm, even though Shia had just impaled him. What happened to Camus? Seeing his reaction, she simply grinned with pure amusement. "What is wrong?" Worried, she got so excited that she opened the giant third eye on her forehead, revealing an unconscious Camus trapped inside, bound tightly by creepy muscle fibers. "Camus is currently sleeping soundly inside me right now, because I have taken complete control of this day." But suddenly losing her patience, she decided to summon several wicked skeleton warriors carrying sharp spears. "How long do you think you can hold me?" Then sharp claws violently slashed straight down into his defenseless body. A second later, Vikir collapsed to the bloody ground. Meanwhile, the skeleton minions dragged Shia away to safety. Once freed, she instantly shattered those skeleton soldiers into dust, looking at him with immense amusement like a twisted predator. "We are inside the unique barrier of Andromalius. So you are the demon hunter who slaughtered my comrade back then." Who would have thought the one Camus sought was this very hunter? But suddenly her brow furrowed with deep suspicion, as she began to ponder. "Wait, something is off. Do you not feel it? How could a mere human possibly know about our 10 corpses?" She asked with growing suspicion, even though Vikir remained completely silent. "And that mysterious soul of yours? Even my demon eye cannot perceive it. Are you truly someone from this world?" Seeing that he gave no response, she only pushed further, flashing a wicked mocking smile. You really are cold. Do I have to tell you Camus' tragic story? Before you will finally talk. Looking at Vikir's stubborn resolve and intense killing intent, she simply continued her monologue. It is the tragic story of a girl who dared to risk her life casting the ultimate forbidden resurrection spell, just so she could meet a boy again. Her voice was dripping with absolute excitement and heavy sarcasm. Of course, she failed. Her body became completely paralyzed, leaving her lying motionless for days inside a dark, abandoned laboratory. Yet because she gave it her all, she claimed she had zero regrets. But do you know the funniest part? Xia grew even more ecstatic, pointing at herself with a grotesque smile that showed off her rows of razor-sharp teeth. She literally called me a demon, yet she treated me like her new beacon of hope. Every single mocking word. Now push Vikir past his absolute limit, unleashing his fury. After the contract was sealed, hearing Camus's desperate cries for you actually made even a demon like me feel pity. Suddenly, painful memories of Camus began flashing vividly in his mind. Vi, I am so sorry for leaving you all alone. If only those savages had not captured me. I should have been the one to die instead. If Vi is still alive, why has he not come for me? No, please do not leave me, the demon mimicked. Every single one of her desperate pleas, finishing with, I want to see you. But before she could even finish laughing, he snapped and lunged forward like a streak of lightning. His face was dark, desperately trying to keep his composure as he swung his weapon. Just as the blade on Vikir's gauntlet grazed her hair, Xia spoke up with a smug grin. You understand demon contracts very well, do you not? If I die, Camus dies with me. Delighted by his obvious weakness, she summoned a massive skull with its jaws wide open. You would not dare kill the girl who waited for you with all her heart, right? Just as the giant skull snapped down to crush him, he swiftly leapt into the air. Crossing his arms, Vikir unleashed a flurry of dozens of slashes against the colossal skull. Yet, despite his relentless attacks, the skull remained completely unscratched. Standing below, she watched with smug satisfaction, loudly mocking his futile efforts with pure arrogance. Do you think you can slice me like you did Camus' spell? A mere freshly graduated brat like you cannot possibly shatter my primordial power. In an instant, the massive skull charged, slamming heavily into Vi's small frame and dragging him across the battlefield, shattering the ground and sending rocks and dust flying everywhere in a massive cloud. Yet it did not stop, relentlessly slamming him further back. Xia gloated as she watched Vikir lie bruised, battered, and motionless on the ground. Forget about saving Camus, you are about to die by my hand. Right then, memories of his past battles flashed through his mind, sparking a deep, heavy realization. If Camus had truly made a demonic contract just to save him, hiding in the wetlands, Camus de Morgue, a girl who could have been a legendary hero, ended up making a dark pact with a demon. And deep down, Vikir knew the absolute rule. To kill a demon bound by a contract, you must also kill the human contractor. He had known this from the very beginning. He recalled his own burning crimson eyes filled with absolute resolve back then. So why did he make that promise? Simple. Because he refused to let a demon have the final say. Vikir sat motionless, high above head, bowed in defeat. Did he speak those words just to comfort Camus in her final moments? Did he really make a promise that he couldn't keep? He remained completely still as the demon drew closer. Letting her approach without moving a muscle, Xia mocked him, asking if he always daydreamed in the middle of a fight. With a swift whip, Xia slammed her massive tail directly into him, launching him back onto a colossal statue nearby. He crashed heavily, embedded deep in the shattered stone. But in that moment, a vital calculation clicked in his mind. If the 10th corpse was not eliminated, humanity would surely face an era of total and absolute destruction. Choosing between Camus and all of humanity should be an obvious choice, yet memories of her kept flashing before his eyes. Her face filled his vision. If there was even a fraction of a percent chance to save her, he had to take it. His bloodshot eyes snapped open, blazing with pure rage. Up on the skeletal remains, Xia looked down at him with utter disgust. She sneered, mocking how someone with such mediocre skills could have possibly defeated the 9th and 10th corpses. Her fury boiled over as she unleashed a lightning-charged claw slash. Vikir Van Baskerville, do you have any idea what you did? Do you know how long you delayed the opening of the demon gate? Her claws tore straight through his flesh. Shredding the statue behind him, Vikir gasped in agony as blood poured. Yet his trembling hands slowly began to rise. Are you seriously still trying to save Camus? You are just a child. A mere graduate who cannot even scratch me. Her manic grin widened as she continued to relentlessly mock his weakness. You are just another foolish human clinging to false hope. Are you seriously praying for some kind of miracle? Coughing up blood, Vikir muttered the word miracle. Suddenly, both of his hands snapped up and locked onto her horns. To her utter shock, his grip tightened as he reared his head back, bracing himself for a desperate move. He unleashed a brutal headbutt straight into her third eye. The impact rattled Xia, leaving her trembling in sheer terror. Pressing his forehead right against that eye, Vikir whispered directly to the girl inside. Camus, can you hear my voice? Keeping his forehead pressed against her, he called out, "Fighting this demon while trying to keep you safe is too much. It is way past my limit." He pleaded with Camus, who was trapped deep inside. "You must fight the contract. This demonic bond is not unbreakable. With your insane level of magic, I know you can pull this off." Not waiting for a reply, he kept shouting his encouragement. "A part of your soul will burn to break this link. That is the price you must pay. But the moment you do, I will slice this demon to pieces." He gripped her horns and screamed like a madman. "Let us create a miracle together right now." Annoyed by his constant shouting, Shia glared up and delivered a brutal kick to send the crazy bastard flying. His body smashed through another stone monument before crashing hard. Shia floated down slowly, offering him a twisted proposal. "Become my undead servant and atone for destroying my comrades. Together, we shall bring absolute ruin to mankind." But Vikir did not flinch. He slowly pushed himself up from the dirt, calmly touching his deep chest wound. He calmly looked up and made a quiet promise. "Demon, I will end you." Then something strange happened. Despite being covered in blood, the contents of a letter flashed in his mind, something he once deemed completely useless. Now those words felt like his absolute last hope. He dragged his heavily battered body forward step by step. He never imagined he would actually rely on that man's advice. He glanced up at a statue standing in the distance. That statue depicted Hugo Les Baskerville. Meanwhile, Shia's form began to shift, growing sharp spikes of dark, malevolent energy. She raised a massive scythe, her gaze dripping with murderous intent. "It is time for you to die, Vikir." Gripping his weapon tight, his aura exploded outward. He ignored his bleeding wounds, focusing entirely on breaking past his limits. He had to reach the Swordmaster rank. His eyes locked onto her forehead, the exact spot where Camus was being held captive. In his letter, Hugo had written that the strongest fang a peak graduate could summon was merely a broken seventh fang. But the Patriarch stressed a vital secret. To manifest a fully formed seventh fang, one must cross into the Swordmaster tier. And that was why Hugo had detailed the precise steps to achieving that legendary rank in his final message. Hugo's letter revealed that he had reached the Swordmaster realm shortly after Vikir's birth, a detail he had already shared once before. But after losing Roxana and Penelope, Hugo had fallen into a bottomless pit of despair. In that dark place, he became utterly obsessed, living only for his blade and training like a madman in the arena every single day. Hugo revealed that back then he was at the absolute peak of the high graduate stage, driven solely to reach the Swordmaster realm. He swung his sword day and night, but while training relentlessly, his strength suddenly failed and his arms went completely limp. The heavy blade slipped from his grasp as he realized that no matter how hard he fought, the Swordmaster realm remained out of reach. He stared down at his trembling hands in utter despair, so utterly shocked that he could not tear his eyes away. Desperate for any breakthrough, Hugo explained in his letter how he began searching through the massive family archives for any clue. Hidden deep within a library of 10,000 books, he finally discovered the ancient teachings left behind by their Swordmaster ancestors. The records stated that reaching the high graduate level required casting away all human emotions. Yet there was a catch. To truly become a Swordmaster, Hugo realized the ultimate key was to reclaim those discarded human feelings all over again. So he tried desperately to force himself to feel joy, anger, and sadness, constantly pushing his heart to the limit. He forced himself to laugh intentionally, got angry, and desperately tried to enjoy life, recalling those bizarre, unnatural feelings. But those forced artificial waves of emotion triggered a devastating side effect that slowly began to tear him apart. He began to smile when furious and scowl when happy. His emotional state was broken, trapping him deeper in a dark, endless maze. To find a way out of this crisis, Hugo turned to a different solution to ease the anxieties that his sword couldn't fix. He poured his entire soul into rebuilding the Baskerville clan, fathering many children to bolster their family power and status. Following the ruthless clan rules, he threw those innocent young children directly into the cradle of swords, yet his path remained blocked. But true enlightenment ended up coming from a totally unexpected place. Watching someone struggle to survive, his heart clenched with a strange emotion. How could such a tiny, fragile child struggle so fiercely to survive? Why would it endure the agony of drowning just to live? Witnessing that raw, desperate struggle, Hugo's cold heart finally began to beat again, unleashing a wave of long-lost feelings. He felt pure joy at discovering a true genius mixed with burning rage at himself for forcing children into such horror. Deep sorrow filled him for their pain alongside immense pride and anticipation for this remarkable child's bright future. In that overwhelming rush of genuine emotions, Hugo finally grasped the missing piece he had been searching for. The very next day, he realized he had finally achieved the legendary Swordmaster realm, pouring his heart into the letter. He wrote that both Pomeranian and his breakthrough were precious gifts bestowed upon him by his own beloved son. The true path to becoming a Swordmaster lies in embracing the ultimate harmony of all genuine human emotions. Hugo signed off with absolute belief that his son would also reach this peak, addressing him with deep affection. Locked in a brutal battle, Vikir remembered those words, realizing his father had indeed become a completely different man. He knew he had to find a way to shatter Kama's spell, completely bypassing his past life's limitations. He had to reach the Swordmaster realm on his own without relying on the Saintess's power, achieving true enlightenment himself. Now Vikir could feel those exact same emotions deep within himself, fully understanding the anger and sorrow Hugo wrote about. Vikir took a heavy hit and tumbled back as the three-eyed demon smirked, thoroughly enjoying her absolute dominance. But her eyes quickly filled with pure hatred, while Vikir realized he felt absolutely no joy or happiness. Staring at the twisted face before him, Vikir could only ask what was wrong with her bizarre expression. Infuriated, the three-eyed demon unleashed another devastating strike, demanding to know why Vikir had suddenly frozen in place. Unable to defend, Vikir was sent flying high into the air, losing a leg in the brutal impact. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Vikir ignited his aura and lunged forward with the Baskerville seventh fang. With raw, terrifying power exploding around him like a demon, he aimed to strike, but his arms suddenly slipped wide. She laughed mockingly, calling him a useless hound who had learned nothing before grabbing him tightly by the face. She slammed him ruthlessly into the ground, sneering that a weak attack like that could never pierce her armor. With a sinister grin, she openly mocked his efforts, asking what he could possibly hope to achieve against her power. Did he seriously expect Camus to wake up and break her contract? All Vikir could do was watch in shock. Her claws slowly tore into his flesh before leaving him with a cruel challenge to try and survive this. As the three-eyed monster clawed and tore at him piece by piece, she walked away with a cold parting threat. "Let's see you survive this." Meanwhile, a demon emerged from the magic circle, crashing down to the ground with a massive impact, leaving a deep crater around Vikir. He looked absolutely wretched, his breath seemingly choked as Three Eyes stared silently at the broken warrior in front of her, utterly shocked that Vikir was pushing himself back up. Surviving such a devastating direct attack was truly unbelievable. "Are you even human?" she gasped. Vikir desperately forced his broken body to move, trying to stand. Unfortunately, the mud salamander's healing ability could no longer repair his broken body. In that moment, Vikir remembered the day he had held Camus when she wept silently, unable to speak. Why did it have to be like this? Now Vikir dragged his heavily injured legs forward. "I must stand up and keep moving." His resolve was unshakable, no matter the cost. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed out. "Idiot, I didn't wait all this time just to see you make that pathetic face." Hearing those words, Vikir suddenly froze, while Three Eyes glared in pure fury. "What? How are you here?" Camus emerged with a dangerous smile, saying, "I did what you asked." Three Eyes snarled in warning. "Camus, if you violate our pact, your very soul will shatter into pieces. I cannot hold her for long." Yet Camus paid no attention to the warning, shouting, "Slash her down," she quickly added, with a smirk. "If you fail, my neck will become your scabbard." Vikir smiled, amused she could joke in this crisis. Indeed, she was a woman born to be a true hero. 100 points for you. Three Eyes, roared Camus. She spoke in a hauntingly intense voice, finally realizing, "Oh, I am looking forward to this. Now show me the man I have loved for so long." Three Eyes swore in fury. "You crazy bastards, do you really think this is enough to pierce my armor?" Vikir raised his weapon and swung it with immense destructive force, instantly shattering the stone debris around them. Three Eyes froze as a colossal aura erupted from within Vikir, triggering a deeply buried memory of a heartfelt letter. "So this is a heart overflowing with all those emotions. I can feel things I never could before." Vikir's feelings surged intensely. "I am happy you didn't forget me," he thought, sorting through the rush of emotions inside him. "I was angry at my own judgment for hurting a future hero." Deep down, Vikir felt a painful truth. "I am sad seeing you suffer so much." His heart had always hoped, but I eagerly await our perfect reunion. Now he was here. It was Vikir's turn. Channeling the Baskerville style, he prepared to strike with full force. Using the seventh fang, Vikir unleashed a massive torrent of energy and slashed straight through Three Eyes. Unexpectedly, a single tear streamed down the demon's cheek as her body erupted in a violent explosion of dark power. Humans go through life wearing distorted, colored glasses. Yet those who manage to remove them can perceive things that ordinary people can never see, allowing them to easily slash through any obstacle. Those legendary warriors who reach this absolute peak of strength are known as swordmasters. Defeated, Three Eyes collapsed backward, her terrifying dark aura slowly dissolving into the air. She stared in absolute disbelief. "Impossible," she shrieked hysterically. "My mission was to open the gate, and its echo will remain." Looking up at the portal, Vikir reflected silently, feeling as if he had worn ancient, outdated garments. Now he could clearly feel his raw power, sharp vision, and judgment surging far beyond the boundaries of transcendence. It was an incredible sensation he had never felt even when absorbing the magic power previously unlocked by the Saintess. With that, Vikir let out a soft sigh and turned around. "Is Camus safe?" he desperately prayed, hoping with all his heart. He had always held on to one dream, that they would finally have their long-awaited reunion. Vikir limped slowly toward her, But with his energy completely spent, he collapsed by her side. Nearby, a ring on the ground suddenly flashed, casting a beam of light. A brilliant purple ray shot into the sky as the scars of battle began to fade away. Baby Madam crawled onto Vikir's hand, hopping around frantically. Its tiny eyes stared intensely at the unconscious hero. Rose approached, looking down at him. Her face was completely expressionless. Sensing her presence, the little spider hissed protectively, glaring in anger. Rose reached down and lifted Camus up. Just then Vikir regained consciousness, propping himself up to watch her depart. Standing up, he called out, "Wait." Feeling a massive weight lift from his chest, he said, "Since you can move, Camus must be safe." What a relief. Covering his wound with his hand, he murmured, "It is a pity. We cannot have a proper reunion right now, but it is best for both of us to leave here as fast as possible." Slipping his hand into his pocket, he said softly, "I have a request." Vikir tossed an item to her. "Give this to Camus. If she wants to see me, she must go there." Rose caught it, examined it, and then turned back to support Camus. Vikir stood still as they left when a loud voice suddenly announced, "Whoa, massive news." The woman excitedly shouted, "The Academy attacker is actually the Night Hound." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in shock. What really was the damage that bad? Voices chatter in shock. But surprisingly, there is absolutely zero damage here. None whatsoever. As the purple-haired girl realizes the truth, it hit her. That skull-masked girl, she is actually a dark magician. The horn hat guy speaks up, agreeing. Apparently, she was fighting the Night Hound himself. And honestly, it is pretty embarrassing to admit, but he did not even dare to step in. The girl in the dress panics too, confessing she almost fainted from sheer terror. The guy beside her nods, calling the Night Hound the most brutal monster he has ever seen. Just then, Vikir joins the conversation. Yeah, the pressure was so intense it was hard to breathe. Seeing him, everyone goes wild. "Vikir, where on earth did you go?" "We were so worried," the blonde girl demands answers. "Vikir, when we were investigating this street, you were nowhere to be found. Where were you?" Knowing him, he would never just abandon his friends and run away to hide in fear. Vikir stays silent, but before the tension can boil over, a maid bursts in to break the ice. "Master, how could you? How dare you handle all of this alone? Why would you do that?" The maid scolds him with tears in her eyes. "If something happened to you, what would we do? Please promise you will never pull a stunt like that ever again." Watching this dramatic scene, the silver-haired boy can only wonder. What is this? Is he building some kind of harem or what? He shakes his head, realizing he almost misunderstood the whole situation. Meanwhile, as the dawn slowly begins to break, Vikir looks up at the sky, wondering if she will be alright, deeply hoping they will cross paths again. Elsewhere, Camus stands before a strange magical sphere. Soaking wet, she slowly steps out of the portal, looking down at herself with a frustrated sigh. Her body is a mess because Seer went wild and broke their contract. Worse, she could not even give Vikir a proper welcome. How could she be so foolish to think he was dead? She remembers how desperately he fought to protect her from harm, even while covered in wounds himself. Blushing furiously, she clutches her cheeks. Surely this means he must truly care for her. This time, they actually fought side by side. Smiling, she resolves never to let him face things alone again. Now she can proudly boast that she and Vikir conquered this together because they never backed down. She then turns to her demon companion, Seer, asking if Vikir is not the ultimate man worth risking everything for. Suddenly, the three-eyed demon manifests right before her. Seer struggles and screams, demanding to know how Camus dared to violate their demonic contract. She calls it absolute fraud. Camus is equally amazed. She has full control of her body now. Vikir actually managed to slice right through their contract. But how is Siri still alive? The demon furiously explains that because Camus broke their 12-hour pact, the backlash of the punishment is the only thing keeping the demon alive for just a bit longer. Camus smiles wickedly. Now that the contract is null, she can easily crush this pest with her magic. The demon instantly shrieks in agony. Completely helpless, Siri begs for mercy, promising to do absolutely anything. Hearing this, Camus pauses to think for a moment. "Anything, huh?" Smirking, she makes a bold demand. "Then hand over all of your demonic powers and absolute authority to me. No more equal contracts. From now on, they are master and servant." Siri is terrified, thinking she is a true monster. The demon cowers in absolute defeat. Still, Camus has to admit that thanks to Siri's meddling, she actually reunited with Vikir. The demon meekly asks what their next move is. Camus smiles, suggesting they go ahead and open up the portal. Siri's eyes light up with joy, completely falling for it. But Camus instantly shuts her down with a cold smirk. Just kidding. Did the demon really think she was that crazy? Getting dressed, she declares that her top priority is recovery. She must return to her family's territory. Knowing Vikir is safe, she can now focus on rebuilding everything she destroyed. As she says this, her eyes soften with a touch of sadness. Deep down, she knows what duty calls her to do. She must officially announce and mourn her master's passing, wishing him a peaceful reunion with his loved ones in the afterlife. Filled with gratitude, she thanks her master for bringing her back to Vikir. She gazes at the coin in her palm, squeezing it tight. If she enrolls in the academy, she will technically be his junior. Walking away, she whispers his name, Vikir. Soon they will meet again. Blushing, she happily claims her prize. Vikir is hers. And so this wild chapter ends. All right, as the chaotic academy festival finally draws to a close, you and I can see the rumors are far from over. The shocking aftermath still lingers like hot embers. Everyone is still gossiping about how the legendary Night Hound crashed the party. People whisper in pure terror, asking if the infamous monster really snuck into the campus. The rumors of his cruelty are terrifying. Luckily, another student quickly chimes in, reassuring them that the academy professors stepped in and drove him off. But still, everyone shivers at the thought that brutal criminal belongs behind bars. But wait, the rumors get even wilder from here. Word on the street is that a brand new threat has emerged. An incredibly powerful and sinister dark magician has arrived. Yeah, they gathered rumors from various sources claiming those two powerful villains clashed with each other for some mysterious reason, which allowed the academy professors to easily defeat them. But eventually, everything gets forgotten, leaving behind only a story, whispered among themselves. The clueless students just keep on chatting away with bright, cheerful voices. Meanwhile, the dark incident of the rampaging Night Hound, which almost triggered an absolute disaster, slowly fades into nothing but a creepy rumor. Inside a quiet room, the Saintess demands answers, looking completely annoyed. Who wrote this article? This exclusive news piece details the Night Hound and his utter brutality. His crimes have completely crossed the line. On a certain dark night, the Night Hound raided the Colosseo Academy. This reckless action is practically a declaration of war against the Empire. He must be arrested and severely punished for his atrocities. The key structures across the imperial capital that he destroyed during the festival include the Royal Bank, the Grand Clock Tower, the Indulgentia Orphanage, and the Royal Cemetery. Dolores is absolutely furious and has to correct this fake news. The Night Hound did not cause any chaos during the festival. That disaster was caused by an unnamed dark mage. The Saintess sternly warns everyone about how serious this is. Readers will think the Night Hound actually came to murder innocent academy students. Even if the Empire labels him a criminal, he did not commit any atrocities during the entire festival, so they must maintain their objectivity. They cannot let prejudice blind their judgment. The other club members quickly try to calm her heated anger down. Sighing, she asks who wrote the article. Discovering the truth, the Saintess looks completely disappointed. Vikir, was it you? Again, he explains that the piece was drafted under their club advisor, Professor Benny. Feeling exhausted, she wonders why he did this while she was away. He responds, President Dolores, I knew you were busy with student council business during the festival, but she firmly states that publishing unverified news is unacceptable, bringing out compiled evidence. This is the official report from the Imperial Guard released this morning. They confirm that the Night Hound was not the perpetrator behind the recent destruction of the capital's landmarks. Officially, his primary weapon of choice is a sword. Yet absolutely no sword marks were found at any of the recent crime scenes in the capital. Instead, they only found massive tracks resembling a giant slithering serpent. The Imperial forces officially named this new suspect Ouroboros, a dangerous individual suspected to be female. Her motives remain totally unknown, though her strength is easily graduate tier. However, her primary weapon remains completely unknown. And the tragic reason behind that, every single witness is already dead. The Saintess carefully warns the club members to be extremely careful from now on and stop blaming the Night Hound for everything. Since three distinct villains are roaming around, shouldn't they clearly separate the crimes of each Vikir? Listens silently, completely unbothered. To him, none of this actually matters. He only wrote that article condemning himself, to avoid future suspicion, creating a fake rivalry between his two identities. Curious, he asks more about this female villain, Ouroboros. Sancho Barataria instantly raises his guard, warning that the only solid lead they have on her is those massive serpent-like tracks left behind at each scene. Sinclair raises her hand, questioning how they can even be sure the culprit is a female. Dolores presents the key evidence. Every single crime scene of hers contains distinct lipstick stains. It seems she wants the world to know her work. Vikir remains silent, lost in thought, wondering whether this woman actually admires or despises the Night Hound. But regardless of her goal, if she interferes with his demon hunting, he will eliminate her. Just then, Anna rushes in carrying a massive stack of papers. Dolores looks completely stunned. Anna explains that a flood of new reports arrived right after the festival ended, handing a document to Vikir. There is also a personal letter for him. He takes it with a polite thank you, opening it with curiosity. Suddenly, his expression completely shifts. Sinclair steps closer, deeply worried. It turns out the letter is actually a tuition bill for his first semester. Someone offers to help cover the costs, but they wonder what is truly bothering him. Vikir honestly reveals his concerns. He wants to keep his true Baskerville identity completely hidden while attending the prestigious academy, knowing his peaceful daily life will be ruined if anyone discovers he is using Baskerville family funds. Time is running out since the deadline is in 1 week, but he refuses the student jobs they suggested. He feels a bit stuck because failing to secure a full scholarship due to his past behavior is troublesome. His companion looks at him totally confused. Why would someone this capable go to such lengths to hide it? Suddenly, a thought hits him. Could this young man simply be aiming to become a hidden low-profile powerhouse? After all, there was once a time when he also desperately dreamed of becoming an unmatched master in the shadows. He became that kind of person, hiding his power, living among the weak, waiting for the right moment to reveal his true strength. He understood and suggested that if that was truly what she wanted, she should try hunting monsters part-time. He urged her to visit the Sherpa Guild and hire a scout to hunt monsters, with giving her more chances to succeed. Make her dream a reality. Vikir felt a bit worried, unsure if this would actually help her reach her goals. He began to think. Come to think of it, there was indeed one scout in that guild who had caught his attention. He was one of the greatest heroes who served the Human Alliance when the era of destruction arrived. Most of the guides, detailing demonic beasts, were created by him, and the entire study of monster ecology was eventually built on his research. Still, there was one catch. He was a wild spirit, refusing to align himself with any particular party or guild. Because of that, he died way too early in the final battle against the demons, with nobody there to cover his back. He knew this man inside out. Recruiting him now could change both of their futures. "Thank you," she said sincerely. "I'll give it a try." He felt glad to help. Meanwhile, at the Sherpa Scout Guild, the guild master had returned. Someone asked him how his hunt went today, and Minipin proudly mentioned taking down a massive iron-skinned rhinoceros. He cheered, celebrating another successful run. Known as Minipin, the guild members immediately began cheering him on. They praised him as expected of a true leader whose elite graduation skills were simply on a whole different level. Blushing, Minipin headed to his private office to rest. But once inside the Sherpa office, he looked utterly exhausted. Sighing heavily, Minipin stared at his empty safe. Financial struggles had hit hard again, and with so little cash left, he couldn't even pay his own salary, let alone the wages of his fellow guild members. He was completely stuck. He couldn't operate freely either, constantly forced to watch his back around the massive, greedy mercenary guilds. Struggling alone without any backing was a nightmare. Minipin blamed himself, thinking it was all his own fault. If he hadn't been scammed as a kid while chasing his dreams, he wouldn't be in this miserable state today. He opened his drawer and picked up an old cloth. He felt like such a fool. If only he had one more chance to pursue that long-lost dream. Exhausted, he clutched the cloth, still wishing he could somehow join the Baskerville Clan. Suddenly, someone approached. Vikir arrived in disguise. So this was the Sherpa Guild where Minipin worked. A guard turned around. The guard growled, demanding to know how a mere kid dared to call their guild master by his bare name. Vikir got straight to business, declaring himself a client with a request. The guard snapped back, refusing to tolerate such rudeness. Ignoring the outburst, Vikir pushed past coldly, stating he wasn't there to deal with subordinates. Furious, the guard lost his temper. Vikir dodged his strike with ease. The rest of the guards charged in, but not a single one could lay a hand on him. They cried out in frustration as the kid slipped away. With a swift leap, Vikir burst into the main office, startling Minipin. Vikir looked around, asking if this was the master's office and identifying the man before him as Minipin. Minipin stared back, confused, asking who he was. Vikir bluntly stated he was a client with a request. The guildmaster stammered in surprise as Vikir handed over the official request form. Minipin gasped. The intruder was unbelievably fast, so quick that he hadn't even seen him move. He must be incredibly powerful. Still, Minipin tried to remain professional, pointing out that barging in like this, instead of filing a normal request, was highly unusual. But Vikir cut him off directly, stating that the scout he wanted was Minipin himself. Long before the era of destruction, Minipin was well known for his persistent attempts to join the prestigious Baskerville Clan as a vassal. Vikir stared at him calmly, asking what he thought about collaborating on a mission. Minipin froze, utterly speechless, as he recognized the young man's true identity, the esteemed Lord Vikir Van Baskerville. Silently, the two stepped outside. The request sheet detailed a guide job for Vikir Van Baskerville of the Colosseo Academy, aiming to exterminate local monsters. Minipin stared at the young noble in awe, still unable to believe it was really him. Bowing deeply, he stammered that it was an absolute honor to meet him, gathering every ounce of his courage. He admitted how much he had wanted this meeting, but Vikir quickly shushed him, reminding him to keep his name quiet. "My name here is not Vikir," he whispered. Minipin quickly apologized before finally confessing his deepest desire to join the Baskerville Clan. Vikir realized right away that Minipin's dream of joining the family had existed long before his regression. To Minipin, they were the legendary Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, the vanguard protectors guarding the dangerous western border. Overflowing with excitement, Minipin eagerly asked if joining the clan would allow him to learn their ultimate, invincible sword techniques. After all, the legendary warriors of the Baskerville family were legendary for a reason, and they would provide a house and land. He shyly admitted, "I knew the only way to make my wife happy was exactly like this. But of course, those brokers scammed me, and in the end, it was all out of reach." Vikir deeply pondered. No matter how he looked, Minpin was still a graduate, and his level was high enough to join any high-level mercenary guild. "You offer a solid deal, and I can turn that dream of yours into real. Itty, though it depends on your actions." Minpin's face instantly lit up with sheer excitement. "I will do my absolute best," Vikir quickly warned him. "Quiet down." He then explained, "I have a top-secret mission, meaning I must hide my identity while attending the academy. Since this is a closely guarded family secret, I receive absolutely zero external financial assistance. That is exactly why I reached out to you, the best guy, to help me earn my academy tuition money." Pin was deeply flattered. He was being praised by the most respected member of the Baskerville clan, Lord Vikir himself. "Vikir," gently instructed, "from now on address me as Sir instead of my name." Minpin was so eager he almost forgot. "I will remember." Sir Vikir had some doubts about his abilities. Was this guy truly competent, as a mere student of the academy right now? What kind of beast can I hunt in bulk without raising eyebrows? Minpin thought for a moment before offering a brilliant suggestion. "A weak creature that still yields a decent profit is the gnoll. Let me give you a quick briefing on them. They are bizarre beasts with hyena heads and dwarf-like bodies, and they always travel together in massive packs. They inhabit the highlands just outside the capital. While their individual danger rank is only C+, when they assemble in groups, they escalate to an A-rank threat. This means a first-year cadet catching a bunch of them alone won't look suspicious. The imperial family considers them ecological pests, meaning there is an attractive bounty placed on every single head captured. On top of that, you can sell their meat and bones." Vikir looked at Minpin with newfound respect. He actually possessed some serious skills. Minpin stopped the carriage, signaling, "The gnoll nesting ground should be around here. They gather in droves." He explained that gnolls love hoarding shiny objects. Naturally, hunters usually toss glass beads to lure them out before striking. Vikir immediately saw the flaw in that logic. "That trick only works on a small scale, doesn't it?" Minpin nodded, confirming it. "Yes, exactly." Vikir made up his mind. "Then that is definitely not my style." Suddenly, a snake lunged from the branches, but he sliced it clean in half. Minpin stared in absolute bewilderment. The kid didn't even have a sword, so how did he slice that thing? Vikir turned and asked about the barrels. "Are those barrels filled with combustible oil?" Minpin quickly confirmed. Vikir smiled coldly. "Perfect. This will be too easy." Minpin was stunned. Was this kid really planning to use mere oil barrels to wipe out a massive swarm that had completely stymied the Empire's elite military? Staring at Vikir's calm expression, he simply could not comprehend his plan. Minpin reluctantly lugged the heavy oil barrels forward while Vikir took cover behind a massive tree to scope out the area. His eyes locked onto his prey like a predator. Minpin's heart hammered. How could anyone solo this many gnolls? A reckless strike could send the surviving beasts fleeing to slaughter neighboring villages. Yet he chose to trust Vikir's judgment. There was no way a master tactician like Vikir would overlook such a massive risk. Minpin watched, holding his breath. He eagerly waited to see how Vikir would conquer this horde. Moving like a shadow, Vikir silently scouted the mountain. He mapped out 3 distinct entryways to their underground den. Closing his eyes, he tapped into his heightened swordmaster senses. Reaching this superhuman tier allowed him to manipulate and sense aura far more clearly than ever before. Suddenly, the earth beneath them began to rumble violently. A panicked Minpin gasped as the beasts inside howled in terror. Seizing his chance, Vikir hurled the oil barrels deep into the cavern, crushing several beasts instantly. He smiled with satisfaction. "Who would have thought I'd reuse the very same survival strategy from my days in the wild forest?" he mused. "But this time my prey is merely a pack of foolish gnolls, not that terrifying witch." The beasts began to panic. Dropping a single match into the abyss, Vikir muttered, "Go ahead and struggle." Everything was calculated precisely. Fire in a closed cave is devastating because of the rapidly spreading toxic smoke. Since he had already sealed the upper exits, the poison gas had absolutely nowhere to escape, spreading swiftly through the entire cavern. They stood above, watching it unfold. Minpin stared at the young master in awe. Despite dealing with vicious monsters, Vikir did not hesitate to slaughter them. He was far more ruthless and calculated than expected. This was the true nature of a legendary Baskerville hound. Minpin was completely starstruck. This guy was incredibly cool. Venturing inside the cave, he surveyed the aftermath to report. "Sir, the gnolls have indeed perished from suffocation. I thought I was an experienced hunter, but I have learned so much today." Vikir issued a firm warning, telling Minipin to cut the flattery. There could still be surviving gnolls lurking in the dark, so they couldn't let their guard down. Hearing this, Minipin felt absolutely thrilled. He believed Lord Vikir was genuinely worrying about him and wondered how his master could possibly be so sweet. Vikir couldn't help but think that Minipin's behavior strongly resembled Chief Secretary Chihuahua. Torches in hand, they pushed even deeper into the dark, cavernous depths. Suddenly, Vikir noticed Minipin driving his sword straight into the cave wall. Curiously, he wondered what was going on, as if the mercenary had discovered something. Minipin asked him to wait, pointing out some clear man-made marks on the stone. As the hidden path slowly opened up, he could only stammer in absolute shock. Tucked inside was an unbelievable mountain of gold and rare treasures. Amazed, Vikir stared at the fortune, wondering what kind of secret stash they had just stumbled upon. At first glance, it looked like a private vault, but Minipin warned not to rush to conclusions, reminding him that gnolls love hoarding shiny things too. But Vikir tossed a coin over, telling him to take a closer look. With an analytical gaze, he prepared to explain the real origin of the treasure. He pointed out that these gold coins had no official treasury markings, meaning they weren't in public circulation, something wild beasts could never get their hands on. Gnolls couldn't possibly acquire such clean coins, but that left Minipin highly confused. Who on earth would dare hide a massive fortune deep inside a gnoll nest? Vikir, however, was already piecing the puzzle together. One thing was absolutely certain about the mysterious owner who was using this dark cave as a personal vault. The culprit had to be powerful enough to easily slaughter the gnolls and claim the cavern. But suddenly, an eerie presence made them realize they weren't alone. A chilling voice echoed mockingly, stating that a few rats had slipped into her vault. Hearing this, Vikir's expression instantly tightened into a deadly serious look. There was no doubt about the true owner's strength. Whoever was hoarding this treasure was lethal enough to wipe out an entire horde of monsters without effort. Minipin was completely caught off guard by the realization. He wondered if this immense pile of gold was actually the loot from a recent high-profile bank heist. Vikir nodded in agreement, as no other explanation made sense, but he couldn't help but notice the bizarre coincidence of the timing here. He was actually the one who had written the article on the heist, so he remembered every detail about the mysterious culprit very clearly. A nameless criminal had been mimicking the Nighthound's crimes to frame him, systematically destroying various key facilities located all around the imperial capital. Every single asset inside those targeted buildings had completely vanished. He knew for a fact that one of those struck locations was a major bank. Terrifyingly, the culprit had brutally slaughtered every single witness, leaving behind nothing at the crime scenes except for a very specific set of clues. Those clues were high-heel prints and a bizarre track resembling a giant slithering snake. Suddenly, both of them whipped around as footsteps approached. A sinister laugh echoed as a figure holding a whip emerged, mocking the little rats who had dared to break into her private vault. Minipin immediately recognized the terrifying figure as Miss Ouroboros, while Vikir finally realized that the snake-like tracks were actually left by her deadly whip. Not only that, but Vikir also detected that she was using voice modulation magic. Meanwhile, Miss Ouroboros stood before them completely calm and unfazed. She casually mused that she hadn't expected anyone to find her hidden vault, mocking them about whether they were incredibly lucky or deeply cursed. But then she suddenly froze in pure shock. Staring at Vikir, her eyes widened as she questioned how on earth he could be there. Vikir immediately caught on to her shift in attitude, wondering why she had suddenly become so tense and overly cautious around him. As he searched his memory to see if they had ever met, Miss Ouroboros broke the silence with a dark, loaded grin. Exuding a heavy wave of bloodlust, she declared herself lucky that her prey had delivered himself right into her vault. Vikir quickly analyzed her overwhelming aura. Her crushing pressure made it clear she was a high-tier magician. In their current situation, fighting her head-on was going to be extremely difficult. With his ally not yet strong enough to back him up, he felt cornered. He wondered if he would have to handle this threat entirely on his own. If he revealed his true power and she somehow managed to escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. He desperately weighed his options. He wondered what his best move was. Meanwhile, Minipin noticed that Lord Vikir had gone quiet, deeply lost in his own calculations. Yet the mercenary wasn't worried, knowing Vikir was a celebrated genius revered as a true hero. He believed in his master's absolute capability. Still, facing an opponent as magically formidable as Miss Ouroboros was no easy task. Realizing this, Minipin decided to take action. He quickly whispered that the Imperial garrison was currently patrolling near the mountain's base, immediately drawing his sword to fight. He vowed to do everything in his power to draw her away from the cave exit, urging Vikir to seize the opening to make a run for it. His plan was for Vikir to escape and regroup with the guards. With a respectful smile, Minipin said it had been a true honor serving him. With a battle cry, he charged directly at the formidable enemy. Minipin swung his sword with absolute force, pouring every ounce of his strength into the strike. Minipin remained hyper-focused on the clash, but Miss Ouroboros only laughed mockingly at his desperate attempt, calling him completely insane. With a swift flick of her leather whip, she struck. A single blow sliced right across Minipin's face, leaving him bleeding as his legs began to buckle. Struggling to stand, Minipin tried to keep his focus. He was utterly shocked by her power. A single strike had nearly knocked him completely unconscious. The whip had sliced deep into his flesh and shattered his bones. Despite appearing closely matched, the gap in their skills was absolutely massive. Gasping for air and drenched in sweat, the wounded warrior refused to back down, determined to protect his master until the very end. No matter the cost, Minipin was resolved to shield Vikir. He was fully prepared to sacrifice his own life to ensure his master's survival. He's destined to become a master swordsman. It would be a waste if he died here. Minpin smiled, realizing his fate. Ouroboros looked on, utterly dazed and confused. He charged forward with everything he had, ready to die just to protect him. Just when Minpin thought it was the end, Vikir's voice echoed, warning him not to throw away his life like that. Suddenly, something blasted Ouroboros right in the face, sending her into a total panic as she desperately tried to claw it off. Vikir didn't give her that chance. Ouroboros coughed up blood and was sent flying back, leaving Minpin absolutely stunned. Startled birds scattered into the sky. Vikir looked over and casually praised Minpin for his strength, leaving him completely surprised. Ouroboros struggled to stand up through the pain, absolutely furious and demanding to know how Vikir could possibly be this strong. Realizing she wasn't done yet, Vikir knew he had to retreat before Minpin discovered his true identity as a master swordsman. He had to slip away now. But Ouroboros wasn't about to let him escape, screaming in rage as Vikir carried Minpin away. Vikir glanced back, leaving her with a simple warning that she should run too, since they'd return soon with the Imperial garrison. Vikir even threw in a final threat, warning her that she had better prepare herself if she dared touch his treasure room. With a parting "see you later, Ouroboros," Vikir vanished, leaving her absolutely boiling with rage but unable to do a thing. As he quietly carried the exhausted Minpin away, Vikir let out a soft laugh, finding this whole situation surprisingly amusing. He had lived a long time and thought he knew himself completely, yet he kept discovering new sides of his own heart. He recalled a past voice calling him crazy and telling him to calm down right before his own speech about loyalty. His personal code held absolutely zero tolerance for injustice, and he would gladly choose death over holding back his respected commander. He resolved to do everything possible to draw her away from the entrance, begging his superior to escape and join the garrison. Walking a long distance with Minpin on his back, Vikir felt a strange sense of peace, as if his past was finally being comforted. Soon the Imperial soldiers arrived at the scene, looking around in utter confusion at the massive aftermath left behind. The massive monster suppression ended as the Imperial troops took over, and Ouroboros actually ended up taking Vikir's advice. Before they arrived, she hid herself away, leaving behind a massive pile of gold and a completely cleared battlefield. The military confiscated everything left in the cave, but back at their camp, Vikir proudly showed Minpin the massive loot. He handed over a massive share of gold earned from selling monster parts and the reward from their successful hunt. Even though the pelts were ruined by fire and smoke, the bones and teeth still fetched a solid price. Vikir asked how he was holding up, and Minpin admitted his entire body was aching, though he'd make a full recovery. Vikir smiled, noting that Minpin hadn't reached the high graduator rank for nothing, before passing over a heavy pouch. Minpin's eyes widened with pure joy when he saw the glittering gold, while Vikir explained it was his hard-earned share. This amount easily covered his help with the hunt and all his medical bills, which was perfect since he couldn't work for a while. Minpin looked down, his expression turning serious as he asked if Vikir was planning to return to the academy now. Vikir nodded. Minpin looked deeply disappointed, admitting he was truly honored to have spent time alongside a Baskerville hero. But then Vikir suddenly asked if he possessed deep knowledge regarding monster ecology and their unique natural habitats. Minpin proudly explained that he had traveled the continent in his youth, studying various monster habits and habitats extensively. He could easily identify subspecies, rare variants, and their power levels. Vikir stood up, fully satisfied with the answer, promising they'd meet again soon. He told Minpin to wait for his next visit. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the headmaster sighed tiredly in his office, complaining that he was basically running the entire academy all by himself. Hearing a knock, he called out. Seeing the saintess enter, he groaned, asking if she was here to nag him again. She went straight to the point, handing him a pile of petitions from struggling students who desperately needed scholarships. These were desperate pleas from students facing severe financial hardships who might not survive into the next semester. Some couldn't keep their grades up because of grueling part-time jobs, while others worked tirelessly to qualify for aid. The saintess remained firm, pointing out that several wealthy students currently receiving scholarships needed to be thoroughly re-evaluated. She sharply criticized the rich students who shamelessly faked poverty just to steal funding from those in actual need. She demanded they strip these cheaters of their financial aid and give it to the students who were actually struggling. The headmaster countered that scholarships followed strict academy rules, which she, as student president, was obligated to uphold. She made herself clear, arguing they needed a much closer look so no deserving student got left behind. Looking thoroughly annoyed, the headmaster grumbled, asking if she was really trying to dump even more work on him. Standing up for what is right, Dolores argues that as the student council president, it's her duty to speak for struggling students. But the professor immediately snaps back, asking who will take responsibility for doubling his workload and if she will double his salary. Her face darkens in absolute disbelief. Is he really complaining about extra work? Just as she tries to convince him, Vikir enters. Dolores is still trying to reason when Vikir interrupts, saying they are discussing the actual future of the students here. The professor is stunned. Suddenly, the professor's assistant yells, demanding how a mere student dares to barge into a professor's office without knocking. How incredibly rude. He even insults Vikir's upbringing, but Vikir only follows the Baskerville creed, respect the strong and treat the weak as absolute sin. Vikir bluntly responds, leaving the professor completely exhausted. He asks what Vikir wants and if he is also begging for a scholarship. But Vikir isn't there to beg. He calmly places a heavy pouch of money on the desk, instantly changing the entire mood. Realizing Vikir came to pay his tuition, the suspicious professor immediately probes, demanding to know where he got so much money. Vikir doesn't bother hiding it. He explains how he went out to hunt some monsters and while resting by a campfire, he accidentally fell into a demon nest and wiped them all out. It sounds totally absurd, but Vikir offers no further explanation. He simply tells him to verify the details with Minpin, the guy, before asking if this is enough to cover his next tuition. The room falls quiet as the professor admits that it is actually more than enough, capable of covering 4 full years. Vikir then explains that the remaining balance should also go toward tuition. The professor gasps, saying this amount is way too massive. He asks if Vikir plans to buy out the entire lecture hall, to which Vikir replies that would only happen if he wanted to teach. Vikir has a much higher purpose, requesting the leftover money be used as financial aid for students who cannot afford their fees. The professor is utterly shocked, asking if he is really donating everything to a scholarship fund. Vikir agrees, but with one condition. To receive this financial aid, students must complete a specific number of volunteer hours working at the local orphanage. The professor remains deeply suspicious, wondering if Vikir is just doing this to have the scholarship named after his own family. But Vikir declines, asking to keep the donor anonymous. Instead, he suggests a completely different name for the new scholarship. He suggests naming it the Perry Scholarship. Soon the news breaks in the meeting halls and the academy explodes with gossip. Students whisper about a mysterious donor who gave a massive fortune, offering a full scholarship to anyone volunteering at the orphanage. There are absolutely no exceptions for nobles or commoners alike. Everyone is incredibly curious about who this anonymous savior could be. Dolores is lost in thought, wondering who Vikir truly is. He is someone who easily topped both the theory and practical midterms. On top of that, he is a flawless, incredibly diligent student who has zero conflicts with any of his peers. She is deeply impressed, yet those cold eyes behind his glasses make it completely impossible to guess what he's really thinking. She is deeply impressed. Even though those cold eyes behind his glasses look brutal, she still cannot guess what he is currently thinking. Especially when he named it the Perry Scholarship, remembering the poor child's sacrifice in the battle against Dantalion. She suddenly realizes that Vikir still remembers Perry. Dolores' heart races as her hurried steps echo down the academy hallway. If so, beneath that icy exterior, he must have a warm heart. With blushing cheeks, she decides she must speak with him. She hesitates to knock, feeling a deep sense of responsibility and gratitude as someone who witnessed Perry's final moments together. Piggy suddenly opens the door, looking completely startled to see Senior Dolores standing right outside his dorm room. She stands in silence before asking for Vikir. Piggy immediately gets it and sighs, asking if she came to find him. I have no idea where he is. He always wanders off at night. Dolores looks around the room, feeling quite awkward. His bottom bunk is so empty. He barely has any belongings, almost as if he could pack up and leave at any moment. That thought of him leaving lingers in her mind. Piggy sighs, noting that while everyone has secrets, he can't help but worry. As his roommate, he always fears Vikir might just vanish without a trace one day. Dolores nods and turns to leave. Thank you, Piggy. See you tomorrow. Piggy calls out, looking completely lost. Senior, she turns back. Huh, what is it? He wonders if Senior Dolores actually has a crush on Vikir. Meanwhile, the Royal Central Station is buzzing with massive crowds. At platform 999, Bianca happily drags her luggage along, excited to finally be traveling far after such a long time. Her teammates watch her excitement and grumble that onlookers will probably assume they are all just heading off on a vacation. The blonde classmate glares at her, reminding her that they are actually heading to a battlefield. But Bianca just continues complaining. Are you telling me to stay alert now? She points ahead toward the massive crowd of students gathering together. She smiles confidently, stating that Coliseo Academy will easily take first place in the Olympiad Survival Challenge anyway, so who cares? Numerous hands reach toward the golden trophy to officially mark the start of the highly anticipated Olympiad Survival Challenge. Representing the Empire, the top academies gather right here. Coliseo, an elite institution guaranteeing the ultimate education in every single field. From Colosseo Academy with their classic black, white, and gold uniforms to the fierce Varangian training camp, the ultimate forge for deadly warriors. These northern fighters master cold-weather combat using swords, spears, axes, and bows. Their symbol is none other than the battle-hardened Varangian dragon. Next, we have Themyscira Women's University, an elite institution on par with Colosseo. Their crest, the legendary seven-pointed star. Their signature look features short-sleeved cloaks dominated by a striking pink design. Up next is the host of this year's event, the legendary Magic Tower itself, the prestigious Eastern training ground for elite mages. Their emblem is a striking multi-layered diamond shape. Staring forward, Tutor curiously asks if the Magic Tower is indeed hosting this year. Bianca just gives him a quick look. She turns and drags her suitcase away with a simple, "Yeah. Our destination is DM City, a famous Southeast resort hub. This is the grand home of the Magic Tower." As they move out the station, speakers announce their Intercontinental Express train is arriving. The five of them wait eagerly by the tracks. Their next stop, the Imperial Capital's Central Station. Let's see what happens next. Sinclair gasps at the massive locomotive fueled entirely by raw magic. Clenching his fists, Piggy cheers. "Wow, this is incredible. First time seeing a magic train." Standing nearby, Sancho chuckles with a smirk, saying he rode this exact line once before. But suddenly, Bianca points at them with a sharp warning. "Hold on. Stop looking so amazed from now on." With a sharp, confident smile, she explains that students from Varangian and Themyscira are on this very train. "We can't look weak in front of our rivals." Just then, a group stepping off the train catches their eye. Leading them are the Varangian trainees, smirking with sheer confidence. Right behind them are the elite ladies of Themyscira. Standing near a platform stall, the rivals make their presence known. Piggy gasps, completely caught off guard by their intense vibe. Tutor crosses his arms, cracking a joke. Did they seriously just go to a convenience store? He smirks, turning to Sancho. "They're gonna lose their minds when they see you, Sancho." Piggy looks confused, but Sancho just shrugs with absolute confidence. Remember, Sancho topped the Varangian entrance exam but chose Colosseo instead. He grins widely, placing his hands on his hips. "I'm always down for a fight," Sancho boasts. But Bianca cuts in, shocking everyone by bringing up Sinclair's situation. Sinclair's gonna have it rougher. Bianca notes that Sinclair actually scored top marks at both the Magic Tower and Themyscira. Sinclair just offers a shy giggle as they board. She mutters, "Being the top scorer actually makes me feel a bit pressured. If I do well, great. If not, I guess I'll just take the hit." Meanwhile, Sancho struggles in the narrow train corridor. His massive frame barely fits, forcing him to duck. Tutor reassures him, "Relax, the real aces are the third years anyway." The roster is 50 third years, 30 second years, and 20 freshmen. Right, Sinclair walks ahead, checking the guide paper. She smiles, imagining the legendary glittering treasures. "They said if we land in the top 10 of this tournament, we can choose an artifact from the joint vault of the 4 academies, right? At least one of us must make it." The group settles into their compartment, looking wistfully out the window. If only Vikir could have joined them on this trip. Tutor crosses his arms, sighing. "I still can't believe that guy. He totally ditched us to group up with someone else." Sancho smiles, defending him. "He didn't have a choice. He made a promise, and a real man always keeps his word. So I think it's cool." Bianca rests her chin, staring out the window with worry. Is Vikir in another carriage? I just hope he doesn't pick fights with other schools. Sitting nearby, Sinclair looks puzzled. "Wait, what? No way, right? Nothing bad could possibly happen to him. Right?" Piggy speaks up with a hesitant look, drawing everyone's attention instantly. "Forget the other schools. Honestly, I'm way more worried about the poor teammates stuck in Vikir's group." Meanwhile, in another carriage, sunlight filters through the window, illuminating a solitary figure sitting with clenched fists. Meet Grenoides Leviathans. Their crest features serpents and the moon. He is the third son of House Leviathan, famous poison masters of the Empire's great families. Hailed as his family's greatest genius, his pride is immense. He has never ever allowed anyone to stand above him. But that unshakable pride began to shatter the very moment he set foot inside the elite halls of Colosseo Academy. He placed second in the entrance exam. Standing beneath a tree, he watched as Sinclair reached out for falling cherry blossoms. To make matters worse, the person who beat him was Sinclair, a mere commoner with no noble name. He stared, blushing intensely. He placed a hand over his rapidly beating heart. His very first defeat was to a commoner. But why did it feel like this? As time went on, Grenouille began harboring strange emotions. There she was, smiling gently while catching a delicate falling petal. Her eyes were full of warmth and her hair swayed softly. No, these strange feelings had likely sparked the very second he saw her. That striking platinum hair, her flawlessly smooth skin, and those big, innocent, doe-like eyes, everything about her was captivating. Her delicate lips. Grenouille realized he was actually rooting for Sinclair. Even though he tried to deny it, saying it was completely impossible, it was still the absolute truth. Blushing hard, he stood there as his two friends behind him also looked at Sinclair with total embarrassment. Stepping up, he pointed at her. Hey, commoner, looks like you do not have a team yet. While she just stared back, he struggled to approach her. He hated himself for only being able to call her a commoner, a derogatory term, just to mask his own awkwardness and hesitation to get close. Grenouille pointed at himself, offering, you can join our group instead. But Sinclair completely ignored him, turning to smile and wave at someone behind him. Calling out to Vikir, she quickly ran past Grenouille, leaving the entire crowd of nearby students standing there in absolute and utter shock. He turned around, gritting his teeth in pure humiliation. Meanwhile, Vikir and Sinclair were happily chatting as she excitedly showed off her delicate flower petals. Inside the train compartment, the air was thick with tension. Vikir sat alone on one side, quietly glancing at Grenouille, who aggressively kicked his leg out. That arrogant noble actually rested his foot right on Vikir's lap. Leaning back with crossed arms, he stared, judging him with a smug, haughty look. What did Sinclair even see in this lowly commoner? Was it just because they were both peasants? Hidden behind his thick glasses, Vikir remained completely expressionless. Grenouille was fuming. He wanted this chance to utterly crush Vikir, which was his sole reason for joining this team. Right then, Grenouille pulled out a bottle of expensive liquor from his cloak. Hey, I am the leader of this group. Got any complaints? He demanded. Vikir remained completely unfazed. I do not care, as long as you are actually capable. But what is with this? Vikir asked, looking down at the foot resting on his lap. Grenouille sneered, claiming he just needed a comfortable footrest to stretch his legs. You are just a lowly peasant. How dare you complain about serving your betters? Hearing this, the three Baskerville Hound brothers gritted their teeth in absolute rage on Vikir's behalf. They immediately marched over, glaring with terrifying, murderous eyes. They stared intensely at the foot resting on Vikir's lap, furious that this clown dared treat their master like a footstool. But Vikir calmly continued. If you have a problem, do you want to fight, or have you never experienced the agonizing pain of deadly poison? Grenouille sneered, gritting his teeth. He snapped, stopping the bottle before it reached his mouth. Do not act tough in front of me, or I will plant a deadly parasite straight into your body. He pointed his finger menacingly while the triplets glared back. Grenouille then swung his hand, unleashing a small burst of magic. He glared, demanding an answer. Do you understand me, you pathetic, worthless commoner? Vikir silently stared at the weak blue magic flickering around his hand. With a calm face, Vikir suddenly stood up, sending Grenouille tumbling backward off the seat. Fine, I'm going to use the restroom, Vikir said. Falling flat on the floor, Grenouille sat up in a rage, screaming at the top of his lungs, but Vikir completely ignored the spoiled brat's tantrum. Walking away, Vikir casually put a finger to his lips, giving a silent signal to the triplets. Immediately, the three Baskerville hounds lunged forward. With glowing eyes, they grabbed Grenouille's head before he even realized what was happening. The cabin door slid shut, locking him in with them. And then nothing but muffled screams echoed through the door. Outside, Vikir muttered to himself, sorry, but anyone who blocks my path must be eliminated. Gazing out the window, he focused on his next target. He needed to secure a top score in the upcoming Academy Olympiad survival exam. He recalled the mysterious door sealed with ancient runes. To claim a high-tier artifact from the joint treasure vault, he had to secure a spot in the top 10. His true goal was to completely destroy a specific artifact hidden within. Staring blankly, Vikir was locked in deep, intense thought. His eyes burned with absolute resolve. A demon hiding in an inanimate form. Deep within him, the pentagram in his eye glowed with power. Standing on a high cliff, Vikir envisioned the threat. The seventh corpse Decarabia. Before the regression, this monstrous entity was known as a Supreme Elder. Decarabia was the only inanimate-type demon among the 10 corpses, one of the few Supreme Lords whose true identity was exposed before Vikir's regression. Currently, it slept peacefully as a beautiful artifact hidden inside the Joint Academy vault, waiting for the demon cult to awaken it during the coming war. Once awakened, it would become a devastating weapon in the era of destruction. But Vikir already had a ruthless plan to prevent that dark future. He would eliminate this catastrophic threat before it could even start. Luckily, his plan worked and he secured a top 10 spot to enter the vault. His mission was simple: find and destroy Decarabia. Armed with this dark resolve, Vikir reached out and quietly turned the cold brass doorknob. Stepping back inside, he found Grenouille sitting there completely pale and shivering. Swaying back and forth, the noble could barely mumble out a weak threat. Vikir gave a slight nod, and the Baskerville triplets proudly raised their thumbs in triumph. On this magic train ride, things were going incredibly well. At least one annoying variable was finally taken care of. As the magic train surged forward, a massive crowd gathered at the station below them. They had finally arrived at their destination. Glancing out the carriage window, Vikir looked down at the bustling streets of Dortsmile, the city of magic. Located in the southeastern empire, a towering structure dominated the horizon. That was the Magic Tower, a massive spire rising straight into the red clouds. Warded by complex spatial magic, its true dimensions were completely unmeasurable, leaving even the most advanced modern archmages baffled by its ancient power. Vikir instantly compared this grand structure to another legendary relic. Could this barrier function similarly to the absolute impenetrable boundary of Andromalius's ring? Andromalius's invincible divine ring, an artifact capable of deploying a perfect barrier that could isolate even the gods themselves from the mortal world. A grand honor guard stood in perfect formation. Soon, a familiar face stepped forward with a cheerful wave. Long time no see, everyone. It looks like we are meeting again this year as the top representatives of our respective academies. The first one to approach was the Saintess. First up is Dolores L. Quovitus representing Colosio Academy. Right behind her is a massive towering beast representing the elite Varangian. Training Center Bacalaga Giragio. Following him is the stunning Merlini Lovegood representing the prestigious Themyscira Women's College. Our Saintess breaks the ice first, asking if everyone is doing well. Lovegood fires back suggestively saying she hasn't changed since the old times. Bacalaga jumps in noting it has been nearly a year since their last encounter. He actually calculates the exact mind-blowing time down to 11 months, 3 days, 11 hours, 43 minutes, and 12 seconds. Bacalaga chuckles, teasing the snub-nosed sage about his ridiculous name. Hohenheim instantly fires back, mocking his muscle-brained rival. Next, the Mage Tower's genius, the haughty, high-nosed scholar steps forward. Bianca Faux Usher winces, asking if that guy's actual baptismal name is really snub-nosed, prompting Sinclair to explain that Mage Tower seniors have a bizarre tradition of giving embarrassing baptismal names. They almost named her Fluffy Cotton Candy, which is why she immediately abandoned the idea of joining them. The two keep gossiping, guessing his real name must be Hohenheim or something. Speak of the devil, Hohenheim suddenly shivers, feeling like someone is talking behind his back. His full name is Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim. Hearing that they nod, agreeing that snub-nose definitely sounds way better. Meanwhile, even Piggy has to agree. He warns them that the Academy representatives gathered here are monstrously powerful, starting with the Titan, Bacalaga. This brute from Varangian reportedly thrashed every single fourth-year senior during his very first week, completely taking over the school. Word is his ancestors were savage beasts living in the swamps of the Black and Red Mountains. Piggy then brings up Hohenheim, the legendary Mage Tower genius. Apparently, not even their brilliant student council president Dolores has ever managed to defeat him, not even once in the university leagues. He is so absurdly talented that he is already guaranteed a professor position upon graduation. His ultimate goal is to become the youngest archmage in history. Piggy then pivots, filling the group in on the next prodigy, Merlini Lovegood. This Themyscira rep is not just deadly skilled, her overwhelming aura positions her at the absolute top of her academy. On top of that, she secretly performs as a lead dancer for a world-famous theater troupe. Piggy excitedly flips through his notebook, predicting that Hohenheim and Bacalaga will battle for first and second, leaving their own president Dolores in third place, and Lovegood in fourth. Bianca gasps, utterly stunned by Piggy's thorough research, demanding to know where he dug up these secrets. Suddenly, Hohenheim raises his hand to interrupt. He smoothly takes charge, offering to lead them directly to their designated lodgings. Underneath a breathtaking star-filled night sky, the group's jaws drop as they arrive. They stare in absolute disbelief at the massive mansion. Inside, a giant feast of mouth-watering delicacies is already waiting for them on the table. Tudor's eyes completely light up. He practically drools, thrilled to see a massive buffet right in their dorm. It is way better than they expected. Piggy finally snaps out of it, scanning the room. He asks if anyone has seen Vikir, starting to get a bit anxious. Bianca gestures diagonally across the room, spotting him 2 tables over. She warns Piggy that worrying about a monster like Vikir is an absolute luxury. They need to worry about themselves. Tudor breaks down the numbers. Each academy brought 20 freshmen, 30 sophomores, and 50 seniors. Out of 400 elite competitors, they must secure a spot in the top 10 just to claim a rare artifact. Suddenly, Bianca scowls in disgust as she watches several students pile food onto their plates. She complains about sharing a dorm with those brute force meatheads from Varangian. Their utter lack of manners is already grating on her nerves. The brutes are shoveling food down, boisterously dancing around until they accidentally knock a girl down. To them, a buffet is a timed war zone. They believe in packing away as much meat as possible in the first 5 minutes. For these savages, quantity always beats quality. The girl falls, but Sancho Barataria luckily catches her just in time. She softly thanks him, prompting Sancho to glare at the culprits. He confronts them, demanding to know what others will eat if they take everything. He openly calls out their shameful cutting. Piggy and Tudor panic, desperately trying to hold Sancho back. Meanwhile, the rude brute turns around, completely oblivious to his own wrongdoing. He scoffs, arguing that buffets don't have lines, mocking Coloseo's students for being painfully slow. Hearing this, Sancho's patience completely snaps. He tries to stay calm, noting that anger ruins his muscle gains, but this is too much. Surprisingly, the bully recognizes him. "Hold on, aren't you, Sancho Barataria?" he sneers. "I barely recognize you in that nerdy Coliseo uniform." He bursts out, laughing loudly, mocking Sancho as the infamous coward who ran away from Varangian's brutal entrance exam. Sancho scowls calmly, correcting him. He explains he ranked first at Varangian but chose Coliseo because he only ranked fifth there. He figured he would learn much more at Coliseo. Then Sancho tilts his head, asking, "Wait, who are you again?" The bully's jaw drops. "What, you forgot Bully Bollison? The guy you fought during the exam?" Tutor chuckles at the awkward exchange. Mockingly coughing, Tutor jokes that Sancho never remembers third-rate extras. Bianca quickly adds fuel to the fire, pointing out that even Varangian's top scorer chose Coliseo. Sancho quietly smiles before gently telling his friends to drop it. "Stop picking on the weak." Hearing that, the brute snaps his tongs in rage, declaring, "I am Bully Bollison, the top first year of Varangian Academy. I challenge all of Coloseo's freshmen." Bully Bollison points his finger, demanding, "Bring out your absolute strongest warrior." The three students repeat in unison, "Strongest warrior?" They immediately turn to look at Vikir, who is just eating, totally clueless. He keeps chewing completely, ignoring the drama. Bollison slams his hand onto the table, loudly demanding, "Are you supposed to be the strongest first year here?" Vikir remains completely silent. Annoyed by his ruined dinner, Vikir thinks, "Maybe I should just slice them all up." Bollison snaps, calling Vikir a kid. He barks the question again. "Are you really the strongest of Coliseo's freshmen?" Bollison leans in, slamming his hand, proposing a simple arm wrestling match with absolutely no mana. Still, Vikir doesn't say a word. Annoyed, Bollison immediately sneers. "What is it, scared? Go ahead and admit it, but if a coward like you is called the strongest, then I seriously have to question the standards of Coliseo Academy." His insults make everyone grit their teeth in anger. Enough. The Saintess suddenly intervenes, standing up with a serious look. "Fights between academies right before the tournament are strictly forbidden. I am Dolores L. Quavadas." But another voice interrupts mockingly, asking, "Oh, the student council president of that academy." The Saintess tries to de-escalate. "Let's stop this here. Everyone needs to rest up for the tournament." Suddenly, someone else approaches. "Wait a second. This newcomer seems highly amused. A fiery brawl between hot-blooded first years. That sounds incredibly fun." Bollison looks up immediately, recognizing his senior Bakuraga. The room instantly erupts into whispers. That powerhouse is none other than Bakuraga Jiraggio, the president of Varangian's student council. "What on earth is happening here?" Bakuraga looks incredibly confident. "Bollison challenged you, putting his own honor and the reputation of Varangian's first years on the line to start this war. So who's Coloseo's absolute strongest freshman?" The Saintess, keeping her calm composure, steps in. "Senior Bakuraga, I understand what you're trying to do, but let's just drop it." Yet, the Varangian leader has no intention of stopping. My junior is dying to prove his strength, and he simply can't hold back. Besides, just take a look over there. He points toward the Coliseo students, who are visibly fuming. They're clearly holding back their rage. "I can ignore insults, but I won't just stand by while my friends are being insulted." The Saintess watches, deeply worried as things spiral out of control. Her mind races with anxiety. If she uses her authority to force a stop to this clash right now, it might crush the freshmen's morale before the league even begins. But their physical safety must come first. Vikir's gaze suddenly shifts. Bakuraga snickers arrogantly, saying, "Are you worried they'll get hurt? Don't worry, I'll tell him to go easy on them." Looking at Bakuraga, Vikir remembers him well. Before his regression, this guy was a legendary hero of the Humanity Alliance. Back at Varangian, he was heavily discriminated against due to his wetland heritage, but he single-handedly fought the fourth years and conquered the entire academy, a legendary feat everyone still talks about. Bakuraga's leadership and combat prowess made his legion a tightly knit, incredibly fierce force on the battlefield. Everyone respected his deadly fighting style. Breaking his silence, Vikir finally steps forward to accept the bold challenge. "I'll show you what arm wrestling actually is." Hearing this, Bakuraga bursts into a wild, delighted laugh. "Ha ha ha, outstanding. I love your upfront attitude." Meanwhile, Bollison is left choking in sheer humiliation. The Saintess asks worriedly, "Vikir, are you sure?" Vikir quietly calculates the risks. This fight will draw unwanted attention, but constantly sweating the small stuff is pointless. "I'll take him on instead." Vikir points directly at the president, Bakuraga Jiraggio. Hearing this, Bollison screams in absolute disbelief. Infuriated, Bollison yells, "I'm the one who challenged you, stop running away." But Bakuraga casually steps past him. Bollison is stunned. Sizing up Vikir's deadly serious expression, the Varangian president smiles. "Well, you certainly aren't joking around." Bakuraga locks in his eyes, glowing with excitement. "I accept your bold challenge." The Saintess steps in to read the rules. The match ends only with a clear victory or surrender, and if there is any risk of serious injury, We will stop the match immediately. Now get ready. Tension fills the room as the crowd watches them brace. Bakiraga's grip suddenly tightens while Vikir maintains a calm, confident gaze. A signal sounds and the clash begins. Neither side yields a single inch, keeping their hands locked dead center. The crowd gasps. I thought the kid would fold instantly. How is he holding back the president with that skinny body? No way, our president must be holding back out of pity. Bolison cheers wildly, screaming, "Don't hold back, senior, crush him." Meanwhile, Piggy anxiously watches from the sidelines, sweating bullets. "Vikir, please be safe," Sinclair whispers, clasping her hands. Nearby, Tudor watches in sheer shock. I knew Vikir was strong, since his legendary battle against Naffle, but this is on a whole different level. Sancho Barataria nods in agreement. He secretly hoped that if Bakiraga was truly going all out, Vikir might actually win. The tension between them was absolutely suffocating. Bakiraga warily realized this freshman was impossibly strong. Absolutely nothing was going according to the plan he had carefully laid out. He had initially planned to go easy on him and end it gently. But the moment their hands clasped, everything changed. Bakiraga closely analyzed Vikir's posture. He was shifting his weight to his triceps and shoulders, positioning his arm to maximize forearm power. This was the perfect way to optimize forearm strength. I might have the weight advantage, but his technique is on an entirely different level. Bakiraga saw it clearly. Beyond mere technique, it felt like facing a massive stone mountain, like a fool trying to pull down a giant cliff. Drenched in cold sweat, Bakiraga spoke up completely, baffled by the situation. The way Vikir applied pressure was insanely seasoned. He moved like a war veteran, looking just as experienced as Bakiraga's own father. He pushed for answers while Vikir remained dead silent. "Just who on earth are you?" Bakiraga demanded. Vikir suddenly opened his mouth, whispering coldly about a hunting ground. Repeating it once more, "I am Balak's hunting ground." With that, Vikir slammed his opponent's hand down, sending thick dust swirling everywhere. The saintess shielded her eyes in shock. "What is this I can't see? Where did this sudden storm come from?" As the dust settled, everyone stood frozen in utter disbelief. What the hell? The table actually shattered. Who won? Bakiraga stared blankly, realizing he had lost. But Vikir spoke up first, surprisingly admitting defeat. "I lose." Despite that, the crowd went absolutely wild, cheering for the legendary match. That was incredible. "Vikir, you gave it your all. To hold your ground against President Bakiraga like that is just insane. We definitely can't underestimate Colosseo Academy anymore." Meanwhile, Bakiraga secretly realized the truth. "So you let me win, huh?" Vikir remained silent. Bakiraga extended his hand, pulling him up with genuine respect. "You are the pride of the wetlands," he muttered. Bakiraga's attitude had completely shifted. "Never forget that." With a booming laugh, he proudly raised Vikir's hand high in the air. "Haha, what a legendary fight. Colosseo's Vikir held his ground against me to the very end. His strength is absolutely terrifying." Sancho Barataria nodded in deep admiration. Now, this is exactly what a true clash between real men is supposed to feel like. He couldn't help but praise his opponent. "Bakiraga is pretty cool, honestly. A real genuine man." Piggy was also super hyped up. "My blood is absolutely boiling. I seriously can't wait for tomorrow's tournament." Over at the dorms, the boys' fiery passion was infectious. Filled with the burning enthusiasm of these young warriors, the eve of the competition slowly passed by under intense, scorching heat. After what felt like ages, the opening day of the prestigious National Academy League finally arrived. Everyone gathered together in anticipation. Inside the Magic Tower's grand office, Tower Master George stroked his white beard. "Ho ho, hosting this year's league is a supreme honor." The master of the White Whale's Magic Tower was ecstatic. Listening closely to him were Principal Zira Hippolyte and Director Balajian Basilios. Listening intently were Principal Zira Hippolyte and Director Balajian Basilios. Another figure was also closely observing the proceedings. It was Ben Mauji, Vice Principal of Colosseo Academy. He kicked off the ceremony by welcoming those who traveled far to attend. "We extend our deepest gratitude to all our esteemed guests," she said, gesturing toward the mysterious Watcher Eye of the Magic Tower. It was incredibly mystical, allowing them to monitor every single student inside. George chuckled, nodding. "Hee, indeed, my friend. We can precisely track what all 400 students are doing." George then revealed this year's survival map, the Red-Black Mountains. Everyone held their breath. How would the students survive on such a hellish map? Meanwhile, Vikir had already stepped inside. "Isn't this going to be absolutely thrilling?" The day of the Olympiad survival match inside the mystical Magic Tower had finally begun. The tower contained countless pocket dimensions where all spatial limits were completely shattered. This year's survival arena was Mount Lero Eleanor. This year, the location was Mount Lero Eleanor. Students from each school would be teleported to random locations with their teammates. They had to adapt to the harsh forest environment, survive, and prevent their health points from dropping down to zero. That was the ultimate rule of this league. They quickly decided to stick together as they ventured deeper into the danger zone. Suddenly, a massive foot with terrifying claws slammed onto the ground, startling Piggy. Everyone spun around in absolute panic. A colossal monster loomed over them, roaring furiously. One way to survive was simply running away from these beasts, or, right on cue, the raging beast slammed its fists down, shattering the earth and sending debris flying. The second survival method: slay them to rack up points, a strategy that was equally crucial. Piggy quickly ordered Tudor to distract the beast. Distract it and prep for the next strike, Sancho. Your shield can't take much more. Fall back to protect Sinclair and Bianca. Sinclair, Bianca, while Tudor and I draw its attention, aim straight for its weak point. Sinclair eagerly agreed. Staring down the giant beast, the team charged forward together under Piggy's tactical commands. Let's move. Their teamwork was surprisingly smooth as the raging monster aggressively lashed out at everything in its path. Bianca and Sinclair moved in unison. The two girls took charge of keeping the beast distracted, while Tudor suddenly looked back. He yelled over his shoulder, "Bianca, you ready?" Bianca raised her bow, replying with a smug, confident smile. The arrow flew with massive power. Even better, a strength buff from Xin Lei made the shot incredibly overpowered. With its head completely shattered, the monster collapsed to the ground. Flabbergasted, Tudor flinched, asking if that dangerously close shot was intentional. Bianca just smirked, claiming she saved their lives. Usually charging up a heavy skill like that takes much longer. But then a trembling voice screamed at them to run. Still caught mid-boast, Bianca opened one eye, looking totally confused. Singli and Sancho instantly panicked, shouting for Tudor and Big to escape. The two stood there, completely clueless. But behind their backs, a raging wall of fire was rushing forward. Before they could move, a massive explosion blasted them away. The blast sent everyone flying. Meanwhile, Bookworm coldly remarked that even those Colosio Academy weaklings could earn points by hunting. He proudly declared that letting them pass the magic tower was impossible. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to another team. Granu's health points have plummeted to 77. Exhausted and gasping for breath, he grumbled that his stamina was completely depleted, all from wandering around this endless forest. He wondered how a hellish, overgrown nightmare of a place could even exist. Frustrated, he wondered where his useless team had vanished. He then remembered the Baskerville brothers telling him to do his best and keep up with them. Granu found it strange. How did they dare plunge straight into this forest with zero fear? Or maybe they got eliminated and teleported back to the lobby already. He recalled getting completely trashed in his last fight. He grumbled that he should have beaten those fools up, claiming he only lost because he let his guard down. But then, right as he was fuming over his bad luck, a delicious aroma wafted directly into his nose. Granu immediately began to drool. His eyes lit up. Food, it was definitely food. He sprinted toward the scent, thinking whoever let this delicious aroma spread through this massive forest was basically begging to be robbed. He planned to use poison to paralyze them and steal everything. Spotting a campfire in the distance, his excitement peaked. But his intense hunger had made him incredibly careless and blind. Granu failed to notice the hidden snare laid out right beneath his feet, stepping straight into an active trap. Looking down, he realized to his horror that he had been caught like some wild beast. In an instant, Granu was yanked upside down by the rope. He struggled, shouting, "What is this? Who dared put a trap here? Let me down." Suddenly, a voice asked what he was doing there, startling Granu out of his mind. He blinked in confusion, stammering, Looking at Vi's companions, their health bars were completely full. Embarrassed, Granu groaned, realizing he had been caught by them. After they let him down, they all gathered around the campfire. Granu awkwardly asked who set up such a cozy camp, complete with tents and food. The three triplets answered in unison, pointing out that the commoner had done absolutely everything. Granu was shocked. A commoner did all this. He demanded they stop lying, wondering how a lowborn could manage such a feat. But seeing the murderous glares from the triplets, who looked ready to thrash him again, Granu quickly shut his mouth. He nervously claimed he was just curious. Internally, he gritted his teeth. Why did an elite heir like him have to feel so threatened by a mere commoner? Worse, why were those Basco siblings acting like the guy's personal bodyguards? But as the savory aroma of cooked meat drifted over his stomach, completely betrayed him, letting out a loud, pathetic rumble. The Baskov brothers immediately burst into laughter. Blushing hard, Granu gritted his teeth in sheer embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. But then a delicious skewer of meat was handed to him. Vi explained they were using monster meat as bait, and told him to eat his fill since they had already eaten. Granu stared at the food, completely stunned. He couldn't understand why Vi was sharing with him. Vi smiled warmly, reminding him that he was their team captain. Those words touched Granu so deeply, he began to tear up. Little did he know, Vi was actually scheming behind that smile. Vi figured Granu's poison abilities would be incredibly useful in this dangerous forest, making him a perfect pawn for later. Tears streamed down Granu's face as he felt a wave of guilt for having despised this kind-hearted commoner for so long. He stuffed his face with the meat, crying and eating at the same time while the others watched in utter bewilderment. His health points shot up from 70 to 90. Suddenly, another powerful arrow tore through the air in the distance. It struck a monster with devastating force, sending the beast crashing down with a painful roar. Food really is the ultimate bond. With their stomachs full, Vi's group was now working together with absolute synergy, moving like a well-oiled machine. Next up was another target. The Baskov brothers charged forward as one, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the beast. Within seconds, the monster was completely obliterated, collapsing to the ground in a pool of fresh blood as it breathed its last. Vi smiled, noting it was their 30th kill already. The triplets cheered in unison, laughing about how ridiculously easy this was. Vikir explained that to secure a spot in the top 10 they had to hunt more. Grenouille was completely lost, silently wondering why they were hunting monsters when other students were worth far more points. Staring on guard, Grenouille wondered what this commoner was actually plotting. Vikir paid absolutely no attention to his suspicious gaze, simply staring up at the starry sky, finding this whole tense atmosphere incredibly familiar. Survival points, points for hunting monsters, practical evaluations, and survival exams. While one could score by defeating other students, our main character had previously taken first place by avoiding useless fights and solely focusing on hunting monsters. To Vikir, this brutal exam site felt just like coming home. Yet ever since setting foot on Mount Lo El Leno and entering the magic tower, a strange, persistent anxiety had gripped him. He was uneasy for some reason. A swordmaster's keen intuition was loudly warning him that something terrible was coming. Sure enough, the surrounding air around them turned completely heavy and a freezing chill swept over the clearing. Instantly, everyone quickly readied their battle stances. Grenouille was utterly shocked by how insanely fast they moved, but he quickly gathered his inner mana. Yet, who could have ever predicted that the exhausted girl appearing right before them would make Grenouille's heart skip a beat? It was none other than Dolores, and her health points were currently sitting at a measly 38%. Meanwhile, inside the magic tower control room, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Basilios pointed out that although Colossio already started with the fewest students, Hohenheim was still ruthlessly eliminating a massive number of freshmen. Hippolyte scoffed at their guts, while Tucci smiled, glad that the arrogant nerd was finally showing his true colors. It certainly seemed like Colossio was completely out of luck this year. Glancing over, Tucci noticed the professor was still sitting in silent contemplation. Curious, Tucci asked what was on his mind. Shaken out of his daze, Vice Principal Venom finally snapped out of his mess in his head. Raising his hand, Venom apologized before questioning if this year's survival exam venue was actually safe, especially considering his immense responsibility for the tournament site. Hearing those worrying words, Tucci's expression instantly tightened with serious concern. Demanding to know what he meant, Venom explained that the Magic Tower had deliberately avoided choosing a standard venue for this survival exam, choosing instead a restricted area hidden deep within the dark forest. He warned that as time goes on, things, including the terrain and the monsters themselves, would begin to shift and higher-grade deadly beasts would inevitably start appearing. This would put the students in extreme danger. He recalled a report from the Morgue family a few years ago regarding a powerful estimated S-class beast lurking in the Forbidden Zone, which had already caused a staggering number of casualties. He went on to ask if the Magic Tower's security system would even function if a calamity of that caliber appeared. Had they prepared any real countermeasures for the absolute worst-case scenario? However, Tucci stubbornly dismissed it all as mere groundless rumors, admitting he had heard them too. Massaging his temples, he pointed out that absolutely no one had actually witnessed the existence of such a beast since that incident. Besides, the ones spreading those rumors were the Morgue family, who opposed the Magic Tower, so he refused to believe a word they said. Moreover, all monsters in the test zone were already adjusted perfectly to match the students' current skill levels. Right now, the examinees range from lower-tier swordsmen and fourth-circle mages to lower graduators. Pausing for a brief moment, Tucci's voice suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold as he added a crucial detail. He warned that if any student was 7th circle or a sword master, the system would immediately start summoning beasts they couldn't possibly handle. But theoretically, that was completely impossible. Even if an emergency occurred, the entire competition would simply be suspended immediately. We then cut to a vacant waiting room where Tudor was utterly surprised to see that his fellow classmates had also been knocked out. Piggy scratched his head in frustration, admitting they let their guard down. According to Tucci's earlier explanation, once a student's shield health points hit 0, they are automatically teleported back to the lobby. So how could any real danger possibly occur? Glaring intensely, Tucci sneered, asking if the vice principal was only complaining because Colossio had barely any students left surviving. Furious Vice Principal Venom stood up and slammed the table, yelling that it was nonsense. But Tucci continued. The Empire's finest mages gather, placing them on an entirely different level from both the Morgue family and Colossio Academy. Smiling brightly at Venom, he arrogantly claimed that the vice principal was merely wasting time on far-fetched delusions that would never happen. The professor gritted his teeth in sheer frustration, silently cursing the stubborn old man. Meanwhile, we cut back to Vikir as his voice calmly rang out, noting that Tutor, Piggy, Bianca, and Sancho had all been eliminated. Sinclair quickly confirmed this, explaining how Tutor and Piggy were ambushed by Hohenheim while completely unarmed, while Bianca and Sancho were easily overwhelmed. Vikir silently contemplated Hohenheim, one of the legendary heroes who contributed heavily during the Great Fall. Though they fought in the same era, skill differences, levels could still vary. Sinclair cheerfully chimed in, expressing her immense joy at finally meeting him, but wondered why his health points remained completely untouched. Teasing him playfully, she complained that her own health points had plummeted rapidly just from running a short distance. Out here in this forest, he was just too amazing. Grenyu watched them chatting happily, muttering to himself in pure annoyance. He knew it. He just could not stand seeing those two together. That guy had been hiding and hunting monsters deep in the forest. Of course, his health points would still be completely full. What was so impressive about that? Anyone could do it. But suddenly, as if sensing something danger close, Veer quickly drew an arrow from his quiver. Seeing Veer aim the deadly tip straight at him, Grenyu flinched and screamed out in panic. "What is going on? I did not do anything, say anything, or even touch anyone. I was only thinking it," Sinclair gasped. Veer remained completely silent, coldly releasing 3 arrows right toward Grenwell's head. Thinking Veer was taking revenge, the coward shrieked in absolute terror, clutching his head. But Veer was not aiming for him. He was targeting the creeping vines right above. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed nearby. "Your intuition is quite sharp. I used magic to silence all sound as we approached. Tell me how. Did you sense us?" Grenyu collapsed. The voice continued, mocking them. "It seems you little brats from Colosio actually thought we could never find you." It turned out to be the fierce Lovegood herself. She sneered, telling them that hiding here was pure arrogance. Despite her delicate look, Lovegood's health pool was still at 85%. Just then, another sharp, cold voice echoed through the entire forest. "Wait, you are Sinclair, right?" Hearing her own name mentioned, Sinclair flinched, her eyes widening in surprise. The green-haired girl asked her companion if she knew Sinclair. The chubby girl replied that Sinclair was famous for being a traitor, who chose Colosio over Germashira despite topping the entrance exam. Greenhair hissed, telling her to quiet down before their leader heard them. The chubby girl panicked, realizing her mistake. Lovegood glared in irritation at Sinclair, demanding answers from the brat. How could she choose Colosio over Zisira, the Empire's top academy for girls? Lovegood scoffed, hoping the reason was not something incredibly shallow like wanting to find a boyfriend. After all, Colosio was not exactly known for having handsome guys. But immediately her own words backfired. Catching sight of Veer, Lovegood's face flushed bright red, completely losing her cool composure. She stared at Veer, completely captivated. How could a guy look so scholarly, cute, incredibly charming, and handsome all at once? Drool literally escaped her mouth as her heart fluttered. Damn it, he is absolutely and completely my type. The two subordinates frantically shook their president, trying to snap her out of it. Suddenly, a hand blocked her view of Veer. Sinclair shouted, telling the lady to stop staring at her partner so intensely. Hearing this, the 3 girls froze in utter shock. Lovegood was absolutely fuming with rage. Glares were exchanged as she screeched, "Did you just call me an old lady, you little brat?" She instantly channeled her magical energy. Grotesque tree roots began bursting from the ground, twisting and winding around them. Looking like an absolute demon, Lovegood shrieked that she would kill her. The next second, a massive explosion rocked the area. Fierce flames erupted, painting the forest in shades of burning red. Meanwhile, Hohang charged forward, telling his opponent to stop running. "Just give up. What can a mere healer possibly do without teammates around to protect her? You are completely on your own now." Dolos's health had dropped to 55%. She gritted her teeth, struggling desperately to defend herself as the ground cracked. Hot lava began oozing from the deep fissures. Before she could react, blistering fire erupted all around, taking her by surprise. Ho-Heen slowly closed the distance, cornering his target. There is nowhere left to run, Sanctus. A sly smirk spread across his face. Eliminating her would make wiping out the rest of Colosio a piece of cake. The magic tower would easily claim victory. Dolos panted heavily, clutching her staff. She absolutely refused to be eliminated in this survival competition right here. Suddenly, Jurassico launched a surprise attack, startling Hohane. Rushing into the fray, Jurassico shouted with pure excitement, "Do not get too arrogant, Hohane. Your health is only at 87%. With a loud roar, he unleashed a powerful downward strike. The heavy blow threw Hohane completely off balance. Gritting his teeth, the arrogant mage could not believe the sheer density of Jurassico's mana. Jurassico smirked. "You are a level 4 mage, right? Well, I am not about to lag behind you." He prepared his next move. He swung his weapon with terrifying force at the arrogant mage. Meanwhile, the others were still fighting off Lovegood's relentless roots. The three sisters coordinated perfectly. Veer realized this magic was very similar to the combination skills used by other high-level mages. However, this specific spell combined three entirely different elements. Controlling it required an insane level of concentration even while emotional. Suddenly, an intense and heavy pressure crushed down on the entire area. Veer froze mid-action, completely stunned by the overwhelming energy. He immediately halted, slowly turning his head back as if he had just seen a ghost. What could possibly cause this? The entire mountain began to violently shake. Veer braced himself, deeply alarmed by the ominous energy radiating from the depths. Over by Dalos, massive cracks tore through the earth. Holmes stumbled back in shock. Is this a sudden earthquake? Jurassico was equally baffled, having never heard of earthquakes occurring in this magical forest. Suddenly, something massive erupted beneath them. It burst forth like a beast breaking its ancient seal. Looking up at the massive shadow looming over their heads, everyone froze. The three of them stood there in absolute shock, totally frozen. And it wasn't just them, Vikir and Sinclair were completely speechless too. It was a colossal spider so massive it felt like it could swallow everyone in the arena whole. Vikir stared up at the giant beast, looming right before him, unable to hide the sudden flash of terror in his eyes. Suddenly, the monstrous beast began opening its massive maw. It unleashed a bizarre screeching roar that echoed through the entire forest. Vikir recoiled, his mind racing. Was that madam? The massive beast didn't stop, unleashing its attacks. Screaming in terror, everyone scattered in absolute panic. From behind, two classmates desperately yelled out to President Lovegood. "Get a grip, we have to run right now," she gasped in absolute shock. "What on earth is that?" Meanwhile, Vikir frowned, realizing something. That suffocating aura he'd felt since entering the arena, was it actually because of Madam? He recalled his past life before his regression, when tales of Madam were nothing but urban legends, just fragmented myths of a legendary beast. Yet after countless investigations, she was finally documented in the Imperial Monster Encyclopedia after multiple revisions. In other words, up until that point, there had never been a single confirmed sighting of Madam. Not even inside the Mage Tower where this tournament was taking place. This beast had to be an anomaly, a variable caused by his own actions. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of energy shot directly at President Rune's group. She stood completely frozen to the spot. Her legs wouldn't move. Was she really about to get eliminated like this? Suddenly, Anna jumped in front of her with her shield raised, yelling, "President, look out!" Instantly, the devastating blast slammed straight into Anna. Lovegood's eyes widened in pure horror. Taking the brutal hit, Anna collapsed and lay completely motionless. Lovegood screamed her name as the roaring beast kept charging forward, its eyes glowing as red and blue targets flashed in its vision. But suddenly it veered off, changing direction. Grenouille fell to the ground in sheer terror, crawling as he stammered, "Is it moving away? Wow, I thought we were dead." Vikir observed closely, deducing that it was heading toward areas with even more students. He watched the beast retreat, deeply concerned. What on earth is the control room doing? There's no way a massive monster like this is part of the tournament unless this entire situation is spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Lovegood rushed over to her injured friend in a state of absolute panic. Anna is completely unresponsive and her HP is at 0. Lovegood's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. What, her HP is completely gone? Why hasn't she been teleported back to the waiting room? Her teammate was equally panicked, crying out, "This is impossible. How do we get out of here now?" She covered her mouth in utter dread. Grenouille stepped forward, asking, "What do you mean she didn't get teleported? Are you saying she was eliminated but is still stuck in here?" He suddenly started panicking, clutching his head in absolute hysteria. "No, seriously, a ridiculous monster just spawned. Why isn't the tournament stopped? What on earth is the control room doing?" He fell to his knees in a complete meltdown. Did they abandon us? Did they lose control? Are they just leaving us here to die? Vikir stepped in, telling Grenouille to pull himself together. But the boy shrieked, "I don't want to die here." Right then, from behind, someone approached them. Dolores rushed up, her eyes wide with worry. "Is everyone okay?" Meanwhile, back in the control room of the Mage Tower, Professor Banshee realized the severity of the situation. The students aren't teleporting out even at 0 HP. Someone is already hurt. "Get my students out of there right now." He then roared at the Tower Master, "Stop the tournament immediately. Hurry!" The Tower Master was equally stunned, stammering, "This is impossible. A creature like that shouldn't even exist in the forest. Could all those rumors be true? No, that can't be." He realized that without this monster, the Mage Tower would have easily won. Hearing this selfish excuse, Professor Banshee gritted his teeth in absolute rage. He bolted forward, unable to contain his anger, grabbing the Tower Master by his collar and yelling, "Shut down the tournament now. Are you really going to let those kids die?" The Tower Master replied helplessly, "We can't. Even if we try, we can't shut it down." Banshee lost his patience, demanding, What do you mean you can't shut it down? The tower master explained, the system is overloaded. That entity is beyond our simulation capabilities. It has completely run wild and bypassed our control. He added with a grim expression, we can't get in and Ashen and 4. The kids can't get out. Banshee pressed anxiously. Is there really no way to fix this? The tower master pointed at the screen, where the giant spider's image flickered. If the beast inside the arena is eliminated, the system will return to normal, he stated. Back in the tournament, the group was desperately treating Anna. Fortunately, her HP shield had absorbed most of the blast. Dolores reassured them she's just unconscious. She'll be fine with some rest. Lovegood finally let out a sigh of relief. Muttering, thank heavens, the Sanctus turned her gaze toward the path of the retreating spider, praying silently for the others. We're safe for now, but I hope the other students are okay. Standing behind them, Vikir sank deep into thought. He frowned, thinking to himself, Madame Eight Legs is an S-class danger, a literal nation-level disaster. Her sheer presence alone is enough to crush anyone's will to survive. But as he analyzed the beast, he realized this wasn't the same Madame he had encountered outside the tower. She wasn't using poison, and those eyes were gone, creating obvious blind spots. Her body was once, even the ring of inviolability now has cracks. According to Vikir's judgment, this is likely a distorted version from the past, a projection summoned right at the moment of its death. His eyes widen in realization, looking at Anna and a devastated Lobro. But as Vikir notices these differences, his face darkens. Deep down, even he cannot see a clear path to victory, not even against this weakened version. Then a thought strikes him, reviving their shattered resolve must be his top priority right now. Vikir clenches his fist with burning determination. To prevent further casualties and complete the mission, he has to unleash his true power. But suddenly, Dolores speaks up, announcing she is going, which startles Vikir. Standing up with absolute resolve, she declares, we cannot just sit here in despair. My carelessness almost cost the life of one of my beloved juniors. I will avenge my junior and put an end to this monster before anyone else gets hurt. Her eyes burn with conviction. After all, I am the student council president of Colosio Academy. As her words fade, a sword slams into the ground. Bakalaga grins, saying that kind of fierce spirit suits a warrior like him, and eagerly offers to join her in battle. Bakalaga chimes in, declaring he is in too, and will not let any more academy students die in this place. He glances over at the glasses-wearing student, asking if he is in, since they desperately need his power. Pushing up his glasses with a theatrical sigh, the student smiles, complaining that it is a pain, but he has no choice. He calls it a temporary alliance for the glory of the Mage Tower. Watching them, Vikir realizes he completely underestimated their resolve. These are indeed the legendary heroes destined to lead the war of the apocalypse. Vikir lets out a faint, quiet smile. Turning to the Baskerville triplets with a serious gaze, he instructs them to relay his orders to the group. He quickly outlines the strategy to defeat Madame. Meanwhile, the colossal beast is ruthlessly hunting down the panicked students. Run for your lives, they scream. 2 students flee in sheer terror, but the girl suddenly trips and crashes down. Sprawled helplessly on the dirt, she desperately reaches out. My ankle. I think it's sprained, please don't leave me. The boy glances back, but seeing the horrific monster right on their heels, absolute cowardice takes over. He keeps running. I'm sorry, he yells. Tears stream down her face as she cries out in terror. Right at that fatal moment, boom. A massive explosion erupts, halting the beast in its tracks. As the smoke clears, its glowing pink eyes emerge. Completely unharmed, the monster glares toward the source of the blast. The glasses-wearing mage grips his staff, grit in his teeth. An insect monster should be weak against fire magic, but that barely tickled it. Yet he smiles completely unfazed, just as I calculated. He summons a massive magic circle, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire spells upon the beast. But his confidence quickly shatters. No way, what kind of insect monster can shrug off my high-tier flame magic like this? The others quickly rush into the fray. One of the Baskerville triplets yells out to explain the grim reality. Ordinary fire magic won't work. Unless it's hellfire from the deep abyss, you won't even scratch her outer shell. Madame's armor is practically impenetrable, but listen up, her legs are far softer than the rest of her body, though severing them is useless since they regenerate instantly. Her actual weak points are her eyes and joints. While fire magic won't kill her, use it to draw her aggro. That will give the front line a chance to strike. Hearing this, the mage is stunned, asking how on earth they could possibly know all this tactical intel. In the background, Vikir flashes them a deadly glare, warning them to keep his name out of it. They immediately take the hint. They lie, claiming they briefly clashed with her before and figured it out. The mage looks up with newfound hope. He eagerly asks if following this strategy will defeat her, but before they can answer, Madame launches another strike. Massive razor-sharp legs rain down on the group as the mage screams in panic that he cannot distract her any longer. Just then, Lobro steps forward alone. Gripping his weapon extremely tight, he charges straight into the danger zone. Dolores leaps high, unleashing beautiful arcs of vibrant pink holy energy. Glaring down, she shouts that this is enough. With a swift descent, she cleaves through its massive legs, delivering a barrage of devastating and rapid-fire strikes. The clash is incredibly intense. Madam's pink eyes flare as she unleashes her full demonic power to strike back. The onlookers watch with jaws dropped as a dense cloud of white smoke completely blankets the battlefield, blinding everyone. With all this smoke, it's impossible to tell if she's down, he mutters, eyes scanning the mist while gripping his hilt. But as the wind blows, they all freeze. The Saintess and her companions stare ahead in utter speechless horror. Lobro's face goes pale in shock. Standing before them is Madame, completely untouched, radiating a blinding, terrifying aura. Instantly restoring her monstrous strength, she rears back and unleashes a devastating downward strike upon them. Thrashing in a wild frenzy, its dark purple energy quickly closed in on the Saintess's group from all sides as they desperately sprinted forward. They frantically dodged endless attacks from behind. Looking back at them, one of the Baskerville triplets remembered a recent conversation they had with Vikir. During that meeting, someone had nervously asked him, if we actually follow this plan, can we really kill Madame Eight-Legged? After a brief pause, he had honestly replied, probably not. As panic immediately set in among them, he had calmly continued. They all knew that facing a monster like Madame Eight-Legged meant staring death in the face, and fear was absolutely inevitable. Right now, he could only stare down at his own trembling hands while the boy with glasses looked just as terrified. Nothing was worse than seeing Anna injured and unconscious, knowing they had the power to fight yet did nothing as their allies fell. And that was exactly why he had chosen them. Even if victory seemed completely impossible, they still refused to back down. Returning to the fray, Lockwood turned and yelled, "Take care of Anna, because I am fighting this thing to the very end." With a fierce cry, she unleashed all her power against the beast, gritting her teeth through tears of sheer determination. Suddenly, a massive hand slammed onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying pressure that instantly shattered the earth right beneath the monster. He stared in absolute shock at the massive crater under the beast. That heavy, bloodthirsty aura was simply too overwhelming to believe. One of the Baskerville triplets gasped in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, they all remembered Vikir's crucial instruction. When I give the signal, tell everyone to attack with all their might. He had raised a finger confidently, adding, this is our only chance to take down the madam. Realizing the moment had come, Vikir shouted to the team, everyone back in position, move now. The madam missed her chance to strike. This is our only shot, so pour every ounce of your remaining mana into this. Everyone braced themselves, ready to charge with absolute determination to destroy the beast. With a collective roar, the final assault began. As they charged, the massive beast stood its ground, slowly shifting its gargantuan body to face the incoming warriors. A unique dense aura pooled in Vikir's palm, his gaze turning as sharp as daggers as he looked at them. I know that one day you all will become true heroes. Even if you are weak, now you never back down. You will be the ones to end this war. For now, let me clear the path and carry the weight for you. The battle raged on. From a short distance away, Vikir drew his heavy bow, aiming dead at the colossal creature. Pulling the bowstring back with effortless cool, he murmured, heroes aren't born. They choose to become heroes. I can only show you the path, but only you can walk it. With that, he finally released the arrow. It soared through the air, piercing straight through the massive monster with blinding speed, leaving everyone completely speechless. The beast's body exploded into a spectacular shower under the sunlight, crashing heavily onto the ground. Everyone stared completely, jaw dropped. The exhausted Baskerville triplets could only stare in shock. Nearby, Vikir stood firm, his grip still tight on his bow. His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield as the colossal beast's remains slowly began to dissolve into dust. With Madame Eight-Legged dead, the tower's system finally stabilized. Vikir stared down at his own hands in silence. Once the system went back online, the entire exam was declared over immediately, teleporting the exhausted cadets back to the main waiting room to reunite with classmates. Relieved classmates rushed over to embrace Vikir, absolutely overjoyed that everyone had survived this terrifying ordeal without any fatal injuries. His friend wept tears of relief, and honestly, it felt like a total miracle. A miracle achieved by 10 unlikely heroes. The system then displayed the official academy rankings. First was Hohenheim, second was Yuri, and third was Madeline. Fourth was Tudor, fifth was Highbrow Baskerville, sixth was Middlebrow, and seventh went to Lowbrow Baskerville. Eighth was Vikir, ninth was Sinclair, and 10th was Grenouille. Seeing first-year cadets dominate the top 10 was absolutely mind-blowing. What shocked everyone even more was that these top rankers were the ones who took down Madame Eight-Leg and S-Rank monster. The battle was so intense that even the security cameras monitoring the arena had completely crashed from a massive overload. These cadets were only at the 4th circle tier and average graduate level, yet they somehow defeated a legendary threat. The entire public was deeply skeptical, but eyewitness reports claimed the arena floor suddenly exploded, creating a perfect vulnerability. Their attacks landed right in that open crack. With all the cadets giving matching stories, the administration reached a conclusion. The S-Rank beast was officially labeled as a massive system glitch, and their spectacular victory was deemed a lucky coincidence. Shortly after, the ancient master of the tower stood up. As the absolute head of this prestigious magic tournament, with all eyes on him, he made a shocking announcement: "I will fulfill my duties until this tournament concludes, and then I will officially resign." With that formal public apology, the rising tension in the academy finally began to settle. With the tournament over, the cadets raised their glasses, with Tutor loudly leading toasts to both Sinclair and Vikir. Made it into the top 10, but as soon as he said that, the entire room went dead silent, leaving him celebrating all alone. Bianca sat right next to him and nudged him, saying it was not the time yet, which made Tutor sheepishly sit back down. "Right, you have a point." Sancho, meanwhile, quietly scanned the room, thinking about how close they all came to losing their lives. Even though they survived that nightmare, standing face to face with an S-class monster is something that leaves permanent scars on anyone. Sure enough, right across from him, a girl sat crying with her head in her hands, completely traumatized by the battle. Sancho sighed, but then raised his drink towards Sinclair and Vikir, proposing a toast to the real heroes of that chaotic day. "To the brave warriors who stood their ground and fought back, we absolutely have to raise a glass." Everyone agreed. Glasses clinked and cheers erupted. Congratulations to Vikir and Sinclair, two first years already taking 8th and 9th place. Unbelievable achievement. But then a student suddenly approached Sinclair from behind, asking if they were indeed Vikir and Sinclair. He said he wanted to thank them for saving his life during the tournament, feeling he should at least introduce himself. Sinclair offered a warm smile, thanking him and expressing how glad she was that he returned in one piece. But out of nowhere, the guy smirked arrogantly and sneered, acting like he was doing them a massive favor. He scoffed that commoners with no proper training managed to rescue high-class nobles like themselves, leaving them speechless. Before Vikir and Sinclair could react, a fist slammed onto the table. Bianca stood up, grabbing the guy by his collar. She demanded to know what status had to do with saving a life, leaving the arrogant noble trembling and stuttering. He frantically tried to backtrack, stammering that he only meant things must be difficult for lowly commoners. Sancho stepped in. He tried to restrain her, telling her to calm down, but Bianca kept thrashing around, yelling that he was not worth saving. Taking advantage of the commotion, the snobbish nobles quickly ran away. Meanwhile, Sinclair lowered her head, looking completely miserable. Vikir glanced at her, noting that Sinclair always became incredibly gloomy whenever the topic of noble status came up. She was normally so cheerful. To rescue the awkward dinner, Tutor quickly stood up to change the subject. He reminded them that the first round was over and only the top 10 could advance to the second round. Holding up 2 fingers, he explained that the next round was an internship where they would assist the major imperial families. Completing these missions would award them legendary artifacts from the academies, and Vikir listened closely to every detail. Bianca chimed in, noting that to avoid conflicts of interest, nobody could accept tasks from their own families. She could not choose a mission from the Bow-God clan, and Tutor could not pick one from his own family. Naturally, Vikir and Sinclair had no noble family backing, so they were free to choose whatever they wanted. As they chatted, Vikir noticed Sinclair nervously clenching her fists. Meanwhile, Bianca raised a finger to warn them of something. She begged them never to choose the Iron-Blooded Sword clan, warning that most who did never came back alive. Rumors said trainees simply vanished during those missions. Hearing this, Sinclair looked visibly shaken by the thought. Bianca leaned forward, urging Vikir to pick first, but his face remained entirely calm, showing no emotion whatsoever. He simply said he had made his choice. Cut to a high-speed train where Vikir sat staring at a document. It was a 5-star difficulty mission from the Iron-Blooded Sword clan. Gripping it tightly, he remembered his friend's shock. Their jaws had hit the floor when he made the announcement. To the rest of the world, this clan was monstrous. People saw the Baskervilles as bloodthirsty, insane killers, a family completely defined by violence and dark rumors. Staring out the window, he realized this mission was his final preparation before confronting Decarabia in the 7th city. He just needed Hugo's official seal on the parchment, but there was one critical thing he had to investigate first. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a letter sealed with red wax. It was the guide Hugo had given him to reach master level. He stared at the letter, unable to comprehend Hugo's actions. It made no sense, even if the man knew his secret. It was obvious Hugo had figured out his true strength, but that raised an even bigger question. Why help him? Why show mercy to someone who had deceived him? Ever since Vikir regressed, Hugo's behavior had become completely unpredictable. Vikir looked back out the window. Though Hugo's guidance helped him reach the peak, he needed to hear the truth in person. Only a face-to-face meeting would reveal the patriarch's true intentions. But when Vikir finally arrived, his jaw dropped in shock. Standing before him was his legendary father, sporting twin braids and wearing ridiculous, colorful hair clips that made absolutely no sense. Hugo greeted him warmly, asking how his son had been. Vikir stood frozen, completely unable to process the bizarre sight. Sweating bullets, he stared in absolute horror. When Vikir opened his mouth to ask, Hugo seemed to anticipate the question. Hugo cheerfully stroked his hair and asked, "What is with that look? You see this braid? Palmerian made it just for me. With such elaborate braiding skills, there is absolutely no doubt. She is also a true genius of the Baskerville clan." Vikir quietly glanced around the room, noticing puzzle sets and smiley face stickers still scattered all over the floor. Even the office rocking horse was covered in toys. Hugo mentioned that Palmerian was actually waiting right here just moments ago, but she got too sleepy, so Barrymore took her to bed. The iron-blooded patriarch added that although she was growing up and might not care for childish toys anymore, he still wanted to make up for all the childhood memories she missed. "I want to do what a grandfather is supposed to do." Hearing this, Vikir quietly lowered his head, choosing not to ask any more questions. He simply placed a letter directly on the desk and said, "I received the message you sent via Hermes last time." "Since when did you know?" Vikir paused briefly, his voice dropping as he asked how long his father knew he was hiding his strength. Hugo closed his eyes and replied, "Once you reach the absolute peak, you begin to see things others simply cannot." He stretched his hand over the desk, feeling the surrounding space without even looking before asking, "Do you understand now?" At those words, Vikir clenched his fists and stood frozen, suddenly questioning the deep hatred and resentment he had long carried. Had his father simply been watching his growth from afar, letting his power develop naturally without ever trying to interfere? Suddenly, Hugo broke his train of thought and looked up. "Ah, I was so distracted that I barely noticed until now." Vikir flinched, but the patriarch's next words left him completely dazed. "That academy uniform actually suits you quite well." Hugo calmly asked him how school life was going, and Vikir's surprised face slowly relaxed into a calm expression. He smiled softly, recalling the days he stood before this man like a loyal hound to a master or a subordinate to a chief. But today, for the very first time, he saw Hugo as a father, and looking at him this way felt surprisingly good. Yes, it was not a bad feeling at all. Soon, inside the massive castle hall, Hugo's deep, commanding voice echoed. "Son, I have some great news for you." Vikir turned to him and asked, "Great news?" Hugo looked back calmly. "Yes, I have officially appointed you as a senator." Hugo looked at his son with deep satisfaction. Hearing this title, Vikir asked in shock, "A senator, isn't that a position on the same level as the 7 great counts?" Hugo nodded, explaining, "Indeed, a senator holds core power in this family. Only the vice-patriarch and I stand above you." He covered his mouth and muttered, "Even if you look back at over a century of our family's history, you are still the youngest senator we have ever had." At this, Vikir bowed deeply, placing his hand on his shoulder. "Thank you, father. I will do my absolute best." Hugo smiled with satisfaction as Vikir bowed his head and began thinking. A senator. This powerful title came with incredible privileges, especially the right to choose his very own personal aides. He already had several perfect candidates in mind. Turning back to his father, Vikir spoke with a serious look. "By the way, I heard Palmerian has been clinging to you so much that everyone is struggling." Hugo froze instantly. His face darkened as he spun around, his voice turning cold. "This reminds me that raising children is always a nightmare. But honestly, the pure joy she brings makes it all worth it." Then his voice suddenly wavered with deep hesitation. He recalled asking her so sweetly, "My sweet Palmerian, do you want to play?" But she just ignored him entirely. "Grandpa, I am busy reading. Go play by yourself." Hugo gave Vikir a completely heartbroken, pathetic look. "Lately, she will not let me play with her. She just locks herself in the great library of myriad forms. I am worried." Looking down at the braid, he sighed, "Honestly, she made this long ago. I kept it hoping she would play again. If she had not heard you were visiting, she probably wouldn't have even stepped out of her room." Vikir watched him. Seeing the legendary, terrifying lord get a massive headache over a little girl, Vikir could only offer some gentle comfort. "You really have your hands full, father." Hugo let out a heavy sigh. Could she be hitting puberty already? As they approached a massive door, a loud scream echoed from inside. Hugo panicked and immediately kicked the door open. "What happened?" Hugo shouted in panic, with Vikir rushing in close behind. But instead, they heard a joyful giggle. Palmerian was standing there holding a book high in the air with pure excitement. "I found it. I finally found it." After celebrating, she blinked and noticed them at the door, calling out Grandpa. Hugo's face instantly lit up with joy. "My darling granddaughter, I am here. What got you so excited?" Then her eyes drifted to the figure standing behind him. She instantly squealed and lunged forward. "Uncle Vikir, what took you so long? I missed you so much." He gently stroked her head, smiling. "Sorry, I got held up." "Were you waiting for me?" Palmerian beamed, chatting away happily. Much to Hugo's disappointment, Palmerian instantly beams. "Of course, uncle, I was waiting for you." Her eyes shine like stars, looking up at Vikir. "I finally found it, uncle. The thing I wanted to show you." Seeing how excited she was, Vikir asks curiously about what she has. "You wanted to give this to me." Palmerian opens a book, shoving it right in front of him. "I want this. Let's bring it back." Vikir looks at the illustration in disbelief. It was the ghost tree. Legend had it that Simo, the Grand Master of Dark Magic, once planted it deep within the black and red mountains of the White Salt Desert. It is a mana tree that roots itself in a mage's mental world, feeding on the soul's negative karma as nourishment. Miraculously, its seeds can only sprout in the direct aftermath of a massive bloody slaughter. Anyone who eats its fruit gains the power of every soul that nourished the tree. Vikir stands there absolutely stunned, realizing what this means. The ghost tree is a mythical plant supposed to exist only in legends. Did this little kid actually dig through piles of books just to find this? Looking at Pomerian's sparkling eyes, Vikir realizes her obsession with this ancient artifact might not be just a coincidence. Pomerian has an absolute innate talent for dark magic, which means being drawn to this artifact is likely her destiny at play. Pomerian looks up with puppy eyes, begging, "Uncle, I really want it." That is when Hugo, completely ignored until now, clears his throat. "Listen, son, I have absolutely no clue what that is." He glares at Vikir with pure, terrifying intensity. "But if Pomerian wants it, you must bring it back at all costs. That is your official mission." Seeing his father spoil his granddaughter so shamelessly, Vikir groans inside. This is absolute madness, but a loyal son simply cannot disobey his father. Understood. The Iron-Blooded Sword Clan officially issues the quest. The mission: retrieve the legendary ghost tree. Difficulty rating: absolute maximum. High up on a barren hill, Vikir plans his next move. He is navigating the western front of the Black and Red Mountains near Hill 207. The records state the tree can only exist in one precise location, the only White Salt Desert in the entire region. Thinking about the target for his niece, he sighs in complete exhaustion. Whether this thing even exists is still a total mystery. In fact, before his regression, Vikir had almost zero information about this ghost tree. It was just a mythical plant rumored to have been planted by some ancient mythical figure of an unknown era. Looking down at the item resting in his palm, Vikir starts connecting the dots. The magical vine turned out to be real, so the ghost tree probably is too. Still, Vikir looks down warily at the little creature lazily lounging on top of his hat. "Are you ever going to stop being mad?" the little lady softly chirps in response. Remembering the danger from before, he thinks back. They were only first years, yet they dared to activate it. So Vikir patiently reminds his little companion, "Because of your reckless stunt during the exam, everyone was thrown into mortal danger. That is why during the survival tournament," glancing at the snake-shaped ring, his voice lowers to a very quiet whisper, "I had to keep you sealed inside the barrier to avoid any more accidents." Recalling those monstrous giant bees, Vikir scratches his cheek guiltily. "Then again, that part was totally my bad, so I cannot complain." Soon he arrives at his destination. Behold the Malata Salt Desert. The ground before him is completely parched and dead. Vikir gently places his palm onto the sand. Instantly, his hand is sucked bone dry, turning a withered blackened color. Reacting quickly, he yanks his hand back from the ground. He can feel the moisture rapidly draining from his body. With a cold, emotionless gaze, his eyes drift forward. Their shriveled mummies lay scattered across the sand. Legend says the Malata Desert was formed from the dried tears of an evil god. Any living thing touching this soil gets instantly drained of its moisture. It has turned countless creatures into dried mummies over the years. Vikir looks down at his still withered arm, muttering under his breath. They say the ghost tree is hidden here, but because of this extreme environment, no one has ever returned alive to report its location. Glancing at the corpses, he analyzes the situation. No ordinary human or monster can survive this place. They are drained of life the second they enter. Vikir raises his hand and clenches it with sheer determination. Thanks to the blessing of the legendary river Styx and the regeneration power of the salamander, he can push through. 2 hours later, he is still trekking across the wasteland. The dry ground constantly drains the life force from his feet, only for them to regenerate at a blinding, miraculous speed. Pulling his cloak tight against the elements, he wonders if relying solely on fairy tales was too reckless of a gamble. At this rate, escaping this desert alive seems impossible. But suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock at what lies ahead. An absolute leviathan of a sandstorm approaches. Dodging frantically, he curses, "Damn it, where did this massive storm even come from?" He didn't sense it coming at all. Vikir yells to the little creature tucked inside his coat, "Stay down until I say. It is way too dangerous out here." Unease grips his heart as a sharp sword blade slides out from his sleeve. Pointing the blade forward, Vikir quickly devises a strategy. To avoid being torn to pieces by the vortex, he needs to unleash a devastating counterstrike. Gritting his teeth, Vikir charges headfirst into the raging storm like a gale. Sand erupts as he strikes, and the tiny beast's eyes glow with sudden light. Standing alone in a massive sandstorm-swept desert, his small body is swallowed by the endless dunes. He delivers a decisive strike, unleashing the Baskerville 7th style, but the harsh desert is already draining his life force, forcing him to grit his teeth. He mutters through clenched teeth, "I haven't even found the Wraith Tree yet. This is my welcome." I honestly don't know whether to laugh or cry. As his body rapidly heals, he glances down at his collar and whispers softly, "Are you still holding on, little lady?" He looks down at the tiny creature shivering under his fabric, gently comforting her. The storm has passed. It is safe to come out now. The little lady tremblingly asks, "What is going on?" Suddenly, his pupils shrink in utter shock. He slowly rises, his gaze completely locked onto the massive structure ahead. Vikir stares forward, stammering in confusion. What on earth? Examining the giant skeleton looming in the sand, he can't help but gasp at the sight. What is this monstrosity? Emerging from the thick sandstorm, Vikir freezes in pure disbelief. Lying directly before him is the colossal corpse of a mythical beast. The massive creature lies there with its jaws wide open. Even though only a hollow shell remains, its facial expression is twisted in absolute agony. It obviously died a painful death. Without wasting a single second, Vikir pulls up the system details. Instantly, a glowing blue status window appears. The detailed report pops up. It is the dragon of the Saha River, a level 5 threat measuring 50 meters long, typically lurking in the mountains. It resides near the 10th ridge of the Red and Black Mountains. Remarkably, its breath drops birds from the sky, and wherever its scaled body crawls, the land instantly turns into barren desert. No sword or magic can seemingly harm this beast. Yet, from the very moment they arrived, baby Madam has been trembling in absolute terror. The tiny creature curls up, trying to bury itself as deep inside Vikir's warm collar as possible. She only dares to peek out with hesitant, fearful eyes. Feeling baby Madam shaking uncontrollably, Vikir gently rubs her tiny body to reassure her. He whispers to calm her down, noting that the beast is dead. But despite his reassuring words, a deep sense of dread begins to swell within him. This supposedly immortal creature's bizarre death makes him highly uneasy. Suddenly, fragments of memories from his previous lifetime come rushing back to him. Vikir grows incredibly anxious as the past floods his mind. Before his regression, this beast was one of the 3 catastrophic calamities of the end times. It was a legendary plague that wiped out entire civilizations. Coincidentally, this exact monster existed in his memories as an absolute nightmare of destruction, a phantom entity that left no trace until it struck. He always assumed it was hiding in some dark corner, but seeing it like this, Vikir feels a deep sense of irony. He never expected such a legendary force of nature to end up so pathetic. He begins making silent comparisons. The beast possessed a rapid healing factor that surpassed even the swamp lizard. Yet someone backed it into a corner and eradicated it completely. Surveying the desolate burial site of the dragon's remains, Vikir speaks under his breath, his voice laced with suspicion. This was an S-rank monster. Its near-immortal regeneration was bypassed, meaning an incredibly powerful entity executed it. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light tears open the desolate space. The spatial rift widens, exposing a dark gateway that leads straight into a mysterious tower. Witnessing this bizarre occurrence, he can only stand amazed. He mutters in awe of the sinister aura matching its terrifying structure. This space-time distortion is far more advanced than standard magical barriers. It effortlessly bends reality completely, eclipsing any barrier he has seen. Vikir approaches the portal to investigate, whispering softly to himself as he observes. Directly above the salt desert, a bizarre dark red tower stands tall. If his theories are correct, the precious wraith tree lies hidden inside. Without any hesitation, Vikir strides forward and presses his hands against the massive heavy iron gates. The rusty hinges groan in protest. An eerie grinding screech echoes through the silent chamber before dying out. A thin beam of desert light slices through the newly opened gap. It cuts a path of illumination straight into the pitch-black abyss of the tower. Summoning his strength, Vikir forcefully throws the giant gates wide open. He gazes into the dark, oppressive space before him with complete composure. There is absolutely no fear or hesitation in his steady eyes. He remains calm, but as he steps inside to scan the area, a sudden bolt of violent purple energy surges directly toward him. Vikir's eyes widen in surprise. Snapping back into focus, he throws his arm up to guard himself. His lightning-fast reflexes kick in instantly. He successfully shields his body from the impact of this unknown magical pressure. Analyzing the trace of energy lingering in the air, Vikir's lips curl into a knowing smirk. He recognizes the dimensional energy immediately, realizing his calculated search has finally paid off. With a satisfied nod, Vikir confidently marches deeper into the dark corridors. Right at the very end of the long path, a figure looms in the shadows. The mysterious entity exudes a cold, dominant presence, almost as if it had been anticipating his arrival for ages. The system details about the tree flash again. The legendary wraith tree was cultivated by a dark magic grandmaster deep in these jagged mountains. It thrives by taking root in the minds of powerful sorcerers, absorbing spiritual karma and dark emotions to fuel its sinister growth. Its seeds only sprout amidst mass casualties, and those who consume its cursed fruit gain immense soul power, but end up as fertilizer. Scanning the chamber, Vikir notes how much this eerie sanctum resembles the legendary Grave of Swords from his past. He looks closer at the bizarre layout, analyzing every sword. The only key difference is that these blades point straight up at the heavens, not down. This makes him wonder if the area shares some dark connection with the Baskerville clan. Suddenly, his foot stops dead in its tracks. His eyes widen in shock as his gaze locks onto the mysterious figure standing in the shadows. He frowns deeply, his lips trembling. His voice dripped with deep suspicion. Right in the very center of the tower sat a heavily armored knight reigning, supreme upon a solitary throne. He sat completely motionless like a corpse, holding a giant greatsword in a menacing grip. Wei Yi had to wonder if this was the lord of the tower. He felt zero mana and no life force remaining. At all, just an empty shell that died long ago. He could not help but wonder. If this person was indeed the one who defeated Mother Lie's beast, he must have been incredibly strong. Putting his doubts aside, Wei Yi focused entirely on his original goal. He slipped quietly to the left, heading toward the spot where the precious soulwood was kept. Stretching his hands forward to retrieve it, he muttered, "I must secure this soulwood first and ask you long about this place later." Just as Wei Yi's hand was about to touch the wood, a strange noise suddenly startled him. Suddenly, the space inside the soulwood burst open, unleashing a brilliant crimson glow that left Wei Yi completely stunned. For a brief second, the gloomy darkness vanished, completely replaced by countless automatic lights that suddenly flared to life. Sensing the anomaly, Little Eight Legs grew incredibly tense. It shrieked in absolute terror, trembling before a massive pressure of an invisible force. Guided by the glowing lights, Wei Yi's gaze locked onto a massive stone door standing deep within, the soul wood radiating an ancient and impenetrable majesty. The crimson light cast straight onto Kane's imposing face, twisting his features into a grotesque mask, looking like a machine that was just powered on. He slowly began to stir his heavy hands, gradually releasing the sword hilt. Faced with these sudden and dramatic changes around him, Wei Yi finally put the pieces together. He nodded calmly, muttering a quiet confirmation of his initial theory. It made sense. Even though he anticipated this, his voice carried a hint of tension. There was no way obtaining the soul wood would be that easy. Right then, Kane stood tall, revealing a massive and towering physique. His muscular frame was terrifying, completely dwarfing Wei Yi with his sheer size. Without a single word of warning, Kane charged directly into battle. He raised his colossal greatsword high, aiming a devastating blow right at Wei Yi. Just as the blade was about to cleave him, Wei Yi activated a combat skill and sidestepped easily. He slipped to the right, dodging the attack with grace. Yet despite his greatsword weighing thousands of pounds, Kane swung it as if it were light as a feather, giving Wei Yi absolutely no room to breathe. Kane unleashed a relentless torrent of heavy strikes. Under this absolute rain of blows, Wei Yi was forced entirely on the defensive to avoid the lethal blade. But this was all part of his plan to study the enemy's movements. After carefully observing his opponent, Wei Yi began analyzing the attack patterns. The giant's style was highly mechanical and predictable, devoid of any conscious will. He simply lashed out at whatever stood before him, performing a series of empty actions. Disappointed, Wei Yi shook his head. He muttered with regret, "I honestly expected the guardian of such a place to be far more formidable than this. I guess I overestimated him." Although Yu Long still had many unanswered questions, Wei Yi decided to wrap this up quickly. He summoned his bow, his steady hands ready to draw an arrow and aiming directly at Kane. It was strange how this thing could fight without mana or life force, but he had no time to waste on curiosity. Wei Yi declared loudly that he would end this in a single strike. The arrow tore through the air, hurtling toward Kane with immense earth-shattering force that shook the surrounding space. Confronted by this terrifying force, Kane did not flinch. At that very moment, deep inside his dark helmet, a brilliant red light suddenly flared to life, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty aura that filled the entire room. His dormant power exploded. Instantly, Kane executed the Valkyrie first style, swinging his massive sword with incredible power to block Wei Yi's arrow dead in its tracks. The shockwave from the clash shook the entire tower violently. Witnessing the technique, Wei Yi froze in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief at what he just saw. He whispered in disbelief, "The first style." Kane did not give him a second to breathe, immediately launching a direct, crushing slash. Finally, Wei Yi understood the terrifying strength of the enemy he was dealing with. Tension flickered in his eyes. He warned Little Eight Legs, realizing that this monster had been hiding its true power all along. "Go hide, little lady. It seems I cannot afford to hold back my own strength against him anymore." With those words, Wei Yi released his full aura, summoning his hidden blade as it gleamed with deadly light. Without hesitation, they clashed with terrifying, killing intent, causing the gravity in the room to skyrocket instantly. Wei Yi gripped his hilt tight, letting his energy explode as time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. The moment their blades clashed, a sharp wind shrieked as both warriors blitzed past each other at breakneck speed. Before Vikir can even react, Kane unleashes consecutive Baskerville styles, from the first form to the eighth, tearing down every single layer of Vikir's defense. Instantly, his body is covered in deep cuts, and he screams in agony. Falling backward, his chest feels as though 1,000 blades are tearing it to shreds, causing fresh blood to spray endlessly across the battlefield. Yet in contrast to Vikir's brutal state, Cain stands there completely unscathed, without a single scratch. The only change is his iron mask, which begins to crack and shatter, piece by piece, revealing terrifying blood-red eyes that project absolute dread. As the metallic shards rain down upon the stone floor, their sharp clattering echoes through the dark chamber. Cain raises his head, revealing his face, tightly wrapped in thick bandages like a mummy. Even now, Vikir can barely believe what he is seeing. This is the stealth stalking technique. Panting heavily, Vikir forces himself to speak through his ragged breath. Baskerville, 8th form combined with stealth stalking. Who are you? Cain slowly turns, locking his terrifying red gaze onto Vikir, his raspy voice freezing the air. Cain Corso le Baskerville, he slowly declares each word, oozing sheer dominance. I am the guardian of the sword grave. Despite the agonizing pain, Vikir's mind keeps analyzing the Baskerville style. It is not just about slashing or stabbing. It rips flesh and crushes bone like wild fangs. Looking at the jagged gashes on his shoulder, he realizes that is why the wounds look so incredibly gruesome. Fortunately, thanks to his swamp marsh salamander regeneration, his torn shoulder is already silently stitching itself back together. Still, Cain's power is terrifying. The 8th form is only one tier higher than Vikir's current masteries yet. Even with the behemoth's power absorbed outside the tower, his healing is incredibly slow. To speed up his recovery, Vikir immediately activates Beelzebub's Glutton of Flies, stacking Slot 1's Madam 8-Legged Poison, Slot 2's Immortal Basilisk, and Slot 3's Mushu Hushu Silent Heal. He pushes his regeneration rate to its absolute limit because he knows it is the only way to survive this suffocating pressure. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Vikir bitterly realizes just how monstrously powerful this opponent truly is. Still, he can't help but marvel at Cain's legendary strength. Thanks to his pre-regression memories, Vikir knows exactly who he is facing. During the chaotic era when noble families ruled like kingdoms, he was the strongest of the 7 counts, leading the golden age of House Baskerville. He was a man who turned his back on the entire world solely to pursue ultimate power. Cain Corso le Baskerville. Now mostly healed and standing in a pool of blood, Vikir faces him directly and asks bluntly, "Are you Cain Corso le Baskerville?" With absolute authority, the old master nods and replies, "Indeed," but his crimson eyes flicker with amusement. In a raspy, curious voice, Cain asks, "Who are you, kid?" Hearing this sudden question, Vikir does not bother hiding his identity and answers directly. Vikir Van Baskerville. Hearing the Baskerville name, Cain lets out a surprised hum. Sizing up Vikir's power, he remarks with genuine interest, "You aren't even an adult yet, you've reached the absolute peak before your coming of age." Then Cain pauses, visibly astonished. "Not to mention you possess Beelzebub, a sword thought to be lost forever, and you recovered from a direct hit from my 8th form. Completely absurd." Hearing this praise, Vikir feels no joy. Instead, his heart grows even heavier. He stands his ground, warily watching the legendary master with silence, dread still lingering deep within his eyes. The absurd one here is actually you, old man. The Baskerville 8th form is so overwhelming he couldn't even perceive it. Recalling their clash, Vikir wonders how he sensed zero life from Cain. Yet the moment Cain revealed himself, the crushing pressure he unleashed felt like it was tearing his flesh apart. That phantom pain returns, leaving him helpless. One thing is certain, there is zero chance of winning right now. Driven by curiosity, Vikir raises his voice. "If you created the stealth stalking technique, what is your true realm?" The master begins to answer but hesitates slightly. "My realm. Let me show you." Suddenly, Cain plunges his massive broadsword into the ground. A violent wave of energy erupts, instantly slamming down a suffocating pressure. Securely anchoring his sword, he reaches up and unwraps his bandages, revealing his face as he addresses Vikir's question. Cain explains calmly, "By mastering every emotion, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, I forged the 8th form." Cain recalls their past battle. "During my fight with Baphomet, on the very brink of death, my burning desire to survive pushed me to unlock the 8th form." As he says this, he pauses, his voice shifting dramatically. "And then right before my death, I stepped into the tower," he begins. "I crossed the very threshold of death, unlocking the 9th form. It is the absolute peak for any swordsman, cloaking oneself in pure, deathly energy. And thus I became a Death Knight." As these words leave his mouth, the terrifying truth behind his mask is finally revealed. Before Vikir stands a lifeless entity of pure death, with half of his body already reduced to a dry skeletal frame. This is the true horrifying form of a Death Knight, though his exact power level and threat remain completely unknown for now. An endless torrent of dark mana pours from him, a decay that will continue until his physical vessel crumbles and his soul fades. Every single word from Cane Corso strikes Vikir's mind like a sledgehammer. He stands frozen, his eyes shrinking in pure terror. Panicking internally, Vikir screams in disbelief. The ninth form, is this really the ultimate peak of a master swordsman? Staring at the undead monstrosity before him, Vikir can't help but wonder, has this man truly embraced death to transcend life itself? Realizing the underlying question in Vikir's eyes, Cane Corso quickly shakes his head. I am not the creator of lurking ambush, and I have never reached the 10th form. As he speaks, a deep, bitter wave of regret fills his voice. To reach the 10th form, one must die and be reborn. I have died, but I was never resurrected. Then he stops. Cane Corso suddenly snaps back to reality, correcting himself. No, because trapped in this Death Knight body, rebirth is impossible for me. I am trapped here forever. Instantly, haunting memories of the tower flash through his mind, leaving Vikir completely stunned. Vikir quickly questions him. Trapped, a powerhouse like you. Where is this place anyway? Who could have imprisoned you? Instead of answering immediately, Cane Corso looks at him coldly. You know absolutely nothing. But that is normal, no one does. After a brief silence, Cane Corso continues. This is the Grave of Swords, the sacred place where our great Baskerville ancestor lived and died. He carefully explains the legend. The ancestor of Baskerville was born from the cradle of swords, and his death took place here. It is a sacred ground where a worthy warrior can grasp the ultimate truth of swordsmanship, guided here by fate itself. A tomb where only those possessing the true Baskerville bloodline can meet their end. Your arrival means destiny has led you here. Hearing this, Vikir does not feel honored in the slightest. Instead, he simply scoffs with a cold smirk. Fate, you say? Before Vikir can say more, Cane Corso calmly cuts in. You asked who imprisoned me? It was the tower itself. Overwhelmed by agonizing memories, his voice chokes up. The tower bound me, ensuring my escape is impossible. It left me in this grave. I was assigned as the gravekeeper destined to wait for a true Baskerville. Cane Corso has fully accepted this cruel twist of fate. As the keeper, I must guide that chosen successor to the 10th form. Over the endless years, I realize one thing. The one carrying the true Baskerville destiny would eventually find me. He suddenly recalls Vikir's fierce burning determination from earlier. And that person is the only one who can set me free. The concept of a savior who can break his eternal cycle. An immortal locked in an endless time loop is a hard reality for Vikir to grasp. He replies with a trace of doubt. So are you saying that I am that person? Cane Corso does not answer directly, offering only a cryptic response instead. If it is you, you can reach the Baskerville 10th form. But to do so, you must experience death by my blade. With that, he raises his sword into a flawless combat stance, issuing a chilling challenge that echoes through the chamber. Until then, you will not take a single step out of here. I will slay you, and you must rise to destroy me. To finally break free from the tower's eternal prison, Cane Corso will do whatever it takes, because you are my key to freedom. This is the destiny ordained by the tower. Hearing this, Vikir merely scoffs, his lips curving into a sharp, mocking smile. He fiercely fires back. Stop acting like your words are absolute truth. Destiny, what a joke. I only believe in my choices. Standing tall without a shred of fear, Vikir raises his sword. He lowers his stance, preparing for a decisive explosive strike. Bracing himself in a solid stance, he makes his bold declaration. I will defeat you, and I will leave this place. The moment he finishes, Vikir vanishes into thin air, leaving nothing but a faint trail of dispersing smoke in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he materializes right beside Cane Corso. His phantasmal sword erupts with overwhelming pressure as he swings. Unfazed, Cane Corso remains absolutely still. His voice cuts through the air, dripping with immense, terrifying pressure. You dare mock destiny. Before Vikir's blade can even graze him, Cane Corso lands a brutal counter to his jaw, his monstrous strength sending him flying back. Reeling back in agonizing pain, completely overwhelmed by his foe's godlike speed, panic begins to take over Vikir's mind. He screams internally, am I really being pushed back by his bare hands? But before he can even recover his senses, Cane Corso grips his hilt tightly. With eyes burning with murderous intent, he unleashes a savage strike, the blade cutting a beautiful arc. The slash leaves a stunning trail in the air as he roars furiously. Did you truly think you could escape your destiny? With his nimble body and lightning speed, Wei Yi narrowly dodges the deadly slash, pausing for a moment. Gasping for air, Wei Yi regrets that even his surprise attack failed to make any impact on this monster. While he is lost in thought, Cane's low, mocking voice echoes in his ears. Catching your breath mid-fight. Instantly, Cane charges like a bullet toward Wei Yi, his skeletal hands firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. He prepares a devastating strike. Metal clashes as Wei Yi barely brings his sword up to block Cane's incoming blade. The monstrous impact forces Wei Yi's body to slide backward, leaving him completely stunned by this terrifying massive power gap. He is too fast. Gritting his teeth, Wei Yi desperately searches for a way to break this overwhelming disadvantage. He decides to shatter this defense with his own sword style, one he has refined through 2 lifetimes before and after. With no time to hesitate, he leaps forward and unleashes the fourth stance of the Bachelier sword style. He coldly strikes at his opponent. Sensing Wei Yi's heavy bloodlust, Kane calls out with an excited laugh. This density and refined control, it is a level of understanding far beyond your age. You truly are the chosen one. Raising his massive greatsword, Kane readies his stance, preparing to counter by activating the legendary fourth stance of the Bachelier. Standing firm, Kane roars in anger that even the chosen one cannot escape this cruel destiny, moving with frightening speed. Remaining a step ahead, Kane's lightning-fast blade strikes Wei Yi directly and fresh crimson blood immediately sprays into the air. Taking the full blow, the metallic stench of blood fills the air as Wei Yi collapses backward, screaming in agony. Screaming in pain, Wei Yi miraculously regains his focus seconds later. He grits his teeth, summoning his remaining life force. He activates the Bachelier's sixth stance. Kane's eyes widen slightly in surprise, yet he remains entirely steady and unfazed. Without letting Wei Yi strike first, Kane instantly intercepts him, activating the seventh stance of the Bachelier to strike back. Once again, Kane's blade slams hard into Wei Yi's chest, successfully blowing him away with immense force. Wei Yi's back crashes violently into the stone wall behind him, accompanied by the horrifying, sickening sound of breaking bones. He slumps down, completely paralyzed. Overwhelmed by a sudden heavy sense of helplessness, he thinks in despair that nothing is working. He countered everything. That man is an absolute monster. Before Wei Yi can even recover, Kane is already upon him. Kane closes in instantly, pouring his absolute bloodlust into a lethal slash, determined to take Wei Yi's life right here. With his last breath, Wei Yi still struggles to stand, but Kane's blood-red eyes lock onto him with a cold glare. Kane growls a deadly challenge. Try and block this if you can. Facing that crushing pressure, Wei Yi grits his teeth. Vowing that he cannot die here, he stomps his foot, launches himself forward, and charges with everything he has left. He activates the seventh stance of the Bachelier style, but before he can swing, Kane unleashes a world-shaking strike. The massive shockwave shakes the surrounding space. As the giant blade swings down, Wei Yi barely manages to dodge backward. Kane's greatsword slams into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Instantly, Kane transitions into yet another devastating attack. He unleashes the ninth stance of the Bachelier style. Coming at terrifying speed this time, Wei Yi cannot react. Unable to dodge, the blade pierces right through Wei Yi with monstrous force, sending an agonizing pain through his body. His limbs go completely numb. Fighting for control, Wei Yi's mind finally loses the battle, slipping into unconsciousness. Completely drained of strength, his knees collapse onto the freezing ground with only a choked gasp escaping his throat. His life force flickers out. His fading consciousness drifts away aimlessly, keeping time with each weak, sluggish heartbeat. The attack's immense power carves a deep crater beneath his feet. Unable to stand, Wei Yi collapses completely. As Wei Yi hits the cold ground, Kane stands completely still, closely observing the boy's final fading moments. Lying motionlessly in a pool of fresh blood, Wei Yi finally opens his eyes, no longer inside the massive tower. Instead, he is in a completely strange world, floating endlessly and alone in the middle of a vast crimson ocean. As awareness slowly returns, he mutters in confusion, "Where is this?" Unable to hide his panic at the bizarre sight. Just moments ago, he was still inside the tower, but now he is drifting here, completely lost in confusion. He remembers clearly, "I was definitely fighting Master Kane." The agonizing pain of the greatsword piercing his body still lingers. The memory of that sword is vivid. He whispers in realization that his first stance was utterly shattered by the ninth stance. He took that attack head-on. Suddenly realizing what might have happened, Wei Yi jolts awake and sits up in shock. He sits up quickly, completely drenched, and screams in absolute panic, thinking, "Did I actually die this time?" As he desperately clutches his head, something catches his attention. A sudden bright light gleams directly in front of him. Coming to his senses, Vicky gasped in utter shock. Right before him stood a glowing door, opening a path leading deep into the unknown. It stretched into the endless void at the end of the road. Amidst the silence, Vicky strained his eyes, muttering weakly. As the door glowed, Ken's voice suddenly echoed in his ears, making Vicky jump. "During his deadly battle against B, I awakened the eighth form through your fierce will to live." Only now did Vicky realize, was this the threshold of death that Master Ken had mentioned. Without a single moment of hesitation, Vicky stood up and resolutely marched toward the door. At the end of the path, his only escape, but his feet suddenly froze, stopping him from taking another step. They're muttering to himself, "If this door represents death, then the fact that I haven't crossed it yet means I'm still not dead." At that, Vicky couldn't hide his joy and cheered, thrilled to still be breathing. But then he hesitated. Alive, but then he hesitated, muttering, "This is exactly what he said about Batsur's 10th form, that so-called destiny. How utterly ridiculous. Just a few hours ago, he was boldly declaring that he would reject the preordained chains of fate, yet here he was celebrating because things were going exactly as destiny planned." Vicky's voice cracked under a rising wave of helplessness, filling him with deep doubt. even reaching this place and being pushed to the very brink of death in that battle. At this, Vikir roared in anger. Damn it, don't make me laugh. He simply couldn't accept this bitter truth. He kept screaming in absolute despair. My life, my death, and even everything I fought so hard for is all of it, just destiny. As the words left his mouth, countless shadowy hands erupted from below, grabbing Vikir tightly and pulling him down, dragging him toward that preordained destiny. Vikir fought back with all his remaining strength, his old promise flashing through his mind. Back during his battle against Lady Eight-Legs, he had sworn that he would never live a life controlled by others again. The invisible hand of fate was choking him, cutting off his breath. Helplessly, Vikir began to doubt his own path, wondering if his defiance was nothing but a foolish delusion. Overwhelming despair began to slowly consume his entire mind. Recalling all those life and death struggles from his past, Vikir let out a painful cry. Was everything I risked my life for completely meaningless? Slowly, Vikir began to give up, letting his body drift away into the endless abyss of fate. Fine. If he finally mastered Batsur's 10th form, that would be something worth celebrating. The peak state he had chased his entire life. But just seconds later, his eyes snapped open, and he roared back in pure defiant rage against this preordained fate. The place I belong isn't this tower, but by their side. Vikir boldly declared to destiny, just as he once did to Ken. I will survive and get out of here. Suddenly, the raw energy inside Vikir erupted violently amidst the chaotic vortex, and right out of the swirling storm, the azure-blood sword appeared, perfectly matching his outstretched hand. In this threshold of death, Vikir realized there was a power only those who touched death could truly grasp. The crimson blade in his hand suddenly exploded with light, unleashing a terrifying pressure that instantly shattered all the helplessness and despair plaguing his mind, leaving him completely exhilarated. He cheered in pure excitement. This is the 8th form, the key to opening the gate of death. Raising his sword high, his sharp gaze locked onto the door. Burning with pure determination, he declared, in front of this gate, what I must do. No, what I have to do right now is. And with those words, he swung his sword. Vikir let out a fierce battle cry, thrusting the blade straight forward with all his long-repressed rage. Open up! A sharp click echoed through the silent space. Instantly, everything froze and all sound vanished. And right in the middle of that absolute dead silence, the door burst with a blinding light illuminating the entire realm. Then another sharp crack pulled everything back into reality. The brilliant light vanished, revealing Vikir's motionless body still lying in a pool of blood with no signs of recovery. Ken cautiously checked his breathing. It was incredibly faint, almost fading into nothingness. He couldn't wait any longer. Accepting this brutal truth, Ken turned around and began to walk away, completely weighed down by his disappointment. Looking back one last time, Ken sighed in regret. He was clearly no ordinary kid, but awakening was just too much for him. But just as Ken lifted his foot to leave, he froze. From right behind him, a massive pressure erupted. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded. Vikir had finally awakened. Sensing this familiar energy, Ken stood in complete shock, thinking, is this the 8th form? Unable to hide his joy, Ken praised him in excitement. You actually did it, kid. Before the words even left his mouth, Vikir had already closed the distance. His sharp sword was pointed straight at Ken, blasting him with sheer force. Harnessing his newly unlocked power, Vikir successfully blew Ken completely backward in an instant. Ken stumbled back, struggling to stay balanced, and barely managed to steady himself, but the impact still left a deep groove, carved into the hard ground. Shaken, Ken gasped in absolute disbelief. I was pushed back by someone who just reached the 8th. Regaining his composure, Ken cleared his throat. Even so, the boy still had a long way to go, having only just touched the 8th stance. Before Ken could even finish his sentence, Wei Yi lunged forward, cutting him off. Your destiny is the one who reaches the 10th stance of BCVW. I accept that, but before letting fate decide, he declared with pure determination. But now I must leave this tower. I have things to do while I am still alive. As soon as Wei Qi uttered those words, Ken was utterly bewildered. Things to do, he asked curiously. It was not just a desire to survive, but a purpose for living. Even so, Ken hesitated, then stood tall, his eyes locked in absolute determination as he made a bold declaration. As long as this tower imprisons me, you cannot leave. But right as those words left his mouth, the heavy iron doors sealing the tower slowly began to creak open. Wei Yi's eyes immediately locked onto the widening gap of light, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock. Even Ken was stunned. A spark of joy flashed deep in Ken's eyes, and he instantly turned his head to witness this rare miracle himself. Suddenly, a wild gust of wind swept in, leaving Ken completely bewildered. As he screamed internally, did the tower doors just open themselves impossible opposite him? Wei Yi stood there totally lost on what was happening, convinced this was some kind of trick. He kept his eyes locked onto his opponent in high alert. What's his play here, trying to make me lower my guard? But Ken's expression shifted completely from his initial coldness. Softening his voice, he spoke gently to Wei Yi. No, this battle itself was the tower's will. It is telling us to stop here. In this moment, Ken finally let go of his obsession with fate. Go. You were right all along. Your destiny is not inside this tower, but out there. That is the tower's will. But deep down, Ken felt a pang of bitterness. The sword grave wants to imprison me forever, yet it opens for this kid. So even if I am freed, thinking Wei Yi would turn and leave immediately, Ken was surprised when the boy suddenly spoke. I will need the 10th stance of BCVW to personally defeat you, right? Hearing this, Ken froze in absolute shock. But before the master could even respond, Wei Yi quickly added, if I do reach that 10th stance of BCVW, I will use my sword to set you free. Just wait. For me. Hearing that unwavering, heartfelt promise from his opponent, a sudden strange warmth surged deep within Ken's chest. Instead of blindly trusting fate, he finally began to understand. Is that so? He whispered. I see. Fate, indeed, will always flow in its predestined direction. With that thought, Ken nodded slightly, his voice soft as he replied, all right, I'll wait. Before taking his leave, Wei Yi spoke up, bringing up a lingering doubt. But I have one question. Was it you who tore up the secret stealth strike sword manual? Ken's long, heavy silence acted as a quiet confirmation, making him yell in frustration. Why did you do that? Across from him, Ken's figure slowly faded into the raging sandstorm, but his voice echoed. That too might have been the tower's will. As his final words dissolved into the air, his silhouette vanished completely once, again letting the cold chains bind his body. But this time, a spark of hope had been lit within his heart. In the absolute silence, only Wei Yi stood there, completely frozen with unanswered questions. Suddenly, the little creature, little 8 legs, timidly crept out, carefully crawling out from under his clothes. It was only then that Wei Yi noticed a strange wooden piece resting quietly in his hand. He gasped in complete disbelief. This is the ebony wood. Stunned by this sudden turn, Wei Yi looked down at the creature with deep suspicion. Did you know I was after this from the start? You knew, didn't you? Little 8 legs couldn't speak, but it nodded its head vigorously in confirmation. A small smirk played on Wei Chi's lips as he stared intensely at the ebony wood, whispering in deep satisfaction, I've gone through so much hell for this mission. But with this, it's finally complete. Right on cue, the cold mechanical system notification chimed. The mission status immediately updated to completed. Meanwhile, back at the Academy's sacred gathering grounds where the mystical treasure gate stood tall, silence gripped the air. Not too far away, all the instructors and elite students had gathered together in full force. Looking over the exceptional group of youths, the Whitebeard whale instructor couldn't hide his pride as he spoke. Congratulations to everyone who cleared their clan trials. Pausing for a brief moment, he continued, having 10 finalists, including freshmen, is a truly unprecedented feat. You have conquered the second round of the successor system, and our Academy representatives offer their deepest respect. With that, the Whitebeard whale cleared his throat, his voice carrying a proud, majestic tone as he declared, to ensure that all your hard work up to this point wasn't in vain, I will finally explain the rules for acquiring the ancient artifacts. He then began to detail the exact mechanics of the treasure gate, leaving no stone unturned. The treasure vault, where countless legendary relics lie dormant, opens only once a year. And that day, my students, is today. The gate will stay open for just 5 hours. Reaching the most critical detail, the Whitebeard whale furrowed his brows deeply, his eyes narrowing. He firmly warns them that if 5 hours pass, the gate will shut and it won't open again until next year's exam. He stresses this absolute rule once more so the students engrave it in their minds. If they fail to make it out in time, remember that no one can save them even if they wanted to. With that, Whitebeard's gaze suddenly locks directly onto Wei. Then he delivers a stern warning. This rule is especially crucial for whoever just passed the grueling trials of the BVW clan. Student Wei Yi, you need to listen carefully. Caught off guard by his name being called, his eyes instantly shrink in focus. He immediately locks in. Right then, Whitebeard's temper flares up as his eyes turn completely bloodshot with an intense, terrifying glare. He barks out in anger. You arrived so late that everyone was almost locked out while waiting for you. With such a terrible sense of time, you could easily end up trapped inside forever. Focus instantly, the surrounding crowd goes dead silent. Everyone nervously casts pitying glances at Wei Chi, hoping he doesn't take the harsh words to heart. But Whitebeard isn't done yelling yet. You should have at least sent a message. We feared the worst, and we're actually about to report you missing. Do you understand I had to risk the Tower Master's honor just to finalize the exam? Hearing this, Wei Yi quietly bows his head. But he isn't feeling sorry. He's just deeply reflecting, realizing that while it felt like barely a day passed in the Sword Tomb, 10 whole days have flown by in the outside world. He then deduces that his battlefield against King Castle was on the tower's lowest floor. It's highly likely that something there completely transcends mere spatial distortion. Wei Yi furrows his brows, staring intently ahead as if thought strikes. He murmurs internally. Still, this brings him one massive step closer to the Deca Elephant examination, a vital milestone for his current mission. This is an absolute must-win for him. Fast forward a while and the students have successfully infiltrated the treasure vault. Though the gateway remains wide open, the clock is relentlessly ticking down. Right now, only 5 minutes and 30 seconds remain on the timer. The instructors sit nearby, highly tense, their eyes glued to the vault entrance in desperate anticipation. It's almost time, one murmurs. Watching the countdown, V. Helios speaks up with excitement. The students are about to emerge. Beside him, Hippolyte is equally curious. She eagerly replies, I'm dying to see what kind of mystical artifacts they managed to obtain this year. It's so exciting. Whitebeard quickly chimes in with a reminder. As the principal knows, the students don't choose the artifacts must choose them. Only then can they carry them out. He chuckles, his tone warming up significantly as he continues to explain the process. So whatever artifact they bring back, it proves they've been deemed worthy. We should definitely welcome them all with a warm celebration. Hippolyte nods gently in agreement. Indeed. However, V stands nearby, his face twisted in annoyance as he instantly prepares to scoff. He immediately lets out a mocking sneer. And yet, you were the one who desperately wanted to claim victory for our tower. Remembering Whitebeard's past claims that the tower would easily win this competition, V is highly skeptical of his sudden gentle act. He keeps provoking him, mocking how he now pretends to care about the students. It sounds so incredibly fake to his ears. V snorts disdainfully. Worthy, you say? Let's see how many actually got chosen. Before he can even finish, the first silhouettes appear. Moments later, a massive crowd of excited students comes rushing out, their faces absolutely beaming with pure, unadulterated joy. Suddenly, someone shouts to announce their return. Spotting them, Hippolyte can't contain her immense excitement and immediately steps forward to ask. She eagerly questions them. All of you who received an artifact report its unique abilities right away. Leading the pack is Cliff. Holding his item high, Cliff confidently reports first. I received a pink dragon scale staff that significantly boosts mana capacity. Right behind him, Lou proudly presents her own spectacular find. True to its appearance, the artifact she secured is a lovely, heart-shaped hairpin. It can completely block a mental attack once, but only works when her true love is standing right beside her. Next up, Ruicio holds his treasure high, his voice echoing with immense pride. Behold the demonic East King's gauntlets of raw power. They heavily boost physical strength. Next, Dolores steps forward gracefully. Holding a mirror, she clearly reports her findings. I received the Mirror of Truth. It reveals the true face hidden behind any target's mask, but only within the user's cognitive limits. Right after her comes the legendary trio of brothers Hibu, Minnow, and Logo. They simultaneously raise their weapons high into the air. Eldest brother Hibu confidently declares, I got the triple blade swords, which grow infinitely stronger when all three are combined together. Mito and Logo eagerly nod in agreement. Next, it's Sinlei's turn. She excitedly points to the treasure strap behind her back. The artifact that chose me is the money hat. It boosts my magic power the more money I spend, she shouts with joy. As the student reports conclude, the instructors are left thoroughly impressed. Hippolyte even offers a few warm words of high praise. To think so many were chosen by artifacts. This class is truly exceptional. Seeing this, V. Helios also speaks up with praise. The relics have clearly recognized their outstanding talents. At this rate, surely everyone has made it out safely by now, right? But in stark contrast to their excitement, Whitebeard stands aside, silently counting down the remaining seconds. 25 left. Seconds. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Hippolyte immediately blurted out, Wait, what did you just say, Professor Helios? Helios had no idea what was happening, but seeing Whitebeard wail looking so visibly shaken, he quietly asked, Why are you sweating like that? But ignoring the crowd, the master just kept counting down 24, 23. Seeing this, the instructor explained with deep anxiety that there was still one student left inside. Hearing this shocking news, Helios was utterly stunned and shouted. What the reports confirmed that their academy student Vikir was still trapped inside. Meanwhile, Whitebeard Whale was still frantically counting down. Only 20 seconds remained. No student in history had ever failed to make it out on time. The master frantically shouted, if he wants to survive, he must exit right now. At that moment, the students outside finally realized Sinclair was missing, asking in sheer panic, Where is he? Dolores also chimed in, her voice trembling with immense worry. Whitebeard Whale's voice kept echoing, counting 15, 14, 12. Everyone turned their heads toward the treasure vault gate silently, waiting. Hugo called out Vikir's name as the countdown hit 10, 8, 7. The crowd watched on, filled with growing dread. 4 seconds left. Suddenly, the massive gate began to shake and a familiar hand burst through the opening. It was him. He was sprinting with everything he had. 3. Jernui gritted his teeth and threw his body forward in a desperate leap. 2, 1. The moment the count ended, he crashed onto the floor. In his extreme rush, the landing was far from perfect. A sharp crack echoed as his ankle twisted completely to the side and the heavy treasure gate slammed shut without warning. Luckily, Jernui had barely escaped, face planting hard in front of the entrance like a splayed frog. It was a pathetic sight. Groaning, he slowly stood up, trying to smirk to look cool, muttering that the protagonist always makes an entrance at the very last second. But as he tried to take a step, his twisted ankle buckled, leaving him wobbling helplessly. But the moment everyone saw him, the entire area fell into dead silence. Though they all stared at him, disappointment washed over the crowd. The person they wanted was this clown, not Vikir. The cold, awkward silence left Jernui completely baffled as he looked around in confusion. "What is with this vibe?" he muttered. Meanwhile, the brief spark of hope on Sinclair's face instantly died out. Before she could shout Vikir's name, her voice caught in her throat. But unlike the despairing crowd outside the door, Vikir was perfectly calm inside, quietly watching the entrance seal shut. Once he confirmed he was locked in, he smiled. "Finally, I am alone," he muttered. It was time to execute his true plan. Vikir immediately leaped forward, his eyes scanning the dark for any trace of Decarabia. Before this, Seventh Corpse could pull any tricks. He had to put an end to him while they were completely isolated. But this treasure vault was absolutely massive. Finding the Seventh Corpse Decarabia was going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. But Vikir didn't hesitate. He locked in, spreading his senses to catch the faint trail of demonic energy drifting through the air. He could feel it. The foul stench of a demon. Once he locked onto his target's location, his eyes burned crimson with cold fury. Wasting no time, he dashed straight toward Decarabia's hiding spot. As he ran past rows of priceless ancient artifacts, they began to glow intensely, calling out to him. But Vikir coldly bypassed their temptations without a single glance. "Is this glowing light supposed to be proof that I'm chosen?" he muttered. "Sorry, but I have zero interest in you." Suddenly, Vikir halted. Standing tall, he looked ahead and spoke with absolute authority. What he was searching for was right here. His eyes glowed crimson once more, locking onto his target with pure killing intent. He growled under his breath. The only inanimate object among the 10 demons. Standing before a vessel, radiating a blinding brilliant light, Vikir roared. Seventh Corpse Decarabia. Floating right in front of him was an ancient sword radiating waves of intense burning energy. It looked like a glorious divine masterpiece. But Vikir knew the truth: the deepest darkness always hides behind the brightest light. He decisively unsheathed his blade, his cold, piercing eyes locked onto the weapon. The game of hide-and-seek was officially over. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, unleashing a devastating slash that caught the demon completely off guard. The raw, terrifying power of the strike shattered the outer shell of Decarabia's vessel, scattering debris everywhere. As the false shell crumbled to pieces, the demon's grotesque and bizarre true form was finally exposed to the world. A giant orange eyeball bound by sharp, thorny metallic blocks. Sensing the intense bloodlust, Decarabia snapped its eye wide open, coldly scanning every single corner of the vault. Its demonic aura instantly exploded, unleashing a massive wave of pressure that shook the entire room. Glaring at the foolish intruder, the demon growled in a deep, booming voice. "You weak, foolish human. Are you the one who dared to awaken me?" Instantly, a blood-red system screen popped up, completely blocking Vikir's vision. A warning screen flashed: Seventh Corpse Decarabia, danger level S-Rank detected in the deepest abyss. Delia, one of the 10 calamities and humanity's natural enemy, is known as the unsolvable and unkillable disaster. Armed with the 10 precepts, command to sweep through humanity like a swarm of locusts devouring crops. Chapter 127, The Armors. The nearby warrior armors are quickly drained of their power by day, and the weapons on the walls soon share the exact same fate. Delia opens his single eye, unleashing a massive wave of dark energy. Facing this terrifying pressure, Wei Si calmly tries to keep his composure. He needs a plan. Is the beast growing this massive by absorbing magic from the surrounding relics? He realizes he missed his chance. He wanted to strike while it was still sealed, but it hid its strength. The first corpse, Delia, also known by other names. The natural enemy of humanity, one of the 10 great calamities. Now it laughs like a maniac. It is absolutely unbelievable. Day feels raw power overflowing around him. Now he can open the abyss gate and wipe out humanity. It is time for ultimate despair. "Weak humans," he sneers, noticing Wei and growling a provocation toward the demon who woke him up. Finally, his hour has arrived. But suddenly Delia stops in shock and demands to know who he is. Wei stands firm and corrects the beast immediately. He tells him, "I am the human who woke you up." This revelation completely stuns Delia. A mere human, he flat out refuses to believe it. "No way. With the demonic energy rolling off you, I thought you were a high-ranking demon." But then things get weirder. Day spots the sword fused to Wei's hand. It is BMU. How can a human possess the demonic energy of a high-tier demon constellation? Losing all patience, Wei prepares to unleash a finishing blow on his enemy. It does not matter because either way you are dead. With that, Wei aims straight for the creature's single eye and charges. But Day does not back down. Instead, he laughs. He declares with joy, "Fine human, I have broken my pact with the demons. Now I shall make a new contract with humanity." This sudden offer makes Wei halt his strike immediately. Facing the first ancient corpse, he demands clarification with deep suspicion. A contract? The monster just laughs mockingly at his question. "You woke me up without even knowing what I am, ridiculous." Ignoring the enemy's empty words, Wei cuts him off with absolute certainty. "I know exactly what you are. You are a demon." With an arrogant sneer, Delia clarifies his true identity. "To be precise, I was once a demon, but things have changed. I have been asleep for 1,000 years, and whoever wakes me from this slumber becomes subject to my judgment." This revelation makes Wei highly skeptical. Subject to his judgment, not wanting to let this drag on, he lunges forward again. But Delia is genuinely shocked, gasping as the blade approaches. "What are you doing? Why are you pointing your sword at me?" This time, Wei shows no mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy slashes. Under the brutal assault, Day begins to break. The demon cowers in pure terror, crying out, "What are you doing, human? Why are you trying to kill me?" Wei's killing intent explodes. He coldly delivers his final verdict: demons must die. Delia panics, realizing his regeneration speed cannot keep up with the damage. At this rate, he will be completely erased. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he desperately screams at Wei to stop. "Wait, I am not a demon anymore." But Wei simply brushes his desperate pleas aside, refusing to believe a single word. Terrified of dying, Delia begs him to check his magical energy. Even Wei has to admit that something is very different. The demonic scent is completely gone. Only now does Day get a chance to breathe, complain, and call him a complete lunatic. He rants that since he was awakened, he has lost all value to the demons. For the next 1,000 years, he must serve humanity. With tears welling up, he frantically tries to prove his worth by showing off his unique abilities. "Trust me, I am highly useful." He claims he can identify fake relics and possesses vast historical knowledge. He can also forge powerful shields, specifically ones like. Hearing this, Wei suddenly remembers something critical. A shield. During the apocalypse, that legendary shield absorbed the power of the 9 demons, and it successfully blocked every single attack from the human alliance. It was indeed the legendary Behemoth Wall. A bold new idea sparks in Wei's mind. If that defensive skill could be used for humanity, it would be incredibly beneficial. Especially if the apocalypse is truly unavoidable, depriving the demons of this power would be a massive blow. Why destroy it? Pressing his blade right against Delia's single eye, Wei coldly demands information. "Fine. Spit it out. Tell me everything you know. Tell me everything about the 10 elite ancient corpses and the behemoth weapon." Wei glares at him with a murderous threat. "If you try any tricks, I will grind you into unrecognizable dust." Terrified out of his mind, the monster quickly folds. He promises to cooperate, begging Wei to stop making such terrifying threats. He apologizes and gets straight to work. In an instant, Delia transforms into a necklace, wrapping himself snugly around Wei's neck, looking incredibly pleased with his new spot. Wei frowns and demands to know what he is doing. Fearing he might get discarded, the creature politely explains his logic. "I cannot just float around like this, so I turned into a necklace disguised as an ancient relic." He then asks curiously. "The exit appears to be completely sealed, so how exactly are we going to get out?" Meanwhile, outside the gate, chaos erupts. Banshee was pounding frantically on the heavy door, shouting at the top of his lungs for them to open the gates, slamming his fists repeatedly against the barrier. He cried out that his student was still trapped inside. Watching this heartbreaking scene, the Whitebeard whale felt a deep sense of pity. Vice Principal Banshee looked on. Principal Hippolyte spoke in a low voice as Tutor stepped forward, asking what his friend was planning to do. Tutor insisted that their comrade was still trapped inside and they had to act. Even the Baskerville triplets stepped up to join the rescue. They vowed to do whatever it took to save him. Meanwhile, the faces of Dolores and Sinclair were filled with utter panic. The Whitebeard whale spoke up grimly, warning them to forget about breaking the door. He ultimately concluded that it was absolutely indestructible. Banshee collapsed in despair, completely helpless against this grim reality. But just as hope faded, a loud noise echoed from the other side. Suddenly, the heavy door right in front of Banshee was clean, sliced in half. The sheer force of the impact sent him running for cover. The Whitebeard whale and his companions stood there utterly dumbfounded. Hippolyte and Basileos could only watch in absolute shock. Through the dust, a familiar voice echoed from the shattered gate. Stepping out of the crack like some legendary god, Vikir appeared. He casually apologized for being a bit late. Internally, he realized he only meant to dent the gate slightly, not destroy it. Instead, he accidentally obliterated the entire thing. Seeing everyone frozen in sheer disbelief only made him feel incredibly awkward. How could he explain this? Vikir quickly showed them Decarabia, claiming this item had the unique power to break barriers. He added that it was just a single-use item, But nobody cared about that, they just screamed Vikir's name and Sinclair rushed to hug him. Vikir felt a bit awkward seeing her tears. Sinclair was crying uncontrollably, completely overwhelmed with emotion. She sobbed, saying she thought he would never return. Then a hand was placed on his shoulder, showing absolute respect. Sancho smiled warmly and said great job to Vikir, calling him their leader. The Baskerville triplets were so overjoyed they burst into tears. They yelled that they always believed in him. Dolores finally let out a sigh of relief while Vikir remained slightly bothered. Why was no one asking how he actually opened that gate? At that moment, the one who was most worried about him spoke up. Vice Principal Banshee coldly praised Vikir, telling him he did well. Watching his teacher walk away, Vikir politely thanked him. He decided to stop overthinking it. It seemed everything was resolved. And with that, the brutal survival contest officially came to an end. However, the sudden collapse of the Treasury barrier was no simple accident. The barrier administrators and the Academy staff immediately launched an investigation. They examined the inverted pentagram artifact used in the incident, but they found absolutely no trace of residual magical energy inside it. Just as Vikir claimed, a single-use artifact loses all mana upon activation. Thus, it was declared to be nothing more than a weird necklace. With that final conclusion, the chaotic Joint Academy League officially wrapped up. Sometime later, while Vikir was resting in his room, something caught his eye. An unexpected letter lay on his desk. Looking closely at the paper, Vikir could not hide his surprise at what was written. He wondered what it was. It was an official notice for a mock investment competition. A whole new game was about to begin. The flow of the economy is driven by humans, yet it remains completely unpredictable. However, the intuition of a rare few geniuses can grasp macro trends. If you believe you are one of those select few, then you and I should definitely pay attention to this upcoming financial battleground. The competition is hosted at the spine of the economy, serving as a massive launchpad for anyone aspiring to enter the global financial stage. Registration is open to all Academy students for 1 week after the poster's release. After 7 days, the poster will automatically vanish. The host is the prestigious bourgeois clan. Reading through this, Vikir sighed to himself. A mock investment contest. He thought the survival game was the end. It seemed they could turn literally anything into a competition. Just then, a voice called out to him from inside the bathroom. Piggy stepped out, holding D. Carabia in his hand. He asked Vikir if this strange necklace belonged to him. Vikir quickly took it, thanking his friend and admitting he must have left it in the shower. Piggy warmly smiled in return. Piggy told him it was no problem. Meanwhile, D. Carabia's eyes were locked onto Piggy's body, thoroughly amused by what it was seeing. The artifact whispered slyly about how entertaining the view was. Realizing the creepy relic had bad intentions, Vikir growled with absolute authority. He threatened to crush the relic to dust if it pulled any foolish stunts. D. Carabia instantly shut its mouth in fear. It frantically pleaded, claiming it was just admiring how nice the dorm was. Piggy turned around, confused, and asked Vikir what he was saying. Vikir quickly hid the necklace behind his back, changing the subject to ask what that poster was. Piggy excitedly explained. He said a mock investment competition was starting soon where they had to find promising stocks or industries to invest in. Piggy's eyes shined with passion. The event was hosted by the elite bourgeois clan, offering massive benefits to the top-ranking winners. Piggy explained that since combat classes were not his strong suit, he needed to earn extra academy credits through other academic routes. Hearing this, even Vikir had to agree. Although his friend was no warrior, he possessed incredible talent in entirely different fields. Vikir quietly respected Piggy's sharp analytical and data collection skills. This was going to be a financial war you and I won't forget. While gathering information, Dale finds himself cornered by Little Eight Legs. What on earth are you? Wei Yi mutters, suddenly remembering his old friend. If Senny saw this creature, she would definitely lose her mind and try to recruit him on the spot. He can easily picture her desperate face trying to secure the recruit before anyone else snatches him away. Meanwhile, Dale is currently being chewed on affectionately by Little Eight Legs. Why are you sticking to me? Meanwhile, B has only one goal in mind. This time, I am absolutely going to defeat Shin. As Wei Yi questions him, B gets even more hyped, rambling non-stop. I always lose to that guy in competitions. Plus, everyone calls him a financial genius. There is no way I can lose again. Suddenly, he freezes in sheer panic. Wait, what time is it? Moving with absolute godlike speed, B dashes right out of the room. Shoot, I am late. I have a meeting with the professor. Gotta go. Meanwhile, Wei Yi finally notices Dale's bizarre predicament. Someone get this creature off of me, please. Later that night, under the quiet shroud of darkness, a crescent moon reflects in stagnant puddles. Suddenly, a panicked figure dashes by, gasping for breath in the cold air. He tightly grips a heavy axe, running blindly into the night before collapsing against a wall to catch his breath. Damn it, he curses under his breath. If it was not for that wretched woman, I would have devoured the entire imperial capital. Suddenly, his blood runs cold. A voice calls out his true name, Eshub. He whirls around in absolute terror. What, you? How did you track me down? Ashab panics internally, unable to sense even a shred of his enemy's presence. He desperately demands answers, wondering if his pursuer was sent by Ulos. The panicked villain just keeps babbling on. Or are you the hound of the night? The beast barks. Wei Yi coldly cuts him off, utterly disinterested in his rambling. I have no idea what you were muttering about, Saint Bourbon. Hearing his old holy title completely freezes the man. Why are you digging up my past? He stammers. Step by step, Wei Yi closes the distance, revealing everything he knows. Mid-tier graduate, high priest of the northern cult. Wei Yi coldly recites his profile, exposing his dark history. 25 years ago, you sacrificed your own cousin, offering her soul to seal your very first contract with a demon. Then you ruined thousands of families under the guise of preaching. Wei Yi's voice hardens as he steps closer. And finally, you join the Demon Legion to destroy Quavas. Wei Yi's eyes flare with an intense, unyielding fury. Using your holy knowledge, you infiltrated the temple as a spy, betraying the human alliance from within during the war. You dealt critical, near-fatal blows to legendary heroes like Talan Langhan, Quixote, and Berser. Am I wrong? The priest finally drops his mask, revealing his twisted nature. You are right about my past and my cousin, but he swings his axe, charging wildly at Wei Yi. But after that, I have no idea what you were talking about. With one clean, swift strike, Wei Yi sends his head flying off his neck. Your atrocious crimes alone make you absolute trash. The lifeless body collapses onto the cold ground. Suddenly, Wei Yi senses an unusual energy radiating from the corpse. It is the faint scent of magic. Leaning down, he searches the pockets and pulls out a strange piece of paper. It is an official paper of indulgence. All sins are fully pardoned, issued, and heavily guaranteed by the Old Covenant sect. Forgery is punishable by death. Looking at the seal, Wei Yi immediately senses a deep hidden conspiracy at play. After Quavas destroyed the demon Jin and Heden, the trade of these pardons should have completely ceased years ago. Yet the magical scent lingers. Dale warns him that a powerful, thick, dark energy is beginning to swirl nearby. This energy clearly belongs to the sixth corpse, who was close with the ninth. Hearing this, Wei Yi makes a firm decision. It is time for us to dig much deeper into Quavas. Glancing down at the corpse, Wei Yi sinks into heavy thoughts. The dead man's frantic warnings linger in his mind, pointing to a terrifying theory about the mysterious figure hunting criminals. Is this the fabled Hound of the Night? Suddenly, a mysterious, shadow-shrouded figure appears high above the city rooftops. Everyone assumes she was just a madwoman. But oh ho, the mastermind behind that tragedy is actually highly calculating and dangerous. Stepping forward with long, elegant strides, she approaches the severed corpse. Oh whispers to herself with chilling calmness. So he has already come and gone. Picking up the rolling head from the dirty ground, she smiles with delight. I wonder when he will grant me the chance to look upon his noble face again. Her twisted gaze flares. A distorted longing burns in her eyes. I must be patient. By the next morning, on a bustling nearby street, a traveler stands quietly before a busy masked stall. After he pays, the shopkeeper waves with a warm smile. Thank you for your business. That customer is none other than Wei Yi, walking the packed weekend streets of the capital. As crowds surge around him, his eyes suddenly lock onto a specific building. It is the Grand Temple of Quavas, so this is where branch number 2 is located. From deep inside, a constant voice keeps echoing, calling out, "Come and repent." The temple even deployed a dedicated person, just to stand out and promote this. Only for today, they have a special promotion, a golden opportunity to wash away your sins at a massive discount of only half price. Those who completed their purification are already eagerly discussing it together. One man says he was tormented by guilt, but now his heart feels light. Was it because of that incident? Victor casually overhears the man's conversation. Apparently, he got too drunk one day while driving a carriage and hit a kid. The woman with him even casually asks. The kid died, right, with absolutely no remorse whatsoever. Without a hint of regret, he flatly confirms it. Yeah, what a pain. Since he died, I couldn't sleep for days, which is why I came to repent, especially since it is on sale. These hypocrites who just got absolved shamelessly walk around wearing nothing but fake smiles on their faces despite their wicked hearts. The man brags, I bought the most expensive tier, so I don't owe his family a dime. Isn't that wonderful? You really are so kind, honey. Witnessing this trashy couple, even Dave feels extremely skeptical. Hey master, are humans really? Are you humans truly like this? Aside from your appearance, you are no different from actual demons. Looking at the endlessly long line, the creature grumbles in annoyance. What on earth is wrong with this world? Meanwhile, Victor quickly blends into the massive crowd. He patiently investigates this dirty purification business. Next, please come in. The moment Victor steps inside, a priest immediately tries to sell indulgences to him. Thank you for waiting. What sin did you commit? What level of absolution are you looking for? Victor coldly asks. A bizarre question. If I can repent for my past sins, can I also repent in advance for sins I am about to commit? The priest cheerfully replies on the spot, if you buy our advanced absolution package, anything is possible. What sin are you planning to commit? A fake commercial smile remains glued to the priest's face. Victor steps closer and confidently drops a massive bombshell of an answer. It is an absolutely horrifying crime, he declares. Hearing this, the greedy priest clasps his hands together, bursting with excitement. The priest eagerly pitches his services. Then you have come to the right place. Of course, for severe crimes, the cost of our indulgence letters is incredibly high. Can you afford it? Why don't we head to the VIP room for some tea? He eagerly asks, while waiting. So what crime are you actually planning to commit? One that makes you seek such an expensive top-tier indulgence letter. Victor replies with a deadpan expression, I plan to slaughter my neighbor's pig. Hearing this, the priest's face instantly drops. His jaw literally drops in disbelief. You call that a horrifying crime? Victor stubbornly argues that a pig is still a living soul, and taking any life is a sin, right? Unsurprisingly, this ridiculous line of reasoning completely pushes the priest over the edge. Do I look like some clown you can play with for free? He drops the fake polite act, entirely screaming in pure frustration. The priest yells angrily, I have seen drunk drivers, arsonists, and all kinds of scum, but you are the first idiot who dares to show his face here over a single pig. Annoyed as he is, the priest still stamps the approval. Fine, I'll sell it to you. Since you came all this way for a pig's life, I guess that is almost cute. He throws the indulgence letter straight at Victor, demanding his payment. Pay 1 gold coin and get lost. Do not commit sins and never show your face here again. With his investigation complete, Victor takes the paper and walks out of the temple. Behind him, the priest yells, next person, please. The text is identical to the paper found in Hook's pocket. It reads, Letter of Absolution. We hereby purge all sins of this believer. Issued and guaranteed by the Old Covenant faction, any forgery will be severely punished. Victor nods in quiet realization. Indeed, through this, he has confirmed one crucial fact. Both the temple itself and this piece of paper carry the faint, unmistakable scent of the demon race. Day quickly chimes in, confirming it is definitely the scent of the 6th corpse. While lost in thought, Victor suddenly runs into someone who might not belong in this temple but is absolutely connected to it. Right here in the bustling capital city. He quickly ducks into a corner, silently tracking their movements. Victor's eyes widen as he mutters, the one person who should be at the academy right now. Why is she here? The mysterious girl Victor just spotted is none other than the highly unexpected Dox. She is awkwardly standing in line just like everyone else. Dox lets out a soft sigh, her mind filled with deep anxiety. She wonders if she should just walk straight in and claim she is visiting, or if a saintess sneaking around like this is actually far more suspicious. Dox repeatedly tries to calm herself down, confident that her perfect disguise will keep her completely hidden. Looking at the massive line of believers, she ponders in curiosity. Are all of these people really flocking here just to buy indulgence papers from this corrupt Old Covenant temple? Having suspected this dirty business early on, she has personally come here to investigate. The situation only grew worse after the Eneli family fell. Following Dardalian's death, their rampant illegal trade of indulgences was fully exposed. Through their secret ledgers, making the truth blindingly obvious. Right now, the entire capital is plunged into absolute messy chaos. Fierce conflicts between the Old and New Covenant factions have drawn all eyes onto them, allowing dangerous heresies to rapidly spread across the empire. Yet the Old Covenant faction, the absolute root of this entire crisis, somehow continues to thrive even after losing their primary financial backer. The powerful and wealthy Quovedas family still maintain their status, leaving Dolores deeply lost in her own thoughts. Could they really make this much just by selling indulgences, or had they found a new source of funding, forcing her to sneak in? She hadn't found anything yet when suddenly the area grew loud. Everyone turned their eyes toward the same direction. He is here. He actually showed up. From within the temple, a man stepped out gracefully. This was Cardinal Hubert of the Old Testament. Amid the roaring cheers of the crowd below, he calmly waved. They shouted, Cardinal Hubert, please bless this place. His sudden appearance instantly terrified Dolores. She quickly turned to leave, not daring to make eye contact with him. But her hurried escape unfortunately caught his eye. Hubert casually turned to his subordinate and gave an order. Assistant, something feels off. I'll take a look around before heading into the temple. The subordinate bowed respectfully in response. Yes, Your Eminence. Leaving behind the fanatical crowd begging for his blessings, Hubert simply turned and walked away. Cardinal, where are you going? Please bless us too. Meanwhile, Dolores was desperately running away from the scene. Dolores was visibly trembling. Hubert, her very own father. She clenched her hands tightly as the truth was finally laid bare. After discovering the link between the demon and her father's indulgence list, her inner conflict had only grown worse. She and those following the New Testament ideals were now at odds with her father, a cardinal of the Old Testament. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the person right in front of her, and Dolores crashed straight into him. It was a painful collision. She quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. But she secretly thought, He is incredibly hard, it felt like running into a solid wall. Suddenly, the temple guards spotted both of them. Suspicious intruders over there, capture them. Without a single second of hesitation, the stranger grabbed Dolores' hand. Ignoring the guards charging at them, Vikir pulled her along to escape. Stop right there. After a hectic chase, they managed to escape into a secluded back alley. Two guards, hot on their heels, barked furiously. Don't move. Suddenly, Hubert appeared behind them. Taking off his hood, a man spoke calmly. Quite a bizarre way to welcome guests. As the two of them officially lowered their hoods, Hubert was left completely stunned as he hesitantly stammered out, "You are?" Martin smiled and casually greeted him. "It's been quite a while, Cardinal Hubert." Meanwhile, up above, Vikir had quickly pulled Dolores up into the rafters to hide. The sudden physical closeness made her blush intensely. Where will this tense encounter lead us? Suddenly panicked shouts echoed from inside the building. "Who are you?" Vikir leaned close and gestured Dolores to stay quiet. She gasped, recognizing that voice. The Night Hound stood below, speaking politely. He greeted them politely. "Long time no see, Cardinal Martin Luther." Cardinal Martin Luther, leader of the New Testament faction. But then Hubert's sudden appearance instantly sent a chill through the air, turning the atmosphere incredibly tense. "Pardon my intrusion. I am simply hunting some suspicious rats lurking around the temple." Martin looked at him, seemingly confused. "Rats? What do you mean?" Martin asked, winking mischievously. "You don't mean us, do you?" Hubert forced a smile. "Of course not," Hubert replied, though he quickly questioned. "But what brings you to this Old Testament temple anyway?" Martin laughed it off. "I'm just here to look around." His assistant quietly whispered a warning to him. "Cardinal." Hubert grew suspicious. Martin slowly explained, "Our New Testament temple only has flies buzzing around, while your Old Testament temple is crowded with believers. So I brought my shameless self here to learn a thing or two. After all, doesn't the Pope always emphasize unity?" Hubert put on a fake business-like smile and replied, "Is there really no other reason besides that, Cardinal? It's simply because this place is packed and in a prime location." Martin laughed, fake comfortingly, to brush it off. With those words, a suffocating silence fell over the room. No one spoke. Hubert gave a slight nod and turned. "I have an appointment to keep," Hubert said. Martin nodded back. "Oh dear, this old man has taken up too much of your precious time. My apologies." Hubert then turned to his two bodyguards and strictly ordered, "Escort these guests safely out of the temple." Both guards saluted. "Understood, Your Eminence." Behind them, Martin watched Hubert's tightly clenched fists with a mysterious smirk. He laughed softly, saying, "Even if the demons rage and seek to devour us, we must stand tall without fear, for truth will prevail." His bold words made Hubert's face darken with rage. "Even if our family, wealth, honor, and lives are taken, the truth will still endure and the empire will stand forever." Hubert was completely losing his mind. Hubert was absolutely furious, veins popping on his scowling face. Meanwhile, Vikir stepped onto the rooftop, speaking in a calm tone. "We should be fine now," he said quietly. "We are clear of the temple grounds, so they won't pursue us anymore." Dolores spoke softly. "Thank you for saving us." Removing her mask, her cheeks flushed bright red as she asked, "But how did I recognize you?" Vikir asked calmly. To him, her disguise was so obvious that anyone would have spotted it. Dolores chuckled awkwardly. "I guess you're right." As she covered her mouth, giggling, Vikir stared in confusion, wondering why she was laughing. "Is something funny?" he asked. Dolores smiled warmly, apologetically, explaining that she didn't mean to bother him by laughing at his unexpected humor. She was just glad to see the legendary Night Hound cracking jokes and looking relaxed. But quickly, she slipped back into deep thought. When the Night Hound caught her on the stairs earlier, she actually mistook him for Vikir. The physical sensation had felt so familiar. She wondered if it was just her mind playing tricks on her. Suddenly, Vikir spoke up instantly, snapping her out of her deep daze. He asked her point-blank why the New Testament saintess was sneaking into an Old Testament temple and wearing such a flimsy disguise at that. Dolores hesitated, wrapping her arms around herself and looking down. Slowly, she began to reveal the dangerous reality of their religious conflict. The fierce internal struggle between the old and new factions of Quo Vadis had allowed sinister cults to spread like wildfire across the empire. While the corrupt old faction kept hoarding massive wealth during the chaos, she had secretly snuck inside to investigate their shady finances. Dolores looked away, admitting her helplessness. On top of everything, the current pope was losing his mind, leaving the entire church in shambles. Nobody knew if the pope was even aware of the rot, and as a saintess with zero real power, she had no other choice. Dolores had to take matters into her own hands. Behind his mask, Vikir frowned, realizing how incredibly dangerous her mission actually was. This burden was far too heavy for a lone saintess. He gazed at her, knowing she would one day become a legendary hero. Right now, she was totally isolated. Her own adoptive father was secretly serving a demon, leaving her with absolutely no one to trust. She was still just an innocent girl fighting a lonely war. But her story finally connected all the scattered clues in Vikir's mind. The church is funding the rise of the cults, the illegal indulgences, all the pieces of the puzzle finally fell into place. The old faction is selling religious immunity to fake cults, disguising it as high-priced indulgences. Vikir stated, laying out the corruption. Dolores gasped in shock immediately, thinking of old Martin. No wonder Cardinal Martin Luther had personally traveled there to investigate this madness. Oh my goodness, she gasped, resting her chin in her hands. I had no idea the Cardinal had already deduced all of this. She stared at him in awe. And you Night Hound, if you have already uncovered this much, does that mean? Is this connected to the demons? Vikir asked. Dolores pondered. These new cults were rising rapidly, and if demons were involved, they would surely be pulling the strings from the shadows. Vikir nodded quietly, agreeing that the mastermind was hiding behind the curtain. Exactly, he murmured, his eyes narrowing. The real culprit is hiding. Dolores watched him, her heart aching for his silent, lonely battle. He bore all the pain by himself. But suddenly Dolores rushed forward and grabbed his arm, making a bold, desperate decision. Please let me help you, she pleaded. I might be weak, but I can still be useful to your cause. Vikir hesitated. Can you still use your sacred power like you did against the demon Dantalion? He asked calmly. Dolores instantly froze up in embarrassment. With her silence as an answer, Vikir turned away. I see. Then we must first crush the heretical cults linked to the old faction. His voice grew cold as he laid out his plan. I actually have a way to wipe them all out in one single blow. Dolores' eyes widened with intense curiosity. What way is that? In response, Vikir slowly pointed his finger directly at her face. I need your body, he stated bluntly. Dolores went completely stiff, blushing madly, as she protectively wrapped her arms around herself. Wait, what? She shrieked. Vikir remained dead silent, his fingers still pointed straight at her. Meanwhile, at the suburban New Testament temple, a gathering was taking place. Long time no see, everyone. Ohm chimed in, his voice dripping with greasy, pathetic flattery. You look younger and more energetic than ever. Amon sneered, eyeing him closely. It seems God's power is treating you very well. Or maybe you're just exhausted from your new young concubine. Another leader laughed, sticking his tongue out in a repulsive, perverted gesture. She was a married woman, he bragged, completely unbothered. But once I whispered promises of salvation through our holy doctrine, she willingly followed. Manson's leader grinned, and Ohm joined in with a booming laugh. These corrupt men found the manipulation of their followers highly amusing. With just one word, they bring us all their gold and grain, Ohm boasted. We do not have to lift a single finger. Eman, the leader of the New World cult, pulled out a letter with a smirk. Who would dare defy the word of God? Besides, we just received an invitation to the New Testament faction's Eucharist party. Does this mean they finally recognize our authority? Ohm rubbed his hands together greedily, a vile look on his face. The Holy Communion. This is our big moment. Eating white bread and drinking white wine to symbolize sharing the flesh and blood of the saints. It is the ultimate alliance. Those idiots in the New Testament faction finally learned their place, the Manson leader sneered. They are begging us to join hands. Isn't that wonderful news? Eman, walking ahead, scoffed coldly. They always acted so holy and righteous, but look at them now. They finally realized that without our gold, they stand zero chance against the old faction. They are completely at our mercy. Let us head inside. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right behind them, forcing all three to whip around and scream, what on earth is that? A woman leisurely stepped forward to observe the scene. What do we have here? Ouroboros mocked. Why are there so many horns? Dolores and Vikir watched from the wall. Frowning, she realized the Night Hound's prediction about her arrival was correct. Almany's entire group shrieked in absolute shock. What? Why on earth are you here? Ouroboros gently scratched under her nose, her voice thick with sarcasm. I heard rumors that the Night Hound showed up, so I came. But all I find here is a stinking pile of trash. Furious at her insult, the three leaders instantly lost their minds. You insolent brat! Charles pointed a trembling finger at her and barked orders. What are you idiots waiting for? Kill that wretched woman right now. The soldiers instantly charged forward, their faces filled with fierce determination. Ouroboros raised her thorny whip and lashed it with immense force, instantly sending the soldiers flying. Blood splattered violently in all directions. The red spray hit the three leaders directly in the face. Wiping the blood away, Ouroboros let out an eerie laugh. Are you guys the bosses here? As hesitated, Charles raised a hand to cut him off. Hold on. Who dares to act this insolently right in front of us? With a crazed look, he stared down at her with utter contempt. I am the god of the Manson Church, and you are definitely my type. Become my 21st wife, and I shall spare you from divine punishment. But before he could finish, Charles's head rolled off his shoulders. Ouroboros stared coldly at his headless body. What, you call yourself a god, yet you could not even block a simple strike like this? I am not afraid of you, Almany shrieked. I will never bow down, for I am the true god reincarnated into this very world. Suddenly, a mysterious liquid was splashed directly onto his face. Ouroboros playfully swung the empty vial, her voice dripping with sheer disdain. If you are truly a god, then holy water should not harm you, right? Instantly, Almani's skin turned a boiling, angry red. His flesh dissolved and rotted away as he screamed in agony. Ouroboros stared at the poison bottle, putting on a fake apologetic tone. Oh dear, did I accidentally throw the poison bottle instead? With both of them dead, she walked toward Now you are the last piece of trash. Broke down, sobbing hysterically. Please spare my life. I am no god. I am not even a real priest. I am just a pathetic cult scammer. His voice trembled completely, unable to hide the sheer, overwhelming terror consuming his mind. I beg of you, please show mercy. Ouroboros slammed her foot into the wall right beside his face. I know. So what? With that blood rained down once more. Even could not escape her wrath. Ouroboros walked over the horrifying pile of corpses. She muttered coldly to herself, "Are you seriously using me only for tasks like this? I have always longed for the day when I would finally meet you." Ouroboros laughed maniacally, eyes filled with dark excitement. "You are the only one who stirs my heart, my beloved night hound." Suddenly shouting echoed from behind. Over there, I heard a loud commotion coming from the forest. We must capture him this time. Hearing this, Ouroboros gritted her teeth in annoyance. She leaped high into the air and vanished. Meanwhile, lay barely breathing after Ouroboros' brutal beating. Vikir stared down at him coldly, instructing Dolores, "I will handle the interrogation myself. Search the area for any intelligence documents." Reaching into his inner coat pocket, he pulled out a string, warning the trembling cultist. "Staying silent won't save you from me. Tell me everything you know." Slowly, Ohm's eyes lost their focus, turning completely blank and hollow. He quickly spilled everything, the ledgers hidden beneath the carriage floor, money trails, and secret documents. Just then, a commanding voice shouted from afar, "Surround the temple and arrest them all." Dolores panicked. Already, Vikir also whipped around his gaze, instantly turning highly alert and cautious. The heavy thuds of the guards' spears echoed against the ground. They burst in but only found a barely breathing Damn it, we missed them. Meanwhile, elsewhere Dolores panted heavily, barely catching her breath. That was too close. Vikir spoke up, "Did you find the ledger?" Dolores proudly pulled out a thick book. Of course, Vikir opened it quickly, scanning the contents, his eyes darkening as he read. With a heavy heart, Dolores sighed. Those who died at the temple gates committed sins that can never be forgiven. They manipulated the faith of innocent people for their own greed. It is truly ruthless, but that is their simple, surefire method. So this is what you meant by wiping them out in a single blow, Nighthound. She looked up, directing her question to Vikir. But how did you know Ouroboros would appear there? Nighthound. Vikir replied that it was all because of the wealthy clan. The bourgeois clan. Dolores looked on completely bewildered, prompting Vikir to clarify. They are the ones pulling all the strings, she gasped. What? Vikir handed the ledger back to Dolores, explaining the dark transactions. The heretical cults were receiving massive sums from the bourgeois family. Using that money, they bought indulgences from the Old Testament faction, intentionally fueling the fierce conflict with the New Testament faction. With a bewildered expression, Dolores asked, "But why would they go to such lengths?" Vikir responded with a grim look. "To demons, divine power is the greatest threat. They have spent years planning this to hollow out the church's very foundation." He fell silent for a moment before adding, "It is all to clear the path before the era of destruction arrives. A sinister plot to eliminate any potential threats ahead." Dolores stared at Vikir with fierce determination. "So who is your next target?" "The key figures of House Bouillon. To assassinate them," he replied bluntly. "Yes." Dolores rested her chin, deep in thought. Most of them lived in heavily guarded estates. "Is breaking in for an assassination even possible?" Li Han calmly replied, "No need. I will make them come to me on their own. Money attracts money, and massive wealth will force House Bouillon to reach out first. All we need is to be rich enough that they take the initiative. Fortunately, I have an incredibly wealthy friend elsewhere." At those words, Li Han's face couldn't hide his utter annoyance as Arcel excitedly pinched his cheeks, squealing, "Oh my god, my sweet little brother, I miss you so much." Li Han silently cursed. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Arcel was still cooing, "My precious little brother, how have you been?" As she aggressively squeezed his cheeks. "I really miss you." Tudor stroked his smooth chin, muttering, "No way. Li Han actually has a family." Guinando, standing right next to him, gave him a bewildered look. Only Priscilla chimed in. "Tudor, that was a little rude of you to say. He's probably just in absolute disbelief. Li Han has never mentioned his family, so this whole thing is honestly a massive surprise to everyone." Priscilla's face clearly said, "Is this guy an idiot?" But why was Tudor so incredibly flustered? Perhaps it was just an instinctive, subconscious reaction from him. Who knows? His eyes remained glued to the two siblings. But as for his sister, she was still squeezing and pulling his face mercilessly. Should he even try saying it's been a while since they met? This playful affection made Tudor think they were incredibly close. Once that painful reunion finally ended, Li Han and Arcel sat down to talk. "Looks like everyone is finally gone. I knew you would come in person because of the letter." The contents are crucial. On her beautiful forehead, a massive bump had formed which she was currently comparing to her past self. Talk about a totally awkward situation. Arcel glared furiously at Li Han. Who on earth hits their own sister? Just because she showed a little affection. Normally, you should overact a bit to keep other people from getting suspicious. Arcel crossed her legs and flipped her soft hair. Especially when a beautiful sister visits you in person and you show zero gratitude. Li Han wanted to change the subject immediately. Enough with the nonsense. How are negotiations with the swamp natives going? Is everything running smoothly? Her expression turned serious. Actually, yes. Everything is progressing steadily. We completed 3 major deals. Li Han was quite satisfied. Excellent. But on another note, have you found any clues about the Ba tribe yet? This time, Arcel simply shook her head. Not yet. She explained that they used to show up for every single deal. But now they've completely vanished into thin air. We are currently tracking down their trail. He fell silent already, guessing what happened. Something must have happened to them. But since they have a brilliant leader like the chief, there was no need to worry. Arcel placed a small bag on the table. I prepared some starting capital that's compact and easy to carry, just as you requested. Inside, it was filled to the brim with gold coins. Arcel raised her voice again, her posture and expression turning dead serious. There's one last thing. Her face grew dark. The head of House Bouillon, Bartolomeo de Bouillon, he is a literal demon. Li Han fell into deep thought. If one of the Empire's 7 great families was plotting a rebellion, things were getting dangerous. That demon was either the head's accomplice or the head himself. He had his suspicions, but hearing it confirmed felt incredibly heavy. Arcel assumed he was worried about finances. You know House Bouillon is the wealthiest family in the entire empire, right? Even if you want to get close to them, they won't spare a glance for such a tiny amount of seed money. If you need more capital, I can provide it. But his answer shocked her. This small amount is more than enough. Arcel looked at him in total confusion. Enough for bait money. Of course, Li Han had already calculated everything. You couldn't just approach House Bouillon with wealth. They only cared about how people made money and interesting methods that caught their eye. A subtle smirk played on Li Han's lips, revealing his pearly white teeth. So with the money you gave me, he pulled out a piece of paper. It was a flyer for the mock investment competition hosted by House Bouillon. I plan on taking first place there. Hearing this, Arcel felt like her entire world had been flipped completely upside down. It sounded like madness. Meanwhile, as darkness blanketed a grand mansion, a voice called out, "All right, you may enter." John stepped inside. "You called for me." The man wore a perfectly tailored suit, golden hair, and a flawless smile. This was the principal of the prestigious Winter Academy. After greeting him, John's eyes quickly scanned the room. Even in the dim light, his gaze locked onto the famous Winterer sword. The legendary weapon wasn't even sheathed yet. He had clearly just returned. The man he was meeting was no ordinary figure from the great noble families of the Empire. He was considered a legendary sword master, standing equal in power to the heads of those mighty clans. "You've returned from your vacation much earlier than expected." The principal politely gestured, "Please take a seat." He sat down opposite John. "While I was away, it seems that crazy professor has caused quite a lot of trouble." "Messy, isn't it?" Just mentioning her made John grimace. Her terrible work ethic was only the start. She even drinks during class. Not to mention her physical violence towards students. It's completely unacceptable. Without hesitation, he bluntly stated that honestly, she doesn't belong in this school and should be locked up in Nouvelle Vague prison instead. Seeing the tension rise, Winston waved his hands to calm the air. "Nouvelle Vague. Let's not be too harsh," he added. He then pointed out that before the Empire was unified, she was part of the renowned Marquis Sade family. As the last descendant of the former Marquis Sade, her aunt is also currently imprisoned in Nouvelle Vague. Winston was doing his best to mediate this tense relationship between colleagues. The vice principal of Coliseum still believed everyone had a spark of goodness in them, and that included Professor Sadie too, though he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She truly was a headache. John warned him. "As you know, the upcoming final exams and parent-teacher observation classes are almost here. If she causes trouble again, like during midterms, everything will spiral completely out of control." So Winston immediately offered a perfect solution. "We should just keep her completely away from practical duties and limit her public appearances as much as possible." Hearing this, John's face shriveled up like a dry prune. "You won't even consider disciplinary action or firing her?" John stood up abruptly from his seat. "If that is the headmaster's stance, then so be it." He turned away without hesitation. It seemed there was nothing left to discuss. "I shall take my leave." Moonlight streamed through the window into the empty room, leaving Winston alone. Suddenly, a voice called out as a stack of papers. Dolores Piggy slammed the papers onto the table with an excited grin. "Per your request, President, I've gathered all the info on the bourgeois family's key members and their recent moves. The mock investment club was officially up and running with Piggy leading information." Then Sinclair, the stunning white-haired girl, showed off her skills. I've completed my analysis on the schedule and structure of the mock investment tournament. As the club's administrator, Sinclair looked thrilled. Dolores was highly impressed and didn't hesitate to praise them. Great job, everyone. You all did amazing. As the mock investment club's president, Dolores' eyes sparkled with deep determination. It was that same look of conviction, but flashing back to another moment. Demian had been completely stunned seeing the heavy pouch of gold. Where did you get all this money? Vikir simply replied, didn't I tell you I have a very rich friend? We will use this seed money to make even more and will eventually catch the attention of the bourgeois family. Vikir was still hiding behind his mask. Given my current identity, I can't act directly, so managing this money will be your role. I'll explain how we'll generate the profits later. He then raised 2 fingers toward her. Also, we need someone to handle the administrative work, paperwork, and secretarial duties. Find someone competent to help you run things. Flash forward, Dolores observed the 2. These were the recruits requested by the Night Hound. Over 100 teams had applied, 108 to be exact. Piggy and Sinclair were chosen from that massive pool. Dolores made a silent vow. These kids had no idea they were dealing with a monster. Even though she planned to keep them safe from the chaos later, she still felt a heavy responsibility to protect them. Suddenly, Piggy's voice snapped her back to reality. But President, this simulation investment contest is literally just a mock game. Why do we even need seed money? A mysterious smile played on Dolores' lips as she made a bold announcement. We are going to use real money. Both Piggy and Sinclair gasped in absolute shock. Wait, what? Are you serious? Oozing absolute confidence, Dolores declared, yes, we'll win the mock contest while generating massive real-world profits. And of course, I will personally cover any losses we incur. Though in truth, the Night Hound was the one taking the risk. Piggy whispered to Sinclair, are you sure about this? Is our president trying to scam us? Even if Sinclair doubted the plan, she fully trusted Dolores' character. I don't think she'd ever do that. Smiling warmly, the 2 quickly turned back to show their absolute support. Since you put it that way, President Dolores, we will put our full trust in you and follow your lead. Honestly, playing with real cash sounds way more exciting. Dolores beamed and thanked them. Sinclair then chimed in with an idea. By the way, should we ask my brother to join us? Piggy immediately agreed. Yeah, if Vikir were here, he'd be an incredible help. Dolores froze, repeating the name in her head with shock. Vikir. Piggy, oblivious to her reaction, kept on praising him. Yeah, he reads the paper every single morning and has been really into economics lately. Honestly, just having him around makes me feel so much safer. It was hard to read Dolores' expression, but her voice was incredibly gentle. I see. Next time you guys see Vikir, why don't you talk to him about this? Ask him if he'd like to join our club. Piggy paused for a moment before nodding. Sure. Sinclair was so thrilled she wanted to jump for joy. Absolutely, we will. But Piggy noticed something was off. President, is everything okay? You look just like you did when you came to the dorms looking for Vikir last time. Without giving any explanation, Dolores simply turned away. As everyone prepares to leave, Dolores says, all right, let's pack up. I have some business to attend to, so I'll head out first. She walks away slowly. Strolling down the sunlit hallway, she couldn't stop thinking about Vikir. Why did she name the scholarship after him? He witnessed her most defining moment. He was there during that final fateful moment, and she desperately wanted to talk to him. Vikir's image had never once faded from Dolores' heart. Whether he was arm wrestling her father to help her out or standing shoulder to shoulder with her in battle, she truly wanted to thank him. And it wasn't like she lacked opportunities. Looking back, she'd had countless chances to talk to him during all this time, especially when he walked out of the ruins, smiling at them. Yet she always froze. Dolores' footsteps suddenly come to a halt. Every single time she stood before him, she found herself completely speechless. But wait, since when was he standing right in front of her? Even when she was facing the legendary Night Hound, Vikir was the only one on her mind. Today, Dolores decides she will finally speak up. Vikir looks at her with surprise, addressing her as president. Dolores bows her head, too nervous to meet his gaze. Vikir, actually, stealing her resolve to face him directly, she adds, I have something to tell you. Vikir looks at her, thoroughly surprised by her sudden seriousness. Seeing his reaction, Dolores' cheeks flush bright red as she stammers hesitantly. Vikir, the truth is. She pauses, building up her courage. She softly whispers, I have something to tell you. Dolores is right on the verge of confessing her feelings, but she is suddenly cut off. Vikir quickly interrupts her, telling her to wait. Stepping back slowly, he commands, please don't move for a second. Dolores is utterly baffled. Seeing her incredibly shy, innocent expression, Vikir remains dead silent. Dolores, on the other hand, is left panicking internally. What is going on? Why is he getting so close to her? She hasn't even confessed yet. Suddenly, he slowly reaches his hand forward. Dolores reflexively squeezes her eyes shut. Seeing this, Vikir is completely puzzled. But then he reaches behind her head and pulls something out. It's a bizarre keychain-like object hiding right behind Dolores' head. Gritting his teeth, Vikir demands, "What on earth are you guys doing here?" He glares at Tang He and Madame Eight Legs. The little spider pet frantically shakes her head, trying to explain herself. It was this perverted spider. She said she wanted to admire the beauties walking down the hallway and started peeping on them. Unbelievable. Hearing this ridiculous excuse, Vikir's expression turns deadly. "You two," he warns darkly, "I will deal with both of you later. For now, get back to your room." Just then, Dolores calls out to him. Vikir quickly hides Madame Eight Legs behind his back and makes up an excuse. "Ah, there was a tiny bug in your hair, so I just brushed it off. I apologize if I startled you, President." Dolores gently brushes her hair back, smiling softly. "No, it's totally fine. Thank you." Yet Vikir still stands there, looking quite hesitant. Vikir looks straight at her and gets right to the point. "So what did you want to tell me?" At that, Dolores' cheeks immediately flush. She completely panics, stammering out a cover story. "It's nothing weird. I just wanted to ask if you'd be interested in a mock investment competition." Yes, that's all I wanted to ask, but internally she's screaming at herself. What on earth was she thinking? Why did she say that? "Get a grip," Dolores, hearing her question. Vikir calmly asks for clarification. "Are you talking about the competition that's been in the news lately?" Laughing awkwardly, she replies, "Yes, I formed a club with Piggy and Sinclair to join, and I wanted to see if you'd like to tag along." Vikir pauses for a moment, looking apologetic. "I really appreciate the offer, President. However, I am going to have to pass. I'm slammed with work right now. Aside from the newspaper club, I don't plan on taking any extra activities." Dolores can't hide her disappointment. "Oh, I see. That's all right then." Vikir immediately takes the chance to excuse himself. "Then I'll head out first." Dolores simply nods and waves. "I hope I didn't bother you too much. You've worked so hard today, so please go get some rest." With that, the two turn and walk in opposite directions. But after just a few steps, Vikir suddenly calls out to her. "Ah, President." He flashes a gentle smile and says in a warm voice, "I wish you the best of luck." Hearing his encouragement, Dolores' face completely flushes. "Thank you," she squeaks out. 2 weeks fly by in the blink of an eye. Inside the academy hall, gasps of pure disbelief echo. Oh my goodness, everyone is completely dazed, staring at the absolute mountain of gold coins right in front of them. Piggy's jaw drops. "Our president is a genius. I have never seen this much money in my entire life." Sinclair, standing nearby, is equally stunned by the sight. "This is unreal. How did you pull this off in such an incredibly short amount of time?" Even Dolores herself is wide-eyed with shock. She never imagined that the money-making strategy shared by the Night Hound would actually turn out to be this ridiculously effective. Let's rewind the clock to 2 weeks ago. Vikir had approached Dolores with a surprising offer. "From now on, I'll teach you how to make money." He began pulling up screens and demonstrating some system commands. First, we select 960 easily influenced people in the business sector. Next, we send out a prediction that the Merchant Coalition's investment value will rise tomorrow. We send this to 480 of them. To the other 480, we predict a drop. Naturally, half will be correct. Next, you take the group that believe, you split them in half again, and repeat this process daily for 5 consecutive days. This goes on until only 30 believers remain. The ones who got wrong predictions lose interest, leaving only those who absolutely trust you. Only those 30 people stayed behind, fully believing that our mock investment club's predictions were completely accurate. And right now, Dolores can still hear those exact words echoing in her mind. Once that happens, she won't have to lift a finger. Eager investors will naturally swarm in, flocking to hand over their fortunes. Soon, a massive crowd starts shoving and rushing forward. Is this really the legendary Bourgeois Clan? 5 consecutive predictions, and every single one was spot on. They beg her to invest their entire life savings. Some have even sold their homes just to get a spot here. Once the dust settles, Vikir's confident voice echoes in her mind, telling her to gather the seed capital and funds he provided. He wants her to invest everything in the Siren Guild, a major merchant trading with the dangerous Western Forest. Naturally, Dolores finds this highly suspicious. He wants them to dump a massive fortune into a fast, highly risky venture. The investors will certainly panic, and a single failure would completely ruin them. But hearing her deep anxiety, Vikir calmly reassures her, saying he fully backs her business instincts and guarantees they will bring in a mind-blowing amount of profit. Even now, Dolores is still completely dazed and trying to process the absolute miracle of this incredible outcome. Piggy is practically rolling around in a massive mountain of gold with a giant grin. Look, they can actually swim in all this cash. Even Sinclair is soaking in this legendary moment, calling it a literal bed of gold. Meanwhile, Dolores watches in stunned silence, wondering just how far the terrifying influence of the Night Hound has actually spread. Soon, night falls over the academy and the sky becomes dead silent. Suddenly, someone is seen trying to quietly slide open a dormitory window. It is Dolores. She cautiously pokes her head out, whispering into the dark for the Night Hound. Instantly, he appears right before her eyes. Dolores gasps in sheer shock at his sudden arrival. Standing tall in the shadows, Vikir looks incredibly imposing. As his deep voice notes that she is running a bit late, she offers a sheepish smile explaining that she had to sneak past the strict dorm warden. Sitting down right beside him, Dolores curiously asks if he had any trouble finding this secret spot. He calmly shakes his head, noting that while all the dorm buildings look completely identical, it was not too difficult. Hearing this, a sudden suspicion flashes through her mind. He managed to locate the exact unmarked rooftop of her building without any trouble. Could the mysterious night hound actually be an insider from the academy itself? Intrigued, she quietly pulls out a magic mirror of truth, wondering if she should use it to reveal his hidden identity. But after a brief moment of hesitation, she holds herself back. No, she wants him to confess it himself, one day. Just as she gets lost in her thoughts, Vikir breaks the silence to ask about their plan. Dolores immediately beams with pure excitement, proudly declaring it a massive success. She never expected the Night Hound to be a brilliant investor, on top of being an elite fighter. Despite her glowing praise, Vikir remains completely unfazed and cool, pointing out that they still have one final step before the grand showdown. This catches Dolores completely off guard, making her ask what he means by that. Vikir explains that to successfully infiltrate the highly secretive bourgeois clan, they must recruit an inside informant. He stresses that this person must hold a key position within the family and deeply despise the current clan leader. Dolores is skeptical, noting that high-ranking elites are usually treated far too well to ever betray their own leader. Does someone like that actually exist? Instead of answering, Vikir simply hands her a newspaper and quietly sits down beside her, signaling that the truth is right in front of her. Dolores opens the old financial newspaper, scanning the articles dating back several years. An eye-catching headline asks who will inherit the massive bourgeois empire, detailing the fierce battle for the throne. The war for succession in this legendary conglomerate is reaching a boiling point, with the eldest son Bartolomeo currently leading the peep race. But as she reads further, Dolores suddenly freezes in complete disbelief. Looking at her reaction, Vikir explains that this man once fought desperately for the crown but ultimately walked away with only a silver medal. In that brutal power struggle, he was sidelined and made the director of the Imperial Mint, the second-born son Damien Bourgeois. Pausing for a brief moment, Vikir continues his explanation. Because of his crushing political defeat, his influence inside the family has severely plummeted, making him the absolute perfect candidate for their inside informant. Dolores continues, scanning the old files, noting that she actually knows a bit about the man. He is the official bourgeois representative overseeing the second round of the upcoming academy tournament. But she pauses, admitting she had no idea about his past rebellion. She quickly turns her eyes back to Vikir, asking how he plans to establish contact with Director Damien. Vikir stares into the night, quietly revealing that his perfect opportunity will be at an upcoming elite banquet. Right on cue, the scene shifts to wealthy guests arriving at a grand party, glasses clinking amidst pure luxury. This high-profile gathering is packed with wealthy young heirs, influential nobles, and powerful middle-aged socialites chatting intently. But amidst all the glittering glamour of the elite crowd, a young girl quietly steps out with a deeply hesitant look. Before the crowd stood Dolores, radiant and glowing, while Vikir's reassuring voice from earlier still echoed in her ears. What a banquet! Fireworks light up the entire night sky with brilliant bursts, while inside talented musicians play a perfect melody for the festive atmosphere. Suddenly, someone picks up a spoon and gently clinks it against a wine glass, capturing the room's attention with a clean ring. Then a young man standing above the crowd nervously speaks. His voice trembles as he struggles to get his words out. He announces they are the hosts of tonight's event, proud members of the Ouroboros Simulated Investment Club, standing together as one. Piggy and Sinclair welcome the guests, though she is still trembling with stage fright as she forces out each nervous line. Expressing deep gratitude to everyone present, they welcome the crowd before introducing the president of their investment club to take the stage. Dolores steps forward with an elegant and commanding presence, taking a deep, quiet breath to steady her nerves before speaking. With a graceful bow, she warmly addresses the prominent guests who have gathered here tonight for this grand and monumental occasion. Offering her sincere thanks once more, she courageously delivers her speech, looking out at the sea of high-profile attendees. She calls this gathering a priceless opportunity, expressing her deep honor in greeting the highly respected figures of the business empire. Clasping her hands together, Dolores speaks from the heart, expressing her sincere hope for what lies ahead of this meeting. She pauses briefly before confidently declaring that this brief encounter will blossom into a powerful and lasting alliance for them all. Mesmerized by the radiant aura surrounding her, the distinguished guests can't help but whisper in absolute awe and admiration. They wonder if they are witnessing a saint's blessing, completely charmed, while Vikir quietly slips in dressed as a waiter. Slipping back to the present, Dolores is utterly shocked by his sudden proposal, completely stunned by the sheer scale. She gasps, questioning the idea, but Vikir confidently nods, explaining his plan to throw the most extravagant banquet ever seen. He intends to invite the wealthiest elites across the empire, specifically targeting the prestigious mint director Damien du Bourgeois. Rest assured, you and I know Ouroboros has built such an incredible reputation that none of these elites will doubt her credibility. Dolores is still deeply anxious, questioning where on earth it will find the massive funds required to sponsor such a grand event. She begins to voice her doubts, but before she can even finish, Vikir cuts in with a knowing nod. He has it covered. Vikir calmly explains that their current profits are so massive that even after paying back their investors, they still have a massive surplus. Dolores clenches her fists in distress, wondering if she can truly handle hosting an event filled with the Empire's absolute top tycoons. Her practical concern hangs heavily in the air, leaving them both in a tense, silent pause as they weigh the risks. Breaking the silence, Vikir reassures her with his master plan, revealing his intention to infiltrate the high-profile gathering undetected. Standing up slowly, he emphasizes the absolute necessity of getting close to Damien, which immediately eases Dolores' rising anxiety. She practically leaps with excitement, realizing that if the legendary Night Hound is by her side, she has nothing to fear. With a slight pause, she vows to give it her absolute all. Looking at her now, Vikir recalls that conversation with a proud smile. She was probably terrified, but she is absolutely nailing this. After all, the Empire's most powerful elites are already gathered right here. Still, you and I have to wonder if Damien actually accepted the invite. Moments later, Vikir watches closely from the shadows. Hidden away in a quiet corner, Vikir scans the luxurious room until his sharp eyes lock onto a very specific target. There he is, Damien du Bourgeois, swirling his wine glass with an effortless, almost magnetic elegance that commands the room. Vikir narrows his eyes, focusing entirely on the legendary director of the Imperial Mint. This is the man he needs. Nearby, several noble guests begin to gossip, confirming that the wild rumors surrounding the simulated investment club are indeed true. They made a fortune from actual investments, even booking Oberhall, the capital's grandest and most expensive venue, to prove it. A brown-haired gentleman raises his voice in excitement, noting how perfectly this event showcases the absolute power of wealth to youth. He boasts that these youngsters have finally learned a valuable lesson, proving that money can indeed buy anything in this world. Another noble smirks, offering a chilling counter-perspective. Money is powerful, sure, but it is far from being completely omnipotent. He pauses deliberately, pointing out that wealth cannot solve the ultimate tragedy, like bringing a deceased loved one back to life. Upon hearing this, Damien's entire demeanor instantly shifts, and he slams his wine glass onto the table with shocking force. The sudden outburst leaves the surrounding guests completely startled, hesitantly asking where the Imperial Mint director is heading in such a hurry. Glaring with cold intensity, Damien excuses himself, claiming he drank too much and needs to step outside to clear his head. The guests freeze in awkward silence, whispering in confusion about his dark expression, wondering if they accidentally crossed a line. Vikir watches the dramatic departure in silence, analyzing the situation closely. Meanwhile, out on the chilly balcony, Damien stands alone. Letting the cold night breeze hit his face, his expression remains deeply gloomy, clearly haunted by some heavy, unresolved burden. Right then, a mysterious figure slowly approaches them and speaks up. "Count, I hear that is Vikir." He pauses for a moment. Then in a warm, deep voice he asks, "Do you believe there is something in this world that money cannot buy?" Damien hears this question, and subconsciously turns his head. "Is there any particular reason you are asking me this question here and now?" Vikir politely bows his head and carefully explains, "Forgive me if I am disturbing your rest. It is just that your conversation earlier caught my interest." He then gives Damien a firm, steady look. Damien hesitates for a brief moment before finally replying, "Yes, of course there is." He leans back against the balcony railing, letting out a soft sigh. In fact, quite a lot. Damien's deep eyes glint slightly. Money is merely a tool to achieve a goal. He pauses before firmly asserting that the things wealth cannot buy are as countless as the stars in the night sky, and those are what make us human. After speaking, Damien walks over and pats Vikir's shoulder. Eavesdropping is a highly dangerous habit for a mere servant. If you value your life, you should learn to keep your mouth shut. But Vikir calmly raises his voice. Then, one final question. Damien turns back as Vikir poses it. "Out of all those thousands of stars, which is the farthest and brightest?" When Damien remains silent, Vikir boldly suggests, "Could it be seeing your deceased daughter again?" Hearing those words, Damien's face instantly freezes up and his eyes glint with a sharp, hostile suspicion. Damien instantly draws the sword at his hip. "You really do not know when to shut your mouth." Yet Vikir remains completely unfazed. Damien points the gleaming blade directly at him. "For your arrogant mouth," he warns before charging forward with his weapon. "I will take your arm." In a flash, Vikir deflects the strike, sending Damien's sword veering off course. Damien is stunned. Capitalizing on the moment, Vikir whispers, "Your daughter, don't you want to see her one more time?" Hearing this, Demian grinds his teeth in pure rage. You absolute bastard. Furious, he charges once again, completely throwing away all of his survival instincts. Yet Vikir easily deflects his relentless sword strikes in a blink. Witnessing such extraordinary martial skill, Demian realizes this is no ordinary servant and he immediately grows extremely cautious. Who on earth are you? Vikir looks him dead in the eye and replies, I am the Night Hound Demian. I came here to make a deal with you. Once the tension settles, Vikir lowers his voice. I came to offer you a trade. A deal you simply cannot refuse. Still pointing his gleaming blade, he slowly whispers, your late daughter Juliet. Let me see her. Demian scoffs in disbelief. The Night Hound, a notorious criminal of the capital like you. I have no idea how you plan to contact the dead, but you have gravely misunderstood one key thing. His eyes suddenly turn razor sharp as he declares, my daughter is not dead. Hearing this, Vikir is completely caught off guard. What but, according to Sinclair's reliable reports, she was supposed to have died young in a tragic carriage accident. Regaining his composure, Vikir calmly points out, you know a cheap lie won't help you escape this situation, Count. Demian suddenly drops his sword to the ground. It is no lie. There is no point in hiding it anymore. I will tell you the truth. His eyes darken. To exist but not to be seen. The tragedy began with that family motto. According to the strict laws of the bourgeois clan, the true heir must hide their prestigious lineage and live as a commoner. They must prove their worth through sheer capability in the capital. That is the only way to prevent them from becoming corrupt, arrogant aristocrats. Demian and his eldest brother each raised a daughter of their own under these strict rules. Both girls were sent into society with their prestigious names hidden. Demian placed absolute unwavering faith in his daughter, Juliet. She possessed extraordinary talent. He truly believed that once the rigorous succession evaluation period finally came to an end, she would return to reclaim everything he had lost and stand at the very peak of the family. But those hopes were ruthlessly crushed. He vividly remembers the day Juliet brought a strange sick man back home, desperately pleading, Father, please help pay for Romeo's medical treatment. Demian was utterly stunned. His brilliant daughter had fallen for a weak, lowly man she had met while volunteering. She had even abandoned her inheritance to care for him, eventually returning to beg her father for help. He had no status, no talent, and zero future. If he possessed any redeeming quality, it was simple kindness. He cared nothing for wealth and was merely kind to everyone. Demian was absolutely furious. This nobody had ruined everything he had painstakingly built. His daughter, his ultimate hope to restore his lost honor, had been completely corrupted by him. Juliet had knelt before him, desperately sobbing, if we do not treat Romeo's illness right now, he is going to die, please, father. But Demian coldly ordered his men to drag him away as Juliet desperately screamed and tried to stop them. No, please don't let go. In the pouring rain right before his crying daughter's eyes, he mercilessly beat the man she loved. He ordered a beating just shy of death, hoping Juliet would finally snap out of it before glaring and barking. Enough. Stop acting like a child. Your foolish behavior cost you your inheritance, branding you a permanent failure for the rest of your life. Do you have any idea how much damage he caused us? Meanwhile, Juliet could only kneel there, weeping over Romeo's broken body. He meant everything to me. He was the only one who saw me for who I really was, not some perfect puppet daughter, forced to live for her father's pride. He accepted me and made me truly happy. With those final words, she turned, her head glaring at Denon with cold fury. Such a good man, utterly crushed by her own father. And when faced with her bitter words, Denon stood frozen in shock. He had never seen his daughter wear an expression like that before, filled with pure hatred and utter disgust. And that look was directed entirely at him. The broken father could do nothing but watch in stunned silence as his daughter boarded a carriage with Romeo, leaving as if she would never return. When he finally snapped out of it and sent his knights in pursuit, tragedy struck. The horses panicked from a sudden clap of thunder. The rain-slicked road made the carriage spin out of control. Miraculously, she survived without a scratch, shielded in the arms of Romeo, but he died protecting her. When she woke up and realized Romeo was gone, the grief completely shattered her, sending her into a deep coma she never woke from. Recalling the tragic chain of events, Denon clutched his head, weeping bitterly. He trembled, sobbing that he had tried every cure potion and divine power, but it was all completely useless. His helpless tears fell silently. He pleaded that if he could just see her smile one last time to tell her how deeply sorry he was, from the bottom of his heart he would gladly trade everything he ever owned. Hearing this, V slowly sheathed his sword and offered a deal. What if he could give the old man a chance to apologize? Hearing those words, Denon froze, staring up at him in absolute disbelief. But V's gaze remained steady and cold, demanding to know if Denon was truly ready to surrender everything he owned. 1 month later at the estate, Denon duo led V deep inside the Grand Manor, stopping before a heavy door and whispering, "This is the place." He stepped inside and introduced his comatose daughter, Juliet Duo. V stared down at the sleeping girl, studying her face. Her pure and delicate features looked strangely familiar to him, prompting him to murmur that she looked quite recognizable. Denon glanced over at him, admitting he had a burning question of his own. He looked at the young girl standing right next to V, deeply confused. Why bring a child to such a highly classified secret ritual? V gently patted the little girl's head, explaining that she was an incredibly gifted medium capable of summoning his daughter's soul. He guaranteed her skills before kneeling down to gently comfort her. He looked at Yan, urging her to be brave. Her spiritual connection was top tier, so she just needed to focus and do what she did best. The girl nodded, confidently holding the special talisman V gave her. Standing before the bed, the young girl prepared for the ritual. Raising her staff, she began to channel her magic. Her eyes glowed a vibrant crimson, radiating sheer focus and determination. In an instant, rows of candles around the room burst into life, burning with a strange, eerie purple flame. Swirling currents of raw spiritual energy rushed through the room, gathering around Yan before wrapping around Juliet's quiet form. The mystical aura wrapped around Juliet, glowing brighter by the second. Watching this, Denon stood frozen in sheer awe. His eyes went wide as he gasped her name. Within moments, two glowing spiritual figures materialized right before him. He recognized his daughter and Romeo instantly. Shaking, he whispered Romeo's name, and both spirits slowly nodded in response. Denon collapsed to his knees, crying out that everything was his fault. A sharp physical pain pierced his chest as tears streamed down his cheeks. He confessed that his blind pride had crushed her feelings and trampled her love. Begging for her hatred, he wept that he never deserved forgiveness, asking her to despise him for eternity. He called himself a pathetic, miserable coward, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet he pleaded for her to live to wake up. But right then, Yan pointed toward the bed, declaring that Juliet actually had the power to return on her own. Denon gasped, completely bewildered by her words. Yan looked back at Juliet's spirit, translating her silent, tragic message. She refused to wake up, choosing instead to follow Romeo into the afterlife. Denon scrambled to his feet, devastated. Staring at Juliet's spirit, he begged for the truth, but her sorrowful nod shattered whatever hope he had left. His heart stopped, tears flowing freely. Because of his vanity, Juliet almost died, and Romeo sacrificed his life to save her. Now to be reunited, she chose death too. The past was set in stone, absolutely impossible to ever undo. No amount of regret or weeping could rewrite his sins. He was left with nothing but his broken heart. All he could think about was what he could still do for his daughter. And now Demian stood there, his face filled with anxiety and his voice hurried. Time was running out. She was leaving with that man's soul. For that man, he had surrendered his entire being. Pausing for a brief moment, the little girl quietly added, "When he dies, he must cross over to the afterlife. That is the law of nature." Demian's entire body trembled. The last thing I can do for my daughter. Vikir remained absolutely silent, observing the scene. This was a soul fusion that would never fade over time. Demian gazed at their figures and spoke softly, saying that today, the bride and groom accepted their eternal destiny, swearing to love each other with their souls. Crying yet smiling, he asked them, "Do you both promise?" Romeo and Juliet's hands tightened without a single trace of hesitation. They looked at each other, nodding in absolute confirmation. "Yes." Juliet looked over with tearful eyes. "I love you, Romeo." He smiled warmly at her, speaking with deep affection. "I love you too, Juliet." Hearing those words, Demian smiled in relief. And so the two of them became husband and wife. Instantly, Juliet rushed forward to hug Demian. Her father embraced her, weeping. "Father, I am so sorry yet thankful that you chose the path of my happiness," Juliet sobbed, speaking from the depths of her heart. "I truly thank you, Father." Hearing this, his hands trembled. He held Juliet in a warm, loving, fatherly embrace as he wept. So hard his body shook, yet he still managed to whisper, "Be happy, Juliet. You two must live happily there. Together, promise me." He squeezed her tight, crying out, "I love you, Juliet." She too wept, filled with emotion and immense joy. "I love you too, Father." Right after she spoke, Juliet's spectral form dissolved in Demian's arms. At that moment, the physical body of Juliet lying there wore a peaceful, radiant smile. Demian quietly stepped over to the place where her body lay. He gently cradled her hand with absolute tenderness. Watching this, Pomeranian suddenly looked up and asked with a puzzled gaze, "Why is her uncle crying?" Vikir paused for a beat, replying softly, "Out of gratitude, regret, and love perhaps." Hearing that, Pomeranian grew even more confused. If he feels grateful and loving, shouldn't he smile? Why is he crying? Vikir let out a soft sigh, patting the little girl's head. As he spoke gently, "Pomeranian, after you grow up and experience more of the world, you will slowly understand." Though still completely baffled, Pomeranian nodded her head in agreement. "Okay, but it's really hard to understand, Uncle." Demian stopped crying, slowly raising his head to thank them. He glanced at Vikir, whispering from his heart, "Thank you for letting me fulfill my duty as a father one last time." Vikir remained perfectly calm, replying, "No need to thank me." With that, he immediately extended his hand toward Demian instead. "You have something to hand over to me, don't you?" Right at that moment, Demian dropped to his knees at Vikir's feet. "I, Demian Bourgeois, swear to give you everything I own." He thumped his chest and asked, "What do you want from me? Just say it." Without hesitation, Vikir's eyes turned cold and sharp. The head of the bourgeois patriarch. "I want Bartolomeo's head." Meanwhile, at a quiet lakeside resting spot, a soft voice broke the silence. "This person is the partner who will assist me in this matter." Demian extended his hand and spoke politely. "A pleasure to meet you, Saintess of Quovitus." Dolores politely replied, "What? After the Academy event and the previous banquet, who would have thought we would meet again in a situation like this? The honor is mine." Immediately after, she fell into deep thought, pondering. "Did you really turn Demian into our spy?" Dolores noticed Demian's melancholic face and couldn't help but wonder what exactly had happened to make him cross the safe line. Beside her, Vikir growled, a sharp reminder that today's meeting was to plan the assassination of the bourgeois family head Bartolomeo. Hearing this, Demian immediately nodded, saying that indeed he had already arranged an appointment. He had used his trusted network within the clan to spread rumors about a mock investment club. The strategy worked, and after a brief pause, Demian quietly confirmed, "I have successfully managed to arrange a private dinner with the patriarch." Hearing this, Dolores was instantly stunned. A dinner with the head of the bourgeois. Could it be in that famous treasury? Demian nodded firmly in confirmation. Exactly. Any person of great influence in the clashed imperial capital has experienced that legendary dinner inside the treasury at least once. To explain this in greater detail, bourgeois family owns a highly unusual vault. It is a massive cubic structure measuring 50 meters on each side. Its solid defensive walls are coated in mithril and orichalcum, an absolute fortress layered with powerful anti-teleportation magic deep within, completely isolating it from the outside world. Inside lies a sea of gold bars and priceless items piled up like mountain ranges. Demian emphasized that Bartolomeo always conducts his most critical business meetings and private banquets alone inside that vault. However, these sessions last for exactly 1 hour. Hearing this, Dolores was quite stunned. He frowned, his face flashing with a hint of fear. All outside eyes and ears were completely blocked. 1 perfect hour without any interruptions. This is a golden opportunity for us. She looked up at Denna teary-eyed and remarked, "But no matter how clear their identity is, wouldn't the family head worry about being assassinated during a private meeting in there?" He pondered this deeply for a moment and admitted that it was indeed highly possible, but strangely, I've never seen him worry. Hearing this, Vicky's mind drifted into deep thought. That meant the head of the Barrow family had no fear. Then he nodded and agreed, "Definitely. He's a literal demon who possesses absolute power after all." Denna looked at the paper Vicky was holding and froze in shock. "What on earth is this?" He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry about that. This is what you should actually focus on. While I face the family head inside the treasury, you must support this from the outside. Because this is our crucial plan to finish off Ptolemy." Denna picked up the paper and read it in utter shock, wondering what this was all about. Suddenly, Dolores' faces filled with terror, as if they had just witnessed a nightmare. Denna gasped in shock. "This isn't just about the Barrow family. The entire empire is actually going to be completely destroyed." Meanwhile, another carriage was rattling along the road. The driver holding the reins muttered under his breath, "This is unbelievable." Sitting inside, Pete could not hide his sheer excitement. "I still can't believe our mock investment club actually won first place. And now, we're having dinner with the legendary head of the Barrow family. I'm so hyped." He eagerly turned and asked, "Simile, you're excited too, right?" She nodded enthusiastically, "Yeah, totally." But right after saying that, her gaze softened with sadness. "I wish Vicky were here with us." Hearing this, Pete scratched his head in confusion. "Yeah, that'd be nice. But why mention him out of nowhere?" Xingle chuckled softly. "Well, I actually invited him over to our place once." At that, his eyes popped as he exclaimed, "Huh, to your house?" Xingle giggled and explained, "Oh no, it's just a shame. He's been looking incredibly busy lately." Hearing that, Pete's eyes widened. "Oh, you mean that? True. Honestly, I've barely managed to have a meal with Vicky lately either." He paused for a moment, then snapped his fingers. "Oh, that's right." Pete pulled out a piece of paper and said excitedly, "I've compiled a whole list of questions for the Barrow family head." He eagerly rattled them off. Future economic trends of the empire, opinions on critical financial indicators and standards for launching new business models, the merger of mercenaries and small merchant associations. Oh, and of course, I definitely have to ask if filthy rich tycoons eat fried chicken. Sitting across from them, Dolores couldn't even muster a smile at Pete's silly jokes. She silently thought with a heavy heart, "I'm so sorry, kids. Before long, Dolores led them down, saying, "We've arrived." With that, the heavy iron door swung open, and as Pete and Sinlay stepped inside, they were utterly blown away by the breathtaking luxury. Right then, a butler approached. "If you would wait here for a moment, I'll announce your arrival shortly." Pete sat down and replied with his most polite voice, "Yes, thank you." The butler bowed politely and left. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Pete sank into the sofa, completely thrilled by everything around him. "The parlor is insanely fancy. This sofa feels 100 times better than our cramped dorm beds." Shinley immediately nodded in agreement. "Totally. It's so soft." Pete then suddenly turned to her and asked, "Sinlay, if you meet the Barrow family head, do you know what you'll ask him?" She nodded right away. "Yeah." Her eyes suddenly turned deep and serious. "I can't tell you what it is, but there's just one thing I'm incredibly curious about." Pete's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Wait, seriously? You're meeting the richest man in the entire empire and you only have one question? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to squeeze as much knowledge out of him as possible." Seeing their bright, innocent excitement stabbed Dolores's heart like a knife. Pursing her lips, her hands trembled as she poured a mysterious liquid. Deep down, she panicked, thinking, "Before dinner starts, I have to put these two to sleep using this sedative, no matter what the cost." Then, Dolores was suddenly startled by their voices. "I wonder if they'll like the gifts we prepared," Pete muttered. "I should open it up and double-check if we brought everything." Hearing this, she shrieked in panic. "Wait, stop." Her sudden outburst made Pete and Shinley freeze. Pete President Dolores forced a tense smile, carrying over 3 cups of hot tea. "Let me check that box for you." Her face was pale, but she desperately tried to stay composed. "Just drink your tea and relax for a bit, okay?" Pete and Sinley nodded without a second thought. "Sure, thank you." Soon they both emptied the cups Dolores brought. The moment she swallowed it, Sinley stretched and let out a massive yawn. "Man, why do I suddenly feel so incredibly sleepy?" Pete agreed groggily. "Same here. Right before dinner, too, of all times." Seeing them fade, a faint relieved smile appeared on Dolores's face. "Perfect. The sedative is kicking in." Sinley kept yawning slowly. Standing up, she needed some cold water to wake up. Right then, a sudden voice echoed from outside. "May I open the door? Did you rest well?" Dolores instantly jumped up frantically, trying to hide what happened. Sancho had suddenly collapsed from sleepiness. As she covered him up, the escort walked inside to summon her. The patriarch was waiting for dinner. But seeing Piggy and Sancho sleeping like logs, the man grew highly suspicious. Wondering what was going on, Dolores quickly offered a forced laugh, explaining that her friends were just completely exhausted. They drank a warm cup of tea and instantly knocked out. Deep down, a pang of guilt hit her. Apologizing in her mind, she knew she did this for their safety. Smiling, she offered to meet him alone. As the club representative, she would handle this alone. The escort nodded politely, guiding her down the corridor. Dolores silently followed him. Before long, they reached their destination, stopping right outside a massive set of double doors. Gazing at the entrance, she asked if this was the place. Looking up, she realized what lay ahead. The treasury lay just beyond. It was as if the massive gate was whispering that it was not built for ordinary humans. Instead, she was about to face an isolated, monstrous existence matching the scale of the entrance. Suddenly, it creaked open. The escort stopped her. He instructed her to go in alone and leave her gifts behind with him. A flash of anxiety crossed her face, but the man calmly offered his wishes for a pleasant dinner. Her eyes filled with deep apprehension. Stepping inside, she tried to calm her racing thoughts. But looking around, she called out for the host in confusion. Suddenly, her foot caught on something incredibly slick and slippery. With a startled cry, she tumbled to the hard ground. Grimacing in pain, she wondered what on earth she had tripped over. Looking up, her jaw dropped. Right in front of her was an actual massive mountain of glittering gold. Dolores stared in utter shock. Then she noticed a lavish dining table surrounded by endless piles of treasure. Damien raised his wine glass, welcoming her. He addressed her as the saintess, then corrected himself to the club representative. Candles flickered atop glowing bars of gold. The vast chamber held far more than just endless heaps of wealth. A majestic crown and thousands of rare jewels gleamed nearby. Amidst this ocean of gold, Damien and Dolores shared dinner. Sitting across from him, her hands shook with sheer anxiety. It was impossible to stay calm in his presence. She looked up, knowing she was facing the wealthiest man in the world. This was the patriarch of the bourgeois family, one of the empire's 7 great pillars, Bartholomew du Bourgeois. Yet his true hidden identity remained a mystery. A sharp glint flashed in the light. Damien elegantly sliced his food, praising her incredibly impressive methods. Before she could respond, Damien noted that he had thoroughly reviewed her latest investment strategy with great interest. Taking a bite of meat, he praised her boldness in risking immense capital on those shady Western forest merchants. An ordinary investor would have hesitated, but her sheer audacity and sharp intuition was something even he deeply admired. He even joked about needing to learn from her. Hearing such high praise, Dolores blushed deeply with embarrassment. Stammering a quick thank you, silence settled over the table. Suddenly, Dolores recalled a crucial warning from Vikir. Vikir had warned her that Bartholomew was a master manipulator. She had to stay extremely sharp to avoid falling into his trap. The Night Hound was absolutely right. She had almost let her guard down under his seemingly warm and friendly charm. Regaining her composure, Dolores offered a polite, humble response, but her stiff demeanor did not escape his sharp eyes. Damien squinted slightly, picking up on her unease. He then casually brought up a recent visit from Cardinal Hubert. The Cardinal had been meeting frequently with key members of Quo Vadis lately. Hearing this, Dolores fell into deep thought. She realized Hubert's corruption ran deeper than she thought. He was not just conspiring with heretics, but the bourgeois as well. Noticing her suddenly tense expression, Damien asked directly if something was making her feel uncomfortable during their meal. He asked if she belonged to the New Orthodox faction. Dolores nodded, caught off guard by his directness. Damien explained his deep ties to the old Orthodox priests. He expressed concern that she might try to distance herself. He gestured warmly toward her, noting how unfortunate that would be, as he wished to build bridges with her faction too. Unfortunately, the New Orthodox faction viewed his connections and accumulated wealth as highly offensive and deeply corrupt. Because of that, their charitable efforts were constantly dismissed. He swirled his wine looking for her reaction. He asked her to consider the impact of using massive wealth to fund massive good deeds. Wouldn't that be meaningful? Dolores listened carefully before responding, repeating his words about using massive wealth to buy salvation, a greater good. But the goodness he speaks of and the goodness of a demon are worlds apart. Dana frowns, thoroughly confused by this twisted logic. What Dolores slams her hand on the table, demanding if he is even listening. She bitterly begins to expose his shady alliance with the demon. By sacrificing helpless orphans and selling fake indulgences, they corrupted the entire holy church from within. A group of shady figures smirk in the shadows. Their sinister smiles say it all. Remembering these atrocities, Dolores slams the table in rage, disgusted by how they nurtured countless heresies. They sowed chaos and divided the people, all part of a disgusting plot to manipulate the holy church under a fake holy banner. To them, this was goodness. But Dolores exposes the ugly truth, shouting that he only defends these horrors because he himself is a demon. The demon Bartolomeo Bourgeois, hearing her sharp accusations, Dana falls silent, his face darkening into a cold, ominous shadow. But then he lets out a twisted, sinister grin. Suddenly, his eerie laughter echoes through the chamber, rattling the massive mountains of gold coins around them. The golden piles shake violently under the acoustic force. Terrified, Dolores covers her ears as the piercing sound threatens to tear through her skull. She snaps and screams, "Aren't you afraid of the one who is coming? A visitor who already knows exactly who you are." But Dana merely smirks, utterly dismissive. Fear, as if that is even possible. In an instant, he stands up, warning her coldly. "Do you really think there is a single human on this earth who could ever strike fear into me?" Dana's eyes gleam with malice. Do they even exist? Facing that overwhelming pressure, Dolores trembles. He then spots a broken wooden barrel behind her and asks how it shattered. But before she can answer, a terrifying dark presence erupts right behind Dana. The sheer pressure makes Dolores freeze in absolute shock. What is this insane pressure? Suddenly, from the very peak of the Golden Mountain, a dark crimson light flares with pure hostility. Out steps Vikir, our badass protagonist, declaring with absolute ice-cold confidence, "The human you should fear is standing right in front of you." Dana freezes, his mind racing. How can a mere human possess such a devastating aura, and that scent of demon blood mixed with his? Could it be? Staring into those glowing crimson eyes, Dana asks, "Are you the legendary hound that shook the imperial capital, the Night Hound?" Right then, Vikir charges forward, blade in hand, targeting the corrupt patriarch of the wealthy bourgeois family. With a ferocious leap, Vikir dives straight down from the golden peak. Dana can only watch in shock as the hound descends. No way. Like a flash of lightning, Vikir is already in front of Dana, weapon ready. "Sixth Corpse, I'm here to end you." Their blades collide with earth-shattering force. The massive shockwave instantly blows Dolores off her feet as she watches from the sidelines. Dana simply smirks. "So you know how to swing a sword." Vikir glares back, unleashing a relentless torrent of strikes. But Dana easily blocks with his own blade. "I happen to know my way around a sword too." The duel ignites in fury. Vikir and Dana clash again in a deadly dance of steel. "Trust me, you do not want to blink during this fight." A sword sharp enough to slice steel, now corrupted by a monstrous tyrant. This weapon was supposed to be sealed deep inside the vaults, sealed in the Baskerville Clan's treasury. The legendary demonic sword Balmung, why on earth is it in the hands of this filthy demon? Dana smiles, smugly hefting the blade. In his youth, the owner of this stolen body was actually a highly promising swordsman. The former Baskerville patriarch admired his talents so much he practically begged him to become his disciple. He swings the blade. Dana swings the sword with lethal precision, roaring, "How dare you point a blade at me?" he charges forward with venom. You're dead. Dena lunges at Vikir, unleashing a blindingly fast, heavy strike that forces the young hound to defend himself. It is lightning fast and incredibly dangerous, keeping Vikir on his toes. Dena cackles wildly, mocking, "You're all just fragile humans. How could you ever hope to understand the 10 corpses? I admit I don't know how you killed 4 of my comrades." But Vikir answers with a crushing counterstrike, forcing the demon back. Yet Dena refuses to back down, charging right back in. "But your insolence ends today." With a vicious thrust, Dena drives his corrupt demonic sword straight through Vikir's chest. Dolores gasps in absolute horror. Night Hound. Seeing the fresh crimson blood dripping from the blade, Dena grins triumphantly. "I am going to chew your corpse to pieces." Dena sneers, twisting the cursed sword deeper into Vikir's flesh. "As for your head, it'll rot right here in my vault. Consider it an honor." But suddenly, Vikir sighs in disappointment. How disappointing. Dena freezes, completely baffled that his victim is still talking. "What did you just say?" Vikir merely grips the blade. Vikir grabs the sharp edge with his bare hand. A trash swordsman, like you wielding a Baskerville heirloom, and the former patriarch who handed it over. You're both pathetic. His eyes turn icy cold, his voice sharp as steel. "You are all completely disappointing." Furious at this defiance, Dena presses his weight onto the sword, trying to cut him down. "You can't even block my basic attacks. You're struggling just to stand, yet you keep running your mouth with nonsense." Vikir pushes the demonic blade back, slightly surprised that his wound isn't regenerating. Undeterred, he slowly raises his own sword. He raises his weapon, clenches his fist, and charges right back. Get ready, because this is where the real battle begins. What, right as Demian prepares to strike, his eyes go wide and his entire body freezes. Completely paralyzed, facing this unfamiliar, overwhelming power, panic sets in. Could this mere kid actually be a true swordmaster? Vikir unleashes his moves, pushing Demian past his limits. A single strike sends gold coins blasting in every direction. Wealth scatters everywhere. Witnessing this madness, Dolores stands completely frozen in shock, her eyes darting over toward Vikir in pure astonishment. The legendary Night Hound, compared to his fight with Dantalion, his strength is now on a whole different level. It is simply incomparable. Dolores stares at him, wondering what on earth could have happened. Meanwhile, Vikir's eyes burn with absolute determination to fight. At this moment, show unwavering resolve to fight to the end. Meanwhile, Demian struggles to stand after that devastating clash, but his frail, weak body simply refuses to move. Seeing Demian's miserable state, Vikir speaks up in a cold, calm voice. "You managed to pull back and block my attack to some extent, but it looks like you are completely finished." Demian screams in denial, shouting that defeating his demon kin was nothing but sheer luck. "But you absolute bastard. Do you really think you can walk away from this unharmed? This vault can never be opened from the inside. It only opens from the outside at a set time." Demian suddenly bursts into a crazed, inhuman laugh. Once time runs out, and the vault doors slide open, the soldiers will swarm in and alert the royal guard. Suddenly, a sharp scream rings out, shattering the silence. Holy light. A blinding beam of pure energy strikes, making Demian shriek as Dolores activates her mirror. The mirror of truth seals Demian. Once everyone sees this, do you think anyone will believe a single word you say? Trapped inside the glass, he screams in absolute agony. How could you possess such a relic? Slowly, he begins to fade. He vanishes completely, screaming out in vain. But suddenly, a terrifying, bizarre presence manifests right before them. This is insane. You two were far more prepared than I anticipated. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque hand erupts from beneath the stone floor. It slams down, a devastating blow, shaking the entire cavern. The massive creature glares at the two intruders, passing judgment. "I could overlook the Night Hound, but even the Saintess of Quovadias is here. What a massive pain this is." But this is actually getting interesting. He draws a massive blade, furious that mere humans are forcing him to show his true form. With a roar, the beast swells to a monstrous size and charges forward with terrifying, blinding speed. Vikir reacts instantly, unsheathing his blade. He delivers a brutal, decisive slash directly at the towering monster. The giant beast takes the full impact of the opening strike, forced straight to its knees. Pure, unbridled rage fills its eyes. It wants nothing more than to obliterate Vikir on the spot. Within seconds, another violent clash shakes the entire room. As the thick dust finally settles, the monster's true grotesque form is laid bare. He begins releasing his ultimate power. Unleashing a wave of demonic energy, his terrifying presence fills the chamber. Dolores gasps in sheer horror at the sight. That is the true demonic form of the Bourgeois clan patriarch. He is none other than the sixth corpse, Belial. Countless gold coins suddenly rain down like a torrential storm. Belial reaches out, drawing the wealth directly toward himself. The massive piles of gold are sucked directly into the wound on Belial's chest. Is he actually healing his injuries? The deep slash from the Night Hound is completely mended. Empowered by this new energy, the demon grins in satisfaction. This is the golden blood path, the road paved with gold. In a world ruled by currency, wealth is absolute power. Every single coin in this vault is my life force. Belial lets out a low, terrifying growl of supreme confidence. As long as this wealth holds value, I am completely immortal. He sneers in arrogance, knowing he cannot be killed. My strength will keep growing without limit. Hearing his words, Vikir notices Dolores trembling with absolute terror beside him. Vikir quickly calls out to her, "Saintess." Though paralyzed by fear, she struggles to find her voice and replies. Vikir encourages her, telling her there is no need to fear. She had already conquered Dantalion's nightmare and awakened. To conquer your terror, you must believe in your own power. Can you recreate that divine barrier from last time? Dolores hesitates, still gripped by fear. Deep down, she knows that barrier was a result of soul resonance with him. She had tried to replicate it on her own afterward, but every single attempt ended in complete failure. Clenching her fists, Dolores wonders if she truly has what it takes. Her mind drifts back to that crucial moment. A spark of confidence suddenly flares within her. She resolves not to let the Night Hound fight this battle all alone. She will do whatever it takes to support him. Stealing her resolve, Dolores shouts out, "I will do it." Standing firmly behind Vikir, she begins to chant, "The Lord is our great fortress, our shield, and our holy weapon. He delivers us from tribulation and protects our souls. For when we rely solely on our own strength, we fail. Please grant me a powerful warrior to fight in my stead. Who is this champion? The true identity of this holy warrior is." Dolores folded her hands in prayer, filled with anticipation. Moments later, she looked at Vikir with an extremely cautious and hesitant gaze, knowing the Night Hound's true name might actually boost her divine magic. But her sudden question caught him completely off guard, making him freeze. He hesitated for a moment. "My name. Why does she want my name?" He flatly rejected her request. Sharing his name was out of the question. Before Vikir could even finish, Belial launched a sudden counterattack that caught him by surprise. The demon lord had already fully healed his wounds. Belial easily leapt across massive gold mountains in a split second. Weakened Vikir slumped onto the ground, prompting Dolores to call out in panic. She desperately cried out for the Night Hound. Over on the other side, Belial slowly raised his sharp blade and walked right up to Dolores. Terrified, she backed away. Belial grinned, raising his voice with a chilling roar. "This is the end for you, Saintess. Your journey stops here." Her face went pale and completely froze in absolute terror. Belial screamed as he lunged forward. Dolores could only watch, paralyzed by fear. Helpless before him, she screamed, "No!" Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, stopping Belial cold. An unexpected voice echoed. "Long time no see," the voice murmured. Belial froze, his eyes widening as he recognized the newcomer. Angered, he immediately began to snap. "Have you forgotten our grand mission to open the gate of destruction? You betrayed our kind just to stand with these lowly humans." Siding with these pathetic mortals, Dikarabia burst out laughing. "Betrayal? Don't make me laugh. I never belonged to anyone in the first place," he calmly explained. "It's just that I've recently signed a contract with a human. My mission has changed according to my master's demands. For the next 2,000 years, I shall serve as the shield of beautiful women, of humanity." Belial grew even madder. Hearing this, Belial lost his mind. "You double-faced traitor, do you truly believe you can survive the wrath of your own demonic kind? The endless wrath flowing from the gate of destruction is immense. Do you really think your body can withstand absorbing all that dark power?" Dikarabia remained completely unfazed, replying calmly, "We can worry about that when the time comes. Right now, your demonic energy is fading. The power of the Decemviri is waning. But look at you, your fighting spirit is soaring high. Tell me, do you not feel a chill? Feel a chill behind your neck." Dikarabia's warning made Belial freeze in shock. What, seizing the opening, Vikir lunged forward like lightning from behind. He delivered a heavy strike right to Belial's back. Still, Vikir felt a bit of regret, wishing he could have decapitated the demon lord. He really wanted to slice his throat open right there. Belial gasped in disbelief, wondering how Vikir survived after having his internal organs crushed. As the system interface flashed with his underworld gluttony stats, Belial finally put the pieces together. "So that is how you survived this whole time. You truly are no ordinary human," the demon sneered. Dolores gasped frantically, calling out to the Night Hound, "Thank you so much for saving me. But I must go help him, so please deactivate this defensive barrier right away," she pleaded. Dikarabia refused immediately. "Sorry, but my absolute order is to keep the beautiful girl, the Saintess, safe from any harm. I cannot disobey my contractor's wishes." Dolores stood completely baffled, unable to comprehend who this strange talking shield creature even was. "Who are you and where did you come from?" But, as she stared at the bizarre talking item, a sudden realization hit her. She could sense the Night Hound's distinct mana radiating from the barrier. Stepping closer, she realized he had done this purely for her safety. Watching the brutal clash unfold, she saw Belial unleash a barrage of direct attacks while the Night Hound fought back with equal ferocity. Vikir held his ground, unleashing a rapid flurry of sword strikes aimed at Belial. The Demon Lord fought back with sheer, uncontrollable rage. Neither side backed down. Vikir, clearly bearing severe injuries, fell silent. He carefully analyzed his opponent while locked in this life-or-death battle. Despite breaking through the master threshold to become an intermediate swordsman, he was still struggling. This opponent was on another level. He had to admit that Belial was without a doubt the most formidable demon lord he had ever faced in his entire life. Vikir realized that with every clash, Belial was absorbing more gold, growing stronger by the second. The odds were rapidly shifting against him. Even worse, the gold in the massive vault showed no signs of draining. Vikir knew that drawing out this battle would only spell disaster. A battle of attrition was a losing game. Yet looking at Belial, Vikir recalled the formidable warriors he met in his past life. This demon was not an invincible foe compared to the masters in the sword grave. With a little more effort, victory was within reach. Time was on their side. Suddenly, Dolores' voice echoed through the air, breaking his concentration with a powerful holy prayer of absolute resolve. "Even if the demons rise to devour us, do not fear," she prayed. "Stand tall and fight, for truth shall lead us to victory. Truth will live on, and his kingdom shall endure forever." Dolores unleashed her holy firewall, catching Vikir completely by surprise. Belial scoffed, confidently declaring that her mediocre holy magic stood absolutely zero chance of stopping his unstoppable and devastating demonic might. He laughed mockingly, declaring her efforts completely useless. Yet Dolores refused to yield. She gasped as her holy firewall began to crumble. Was her defense shattered so easily? Despite the overwhelming pressure, she gritted her teeth, refusing to back down and readying her next spell. "Even if the demons rise to devour us, we must not fear," Dolores prayed once more, pouring every ounce of her soul into the fight. "Will triumph through truth." Tripped up B is absolutely furious. "Damn it, what a pain. If you want to die first, I will grant your wish." Capitalizing on that split-second distraction, Vicky instantly sneaks up right from behind, saying, "Your opponent is me." B spins around in shock, but before he can react, Vicky unleashes a lethal strike. B grits his teeth, taking the hit, but he seems completely unfazed, standing tall and declaring, "Do you see this?" Mocking the saintess, B sneers, "This is the true power of the wealth you call filthy and disgusting. In its presence, even the Night Hound's strikes and your noble holy magic are rendered completely and utterly useless." Gloatfully, B tells them to regret their stubbornness. After all, his wealth is built entirely on human greed. He wildly lunges forward, unleashing a massive, devastating torrent of dark energy aimed directly at Dolores. This overwhelming power seems to exceed even B's control. "You and I know this is the worst possible situation." Deep cuts rip into Dolores' skin, making her tremble weakly as she struggles to endure the agonizing pain. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes, slowly opening her eyes. Dolores gasps in sheer shock at the sight. Vicky is standing there covered in bloody wounds from shielding her. Even B is completely taken aback. The legendary Night Hound is heavily injured. Trembling, Dolores realizes he took this devastating hit just to keep her safe. But Vicky is not done yet. Grabbing B's massive tentacle, he does something that shocks everyone. Without hesitating, he crushes it barehanded. Panicked, Dolores desperately tries to activate her healing magic, touching the barrier. She begs him, "Please lower this barrier and let me help you." But Vicky refuses, carefully warning her. This barrier is charged with highly concentrated mana. It won't break like before. He absolutely refuses to compromise. "Stay inside." With those final words, Vicky charges straight at B again, leaving a terrified Dolores behind. B unleashes his full power to end this once and for all. Knowing the danger, Vicky still dives in. He coldly swings his sword, unleashing a rapid flurry of slashes that slice through B's incoming tentacles. Staying completely calm, Vicky successfully closes the distance, but B instantly blasts him back with brutal force. Battered and bruised, Vicky grits his teeth as B seizes the opening to summon a massive surge of dark energy. With murderous eyes, B directs that devastating power straight at the motionless Vicky. But right then as Vicky struggles, Dolores is helplessly clawing at the barrier, her hands bleeding as she stubbornly tries to break free. Her tears and blood drip onto the ground. Seeing her desperate struggle, her companion has to speak up. "Saintess, look at your hands." Dolores suddenly collapses to her knees, crying bitterly over how useless she feels. Frustrated, she desperately prays to the heavens with pure faith in justice, righteousness, charity, and equality. She realizes her holy power built on absolute goodness is completely useless against this demonic greed-driven force. This is the power of golden omnipotence fueled by bottomless demonic greed. She remembers her battle with Daden. Back then, she believed she had finally overcome her weaknesses and awakened. She thought she was ready. She wanted to stand proudly before this demon, using her own strength to support the Night Hound. But Vicky's warning echoes in her head, telling her to stay put. "It is too dangerous," he had said. She hates her helplessness. Even though she wants to help, she is doing nothing but being a burden. She curses her own weakness. Meanwhile, despite his severe injuries, Vikir is still fighting on, refusing to yield. Lunging forward with his sword, Vikir delivers an incredibly clean strike that severs B's arm completely. Seizing the opening, he follows up with a punch, but what happens next leaves him completely stunned. B counters instantly with his remaining arm. Forced to block it head-on, Vikir is sent flying backward. He crashes right in front of Dolores' barrier, coughing up blood. Damn it, things are looking bad. He did not expect this fight to drain so much mana. Channeling his concentrated aura is exhausting him. Worse, maintaining Dolores' shield consumes a massive amount of mana. Even the purple serpent's healing is slowing down. The odds are heavily stacked against him, and surviving until the scheduled time seems almost impossible for our hero. He knows that unless he lands a fatal blow on B, immediately all their efforts will be in vain. Using his remaining mana for one last incomplete attack is a massive gamble. Will it even work? Suddenly, Dolores places her hand on the barrier. Vikir gasps as she looks up with fierce determination. I will fight too, Night Hound. I won't just stand here and watch you get hurt protecting me. Vikir told her she had done enough and shouldn't force herself, but she suddenly cut him off, saying, because I'm weak deep down. She always harbored doubts and couldn't summon her power. She asked if he saw her as a mere burden, a question that left Vikir completely stunned. He thought to himself, you dummy, in a life and death struggle, I never worry about wins or losses. Yet I am sitting here hesitating in vain. Vikir dragged himself up using his last bit of strength. To him, there was only the path he had to overcome at all costs, and protecting the Saintess was no exception. He immediately comforted Dolores, asking how that could ever be possible. He declared she was a precious companion who awakened his soul, making her someone he had to protect at all costs. Hearing those words, Dolores felt awakened, suddenly remembering the Pope. In that memory, the Pope gently hugged her close. Asking what was wrong, Dolores wept as she recalled having a terrible nightmare where a massive evil force threatened to consume the entire world, trapping everyone in agonizing pain. Terrified, she had asked him, what if that nightmare wasn't just a dream but reality? The Pope had gently replied, saying, your holy power is still far too weak to save everyone from their suffering. The Pope then gently wiped away Dolores' tears, praising how kind she was. Even after having such a terrifying nightmare, you only worry about being unable to help save other people, he said. Dolores had listened intently. He told her that while her current strength was lacking, true holy power grows from faith in God and in oneself. Neither of those beliefs can ever be forced or replaced by another person. Because of that, she would sometimes feel lonely and suffer. Those very words finally awakened her dormant faith. But when that pure belief meets the genuine trust of another, and when she finds a true companion to walk that difficult path alongside her, that holy power will grow far beyond anything she could ever imagine. Meanwhile, the brutal battle raged on. Belial roared that their little chat was officially over. Unleashing a massive surge of power, he gloated, asking if they saw his golden wave. Belial sneered in utter contempt, declaring that their pathetic, weak abilities could never hope to stop his overwhelming golden flood. Suddenly, Dolores began to chant, declaring the Lord as a strong fortress, leaving even Vikir completely taken aback by her. She proclaimed him as their shield and weapon, saving them from calamity. She resolutely added that relying on her own strength would surely end in failure. She quietly realized she wanted to share his heavy burden and become someone he could truly rely on. Dolores prayed with absolute sincerity as a brave warrior stood beside her, whispering to herself that if the Night Hound truly trusted her, and if he did not view her as just some weak target that needed constant protection, but as a genuine comrade, then she needed to know his name. She shouted out, demanding to know the warrior's identity. Once Vikir revealed his sacred middle name, Dolores froze in absolute shock. Vikir slowly turned his head to look at her. The name Van held a mystical power. Simply calling it could directly manipulate the cosmic laws of cause and effect, generating a bizarre energy, transcending all light and dark forces. With trembling eyes, she whispered that sacred name. The moment she spoke, a massive wave of gold coins buried her. Seeing this, Belial smiled smugly, showing off his gold-plated teeth, mocking that drowning in a sea of gold was a beautiful death. He added that the impending death of Saintess Dolores would be framed as a tragic hostage situation caused by the Night Hound, which he would announce globally. Staring triumphantly at the silent pile of gold coins before him, his pride was suddenly shattered as the entire ground began to shake, leaving him completely stunned. Wondering what this tremor was, he watched as a blinding light burst forth from the pile of gold. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Before he could even react to the shocking sight, the gold coins were blasted high into the air. Vikir and Dolores broke free with ease, their eyes blazing with determination as a blinding holy light enveloped them both. They had successfully awakened. This sudden turn of events left Belial absolutely horrified, cursing that it was simply impossible. He collapsed to the ground, desperately wrapping his wings around himself to shield against the overwhelming glow. He panicked, realizing this was the true awakened light of the Saintess, a power he couldn't stand. He wondered if it surpassed even gold itself before furiously standing up and screaming that as long as greed existed, money would always rule the world. He roared that wealth would reign supreme on the highest peak of existence. To him there was nothing money couldn't buy, and absolutely nothing in the universe shone brighter than pure gold. Once his rant finished, Vikir calmly spoke up, stating that there were things money could never buy. He added that, as memories of his long journey flooded his mind, looking back at everything they had faced, he continued speaking, stating that compared to Dolores, his gold was just a worthless rock without light. Now the demon would vanish into nothingness before her holy light. With those final words, Vikir drew his sword as Dolores stood resolutely by his side. Fuming with rage, they looked ready to clash at any moment. Bartholomew scowled, his face darkening as he snarled, "You dying fools, stop talking that nonsense." He unleashed a heavy wave of his deadly killing intent, but Vikir calmly glanced over at Dolores, who seemed to understand. She flashed a bright smile and said, "Please do not worry about me, Night Hound." "No," Vikir calmly replied, "in that case, I am off." With those words, he charged straight towards Bartholomew, who watched his retreating back with a firm belief that he would emerge victorious. Vikir charged straight toward his opponent, thinking to himself, "Thanks to the Saintess's blessing, I can feel the aura of my 8th form becoming sharper and clearer. This is a technique I have never properly used, so I lack confidence. It is no longer about simply multiplying the sword's strikes, but the ultimate hound's secret art destined to slay demons." Vikir flew past the gold mountains at a blinding speed, unleashing his 8th form. Bartholomew struck back with his dark claws, conjuring a massive demonic beast that charged straight at Vikir's beast. Yet with the Saintess's holy buff, his destructive power was now stronger than ever before, leaving his foe in utter shock. An apex predator like me is actually feeling a mortal threat. Vikir's eyes flashed with pure killing intent as he roared, "All demons must perish." His beast gathered a massive surge of energy in its mouth, triggering an explosion that shattered the ground. As the dust settled, standing in the clearing was Bartholomew, his arm completely severed and body heavily damaged. Coughing up blood, he desperately thought, "Why is my wound not healing? My strength is draining away just from that single strike. Was it really fatal? That makes no sense." The sheer force of the blow forced him out of his monster form, reverting him to a human. Utterly terrified, he wondered, how could this be? Meanwhile, piles of gold coins flooded the city streets. Passers-by casually walked right past, chatting happily without even glancing at the riches. As dusk fell over the empire, headlines began reporting on the mysterious gold rain. An urgent currency warning was issued as fake gold flooded the entire imperial capital, threatening hyperinflation. The night before, a massive amount of gold rained down from the sky, making it hard to verify their authenticity. With public trust completely shattered, the value of the imperial gold plummeted straight to the very bottom. Damien sat deep in thought as a voice nearby repeated the news of the economy crashing to its lowest. "To produce this gold, you use the Imperial Mint Director, leaving the distribution to a talented trader like me," Cindy Wendy remarked, glancing at Damien. "I am doing this to repay my debt to the Night Hound, but why did a prominent figure like you agree to cooperate in a scheme like this?" Damien stared at the newspaper, answered, "Because he accomplished something that no amount of wealth or gold in this world could ever buy. And, thanks to his help, I was able to exact my long-awaited revenge, so I am willing to offer him everything." Cindy Wendy crossed her arms in understanding. "Well, I am in a similar boat, so I completely relate to that." Damien glanced at her with a soft chuckle. "Both of us have teamed up with a truly terrifying man. But that fake gold is held together with magic dye and won't last long. The chaos will only last an hour at most. But for him, that brief window is a critical moment that could decide the fate of the entire world." Back inside the vault, the heavily injured Bartholomew lay defeated on the ground. Vikir stared down at him, realizing the end was near. The demon could no longer absorb gold to regenerate or boost his dark power. Vikir raised his blade before Bartholomew, a chilling, murderous aura radiating from his entire body. "Bartholomew, all your wealth has become completely worthless now. It is time to hand over your very life." Facing his demise, the demon suddenly let out a low, sinister laugh. Vikir frowned, asking coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Bartholomew sneered, "Did you seriously think I would not prepare a backup plan?" A wicked smile spread across his face, eyes gleaming with pure malice, as he activated a massive dark magic circle to drag them both down. "Everything in this world has an equal value," he cackled. "This is the price for slaying me. Other words, my curse will drag whoever kills me straight to their own death." Hearing this, Vikir shouted back in anger, "Nonsense. Slaying a demon like you is a righteous deed. Stop making such pathetic excuses. The demon laughed hysterically. Nonsense. According to the holy scriptures of Rune, even demons are creations of God, and killing any creation is an absolute sin. Your precious saintess over there should know this better than anyone. Dolores gasped in shock. How can that be? Bartholomew sneered triumphantly. No idiot would ever sacrifice their own life just to destroy me. But right then, Vikir held up a document, causing the demon's smug face to immediately. Stuttering in pure panic, what are you doing? Vikir calmly replied. The price to slaughter a pig already paid. The paper in Vikir's hand was an indulgence completely absolving all sins of this faithful believer. A true get-out-of-jail-free card, issued and backed by the Old Alliance, meaning any forgery is strictly punished. Before a horrified Bartholomew could even react, Vikir's blade was already pressed tight against his neck. Without hesitation, he decapitated the man. The strike was so blindingly fast, Bartholomew only had time to gasp. No. His severed head flew into the air, hit the ground, and rolled towards someone's feet. The entire room fell dead silent. Seeing who had just arrived, Dolores was stunned while Sinclair stared down in complete horror at the severed head resting by her feet. Flashing back just a few minutes earlier, Sinclair was in absolute shock. At first, it all felt like a nightmare. A bizarre pig-headed monster and President Dolores wrapped in holy light, clashing with a night hound. That was the insane scene that met her eyes the second she woke up. That grotesque beast seemed to pour all of its power into attacking the night hound, shifting back into human form. But the night hound's blade sliced his neck without hesitation, sending the head rolling to her feet as blood splattered everywhere. Only then did she finally realize that what she was witnessing was not a nightmare, but cold, hard reality. As the dust settled, Dolores stared at her in utter confusion, wondering, why is Sinclair here? I was so sure that she fell fast asleep after drinking the drug tea and had her sent back to the academy with Vikir. Sinclair stood completely frozen like a statue, her lips trembling. What on earth is going on? Why is the president here with the night hound? And why did the night hound do this to the head of the bourgeois family? As she spoke, her face was filled with utter confusion and panic. Why Dolores rushed forward and grabbed Sinclair's hand, desperately trying to comfort her. Sinclair, look at me, don't look down. I'll explain everything. I don't know when you woke up or what you saw, but that man was a demon disguised as a human, an absolute monster who was planning on destroying everyone. But Sinclair didn't hear a single word. With fury in her eyes, she violently slapped her hand away and screamed, "Get away from me." This sudden rejection left Dolores completely stunned, whispering Sinclair's name. Vikir, seeing how bad the situation looked, realized things were going south fast. He spoke up, "Dolores, the vault doors are about to open. You must leave this place." Dolores anxiously tried to convince Sinclair. "Sinclair, staying here is too dangerous. Let's get out of here together." But Sinclair, still deep in psychological shock from what she had just witnessed, snapped back. "Right now, aren't you guys the most dangerous ones here? If I stay and expose everything I've seen." Before Sinclair could even finish her sentence, Vikir stepped directly in front of Dolores. He spoke up, "I am the one who killed the head of the bourgeois family. The saintess was merely my hostage and knew nothing. That is the story that will be told." But Sinclair didn't want to hear it. Readying her magic, she snapped, "If I trap you guys, here are you going to silence me too?" Seeing her extreme reaction, Vikir remembered his past life's memories of countless legendary heroes. She was always known as an absolute genius, an elite, a mysterious female student who suddenly vanished from the face of the earth after graduating, leaving absolutely no trace in history. That was her profile, from the days before they had ever crossed paths. But now Vikir recalled the very first time he encountered Sinclair. Back then, she was so sweet. Remembering how she cried when he returned, his mind raced with heavy thoughts. Should he let her live if she became an obstacle? Was it necessary to eliminate her right here? Dolores, sensing his dark mood, called out to him, "Sir Night Hound." Suddenly, the massive doors slowly creaked open. A squad of Imperial soldiers appeared behind the doors, one of them stuttering in utter disbelief. What is that? The Night Hound. Why is the Night Hound inside the treasury? Quick check on the Patriarch's safety." Right in the middle of this chaos, Chancellor Denon made his entrance. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "What is all this commotion about?" Spotting him, the soldiers whispered in surprise. "Chancellor Denon. Chancellor Denon is here, but how did he get down here?" Suddenly, the Chancellor's eyes widened in horror. His gaze had just landed right on Bartholomew's severed head. Denon thought in absolute disbelief, could that really be Bartholomew's severed head? "You finally did it, Night Hound." Taking a deep, sharp breath, he pointed directly at Vikir and shouted, "Assassin, the Night Hound has taken the Saintess hostage and assassinated our Patriarch. Call for immediate reinforcements right now. Rescue the Saintess and capture the killer." Facing this chaos, Vikir calmly turned around to leave, driving Sinclair absolutely mad. She screamed, "Stop. Where do you think you're going?" Vikir glanced back at her and coldly said, "What you saw, what you heard, and what you'll believe is entirely up to you. Drawing his blade, he unleashed a massive deafening explosion, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere, and vanished in an instant, leaving the soldiers in total panic. He's gone, seal the exits, do not let him. He got away. Shinla stands frozen, her fists clenching in pure rage when Denon approaches from behind. Are you? All right. According to the butler, the other academy students have already returned. Privately, though, Denon is deeply suspicious. He never received any word from the Night Hound about which students would visit. But honestly, that's not his main concern right now. Denon continues, warning her that the area will be sealed off soon. There should be guards stationed right outside the vault. Let them guide you back. Without a single word, Shinlei turns on her heel and walks away, leaving Denon staring. He watches her leave, wondering if she is simply in shock. Witnessing the brutal murder of the Buao family head would break anyone. With a heavy expression, Denon kneels down gently, draping a white cloth over Ptolemaeo's face as a final sign of respect. He lays down the cloth as a final tribute. To think the head of the great Buao family who climbed to the very peak and held the entire world under her feet would perish like this. But this scene before me goes beyond human capability. Staring at the complete annihilation surrounding him, Denon can't help but wonder. A vault reinforced with mithril and orichalcum, designed to withstand any force in the world, has been reduced to absolute rubble. Just like the Night Hound said, Denon mutters to himself in utter disbelief. Does that man truly possess the terrifying power of a demon? Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the silence. Was this your master plan? Denon freezes, his eyes widening in shock. Shinlei, who he thought had left, stands there. To assassinate the family head, you lured the Night Hound and Sanctus here. Denon flinches. He immediately grips his sword, pointing the blade directly at Shinlei as he barks out in anger. What nonsense are you spewing? But as he looks closer at her face, his anger turns into pure, stuttering disbelief. You? Who are you? She resembles Juliet, yet she is different. The sole heiress of Lady Ptolemaeo Shin Le Buao herself. Her face is twisted with raw hatred and burning resentment directed entirely at Denon. She speaks, her voice dripping with venom. So it was you all along. The mastermind who summoned the Night Hound and the Sanctus directly into our vault. Stunned, Denon sheathes his sword and tries to calm his expression. This is a misunderstanding. The capital is currently facing a crisis, with counterfeit currency causing severe inflation. I only rushed here to consult with your mother about this urgent matter. Please do not jump to baseless conclusions. Secretly, Denon reassures himself no matter her intuition, she has absolutely no evidence. Ignoring his excuses, Shinlei calmly walks past him. Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore, she mutters, approaching her mother's body. Staring down at Ptolemaeo, she remembers a question Vi once asked her. If you ever meet the head, what will you say? The burning hatred fades from her face, replaced by a hollow, quiet sadness. There was one thing I wanted to ask when I finally met my parent. But now that question will remain unanswered forever. Denon suddenly cuts in, shocking her. Why did you abandon me? Is that what you wanted to ask? Her eyes widen in shock as she spins around. Before she can even speak, Denon continues, Juliet asked me the exact same thing when she was cast out with nothing. Shinlei is stunned. Juliet too. She has no idea how closely her expression resembles Juliet's in this very moment. This striking resemblance deeply rattles Denon. He bites his lip hard, unable to look her directly in the eyes. Looking down, he finally speaks. Your parent and the family never truly abandoned you. It was a test of worthiness. To inherit the Buao bloodline, heirs must succeed in the capital completely on their own, proving their capability to lead. They must survive without parental aid. However, by family law, you should have been told of this trial much sooner. I have no idea why she kept you in the dark. Hearing this, Xin-Lei recalls the day she was abandoned. Disbelief floods her gaze as she whispers, Mother. But a darker, more chilling thought begins to take root in her mind. What if the person who cast her aside wasn't her father at all, but a demon wearing his face? What if the demon was a complete illusion and everything she saw and heard was just a trick of the mind? What is the truth anymore? Nothing makes sense. But the Night Hound. If anyone possesses the answers, it has to be him. She has to find him again. Stealing her resolve, Xin-Lei turns away. Goodbye, uncle. I will inherit the Buao family. Goodbye. I will inherit the title of family head. Her cold declaration leaves Denon staring after her in utter shock. Outside, night has fallen and the guards are still hunting for V. Search thoroughly. They couldn't have escaped the territory yet. Watching the search party from a high vantage point, V sighs. The longer they wait, the tighter the security becomes. Beside him, the companion speaks up, sounding deeply worried. Still, I can't shake this feeling. Leaving Xin-Le behind like that. Was it really the right choice? Vi reassures her. If you're worried about her safety, she'll likely be perfectly fine. Even though she was present at the crime scene, there is no chance they can frame her as an accomplice. Vikir had already made it clear that this whole crime was his sole doing. And if she was smart, she wouldn't reveal a single thing about them. After all, talking about what happened in the vault would only make people think she was completely insane. Dolores whispered in a low voice, realizing that the only dark tie remaining between Quo Vadis and the bourgeois family was Humbert himself. The more she spoke, the more her body trembled. What on earth had happened during that dinner? Vikir knew he had to find out directly. Looking at her pale expression as she mentioned this, he asked with doubt, "Are you afraid of Humbert?" Hearing this, Dolores flinched, her expression turning dark. "It's funny, isn't it? I conquered my fear of actual demons and even awakened my power. Yet I'm still terrified of my own father." Vikir comforted her. "No, that's not true at all." Holding back tears, she looked down and said, "Then could you listen to me for a moment? Because the Night Hound is the very first person I've ever told about this. This isn't something I can share with others, nor is it to gain sympathy. You've probably realized it too. Humbert is not my biological father. When I was young, my innate divine power caught his eye and he took me in. I grew up as his adopted daughter, part of one of the capital's top families, under the shadow of a man who holds the highest authority, second only to the Pope, revered by millions. In the face of such a perfect master, I always had to obey without complaint or resistance, like a beautiful doll. But if I ever tried to escape his control, well, now I'm fine. Ever since I met the Night Hound, I finally found the courage to break free from his heavy chains." She wept as she spoke, yet a genuinely happy smile lit up her face. Vikir watched her, completely taken aback, and thought, "Even though we grew up in different worlds, she is no different from how I was just a hunting dog before my regression, living without ever knowing the reason to exist, only knowing how to obey orders." She too lived with a heavy leash around her neck. To completely sever these ties, he knew he had to confront Humbert. Meanwhile, Humbert was desperately fleeing through the deep forest, nursing a massive wound on his head. Gasping heavily, he cursed in panic. Damn it, I truly didn't know. I had no idea about this." With the deaths of the heretic bishops, the web of crimes connecting the old order of Quo Vadis directly to the bourgeois family was finally dragged into the light. "I'm terrified that if they keep digging, I'll be forced to take all the blame. I threaten to expose everything if they catch me, but it's completely useless. He isn't someone a mere mortal can ever threaten, because he is a literal archdevil." Right then, a terrifying expression of pure dread washed over Humbert's face as he stammered, I was wrong, please spare me." But his desperate begging only met a bone-chilling cold voice. "When danger comes, use this weak human." Belial had stretched out his hand, revealing a grotesque, haunting eyeball. Humbert had reluctantly accepted the eerie artifact back then. "He spared my life and gifted me this instead." Staring at the ominous sphere that was leaking dark, swirling mist, he clutched the cursed item tightly while fleeing, his heart hammering in pure panic. "A demon's eye," he gasped. But right at that moment, a shadowy figure zipped through the thick forest branches at blinding speed, slicing clean through his arm that held the bizarre eye, sending a violent spray of blood painting the forest floor. Humbert shrieked in absolute agony, clutching his heavily bleeding stump. My arm!" Suddenly, a teasing, mocking voice cut through the air. "Oh my, I only meant to take the object in your hand. I guess I accidentally cut your whole arm off," Humbert sobbed, his voice shaking violently. "That's mine, don't touch it." Stepping on Humbert's severed hand, Sadi sneered. "For a holy clergyman, you sure love taking bribes to sell out orphans. And now you're even colluding with demons. You're completely beyond saving. But you know what? I actually don't mind. I happen to be collecting trashy criminals like you." Confused and trembling, Humbert asked, "Collecting what?" Before he could process it, Sadi's whip wrapped around his neck. With a violent yank, she hoisted Humbert straight up into the trees. Choking and gasping, his legs flailed wildly as his hands tried to claw the whip off. Sadi simply watched calmly and spoke, "I will train you. Let's welcome the warring era together." His face contorted in agony. Humbert's mind raced. A warring era? What is that? Clutching the bizarre eyeball, Sadi let out a wild, crazed laugh and declared, "A place where only the truly strong survive. The warring states, period." As the fading twilight cast long shadows over the fortress, the entire imperial capital fell into deep shock. A prominent life had been snuffed out. Bartolomeo Bourgeois, the influential patriarch of the wealthy bourgeois clan, had suddenly vanished without a trace. Along with the mysterious disappearance of Cardinal Humbert from the faithful Quo Vadis family, all fingers pointed to one primary suspect, the Night Hound. According to official reports, investigators confirmed that the dreaded Night Hound had successfully infiltrated that high society banquet held between Bartolomeo and the young academy students. However, thanks to the noble, heroic sacrifice made by Bartolomeo, all of the academy students were safely rescued. While several familiar faces were shown, sadly, almost all of the surviving students claimed to have absolutely no memory of what happened that night. Someone had to step up quickly to control the narrative. Damien Bourgeois, the newly appointed acting patriarch of the Bourgeois clan, officially announced that he would resolve the crisis immediately, and with a designated successor appointed, the chaos should soon die down. For now, the incident is closed, leaving the outside world's turmoil behind. Meanwhile, despite Patriarch Hugo's assassination and the Cardinal of Quovities going missing, Colosseo Academy remains busy as ever, preparing for finals and the upcoming parent visitation event. Returning to campus, Tudor is completely blown away by the sight. Before them, lush greenery and flowers bloom everywhere. Is this an academy or a botanical garden? Meanwhile, Bianca, unlike other girls who get excited over beautiful sights, complains about the side effects of this massive change. Why did Principal Hugo order this giant construction project the moment he got back? It's making the school so noisy. The giant Sancho, however, just takes a deep breath of the scented breeze, asking if they do not think the school smells way better. Django pinches his nose, retorting that he only smells fertilizer. That's when Piggy speaks up, explaining it's because of the upcoming parent visitation event. He calls it the smell of cold cash, noting how they are desperately beautifying the entire campus. He then spots some neatly arranged magic stones. Even the training ground, whose barrier broke during midterms, seems to be getting a major upgrade with fresh magic stones for the final ranking battles. Piggy adds that while it seems flashy, it makes sense, since they need to impress the prestigious guests from the 7 great families. Bianca, completely unimpressed, scoffs at such superficial displays. This prompts Tudor to ask, "Hey Bianca, have you still not made up with Sinclair? I heard you even moved to a different dorm." She sighs, tired of explaining. "We didn't fight, I've said this so many times," though her face darkens with worry. "She won't talk to me lately and she seems in a really bad place. I just wanted to give her some space, which is why I temporarily moved out." Piggy pauses, deep in thought, realizing something. Now that you mention it, she hasn't been attending classes. Aside from training sessions, she hasn't left her room. Hearing this, Sancho begins to grow anxious, wondering what is really going on. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to them. They gasp in unison. President Dolores, clad in construction worker overalls, she walks over with a warm smile. "How are you all? It has been a while." Bianca steps forward to greet her, asking how she is doing, but questions the outfit. Dolores quickly explains that since the student council is running all the upcoming events, she is wearing this as a manager. Piggy runs up, filled with admiration. Still, he cannot help but worry. "But after the tragedy with the Patriarch, you must be in shock. Please do not push yourself too hard." Dolores offers a weak smile. "I am fine. My eyes were covered back then, so I could not really see what happened." This makes Tudor grit his teeth in absolute rage. "That night hound bastard. How dare he take the president hostage? If I ever cross paths with him again, I will catch him myself." Bianca immediately splashes cold water on his grand speech. "You were too terrified to act during the festival, so quit talking big." Piggy cuts in, asking where the rest of their group is. That question makes Bianca sigh heavily once again. "Honestly, we haven't seen Sinclair in forever. We are worried, but she just keeps avoiding us." Dolores bows her head, listening closely. Realizing she needs to visit Sinclair soon, Dolores remembers the girl's raw panic, unable to hide her own sorrowful expression. Seeing a terrifying demon with her own eyes and witnessing death firsthand is bound to leave anyone completely traumatized. Sinclair had been in complete despair. Why did she run away and leave everyone behind? She blames herself endlessly, wondering why she was so cowardly. Meanwhile, Piggy suddenly remembers. Oh, as for Vikir, he headed back to the dorms first, probably locking himself up like last time. Before he can blabber any further, his mouth is quickly shut. Tudor stops him from saying another word, quickly covering for him. Vikir just went to train, so he left early. Meanwhile, in a different room, sweat drips onto the cold stone floor. The other gym-goers stare in disbelief as they watch Vikir lifting weights tens of times heavier than normal. To them, he is a literal monster, but Vikir ignores them, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Decarabia, the star-shaped ring around his neck, remains completely silent, having used all its remaining mana to protect the Saintess before falling into a deep slumber and has yet to wake up. Still, in his recent clash, it proved far more useful than he ever anticipated. However, this unique artifact is too easily recognizable. Having it right on his neck means the Saintess might have figured out his identity. Fortunately, Decarabia's mind control allowed him to manipulate her memories. He leans in closer to the silent artifact, whispering that staying quiet is useless, and demanding it reveal everything. Mind manipulation was no easy feat, and because he was still inexperienced, it drained his mana immensely. It explains why he was so exhausted during his fight with the demon. He must be far more careful from now on. With his thoughts sorted, Vikir finishes his workout and collapses onto a nearby bench to rest. Unlike his past life, he is actively hunting down the 10 plagues to prevent the apocalypse. Vikir is truly, things have shifted and history is rewriting itself. Relying on his pre-regression knowledge to foresee what lies ahead is becoming almost impossible. Looking down at his hand, Vikir realizes he has finally reached the absolute peak of martial power. He has breached his limits, unlocking Baskerville's 8th form. Yet, without the Saintess's divine power, this strength remains tragically incomplete. Even worse, the surviving members of the 10 corpses have likely caught onto his interference and are plotting their next move. They will undoubtedly gather a massive force to crush any resistance. Vikir downs his drink with a groan. Damn it, his head is throbbing. The pain is blinding, leaving him completely unaware of the eyes watching him from behind. Out of water already, a fresh can suddenly appears. Looking for a drink, behind that silver hair and glowing smile is Sinclair. Stepping away to a quieter spot, they sit down together. Clinking their cans, they take a long, refreshing gulp. Honestly, nothing beats a freezing cold drink after a grueling workout. Sinclair looks at Vikir with a curious tilt of her head. Why soda? She offers him her extra can, but he politely declines. No thanks. Alcohol ruins muscle recovery after training, so he passes. Sinclair can only roll her eyes at his rigid discipline. Fine, suit yourself. She looks up, gazing at the sea of stars stretching endlessly above. Have I ever told you this before? Whenever I am feeling down, I come here to lose myself in the galaxy. And look, you were doing it too. You did, Vikir replies. Her eyes soften. Oh, you actually remember. Just from that subtle shift in her voice, Vikir knows she is putting on a brave face. This triggers a painful memory. Before his regression after the war with the demons ended, many of his allies suffered severe psychological trauma. They carried deep, unseen emotional scars. Suspecting Sinclair is spiraling into that same dark place, Vikir decides to gently break the heavy silence. You do not look well. Sinclair flinches slightly at his directness. Really, is it that obvious? Trust me, I am completely fine. But Vikir persists. He asks the hard question. Is it because of what happened to the bourgeois family? Sinclair visibly trembles, her defense mechanisms crumbling. No, it is not. I honestly do not remember a single thing from that night, but her fragile reaction only deepens Vikir's worry. Wait, are those tears? Tears are already streaming down Sinclair's face. Shaken, she quickly covers her eyes. Why am I crying? I did not mean to do this. Seriously, I am fine. But no matter how hard she fights it, the tears keep flowing. I am okay, really I am. Then why? Unable to watch her suffer alone, Vikir takes her hand. What is going on? He presses gently, needing to know what broke her. Guilt gnaws at him. Leaving her alone back then was a terrible mistake. Sinclair whispers a name, her voice barely a thread. It was him. He killed him. Unable to hear her clearly over her quiet sobbing, Vikir leans in closer as she speaks through choked tears. The Night Hound. He is the one who murdered my father. Sitting beneath the canopy of stars, Vikir is stunned by her confession. Grasping her hands tightly, Vikir demands to know who the Night Hound killed. Inside, his mind is racing with sheer panic. What did she say? Sinclair looks down, weeping as the harsh truth finally pours out of her. Bartolomeo. The patriarch of the bourgeois family. Vikir freezes. Shocked, Vikir stares as Sinclair lifts her tear-stained face, sobbing out the devastating words. My father. The Night Hound took his life. A heavy, suffocating silence settles between them. Vikir tightens his fist, his brow furrowing as the pieces of the puzzle violently click together. A wave of unease washes over him. He never could have imagined that Sinclair was actually the sole heir of the bourgeois patriarch. Remembering how timid and withdrawn she was in his past life, it all makes sense. Her moodiness about her background was to hide her true identity. She had to shield her lineage from the world. Suddenly, Juliet's face flashes in his mind and everything becomes blindingly clear. The strange familiarity he felt when he first met Juliet was because they shared the exact same bloodline of the bourgeois family. Memories of Sinclair gritting her teeth in battle rush back. At the assassination scene, her reaction was far more than just pure shock. Her intense hatred makes perfect sense now. She had stood there completely paralyzed with horror as she watched her own father's head fall. She had watched the demon wearing her father's face get slaughtered right in front of her. Snapping back to reality, Sinclair desperately wipes her tears. She apologizes for keeping him in the dark, admitting she had sworn never to speak of her family's secrets to another soul. Yet sitting here with him, her walls just naturally crumble. She offers a weak, bittersweet smile and drops another massive bombshell. Actually, I have decided to drop out of the academy. Vikir stares at her stunned. Drop out? Sinclair looks down, quietly confessing her reasons. Topping the class for 4 years, winning every competition and serving as the student council president. She once believed those achievements defined youth. She had planned to conquer every single milestone before graduation, viewing it as the ultimate way to make her youth truly meaningful. She wanted it all. But as a gentle night breeze rustles past them, Sinclair clasps her hands, hesitating as her voice wavers. None of those things matter to me anymore. Looking directly into Vikir's eyes, her voice remains steady as she explains her shift in perspective. I realize there is something out there far more precious than school achievements. Her weary expression hardens with absolute unshakable resolve. So before, I officially withdraw and pack my bags to leave this academy behind. I only want to secure one final ultimate victory. She locks eyes with him boldly, declaring her true desire. The one thing more precious than anything else in her youth is to date him. Vikir stared at her, completely bewildered. He turned away and asked with genuine confusion, "Why do you place so much value on me? I'm really not the amazing person you think I am." Suddenly, Sinclair leaned in close to his face and softly whispered, "No, you are." He was completely stunned. Sinclair smiled warmly and added, "In my eyes, you're cooler and more incredible than anyone else." Her mind drifted back, remembering how he had selflessly helped others in the past. Adoring him, she quietly thought to herself, "I've finally found a truly good person." Memories flashed of him rescuing Piggy during the freshman orientation. Sinclair stole a gentle glance at Vikir. Since the name Vikir is so common, I had no idea. Seeing his quiet reaction, she was caught off guard, never expecting that her savior was actually this very Vikir. She pictured him calmly standing up to those ridiculous, absurd questions, her heart swelling as she remembered him smiling and telling her, "You don't have to feel guilty anymore." With deep admiration in her voice, she pictured him jumping straight into a dirty drain without hesitation to retrieve her dropped things. Then of Vikir, bravely shielding Sinclair, refusing to back down from violence, fighting back fiercely. The memory of him appearing like a ray of hope to rescue her played out. "I arrived a bit late." Vikir chuckled softly and she immediately threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. Bewildered, he looked down and sobbed like a child, her voice shaking as she cried, "I really thought you'd never come back." She continued her honest confession, remembering how he had shattered the inescapable gate that everyone claimed no one could ever return from. But then her expression grew heavy as she spoke. "When the Night Hound killed my father," she revealed, "the student council president Dolores was right there by his side, and they were actually working together." Her eyes burned with deep resentment as she explained, "She was the only senior I truly trusted and leaned on at this academy, making the betrayal sting so much worse. Now I don't even know who to believe anymore." Dolores's face flashed vividly in her mind. But then Sinclair looked up at Vikir with a strangely intense expression and said, "But I know I can trust you because you've constantly published articles exposing and criticizing that terrible Night Hound. If anyone understands what an absolute monster the Night Hound is, it's you." Vikir stood in heavy silence, completely speechless, as her obsession only deepened. Her soft smile twisted into something desperate and she declared, "Right now I only have you. You're the only one who truly understands me." Vikir's face darkened and he gently spoke her name before standing up. "I am truly sorry about what happened to you and I hear your feelings loud and clear." But as he faced her, he delivered a painful rejection. "But I cannot accept your confession right now." Sinclair stared blankly, slowly reaching her hand out towards him. He kept a stern face, knowing that nothing would be more insulting than accepting someone's feelings out of sheer pity. He recalled the horrific sight of Sinclair's father being torn apart, knowing that even though her father was possessed by a demon, and using Bartolomeo Bourgeois' dead body, he was still the Night Hound who had taken her father's life. Sinclair looked up, trembling with sorrow before burying her face in her hands and weeping once more. "So it's just not possible right now, is it?" Hiding her tear-stained face, she desperately whispered, "But once the time is right, will you accept me?" Then Vikir looked at her, wondering if she really needed a more brutal, direct answer. He hesitated and began, "Let me repeat." But before he could finish, Sinclair suddenly reached out and threw her arms around Vikir under the soft, romantic glow of the night sky. "Don't answer me. Just let me have this." She buried her face in his chest, softly pleading, "Can you just hold me?" Once more Vikir froze in utter shock. Her shoulders shook violently as tears streamed down her face. He stood completely still, remembering how young and fragile she had been before his regression. In that dark apocalyptic future, Sinclair's wealthy family had relentlessly funded the human alliance fighting the demons. As her tears fell, a flood of heavy thoughts weighed on Vikir's mind and heart. Though it was only his guess, he knew that the Sinclair, who vanished from school, would eventually go on to lead her family, working tirelessly in the shadows to save humanity. Yet here she was clinging to him tightly and refusing to let go. To think this fragile girl would grow into an unsung legendary hero in his past life, enduring countless unspeakable horrors and trials. Vikir clenched his fists as a crushing wave of guilt and debt washed over his soul, knowing that hugging her back would do absolutely nothing to ease her pain. But as she slowly let go, he realized this was all he could offer. He reached out and gently placed his arms around Sinclair's trembling shoulders. Underneath the beautiful starry night sky, the scene then transitions to a grand breakfast at the palace. "I am here to report on the Campus Green Initiative and the Magic Stone reinforcements." Vikir sat listening, discussing the upcoming plans with Principal Winston, who reported that the greenery on Academy grounds had successfully doubled. He specifically highlighted the new mana stones installed at the main arena, which would host both the high-stakes final exam matches and the parent visitation day. Almost all the old stones were replaced with newer models. But Vikir spoke up, expressing caution. Since their durability hasn't been thoroughly tested under pressure, I worry we might face any safety concerns. Winterrun stared intently at the old ledger, then suddenly smiled and called out, Vice Principal Vard. You really do care about the safety of our students, don't you? Frowning, Vard crossed his arms and replied, I am merely a cautious bureaucrat worried about keeping my own seat. Winterrun chuckled and dismissed it, but Vard knew deep down that the headmaster was just playing along. As the morning light bathed his face, Winterrun opened a small box on his desk, offering a warm and knowing smile. I have also put in quite a bit of effort to repay that dedication. Confused, Vard accepted the box and began to stammer. This is an exquisite bracelet adorned with a stunning amethyst gem in the very center. Winterrun spoke up, it is actually a key, in the form of a bracelet that can bypass our latest magical barriers. Letting the students wear these will resolve any security issues. Inspecting the bracelet closely, Vard wondered if it stored magical energy inside. Could they actually mass-produce an item like this? Winterrun smiled and replied, I have already prepared enough for all the students, so we can distribute them immediately. And if circumstances allow, I will craft them for the professors as well. Nodding, Vard carefully placed the bracelet back into the box. While this might not be a permanent fix for our security, it will certainly help. I understand. Vard then cleared his throat. There's one more matter not included in the official report that we must address. Winterrun smiled. And what would that be? With a sharp glare, Vard emphasized that it was about dismissing Professor Say. Winterrun's expression immediately darkened the room, growing incredibly tense. Winterrun frowned, breaking the silence. Wasn't that matter settled last time? Vard countered. This time we receive an official complaint, accusing her of extreme negligence as the Imperial Guard advisor. Vard recalled the scathing details written in that anonymous letter. The letter claims Say had abandoned her search, intelligence, and arrest duties, choosing instead to stay locked away in her quarters. She was reportedly passed out drunk every single day and even managed to lose critical information regarding highly wanted criminals. Reading those disgraceful details made Vard boil with rage. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table, shouting in anger. This goes far beyond mere negligence. It tarnishes the reputation of the Imperial Guard and, even worse, the prestigious image of Colossal Academy itself. Suddenly, Winterrun raised his stern hand, instantly silencing the furious vice principal. I will handle her discipline, Winterrun declared firmly. Vard pressed on, then dismiss her, but Winterrun simply looked out the window. However, the exact nature of her punishment remains solely my decision. Vard growled in protest. How can you be so unreasonable? Staring down the vice principal with a cold, dark gaze, Winterrun issued a firm command. Vard, you are dismissed for the day. Leaving the room with a heavy heart, Vard clenched his jaw in utter frustration. He is hiding something, Vard thought, seething. The headmaster is definitely hiding something. Vard's eyes narrowed with resolve. Winterrun's outright refusal only confirmed his worst suspicions. He was determined to dig deeper. Turning to a young investigator standing quietly behind him, Vard asked, Did you find anything? The young man handed over a thick dossier. Yes, sir. Please take a look at this. Vard slowly began to scan the documents. 35 years ago, shortly after the unification of the Empire, an unprecedented disaster shook the nation to its core, a massive coup d'etat orchestrated by the heads of 47 noble families. As Vard read on, his face grew pale and sweat broke out. The bloody rebellion claimed countless lives and reached the imperial palace itself. Ultimately, 46 of the 47 conspirators were executed on the spot. Only one sole survivor was spared, locked away in the high-security Nojal prison, located in the most remote region of the continent. Vard looked up, wondering why his assistant brought up this old history. The assistant replied, Winterrun and Say, those two have ties to it. They were deeply linked to the infamous rebellion of the 47, without a doubt the darkest and bloodiest tragedy in imperial history. Vard's eyes widened in sheer horror. The faces of Winterrun and Say flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, a bright morning arrived 1 week later. Crowds eagerly streamed into the academy in Venetia, the capital of the Go Empire, celebrating the highly anticipated colossal open house. Parents of all ranks, from distinguished counts and noble ladies to their elegant children, had gathered to witness the academy's elite. As the most prestigious institution in the world, the campus was absolutely packed, transformed into a massive sea of visitors. VVIPs from the 7 great families and powerful nobles from across the land watched as the academy's banners fluttered proudly in the wind. Every single eye, from visitors to the students themselves, was glued to the main arena for the final ranking tournament of the term. Standing as the absolute centerpiece of the event was a massive bulletin board, proudly displaying the names of the top-ranking finalists. Among them was a first-year standout from the melee weapons department, Tuer Bianca. Alongside her was another prominent freshman, Jinai Shin Lee, of the firearms department. Representing the upperclassmen was a third-year firearms specialist Zolo Z, along with a mysterious final slot. Stepping into the bustling crowd, Vikir silently stared at the board. His eyes scanned the names, eventually stopping right on Xin Li. Vikir softly whispered her name, Xin Li. Seeing her picture instantly dragged him back to that fateful night where she stood before him, bowing her head in tears. I am sorry for always clinging to you. I just wanted to ask you one last question, she choked out. She finally let it out. Shinle recalled his words, remembering how Vikir had told her that his current self just couldn't accept her confession. But it was only his current self who couldn't. A tiny spark of hope ignited inside her. Then once you've finished all your goals, and if I find the courage to say it again, will you reconsider? Vikir looked up, gazed up at the star-filled sky, wondering what would happen after achieving his grand goals. Deep down, he knew. He had never even considered that future. Vikir clenched his fists tightly, knowing the path he was on was extremely distant and filled with danger. But after a few moments of silent reflection, he looked straight into her eyes. If that day ever comes and I truly accomplish my goals with my shoulders finally free of this heavy burden, then maybe I will reconsider. Xin Liang simply turned away with a soft smile. That's enough for me. Even if you reject me, loving you is still my right. So even if you tell me not to wait, I still will. He called out to her, offering a piece of advice straight from his heart. Never throw away everything you have worked so hard to build all this time, because your efforts are absolutely not meaningless, nor are they ever worthless, he reassured her. On her beautiful face, tears began to flow freely. Yes, thank you. Vikir suddenly snapped back to the present from that distant memory, quietly analyzing her situation. Claiming the top championship before graduation was that her ultimate determination. Visor tightened his backpack straps, fully aware that his remaining time here was running out. Ancient pages flickered, under candlelight holding records from before his regression. The ancient memoirs of legendary heroes from Colossal Academy all pointed to a single devastating event, the Colossal Tragedy. A massive wall of fire consumed half the campus, orchestrated by the ultimate threat before the era of Ye Feng the Demon. From that fateful day on, the entire world suffered under the terrifying shadow of the demon. He turned and walked away, knowing that time was short, only about 6 months left. Moving opposite the rushing crowd, he had to wrap up his duties before leaving to prepare for the impending era of destruction. There was one location he absolutely had to visit, with absolute determination. It was a place of brutal trials and unbearable suffering, a lone figure standing in the darkness, surrounded by horrifying torture devices, the worst prison on earth, Nove Vagil. He paused for a moment, looking back at the crowd. He had to go. Gazing back for just a brief second, he moved forward. Meanwhile, inside the arena, thunderous cheers and roaring excitement already filled the air. The announcer's booming voice echoed, "Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests, the grade-level ranking finals are starting right now." Without keeping the hyped crowd waiting, the first competitor stepped into the spotlight. In this first match, Tudor entered his battle stance as the host, announced the cold weapons showdown between the two first years. A chilly composure radiated from Bianca, who was facing off against her fellow first-year rival Bianca. Up in the stands, a man suddenly erupted in a loud roar. Svantet brandished a massive blade and screamed, "Fight for our family honor and win at all costs. If you lose, don't you dare show your face at home." He was Tudor's father, head of the prestigious Svan family. Watching the circus, another man smirked. Roderick, lounging in his exclusive VIP seat, issued a quiet order, with pure disdain. "That man is barking so loud it's deafening. Bianca, teach that classless family some manners, will you?" He was Roderick Coer, head of the Holy Bow family, another powerhouse among the great clans. Down below, Tudor spoke first. "Sorry, Bianca, but I have to crush you today. My dad's watching." Bianca calmly shot back, "Same here, so don't expect any favors." Tudor stared in complete disbelief, unable to process her words. "Did I hear that right? You always say you're holding back. How does a lower-ranked midterm slacker say that?" Bianca looked at him like he was a total idiot. "Holding back is exactly why my grades were lower, you dummy. Otherwise, you would have whined all day." "I only did it to shut you up," stung right in his pride. Tudor began to lose his cool. "What whining? You're the one who whines when you lose." Bianca snapped at, and grew highly irritated. "Who are you to talk?" Instantly their battle spirit flared, ready to tear each other apart. Up in the VIP seats, Jinoe frowned in disgust. "Are those clowns seriously from the 7 great families? Just like me. How utterly classless." Turning to the boy beside him, he scoffed, "Hey, commoner. Before this next firearm match begins, I have a few words. As of today, I, Jinoe, am reclaiming my spot as top student." He sneered arrogantly, crossing his arms. "Neither the top rank nor the next student council presidency will ever go to a commoner." Any objections? Seeing Xin Lei remain silent, a smug, arrogant grin spread across his face. So how was that Jernoi thinks? I showed decisiveness while treating her as a worthy rival. It is the ultimate push-and-pull tactic. That should definitely get her attention right. But Sinclair immediately splashes a bucket of ice-cold water all over his hopes. How childish, she says. Dumbfounded, Jernoi asks, huh? Sinclair stares straight at the arena, not hesitating to repeat herself. I said you are childish. Utterly dominated by her intense aura, Jernoi can only cower into a corner, mumbling a pathetic apology. Sorry. Outside the arena, Dolores is frantically rubbing her hands together, sighing over and over while sitting on a park bench. Her head is bowed in silence. Dolores feels her mind tangled like a ball of yarn, having no idea what to say to Sinclair. She remembers that night. Sinclair flinched back, shouting a sharp warning, "Don't come any closer to me." Dolores felt a tight knot in her chest. Ever since that day, no matter how hard she tried to talk, Sinclair kept avoiding her. She wonders what she did wrong. How should she even approach her? Suddenly, Dolores spots a very familiar figure walking past, and what do you know, it is Vikir. He is walking out completely lost in thought. Vikir, suddenly an idea flashes in her mind. Yes, that is it. Dolores recalls the moment Sinclair talked to Vikir. What if I get him to help us? With Vikir around, it would make things so much easier. Sinclair seems unusually close to Vikir. Clapping her hands together, Dolores springs to her feet, ready to approach him directly. If she asks Vikir, she might get a chance to see Sinclair again. Even if it is a bit shameless, she has to try. She calls out his name, but before she can finish, Pomerian suddenly dashes past, screaming at the top of her lungs. Papa Vikir. He has absolutely no clue why she is here. Little Pomerian wraps her arms around his leg, giggling happily. I missed you so much, Papa. Naturally, the commotion catches the attention of everyone nearby. They stare at the tiny age gap. Dad. Did that kid just call that student Dad? My goodness, he looks younger than my own daughter. Look at their faces. They look exactly the same. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognizes him. Wait a minute, isn't he that top freshman Vikir? Hearing those words, Vikir flinches in sheer panic. Without a single second thought, he sprints right out of the park. But the gossiping onlookers won't let him go. A freshman, he is practically a kid himself. A kid with a child already. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Dolores collapses to the ground, her face turning pale with pure shock as she stares blankly at the sky. She whispers a single word over and over, Dad. Meanwhile, in a quiet, secluded alley, Vikir finally stops running. He ran all that way while carrying Pomerian on his shoulders. Looking around cautiously, he lets out a sigh of relief. This place seems quiet enough with no presence around. Suddenly, the little girl squeals with joy, kicking her legs on his back. This is so much fun, Uncle. Run fast again. Do it again. Vikir slowly sets her down. Pomerian Vikir looks down gently, admonishing her. If you keep causing a scene in crowded places, I will get into big trouble. Sensing the gravity of the situation, she quickly apologizes with a puppy dog face. Are you mad, Uncle? I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Vikir doesn't hold it against her. Patting Pomerian's head, he says, I have my own reasons. I'm not angry, so don't worry. Vikir kneels down to look her in the eye. But why are you wandering around all by yourself? Didn't you come with Osiris? Where's Osiris? Pomerian looks thoughtful and explains, Osiris went to get the entrance wristbands. While waiting, I played hide and seek with the guards. But since I miss you so much, Uncle Vikir, I snuck out to find you. Hearing this, Vikir remembers her dramatic tantrums. He imagines her rolling on the floor, crying, Take me with you. If you don't, I won't eat, sleep, or talk to Grandpa anymore. Vikir sighs inwardly. She must have given Grandpa Hugo a massive headache just to get her way into the academy. And if Hugo finds out Pomerian is lost in this massive place, Vikir shudders to think. A massive uproar would break out. He can already visualize Hugo unleashing his beastly rage, roaring, Would you let a child get lost playing hide and seek? Deciding to act fast, Vikir takes Pomerian by the hand. Come on, let's go. I will take you back to your uncle. The little girl holds his hand obediently. Okay, Vikir takes steady, calm steps forward, but suddenly he freezes in his tracks. Sensing something is off, Pomerian looks up deeply puzzled. Uncle, what is wrong? Vikir's eyes widen in absolute alarm as he senses someone behind him. A hooded figure clad in a dark cloak has suddenly materialized out of absolutely nowhere. Am I being followed? An old woman leaning on a cane holds out a small cup. I am so thirsty, young man. Vikir turns around, deeply suspicious. She repeats her request. I am terribly thirsty. Suddenly, a legendary figure flashes in Vikir's mind. Could this person be? A flood of information rushes into his head. The Pope of the Rune Order, the head of the Quo Vadis family. A living legend who survived the Warring States period of the Empire and has lived for over 200 years. The oldest of the very few classical saints still alive today, she is a true living myth, Nabokov L. Quo Vadis, first. Now that he knows her true identity, a burning question remains in his mind. What on earth is she doing here? Vikir recalled that before his regression, he had only ever known Pope Nabokov through the pages of history books. That was because she was supposed to be dead by this point in time. In the original timeline, Nabokov was found collapsed next to a spilled wine glass. Regarding her demise, the theory that she was poisoned by an insider blinded by power was the most plausible. But returning to reality, the history he knew had shifted. Could this be another variable created by his actions after his regression? Vikir smirked, realizing that having the Pope's immense holy power on humanity's side would be an incredible asset for the battles ahead. Suddenly, Nabokov swung the metal cup in her hand right at Vikir's head. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in just in time, but then she began thrashing around. "Give me water." Water? Vikir's face darkened as he wondered if the Saintess's warnings were actually true. The current Pope seemed completely senile, meaning she might not be of much help. Dolores had previously mentioned that Her Holiness was showing symptoms of severe confusion, and they weren't even sure if she was aware of her surroundings. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Vikir's spine. If she was truly senile, what was that bizarre heavy pressure he felt earlier? As she continued to flail, little Pomeranian stepped up bravely, putting herself between Vikir and Nabokov. "Grandma, why did you hit my uncle?" Just then, Dolores came running toward them. Seeing her, the three of them turned around in surprise. President Dolores. Panting heavily, Dolores wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked around. "Your Holiness, why are you out here all alone? Where did Sir Bezold go?" The old Pope simply shook her head and muttered, "I don't know where he went, just give me water." Dolores immediately grew anxious. "Water? You're thirsty." Vikir stepped in, pointing toward a stone basin nearby. "The drinking area is over here. Let me fetch some for you." But Nabokov smiled and raised a metal cup which was completely missing its bottom. "Use this." The three of them huddled together, staring blankly through the massive hole. Vikir was speechless. "Your Holiness, this cup is..." Pomerian gasped in wonder at the giant gap while Vikir finished his sentence. "It has a massive leak. Any water will just fall straight through." Hearing this, Nabokov pouted in annoyance. In one smooth arc, she tossed the broken cup, landing it perfectly inside the water basin. With its bottom missing, the cup quickly filled and sank to the basin's floor. "Look, now it won't leak anymore," she grinned, reaching out toward the stunned Vikir and Dolores. Letting things flow naturally is always best. Her eyes crinkled with a warm smile. If a bowl is broken or pierced, leaving it exactly as it is holds the ultimate truth. Her words were laced with deep hidden meaning. As long as you use something greater to embrace and contain it, any flaws or leaks can easily be filled at any moment. Nabokov gently placed her hand on Dolores' cheek. "There is no need to force yourself to fill the empty voids. Just embrace it all in the most natural way." Vikir's glasses gleamed as he interrupted her poetic warm words. "But..." He walked over, fished the cup out of the water, and held it up. "If you do this, you still can't drink from it." Right then, the baby spider crawled out from Vikir's collar. Targeting the raised cup, the little creature shot out a dense layer of webbing. With the hole patched, Vikir dipped the cup back into the basin. "If you're thirsty and the water is right in front of you, and if you absolutely must use this cup even if it was once broken." Vikir scooped up a full cup of water. He handed it over. "Shouldn't we still find a way to make it work?" Dolores watched in awe while Pomerian cheered happily. "Is that a magic trick?" Uncle Nabokov finally opened her eyes fully to look at Vikir. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out from behind. "Your Holiness," panting just as Dolores had Bezold ran up. "There you are." My heart nearly jumped out of my chest, "looking for you." Dolores greeted him warmly. "Sir Bezold," but he ignored her, rambling on about how terrified he was when the Pope suddenly vanished. "Thank goodness you were with the Saintess." Ignoring Bezold entirely, Nabokov smiled. "So that way works as well," she murmured. Her gentle smile returned. "No matter what trials come your way, you never give up, resolved to find a way at all costs. That is the path you have chosen." A soft breeze swept by. "It is the very life you have lived." With that, she turned to leave. "Let us go." The old Bezold stammered in response. "Yes, of course." After taking a step, Nabokov paused and whispered, "Thank you." She looked back with a peaceful smile. "Thanks to you, I can leave with a light heart." The two walked slowly away. Vikir, Dolores, and Pomerian stood there in silence, watching them go. Vikir was still holding the patched cup of water. Dolores broke the awkward silence first. "Well, Her Holiness's mind hasn't been very clear lately, so please don't take her words too seriously, Vikir." Vikir raised the cup, saying he should probably drink some water, assuring her that it was fine. But then she suddenly remembered. "By the way, Vikir, about what I heard earlier." Dolores asked frankly, "Is it true that you are this child's father?" Vikir immediately spat out his water in shock. Seeing him choke, she panicked and rushed to his side. "Are you okay?" Vikir coughed frantically, explaining, "She is not my daughter. She's just the relative of an acquaintance. It was just a misunderstanding from a joke earlier." Hearing his response, Dolores let out a relieved, slightly embarrassed laugh. "I see." Just as she expected. She was only asking to make sure, though. Inside, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a girl. Camus pouted, clearly annoyed. Why was she looking at him like that? Vikir asked curiously. But anyway, did you look for me because of that, Dolores? She quickly got back to the main topic. Well, actually, there is a favor I need to ask you. The thing is. But before Dolores could finish, the MC's voice echoed through the arena. Yes, the champion of Class 52 has been decided, and next up is the most highly anticipated battle of Class 53, the finals to determine the top student of the year, the MC quickly announced. The next event. All finalists, please proceed to the arena. Hearing this, Dolores snapped out of it in surprise. Ah, is it already time? Already, I am sorry, Vikir, let's talk later. I have to go fight in the third-year match. Vikir honestly replied, I was actually planned on watching too. Let's head over together. She nodded in agreement. As the three walked off, a pair of slender legs suddenly appeared. Colossio Academy Camus brushed back her hair, wondering where he could be. Meanwhile, inside the stadium, the atmosphere was growing more intense than ever. The next battle was officially underway. In one corner, the first contestant was from the Class of 53's Hot Weapons Department. Giat, the second contestant, was a familiar face, Dolores Quovatus, who was already catching her breath, her body visibly trembling. How could someone like him, a genius, recognized by professors for mastering fourth circle magic, be pushed to his absolute limits? Losing to a girl who only knows holy magic was absolutely unacceptable. With a final gasp, he collapsed right before Dolores on the stage. She stood tall, keeping her casting stance as she looked down at Giat on the floor. The announcer's final voice boomed through the stadium. After a breathtakingly fierce battle, the champion of Class 53's Hot Weapons Department has officially been decided. Our winner is Dolores L. Quovatus. She proudly thrust her fist into the sky amid the deafening cheers of the crowd. A short while later, the speakers crackled back to life. Up next, we will begin the closing ceremony marking the end of today's spectacular event. We kindly request all students and honored guests to take their seats. Vice Principal Banshee stepped up to the microphone. Testing, testing. Greetings to all students, faculty members, and parents. I am the one delivering the address for today's closing ceremony. Vice Principal Banshee Morg. His deep, calm voice resonated across the venue. On this special occasion, I want to share a few words, filled with love and respect for the students of Colossio Academy. Up in the stands, however, students began whispering in disbelief. Did Professor Banshee just say love and respect? That man absolutely detests us. How could he possibly care about the student body? He is probably just going to lecture and shout at us like he always does in class. Banshee then continued his speech. My dear students, it was as if he could hear their murmurs. I know you do not like me and that you find me quite detestable. His blunt words instantly silenced the entire crowd. But my strictness was to prepare you for the day you leave this sanctuary, leaving the academy behind to embark on a journey filled with hardships, to forge your physical strength and build your wisdom so that you can overcome any adversity. That is why I may have seemed harsh and overly strict. He then looked up warmly. However, after meeting a certain student, I have come to realize so much. Banshee recalled the encounter from his past. As a professor, that student changed him. Back then, Vikir had suggested donating the remaining funds to students who could not afford tuition. At that time, the professor looked completely exhausted. My student is still trapped inside. Open this door immediately. And once the crisis was over, the boy politely thanked him. It was then that Banshee realized what it truly meant to care for his students. Standing tall, he continued, so to that student whose identity I must keep secret, I offer my deepest, most sincere gratitude. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the stage, making his words feel even more profound. My dear students, if any harsh wind tries to block your path, I hope it instead becomes the wind that pushes you forward. The entire student body was in shock. May the warm sunlight always shine upon your faces, and even when the rain falls, a brilliant rainbow will soon rise above you. Both Sinclair and Bianca listened closely as he wished them all the best. May your worst days in the future still be brighter than your happiest days in the past. Banshee's face was as stern as ever, but his tone carried an unexpected warmth. Most of all, I wish you a life overflowing with peace, love, hope, and success. I will pray for each of you with all my heart. And with those final words, he bowed deeply to the crowd. You have all worked incredibly hard this year. Thank you. After a moment of stunned silence, the entire stadium erupted in applause. The students cheered wildly. Piggy was so moved that tears streamed down his face, shocked that the strict Professor Banshee could be so warm. Tutor teased with a smirk, wondering if someone had ghostwritten that speech. Meanwhile, Sancho sniffled and wiped away his tears, muttering that warriors do not cry, while Bianca let out a cold huff. Dolores was just as shocked, realizing the professor carried deep thoughts. Beside her, Anna was sniffling, deeply touched by his words. That was so emotional. But then she suddenly turned and asked, Wait a minute, Dolores, wasn't that mystery student actually you? After all, you are the only one who closely works with the professor. Professor Ban taught him the most. Dolo hesitantly glanced at the person next to him. It is probably not me. Anna looked slightly disappointed. Really, now I am super curious. Who could it be? You might actually enlighten Professor Ban Kohyu. Down on the arena floor, Quentin smiled and told Veni that it was truly a touching speech and thanked him for his hard work. But his only response was silence. Quentin's expression briefly turned dark, but he quickly masked it with a friendly smile. Hello everyone, I am Principal Quentin. The vice principal spoke so well that I feel pressured. Quentin continued thoughtfully. I really should have prepared a great speech too. This might sound like some old cliché advice, but I want to remind all of you to give your absolute best in every single moment. But his very next words left the entire audience completely stunned. For the past few months, I actually left the academy, he revealed. It was to recover from an illness. An old condition of mana overload had caused my health to take a massive downward turn. Clenching his fist, Quentin admitted that losing his health finally made him realize just how incredibly precious every single moment of life is. Life is completely unpredictable. We never know if we will die tomorrow, today, or in just a few hours, minutes, or even seconds. His voice grew increasingly passionate as he urged them to live to the fullest. This applied to everyone, he said, because death is ultimate justice and treats everyone equally. Quentin looked up, scanning the stands. Students, even during your upcoming break, do not forget the true value of life and time. But right in the middle of his passionate speech, an ominous purple light suddenly flared. Live a life with no regrets, even if tomorrow or even in this very split second, you must face death itself. Crimson blood instantly splattered everywhere. Quentin stood there completely off guard. The crowd turned pale as they witnessed the terrifying scene. He spat out a mouthful of blood as a purple string pierced straight through his chest, hurling him high into the air. He was launched upward before being violently slammed back down, causing a small explosion. As the smoke cleared, only a lifeless body remained. Quentin lay completely still, his eyes frozen in shock. A deep pool of crimson rapidly spread outward. The entire arena fell dead silent. Then a pair of footsteps approached. Quentin's sword lay abandoned on the dirt. The intruder slowly stepped closer to the weapon. Finally, I have it, Oborozat muttered, picking up the legendary Winter Sword key. But right at that very moment, a voice shouted. Stop right there, Veni roared. Leading a squad of elite warriors, he immediately blocked her path. He was both horrified and deeply grieved. He stared down at his fallen colleague. Even with a sneak attack, who would have thought a legendary sword master could fall so instantly? Glaring warily at the assassin, Veni cursed under his breath. Did you disguise yourself as school staff just to sneak into the arena? Is our security really this pathetic? Cursing, he quickly channeled his magic. You might have pulled off a successful assassination, but do not even think about leaving this place alive. While this might be a school, it is also a place that breathes martial arts. Suddenly, Veni and his elite guard's eyes began to glow. In terms of raw combat power and sheer coordination, they were, basically, a whole army. You cannot possibly win this alone. Hearing this, Aobozo merely let out a sinister mocking laugh. Did I ever say I came here all by myself? Veni gasped in shock. What? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. The blast tore a massive hole straight through their protective barrier. Aobozo reached up slowly, pulling off her mask with a smug look. Sounds pretty exciting, right? Her silver hair slowly shifted to a deep purple. Once the mask was completely off, she spoke. Veni watched in absolute horror as her face shifted, revealing her true identity. It was Said Professor Banksy, he stuttered. Cold sweat dripped down Veni's face. Professor Said was actually someone else. Before he could even wrap his head around this shocking turn, a massive horde of mummy-like minions materialized right behind her, both male and female, eagerly screaming out to their leader. My queen, I destroyed the magic barrier just as you commanded. Now countless more of your faithful followers will flood in. Please punish me more. Whip me, step on me, master. Veni looked at these bizarre fanatical zealots in utter disgust and confusion. Who are these monsters? Said proudly declared that they were elite wanted criminals she had personally groomed for this exact day. Pretty impressive, right? Listening to her, Veni suddenly remembered something as a piece of an old accusation letter flashed in his mind. It mentioned how she was constantly absent from intelligence missions, always drunk and sleeping in her quarters, completely neglecting her duties. She had even lost critical files on highly wanted criminals. All those reports of her lazy, irresponsible behavior sent to the academy. Was it all a calculated cover-up? A giant towering mummy stepped forward, eagerly awaiting his next instructions from his beloved queen. What are your orders? My queen Said grinned widely, showing all her teeth in a truly twisted, sadistic expression of pure malice. Go scatter across the academy and blow yourselves up. Instantly obeying, the loyal minions vanished, scattering in every direction to cause chaos. Veni and his guards stood frozen in absolute terror at this suicide squad. Snapping back to reality, he realized the impending danger. In mere minutes, innocent students were already caught in the explosions, lying motionless on the ground as blood pooled around them. Veni desperately channeled his remaining mana to maintain a barrier for the survivors behind him. Gasping for breath, he wondered why. Why on earth would you do this? Sadie smirked. Do you even respect your former academy professor anymore, surviving that explosion? He didn't agree with her actions, calling them completely insane. But now has she really lost her mind? Or did Ven hit the nail on the head? Did your family collapse during the infamous 47 Clans riot? Sadie clapped in mock praise. You actually know that much? Impressive information network. That old man was only trying to pull her back to how she was. Are you doing all this madness just for a family grudge? Ven yelled out. As you all know, the 47 Clans riot was just a foolish coup by people blinded by power. Sadie let out a tired sigh and asked, a coup by fools blinded by power? Is that really as deep as your understanding goes? Of course. Her voice turned ice cold, but the truth was different. He asked in confusion. What? Sadie didn't hesitate to explain. 35 years ago, an unprecedented event shook the empire shortly after its unification. Back then, a massive riot broke out on a scale never seen before, led by the 47 heads of those clans, which is why they called it the 47 Clans riot, a treasonous rebellion that slaughtered countless people and even stormed the imperial palace. The tragedy ended with 46 of those leaders being executed on the spot. As the prison bars appeared, the only survivor was the pillar of the Marquis Rack's family. Sadie's grandfather is currently locked away at Novel View. Sadie smirked and wagged her finger. On the surface, it seemed like a grab for the throne. But no, the core of the story is quite clear. The imperial family was simply terrified of provoking other clans, so they covered up the truth. She grabbed Quentin by his hair, pulling him up as she revealed the brutal law of the jungle, a world where only the strong survive the rebirth of the Warring States era. Ven gasped in disbelief. The Warring States era. She continued her story. In the peaceful era following unification, strength was no longer considered the law, justice, or power. Back then, a top student was ranked higher than physically strong fighters. Even if weak, having intellect meant you could rise high. It was an absurd concept that allowed weaklings to stand above the strong. But right after that, student was utterly crushed. The 47 clans simply couldn't accept this corruption of the natural order. Angry, grimacing faces appeared one after another. Peace turns humans into mere livestock. Those who lose their strength only become easy targets to be plundered and exploited by human trash wearing human skin. Hearing this, his face darkened. She's completely insane. Because of that crazy logic, did you kill Quentin? Ven gritted his teeth in fury. Even though he risked severe punishment in that 47 Clans riot, he personally stepped up to protect you. He sponsored you to become a professor. Yet Sadie still held Quentin's head tightly, lifting his corpse up. He pitied a young girl who suddenly lost her family and was left all alone. Is this your reward? Is this how you repay his kindness? Sadie's face twisted with rage. She gripped his head even tighter. Shut up, she screamed. The one who threw my grandfather into Novel Vale was this piece of trash Quentin. His internal injuries from that mana storm were caused by his battle with my grandfather. She threw Quentin's body backward. Besides, he's the Academy's symbol. He had to go. Sadie suddenly calmed down, returning to her usual self. You once said the Academy was a place that revered the peak of martial arts. But then her expression shifted and she spoke absolute nonsense as she stared directly at the emblem on her uniform. This place is just a garbage dump that cages true martial arts using status and empty fame to tame real warriors. And that tame power only serves as a tool for the rulers. Sadie then began to unleash her massive power. The current world order is fundamentally broken. Absolute strength is the only true symbol of authority. Everything else must be purged. Acting in the name of her self-proclaimed justice, she said, to clean up this garbage world we need a natural disaster like a violent storm. If so, then I am ready to become that storm. Sadie whipped her long lash into the air, high into the sky so fiercely that you won't even dare to complain. The whip coiled in the air, forcing you to just watch helplessly and accept your fate. She had completely lost her mind. I will become your living disaster. Suddenly, a red flash of light appeared, sweeping across the empty spectator stands and leaving massive explosions in its wake. Sadie stopped and looked over. A tall figure emerged with a sword stained crimson from the blood of the mummies. It was Oxizet. The surviving mummies stammered in fear, realizing that everyone else around them had already been slaughtered. Damn it, where did he come from? But two of them still charged forward. He's just one guy, surround and kill him. Unsurprisingly, they were both cut down instantly. Cervantes laughed mockingly. So the young head of the Baki family wields such impressive power at his young age. Beside him, Joder also praised him, agreeing he truly lived up to his family name, the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan name. With the praises over, Cervantes got into his stance. He couldn't lose to a mere youngster. This is about our children's safety, isn't it? Rodri nodded in agreement. For this one time, I agree with you. Agreed. A roaring laugh echoed out as Osiris turned around. Giving strict orders, take Pomeranian to the safe zone and stay put. Yes, Captain, the three replied in unison, quickly running off. Osiris drew his sword and charged straight and ready to wipe out anyone in his path. Osiris unleashed the Baskerville sixth form, his sword glowing a deep crimson. Banshee desperately tried to reason with Sadie, but she still refused to listen. Sadie remained totally unmoved. Banshee argued relentlessly, pointing out that they weren't alone. The ultimate combat forces of the Empire's greatest clans were gathered right here. He warned her that the destructive power she boasted about was nothing but a fragile, meaningless joke compared to the ultimate strength used to protect others. She just let out a creepy low chuckle. The power to protect. Really, Sadie hissed, her twisted mind completely unable to comprehend such noble ideals. Sticking out her disgusting tongue, she mocked. Then we just have to wipe out everything they're trying to protect, right? Meanwhile, nearby the tragedy was unfolding. A little child sat weeping beside her mother's lifeless body, crying out for her mom. She had no idea a grotesque mummy was creeping up from behind. The monster approached, pretending to be concerned by asking if she was still alive. But its terrifying true colors were revealed in an instant. It sneered, saying the queen ordered the elimination of all weaklings. The helpless child shrieked in terror, her face pale and drenched in tears. Then out of nowhere, a sharp blade impaled the mummy's bloated body. The beast gasped in shock. The one who delivered the blow was Tudor. Tudor stood frozen, completely pale. Bianca and Sancho rushed to his side. Trembling uncontrollably, Tudor muttered that he had just killed someone, causing Bianca to shake him. "Snap out of it, Tudor," she yelled. "If you hadn't stepped in, someone else would have died." Tudor weakly called her name, but Sancho suddenly interrupted. "Wait, guys," Sancho yelled. "This is where you and I can see." Piggy's face turned completely pale. "We are in deep trouble now." They were completely surrounded. Piggy delivered the dreadful news, and the little girl Tudor had just saved began to cry out in absolute terror. "Please save me, please," she whimpered. Bianca gently patted her head, trying to reassure her. "Don't worry, kid. We are actually incredibly strong." She looked at her companions, promising to protect the child and her mother at all costs. But then a swarm of mummies lunged forward. They charged without mercy. Piggy was terrified but forced himself to stand tall. Suddenly, a mysterious purple magic circle erupted right beneath their feet. Sharp stone spikes impaled the monsters from below. The one behind this magic ran up, mocking them for almost getting defeated by such weaklings. "You guys are embarrassingly weak," Camus scoffed. She then ordered Sarah to harvest the souls of the fallen monsters right away. Obeying the command, Sarah raised her staff high, chanting for the spirits to gather. But once the job was done, the two began bickering. Camus pointed an accusing finger at her. "Wait a second, 5 mummies died, so why are there only 4 souls? Did you pocket one again?" Sarah desperately tried to deny the accusation, but Camus warned her that if she kept slacking off, she would make her disappear for good. The group watched the absurd comedy show, hesitant to interrupt. Finally, Piggy cleared his throat. "Excuse me, we don't know who you are, but thank you so much for saving our lives." Hearing this, Camus spun around with a cheerful smile. "Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" Giving a beautiful smile, she introduced herself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Camus de Morgue, a first-year transfer student in the magic weaponry department." The 4 students stared at her in utter disbelief. A transfer student, Camus, just giggled and pointed to the quiet figure standing beside her. "Yep, and this is Romo. He's also a first-year transfer student like me." But despite her friendly introduction, the group began whispering among themselves. "A transfer student, the semester is literally about to end. Do you guys actually believe that?" they muttered, completely ignoring their saviors. "But hey, they did save our lives." Suddenly, Camus snapped her fingers, cutting right through their whispering. "All right, let's get down to business. For some reason, I feel like you guys know exactly where he is." Tudor blinked, completely confused. "Wait, who exactly are you looking for?" Her cheerful smile vanished instantly. "I've been searching everywhere for him," Camus said coldly, finally revealing the name of her target, Vikir. At that moment, Vikir was squeezing a mummy's throat. He stared at it coldly before shifting his gaze to the left, sensing something nearby. Deep inside the arena, Banshee was battered and bleeding. Sadie smirked, trying to coax him. "Why don't you stop, for old time's sake? I'll give you one last chance to join us before it's too late." But Banshee firmly stood his ground, refusing to negotiate with demons. "Just kill me instead," Banshee growled, gritting his teeth. Sadie sneered, waiting for those exact words. "Is that so? Then die." With a wave of her hand, the undead legion behind her charged. They were blindingly fast, closing the distance in a split second. But just as their rotting claws were about to strike Banshee, a blinding red light flashed and a masked figure plunged from the sky. Banshee and Sadie gasped in absolute shock. The hero of the dark, the Night Hound, had arrived. Vikir pointed toward the exit. "Run that way, there's an escape route," Vikir ordered. Banshee stared in disbelief, demanding to know why the notorious vigilante was helping them. "Aren't you allied with Ouroboros?" Banshee yelled. But Vikir didn't care to explain. Get out of my sight right now, or you're next. The students with Banshee didn't wait around, they bolted immediately, whispering that the Night Hound was just as savage and cold-blooded as Ouroboros. Banshee hesitated for a moment, looking back before finally running. But just as he turned, he spotted something on the Night Hound's wrist. Banshee's mind raced with questions. Why was the Night Hound wearing that bracelet? You and I both know that bracelet means everything. With everyone gone, only the two of them remained. At last, we meet face to face. Night Hound Sadi purred, trembling with sadistic excitement. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. Surely the Shadow Hunter is also interested in the ancient era, right? Sadi was still rambling on. In the warring states, era power was absolute survival of the fittest. She had trampled over countless lives to get where she was. And Vaser knew it all. Sadi laughed triumphantly, radiating the scent of a predator just like him. But Vaser coldly cut her off. I have zero interest in sympathizing with your cheap delusional games, he stated coldly. Sadi gasped in absolute bewilderment. But you will pay the price for this garbage. Swiftly springing into action, Vaser unleashed a terrifying power. An overwhelming, terrifying force erupted. In the blink of an eye, Sadi's defeated body crashed heavily onto the ground. Just one strike was all it took to end her. Blood trickled from Sadi's mouth, her lifeless eyes staring blankly at the sky. Dying, she realized the faint scent she had smelled all along was a demon's. Vaser pointed his sword directly at her. Where did you get that eye? He demanded. Grinning through the agonizing pain, Sadi desperately reached her hand out toward him. You really are the Night Hunter, she whispered. The only one who excites me. With that, Sadi finally lost consciousness. She lay motionless. Vaser scoffed, calling her utterly insane before bending down to pick up Headmaster Quentin's fallen sword. Examining it closely, Vaser knew this sword was also the key to Quentin's vault. A bronze sword. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Sacred Invincible Ring obtained. Energy Barrier type. Pocket mode activated. Divine Sanctuary extraction is now complete. Vaser thought to himself. He had planned to get this item 6 months after leaving the academy, but he got it early. Staring into the void, Vaser analyzed the scene, especially the strange presence of Aobus. He had never heard of this before Regression. Something in this timeline was shifting. It was a dark, unsettling realization. Suddenly, a cold chill ran straight down his spine. He bowed his head, but when he looked back up, his eyes glowed crimson. Right then, over by Quentin's lifeless corpse. The old man's eyes snapped open, bloodshot and terrifying. Instantly, Quentin's image shattered into a cascade of painful memories. A young boy wept. Then a happy family emerged from the shards. Quentin's parents had been devout followers of the god Jun, accumulating a fortune that made their neighbors envious. But soon the entire village was swallowed by a sea of red. A devastating famine struck. Crowds of desperate villagers stormed their home, unable to watch their neighbors starve to death. His parents threw open their gates and storehouses, distributing all their food and wealth to the hungry without asking for anything. They believed it was the will of the gods. But those desperate people turned into absolute demons, arming themselves with weapons. They swarmed like mindless pests, shedding any remaining shred of humanity, completely consumed by an insatiable, savage greed. The starving mob turned ruthless, tearing his parents apart and destroying everything in sight. Even young Quentin was not spared. They plundered and destroyed his home, taking away absolutely everything the boy had. His teary eyes watched in complete despair. Quentin collapsed, falling unconscious amidst the rampaging mob. He lay curled on the cold floor, wrapped in a thin blanket. Though he miraculously survived, he woke up in complete shock to see his childhood home fully engulfed in raging flames. When I opened my eyes, all I saw was a literal hell. Quentin stood there completely hollowed out by the tragedy. Deny the gods. Deny humanity. Deny yourself. A dark voice echoed in his mind, urging 3 absolute denials. That marked his very first denial. Standing utterly alone and abandoned among the masses, a deep wound was carved into his heart. Losing all faith in the divine, Quentin built a high wall around himself, shutting out the rest of the world. He grew up changing in many ways, but always remaining alone. Years passed as he wandered in endless, gloomy solitude. Yet the frozen heart he believed would remain icy forever suddenly found warmth again. He stared in disbelief at her. A bright image of Rosanna flashed by. It was all because of her, the woman who had approached his cold soul without hesitation. By her side, Quentin finally rediscovered the warmth of humanity and the faith he had long since abandoned. But as his wounds healed, a devastating coup known as the 47 riot erupted across the empire. Quentin clutched his bleeding arm, navigating through a gruesome sea of fallen soldiers during the fierce suppression. He suffered critical injuries that left him barely able to move, yet he knew he would be all right. The scene shifted to Quentin and Rosanna sharing a tender look. He survived because his wife showed him true human kindness. Their silhouettes stood strong on the ship's deck. As the years went by, Quentin eventually became the academy's headmaster. To treat the lingering side effects of his old injuries, he and his beloved wife set off on a healing journey together. A violent storm suddenly broke out, throwing their ship into chaos. The vessel was on the verge of sinking. The desperate passengers threw all their heavy luggage overboard, but the ship continued to plunge deeper into the dark waters. Cornered by the panicked crowd, Quentin felt utterly useless as the sinking ship threatened to drag them all down. A helpless patient who could barely even move a muscle. Everyone's eyes locked onto him, and his face instantly darkened with despair. Right then, his eyes met his wife's. Rosina quickly pulled her collar tight and looked away silently, begging him with her eyes. She was pleading for him to pretend they were strangers. Quentin was completely helpless as those two villains carried out their dark plot. He fell, plummeting unexpectedly. Quentin looked back with sheer regret, desperately trying to grab onto anything, but he couldn't. Defenseless he was, tossed into the raging sea. Quentin sank deep into the dark waters, his eyes completely hollow. As he drifted further down, that ominous voice echoed in his mind once again. Fading in and out of consciousness, he heard, "Deny the gods, deny humanity, and deny your own self." That was his second total denial. Fortunately, Quentin's battered body ended up washing ashore on a nearby beach. He truly believed his life was over, but when he woke up, he found himself lying on the sand. He stared in absolute shock at his hands. Every single wound had completely healed, and Quentin clenched his fists with fierce determination. He simply couldn't give up on his life. Even if the gods abandoned him, and even if his wife betrayed him, because there was still someone waiting for him, or rather someone he was waiting for. Suddenly, a vision of his family portrait went up in flames. Even though that child was the descendant of war criminals who led the coup, he had personally stepped in to stop her execution and adopted her. The memory shifted to Quentin, gently patting his daughter's head. Having no children of his own, he raised her like his flesh and blood. Yet gruesome visions of slaughter kept flashing. He had lived by the gods' teachings and his wife's core belief that humanity was inherently good. But then we see Quentin being brutally murdered. Where did everything go wrong? His eyes had completely lost their pupils. Was believing in the gods' love and the inherent goodness of people just a massive tragic mistake? Was it all a lie? Suddenly, a massive set of razor-sharp fangs appeared. Deny the gods, deny humanity, and deny yourself. His eyes flared with a terrifying, ghastly crimson glow. He struggled to stand as that dark voice urged his third denial. Vikir watched the scene unfold in absolute shock. Right where Quentin's heart had been carved out, strange purple energy began rushing into his chest. The moment that third denial echoed, his arm became completely enveloped in dark purple mist. Quentin glared right at him with a mutated, monstrous eye. "I have denied my very self." He stood towering in the heavy smoke, glaring at Vikir with pure hatred. Vikir broke into a sweat, recognizing a demon's stench. Watching Quentin advance, Vikir analyzed his presence. It was nothing compared to Sadi's demonic left eye, but still absolutely sickening. Vikir's pupils flared blood red. Is this a 10 corpses level threat? The old man marched forward with overwhelming power, and Vikir noticed something strange about this stench. It was mixed. It smelled exactly like Camus when she made her contract with the 8th corpse. He analyzed it seriously. The demonic scent was actually far weaker than a normal demon. It felt as though that signature foul stench had been diluted. If that was the case, it could only mean Quentin's soul and the demon had completely fused together. Drawing his blade, Vikir observed him warily, realizing that he had never sensed this demon's presence before. Something was definitely wrong. Just then, Dolores rushed forward, shouting, "Nighthound, no!" Lord Van, gasping for breath, she asked how he was. "It has been so long, my lord. Did you hear the explosion and come all this way?" Before she could even finish, she froze in shock. "But how did you get here so fast?" She stared at Quentin in utter disbelief. "Principal Quentin. But just a moment ago, Professor Sadi's whip pierced right through his heart," Vikir calmly explained. "It seems he managed to resurrect by making a contract with a demon." Dolores gasped. "What?" While Vikir continued to explain, Quentin's arms slowly began to lift. But right now, Quentin's soul is still coexisting inside his body. She couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Quentin used magic to lift Sadi into the air. Grimacing, he made a crushing motion with his hand, making Sadi choke and gasp for air. Quentin growled, "Sadi, how could you do this to me?" He kept his magical grip tight, crying out, "I raised you with nothing but love and care. I cherished and protected you like my very own flesh and blood." Then he screamed in pure anguish. "But why?" She sneered, utterly unfazed. What kind of nonsense is that? Quentin's eyes shrank in absolute disbelief. What? Sadi spit back despite her bleeding lip. "Do you honestly think that just because you adopted me, the way everyone looked at me would change?" Visions of her being mocked flashed by the constant contempt and abandonment she had to endure from childhood, along with the insults and discrimination. "I would rather have died right along with my family when they fell." Her next words left him completely frozen. "And could you please stop spewing those sickening words?" Laughing like an absolute psychopath, she sneered. "A piece of filthy garbage fused with a demon daring to preach about faith, humanity, and peace. It literally makes me sick." That alone was enough to make him sick. With a murderous furrow of his brow, Quentin suddenly dropped her onto the ground, shattering the earth only to realize this was a human. Suddenly, Amdusias materialized behind Quentin. Both Vikir and Dolores stared in utter shock. The monster sent debris flying with deafening crashes, and Vikir looked on, drawing his final conclusion. A species truly deserving of 3 denials. Suddenly, a blue system notification screen flashed. Amdusias. Danger level S+. Location: deep within the Gate of Destruction, the Serpent's Womb. Also known as the 5th Corpse, the natural enemy of humanity and unkillable calamity. His curse: I shall strip away the lives of those born first in that year. In a freezing, desolate wasteland, a pair of boots stepped heavily into the deep snow. Bitter winds whipped violently, wrapping clothes tight against their frozen body. The lonely figure walking through this harsh blizzard was none other than Prophet Rune. Brave and unyielding, she marched toward her execution while her disciples wept in despair. They cried and clung to her, begging her not to go. Prophet Rune stopped and turned to give them her final solemn words. She warned them, "The shepherd will be struck and the sheep shall scatter as written. Every single one of you will abandon me." But suddenly, a young apostle stepped forward and knelt on the cold ground. This very disciple would eventually become the Pope. He knelt down and declared, "Even if everyone else turns their back on you, Prophet, I will never abandon you." Yet Prophet Rune only repeated her cold prophecy. "Hear me clearly. Before the wild rooster crows early tomorrow morning, you will deny me 3 times. And indeed it happened. Soon she was shown being pierced by merciless iron stakes. Before long, Prophet Rune was brutally executed right there in the freezing cold, her body pinned down by those sharp, agonizing stakes. Her disciples wept in overwhelming grief, but the tragic peace was shattered when 2 suspicious strangers suddenly approached. The ruthless executioners, growing highly suspicious of the young apostle, walked right over and demanded to know his connection to her. Panic instantly gripped the young disciple's face. Terrified and cornered, he quickly denied knowing her and desperately tried to run. "I don't even know what you mean," he stammered. But then a maid passing by pointed a finger at him, shouting, "He's the one who was always begging the sinner for guidance and serving as her errand boy." His face drained of all color. Once again, the young apostle lied. "I have no idea who she is, I swear." The terrifying scene showed him completely surrounded. Before long, more armed thugs arrived, cornering the helpless, trembling disciple with weapons. They sneered, "Just listen to your accent. You're clearly one of that criminal's close followers, aren't you?" Dropping to his knees in the freezing, bitter snow, the young apostle swore that heaven could strike him down if he lied. He wept, repeating, "I don't know her." Right at that moment, the first rooster crowed. Back to Vikir's battle. Before the Age of Destruction officially began, demons would ravage the academy. Now, Dolores and Amdusias glared at each other. The 5th king of the Supreme 10 Corpses stood before them. Amdusias, a monster with a danger rating of S+, discovered deep inside the Gate of Destruction, the Serpent's Womb. Known as the 5th Corpse, the ultimate enemy of mankind. One of the 10 disasters considered unkillable. His terrible decree: "I shall claim the lives of the firstborn children." The demon spoke, releasing the nauseating stench of pure demonic blood. Amdusias pointed a finger directly at Vikir, asking, "Are you the night hound who slaughtered my comrades?" Vikir stared back with a grim expression, thinking he never expected to clash here. The foul energy radiating from Quentin was undeniably the 5th Corpse. Vikir immediately searched his memories. In his past life, Amdusias wasn't supposed to manifest for another 6 months. He looked at his hand, now fused with his sword. Raising his weapon, Vikir realized he had no time to question this timeline shift. He had to sever the contract before the demon's abilities fully activated. Suddenly, Vikir's eyes flared. He spotted it. Vikir aimed directly at Quentin, just like his past showdowns. Without a single word, he lunged forward at blinding speed. The soul connection between Quentin and Amdusias. 7th form. But mid-dash, the demon's voice echoed, catching Vikir off guard. Clenching his massive fists, the demon sneered, "Perhaps my past self would have fallen to you, but I am different now." The monster unleashed a devastating blow, blasting Vikir backward through debris. Blood dripped from Vikir's chest as his eyes widened. Amdusias laughed arrogantly, repeating his boast. He looked down at the wounded hero with absolute mocking contempt. "Against my current form, your feeble strength is utterly useless." Amdusias slammed his foot down, but Vikir miraculously dodged. Suddenly, DeCarabia chimed in, asking if he arrived too late. Vikir smirked in relief, praising his ally's perfect timing. Amdusias glared down at them with a mocking laugh. "DeCarabia, have you thrown away the pride of the 10 Corpses, just to wag your tail for mere humans?" DeCarabia calmly shot back, pointing out how predictably sarcastic his former ally remained. DeCarabia suddenly narrowed its eyes, staring at his surging power. Why did he carry that specific aura? It's the Marquis of Discord. On the other side, Dolores cried out for Lord Van, her face turning dead serious. Since she was separated from Lord Van Dolores resolved to do whatever she could but gasped when she saw Quentin. She cried out, Headmaster Quentin, desperate to make him understand that the kind mentor she knew would never do this. No matter what wicked words or empty promises that demon used to sway him, Dolores stood firm, radiating pure righteousness. To her, evil would always stand directly opposite to justice. She screamed, all they really want from us is the utter destruction of the human world, so please, if you still have any humanity left in you, sever your contract before these demons turn our entire world into a desolate wasteland. Her voice began to fade. I know you can still come back, mentor. But Quentin's cold reply shattered her hopes instantly. My world was already a gray, lifeless wasteland, Dolores, even before I met him. He recalled the dark figure of Amduet. Amduet was the only one who truly understood him, showing him exactly what he should do and what he could achieve. Quentin scoffed at the idea of demons being evil and humans being good. That simple boundary meant absolutely nothing to him. He clenched his fists. You and I are hearing a dark truth. The opposite of justice isn't evil, it's just another justice, a new justice. And my desired justice is only one thing. His face darkened. The destruction of humanity. She froze, completely speechless. But Quentin continued, calling her Dolores Kovacic, descendant of the survivor who denied God 3 times. Her clan worshipped the vanished prophet who was persecuted by corrupt humans. Quentin began pointing fingers at her directly. You Kovacics understand human malice better than anyone. Why on earth do you still choose to shield them? Because she stated firmly, despite all of our flaws, I still believe humanity can strive for something better. She recalled her younger self saying that finding hope even in absolute despair is the ultimate strength of humanity, because that is our true strength, Dolores declared. But Quentin mocked her, asking what use that blind belief was. He hit her with a question she couldn't possibly counter. If that's true, do you actually believe that woman, who destroyed this place and broke my heart, could ever change for the better? Dolores looked up in sheer terror. Following his voice, Dolores watched as Quentin lifted a nearby man by the throat. Do you honestly believe this vile human who committed countless crimes can change? Without waiting for an answer, Quentin threw him down. Looking at Quentin's crazed expression, she shuddered in silence. The victim, slowly recovering, stammered out to his father. Over on the battlefield, Amduet growled. How can you possibly carry his energy? Is that the Marquis of Discord's power? Vicer's mind raced. You see, if this was the Marquis of Discord, that meant the leader of the 9 demon kings was none other than Angiat. Amduet raised his hand, shouting, I can feel his legendary power in me. You miserable pests ruined our plans and hunted down my allies. The remaining demon kings had to throw away their pride and bow our heads to Lord Angiat just to borrow his absolute strength. He clenched his fist with cold eyes. Even a tiny sliver of his power is more than enough to elevate me to this godlike and unstoppable level. So from this moment on, you are the prey. Shockwaves of raw energy erupted, shattering the ground around them. Amduet smashed Vicer back with a devastating punch, pinning him down before raising both hands to strike again. As Amduet released a terrifying blast of energy, Vicer seized the opening, clenching his fist to strike back. The punch forced Amduet back in pain. Vicer taunted him for being too slow, causing the demon to strike back harder. Confident in his victory, the demon mocked him. Even with a time limit, this enhanced physical form is insane. Did you really think you could ragdoll a master swordsman like a piece of trash? Amduet sneered down. Looking at a battered Vicer, Amduet laughed at the magnificent power of Angiat. Dekasabia watched silently, questioning his master. Why won't you summon me? Let my shield handle the strikes you can't dodge. But Vicer simply replied, we need to save your abilities for the real emergency. For now, I can handle this on my own. Pure recklessness. Vicer sat there, spitting out blood as Dolores' desperate warnings echoed in his mind. Honestly, the demon's speed and strength were pushing him to his absolute limits, and this was just a fraction. To think this monster only possessed a tiny fraction of Angiat's true might. The demon sneered, seeing him rise. Still standing, I'll give you credit, you survived like a cockroach. Vicer spat back, clear and cold. You're so drunk on borrowed power that you've become incredibly reckless. Amduet gasped in shock. What did you say? He spoke every single word clearly enough for the guy to understand. If Quentin dies or the contract ends, you will be destroyed too. So why did you manifest while completely separated from him? Ver asked, narrowing his eyes. And more importantly, why is your ability not activating immediately? Is it because of your own pride? Amsiat fired back. To think you actually know so much. It seems Dekavia is incredibly loyal to her master. Are you really that curious about why Quentin was left all alone? The fiend replied. How should I put it? Because I trust him. Of course, not because he is a human, but because I trust the absolute terrible malice Quentin harbors for this entire world. His next words left Ver completely stunned. Because of that, I gave it to him. Ver immediately pictured the terrifying sight of that magical heart inside Quentin, the man who desperately wants this world destroyed. The Abyss Tree is the key to activating my powers. Ver blinked. completely bewildered. What did you just say? Meanwhile, Siat, who was standing right next to Quentin, smiled deviously. I get to witness this beautiful, cruel comedy. Watching humans rain down absolute disaster on their own kind is priceless. The words out of his mouth left her utterly shocked. It would be a shame to miss such an epic show. Dolores, she stammered. Father, as Dolores reached out to touch him, the old man clutched his head in terror and begged, I will obey. Please do not beat me, Humbust pleaded desperately. Please spare my life, Dolores called out to him softly. Humbust. She spoke gently. It was me. I did it all. Meanwhile, he kept muttering, clutching his head. To crush the Orthodox faction. I took dirty money from criminals, heretics, and evil cult leaders to sell them fake indulgences. I even forged the Pope's status and coveted it to control the media. Humbus forced a painful, awkward smile and continued. Inside the Indochina orphanage, I knew the children were disappearing, yet I looked away. Then he shrieked in absolute despair. It was all me. Dolores winced at the tragic sight. Quentin stepped forward, raising his hand, and demanded, Did you hear that, Dolores? He was teaching her a lesson. Because of the greedy desire to swallow the Kovatit family, so many have died. Quentin glared down coldly. And the slaughter is far from over. Humbus shivered as the man continued speaking. He was just like the other criminals. Sadie had reformed. This guy was going to self-destruct sooner or later. Meanwhile, Bianca was leading back up to the scene. If they did not carry the others out of there immediately, the massive, entire arena and surrounding plaza would be reduced to nothing but ash. It was going to be total devastation. Standing tall, he declared his own twisted brand of justice. Humbus wept miserably while Quentin kept trying to brainwash the poor girl. Can you really forgive your father after everything? Do you honestly believe he can change? Suddenly, Dolores went completely silent. Then she opened her mouth and gave a firm no. Quentin's eyes widened, though he quickly scoffed, of course. But her next words froze him in his tracks. But you can change, Master. She desperately channeled her power toward him. I do not know what dark past broke you like this, Dolores tried to reason with Quentin. But even in this hopeless situation, you still have a chance to make the right choice. Her eyes locked onto him as she spoke. I truly believe this. Dolores clasped her hands together, murmuring. She quickly cast a protective barrier around them both. So please, just run away from here. Those exact words triggered a painful, long-forgotten memory. Hurry, save yourself and run. His late wife was crying, whispering her last apology. Quentin clutched his head in absolute disbelief. Why are these memories returning? He stared as Dolores poured everything into healing her father. Gritting her teeth, sweat dripping, she fought to save him. Humbus screamed in absolute agony. I am going to explode. It hurts too much. Get me out. Dolores urged him on. You must endure this. Do not give in to the pain. Fight through it just this once. Do it for someone else. Do not let greed win this time. The old man looked up at her, letting out a silent, desperate scream. In his madness, a bizarre blue light flared from his eyes. No, he refused. Tears welled up in Dolores's eyes. This could not be happening. Nearby, Ver glanced over at the blinding light, his eyes widening in pure shock. A blue barrier enveloped the spot where she and Humbus stood. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. Dolores spun around in surprise. Her jaw dropped, her face turning pale as paper. The Pope, how did he even make it out here? Was it because of his dementia? Panic seizing her, she screamed a desperate warning. You cannot stay here. Run. Humbus was on the verge of splitting wide open. Dolores felt her heart sink. It was too late, yet surprisingly, Nabokov did not retreat at all. Instead, he calmly placed a gentle hand on Humbus' shoulder. Instantly, the heavy smoke was pushed back into a massive ring and a warm golden glow enveloped the three of them. Dolores stared utterly speechless. The explosion had stopped, right after Humbus' body turned to solid stone and shattered into tiny fragments. Before he faded, Winston's fading consciousness barely recognized Pope Nabokov standing right there. His final words dissolved into the wind as the Pope placed a hand before her face, softly whispering Lumen. She then turned around to give a sharp command telling Dolores to go. Nabokov glanced back at her with a gentle smile. Isn't there someone waiting for you? Dolores spoke up, feeling a bit hesitant. But Pope. Before Dolores could even finish her sentence, Nabokov turned her head and cut her off. Do not deny or reject what is in your heart. It is best to accept everything naturally. Hearing this, Dolores blushed deeply, unable to argue further. She simply gave a soft nod. Yes. With that, Dolores turned and ran as fast as she could, determination in her eyes. I'll leave everything to you, Pope. Finally, only Nabokov was left to face Winston. She calmly stared at his murderous expression, keeping her composure. The Pope's eyes narrowed slightly as she stood her ground, declaring without a single shred of hesitation, I will take care of this. Winston slowly spat out her name, Nabokov the First. He clenched his fists tight, continuing. Even if you are the Pope, you are merely a descendant of those who denied God 3 times, facing me instead of Dolores. What difference does it make? He furrowed his brows, warning coldly, if you plan to use foolish words to convince me, save your breath. But before Winston could even finish his sentence, Pope Nabokov cut him off. You are absolutely correct, she said. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What Nabokov paid no attention to his shock and frankly explained, just as you say. Our Quo Vadis clan is indeed the bloodline of those who denied God 3 times. Yet we still wield holy power to serve because, she paused briefly before continuing, we do not serve God because we are grand and noble. No, it is because we serve him because we are absolute irredeemable sinners who are beyond saving. That is our true nature. The first disciple denied Prophet Rune 3 times, unable to bear the cruelty of the persecutors and his own weakness in betraying Rune. He severed all ties with the world and retreated deep into the mountains, carving stone day and night with only Rune on his mind. Having lost track of time, a miracle occurred one day. He heard the divine call of the resurrected Rune. Rune appeared before him asking, do you love me? Kneeling at her feet, the apostle replied, I love you. Rune asked once more, do you love me? The apostle reaffirmed his devotion, yet Rune asked a third time, do you truly love me? Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, yes, I love you. Hearing the apostle's final answer, the prophet, Rune smiled gently and began walking away. The apostle rushed to follow her, asking, my lord, where are you going? Quo vadis domine, she turned back with a smile. To redeem those who persecuted me, I shall return there once more. Hearing her response, the apostle could only stand frozen in place, overwhelmed by an absolute and agonizing sorrow. Back in the present, Nabokov continued her tale. The apostle was deeply ashamed of his cowardice for clinging to this mortal life. And that indeed is the origin. The image of a panicked Dolores flashed in her mind as her voice swelled with pride. Our family name Quo Vadis. Meanwhile, Dolores was sprinting at full speed, her mind racing with a sudden realization. She finally understood everything as memories flooded her mind. Back then, Nabokov had given her some gentle advice. It is best to accept everything naturally. And just now, she repeated those exact same words of wisdom. Do not deny or reject what is in your heart. Just accept everything naturally. Dolores felt her cheeks burn red. Her thoughts were in complete disarray. What did the Pope's words truly mean? Like a cracked vessel that constantly leaked, a realization echoed deep inside her. When embraced and protected by something far greater, even the deepest void would finally be filled. Her trembling heart was now pointed directly toward the Night Hound, and she was ready to deliver it. Meanwhile, Vikir was facing Amdusias's massive descending claw. As the devastating blow came crashing down with immense pressure, the ground beneath shattered into a million pieces. Suddenly, the demon's eyes widened in sheer shock at what he saw. Out of nowhere, Dolores had conjured a protective barrier in front of Vikir. Her heart silently resolved to entrust everything to the great vessel known as Vikir. She clenched her fist as a brilliant golden flame quickly enveloped her hand. This was her most natural choice. She shielded Vikir with one hand while unleashing the powerful flame from her other hand. Suddenly, Dolores shouted out his name. Vikir didn't say a word, but his gaze remained incredibly firm and determined. Her powerful words echoed across the battlefield, declaring that they would fight together now. Meanwhile, in another development, a chaotic voice echoed relentlessly in Winston's ears, pleading for him to run. It felt like a bolt of lightning struck deep inside his mind, causing him to sweat in agony. Clutching his head, Winston screamed with a trembling voice, "What have you done to me?" Right then, Pope Nabokov gently placed her hand on his head and spoke softly. "In the memories you call a nightmare was human malice, truly the only thing left." Winston looked up blankly. Looking up, she continued to guide him. Deep within the memories obscured by the demon, her eyes looked down at Quentin with warmth. Her slow, persuasive voice echoed, asking if that love didn't still exist. Immediately after, a flood of chaotic memories flashed in Quentin's mind. Someone's desperate scream shattered the silence, shouting, "Run, hurry up and run." That man stood alone, shielding them from a mob of armed thugs. They howled like beasts. "That kid has noble blood, he'll sell for a fortune." "Hey, don't try to keep the prize all to yourself," the father yelled back, desperately shouting too. The woman behind him telling her to take the child and run. Clutching young Quentin tight, she fled, without looking back, leaving the helpless boy to watch his father brutally slaughtered before his eyes. Years passed, until she finally managed to carry Quentin into a hidden cave. Her back was bleeding from a deep wound, but she forced a gentle smile to soothe him. "I know you're terrified, my sweet boy, but hide here and don't move. I'll go find your father and come right back." But before she could leave, young Quentin grabbed her hand, desperate, looking up with tearful, pleading eyes, whispering, "Don't go, it's too dangerous." At his words, her tears instantly spilled over. Dropping to her knees, she pulled Quentin close, crying, "I don't even know how it came to this." Gently stroking his hair, she whispered, knowing the sheer trauma the poor boy had just witnessed, "You must be hurting so much. But please know the world isn't always this cruel. It is far more beautiful than you think." Sobbing uncontrollably, she continued, "I know these words won't heal your pain, but on behalf of humanity I want to say I am so sorry." Her back was completely stained with blood, yet her heart was heavier, with unending guilt whispering, "I'm truly sorry." Suddenly, the vision faded to pitch black, only to flash to a beach showing two figures. A deep, cold voice echoed in the darkness, commanding, "Deny it all." Meanwhile, the woman desperately performed CPR on Quentin's unconscious body. Moments later, he gasped, choking up, the seawater trapped in his lungs. Relief washed over her as she collapsed, weeping and desperately calling out his name. "I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have run away to save myself while you were so sick. You had only me and I left you. Forgive me." Suddenly, Quentin reached out gently, touching her tear-stained cheek with a warm, comforting smile. "It is fine. You came back to save me, so everything is all right." Hearing those kind words, the woman sobbed with relief, whispering, "I am so sorry." But before she could finish, her body crumbled into ash, leaving his hand hovering in empty air. "I love you. Deny it all." Back in reality, Quentin collapsed to his knees, trembling as he muttered, I remember everything now." He burst into tears, realizing they had sacrificed their lives just to keep him safe. "I remember their love." Pope Nabokov knelt beside him, gently stroking his head as she whispered, "Then, it is time to forgive them." Shocked, Quentin looked up at her, whispering, "Forgiveness? Can someone like me really be forgiven?" Nabokov closed her eyes and smiled warmly. "Of course, you can." But before she could finish, a sudden spray of warm blood splattered, leaving a dark, gaping hole. The purple seal on Quentin's chest had vanished, replaced by a gruesome hollow void. A chilling voice echoed, whispering, "Why not?" Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Vikir leaped forward, sword drawn at Amdusias. Moving at blinding speed, his blade shredded the demon's flesh in a barrage of slashes, yet it barely scratched the beast. Amdusias roared, his eyes flashing with rage as the massive horn on his forehead ignited with blinding mana. Charging like a bolt of lightning, he gouged right through Vikir's side. Vikir gritted his teeth against the searing agony. Blood spewed from his lips, but he refused to make a sound. Sensing an opening, Amdusias suddenly whirled around to flee. But ignoring his critical wound, Vikir gave chase, surging forward. In an instant, his sword clashed violently against the demon's horn, sending brilliant sparks flying as arcs of dark lightning erupted. The crushing pressure shattered the solid rock beneath them. High above the Baskerville triplets watched the clash. Hybro gritted his teeth, looking down in deep worry at young Piggy, riding on his shoulders. Standing nearby, Tudor crossed his arms, his forehead creasing with confusion. Demons of unknown origin alongside the famous Night Hound. What on earth is going on in this place? Kama's face turned grim. She growled through clenched teeth. Vikir is actually taking on one of the powerful 10 corpses. Suddenly, perched high on a nearby cliff, another figure watched the chaos. It was Sinclair, staring down in absolute disbelief. The Night Hound, and that monster could it be? Below, Amdusias cocked his fist back, grinning like a madman. He roared, "Excellent, Dark Hound, keep on struggling." Vikir crossed his arms in defense, but the terrifying shockwave of that massive punch still sent him flying backward. Even the onlookers watching from above were completely shaken by the blast. Without being able to deploy Anzamalias's barrier, keeping the surrounding damage under control was a massive pain. Right then, the system flashed information about the ring on his index finger, the sacred inviolable ring, showing its type abilities and a dimensional pocket barrier from Ophinihidias. The god's domain ends right here. Once again, Vikar raised his hand, knowing deep down that at this very moment he could only use the 8-trigger 8 consciousness style just one single time. Images of Si Baomeo and all the other high ghouls he had ever clashed with flashed through his mind. Charging forward with those memories, he unleashed a fierce assault. Amduat scrambled to block, knowing he had to strike when the beast weakened. Vikir aimed for a decisive final blow. However, in a split-second lapse of focus, the fiend teleported right in front of him. His cold, chilling voice echoed, "Getting distracted already, are we?" Before Vikir could even react to the move, Amduat slammed a brutal knee straight into his stomach, launching Vikir high into the sky. Below, Amduat stood watching him, but right at that moment, 2 deep slash marks suddenly glowed on his face. The light radiating from those wounds flared intensely, striking terror into the monster's heart. He gasped in disbelief. Could it be images of Quentin being advised by Nabokov flashed in Amduat's mind, making him scream out in pure rage? At the same time, thick blue veins began to bulge wildly across Amduat's entire body. Realizing what was happening, he roared in bitter resentment, "You bastard, how dare you betray me?" Spotting the golden opportunity, someone immediately yelled. Hearing the command, it launched itself like a rocket, soaring directly above Amduat's head. In just a blink, Jekavia expanded to a colossal size right before him, crashing down without a single shred of hesitation. Its sharp double tips pinned Amduat's arms firmly to the ground. The demon roared in pure fury, "Out of my way, you filthy traitor!" Suddenly, A bright golden light erupted from right beneath him, unleashed by none other than Zolozet. Witnessing this, Amduat's eyes nearly tore open. Now you and I get to witness the real counterattack. Vikir is finally ready to strike. Gritting his teeth, he raised the Shinian blade high, shouting with every ounce of his power as he prepared to unleash the ultimate move. 8 gates, 8 consciousnesses, heavens flip. A colossal explosion roared, shattering the earth and sending debris flying. As the thick dust settled, it revealed Amduat completely defeated, lying at the bottom of a massive crater. Standing right at the edge was Vikir, the one who delivered the final blow. He panted heavily, clutching his trembling right arm while thinking, "We actually stopped it. You and I know the Abyss Tree is safe for now. Now, only Quentin remains to break his pact with the devil. Everything will finally end." Over in the distance, Zolozet was jumping for joy, waving her hands. "We actually did it, Lord Van." However, Vikir's focus was locked on Nabokov and Quentin, who were enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. Thank goodness the trigger for the Abyss Tree was held by Quentin, but just as he let his guard down, Quentin's chest was violently pierced right in front of Nabokov. Vikir watched in utter horror, his eyes widening with shock. Even Quentin never saw this coming, looking down at his bleeding chest with a pale face, stammering, "No, this can't be." Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. The next shock, Amduat was still alive. Coughing violently, the demon dragged himself up right behind Vikir, completely ignoring the fact that half of his head was literally split open. Licking his lips, he hissed, "I truly love how simple-minded you humans are." Seeing Vikir turn, Amduat mocked him further. "Imagine foolishly betting everything on human trust. Right from the start, the key to the import Abyss Tree has always been mine." Vikir fell into a stunned silence for a brief moment before questioning him coldly. "Why did you play along all this time?" Amduat narrowed his eyes, delivering a despicable, mocking reply. "Because it's fun, watching you cling to hope, struggle in despair, and seeing the absolute horror on your faces when pushed into the abyss is just exquisite." Every single word fueled Vikir's rising rage, causing him to grit his teeth in pure hatred. "But look at your face right now. Priceless." Losing his temper, Vikir let out a furious roar and lunged forward to attack Amduat. But before he could even land a hit, the bracelet on his arm suddenly sprouted 4 crimson vines. They expanded instantly, wrapping tightly around Vikir's body. Stripped of all movement, he was bound like a cocoon and slammed onto the ground. The nightmare didn't end there. From the massive crater behind the demon, a giant cluster of ancient vines surged forth, rapidly spreading and wrapping around his allies' bracelets, constricting them in a brutal and crushing grip. Amduat's mocking voice echoed over the chaos. "The uglier humans are the more beautiful they become. That is their true nature." Spreading his arms wide to command the writhing vines, he smiled. "I shall prepare a grand stage worthy of your final. Let them betray and tear each other apart, becoming nothing but sacrificial scapegoats for the brand new era of Ye Feng." Zozit was also being tightly bound by the creeping vines. She glanced sideways and softly called out to Lord Van, pinned to the ground. He responded weakly. Suddenly, Zolo's face darkened as he whispered a faint apology. Hearing this, Zolo's eyes widened in utter shock. Before the thick creeping vines completely blocked her vision, Vi's guilt-ridden voice echoed softly, filled with a deep regret and sorrow. "I failed." Outside, massive dark storm clouds rolled in rapidly, completely blotting out the sky in a matter of seconds. Chilling winds howled through the barren trees. On the ground, a horrifying blood-red entity began to grow at an insane rate. Countless massive roots erupted from deep underground, sealing off the entire academy in a split second. The trapped citizens panicked. They cried out in absolute despair. "No, my son, my daughter, give her back. What will happen to our children now? Please give back my student." Desperate sobs and screams echoed through the cold air, painting a picture of total chaos. "Let my child go." Ven stared at the massive entity before him, his voice shaking with pure terror. What on earth was this? He recalled how it ruthlessly snatched everyone up, a deep dread settling in. It felt as if everything had been pre-planned. Only the academy students were being targeted and dragged inside. Right then, Kamet spoke up with deep suspicion. Could this be the Abyss Tree? Ven froze in complete shock. "What, the Abyss Tree?" Suddenly, Ozit stepped forward, looking grave. "Young lady of the Ingo family, do you know anything about this?" he asked desperately. "4 of my siblings are trapped inside. Please, if you know anything, help us." Sister Vance stepped forward immediately, her face pale with intense worry. My son, is in there too." Before anyone could reply, Roderick chimed in frantically. "We must save them. My daughter is trapped." "What is that monster?" Flooded with questions, Kamet finally snapped, shouting at the panicked crowd. "Panicking won't solve anything. It's too chaotic, so let's calm down and ask one by one." Ven quickly stepped in. His voice carried a rare trembling anxiety. My students were dragged in there." He bowed his head low. He pleaded desperately, "Please, if you know anything, help us." Hearing his desperate plea, Kamet paused, deep in thought. He reminded her of Master Nak, who once mentioned they were cousins. Shaking off the thought, she replied softly, "Actually, I don't know that much." Pointing toward the massive crimson entity, she lowered her voice to explain. This demonic tree rooted long ago in the Red and Black Mountains. It is known as the Abyss Tree in ancient shamanic legends. Her eyes turned incredibly serious. According to ancient records, it takes root on the surface but sprouts deep beneath the ground. Growing backwards until, true to its name, it descends so deep that it reaches the very bottom of the abyss. Kamak paused, her voice heavy with dread. Worse, it creates a mysteriously distorted space inside that is entirely impossible to measure. It operates on an entirely different level compared to the demonic towers located in the southeastern regions of our empire. Right then, Vanich interrupted in a panic. "Forget all that useless history. How do we get the kids out of there?" Kamet spun around, unable to hide her sheer annoyance. "If I knew how to do that, do you think I'd just stand here? I would have saved them already, uncle. This damn tree can only be broken from the inside to escape." He gritted his teeth, refusing to believe it. "What? No way. That's impossible." Ven quickly intervened, looking highly doubtful. "I am relieved that you are safe, Kamet, but why weren't you dragged into that tree like the other students?" Kamet looked down at her own wrist and spoke slowly. Every single student who was captured had a vine around their wrist. Because the admissions office completely ran out of student bracelets, they gave me this simple visitor's pass instead. She speculated that the cursed bracelets were only distributed to official students. Hearing this, Ven stood entirely frozen. A sudden memory flashed back in his mind. He recalled being told the bracelets were only meant to ensure school security. Kamat nodded slowly in confirmation. "I believe that is the trigger." Suddenly, Ven fell to his knees in despair. Bowing his head, he muttered like a broken man. "It is all my fault. This is entirely my fault," he sobbed. "If only I had been a little more suspicious. If only I had been careful, I wouldn't have ruined my students. Damn it." Meanwhile, little Calm looked up at Aussie with teary eyes. "Big uncle is little uncle never coming back." He stayed silent, gently pulling her into a warm embrace. Standing nearby, Kamet clenched her fists in quiet determination. "No, it can't end like this." Her gaze grew incredibly resolute. If it was him, she knew there was still hope. Staring at the massive crimson entity, she thought, if it's him, he'll definitely survive. "I'll wait, so get out fast. Only then can we have a real reunion." Meanwhile, in another location, bloody memories of monsters flashed before Vi's eyes. She recalled the terrifying image of Lord Van wrapped in those branches. Her lips trembled in utter shock. Lord Van. Right then, Vikir suddenly snapped his eyes open. Decarabia floated in close, asking skeptically, "Hey contractor, are you awake yet?" Vikir struggled to sit up, asking in confusion, "Where are we?" Decarabia quickly replied, "It looks like we've been dragged in." Decarabia hovered around him calmly, explaining that the Tower of Babel had plunged deep underground right into the Hell Tree. This first basement level was the territory of Nouvelle Vague. Vikir frowned, his eyes turning cold. Did they really fail to stop it? Was there truly no way to prevent this? Right then, a creepy voice suddenly echoed from the shadows of the tunnel. "Hello there," a monster grinned, its voice raspy. "Don't be alarmed." Suddenly, a tiny guide spirit zipped out to introduce itself. "I am your guide spirit for this tower. Only one person can claim this single slot to reach the very bottom first." Then the system chimed. The rules of the tower were now in effect, binding him to this deadly game. Level 1 warrior Vikir was officially registered in this grand system. The power of his status window was now fully unlocked. A glowing screen popped up. Level 1 0%. Strength was 178, agility 203, stamina 207. Vikir stared closely at the screen. Inside this tower, his real-world power was reduced to just 1/100th of his normal self, meaning his current power was stuck at level 1. If he raised his stats here, his real-world power would be permanently boosted upon escaping. Decarabia murmured in deep thought. "I've seen my share of abyss trees," the demon muttered, "but this is the first time one has set up a system like this." Was this the terrifying result of Amdusia's awakening his power to the absolute maximum? Vikir remained silent, lost in thought. He knew this setup. It perfectly matched the diaries of legendary heroes who lived before his reincarnation. In his past life, Amdusias had unleashed the Hell Tree at Coliseo Academy, bringing countless young prodigies to their doom. The tower system fed players the sweet illusion of getting fast, easy power. But it was a trap. The Hell Tree was designed from the very start to ensure nobody ever escaped alive. This place was a chaotic maze. Countless dimensions were woven together, floor by floor, defying all logic and common sense, and they had to survive it. They had to solve deadly, complex puzzles and face ravenous beasts while trapped in these severely weakened bodies. Anyone who perished here would have their life force completely drained, fueling the very demon who created this nightmare. It was a mass sacrificial altar meant to trigger the end of the world. Vikir had tried everything to stop it, yet in the end he had failed. While Vikir stood lost in his dark thoughts, silent dangers crept closer. Vicious giant sewer rats sneaked up behind him. As the beasts leaped to attack, the guide spirit squealed in excitement. To clear the first basement floor, you must slaughter every single Nouvelle Vague sewer rat lurking in these shadows. They might only be F-rank monsters, but in packs they are absolutely lethal. The horde hissed, charging wildly. Caribia sighed as he watched the beasts swarm. Listen, contractor, I'd love to help, but this tower is suppressing my powers. It's near impossible for me to summon my true strength here. Looks like you're on your own for this one. Then seeing Vikir's cold, calm battle stance, the demon chuckled. Though I suppose you never plan on relying on me. Vikir gripped his mask, his mind focused. Even though he had grown vastly stronger since his reincarnation, he had limits. At best, he had only reached half of the 8-star realm. Vikir's hand tightened around the mask. Even with the Sanctus's protection, he was only on par with the 5th corpse who had received the first power. That was his limit. But then a sudden memory of the system's earlier announcement flashed through his mind. If surviving this hellish tower meant his real-world power would increase permanently, he had to take the gamble. He fell silent for a brief moment. Then with absolute resolve, Vikir made up his mind. He crushed the mask in his hand and tossed the pieces aside, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. He stood his ground against the incoming swarm. He would use this damn system to grow strong and escape. He lunged forward relentlessly, tearing through the wave of monsters. Did they think he would be a sacrifice? Never. Vikir's resolve hardened with every swing. He would transform this hellish tree into his personal stepping stone. His eyes burned with pure murderous intent. He was like a hound sinking its fangs into the enemy's neck. He would bite down until they stopped drawing breath. He was Vikir, a proud hound of the Baskerville Clan. He charged forward, his blood boiling. It was time to unleash the true Baskerville hound, a beast driven solely by revenge. Watching the slaughter, the guide spirit began to tremble in shock. He was clearing the floor at an impossible speed. This is a brand new record, it squeaked. First basement level cleared in the blink of an eye. So what? Before the guide fairy can even finish speaking, Vikir suddenly reaches out and snatches its tiny body. The creature panics, struggling wildly as his cold laughter rings in its ears. Glaring at the guide fairy, Vikir reminds it of his record-breaking clear. In a low, threatening tone, he demands a reward worthy of his achievement. This is the place of reverse Babel, the burrowing tower piercing the earth, a forbidden path to the underworld. It is the cursed giant tree known as the Abyss Tree. Those swallowed by the abyss do not simply get lost inside the trunk. Instead, their very causality becomes completely distorted, bending and overlapping dimensions all around them. They are absorbed, left to drift forever inside that inescapable twisted labyrinth. Consequently, any attempt to intervene from the outside world is useless. Causality is too warped and dimensions are too tangled. Trapped deep within, they are thoroughly absorbed by the maze. No external force can ever hope to penetrate this closed-off world. This sealed dimension can only be shattered from the inside. And just as the ancient records describe, its branches reach into the very deepest depths of hell, dragging down every single soul unfortunate enough to be swallowed. This was written in the Magic Records Author Unknown Volume 13 Chapter 6. Back in the tower, Vikir keeps squeezing the fairy. Once he finally lets it go, the guide fairy gags in absolute agony. A surge of intense nausea hits the creature, and it vomits a vile pitch-black liquid right into its hand. Caribia and Baby Madam look on, unable to hide their disgust. The guide fairy wipes its mouth and looks up at him. Is this really your reward, it asks. Instantly in Vikir's hands, several colorful candies suddenly materialize in his palms. A system notification chimes. Red candy increases the strength stat by 1 point. Green candy boosts agility by 1 point. Blue candy raises stamina by 1 point. Vikir stares intently at the sweets, carefully calculating his next move. Are these candies the standard rewards for clearing each floor of this hellish tower? Their appearance matches the memoirs perfectly. Consuming them will boost his physical attributes without the need to level up. Vikir narrows his eyes. This mechanic reminds him of the time Piggy eagerly explained the board game trending in the Imperial capital. He remembers Piggy showing it off, asking, "Have you tried playing this yet? It is incredibly popular in the capital right now. You choose a character, level them up, and allocate stats. Come play with us. It is honestly so much fun." Vikir silently analyzes the situation. The level and stat systems in this tower operate on the exact same logic as that game. Clenching his fist, he reminds himself of a cold truth. This is reality now, not some harmless game. Memories of Amdusias's chilling words resurface. The Demon Lord once claimed that absolute malice is the true essence of humanity. Human nature is inherently wicked, Amdusias had sneered. With his current power, he could easily wipe out those weak humans. Yet the demon preferred a far more twisted game, designing a grand, cruel stage just for them. By trapping everyone inside and using the Abyss Tree's dark system, Amdusias plans to amplify human weakness and malice. He wants to feed on their corruption, turning their betrayals and despair into direct nourishment to fuel his own ascension. Betray, slaughter, and tear each other apart, the demon had urged, and become the perfect sacrifices for this doomsday. Vikir silently reflects on his past life. He had spent years concealing his strength and identity specifically to prevent this catastrophe. He wanted to crush this threat before it could ever sprout. But now, those careful, calculated plans have completely shattered. Pushing the dark thoughts aside, Vikir turns a cold gaze back to the guide. Where are the other academy students? The guide fairy flinches, scratching its head in sheer embarrassment. Well, even I do not know the answer to that. It quickly tries to diffuse the tension. Why look so surprised? Anyone who enters the cursed abyss tree faces unpredictable paths. If they keep descending to the lower floors, they might cross paths again. Or they might never meet at all. That is just how this place works. The guide fairy mutters, casting a cautious glance at Vikir's expression. At least until you find a way to escape this tree. Vikir listens in silence, reading the creature's micro-expressions. He senses no falsehood in its words. Meanwhile, the guide fairy continues its frantic explanation of the rules. In this abyss, if even one person manages to escape, then everyone else, dead or alive, will be freed along with them. Is that true? Vikir's face grows incredibly dark. Sensing his dangerous aura, the guide fairy desperately tries to reassure him. You can patiently wait for another student to escape, or you can step up and be that savior yourself. Vikir lowers his eyes, masking the storm of thoughts. It sounds simple enough, but he knows better than anyone. This cruel system was engineered by a high-ranking demon. And trust me, it is far worse than anything you and I can imagine. He remembers the academy students from before. How did they survive and escape this supposedly impossible abyss tree? What was the secret behind their miracle? How did they conquer a trial designed to be completely impossible? That and the reason he could clearly remember the memoir containing every detail about the abyss tree. Camus stood tall and proud, revealed in Vikir's memories, all thanks to the woman who would later be called the Iron-Blooded Empress, an untamable genius. Completely beyond anyone's control, a wild card that even Amdusias himself could never have anticipated. It was all because of Camus' brilliance. But now Vikir stood completely alone inside this colossal fortress, and yet she was nowhere to be found in this place. Vikir surveyed his surroundings, silently calling out the names of his close allies, Piggy, Tudor, Sancho, Bianca, Dolores, and Sinclair. Despite the collapsing space around him, he remained deeply lost in thought. Those great future heroes, those comrades whom he once considered friends and had ultimately failed to protect. Right then, the system suddenly popped up. A warning blare that this entire area would collapse in just a few minutes. Vikir closed his eyes, telling himself to take full responsibility for his own failure this time around. He snapped his eyes open, a fierce determination burning deep within, and resolved to stand in her place. Meanwhile, the system's warnings blared endlessly, stating that this area would collapse soon due to exceeding the allowed stay limit. A secondary warning screamed that the entire zone would collapse in just minutes. In the middle of the chaos, the guide's spirit pulled a scroll from its mouth. Decarabia scanned the collapsing space, with an anxious voice asking, "Hey, Vikir, don't you see this entire place is about to cave in?" At the same time, the guide spirit handed the scroll to Vikir and calmly said, "It seems I forgot to give you this, didn't I?" He unrolled it, asking in confusion, "What is this?" The system immediately popped up, cutting him off. Vikir's words. It was a return scroll, a rare item that allows a player to return to the tutorial zone, on the first basement floor for a single use only. Inside was written the answer to, "Where are you going, Lord? Your level will be completely reset upon use." Suddenly, the alarms blared even louder, warning this entire area will collapse in just a few minutes. The guide's spirit bowed warmly, saying, "Well then, I hope we meet again very soon. I always hope that you can find a way to escape from here." Just as those words were finished, countless giant stone slabs came crashing down from above, completely blocking his vision. The spirit grinned deviously before vanishing into the thick dust and collapsing debris. A massive explosion suddenly echoed in the darkness and the system interface appeared. You have escaped the tutorial zone on the first basement floor. You have received a new title, Sewer Rat Hunter. Strength 178, Stamina 207, Agility 203. Lock stats continue to display. The Sewer Rat Hunter title deals bonus damage to all rat-type monsters, and slightly increases the duration of various abnormal status effects like provocation, confusion, blindness, and bleeding, burns, and poison. The scene quickly shifts to a ruined coliseum, where a giant ancient tree stands tall among the ruins. The second floor of the abyss tree, a familiar ground. Vikir stepped forward, chuckling softly. This really is a familiar sight. His eyes slowly scanned his surroundings, his voice tinged with a hint of doubt. A ruined Roman Colosseum, this time. Decarabia slowly began to explain the situation to him. Amdusias has devoured entire pieces of the human world just to feed the abyss tree. Those swallowed realms will gradually transform into a part of the tower's inner world. He likely swallowed a corner of this very Colosseum, though the overall atmosphere here feels slightly different. Right then, the system screen suddenly flashed open before him with a message. All 108 students who cleared the tutorial zone, please gather at the central square immediately. Decarabia whispered some advice into Vikir's ear. Excellent. Why don't you use this chance to find your old friends? Meanwhile, Vikir was reflecting on what he had just experienced. A destroyed academy in that central square. Could it be? Not far away, the surviving students of the academy were already gathering right in the middle of the arena. They panicked and cried out to each other, "Damn it, what kind of messed up world is this anyway? Are we trapped inside some kind of dungeon? How on earth are we supposed to escape this place? Please someone save me from here. Damn it, I never expected fighting those stupid rats would be this brutal. It is absolutely terrifying." Decarabia scoffed coldly after observing the panicked crowd of students for a brief moment. "It looks like your roommate and those other friends of yours aren't here. And if that's the case, they probably died long ago, completely absorbed by the abyss tree." Suddenly, Vikir spoke up, cutting him off. "Shut up, you're being too loud." Suddenly, an arrogant shout echoed from right behind him. "Get lost! Right now!" A blonde student was actively bullying a black-haired boy, raising his voice to criticize him. "Why on earth? Why should we share what we found first with you guys? Out here, whoever grabs it first is the owner. That is just how it is." Falling back onto the cold tile floor, Piggy stammers in response. "What if monsters show up again, just like in the tutorial? How are we supposed to fight them like this? Should not we be helping each other out to survive? Please just let us borrow some weapons for now." Hearing that, the arrogant blonde noble grabs Piggy by the hair, sneering at his pathetic plea. "What did you just say? Lend you weapons? Are you seriously still this clueless about our situation?" Pointing his spear, he spits out pure unfiltered contempt. "Lowly commoners like you own absolutely nothing. You guys do not own a single thing and are incredibly slow. All you can ever do is kneel before us, nobles. That is why you have always lived such miserable, pathetic lives until now." The blonde noble shoves him away with a harsh laugh. "This is why you peasants need to work harder." Suddenly, another student rushes in to help Piggy up and lead him away, while the nobles just laugh. The two commoners limp away as the nobles mock them. One of them grits his teeth in pure anger. "Those filthy scumbags, we clearly found those weapons first. I should never have left to call for help." Piggy sighs heavily, knowing no one could have predicted the nobles would stoop to outright robbery like this. But just as they are complaining, a massive dimensional rift suddenly tears open right before them. The shocked students scream in panic, pointing at the glowing tear that just appeared in midair. A mysterious voice echoes from the rift, asking if all 108 players are doing well. Then a tiny guide fairy pops out of the rift, buzzing with excitement as she addresses the crowd. She introduces herself as Fairy Baguette, the guide for this second basement floor, asking how the tutorial was. But absolutely nobody answers her. Instead, the entire crowd just turns away, completely ignoring her existence. Just then, an arrogant laugh echoes through the hall. The blonde noble struts forward, full of confidence. Pointed at himself, Tutor sneers, claiming that whatever trials lie ahead are nothing but child's play. He demands they start the next test immediately, boasting that he will easily conquer it and return home. He claims he will become a legendary hero and make his family proud, shouting directly at the fairy. He yells to hurry up, claiming that even if his power is weakened, he has absolutely nothing to fear. Hearing his arrogant boasts, the guide fairy's smile turns dangerously cold as she grits her teeth. She mockingly praises his confidence, announcing that they can officially begin the real test right now. Countless cracks tear open across the arena as her playful voice echoes over the panicking crowd. She explains that the second floor quest is extremely simple, but Tutor suddenly feels a chilling pressure. He spins around in panic, staring in horror as terrifying hellhounds crawl out from the pitch-black shadows. The fairy's mocking laughter echoes in their ears, asking if they can actually survive this nightmare. Soon after, Tutor's confident smirk completely vanishes, replaced by his desperate and terrified screams for help. He is completely overwhelmed, screaming in absolute despair, while the other students are also violently ambushed. Everyone runs frantically for their lives. Amidst the chaos, Vikir looks ahead and gasps in sheer shock. With a trembling voice, he points toward a massive hellhound that is viciously tearing the blonde noble apart. He yells in panic as a holographic system screen immediately pops up to reveal the beast's stats. A B-tier threat over 3 meters tall, originating from the Black Chain Mountains. A true harbinger of doom. Its bite is completely fatal, bringing absolute certain death to anyone unfortunate enough to cross its path. Unquenchable hellfire spews from its eyes and mouth, burning relentlessly until its prey is completely reduced to ash. Meanwhile, the guide fairy points at the hovering countdown screen, laughing hysterically at their despair. They must survive against 108 hellhounds for 108 minutes to pass. Her high-pitched voice echoes over the absolute chaos, mockingly asking if they can handle it with their numbers. Vikir runs for his life, gritting his teeth. How are they supposed to survive while weakened 100-fold? Facing these beasts while weakened 100-fold is pure suicide. But suddenly, a door opens right before his eyes. Vikir rejoices, thinking that if he can just slip inside and hold his breath, they might miss him. He was nowhere to be found. Without hesitation, he dashed straight into the room. But just as the door was closing, a solid hand suddenly blocked the door, making Jin-Noi freeze in absolute shock. Outside, two other students quickly poked their heads in, pleading desperately, "Jin-Noi, it is us, please let us in." He hesitated to respond, "Guys, but they are." They kept begging. "We are friends, right?" Facing extreme danger, Jin-Noi frowned, weighing the risks. What should he do? Right, surviving together with more people might be much easier than going at it completely alone. He whispered back, "Keep quiet and get in quick." But the moment he spoke, those two students suddenly shoved him right back out. He gasped in panic. "What on earth are you doing?" But they just gloated from the inside, calling out, "Oh, Jin, you never saw us as friends. We were just your personal errand boys to boss around." The two students burst out, laughing mockingly. "This time we get to order you around. Go be our decoy." One of them commanded coldly, "Once things quiet down out there, we will let you back in." Jin-Noi froze instantly, shouting out in pure rage, "What kind of nonsense is that?" But he choked on his words as a terrifying hellhound materialized at the far end of the hallway. It growled fiercely, its fiery eyes dripping with pure bloodlust. In a flash, the beast charged straight at Jin-Noi, who sat entirely alone. He stared at the approaching monster, absolute despair written all over his face. As the beast drew near, Jin-Noi squeezed his eyes shut, braced for death. Yet nothing happened. Slowly, he peeked open his eyes to scan the room, only to find Vako standing proudly right in front of him. Staring in complete shock, Jin-Noi stammered out, You were dragged into this place too. But how did you?" Before he could even finish, Jin stopped dead in tracks. The hellhound was already dead. "Wait, what?" He stared in disbelief at the glowing crimson blade in Vako's hand, utterly confused. Did that guy just take down a hellhound all on his own? He was always a simple archer, so why a sword now? And that deep red blade attached to the back of his hand looked strangely familiar. Suddenly, Vako spoke coldly, calling his name. Jin-Noi quickly looked up. What Vako stared right back, giving a calm order. "I have a specific job for you." Meeting that chilling gaze, Jin-Noi swallowed hard as a bad feeling washed over him. Shortly after, he began to step softly on the old wooden floor. Before long, he was standing in the middle of the hall, fully loaded with random pots and pans. He gnashed his teeth, cursing himself under his breath. Damn it, why did I ever agree to this? His memories flashed back to earlier. Jin-Noi had stared at Vako, eyes wide with absolute disbelief. "What a decoy?" He immediately demanded. "Why should I do that? Just because you saved my life doesn't mean I will agree to something so ridiculous." But Vako merely tilted his head, talking as if they were just casual friends. "I know you are into Shin-A. Help me out and I will hook you up with her." Watching this, Dez leaned in and whispered to Vako, "Wait, are you actually being serious?" Vako replied with a straight face, "Of course I am lying." It sighed, totally defeated. Figures. Meanwhile, blinded by puppy love, Jin-Noi hesitated, asking, "Really?" Then he quickly turned away, sounding completely annoyed and defensive. "No, what are you even talking about? A noble person like me would never be interested in a commoner like her." After pausing for a second, he reluctantly mumbled, "But since you did save my life, I guess I can help you once." Right back in the present, tears streamed down Jin-Noi's face as he gritted his teeth in sheer regret. He thought, "I am crazy, absolutely out of my mind." Clenching the ladle, he tried to pump himself up. "Still, if it's for her sake." Instantly, he started banging the metal pans on his body, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Hey, you dumb stray dogs, come and get some." His voice echoed through the arena, grabbing the attention of every monster. "Don't be scared, face me." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he paled with terror, his voice cracking. The pack of hellhounds swarmed in all at once, snarling viciously. Frightened out of his mind, he spun around and booked it. Behind him, the beasts chased him like mad. Reaching a sharp corner, Jin suddenly dove into an empty side room. But the hounds completely missed his move. They just kept sprinting straight ahead, charging into a room at the end. Right after, they entered a heavy wooden door, slammed shut behind them, sealing off their only exit. Inside that dark room, Vako stood waiting like an absolute boss. A smirk played on his lips. "When pursuing prey, you simple beasts can only charge in a straight line." Vako watched the hellhounds closely, his sharp eyes analyzing every single movement. Knowing they struggled with sudden turns, he slowly raised his dagger, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "This sight really brings back childhood memories. How about we have ourselves a nice bloody little reunion right now?" Shortly after, agonizing whimpers echoed from inside the room, followed by the sound of fresh blood spraying everywhere, staining the entire room blood red. Jin-Noi peeked inside from the doorway, swallowed hard, and muttered, "Hey, commoner is he?" Slumped right outside the door, a terrible feeling creeping up. "What's going on? Is he dead already?" Jin-Noi instinctively sighed. "Damn it, you're supposed to keep your promise before kicking the bucket." He finally worked up the courage to push the door open and whispered, calling out, "Hey, you still alive?" But the moment he peeked inside, Jin-Noi's pupils violently contracted in absolute shock. Through the bloody haze, carcasses of hellhounds were piled up under Vic's feet. Jinoi burst inside, pointing an accusatory finger at the pile of carcasses, yelling in absolute disbelief, "Why you? Did you seriously take down all of these beasts on your own? Did you set up some trap somewhere?" Vic simply raised an eyebrow in response. "A trap? What are you even talking about?" He then held out a pouch packed with glowing, colorful candies, letting out a sigh as he noted how incredibly hard it is to grind agility stats. Frowning in frustration, he looked highly disappointed. Despite pushing himself this hard, his hidden lock stats still refused to open up. Just then, you and I get to see his system screen materialize, showing Vic at level 1 with the Sewer Rat Hunter title physicals at 178, stamina at 207, agility at 203. Vic stared at the screen, muttering that he needed to tackle a far more difficult quest to unlock them. Meanwhile, Jinoi stood dazed, unable to shake off a rising sense of complete disbelief. How could he act like slaying hellhounds was just another Tuesday? Was this really the weak, useless guide Jinoi used to know? Moments later, the guide fairy manifested and immediately lost her mind. The second her eyes swept across the brutal scene, her eyes practically popped out. "You actually wiped out all of these hellhounds by yourself. You really are a bizarre anomaly, aren't you?" But even with her shock, the countdown timer kept ticking down relentlessly. The remaining time displayed on the screen was just 1 hour 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Panicking, Jinoi yelled at the guide, "We cleared the hellhounds. Why isn't the timer stopping? Open up the gateway to the next floor already." But the guide only shook her head slowly, a sly, sinister grin spreading across her face. "Well, it seems I completely underestimated the capability of you human contestants. As administrators, we are obligated to balance out the difficulty of each floor." Humming a tune, she casually snapped her fingers. Right on cue, a massive dimensional rift tore open in midair, her chilling voice echoing through the dark room. "For this trial, you boys will have to deal with this sweet little baby too." As she spoke, a giant Cerberus materialized, and the guide squealed with sadistic glee. The beast's towering muscular frame stepped into the light, radiating a suffocating aura of pure malice. The sheer pressure was enough to choke them. The guide fairy raised her voice, introducing the monster. "Everyone meet the mighty Cerberus." An orange system warning instantly flashed before them. Cerberus danger level A+, size 7 meters, first discovered on the 7th slope of the Red Ridge. Dubbed the Watchdog of Hell, this legendary monstrosity showed zero mercy to any wandering soul attempting to escape, tearing them into bloody shreds. These beasts dwell in the deepest, darkest pits of the underworld, the ultimate destination where all deceased souls must eventually go, standing as the absolute peak of the netherworld species. Looking at the completely petrified Vic and Jinoi, the guide fairy giggled with pure delight, asking, "How about this? Compared to you guys who easily slaughtered my hellhounds, this should level the playing field, right?" A wicked, distorted smile spread across her face. "And that brings us to the next nightmare. Is this the final quest of this floor?" Cerberus bared its fangs and snarled. The guide fairy's mocking voice chimed in once more. "Do try your absolute best to stay alive, okay?" The very second she finished speaking, Jinoi's weapon slipped from his hands, clattering to the floor. He fell to his knees, looking completely drained, as if his soul had been sucked dry. "No way," he choked out, staring up at the colossal beast in total despair. His lips trembled uncontrollably. This was a death sentence. Meanwhile, Vic calmly gathered the candies he had just harvested and shoved them all straight into his mouth. Tossing the empty bag aside, he casually stepped forward. Jinoi watched in utter amazement, calling out to him in panic. Even the guide fairy could only stare at Vic, her face frozen in sheer bewilderment. What on earth is this? How can he remain so calm? He's 100 times weaker now, yet he's facing a terrifying A+ rank beast. Cerberus Vic slowly wiped the leftover candy crumbs from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. He'd gone through all the trouble of him despite hearing that normal people couldn't stand the terrible taste of these candies. Facing Cerberus, Vic didn't hesitate to spit out his disdain. "Even with a hardened palate like mine, this taste is absolutely vile." Pointing the sharp tip of his blade straight at the giant beast, he smirked. "But in my current condition, to face you, I've got to go all out, right?" The second he spoke, his glowing system status screen flashed open. Vic level 1 title Sewer Rat Hunter. Strength 230 plus 52, stamina 244 plus 37, agility 219 plus 16. Vic leaped forward to challenge Cerberus head-on. The giant beast lunged, swinging its massive claws, and the heavy impact sent him flying backward. But Vic was incredibly quick. Vic quickly regained the upper hand, his blade flashing like cold beams of light as he repeatedly slashed at his opponent. Cerberus growled furiously, relentlessly swinging its claws to counterattack. These savage, wild strikes repeatedly tore through the air nearby. Jinoi and the guide fairy stood frozen. The thick bloodlust radiating from both fighters clashed violently, swallowing the entire room in a suffocating and breathless atmosphere. Cerberus swung its massive paw upward, sending a giant deadly claw slashing aggressively toward him. Vic pivoted to gain momentum, unleashing a kick as heavy as a sledgehammer right into one of its heads. But right then, Cerberus's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange, eerie light. Vic sensed something was wrong, his pupils shrinking instantly. But it was already too late. A sharp claw tore through the wind from a blind spot. Vic was blasted backward like a cannonball, sending rubble and thick dust exploding all across the room. He slowly slid down from a deep crater in the wall, fresh blood dripping down his battered body. Vic bowed his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The wound from Cerberus kept bleeding heavily, staining his clothes in deep red stains. Vic frowned slightly, his breathing turning ragged as pain surged through his body. Inwardly, he scoffed, realizing this was a completely different level of pressure. Yet, even while injured, Vic's mind raced with rapid calculations and tactical judgments. Perhaps it was because this beast came from the deepest depths of the underworld. Compared to the one he fought back in the Red and Black Mountains, remembered its ferocity, knowing for sure that this one was far superior in both sheer size and absolute brutality. But then, suddenly, a loud explosion erupted in the blink of an eye. One of Cerberus's 3 heads whipped around in total shock and disbelief. But as it saw the situation, the beast froze. Its neighboring head had already been completely pierced through by Vic's blade. He coldly twisted his blade, instantly snuffing out that head's life. Without hesitating for a single second, Vic pulled his weapon back and leapt backward quickly, resetting his defensive stance. He carefully watched the remaining 2 heads of the giant Cerberus, telling himself that none of that mattered. In the very next instant, the beast went totally ballistic, charging wildly at Vic. Vic leaped high into the air, wielding his cold razor-sharp blade as he lunged straight back at Cerberus. Gathering all of his strength, he lunged at Cerberus with a single thought. No matter how exhausted or weak he got, a deafening, earth-shattering explosion shook the entire chamber violently. Genoa stood paralyzed in the middle of the thick dust, screaming Vic's name in sheer panic. But as the heavy dust finally began to clear, he froze on the spot. Cerberus was standing right in front of Genoa, baring its razor-sharp white fangs. But then it coughed up a huge splash of blood and slowly collapsed. The massive body of Cerberus crashed heavily right in front of Genoa. And behind the giant monster's corpse, Vic's silhouette slowly emerged. He reminded himself that he wasn't the kind of person who would ever stop just because of some minor setback. Just then, a flood of system notifications began ringing out. Level 1 Warrior Vic is the first player on the second basement floor to successfully hunt down the B+ rank Hellhound pack. Rewards for this great achievement will be granted. Level 1 Warrior Vic is the first to successfully hunt down the A+ rank boss Cerberus. Rewards for this incredible achievement will now be granted. Junoi stood frozen in place, his eyes trembling as he stared at the scene. He felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. That guy, Genoa muttered, staring at Cerberus's dead body while quietly evaluating Vic. Ever since the Academy tournament, he knew Vic was definitely not normal. But what was up with this absurd physical ability? Just how much power was he hiding from everyone? At the same time, the guide fairy fluttered over to Vic and spoke up in pure disbelief. Did you really defeat Cerberus? Do you know this is the first time anyone has ever cleared this? Vic tilted his head slightly, looked at her indifferently, asking, so what is my reward? Hearing this, the guide fairy instantly became flustered. A reward? Inside, she was crying her eyes out. How could there be a reward? This monster was never meant to be defeated by players like you. Seeing her hesitate, Vic's gaze turned frosty and his voice dropped to a threatening tone. Did you seriously raise the quest difficulty on your own without even preparing a decent reward for me? The guide fairy froze in terror, her whole body trembling. How could a level 1 player release such intense bloodlust? On the outside, she forced a nervous, crooked smile. How could that be? Of course, there's a proper reward for this. While frantically calculating her next move, if she handled this wrong, she was dead meat. A moment later, heavy noises echoed throughout the building. The guide fairy brought out several crates of colorful candy, speaking with forced pride. Here it is. Happy now. As she spoke, system descriptions popped up one after another. Red candy, a treat that increases your strength, stat by 1. Green candy boosts your agility stat by 1. Blue candy boosts your stamina stat by 1. Then the guide fairy quickly added. However, because this is still the early stage, the rewards are heavily limited. Is that all? Just these strange candies? Genoa stared at the massive mountain of candy in front of them, stammering in total shock. No, with this crazy amount, I can get stronger in the blink of an eye. Vic completely ignored the man's terrified screams. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something. He froze. Vic picked up a mysterious black candy, cheering in absolute delight. Found it. Suddenly, a system window popped up. It was black candy, an item that boosts physical resistance. Without a single second of hesitation, he tossed it right into his mouth, breathing a sigh of relief. This was one of 3 ultra-rare stats out of 6. Then, in the next instant, A massive surge of raw power flooded his entire body. The system screen announced that his locked physical resistance stat was finally unlocked, reducing the damage he takes from hits. Instantly, his status screen refreshed, showing level 1 and his new titles, Sewer Rat Hunter and New Hellhound Butcher. Strength is 230, stamina 244, agility 219, physical resistance 1. Staring at these insane numbers, Vic smirked with pure satisfaction. This stat was an innate ability he could never raise in reality. Snagging it was a massive stroke of luck. Now that it was unlocked, it would automatically increase every time he leveled up. Just like his other basic stats, he kept scanning his screen. Only 2 locked stats remained. Let's see what happens next. Only 2 stats left locked. Right then, Yanoe crept up to Vic, pleading in a hushed, greedy voice, "Hey Vic, could you spare some candy? I helped a lot back there against those hellhounds." But before he could finish, the fairy guide cut him off. "Excuse me, would you like to visit the candy shop?" Intrigued, Vic asked her. "A candy shop?" The system immediately showed the Goblin's Candy Shop, which trades unused sweets. They even had a rare golden candy that costs 300 regular candies of any color. This special golden candy grants an instant level up. The fairy guide quickly added that leveling up boosts all stats automatically, a massive win. Vic remained silent, his sharp gaze filled with suspicion. He started calculating. It was obvious they were trying to bait him into spending his hard-earned candy stockpile like this. Sure, leveling up would restore the power he had outside the tower. It seemed like the logical choice, but then he paused. According to the memoirs of ancient heroes, when a weak person achieves something monumental, the rewards are far greater. The system rewards underdogs way better than overpowered pros. And right now, Vic was still sitting at level 1. Under the rules of this abyss tree, no matter how insane his stats got, his low level marked him as weak. If he could clear brutal quests without leveling up, the system would drop far better top-tier rewards later on. Leveling up right now was an absolute taboo. Having thought everything through, Vic coldly turned around, ready to leave. He calmly told her, "Let's trade later." The fairy guide blinked in sheer disbelief at his rejection. "I see," she muttered. Shortly after, the entire castle began to crumble and a cold system voice echoed through the darkness. "Mission complete. Survivors remaining 69. All survivors on the second basement floor will now plunge to the next level." The moment the announcement ended, a spatial portal snapped open right beneath Vic and Ginny. He looked up totally unfazed. His gaze was incredibly sharp and determined. Suddenly, everything went pitch black save for the faint glow of his status screen. "You have officially left the second basement level. Now entering the safe zone of basement floor 3. Another status screen flared to life. Vic level 1. Title Sewer Rat Hunter and New Hellhound Butcher. Strength stat 230, stamina 244, agility 219, physical resistance 1. His new title deals colossal damage to any canine monsters while increasing the duration of negative effects like confusion, blindness, bleeding, and burn damage. The scenery shifted instantly, dropping them right into a completely ruined city street. We are on basement level 3. The survivors here looked completely traumatized. They were trudging along in silence, looking like a pack of mindless zombies. Running on empty, a pink-haired girl stumbled, her legs giving out as she collapsed onto the hard pavement. The blonde girl beside her panicked instantly, rushing over to catch her. She knelt down, desperately checking on her. "Are you okay?" The pink-haired girl weakly gasped. "I am so tired. My legs hurt, and my throat is bone dry." She curled up, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Seeing this, the blonde girl tried her absolute best to comfort her. "Just hang in there. We will find a safe place to rest very soon," she promised, gently pulling her up. She tried looking on the bright side, reminding her friend that they were finally safe from those terrifying monsters. Frowning, she thought back to the second basement floor. It was a miracle, even though she had no idea why. Right when those hellhounds were about to rip them apart, they suddenly sprinted away. That was their saving grace. She smiled at her friend, noting that there were no quests or monsters nearby. It felt unusually peaceful for once, but just as the word left her mouth, a massive explosion shook the ground, throwing both girls onto the dirt. Furious, the blonde girl screamed, "What is wrong with you guys? Why are you just standing frozen in the road? Move aside if you are going to space out." The big guy shivered, muttering under his breath, "That is?" Confused, she asked, "What is it? Is something up ahead?" But he couldn't tear his eyes away from the sight. He kept shouting, "What on earth is that?" Right before them, the blood moon needle flower loomed under the pale moonlight. Its massive roots spread across the ground, resting silently in the ruined street. Suddenly, someone gasped in utter shock. "Is that a dried-up flower? Honestly, it looks way more like a dead magic beast than a flower." One student stepped closer to the withered roots, sounding highly skeptical. It seemed dangerous to touch, yet the flower actually felt warm. "Is it really warm? Perfect. In this freezing weather, this is exactly what we need," another student chimed in. Once they confirmed the warmth, a bunch of students rushed over to hug the giant roots, cheering happily. "Look, is this an airbag?" It is so soft and warm, perfect for a pillow. Let's recover our stamina here first. Since it died recently, staying close keeps the cold away. But right then, Vale stepped in, coldly warning them. Get away from there. They all turned, and Vale calmly explained that this was a dangerous magic beast, a creature they must avoid. He urged everyone to leave immediately. The students were taken aback by his warning, but their confusion quickly turned into pure mockery. One male student pointed directly at the blood moon needle flower, responding with absolute arrogance. Sure, it looks bizarre, but it is dead. What danger could a corpse possibly pose? If you are that terrified, go stand by yourself. Stop making the rest of us anxious. He waved his hand, his words loaded with blatant disrespect. How did a total coward like you even survive this long? Actually, wait. Your cowardice is probably the only reason you are still breathing. If you're going to talk nonsense, get lost. Hearing the insults, Jinoi quietly murmured Vale. But suddenly a hand grabbed him and a deep voice muttered, "Hey, Jinoi." Jinoi instantly froze. His mind raced as he recognized that arrogant tone. It belonged to the scumbags who used him. "Hey punk, you are actually still alive." Jinoi glared back at them, cursing furiously in his own head. These utter bastards. The gray-haired guy looked Jinoi up and down, a highly mocking smirk forming on his face. "Look at you, quite the survivor. I actually respect that a little now." Immediately, the bullies burst into laughter. "You look pissed, but don't be so bitter. After all, you probably survived this long because of us." Enraged, Jinoi lunged forward, grabbing the gray-haired jerk by his collar as he roared in pure frustration. "You bastards, how dare you say that to my face? Do you even know how much I suffered because of you?" The gray-haired guy frowned with absolute disgust, muttering, "Has this loser still not snapped out of reality yet?" With a quick spin, he easily slammed Jinoi onto the dirt. Dazed and confused, Jinoi could only gasp. "What?" Crashing hard against the dry ground, Jinoi blacked out from the intense pain. The bullies looked down on him, whispering, "Hey buddy." The gray-haired guy spat out his final cold words. "Even with your high social status, wealth, or magic power back home in this place, only raw power matters. Might makes right." Ignoring Jinoi, he kept ranting. "Stop acting like a victim. You only opened that door because we were useful to you. So cool your head, and don't you dare think about showing your pathetic face in front of us again." Without a single backward glance, the two turned and walked away. Nobody bothered to help the unconscious boy. Instead, onlookers stood at a safe distance, whispering among themselves. "Wait, is that pathetic loser actually Jinoi? In the real world, we couldn't even look him in the eye. Now he's absolute garbage. Serves him right." Eventually, Jinoi woke up and began walking through the freezing ruins alone, whispering bitterly to encourage his spirit. "Damn it, once I escape this place, you and your garbage families will be completely erased from this empire." But his footsteps suddenly halted. The cruel taunts from before began ringing in his head all over again, reminding him that he only opened that door because he saw those bastards as useful tools to exploit. Jinoi winced, sighing deeply. What they said wasn't entirely wrong. Just then, a rich, savory scent caught his attention, drifting into his nose and making him snap out of his depression. Instantly, his eyes lit up with excitement. "What is this? Where is this delicious smell coming from?" He followed the scent to a ruined house, highly confused. "Is it coming from in there?" Without a single second thought, Jinoi immediately dashed toward the rundown shack. He burst through the door, shouting, "Hey, it smells amazing in here. Mind sharing some of that food with?" He stopped cold. Sitting inside was Vale, quietly roasting meat. Jinoi's voice trailed off as he muttered, "Please." Empty skewers littered the ground as Jinoi patted his stuffed belly, speaking to Vic in a soft voice. "Never thought I'd find grilled sewer rat meat so delicious," he groaned, rubbing his stomach. "But wait, how on earth did you bring all this gear in? Do you have some kind of magic pocket?" Jinoi shouted, watching Vic closely. "And watch this." Jinoi froze as Vic reached his hand right into a bottomless dark void. Then a system notification flashed. "Divine ring active. Barrier ability off. Dimensional pocket mode on. System process complete. God's domain ends here." Vic stared back nonchalantly, asking what he meant. Jinoi stayed quiet, silently analyzing this mysterious teammate. Who was this guy really? Jinoi replayed every bizarre detail in his head, especially the events of today. Slaughtering 100 hellhounds solo was crazy enough, but he also crushed the A+ rank boss beast Cerberus head-on. Jinoi cast a suspicious glance at Vic, weighing his options. He desperately wanted to ask about his true identity, but deep down he felt that crossing that line would change their dynamic forever with absolutely no turning back. Suddenly, Jinoi blurted out, asking why Vic was so nice to him when he constantly mocked him as a commoner. Vic pondered for a moment before casually replying, "Because you're useful to me." Jinoi's heart instantly sank. Figures. He knew it. But then Vic spoke up again, drawing out his words, "The reason I need you." Jinoi gasped as Vic continued, "Is because you're actually a much better guy than I thought." Vic remained completely expressionless. "That is all there is to it." Hearing this, Jinoi hastily wiped away his tears, his voice cracking with emotion. Damn it, this smoke is making my eyes water. Move the fire, he cursed, trying to hide his teary face. He repeatedly warned himself not to show how deeply touched he was by this commoner's unexpected kindness. Quickly changing the subject, Gino asked why Vic had warned the other students that the flower was extremely dangerous. It literally looks completely dead and dried up to everyone else. Vic quietly sighed as he heard Gino's words. You will find out soon enough, Vic murmured. Meanwhile, in another area, a student was scavenging for supplies. He was walking near the monster's giant roots when his foot caught a sharp rock, drawing fresh blood. A single drop of blood accidentally dripped onto the dry, lifeless root, quickly soaking through the hardened outer bark. Suddenly, the roots shivered. They crept outward one by one, silently lashing out at the completely terrified boy. He stared in horror as the roots lunged. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream echoed across the area. Vic looked toward the sound, his cold gaze, suggesting he knew this would happen. So it finally woke up. Outside the ruined town, the surviving students stood completely frozen in absolute horror. Then a voice broke the silence. Why are you guys looking at me with those weird faces, and why are you all standing upside down? The clueless student asked, completely unaware that he was covered in red syrup while hanging upside down in the air. The blood moon needle flower had him suspended by his feet. A loud, sickening crunch cut off his final words. And trust me, it gets worse. A chilling system alert immediately flashed right above the carnage. Quest: survive in the ruins for 69 days. Warning: stay away from the rank 5 beast, the blood moon needle flower. The students stared, their faces turning deathly pale as they read the monster's rank. It was S rank. Before they could even process the horror, Venus suddenly burst through the ground, offering an eerily friendly greeting. Greetings, survivors, the creature chirped. But in the next split second, its innocent expression completely twisted. It flashed a terrifyingly bloodthirsty grin. The lovely spirit of the third floor, Venus, has finally arrived. The students gasped in unison. That twisted little spirit had returned to torture them once again. Watching their sheer terror, Venus grew ecstatic. This round is a survival quest. Pretty simple, isn't it? All you have to do is stay alive. The total duration is 69 days. Suddenly, it stopped. It glanced over at the blood moon needle flower, giggling. Ah, wait, we are already down by one person. It squealed in delight. So now you only need to survive 68 days, right? Right on cue, the system chimed. Quest updated, survive 68 days. Stay away from the S-rank blood moon needle flower. Panic and whispers erupted immediately. Did that fairy just say the time decreased because someone died? A boy in the crowd asked. A terrifying realization hit him. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, does the countdown drop whenever our numbers go down? Then our required survival days will also drop. Meanwhile, Venus played dumb, launching itself into the sky. Who knows, it chirped, landing gracefully on the massive deadly vines of the S-rank monster, looking down mockingly. Venus crossed its arms with a smirk. This survival quest actually comes with a few strict conditions. First, just as you all naively thought, if the number of survivors drops, the required survival days will decrease as well. It calmly uttered those absolutely horrifying words. Second, this terrifying plant must eat one person every single day. Venus even playfully pointed out that whether the victim is alive or dead, it really is not picky. The student from earlier could not hold back his outrage and immediately demanded answers. You said this survival quest was easy, but how is this easy at all? He then loudly shouted, urging everyone to just run away. Look, everyone, no matter if it is an E rank or whatever, it is completely trapped in that building and cannot even move. Why on earth should we sit here and listen to this thing? But of course, Venus was not about to let them escape. It raised its voice in a cold warning, advising them not to run. That twisted smile stretched even wider across its face, radiating pure chaotic malice. This beast is just too lazy to move around, not that it is physically unable to do so. Contrasting with the survivor's sheer dread, Venus actually seemed in the mood to crack jokes. Want to know why it hates moving? Because the more it moves, the hungrier it gets. If that happens, eating just one person will never be enough. It playfully put on a show, performing some bizarre magic tricks. Hey, don't look so depressed. I prepared some special gifts. Instantly, tiny gift boxes materialized in everyone's hands, accompanied by Venus's quick set of rules. Inside, they might find some stat-boosting candy, some much-needed food, or maybe even some handy weapons. The beast continued to paint a beautiful picture, promising that these could contain countless powerful sacred relics, just like that. Hearing this, the skeptical student couldn't help but doubt it. Gifts. But the moment he touched his item, it instantly transformed into a set of teeth as sharp as knives. Right after that, Venus's truly sinister nature began to reveal itself, though it was a rare sight indeed. At that moment, a hideous mouth lined with fangs split wide open, ready to swallow its prey. The unfortunate young man was instantly reduced to mere nutrients to feed the growing beast. Having craftily triggered the chaos, Venus finally spoke. Venus decided to drop a casual warning right on cue. Those are actually mimics, so you better be very careful out there. Then the cold and familiar system notification rang out as usual. Quests survive in the ruins for 67 long days. Avoid the E-rank magical beast, the blood-water jade needle flower, at all costs. Naturally, the students quickly broke down under the harsh reality. I do not want this, I do not want the quest. I do not want the treasure, and I hate being here. 1. Student wept bitterly over his classmate's horrific death. I want to leave. I already told you I want to get out of here. The remaining students were rapidly losing their sanity. How on earth can a crazy quest like this even exist in the first place? This has to be a demon's trap designed to divide us, but what can we even do if we do not obey our only option is death by that E-rank monster? We are all going to die anyway. Just as they were sinking deeper into utter despair, a remarkably calm voice cut through the noise. Hold on a second. Instantly, the entire crowd turned their eyes toward Arthur. As the third-year student council vice president at Colotel Academy, Arthur was highly experienced when it came to manipulating public opinion. We have absolutely no choice but to make a very difficult decision here. Arthur immediately put on a solemn face for them, pretending to care deeply about the greater good. From this point onward, we will definitely have to face even more brutal choices. He paused for dramatic effect before raising his voice. But right now, in this exact moment, let us only focus on the immediate issue. Hearing this, the desperate students immediately put their full trust in him. He really is the reliable vice president of Colotel. Hidden from everyone's sight, Arthur smirked deviously at their praise. He had managed to control this chaotic situation perfectly like a true master. Arthur slowly gestured toward the blood-water moon needle flower behind him, preparing to ask everyone a very chilling question. First, we must decide which one of us will be sacrificed to that carnivorous flower tomorrow. Do we all agree on this? Hearing that, everyone collectively gulped in fear and nodded their heads in silent agreement. Satisfied with their reaction, Arthur continued his speech. If so, what criteria should we use to select our sacrifice? Does anyone have any suggestions? Meanwhile, dark thoughts swirled in his mind. Yes, keep looking up to me. Arthur smirked inwardly. Right now, I am the only one who can control this panic. As long as I engrave that fact deep into their minds, they will view me as an absolute necessity to stay alive. That way, I will never end up on the sacrifice list myself. Just then, a timid male student nervously raised his hand. What if we hold a vote? Another student sitting nearby enthusiastically supported the idea, saying it sounded like a fair plan. We always made decisions that way back at school. Arthur did not rush to agree, choosing to calmly analyze the proposal. That is indeed a solid option. But before we vote, we must first establish the criteria for who qualifies as monster food. Only then can we cast our votes on how to proceed. That seemingly innocent suggestion, however, instantly shattered their fragile fake peace. A booming voice suddenly shattered the silence, shouting that the choice was obvious. The shout came directly from a nearby. A muscular top-knot-wearing student speaks up, claiming the weak must be sacrificed, arguing that nature naturally weeds out those who can't fight. The weak are eliminated and only the strong survive. However, this cold statement instantly triggers intense and fiery opposition from the group. That is completely absurd. A girl nearby yells right in his face, reminding everyone that they are civilized humans, not wild animals. Civilized, intelligent people cannot be judged by the laws of the wild. However, she holds her own twisted, dark mindset. Her own twisted mind shines through as she proposes a crazy alternative. I think the stupid ones should be sacrificed instead. What use is a fool anyway? With the floodgates open, the entire room erupts into a massive, chaotic shouting match. The debate spirals completely out of control. One student yells back, "Stupid. If anything, we should sacrifice those with no friends here." Sure, I have no friends, but I'm loaded. Get me out, and I'll reward you handsomely. But seriously, what use is cash now? Money means nothing in this hellhole. Wake up. Meanwhile, they completely ignore Vinus, who is sitting back, thoroughly enjoying this pathetic drama. While Vinus watches in amusement, the bickering continues. Let's vote. Act civilized. Fine, let the majority make the final call. Let's see how long consensus takes. Well, after a brutal shouting war of words, they finally target a helpless scapegoat. They target a weak, injured girl as the perfect sacrificial pawn. The short-haired student can only stare in sheer disbelief. She is paralyzed by the horror of being sacrificed alive. Why? Why me? But wait, a voice of protest suddenly cuts through. One girl refuses to stand by. The victim's friend rejects this cruel decision, desperately throwing herself forward to protect her. Fighting through the crowd to protect her, she screams, "No," I said, "absolutely not. Why does she have to die? Let go. Let me go." Meanwhile, Arthur feigns deep sorrow, saying, "We feel terrible about this, but it was a completely fair vote. It was the democratic choice of the group." But wait, look closely. A twisted, subtle smirk begins creeping onto his face. His lips curl into a cold grin as he announces, "Remember, we must survive together for a very long time." Arthur coldly rationalizes this inhumane sacrifice, painting it as a logical, necessary choice for the group's long-term survival. With that crippled leg, you'll become useless. We've decided that you simply can't help us survive in the future. Arthur masterfully acts out his sorrow, looking so genuine. Listen, once we escape this tower, we will richly compensate your family. We promise a massive reward for your family and we will honor you as our greatest hero. Absolute snake behavior. The poor girl turns completely pale, feeling the terrifying pressure hidden beneath his fake smile. So please, for everyone's sake, be tomorrow's sacrifice. Instantly, the brainwashed crowd begins chanting like bloodthirsty monsters. Be the sacrifice. Just do it. Be the sacrifice. Her friend violently struggles to break free, screaming in pure fury. Are you people blind? Have you lost your minds? You are insane. You actually call this a fair vote, but of course her desperate cries do absolutely nothing to stop them. The crowd keeps chanting. Furious, the friend brutally exposes their ugly hypocrisy. You just want to save your own pathetic skins. You're too cowardly to die, so you hide behind a vote to murder someone else, driven to absolute despair. Bitter, helpless tears stream down the injured girl's cheeks. Cornered with no escape, she rubs her hands together, begging for mercy. Please spare my life. Just this once, I beg you. Her voice cracks into heavy sobs as she bows her head. I have parents and siblings waiting at home. I can't die here. I want to live. She trembles desperately, trying to stand. Look at me, I can stand up. See, I'm okay. She tries to ignore the excruciating, bone-deep pain in her leg. Limping forward step by painful step, she desperately whispers, It's nothing. I'm fine, really. See, there's no problem. I can even walk. But moving so violently on an unhealed wound is a terrible mistake. Her skin rips wide open. Crimson blood spurts out, completely soaking through her bandages. Overwhelmed, the sobbing girl loses all strength and collapses. But the painful crash to the ground never comes. Instead, she is gently caught by a pair of warm, strong arms. Because Vikir quickly caught her. He stands tall, ready to end this pathetic, sick comedy right in front of everyone. Under their astonished gazes, Vikir coldly demands, Stop it. His glowing crimson eyes glare at the mob with bone-chilling iciness. You want to sacrifice? I'll go. This sudden twist immediately puts Arthur on high alert as he warily asks, Are you really volunteering to be sacrificed to that carnivorous plant? Vikir firmly confirms yes. Suddenly, another voice interrupts them. Wait just a minute. A mushroom-haired student standing next to Arthur gasps in shock, suddenly recognizing Vikir's face. Wait, you're Vikir, right? Hearing this, Arthur repeats the name under his breath, desperately searching his memory. Vikir, he racks his brain. That name sounds insanely familiar. Meanwhile, the mushroom-haired guy keeps babbling on in excitement. He solved the killer ant's mystery in the midterms, won a commendation from the Crown Prince, and get this. He's the legend who destroyed Professor Sa's left eye instantly. Memories of the old leaderboard flash in his mind. He clearly listed everyone's ranks. Rank 7 was Lozol, rank 8 was Ko, and rank 9 was Sinlay. But that was not all. In fact, he even ranked 8th school-wide in the Academy tournament. The student's recollection ended, his voice filled with deep respect. There were even crazy rumors that he completely shattered the gate of the sacred ruins, which was deemed absolutely indestructible. As he said all of this, his voice grew tense, showing his deep fear of that power. And the legend himself, that legendary figure, was standing right there. At this very moment, every single eye was locked onto his imposing silhouette. Under the gloomy moonlight, his cold profile became the center of attention. Was that first year from the melee weapon department really him? Could that first year really be the legendary Vir? After speaking, the stunned youth suddenly remembered a detail he had missed earlier in his panic. His mind had been too exhausted to notice. He realized Vir was the very one who warned them that the flower was dangerous. Vir's early warning suddenly echoed in his mind, warning them that the magical beast was dangerous and to stay as far away as possible. He had told them to flee as fast as possible. Deep awe filled the student's voice, even though he had no idea how Vir knew. The black-haired boy could not help but ask why. But a single cold glance from Vir cut him off entirely. That indifferent look made him whisper the rest to himself they were just seeking death. Meanwhile, Arthur watched them with a blank expression. Arthur stared at our main character's broad back, clearly planning something. You and I know he's bad news. Before long, he approached his target. So you are indeed the legendary first-year student. Up to this point, all of Arthur's gestures had been extremely polite. I am Arthur Gordon Beam, Vice President of the Kolos Academy Student Council. He was a master at putting on a fake show. He praised Vir for volunteering as a sacrifice to save the girl, saying it was a highly difficult decision to make. Thanks to that, she does not have to be sacrificed. Arthur completely ignored Vir's dark, heavy gaze and just kept talking smoothly. At least not until tomorrow, that is. He put on a self-righteous tone, claiming they had voted fairly to choose the sacrifice. By voting fairly, we chose the sacrifice. If you die tomorrow, it will buy us time before she has to go next, buying us an extra day before her turn. After a long-winded speech, he offered a faint smile, thanking Vir sincerely. Vir had stood there in silence, waiting for him to finish his little performance before he finally began his interrogation. Choosing the person to die through a fair and equal vote, is it? Vir directly shattered his hypocritical facade. If that is true, surely you were also on the ballot, right? Arthur Gordon Beam was instantly struck where it hurt. hearing that his body froze up completely as if paralyzed. Huh, Arthur quickly tried to dodge the accusation with a pathetic excuse. You must be new here, so you do not understand. I am just acting as a mediator to keep things fair, and managing this entire chaos to ensure a fair vote. But Veer cut him off directly, asking what he really meant. You excluded yourself from the sacrifice list, didn't you? He slowly exposed the scheme of the hypocrite standing right before him. He preached about sacrifice to the crowd but had no intention of dying. He only wanted to ensure his own survival. In the end, he just created a safe spot for himself to survive. Veer concluded his speech with a powerful, highly thought-provoking question. Can that actually be called fair? His words immediately sparked a wave of suspicion. You and I can see the crowd waking up. Come to think of it, that senior was never even on the ballot. He did not participate from the very start. Was he really planning to escape all by himself? Arthur's extremely furious glare immediately swept over the crowd of whispering students. How dare you speak such nonsense, you lower-class fools? He gritted his teeth and snarled, demanding to know what Veer wanted. Showing absolutely no remorse, he shamelessly turned around to blame Veer, claiming his leadership was the only reason they were surviving right now. Even if I did not vote, I had to step up and lead us so we could all survive, he argued aggressively. You have no better plan, yet you use your half-baked justice to divide us. Arthur's anger flared up as he barked furiously. What are you trying to pull? But his rant was instantly cut short by the absolute killer glare from Veer. Let me be clear, I am going to slay that magical beast. Arthur's face instantly twisted, veins popping in pure rage. What? Arthur roared in anger, grabbing Veer's collar. How could a mere academy student like you possibly defeat an S-class magical beast? Do you not know that provoking it will only make it wilder? And if you think we are going to help you? Veer did not say a word to argue. Instead, he simply ran his fingertips gently across the stone wall behind him. Without a single word of warning, he suddenly clenched his fist tightly and slammed it hard against the marble surface. Within mere seconds, violent shockwaves rippled outward, shaking the entire atmosphere. Cracking stone and debris exploded in all directions, leaving everyone standing there completely jaw-dropped. Arthur was so terrified by this overwhelming pressure that he fell flat on his back, while Veer's voice echoed in his ears, blood tree, jade needle. An immense pressure radiated from his entire body. Tomorrow, I will slay it alone. The drama finally ended as the group moved their resting spot to the old Kovadi Cathedral. Everyone quietly found a spot inside the ruined hall, desperately trying to recover from the physical and mental shock of recent events. In the dead silence, a series of terrifying noises from outside suddenly echoed with terrifying clarity. The trainees grew incredibly anxious, unable to shake off the dread. They covered their ears tightly to block the violent noise. What on earth was that? Ripping flesh or something else? Whatever it was, just hearing it made them sick to their stomachs. One helpless student tried to analyze their situation, but there was nothing they could do since Wei was in there. If they said something nasty and angered him, their bodies might get pulverized just like that building did earlier. The girl next to him quickly tried to reassure them. This is still bearable, she said. Watching this, Jin Noi could only force a wry smile, thinking to himself. He told everyone to stay out because he was prepping for a hunt, but what is he actually doing? That expression caught the attention of some boys nearby. Why is Jin Noi clinging to his shoulder like that? The top-knot boy broke the silence. Do you guys actually believe him? He could easily steal all our random item boxes and candies and run away. Unlike his outspoken friend, the curly-haired boy could only swallow his deep doubts in silence. I do not trust him completely either, but if he did run off, what could we even do about it? You and I both remember that crazy moment from earlier when a massive building was completely vaporized by Wei's fist. The curly-haired boys were left utterly speechless by the sight. Meanwhile, the blonde friend of the girl, selected as his sacrifice, finally seemed to shake off her heavy gloom. After witnessing that mind-blowing display of raw power, even Venus lost his sinister smirk, listening in absolute shock to Wei's bold and fearless declaration of war. I will slay that monster alone, but in return there are strict demands that everyone here must agree to. His eyes landed on a small gift box dropped next to the random item box and stat-boosting candies. Wei coldly demanded, I need all of those. Just remembering that cold look made the curly-haired boy's body tremble all over. If he had bad intentions, he would have killed us long ago to take our items and candies. That way he could have easily cleared this floor. Hearing that, the top-knot boy pondered, deeply confused. Then why has he been hiding such terrifying power all this time? They even say he is 100 times stronger on the outside. All their hopes and eyes were now locked on the battle raging right outside the cathedral doors. It is not just about his strength. There is probably something else hidden that you and I have never even dreamed of. Battlefield, a single set of footsteps suddenly echoed. 12 hours flew by, and now a few brave trainees were carefully hiding behind a barrier, trying to peer through the thick smoke to see what was happening. Among them, Jin Noi was sweating bullets as he desperately searched for the blood jade needle tree, but only an empty wasteland and the howling wind answered his gaze. Has it completely vanished? Instead, the tiny silhouette of Venus came into view, standing tall under the bright moonlight. He arrogantly looked down with his arms folded over his chest. Your little story. Did you hear what the elves on the upper floor said about you? The frantic warnings of two guide spirits replayed in his head. That guy is a total psycho, please be careful. Venus smugly smirked. So I hear you were once an anomaly. He suddenly trailed off, letting the words hang in the air mockingly. But right after that, deafening, ear-splitting rumbles shook the ground in rapid succession, setting off a massive earthquake. Violent, destructive shockwaves tore through the earth, unleashing chaos as massive rocks and debris exploded in every direction. Amidst the raging chaos, Wei stood dead calm, scanning his enemies' movements and waiting for their strike. Suddenly, the ground, right beside him, ruptured. The razor-sharp jaws of the blood moon needle flower erupted violently from the soil. Its once soft leaves instantly hardened into deadly razor-sharp blades, thrusting directly at Wei in a split second. Seeing this, Venus smirked with satisfaction and openly mocked him. Is this where your little show finally ends? But contrary to his expectations, Wei's body, which should have been turned into a pincushion, vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a fading afterimage in the air. A calm, confident grin slowly spread across Wei's face. No way, Venus gasped, his eyes widening in horror. Wei stood right in front of him, completely untouched. Under the bright full moon, the sharp blade in Wei's hand flashed with a bloodthirsty glare, ready to tear apart the arrogant foe. The real fight starts now. Right then, Wei's long-awaited status window finally flickered to life. First-tier titles: Sewer Rat Hunter and Hellhound Merchant. Stat lines: Stamina 260, Vitality 269, Agility 229. Physical resistance 1, Reflexes 1. Out in the pitch-black night, high on a cliff overlooking a small town, massive vines continuously slam down, creating thunderous explosions. Dust, sand, and sharp rock debris from the brutal impacts explode, flying wildly through the air. Right then, Vikir looked as if he had just witnessed something truly horrifying. His eyes widened, staring blankly ahead in absolute shock and terror. Meanwhile, in the opposite direction, the other academy cadets were also frozen in disbelief, collectively gasping in enheartment, pure shock as they stared straight ahead. Right where their eyes were locked, Vikir was frantically dodging a barrage of attacking vines moving with unbelievable speed. Suddenly, one of the terrified students screamed out, "What on earth are we looking at?" Right now, suddenly, a system notification popped up. Blood Swamp Daylily. Danger level S. Size unknown. Discovered location: the Forbidden Abyss. Originating from the deepest depths of extreme hell, this nightmare is widely feared as the Nightmare of the Blood Swamp. It is a mysterious plant that floats atop the blood-red waters of the marsh right at the entrance of the subterranean abyss. Strangely, it floats perfectly in a swamp thick with decaying flesh, a desolate place where everything else instantly sinks and dies. In the dark pages of history, just one of these monsters sprouting from a single seed managed to push all of humanity to the absolute brink of destruction. Now the savage blood daylily snaps furiously, whipping its heavy, deadly vines straight toward its target. Suddenly, a horrified cry echoes, "Watch out for its attack." Instantly, Vikir's eyes flash with a sharp, brilliant light. With absolute calmness, he tilts his head, letting the deadly vine graze inches from his face. Another stunned cadet screams out in disbelief. How in the world is he dodging every single hit? But to understand this, let us flash back to a moment before the crust. Chaos inside a quiet, empty room. Holding a heavily blood-stained leather pouch in his hand, Vikir quietly muttered to himself, "Is this pouch finally enough?" Looking closely, we see it is indeed Vikir staring intensely at a pile of bloody sacks lining his table. Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed out from thin air. "Typical. That is so like you." Vikir did not even bother to answer. Instead, he calmly focused on the task at hand. "Let us inspect these items first." He quietly noted that most of the loot boxes he got were packed with nasty mimic monsters, yielding only a few cheap stat candies that were barely worth mentioning. Still, he emptied the bloody bags onto his desk. System notifications immediately flashed, displaying names and low D grades for each useless item. A D-grade shrew tooth hoe, a D-grade waterproof oil paper, and sunflower seeds. But right as his eyes scanned the list, Vikir spoke aloud, muttering that he thought they were all trash. He then stared intensely at a hidden object sitting inside his palm, whispering in disbelief that he never expected this to drop. Resting right there was a glowing, perfectly round silver candy. He whispered, "In the memoirs of the Abyss Tower, this candy holds the immense regret, longing, and deepest desires of the greatest heroes." It is an extremely rare hidden piece that might not even drop after clearing out every single monster in the deepest floors. Right on cue, a system screen materializes. Silver candy, a legendary treat that permanently grants +1 to your reflex stat. A rare grin spreads across Vikir's face. Clutching the precious candy, he chuckles, wondering if he used up all his lifetime luck this early on. Back in the present battle, Piggy is huddled behind a massive boulder watching Vikir with wide, anxious eyes. He nervously wonders how Vikir is keeping up. In the center, Vikir is gracefully weaving through the relentless storm of lashing razor-sharp vines. Piggy watches in awe, thinking that Vikir looks like a master performer executing a flawless dance. Meanwhile, the vines continue tearing through, the air forming a terrifying spiral. With a deafening roar, a dozen massive vines smash violently onto the ground where Vikir stood, just a split second ago, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Sliding back safely, Vikir lets out an excited laugh, marveling at his new power. One of the three rarest special attributes, reflexes. Now I fully understand why all those ancient, legendary heroes desired it so desperately. As more vines whip toward him, he calmly analyzes his situation. Since he only has a single point in reflexes, he must sharpen every single sense to its absolute limit to dodge the Daylily's deadly attacks. But the true decisive difference lies somewhere else entirely. Standing completely still, two faint spectral shadows, one red and one blue, materialize beside. Vikir thinks reflexes belong entirely to the realm of the subconscious. It completely bypasses the brain, meaning his physical body will automatically execute the perfect move, deciding instantly whether to step forward, stop, or dodge. A thrill of sheer excitement washes over his face, and he chuckles, thinking this is basically a cheat code. Meanwhile, the other terrified cadets watch from safety, huddled behind a stone wall, intensely staring at the insane battle. One of them stammers out, "How on earth is he dodging every single strike?" Another cadet replies, "It is like he already knows exactly where the attacks are going to land before he even moves." A third student argues that is physically impossible, but another fires back, "Are you blind? It is happening right in front of you." The brown-haired and blue-haired cadets look incredibly tense, sweat dripping down their faces as the blue-haired one anxiously, "Sure, he's great at dodging," a student whispers, "but won't running away just make that beast even angrier?" Back in the fight, the bloody moon needle flower is absolutely furious, baring its sharp fangs and launching massive vines straight at him. The watching students mutter in disbelief, wondering how on earth he plans to defeat it. Right then, Vikir leaps high into the air. With a dead serious expression, he unleashes a barrage of rapid strikes straight at the giant beast. But even though his attacks land cleanly, they barely scratch its massive hide. Uninjured, Vikir frowns, staring intensely as the impact from his clash triggers a massive, blinding explosion. The impact creates a massive explosion, raining debris and dust everywhere. The shockwave forces Vikir to retreat quite a distance. Gritting his teeth, he looks down at his hand and mutters in frustration, "In his current state, this is tough. Piercing that armored outer shell is practically impossible." Just then, a blue system holographic screen flashes before him. Vikir. Level 1. Titles: Gutter Rat, Hunter and Hellhound Merchant. Stats: Strength 260, Stamina 269, Agility 229, Physical Resistance 1, and Reflexes 1 still locked. Vikir looks up silently, calculating his next move. This beast is definitely different from the ones he fought back in the Age of Destruction before his regression. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoes in his mind. "Foolish human, you have no idea what you are facing." The bloody moon needle flower looming before them is massive, savage, and ready to tear them apart at any second. Dikarabia explains that this monster is not the original purebred beast born from the very depths of hell. It is merely an incomplete, mutated subspecies. Dikarabia warns, his tone turning dark. In the deepest abyss of the underworld, these monsters feast only on pure blood from lakes of gore to grow. A horrifying visual of the demonic plants flashes. Horrific images of the plants soaking in blood lakes appear. Dikarabia continues, explaining that in terms of size and brutal violence, this mutated specimen cannot compare. On-screen, withered yet gigantic vines stretch out gloomily. "I have no clue how long it has survived in this desolate, completely waterless basement," the voice says. "But one thing is certain, it is suffering from extreme hunger." Vikir listens closely, his expression dead serious. Dikarabia warns him not to let his guard down. After all, an S-class threat is still a threat. Even a mutated S-class beast is still incredibly deadly. Suddenly, the monstrous bloody moon needle flower attacks again, thrusting its massive vines right at Vikir. Dikarabia speaks up once more. "Hiding this beast in the third basement floor means they never wanted anyone to defeat it." Vikir quickly dodges the attack and the giant vine crashes into the floor. Dikarabia continues his analysis. "With your current basic stats, breaking through its tough outer hide is next to impossible. If that is the case, its only vulnerability must be." Hearing this, Vikir immediately locks his eyes on its mouth. Dikarabia confirms his suspicion. Yes, inside its mouth. But it only opens up when it is swallowing something. Upon hearing this critical piece of battlefield advice, Vikir maintains a completely calm and collected demeanor as he watches. He calmly replies, "Yeah, I already knew that." Dikarabia then asks him, "Are you confident in this?" Vikir smirks confidently in response. Of course. All my preparation was done exactly for a moment like this. Meanwhile, Venus watches in absolute fury, screaming he is smiling. How on earth can he smile right now? You dare stand against an S-class monster? Venus barks orders to the beast, commanding it to attack. Needleflower, chew him to pieces. Don't leave a single bone. Hearing this, Vikir simply smirks in response. Sure, why not? Vikir mutters. The massive vine slams down instantly, shattering the ground where he just stood. Standing on a piece of debris floating in mid-air, Vikir prepares his counterattack as the system screen flashes. It displays Sacred Ring of Inviolability. Skill Barrier. Subspace Inventory off. Skill Finite Hic Deus activated. The Realm of the Gods ends here. Vikir holds the blood-soaked bag from before and without any hesitation. He flings it open, letting the severed limbs rain down. At that moment, he calls out, "Come and eat." Venus gasps in absolute shock. The watching students stare with wide eyes, unable to believe what they see. The razor-sharp fangs of the bloody moon needle flower slowly part, gaping wide to catch the fallen pieces. The sight of it devouring the gruesome flesh is horrifying. Suddenly, one of the students has a realization. Remembering a chilling event from yesterday, the student thinks in terror was that horrific noise in the cathedral. As the gruesome flesh falls closer and closer to the monster, Vikir stands completely calm on the floating debris. The student's mind races with horror. Was that sickening sound in the cathedral yesterday actually the sound of hacking off limbs? Where did that thing even come from? Meanwhile, Vikir Van Baskerville narrowed his cold eyes at the target and muttered that he saw it. There, deep inside the gaping mouth of the blood moon needle flower, a giant purple eye stared right back at him. It looked absolutely terrifying. That eye was the creature's only critical weakness. Meanwhile, Venus realized what Vikir Van Baskerville was planning. Terrified, Venus panicked and shrieked at the top of her lungs, screaming for the beast to close its mouth immediately. She did not want Vikir Van Baskerville to see that eye. Her face turned pale with dread as Vikir Van Baskerville's cold, calm voice cut through. Vikir Van Baskerville whispered that it was already too late. He activated his skill, launching himself like a rocket toward the purple eye. He unleashed the first form of the 8 fangs piercing claws. A blinding flash of light exploded, illuminating the entire dark space. Vikir Van Baskerville's blade sank directly into the monster's weak spot, but despite the direct hit, his expression remained incredibly tense. His attack just did not have enough power to finish it. Gritting his teeth, his arms began to shake violently. He realized his current skill was not strong enough to pierce through to the core energy source of this beast. Since entering this abyssal area, his level was severely suppressed, barely scraping by at the very bottom of the lowest tier. Because of that, his aura could not reach the deep core inside the eye. Decisively, Vikir Van Baskerville ripped his sword back out. A ruthless look crossed his face. If standard attacks would not work, it was time to double down. He crossed his swords. System notifications flashed. Sacred Ring activated. Barrier skill deactivated. Inventory mode enabled. The god's absolute domain starts right here. Unleashing the legendary magic sword Balman alongside the frost sword Okay. With a cold, ruthless glare, Vikir Van Baskerville finally spoke. Although dual wielding was not his absolute specialty, both of his swords suddenly flared with a blinding, powerful red light. He decided to use them anyway. Using the 4th form of the 8 fangs, shredding claws, 2 massive red slashes ripped forward. Vikir Van Baskerville's brutal dual strike struck home perfectly. Instantly, a violent, blinding energy began to leak from deep within the monster's mouth. With a massive bang, the giant purple eye shattered into a million pieces. Thick liquid aura erupted from the creature's mouth. It sprayed out like a volcano. Watching from a distance, the other students stood frozen, their jaws dropping in pure shock. They could not believe their eyes. Tears of despair rolled down Venus's face. Meanwhile, Vikir Van Baskerville just stood there calmly. Standing proudly amidst a lake of crimson blood, he looked down at the dead beast. Venus stared in complete disbelief. She could only whisper no in absolute denial. Suddenly, system screens began flashing rapidly. Level 1 warrior Vikir Van Baskerville has done the impossible. He was the first to defeat a level 5 blood moon needle flower. Special rewards for this impossible achievement are now being issued. Venus was completely speechless. Nearby, the students stared at Vikir Van Baskerville's swords, which were still radiating a dense, dark red aura. The sheer power left them stunned. Some of them looked absolutely terrified, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Several female students even broke into tears of pure relief and gratitude. Even Jinoue was left completely speechless by the sight. Despite being the absolute center of everyone's attention, Vikir Van Baskerville remained completely indifferent, ignoring the noisy crowd of students around him. System notifications kept flashing. Level 1 warrior Vikir Van Baskerville has officially become the first ever to solo hunt an S-class monster. The blood moon needle flower has been cleared. Special rewards are now being transferred. As the system screens finally faded away, the crowd was left in absolute disbelief. One bewildered student stammered, wondering how a mere level 1 could do this. How could someone with 100 times weakened stats kill an S-class beast? Another student added, even seeing it myself. I still cannot believe my own eyes. A third student chimed in, asking if he was even stronger before entering. At that moment, a black-haired student pointed a trembling finger toward Vikir Van Baskerville's direction and yelled out to the crowd. He told them that although it was faint, they could actually see a dense aura flowing slowly around his sword. A deep crimson energy swirled around his sword. The students gasped in shock, realizing it was actually liquefied aura. That meant his true power level had to be at the graduation tier, at the very least. The black-haired student shivered. If he is this strong here, just how powerful is he outside the tower? Meanwhile, Vikir Van Baskerville calmly stood on the corpse. With a cold, razor-sharp gaze, he gripped his dual blades. Below him, the whispering students continued to speculatively chatter. He has to be a certified swordmaster, maybe even beyond that. But hearing this, the others found it hard to believe. A swordmaster? No way. How could someone so incredibly young reach that level already? The crowd of students kept buzzing. Lost in their sheer awe, nobody noticed Arthur standing silently behind them, his face clouded with deep, dark resentment. Could a literal swordmaster really be disguised as a mere student? They kept wondering what kind of monster he was. Hearing all this praise, Arthur's face contorted in absolute rage. He glared across the field, locking his eyes on Vikir Van Baskerville. Brushing back his hair with a cold, calculated expression, Arthur narrowed his eyes in pure envy, staring intently at Vikir Van Baskerville. Perched on the cliff, Venice witnessed the entire scene unfold as its body trembled in shock. Its face was completely twisted with deep resentment and sheer horror. Tears streamed down its face as the fairy gritted its teeth. Venus thought in bitter resentment, damn it, where on earth did everything go wrong? How did it end up like this? It recalled a short-haired student being isolated by the rest. Venus knew the true goal of this third basement floor. It was simple and cruel. When pushed to the absolute edge, humans would naturally turn on each other and sacrifice their own comrades just to survive. Next, Venus remembered Asher wearing a devious smirk. That guy had begged the others, saying, "So I am asking all of you right now. Please do this and I will make sure everyone remembers you as our hero." Then the image of the terrified student's face flashed by. Asher's sinister voice from the past echoed once more in its mind. "Just go ahead and become our sacrifice tomorrow for us." Recalling those dark words, Venus thought humans are a vile species willing to trample on anyone's life just to save their own pathetic skins. Then it recalled Vikir's cold aura when he destroyed the bloody moon needle flower. Venus could not help but think about that moment. This place was designed as a stage to bring out humanity's darkest nature. Yet that monster used absolute brute force to completely shatter those rules. Looming over the cliff, Venus glared down with a mix of terror and deep resentment at Vikir, who was calmly gathering his loot below. The fairy shivered, wondering what kind of monster he truly was. Meanwhile, down below, Vikir was holding a strange object in his hand. It was a leather pouch filled with black seeds. A system prompt appeared, identifying them as bloody jade needle flower seeds. Vikir muttered, "This much should be plenty." He examined the crude hoe and the pouch of seeds in his hands. He had assumed a low-tier item. Grade D tool would be completely useless, but it proved to be surprisingly handy. Just then, the system screen displayed the item's details. The sunflower seed shrews tooth hoe grade D, excellent for extracting tough seeds. The second item was the water-resistant greaseproof paper pouch, grade D. It was incredibly durable, repelled moisture, and kept items completely dry. Suddenly, a voice broke the quiet, catching Vikir's attention. Someone called out Vikir. He turned to find a group of academy students gathering before him, their expressions grim and unreadable. They approached with serious faces. One of the students stepped forward and spoke, "We have something we need to say to you." Hearing this, Genoa yelled anxiously from the back of the crowd, "What are you guys planning? Crowding around him won't solve anything." Vikir remained perfectly calm as he watched them. Suddenly, Dikaravia's raspy voice echoed inside his mind with a heavy sigh. "It looks like they are here to interrogate you. Get ready for the usual complaints about why you did not save them sooner. Saved from death, yet they will still find a way to resent you. Human nature never changes." As Dikaravia spoke, a student stepped up, but what the student said next caught Vikir completely off guard. Looking straight at him, the boy spoke, "Thank you so much." Suddenly, the entire crowd bowed in deep gratitude. Another student chimed in, saying, "You risked your life to save us, thank you." As Vikir watched, the crowd's heavy mood instantly shifted into high spirits. Another student eagerly raised their voice, "If it wasn't for you, we would have been digested inside that giant monster by now. Or worse, we would have slaughtered each other to death." Another student added with wide eyes, "You were absolutely incredible back there. Are you actually a master swordsman or something?" A boy spoke with pure admiration in his eyes, "I want to become strong like you." Another student nodded in agreement. "Thank you truly." Vikir was genuinely taken aback by their sincerity. Even Dikaravia felt a bit awkward and grumbled in response. "Well, at least they have some shame. Suddenly, Vinus's shrill voice cut through the air, causing the students to freeze in shock. They all spun around to look. Venus sneered, 67 survivors. Are you kidding me? Its expression was twisted with absolute disgust. Glaring down at them, the fairy spat, you all must be thrilled to have survived this trial without putting in a single ounce of effort. Before Vinus could finish, Vikir's cold gaze locked onto it, making the fairy flinch. He spoke in a flat voice, you are Vinus right. A guide's job is simply to lead challengers through the floors. Yet Vikir remembered how this fairy had commanded those monsters earlier. The way it controlled the bloody moon needle flower crossed the line. Glaring with icy eyes, Vikir spoke, but as a guide, you have crossed the line. Hearing those heavy words, Vinus's smug look vanished. Trembling with fear, the fairy squeaked, what did you say? Trying to mask its fear with rage, the fairy shrieked, so what I only acted within the limits allowed by the system. Do you understand? Threatening me will only bring you trouble. Vinus smirked and threatened him back, if you lay a finger on me. None of you will ever reach the next floor. Hearing this, panic quickly spread among the academy students. A girl whispered in fear, and a male student angrily cursed the fairy's dirty tactics. But Vikir's expression instantly darkened with terrifyingly intense fury. Glares of absolute malice locked onto Venus as Vikir delivered a final warning. Hand over our mission completion rewards and make them good, or prepare to face some very painful consequences. Venus's face drained of color as it let out a terrified squeal. Trembling, the fairy quickly dragged forward bags filled with bright, colorful candies. Wearing a desperate, forced smile, it pleaded in a trembling voice. Look, I have prepared a massive reward to celebrate your success. Vikir merely stared at the candy bags with cold indifference. Even so, the other cadets gasped in absolute shock at the sight of those glowing bags. At a quick glance, there had to be a few hundred. Just then, one of the students shouted out in utter disbelief. He stared directly into a pouch filled with yellow and red candies. He shrieked in shock, yellow candies. Right at that moment, a system screen popped up displaying the legendary item's rare attributes. Yellow candy. A special treat that grants an instant level up or can be traded for 300 of any candy at the Spirit's Candy Shop. Vikir stood staring intently at the glowing pouches, completely ignoring the shocked gasps of the cadets gathered right behind him. The students murmured in pure envy. Meanwhile, Vikir was deeply focused, calculating that 10 yellow candies could buy him 300 stack candies. The rewards for clearing the first floor at level 1 were indeed incredibly generous, almost too generous to believe. He reached out his hand, his mind still racing. Out of all the treasures here, he never expected to lay eyes on this particular item. A sudden smirk played on Vikir's lips, leaving Jinoi completely stunned. The cadet wondered if this stoic guy had ever smiled before. A guy who didn't even care about golden candy was actually smiling, Jinoi asked. Totally baffled Vikir, what are you smiling at? Vikir turned around, holding a tiny teary-eyed pink bug in his hand. He calmly replied, it is just an insect, a type of parasite. Just then, the system screen popped up. Strange candy pouch level 5 metamorphosis bug, a tiny parasite that can convert special candies. If this beast, which hosts inside tiny creatures, consumes 100 candies of the same type, it excretes a random, differently colored candy. As the system notification displayed its details, a stunned voice from the crowd shrieked in absolute disbelief. Wait, is that an S-Rank? Vikir stared at the dizzy insect with deep fascination. He recalled reading about this, the rarest and most valuable sacred relic in legendary memoirs. He remembered an old memory of Camus standing victoriously atop a colossal monster skeleton in a desolate, bone-dry wasteland. On the deepest floor of the abyss tree before his regression, she had held an identical bug in her hands, looking deeply anxious. Vikir realized that in his previous lifetime, the one who had successfully obtained this incredible creature was indeed Camus. He pictured her closing her eyes, focusing all her energy. His train of thought continued, recalling the final hidden stat he had yet to obtain: magic resistance. Camus had used this very bug to feed it all her tower candies, dedicating everything to boosting her magic resistance. An image flashed of Kim's magic power exploding out of control, her eyes glowing with a brilliant, dangerous blue light. As a result, her magic power had erupted violently, wild blue energy swirling around her body and shattering the ground to pieces. She had completely ignored the violent mana backlash, breaking her physical limits and risking her life to achieve dangerous breakthroughs over and over. Back in the present, Vikir stared at the bug in his hand as little Eight Legs poked its head out of his collar. He never imagined he would obtain the exact tool that made such power possible on just the third basement floor. He brought the bug close to little Eight Legs' mouth. Since things are different now compared to her era, I need to gather way more candies. My body is too large to host this parasite, so I will hand it over to you, the only tiny companion I can truly trust. After feeding the bug to little Eight Legs, Vikir gently stroked its head. As the creature squealed happily, he continued. By eating candies, the bug will share its power with you. In the end, this is how you will become even stronger. Then Vikir opened his spatial pocket right in front of Jinoi. A system message immediately popped up as he reached his hand inside. The system displayed his ring's details. Inviolable sacred ring. Spatial pocket mode active. The territory of God ends here. Watching this, Jinoi was totally bewildered. He had seen it on the previous floor, but he still couldn't get used to it. He wondered in disbelief, do all master swordsmen know how to use spatial magic like that? While Gino was lost in thought, a figure suddenly rushed past and bumped right into him, causing him to gasp in surprise. Wait, what was that? The running figure yelled out in a panic. Vikir, that guy is Arthur. The sinister man smirked. Hey, I knew something was off about you. Hearing this, Vikir turned slightly and asked coldly, do you people still have something to say? Arthur immediately questioned him. The swordsmanship you just used. The malicious man's next words caught Vikir off guard. Arthur sneered with a smug expression. It's the swordsmanship of the Baskerville Clan, isn't it? Upon hearing this accusation, the surrounding students fell into absolute chaos. The students gasped. The Baskerville Clan's swordsmanship. Another added, if we are talking about the Baskerville style, that's the legendary family. The famous Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, one of the 7 great families of the Empire. Yet another student chimed in with absolute surprise. Rumor has it that outsiders can never learn or use that secret sword style. So how on earth can Vikir perform it? Hearing this, Jinoi panicked. He rushed forward, grabbed Arthur by the shoulders and yelled, Senior, what are you suddenly talking about? That is completely absurd. You must have made a mistake, right? There is no way. Arthur instantly shoved him away in anger. Actually make use of it. Panicking, Gino rushed forward, grabbing Arthur by the shoulders and screaming, Senior, what on earth are you talking about? This is insane. You must have made a mistake. There is no way that is possible. Annoyed, Arthur shoved him back with sudden, furious force. And he steps forward. Ado continues, recalling his younger self crying behind a bush all those years ago. Back then, when I was lost deep in the forest, I saw their swordsmanship used for hunting beasts. In front of young Ado was a fierce battle between a lone warrior and a savage monster. Crimson sword chi slashed through the air towards the beast. As his voice calmly narrating the memory, that dark crimson energy shaped itself into the fangs of a wild beast. Only the Baskerville family knows how to wield that style. Drenched in sweat, Ado continues with a look of absolute certainty. There is one more clue. He says something so obvious that I never even thought to question it before, and that is the name Vikir. As Ado speaks, he pictures a silent castle towering behind the dark mountains. A few years ago, rumors spread across the Empire about the return of the supposedly dead hero, the Baskerville Clan, originating from the Red Ridge Mountain Castle. Hearing this, Ginny stares at Ado in absolute panic. What on earth are you talking about? She gasps. Yet Ado ignores her, looking forward to finish his theory. A man named Vikir wielding the legendary Baskerville swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Vikir just stands there silently, his back turned. Then he slowly turns around, his stern eyes glowing with a commanding red light as Ado raises his voice. You are Vikir Van Baskerville, aren't you? This shocking revelation leaves everyone in the crowd completely stunned. That is your real name, right? Ado presses. Immediately, the entire room erupts into a chaotic frenzy of whispers. What? The Baskervilles? The legendary Iron-Blooded Sword family. Ginny's mind is instantly consumed by absolute panic and terror. Just some lowborn commoner. As the fierce crest flashes, she realizes he actually belongs to that mighty clan. One of the 7 great houses of the Empire. Ado sneers, claiming there is even more to the story. Before getting dragged into this abyss, I saw a warrior wielding red sword chi with a hand-mounted blade just like yours, and he wore an inverted pentagram necklace. Ado covers his face, letting out a sinister chuckle as he remembers. Oh, and there was one more accessory. Vikir remains silent, eyes lowered, while the students whisper frantically. What is he talking about? Why is Senior acting like this? Ginny panics, trying to piece the clues together. She recalls a past memory she once saw. That crimson and black blade on his wrist looks way too familiar. The system blares an announcement. Quest complete, survivors 67. Right then, the ground violently starts to shake. Warning, this zone is collapsing. Ado laughs like a maniac. We are running out of time here, Vikir. I do not ask for much, he sneers greedily. Just give me half of all the stats candies you have gathered. In exchange, I will keep your secret. All while the system keeps flashing warnings of the imminent collapse. Time limit reached. The zone is collapsing. Seeing Vikir remain absolutely silent, Ado begins to panic internally. Are you really going to let me expose your secrets? He stammers, completely losing his cool. Or will you kill all 65 people here just to silence us, including me? Vikir calmly replies, go ahead, do whatever you want. He stares straight at the blackmailer. Let the cadets know, let anyone else know. Meanwhile, the ground shatters apart. Purple light leaks through the cracks. Go on, tell the whole world, Vikir challenges. Ado is left utterly speechless. What? He gasps. The system alarms grow louder, warning of the collapse. Vikir raises his eyebrow with cold disdain. If that is all you can do. Backed into a corner, Ado grits his teeth and screams out a name. The Night Hound. Instantly, a mechanical alert chimes. They have now left the 3rd basement floor behind. entering the fourth basement floor Black Sea Island. Gnarled, bizarre trees dominate the landscape draped in thick spiderwebs. Waves crash gently against the shore below, but the sky above is choked with dark clouds and violent lightning. Welcome to the Abyss Tree Floor 4. Vikir lies silently on the dark sand, staring up at the stormy sky. Suddenly, a voice echoes. Did you finally give up on hiding your identity? Deke appears, offering smug advice. If you are relying on my powers to fix this, then you are completely mistaken. Sure, I can manipulate memories, but that is not my main skill. I cannot mind wipe this many people at once. Still, Vikir remains dead silent. Getting no response, the demon grows impatient. Hey human, answer me. Why did you spare someone who knows your true identity? You should have slaughtered them to shut them up. Deke begins to speculate. Unless you never actually wanted to hide your identity in the first place. He seems to have hit the mark. Deke continues to ramble, unleashing that swordsmanship and flexing your power, yet leaving all those witnesses alive. There's only one explanation. He leans right into Vikir's face. You are planning something big, aren't you? Well, at least you are not completely slow on the uptake. Deke snorts and turns away. Honestly, a guy like you would never act without a solid plan. Vikir gets up, brushing the sand off his clothes while Deke keeps nagging. He is dying to know what secret plans Vikir has, but decides to drop it. For now, Vikir scans his surroundings and asks, where exactly are we? Deke answers, this is likely the Black Sea, one of the 5 dark oceans of the Dark Abyss. Vikir turns his head, questioning then, what is with this island? Deke mutters, the Black Sea is not supposed to have islands, staring back at the gloomy forest. Deke guesses this island must be a fragment of another world. After all, Mdusias is a literal world devourer who steals dimensions. He roams the cosmos, ripping away pieces of any realm he fancies only to store them inside this massive abyss tree. That is why this place is a chaotic maze of patched-up dimensions. And this strange island, it is just another stolen piece. To make it simpler for humans, Deke explains that creatures from those stolen worlds get dragged right in here as challengers. They are forced to climb this hellish tower, meaning they might not be the first ones to set foot here. Vikir quietly processes the heavy info. The Black Sea Island. This place was never mentioned in the memoirs. He must be careful. There is no telling what the next mission is. Suddenly, Vikir's heart violently thumps and a cold shiver shoots straight down his spine. Vikir collapses onto the sand, gasping in agony. Terrified, Deke panics and asks what is wrong, but Vikir is already slipping. His fingers claw desperately into the sand, his face twisting in pain. What is this? Where is this insane thirst coming from? His hand morphs instantly. The status screen pops up, revealing Gluttony's mutated spikes. Slot 1, Madam Baby. Slot 2. Slot 2, Baith's immortal body. Slot 3, Ultimate Thirst and Jade Needle Flower Blood Siphon. Vikir stares in utter confusion. Ultimate Thirst. Vikir stares at his hand. Did he secretly absorb the Jade Needle Flower's corpse on the last floor? Even for an S-class beast, this is too much. Sure, an S-rank monster is packed with energy, but it shouldn't cause this chaos. A drop of red liquid drips down, and he raises his head, hearing red sap dripping nearby. Struggling to his feet, he looks up at the massive red entity standing right before him. At least he can breathe a bit easier now. But he is still worried. If this skill turns out to be useless, he'll be in trouble. Deke frowns, looking deeply annoyed. Even for a high-ranking demonic artifact, this is crossing the line. He sighs and speaks up to warn him. Listen up. There is a strict limit on drinking that red sap flowing from the abyss tree's small branches. If you overdo it, you will completely turn into a demonic beast. You need to stop now. Hearing this, Vikir finally looks up. This is it. A branch of the legendary abyss tree, piercing straight into the sky. It is unbelievable that it can sprout from such a dry, barren forest. Suddenly, Vikir's eyes flash a dangerous red. He looks over as a group of strangers yell out, "Hey, who do you think you are? Who gave you permission to drink that sap?" 2 thugs step forward, pointing their spears right at him with threatening glares. It was supposed to be our turn. Where did this bastard come from stealing our stash? Hey, look at his face. Is he a newcomer? The leader walks up, sizing him up. A new arrival. His lackey nods, noting how clean his clothes are. Yeah, probably just got here. Vikir silently evaluates them. The leader, whom they call Boss, steps forward with a fake greasy smile. Well, hello there, pal. Where did you crawl in from? He sneers. Are you a low-born commoner, just like us? With a grin, the boss reveals 3 massive heavy chains. The moment Vikir sees those iron chains, his cold expression shifts. Behind the boss, 3 heavily built young men are dragged along. Their bodies are covered in brutal wounds, chains wrapped tightly around their necks as they kneel in the dirt, completely broken, and they all look like captured nobles.